In the apocalypse, others are starving and dizzy. But I'm practicing yoga with my neighbor's wife every day. Not only that, my cross-dressing sisters are staying at my place. And the nurse sister said to come to her for injections. It's all because I've awakened the tenfold transformation system. As long as I give items to the women in my life, they will undergo a transformation. If the item cannot be transformed, it will be returned 1,000-fold. I gave a toy gun to a young married woman. I received 10 Lelok 22 handguns in return. I gifted a box of Durex to a cross-dressing internet celebrity. I received 10,000 boxes of Durex Comfort in return. I gave the nurse sister a refined ability fruit. I obtained the refined ability Golden Branch Sovereign. At that moment, a woman's cry for help snapped me out of my daze. Handsome, help me. Get this thing to do yoga. Before she could finish her sentence, a frenzied husky bit the yoga woman's thigh. I smiled playfully, knowing she was definitely beyond saving. In my past life, I got into trouble for saving him when I beat his newly mutated dog, and he extorted 50,000 from me afterward. Besides, this woman is already damaged and of no use to me. I kindly pressed the button for the basement and hurried back home. I stood by the balcony window, looking at the world outside as if a deity had flipped the switch for evolution. All the flora and fauna began to grow astonishingly. The small trees shot up to 30 meters in the blink of an eye. There were stray cats as large as Tibetan mastiffs and half-meter-long rats, creating a huge visual impact. I clenched my fist tightly. As long as people are alive, there will always be hope. Moreover, I'm a game streamer, earning 6 to 7,000 a month, with no rent pressure, so I live quite comfortably. It's instinct for a homebody to stock up on food at home, be it snacks, instant meals, or instant noodles. But a common man is innocent. Possessing wealth can bring trouble. When I went to the supermarket, my purchases were visible to the neighbors. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, they broke into my home, beat me to the brink of death, stole all my food, and eventually died in their prestigious school. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The tenfold transformation system has been bound to the host. As long as the target meets the system's requirements, everything given will undergo a tenfold transformation. If transformation is not possible, it will be returned 1,000-fold. Additionally, it grants infinite space and scanning capabilities. Currently, there are 2 qualified women nearby. I looked at the 2 virtual screens in front of me. One displayed a map, while the other showed basic information. Name, Lin Jingyun, age, 33, a woman with normal values, rated 9 stars for appearance, meets system requirements. Name, Chen Jiao, age, 26, a woman with normal values, rated 8 stars for appearance, meets system requirements. After reviewing their profiles, my expression turned peculiar. It just so happened that I knew both of them. Lin Jingyun is my neighbor, living right next door, and she's a stunning young married woman. Chen Jiao is a well-known beauty transformation blogger, a goddess to countless boys, and I often come across her videos. I sat on the sofa, pondering whether to approach Lin Jingyun first since she lived right next door. The opportunity was ripe. Just then, a panicked scream rang out, and I immediately stood up and rushed to the kitchen. I caught sight of Lin Jingyun in a nightgown, leaning against the windowsill, while in front of her, a cat was growing at a visible rate, its eyes blood-red, filled with brutality and wildness. There was no time to think. Lin Jingyun was one of my targets, and I couldn't let her get hurt. I opened the window and shouted to the bewildered Lin Jingyun, "Run! It's coming from the side. If you don't run now, it will be too late." Hearing my voice, Lin Jingyun turned abruptly and locked eyes with me, confused. "Don't worry about that. Just run out. If you wait, you'll be the first one to be eaten." This was Lin Jingyun's first experience with something like this, and she seemed a bit overwhelmed and flustered. "If you want to die, stay there. If you want to live, come out. I'll catch you at the door." I wasn't sure how to approach Lin Jingyun, but I didn't expect her pet cat to be so aggressive. If it came into my house, there would be no turning back. With my shout and the cat being genuinely fierce at that moment, Lin Jingyun instinctively ran out, just as the door was closing. The cat, as large as a Tibetan mastiff, bared its fangs and rushed toward us with a fierce expression. Terrified, she hurriedly slammed the door shut. The door shook violently, clearly from the mutated cat crashing into it. Lin Jingyun was so scared that she backed away from the door. I waved her in, saying, "Hurry inside. It's gone crazy out there." Lin Jingyun shivered nervously, her suburban charm making her look even more captivating. "Thank you, handsome." Once inside and calmed down, Lin Jingyun realized her attire was inappropriate. How could she wear such a revealing nightgown in front of a stranger? Realizing her embarrassing situation, Lin Jingyun sat on the sofa, her face flushed with a mix of red and white, her long legs tightly together, her toes unconsciously curling. "Thank you for saving me." To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lin Jingyun started a conversation. I waved my hand dismissively, looking at Lin Jingyun with a smirk. It's nothing. I have enough food here to last over a month, but you can't just eat and drink for free, right? Lin Jingyun quickly replied, I can pay you for the food. I laughed. The mutated plants and beasts outside don't recognize cash. In this situation, money is the most useless thing. Lin Jingyun looked down, gripping her skirt tightly. Then what do you want? I have nothing but money, but my phone is at home, so I can't even transfer funds. I looked her up and down, this exquisite woman, and said without hesitation, I want you. Lin Jingyun was taken aback, and upon realizing what I meant, her cheeks flushed instantly. She didn't expect this homebody young man to say such a thing. You're saying you want me? Lin Jingyun didn't know. I wasn't shy or timid, just too lazy to interact with people. I nodded. Yes, it's you. Absolutely not. Lin Jingyun rejected me without a second thought. I didn't press the issue, pointing towards the door. The door is over there. Take your time leaving, but don't go outside the neighborhood. There are mutated beasts everywhere. Just like your pet cat. Seeing me so resolute, Lin Jingyun felt pressured. You're really this determined? Are you sure you won't reconsider? Maybe I would agree if you tried a little harder. Lin Jingyun's mood had just settled, but upon hearing that there were monsters outside, her heart sank completely. He really has nowhere else to go. How about we negotiate again? I can be your housekeeper. I can cook, do laundry, and clean. No, before Lin Jingyun could finish, I interrupted and refused. Lin Jingyun had a long face, mentally pleading, can't I just agree? I smiled triumphantly, tossed a bucket of beef noodles over, and said, here, eat this to fill your stomach first. As Lin Jingyun caught it, a system prompt flashed in my mind. Invested in Lin Jingyun, 1 bucket of beef noodles. Congratulations! You have received 10,000 buckets of beef noodles. I felt a surge of joy. Food was temporarily taken care of, now on to serious matters. After about 5 seconds, I got up, took 2 bottles of purified water from the fridge, and tossed one to Lin Jingyun. Invested in Lin Jingyun, 1 bottle of purified water. Congratulations! You have received 10,000 bottles of purified water. Hearing the pleasant system notification in my mind, I couldn't help but smile. Now I needed to think about how to arm myself. Does the system have any methods to help me become stronger? Humans can awaken, abilities can be activated through purification and consumption. Survive a certain amount of virus exposure to awaken immediately, or find and consume ability fruits to awaken. I stroked my chin, deep in thought, then suddenly stood up and ran towards the living room balcony. On the living room balcony, there were many potted plants, including a pot of seasonal chrysanthemums. At the top of the seasonal orange plant, a golden, round fruit was growing. It looked completely different from the surrounding fruits. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the ability fruit. I plucked the fruit and was about to eat it myself, but paused just before it reached my mouth, almost making a big mistake. I took the fruit to the bedroom, ate it, and while speaking, tossed the seasonal orange to Lin Jingyun. Lin Jingyun picked up the fruit, looking at me in surprise. What is this? I didn't explain much, casually said it was an orange. Lin Jingyun tried to peel it, but I stopped him, and he ended up eating it whole. Invested in a fine ability fruit, quality change return penalty. Please choose between the God-level ability Crystal Master and 10,000 ordinary fine ability fruits. Choose one. Normally, choosing the larger quantity would be more cost-effective, but items labeled as God-level are usually not simple. System, I choose the God-level fine ability Star Master. In an instant, I felt my body changing, my skin turned bright red, as hot as a furnace. Not only me, but Lin Jingyun was also changing. His fair skin was visibly turning bright red, as if he had been placed in a steamer. Lin Jingyun started to panic. What's happening to me? Seeing me in the same state, he nearly cried out, You're not poisonous, are you? I was somewhat speechless at his reaction. Just be quiet and evolve, awaken your abilities. Half an hour later, we finally completed our evolution. Feeling the power surging within my body, I felt like I could punch a hole in the sky. Of course, this was just the brain's distorted perception after a surge of power, commonly referred to as feeling euphoric. In addition to enhanced physical attributes, I also gained the ability to manipulate metal within a diameter of 100 meters, allowing me to control any metal within that range. I clenched my fists, thinking of the neighbors who had harmed me in my past life. My gaze turned icy. This time, I would enjoy playing with you all. This time, I'll be the hunter. I awakened the ability to manipulate metal, and Lin Jingyun excitedly jumped on the bed. He leaped off and dove into my arms. Thank you. I no longer have any lingering grudges against you. He was willing to give away such a precious item to me. If it were Lin Jingyun, he thought he could never be that generous. However, Lin Jingyun didn't know that I gave it to him first just to trigger the 10,000-fold return. He might have benefited, but I would never lose. Time quietly slipped into the evening, and thick white fog rolled in from nowhere, enveloping the globe in less than a minute. The temperature gradually dropped, finally settling at minus 25 degrees Celsius. I turned on the air conditioning to maximum warmth and put on my winter clothes. At that moment, Lin Jingyun came out of the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming hot dishes. With a total of 5 dishes on the table, they looked delicious and tempting, but I wondered how they would taste. Lin Jingyun placed a bowl of steaming rice in front of me, then sat across from me, eagerly watching. How does my cooking taste? I picked up a piece of beef and put it in my mouth, then gave a thumbs up. It tasted good, the beef was tender, and the sauce was flavorful. Don't just stare. Eat up. Lin Jingyun nodded, picked up a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth. As expected, your skills haven't diminished at all. Invested in Lin Jingyun, 1 piece of beef, triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving 100 gene of beef. Invested in Lin Jingyun, 1 potato, triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving 100 gene of potatoes. Hearing the pleasant notification in my mind, I couldn't help but smile. Eat up, eat more. As long as Lin Jingyun eats any food, my infinite space will fill up with resources. Suddenly, my phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was a group message from the homeowners. Property manager Lao Zhang tagged all members. Whoever has excess food, I will buy it for double the market price. User I am your father replied, in this situation, who would complain about having too much food? User Family Harmony said, at times like this, we must unite. We can overcome these difficulties. Special circumstances require special handling. I suggest we pool our resources and distribute them evenly each day. This way, we can survive longer. I'll set an example. User Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior replied, with your meager resources, who would want to pool them and share evenly? You old fool, shameless. Next, in the homeowners group, Family Harmony and Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior began to argue. I thought for a moment and sent a message in the group. User End of Eastern Han Dynasty to Plague is looking to acquire a new type of fruit. Find me for a private chat if you discover it. Just confirming, I can exchange food for it. Once this message was sent, most people's attention was drawn to it, and some asked what this fruit was used for. I casually brushed it off, saying that I found the fruit quite interesting and planned to study it. The homeowners couldn't think of any uses for it, so they changed the topic. I chatted in the group for a while and then went quiet, mainly explaining where the fruit might grow. People generally won't easily consume unknown things. If someone discovers it, they will likely come to exchange food. Now that I had awakened my abilities, I still lacked a weapon. After a moment of thought, I got up, went to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and walked towards Lin Jingyun. This is for you. Catching the kitchen knife, Lin Jingyun looked puzzled, not understanding why I was giving him a knife. Did I want him to cook again because he was hungry? Invested in Lin Jingyun, 1 kitchen knife, triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving 100 alloy straight knives. After several rounds of investments and returns, I had a general understanding of the return mechanism. If the quality of the returned item is generally the same as in reality, the quantity will be around 10,000. If the quality of the returned item can be improved, the quality will increase while the quantity decreases. I took out 2 alloy straight knives from my space. The handle was 25 centimeters long, and the blade was 95 centimeters long, shorter than a spring knife or a saber, but longer than a tangdao. I tossed one to Lin Jingyun as a gift. You need to learn to protect yourself from now on. Seeing the new toy, Lin Jingyun tossed away the small, broken knife, hugging the alloy knife as if he couldn't part with it. He nodded repeatedly at my words. Just then, my phone rang. I took it out and saw the notification. It was actually the borderline streamer, Wang Xiaoye. Hey, Yang Chen, do you have any food at home? Can you send me some? I haven't eaten anything all day, I'm so hungry. Yang Chen thought for a moment, recalling information about this Yuer. Yuer, whose real name is Wang Xiaoye, is a fringe streamer on the Zhiyin short video platform. Yang Chen met Wang Xiaoye at a streamer conference held in Jiangcheng, and later felt a sense of fate since they lived in the same building, so he added her contact information. Generally, those who can be fringe streamers have decent looks. At that time, Yang Chen added her contact out of curiosity to see if they could get along. However, when he realized that this woman wanted to dangle herself in front of him like bait, he decisively withdrew. But during the time they interacted, Wang Xiaoye had gained a basic understanding of Yang Chen's household. Perhaps other neighbors didn't know how much food Yang Chen had, but she surely had a rough idea. As a fringe streamer, Wang Xiaoye didn't cook and had no habit of stockpiling food at home. During peacetime, she either dined at high-end restaurants invited by others or ordered takeout at home. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, her home had nothing but tap water, at most a few snacks left, but that wouldn't suffice to stave off hunger. At this moment, Wang Xiaoye saw Yang Chen's message in the owner group and immediately thought of Yang Squirrel Sun. Yang Chen looked at the message with a cold smile. In his past life, Wang Xiaoye was among those who broke into his home, and it was even she who led others there. In a big city's community, the relationships between neighbors aren't that close. Some people live for years without knowing who lives above or below them. In such cases, it would be hard for those neighbors to pinpoint where Yang Chen lived. But Wang Xiaoye, this woman led those people, making it easy for them to find Yang Chen's doorstep. One could say that Wang Xiaoye was one of Yang Chen's main enemies. Sorry, the landlord's family has no surplus food either. Tonight my standard of living has dropped to 5 dishes and a soup. Image, I can't help you. You might as well ask if there are any kind-hearted people willing to share some food with you. Don't you have many good brothers? Wang Xiaoye's home. The air conditioning was cranked up to the maximum, and Wang Xiaoye wrapped herself tightly in a thick quilt. She had streamed until the early morning last night and slept until noon, waking up to a world that had drastically changed outside. In this situation, there were no delivery workers to bring her takeout. At noon, she relied on the half bag of chips and a few cookies left at home to get by. But that wasn't enough to stave off hunger. She hadn't eaten breakfast in the morning, and with such a meager lunch, by evening, Wang Xiaoye's stomach was painfully hungry. Unable to bear it any longer, she decided to check her list for any big spenders. Just then, the owner group was buzzing with conversation, and when Wang Xiaoye opened it, she saw a familiar face looking to acquire a new type of fruit. At that moment, she remembered Yang Chen, the fish that had jumped out of the pond. Thinking of Yang Chen's squirrel-like attributes, Wang Xiaoye immediately became excited. If she could get her hands on Yang Chen's food, her chances of surviving until rescue arrived would be much greater. Thus, she sent the earlier message. But when Wang Xiaoye saw Yang Chen's reply in the picture, she was dumbfounded. Even with a lowered standard of living, he still had 5 dishes and a soup, and it was 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. Just how high was his standard of living before the disaster? Looking at the delicious-looking braised pork, the tender stewed beef, and the clear bone corn soup in the picture, Wang Xiaoye's stomach betrayed her and growled. Resentment towards Yang Chen quietly grew in her heart. Why does he have so much food? And why can't he share a little with me? I even let him see the beautiful photos on my social media before. But she wasn't foolish. Arguing with Yang Chen at this time would be useless. Unlike her sycophants, Yang Chen wouldn't become a sycophant for beauty. She needed to soften her approach. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xiaoye sent a voice message in a sweet tone. It's me, your brother Yang Chen. I'm really hungry right now. It's so cold outside, and there are so many monsters out there. Can you come pick me up? I can keep you warm in bed and allow you to do a little bit of naughty things, okay? Ding dong. A message came back from the other side. Late Eastern Han Dynasty chicken plague. Sorry, the warm bed quota is already full. Image. The image was a selfie of Lin Jinyun, dressed in a black lace camisole, her delicate white shoulders and collarbone exposed, leaning against Yang Chen's shoulder. Upon seeing this photo, Wang Xiaoye was instantly dumbfounded. She had seen Lin Jinyun before, the famous mature woman in this building. She had encountered her a few times. As a woman herself, Wang Xiaoye had to admit that Lin Jinyun's mature charm was extremely attractive, even more so to men who think with their lower bodies. But the issue now wasn't about praising her beauty. It was that she had taken her place. That place should have been hers. All the food in Yang Chen's house should have been hers. Now another woman had moved in and was consuming her food, which Wang Xiaoye could not tolerate. As a selfish and self-centered woman, Wang Xiaoye had subconsciously regarded Yang Chen's resources as her own. Now that someone else was eating that food, it felt like they were robbing her pocket. Wang Xiaoye quickly sent a message. It's me, your brother Yang Chen. How can you be with a woman like this? She's already married and brings home different men every day. You should kick this kind of slut out. Yang Chen did not reply to the message again. At Yang Chen's home. Heave ho, heave ho. With the system, Yang Chen naturally did not believe Wang Xiaoye's words. Lin Jinyun could withstand the system's scrutiny. She was not that kind of woman. Wang Xiaoye was purely jealous and trying to smear Lin Jinyun's reputation. Fire coverage. Kill the mutated cat. Fire coverage. Kill the mutated cat. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, the thick fog outside dissipated. 6 o'clock in the evening, early 6 o'clock in the morning, equivalent to 12 hours of thick fog covering Blue Star. The situation in the west was unclear, but it was like this in Huaxia. The next day, Yang Chen opened his eyes at 10 in the morning. Waking Lin Jinyun, Yang Chen said, "Today we will go to your house to deal with that mutated beast and then move all your things back." Lin Jinyun nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Okay. Walking to the kitchen, Lin Jinyun began preparing breakfast for the day. She took out semi-finished fried chicken and fries burgers from the refrigerator. Lin Jinyun busied herself in the kitchen. Half an hour later, breakfast was served on the table. A Western fast food breakfast. The two of them leisurely finished their breakfast. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's fried chicken, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 pieces of fried chicken. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's spicy chicken leg burger, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 spicy chicken leg burgers. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Coca-Cola, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bottles of Coca-Cola. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's fries, 100 pieces, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 million fries. In Yang Chan's infinite space, piles of burgers, fries, and fried chicken appeared out of thin air, and they were all cooked, ready to eat. Time in the infinite space was frozen, so Yang Chen didn't have to worry about food spoiling. This was just one Lin Jinyun. What if there were a few more goddesses? Yang Chen couldn't even imagine the scene then. He would probably never finish eating the food. Food wasn't even the main point. The amazing investment 10,000 times return system could also return 10,000 times on ability fruits and weapons. An ordinary gold type ability could directly return 10,000 times into a god level gold type ability, Master of Gold. Yang Chen, at the first level, could control any metallic substance within a 100-meter diameter. As for the limits, Yang Chen didn't know. So far, he hadn't really used his abilities. After finishing breakfast, Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun dressed neatly and went out. Lin Jinyun was panting in Yang Chen's jeans and jacket, tightly gripping a metal knife as she followed him. That mutated cat is your pet that mutated. You wouldn't hesitate to kill her, would you? Yang Chen asked Lin Jinyun at her doorstep. Lin Jinyun quickly shook her head. What are you joking about? If you hadn't reminded me yesterday, I would have already died at the hands of that reverse girl. And besides, she is no longer Nyonyo. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's good. In the apocalypse, what kind of people do people hate the most? Not the utterly evil villains, but the saints and the saintly bitches. A saint might put you in danger. A saintly bitch will definitely put you in danger. In the current apocalypse, if you encounter these two types of people, just kill them if you can. The quick will have, the slow will not. Yang Chen activated the Golden Sovereign. With him as the center, all metallic substances within 100 meters were within his perception range. He could directly manipulate all the metallic substances in Lin Jinyun's home, controlling them from a distance. But he couldn't see through the iron door, so he couldn't confirm the location of the mutated cat. He still needed to open the door. Yang Chen raised his hand and made a grasping motion in front of him. The security window on Lin Jinyun's balcony was forcibly torn down, disassembled, and reassembled into a palm made of rebar, slowly moving near the door. Use your abilities to open the door. Yang Chen's ability was the god level of the metal system, Golden Sovereign. Lin Jinyun's ability was similar to Yang Chen's. She could also manipulate metal, called metal manipulation. Lin Jinyun nodded, her delicate hand grasping the doorknob, activating her metal manipulation. The mechanism inside the door lock was unlocked, and with a gentle twist of the doorknob, the door opened. When the door opened, there was no sign of the mutated cat inside. Lin Jinyun tentatively called out, "Nyonyo, meow." Suddenly, a sharp cat's cry rang out from above them. They saw a golden tabby cat, the size of a Tibetan mastiff, with its sharp claws embedded in the ceiling, its massive body hanging upside down, staring at the two at the door, baring its sharp teeth and letting out a piercing scream. The two looked in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing the mutated cat, their hearts skipped a beat. Even Yang Chen was no exception. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he faced a mutated beast directly. The visual impact was quite explosive. Feline animals are already at the top of the food chain. If they got any bigger, would anyone be able to survive? However, Yang Chen didn't freeze. The moment he saw the mutated cat, he controlled the security net palm to crash forward. But the cat's reflexes were very strong. The mutated cat leaped lightly to dodge the palm's impact, moving its agile limbs with fierce eyes, pouncing towards the two at the door. Seeing this, Yang Chen pushed Lin Jinyun aside. 10,000 blades returned to origin. An infinite space door opened in front of him, and one by one, gleaming, razor-sharp alloy knives shot out from the infinite space door. With the enhancement of Yang Chen's Golden Sovereign, the speed of the knives increased, colliding head-on with the mutated cat. Dozens of knife marks suddenly appeared on the mutated cat's body. Some were deep, some shallow. Its golden fur was stained with red blood. Several alloy knives were directly embedded in the mutated cat's flesh. The pain made the mutated cat let out sharp cries. Meow, meow, meow. It exerted its limbs, quickly distancing itself from Yang Chen. But Yang Chen didn't give it a chance to escape. He controlled the alloy knives to continue the pursuit. Knowing one's own family matters. Yang Chen was just a game streamer. He didn't know any knife techniques or martial arts. The only martial art he learned in this life was the military boxing from university military training. With his meager skills, he took a metal knife and went to wrestle with the mutated cat. Had he gone mad? This way of fighting was quite good. He didn't have to come into direct contact with the mutated cat. The security screen at the door provided him with some defense. Pft, pft, pft. The mutated cat's reactions and speed were very quick. But in such a small space, it had nowhere to unleash its abilities. The metal knife danced in the air, filling the living room. No matter where the mutated cat ran, it would get hit a few times. It could also smash a window and jump down. But this was the 31st floor. Falling down would mean certain death. Cats were inherently smart, and after mutation, they were even more cunning. The mutated cat knew that jumping down would lead to its demise. Meow, meow, meow. Pft, pft, pft. Yang Chen showed no mercy, calmly maneuvering the metal knife to attack the mutated cat. More and more metal knives pierced into the mutated cat's flesh. After a dozen seconds, the mutated cat lay on the ground, barely alive, blood flowing from its wounds, its body filled with metal knives, resembling a hedgehog. In the end, the mutated cat died. Ah, if I could pair this with a powerful defensive ability, wouldn't I be a war machine? Anyone who comes would be under fire. The way to strengthen abilities by killing the mutated cat. Yang Chen retracted the 98 metal knives into the infinite space, and the security screen was tossed to the ground as he walked into the living room with Lin Jinyun. Looking at the mutated cat's corpse, Lin Jinyun's expression was complex, letting out a quiet sigh. After all, it was a cat she had raised for several years. It would be a lie to say she felt no emotion. But her cat, Nyo-Nyo, was already dead. In this mutation, it had turned into a beast that preyed on others. Lin Jinyun was not the type to engage in self-inflicted emotional turmoil. After a simple adjustment of her mood, she smiled at Yang Chen and said, "I still have a lot of food at home. Let's move it all back." "Okay." Yang Chen nodded, his gaze falling on the mutated cat. "But before that, I'll throw this mutated cat's corpse down. There's a corpse next door. Just thinking about it feels uncomfortable." Lin Jinyun did not refuse. She first found her phone, then went to the kitchen to gather the food. Yang Chen grabbed the mutated cat by the scruff of its neck and dragged it toward the balcony window. Unintentionally, Yang Chen's palm brushed against the back of the mutated cat's head. Suddenly, he felt a warm current flowing from the cat's head through his palm and spreading throughout his body. In an instant, Yang Chen felt warm all over. Yang Chen was taken aback, loosening his grip to carefully sense the changes happening within him. What's going on? The warm current came quickly and left just as fast. After the warmth disappeared, Yang Chen felt that his physical abilities had been enhanced. Both his strength and reaction speed were slightly stronger than before. Could it be that there's a substance in the mutated beast's brain that allows ability users to continue growing stronger? At that moment, Yang Chen had the urge to pry open the mutated cat's skull and check. But he didn't do that. He dragged the mutated cat's corpse to the balcony and threw it out the window. After doing all this, Yang Chen washed his hands at the kitchen faucet. Then he and Lin Jinyun began to tidy up the food in the kitchen. Lin Jinyun had a monthly allowance of 500,000, with no pressure from mortgage or car loans. Aside from saving 300,000 each month, she spent the remaining 200,000 entirely on herself. She certainly wouldn't skimp on food. The steak was cherry blossom wagyu. The foie gras was from France. The vegetables, fruits, and snacks were all top-notch. Yang Chen gathered them all into the infinite space. Besides metal abilities, I also want space storage abilities. As long as you follow me well, you won't have to worry about food in the future. Lin Jinyun shot Yang Chen a glance, pouting, "You just like to bully people. Ha ha. Aunt Lin, do you do yoga?" "Of course, I can practice yoga now." "Really? Then teach me." "I heard that yoga is an ancient Indian practice. I wonder if it has unexpected effects in today's world." "Sure." About 2.5 minutes later, Lin Jinyun came out wearing gray yoga pants and a pink tank top. "I'll show you how to practice yoga." "Teach me, I want to learn too." The third day after the disaster broke out, at Lin Jinyun's home. The next day, the two packed everything usable in the house into the infinite space and returned to Yang Chen's home. In the midst of the disaster, the outside world would only become more dangerous. Mutated beasts like the mutated cats were everywhere. Without sufficient power to protect himself, Yang Chen had no intention of leaving the community. After all, his supplies were enough to last until the end of time, and he wasn't afraid at all, just surviving. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they think of lust. With basic needs met, it was time to think about entertainment. He couldn't just follow Lin Jinyun around exercising all day. could he? This power bank is a gift for you. Yang Chen took out a brick and handed it to Lin Jinyun. It was a 50,000 mAh high-capacity power bank, the largest in Yang Chen's collection. Lin Jinyun was taken aback, confused as she accepted the power bank. Why are you giving me a power bank? It's so big. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's 50,000 mAh power bank triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 fully charged 50,000 mAh power banks. With nothing to do, Yang Chen started to invest in Lin Jinyun for 10,000-fold returns. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's fruit tablet triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 fruit tablets. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's sanitary napkins triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 packs of sanitary napkins. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's Sony game console triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 Sony game consoles. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's 23 game cartridges triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 230,000 random games. Ding! Lin Jinyun was very confused. What was this man doing? Giving her all sorts of strange things. Forget it. It didn't matter. Ding dong! At that moment, both Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun's phones rang simultaneously. Taking them out, they saw it was a message sent to all homeowners. However, the name of the homeowner group had changed. It was previously the homeowner group for Building 1, Unit 3 of Jinqiu City. Now it had become the Disaster Mutual Aid Group. Mutual aid? This term seemed particularly ironic in a world where desire and ugliness were infinitely magnified. Disaster Mutual Aid Group. Rich Young Master Luo Hai, all members, latest news. The military stationed in Jiangcheng has begun cleanup and rescue operations. The former Jiangcheng 1st Military District has become a refuge. Everyone hold on. Rescue will arrive soon. As soon as this news came out, it was like a thunderclap, and all the lurking homeowners began to bubble up. Peppa Pig, really? That's great, finally, there's hope. I knew the authorities wouldn't abandon us, sob. I'm Zhang Xiaomei, Rich Young Master Luo. Do you have specific news on when the rescue will reach us in Jinqiu City? We really have no food at home. Gigi Bao, is the news accurate? It can't be fake, right? Rich Young Master Luo Hai, Gigi Bao, the information my uncle gave me. How could it be fake? Do you know who my uncle is? If you don't believe it, then forget it. The military refuge, news about the new ability fruit. Rich Young Master Luo Hai's reputation in the homeowner group was quite prominent. He was a rich second generation with a strong background. It was said that he even had connections with the authorities. Now that he said this, everyone immediately believed it 9 out of 10 times. For a time, compliments for Rich Young Master Luo Hai flooded the group. The flattery was incessant. Yang Chen had seen this news in his previous life. He had also been excited because of this news. But, in the first month after the disaster broke out, there was no sign of military rescue coming to their Jingxiacheng community or the nearby areas. Their hope of waiting for military aid in Jingxiacheng was destined to be dashed. Anyway, Yang Chen would not place his hopes on the elusive rescue. The messages in the group were still rolling in. Rich Kid Luo Hai, don't worry, my uncle said the army has already started advancing eastward from the west, and I believe it won't be long before they reach our Jingxiacheng community. Anonymous, what the hell? Advancing from west to east? Luo Xiao, do you even know where we are? Furthest east. If you go any further east, you'll hit the sea. We're the farthest from the military district's refuge. Old man Zhang, young people, my family has run out of food. Which kind-hearted young person can bring me some food? Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of Huaxia. You young people must not forget it. Aunt Li, does anyone have chocolate? My grandson hasn't had chocolate for 3 days. These two were heavyweight figures. Old man Zhang, who loved thrift and scavenging, had his floor's hallway piled high with garbage. The smell was unbearable, and the residents on his floor discussed how this old man would just lie on the ground, refusing to get up, trying to extort them. He would always sway down from above, rummaging through any discarded garbage bags at people's doorsteps, leaving a mess behind. Aunt Li, the leader of the square dance, would gather her so-called sisters every night to dance in the community, blasting the sound system at maximum volume, seriously disturbing the peace. Her grandson was even more notorious. He scratched someone's car in the community, and when she went over, she threw a fit, causing the car owner endless headaches, and in the end, even the police couldn't handle him. In short, these were two old scoundrels. It echoed the saying online, it's not that the elderly have turned bad, but that bad people have grown old. Usually, everyone could tolerate these two old rascals, but seeing them causing trouble now made everyone snap back. The two old scoundrels angrily accused everyone in the group of lacking filial piety and disrespecting the elderly. Late Eastern Han Dynasty Chicken Plague, filial piety is for the elderly at home. What are you even? Peppa Pig, exactly. Chicken Plague is right. What kind of scum are you to deserve our filial piety? Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, I suggest you either drop dead on the spot or put down your phone and stop affecting everyone's mood in the group. Yang Chen did not directly exit the group chat. Instead, he posted an advertisement. Late Eastern Han Dynasty Chicken Plague, has anyone noticed strange fruits growing on their plants? I can trade food with you. I have an interest in researching novel things. As soon as this was said, the chat direction in the group shifted. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, bro, I don't have any green plants at home. Can I trade you something else? How about some huazi? Or mautai would work too. Peppa Pig, I do have green plants at home, but I haven't seen any strange fruits growing. Rich Kid Luo Hai, do you have that much food? Don't come back and say you're fooling everyone. Seeing is believing. Don't let this guy trick you. I'm Zhang Xiaomei, exactly. What Luo Xiao said is right. Everyone knows food is precious at this time. Who would trade it? Be careful, he might just be toying with you, treating you like dogs. Seeing this message, Yang Chen smiled. With a thought, the infinite space gate opened, and a large amount of food fell out, piling up into a small mountain. There were buckets of fried chicken, hamburgers, chips, Pepsi, dozens of pounds of fresh beef, and so on. Yang Chen took a photo and sent it to the group. Accompanying the photo, he wrote, Late Eastern Han Dynasty Chicken Plague, there's plenty of food. Image, as soon as the photo was posted, the group instantly erupted. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, damn, bro, are you a squirrel? How can you hoard so much? The Black Wheel King, this food is piled up like a mountain. Brother, sell me some to eat. I'm willing to pay 10 times the market price. My family has run out of food. The Fat Goose, yeah, my food can't last for many days either. Brother, help me out. Xenu, nationwide flight brother, it seems my drainage pipe is broken. Can you come to my house to help me fix it? I'll pay you. Family harmony brings prosperity. Young man, in times of disaster, we should help each other and move forward together. That way, we can live longer. My suggestion is to concentrate resources and distribute them. Besides, a lot of your food isn't suitable for storage, it will spoil if left too long. It's better to help those in need. Don't you think I'm right? Blossoms bring wealth, old son is right, young man. You can't be confused at a time like this. My son wants to eat a hamburger. If you bring some over, I won't take advantage of you. I'll pay you. Is $5 enough? Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, screw you. Your son wanting a hamburger has nothing to do with me. If he wants one, you go get it for him. Blossoms bring wealth. How can you talk like that? No matter what, I'm your elder, and you dare to curse at me. Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, damn it, I'm cursing you, you old scoundrel. Blossoms bring wealth. You. Blossoms bring wealth was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, if you can't speak, just go die. Don't waste air being alive, and don't bury yourself. My suggestion is to hang yourself. Family harmony brings prosperity. Young man, this is where you're wrong. What happened to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young in Huaxia? Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, you can roll too. After sending this message, Yang Chen directly exited the group chat interface. These people were still not hungry enough. After all, the older generation in Huaxia almost all had the habit of stockpiling food for a few days at home. It was only the third day of the apocalypse. They probably still had some rations left. Aunt Lin. Wrapping his arm around Lin Jinyan's fragrant shoulder, Yang Chen found Chen Jiao's user account in the group chat and said, You contact this woman and see if you can bring her in. Lin Jinyan nodded and added Chen Jiao's blue star number with her phone. It was quickly approved. Lin Jinyan didn't rush to speak. She first browsed through Chen Jiao's moments. After seeing Chen Jiao's appearance, Lin Jinyan asked, This girl is really pretty. Are you interested? Yang Chen didn't hide it, nodding and smiling. Don't you think it's great to have a woman who can do everything? She can play any role you want. Lin Jinyan huffed. Alright then, I'll see if I can bring this sister in. Ding dong. At that moment, Yang Chen's phone rang with a message notification. He picked it up and saw it was a friend request. The note read, I have the strange fruit you want. Seeing the note, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He accepted the friend request. Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, send me a picture of the fruit to see. Wood type ability fruit. Wood type ability fruit. The other side didn't hesitate and immediately sent Yang Chen a photo. Opening the photo, what came into view was a daffodil. Right after that was a plump fruit that was entirely emerald green. The appearance of the fruit was the same as the one Yang Chen had received before. It was just that the color had changed to emerald green. This was indeed an ability fruit. Confirming that the other side really had the ability fruit, Yang Chen immediately sent a message back. Late Eastern Han Chicken Plague, this is indeed the kind I want. How much food do you plan to ask for? Ding dong. The other side sent a message. 1 box of instant noodles, 1 pack of purified water, 10 hamburgers, 10 chocolate bars, blah blah blah. The other side was indeed asking for a lot, listing a bunch of food that would last a person for over a month. Yang Chen sneered, not indulging the person opposite him. You can keep this fruit for yourself. He couldn't show too much enthusiasm for the ability fruit. If he agreed too readily, it might raise the other person's suspicion and alertness. They might wonder what this fruit was really for, and why the fool opposite was willing to trade so much food for it. Even if he didn't dare to eat the ability fruit, it was certain that the other person would use it to manipulate Yang Chen. Therefore, Yang Chen would not give him that opportunity at all. Moreover, he was unwilling to part with so much food, even though it was just a drop in the bucket for him. Hey, brother, don't be like that. Why don't you negotiate? A deal isn't set in stone. You can make a counteroffer, and I'll see if I can accept it. At most half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water, nothing more. If you want more, take your fruit and see if anyone else wants it. The other side was silent for a while before finally responding. After agreeing on a trading location, Yang Chen took Lin Jinyun and headed out with half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. Although he had been active with Lin Jinyun several times, it didn't mean he fully trusted her. Lin Jinyun was still in his observation period, and during this time, he would remain cautious around her. The trading location was on the rooftop. It was an isolated area, not easily discovered by other neighbors. The other party was a refined man wearing glasses. When he saw Yang Chen and the others arrive, his gaze lingered on Lin Jinyun for 7 or 8 seconds, 3 seconds longer than on Yang Chen. Indeed, beautiful women always attracted attention wherever they went. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and smiled at Yang Chen, asking, "Which one of you is the one causing the trouble?" "I am," Yang Chen replied, sizing up the bespectacled man before getting straight to the point. "Where's the stuff?" The bespectacled man didn't hesitate. He pulled out a tightly wrapped black garbage bag from his pocket and took out a bright green fruit from inside. "Brother, what exactly is this fruit for?" the bespectacled man asked with a smile. He was also probing, trying to see if he could extract some information about the fruit from Yang Chen. Yang Chen frowned, looking at the bespectacled man as if he were an idiot. "If I knew, would I still be researching it? Are you trading or not? If not, I can leave, who knows what dangers are out there." Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, the bespectacled man immediately panicked. Compared to a fruit whose effects were unknown, he preferred to obtain some food and water. As long as he had food and water, he could survive longer, increasing the chances of military rescue. Hey, I'll trade. Brother, don't go. Bang! Yang Chen threw a box of instant noodles in front of the bespectacled man. Inside is half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. The bespectacled man checked it over, confirming it was indeed food and water, and immediately smiled. Here. The bespectacled man handed the ability fruit to Yang Chen, excitedly picking up the box of instant noodles. Yang Chen had no intention of lingering on the balcony. Once he got the ability fruit, he took Lin Jinyun and left. Watching the two depart, especially Lin Jinyun's graceful and mature curves, the bespectacled man felt a wave of envy, envious of Yang Chen's ability to be with this woman anytime, anywhere. At the same time, he felt jealousy, wondering why he couldn't take his place. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this woman seemed to be married, but that young man's age was clearly not that of her husband. Goodness! In the midst of disaster, having food meant one could do as they pleased. After taking a deep look at their departing figures, he also ran down alone, clutching the box of instant noodles. At Yang Chen's home, he toyed with the ability fruit in his hands. Under close observation, he became more certain. This thing was indeed a supernatural fruit. It was the same as what he had discovered on the seasonal orange on the first day of the disaster, just a different color. Yang Chen thought to himself, the one on the seasonal orange was golden, and both Aunt Lin and I awakened gold-type abilities. This one is green. Could it awaken wood-type abilities? It was very possible. He then asked in his mind, "System, I have already awakened my abilities. If I eat the supernatural fruit, can I awaken again?" The system quickly responded, "Yes. The host can collect the 8 major elemental abilities and fuse them into a super divine ability, Elemental God." Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded secretly, his heart shocked beyond measure. He had originally thought that divine abilities were already impressive, but he didn't expect there to be something even more powerful above that. Super divine abilities. Just hearing it sounded more impressive than divine abilities. The 8 major elements. Should be gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and ice, the 8 natural elements of the world. Now he already had gold and wood, but he was still missing 6 of the 8 elements. Yang Chen did not plan to give the wood-type supernatural fruit to Lin Jinyun. She already had gold-type abilities. Yang Chen intended to keep it for Chen Jiayao. This way, when she gained her abilities, he could trigger a 10,000-fold return and obtain a divine wood-type ability. After putting the wood-type supernatural fruit into the infinite space, Yang Chen smiled at Lin Jinyun and asked, "What are you looking at?" Lin Jinyun curiously asked, "Isn't this the fruit that helped us awaken our abilities before?" Yang Chen nodded, "That's right." Lin Jinyun smiled, "You're so bad. You traded half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water for someone else's supernatural fruit." Yang Chen shrugged non-committally, who told him not to know the value. "And what do you mean I'm bad? This is clearly a normal trade." Lin Jinyun pouted, "You sure can talk." Yang Chen replied, "Why don't you give it a try?" Lin Jinyun's pretty face flushed red, but thinking about it, it was indeed possible. I help him, he helps me. Mutual assistance, after all. Taking advantage of the internet and power still being on, Yang Chen began to learn about the current situation in various places during the apocalypse online. Lin Jinyun was chatting with Chen Jiayao on Blue Star, deepening their relationship. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a hurry. During these 3 days, everyone's emotions became increasingly unstable. Arguments could break out in the group chat over the slightest disagreement. But it was understandable, food was running low, and rescue was nowhere in sight. Under the life and death crisis, it would be strange if people's emotions remained calm. During these 3 days, Wang Xiaoyi also kept bothering Yang Chen, bombarding him with various messages. She acted cute, pretended to be pitiful, and smeared Lin Jinyun's reputation. She was truly using every means possible. Yang Chen pretended not to see, sometimes even throwing out sarcastic remarks. This made Wang Xiaoyi so angry her liver hurt, but she was helpless. It was too dangerous outside. She didn't dare to go out alone. That night, Lin Jinyun said, "Thank you for defending me." Yang Chen curiously asked, "No need to thank me. What for?" Lin Jinyun smiled charmingly, her face flushed and particularly alluring. She took out a piece of gum and put it in her mouth, then, ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's gum triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pieces of gum. Yang Chen exclaimed, "What the hell?" Lin Jinyun replied, On the 7th day of the disaster, the chaos began. On this day, a sharp scream echoed. In the silent environment, it stood out particularly. There was news in the group. "My name is Zhang Xiaomei. Help! Help! Someone is killing people. They are killing people." The word killing was particularly eye-catching at this moment, and the lurking members of the group were immediately drawn to it, quickly asking Zhang Xiaomei what had happened. Zhang Xiaomei briefly recounted the events. It turned out that 4 migrant workers had tricked the owner next door into opening the door, but when the door opened, the 4 migrant workers immediately tore off their disguises and rushed in, pinning down the male and female owners of the apartment and stealing all their leftover food. The earlier screams had come from the male owner. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaomei said she heard a woman crying, as well as the sneering laughter of the 4 men. It was clear to everyone what had happened. Yang Chen also saw this news. The chaos had begun. Someone had fired the first shot, and after that, such incidents would become commonplace. When one's life is at stake, combined with the rage that comes from hunger, anything can happen. Those 4 migrant workers were just the beginning. Yang Chen didn't care much. If someone set their sights on him, he would make them understand why flowers are so red. Chen Jiayao has run out of food. At that moment, Lin Jinyun raised her phone and smiled at Yang Chen. She ran out of food on the 7th day? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. This woman hoarded quite a bit. Lin Jinyun laughed. Not really, she still had some rice and lao gan ma left, and for the past few days, she's been eating rice with lao gan ma. Just now, she said she finished her last bit of rice. Rice with lao gan ma? Yang Chen felt that it would take a few more days for Chen Jiayao to compromise. Yang Chen wasn't the type to force people. What he wanted was for her to willingly be his woman, not to follow him reluctantly. If Chen Jiayao refused to bow down and ask him until her death, Yang Chen could only say, "Good for you." At this time, everyone's food was basically running low. Many people were thinking about where to get some food. As someone who had shown off his wealth in the group, Yang Chen naturally became the target of many. Just like now. In the living room, 4 dark-skinned, rugged-looking middle-aged men were sitting on the sofa. On the carpet in front of them lay a woman with a beaten, swollen face. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her body was covered in handprints. These 4 men were the ones who had caused a stir in the owners' group earlier. As for this woman, it was easy to imagine the hell she had just experienced. Damn, these women in high-end communities are way more tender than the ones in the streets. "I've never had such a beautiful woman in my life," said a small, skinny, shark-faced middle-aged man with a sly grin, his eyes shamelessly roaming over the woman's body on the floor. "Tender, really tender," another fat man nodded, grinning. "You guys are so limited, this woman isn't even the prettiest in this building. Do you know who the most beautiful woman is?" "Who?" The sharp-faced middle-aged man was intrigued. His only hobby in life was women. Most of the money he earned from working, aside from food and cigarettes, went into the pockets of street women. The fat man thought for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Is it a very mature housewife? And one who likes? What's that word? Oh right, cosplay. Is it a woman who likes cosplay?" The man nodded. "Exactly, these two women are the real gems of this building, even more beautiful than stars. I once ran into them while waiting for the elevator. Their looks and figures almost stole my soul. Especially that housewife, she's the most feminine." "Then what are we waiting for?" The sharp-faced middle-aged man stood up eagerly. The fat man was also stirred. At that moment, the leader among the four spoke up. "Let's put the women aside for now." This was a man in his early 30s, standing at about 6 feet tall, with a build like a bull, exuding a strong sense of pressure just by standing there. His name was Zhang Hao. He was the third child in his family, also known as Zhang Laosan. He was the leader of this group and was the one who had proposed robbing other owners. Looking at the three of them, Zhang Laosan said in a deep voice, "There isn't much food in this house. We just finished it all. In times of disaster, food is the most precious thing. Our urgent task now is to get some more food. But where can we get it?" The fat man shrugged. "Everyone's situation is pretty much the same. One is cleaner than the other." Zhang Laosan smiled faintly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Did you forget? There's a tycoon in our building. With that pile of food he has, it should be enough for us to eat for a month." At Zhang Laosan's reminder, the three immediately thought of the earlier incident in the owners' group where someone was showing off their wealth during the chicken plague. Thinking of that mountain of food, their eyes lit up, saliva pooling in their mouths, and their stomachs began to growl. Not to mention, just that piece of beef weighing dozens of pounds would be enough for them for a week, if they added other food. Just thinking about it made them drool. "Boss, you say how we should do it. We're in." The middle-aged man with a sharp face immediately looked to Zhang Laosan for guidance. The fat man nodded vigorously as well. Seeing their attitude, Zhang Laosan nodded in satisfaction. "First, we need to find out exactly which floor and which building that guy is in. Then, Old Cat will pry the door open. Once the door is open, we rush in and beat that guy to death. At that point, all the food will be ours." Old Cat was the one who had just questioned the middle-aged man with a sharp face and the fat man about the prettiest woman in the building. Before working as a construction worker, he was a locksmith, but he was fired after offending the company leadership. When he returned to his hometown for the new year, he happened to meet Zhang Laosan, who was hiring, and since they were from the same village, he joined. Little did he expect to encounter this mess in his first year. "Leave the locksmithing to me," Old Cat grinned. "Even though I've been working construction for a few months, my skills haven't dulled at all." "Good." Zhang Laosan stood up and laughed. "Now we just need to find out exactly where that guy is, huh?" Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The four exchanged glances. The middle-aged man with a sharp face took the initiative to get up and open the door. When he saw the woman standing at the door, his eyes immediately lit up. This woman was quite something. She was a step up from the one they had just dealt with. "Are you lost, little sister? Do you need your brother to take you home?" The middle-aged man with a sharp face whistled at the woman, his eyes shamelessly sizing her up. The visitor was none other than Wang Xiaoye. Wang Xiaoye put on a pitiful expression and said in a soft voice, "Brother, do you have any food? I haven't eaten for 6 days, and I'm so hungry." "Of course, we have food," the middle-aged man with a sharp face smiled, grabbing Wang Xiaoye's wrist and pulling her into the room, then shutting the door behind them. Wang Xiaoye's expression stiffened for a moment as she took in the scene in the living room, but she quickly forced her expression to return to normal. "Hello, brothers." As a borderline streamer, Wang Xiaoye was the best at calling someone brother. Just that one word made the hearts of the four men in the room flutter, and their gazes changed. "The villains have arrived. The villains have arrived." Wang Xiaoye had also gone through a fierce internal struggle before deciding to seek refuge with this group of murderous thugs. In the current disaster, her home had no food left at all, and her body was already weak from hunger. If this continued, she feared she would starve to death at home. Yang Chen was unreliable, so she had to find a new support. Previously, she had seen the panic in the group about these four robbing and killing people, fearing she would be next. But then she thought, rather than worry about being robbed, it would be better to join them in advance. When they robbed, she could get a share too. Thus, after figuring out which floor Zhang Xiaomei was on, Wang Xiaoye took the initiative to come over. Wang Xiaoye was not a woman who placed much importance on chastity. Before the disaster, She had been a borderline streamer and had fought with the top supporter more than once. In her view, as long as it brought her benefits, she was willing to open her legs. Right now, she regarded these 4 men as her top supporter. Whether they played or not didn't matter, as long as they could provide her with something to eat, that was enough. Moreover, Wang Xiaoye also planned to use these 4 men to take revenge on Yang Chen. Thinking of Yang Chen, resentment and hatred surged within her. She had humiliated herself to plead with him, yet he still acted aloof. With so much food, what was wrong with giving her half? Wasn't she his girlfriend? Couldn't he share half of his food with her? He would rather support someone else's wife than find one for himself. It was simply insane. Jealousy drives people mad. Wang Xiaoye cursed Yang Chen and Lin Jinyan fiercely in her heart. She had already decided that once she had these 4 men under her control, she would command them to smash down Yang Chen's door, and all of Yang Chen's food would belong to her. She wanted Yang Chen to kneel before her and repent. Come, brother has a bag of instant noodles here. Sister, you can eat a bit to fill your stomach first. Once we finish this job, you'll get a feast. Zhang Laosan laughed heartily, pulling Wang Xiaoye to sit beside him. As he handed her the last pack of instant noodles, his hand intentionally brushed against her chest. Wang Xiaoye feigned shyness. Brother, what are you doing? Ha ha. Zhang Laosan laughed loudly, feeling proud and arrogant. As long as you follow us honestly, whenever we have something to eat, you'll have something to eat too. Really, brother? Of course. Old Cat said proudly. Once we rob that guy causing the chicken plague, food will come rolling in. Exactly. The fatty quickly chimed in, sitting down on Wang Xiaoye's other side, grabbing her hand and stroking it. As long as we find out where that guy causing the chicken plague lives, we just need to see if we can rob him. Causing the chicken plague? Wang Xiaoye was taken aback, uncertainly asking, is it that guy from the group who was flaunting his wealth during the disaster? Zhang Laosan nodded. That's right, it's him. This guy is a fool. Even in the face of disaster, he flaunts his wealth in the group. If we don't rob him, who should we rob? We need to act quickly. Others must have set their sights on this guy too. The middle-aged man with a sharp nose spread his hands. Zhang Ge, it's easy for you to say, but the key is we don't know where he lives. Are we supposed to search layer by layer? At this moment, Wang Xiaoye wrapped her arm around Zhang Laosan's, deliberately rubbing her slight weight against his strong arm, causing Zhang Laosan to feel a rush of excitement, wanting to directly pin this woman down. Brothers, I know where that guy causing the chicken plague is. As soon as she said this, the 4 men immediately looked over. Zhang Laosan excitedly asked, you know? Wang Xiaoye feigned a pitiful look. Actually, he is my ex-boyfriend, but he kicked me to the curb for that shameless woman next door. Brothers, you will take revenge for me, right? What? There are actually men like that in the world. It's simply outrageous. Sister, don't worry, just watch how your brother deals with him. The fatty stood up, filled with righteous indignation. Zhang Laosan said, originally, we planned to kill that guy causing the chicken plague directly after finding him, but now I've changed my mind. Once we catch him, how about I hand this scumbag over to you to deal with? Really? Wang Xiaoye was genuinely happy this time, immediately snuggling into Zhang Laosan's arm. Wang Xiaoye had a keen eye. She could tell at a glance who the leader among these men was. Now, all she had to do was cling tightly to Zhang Laosan's thigh, and with his strong physique, she was sure he could protect her well and provide her with as much food as she wanted. Let's act tonight. We'll catch him off guard. Zhang Laosan decisively set the action plan. The others had no objections. After all, their leader was Zhang Laosan. If they went against him, they might as well not be in the game anymore. With the main business settled, there were still several hours before the plan was executed. They couldn't waste this time. Zhang Laosan pushed Wang Xiaoye down onto the sofa, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We're going to help you beat up that scumbag. Shouldn't you repay us in some way? Wang Xiaoye. In the early morning, Zhang Laosan waved his hand. Let's go. The 4 of them grabbed their tools and headed out. Wang Xiaoye's eyes still held a trace of fear as she muttered, pervert. This is a pervert. Following the address Wang Xiaoye provided, Zhang Laosan and the others, wrapped up like Zonzi, easily found Yang Chen's front door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Zhang Laosan stepped aside. Can you open it? Old Cat glanced at it and nodded, a confident smile on his face. Piece of cake. Saying this, he nervously pulled out his tools from his pocket to prepare to pick the lock. Behind him, Zhang Laosan, the fatty, and the sharp-faced middle-aged man all held steel pipes in their hands. Once the door opened, they would rush in and pin down the troublemaker. Then all the food in the house would be theirs. Can you hurry up? 2.5 minutes passed. Seeing the door still hadn't opened, Zhang Laosan impatiently urged in a low voice. Old Cat sniffed. Almost there. Damn this cold weather, my hands are freezing. Hurry up. After we rob him, we can go back and have some fun. Meanwhile, inside Yang Chen's bedroom, the faint sound of the lock being picked and the conversation reached Yang Chen's ears. Very faint. If he weren't an ability user, he wouldn't have heard it at all. He patted Lin Jinyun, waking her up. Get up, there's something going on outside. After saying that, he got out of bed, put on his cotton coat, and the alloy knife appeared in his hand with a swish. Lin Jinyun didn't dare to be slow. She put on a thick down jacket, tightly gripped the alloy knife, and followed Yang Chen out of the bedroom. Hurry up! Why are you so slow? Can you open it or not? Old Cat strained his neck. I can. Boss, you can doubt me for 3 seconds, but you can't doubt my skills. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, I'm freezing to death. Even though they were wearing thick clothes, the 4 of them were still shivering like kids, their bodies shaking. Click! With a click, the lock opened, but Old Cat was stunned. It's open? But I haven't found the lock core yet? Zhang Laosen pushed Old Cat, laughing and scolding. What are you thinking, old man? The lock is open, hurry and open the door. That guy should be asleep by now, we can just pin him down. Yeah, Old Cat, stop dawdling, I'm already hungry. Fatty hurriedly urged, thinking of the pile of food at Yang Chen's house made his mouth water, and his stomach began to growl. The sharp-faced middle-aged man didn't speak, but his eyes clearly expressed his impatience. Old Cat, but I still haven't found the lock core. How did the lock open? Could it be that I heard wrong? At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, a blinding beam of light shining out, dazzling the 4 of them, who quickly covered their eyes and instinctively stepped back. Yang Chen lowered the brightness of his powerful flashlight, switched it to diffuse mode, and aimed it at the ceiling, looking at the 4 with a mocking smile. Oh, you guys are up late at night, playing the thief, huh? As the strong light dimmed, the 4 finally felt a bit better. Zhang Laosen squinted, adjusting to the current brightness before looking at Yang Chen, coldly asking, are you the troublemaker? No. Zhang Laosan was full of questions. Could it be that he had been deceived by that woman? But that didn't make sense. Could it be that they had taken the wrong floor? Then who are you? My online name is Chick Flu, but my real name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen grinned, looking harmless. These 4 were not the neighbors who had broken into his home in a past life. They had provoked the wrath of others on the 15th day of the disaster and had been killed by the other survivors in the building. But since they were here now, Yang Chen didn't mind playing with them. After all, he had never killed anyone before. Damn, isn't that you? Zhang Laosan realized, squinting at Yang Chen across from him, and said coldly, do you dare to play me? Yang Chen shrugged it off, I'm just teasing a dog. Damn. Zhang Laosan raised a steel pipe, pointing it at Yang Chen with a fierce look and a grim expression. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out now, and we'll spare your life. This apartment and the food inside belong to us. If you want to die, you can resist, but our steel pipes don't recognize people. The middle-aged man with a sharp face impatiently said, Boss, why waste time with this little brat? Just break his limbs and throw him out to fend for himself. The fat man nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as he dies, all the food in the house is ours. Slurp. Zhang Laosan raised an eyebrow, smugly saying, did you hear my brother? You still have a chance to scram. After all, the person across from him was an adult man, and Zhang Laosan didn't want to confront him directly. If things got rough and his side got hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Getting injured at a time like this, where would he find a doctor or medicine? Even a small injury could be fatal. So Zhang Laosan wanted to conquer without a fight. If he could scare this kid away, that would be even better. As for Wang Xiaoye, he had long forgotten the promise he made to that woman. Did he really care about a woman? Suddenly, the sharp-faced middle-aged man noticed Lin Jinyun coming out behind, and upon seeing her flawless, exquisitely mature face, his eyes widened in shock. Someone. A married woman. You are that married woman. The other 3 were also drawn to her, and their reactions were no better than the sharp-faced man's. Zhang Laosan's eyes erupted with insatiable greed and lewdness. The old cat was right. This woman was truly beautiful, some stars would pale in comparison. If it weren't for this disaster, he probably would never have had the chance to interact with such a woman, let alone have a deep conversation. In an instant, Zhang Laosan was filled with the idea of possessing this woman. Kid, Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Chen with malice, I should pay attention now, you might as well die. Then your house, food, and woman will all be ours, ha ha. The fat man wiped his drool, looking like a pig, hee, really beautiful. If we could also get that woman who can use the spray, it would be even more perfect, hee. The old cat dropped the tool in his hand and pulled out his steel pipe. Boss, stop wasting time with this kid. Knock him down, and everything will be ours. Seeing their arrogant and triumphant demeanor, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh, instantly losing the desire to play along with these fools. You really are ignorant and fearless. He mimicked a sword immortal, raising his right hand in a sword gesture aimed at the 4 across from him, wearing a relaxed and content smile. 10,000 blades return to the origin. Ha, do you think you're a cultivator? What are you pretending to be? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The alloy blade shot out from the infinite space, empowered by the Master of Gold, with greater force and speed, piercing into the flesh of the four across from him in the blink of an eye. A tremendous force sent their bodies flying backward, pinning them firmly against the wall. Under Yang Chen's deliberate control, the blades avoided fatal areas. Thus, the four did not die instantly. Instead, they screamed hoarsely, emitting chilling cries that echoed throughout the entire apartment building. Some residents cowered in their homes, trembling, while others hurriedly got out of bed to move their heavy furniture to block the door, fearing that someone might burst in and end their lives. In Wang Xiaoya's room, upon hearing the screams, a look of satisfaction appeared on her face, and she felt a surge of relief and delight. Humph, Yang Chen, you finally got what you deserved. This is the consequence of ignoring me and not giving me food. Wang Xiaoya took the screams of Zhang Laosan and the others as Yang Chen's, reveling in the moment. Just wait, Yang Chen. When you fall into my hands, see how I humiliate and torment you. At Yang Chen's doorstep, alloy knives pierced the kidneys, thigh meat, scapula, and other parts of the four men, nailing them firmly to the wall. Even the slightest movement was a top-tier enjoyment. The four never expected that the kid across from them could conjure so many knives out of thin air to pin them to the wall. What on earth was happening? Who could explain this to them? Are you human or a ghost? Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Chen, who was slowly approaching, with terror in his eyes, fear and tension growing in his heart, accompanied by excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to break out. Yang Chen did not answer Zhang Laosan but instead asked, "How did you know exactly where I live?" Zhang Laosan dared not hide the truth and quickly replied, It was a woman named Wang Xiaoya who told us. Yang Chen asked, "Where is she now?" Zhang Laosan opened his mouth but did not directly tell Yang Chen. Instead, he bargained, If I tell you, will you let us go? After all, you have nothing to lose, just treat us like a fart and let us go." Yang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Go. Whoosh! An alloy knife flew out of nowhere, directly piercing Zhang Laosan's eye socket, going through to the other side, destroying his brain. Zhang Laosan let out a scream, his head drooping as he completely lost his breath. He was dead. The remaining three were so frightened that their bodies tensed, breathing cautiously. Can anyone tell me where Wang Xiaoya is now? Lin Jinyun's first kill, unknown monster appears. Yang Chen looked at the remaining three, still wearing a sunny smile on his face. But beneath that sunny smile lay a killing intent. The three shivered, no longer daring to bargain. The middle-aged man with a sharp face stammered, She's on the 6th floor, room 604. Big brother, I'm telling you, when this woman found us this afternoon, she acted all pitiful, and she even deliberately spoke ill of you. That's right, the fat man nodded. If it weren't for her misleading us, we wouldn't have come to trouble you, big brother. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. Look at us now, we definitely can't survive. Old cat, I second that. Everyone, you motherfucker, at least say something begging for mercy. Yang Chen stepped closer and smiled. I'm the kind of person who repays grudges. Since you had plans to attack me, you should be prepared to be counter-killed by me. As he spoke, Yang Chen beckoned with his finger, and another alloy knife shot out. Just as the knife was about to pierce the middle-aged man's head, it halted at his forehead. The middle-aged man stared at the knife so close, his heart racing, not daring to breathe. It wasn't that Yang Chen was soft-hearted and ready to let them go. He had come to a conclusion. Science says that the human body contains metal elements. His ability is the Master of Gold, so can he manipulate the metallic elements within the human body? Thinking of this, Yang Chen began his experiment with the three people in front of him. In his perception, the bodies of the four individuals indeed contained a certain amount of metallic elements. Yang Chen activated his mastery over metal and started to control it little by little. The metallic elements within the middle-aged man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features slowly gathered, eventually condensing into a metallic sphere in his stomach. Under Yang Chen's control, the metallic sphere struck the brain at an extremely high speed. Put! His brain was shattered by the metallic sphere. The metallic sphere embedded itself heavily into the ceiling. The experiment proved that he could indeed manipulate the metallic elements within the human body. This was good news. In future battles, as long as the enemy had metallic elements on or in them, they would be under his control. Even if he couldn't fully control them, he could still exert a certain influence on the enemy. Battles change in an instant, and a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. With the Master of Gold, Yang Chen could catch his enemies off guard. He did not kill the remaining two. Aunt Lin, I'll leave these two to you. You can practice a bit too, Yang Chen said, turning to Lin Jinyun with a smile. Lin Jinyun nodded slightly. She did not refuse. Although she felt conflicted about killing, she believed she could overcome it. If it weren't for Yang Chen, if she hadn't awakened her powers and been discovered by these four, the outcome would have been obvious. Lin Jinyun was not a saint. She would not show mercy to those who posed a serious threat to her life, especially those who had designs on her. Not wanting to get splattered with blood, Lin Jinyun unleashed her ability, Metal Manipulation. The alloy knife floated slowly in midair. The blade pointed at the fat man. The old cat and the fat man were both stunned. No way, there's still one more? What kind of monster have they provoked? At this moment, both of them felt immense regret. They were truly blinded by greed. Had they known the two in front of them were not ordinary people, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were beaten to death. Whoosh! The alloy knife shot out. It pierced through the fat man's heart. Yang Chen added another stab, plunging it into the fat man's right chest. There are a very small number of people whose hearts are on the right side. The old cat. Devils. You two devils. You kill, you pay. You will face retribution. Put. The old cat's head was pierced through. He was dead. Thus, all the invading enemies were slain. Lin Jinyun's face turned pale as she looked at the four corpses in front of her, their deaths gruesome. The power within her began to surge, and she couldn't care about anything else. She turned and rushed to the bathroom. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head, somewhat satisfied with Lin Jinyun's performance. Although she had vomited, she had bravely taken the first step. Moreover, she strictly followed his orders. Just this alone made Yang Chen appreciate her a bit more. He didn't know if it was because he had witnessed his own dismemberment in a past life, but he felt little about the bloody scene before him. He remained calm. He recalled all the alloy knives and threw the four corpses out of the window. The bodies disappeared into the thick fog before Yang Chen's eyes. Bang! At that moment, a massive tremor spread out. A huge pearl? No, it was a limb of some gigantic creature. Just one limb was comparable to an entire apartment building. It was so large that even Ultraman would be a mere appetizer. Is this the unknown monster lurking in the fog? Yang Chen murmured to himself. He didn't dare to delay. He quickly closed the window and ran back into the room. At this time, Lin Jinyun also came out of the bathroom after rinsing her mouth. Her face was pale, still not having adjusted. What just happened? Yang Chen did not hide anything and said directly, "Do you remember I told you before that there are many unknown monsters lurking in the fog?" Lin Jinyun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying that the huge tremor just now was caused by a monster in the fog? That's right. Yang Chen nodded. I saw one of its limbs with my own eyes, and it's bigger than our entire apartment building. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun's expression went blank. If one limb is comparable to an apartment building, how big must its whole body be? Yang Chen shook his head. I don't know. The visibility in the fog is very low, so I couldn't see it clearly. But fortunately, these monsters seem to have no interest in us humans. Yeah, boom, bang. Another loud sound of a massive object collapsing echoed. Mixed in were some screams. The two exchanged glances. Yang Chen said, "It seems a building has been destroyed by an unknown monster." Lin Jinyun asked worriedly, "Then what about us?" "Don't worry, our chances of survival with abilities are much higher than others." As he spoke, Yang Chen began to calculate in his mind, this place is no longer safe, it's inconvenient to escape from a high floor, and the next building the unknown monster might knock down could be ours. We need to find a new shelter. But where can we go? Yang Chen really couldn't think of anywhere that could withstand a random strike from an unknown monster. An air raid shelter? Does Jiangcheng have air raid shelters? He could investigate later. It would be best if it were one of those built in the mountains. At 2:30 in the morning, there was no more noise outside. The unknown monster that passed by should have left. Stay at home, I'll go downstairs for a bit. Lin Jinyun knew what Jiang Chen was about to do, so she obediently nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Lin Jinyun even kissed Yang Chen on the cheek. Yang Chen chuckled in surprise, stood up, and walked out of the house, heading down the stairs to the 6th floor. 6th floor, 604. There were only two women in this apartment. One was Wang Xiaoye, and the other was the female owner of the apartment. Seeing that no one had returned for a long time, Wang Xiaoye couldn't help but feel worried. She wasn't worried about Zhang Laosan and the others, she was worried about her food. That group of guys wouldn't have changed their base and planned to take my food for themselves, would they? Plastic toy guns modified into real guns. Plastic toy guns modified into real guns. Damn it! Men are indeed unreliable. I can't believe I was left with nothing because of a pack of instant noodles, by 4 men. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she felt she had lost. Wang Xiaoye was almost bursting with rage. At this moment, her face was twisted, gritting her teeth, completely lacking the goddess aura she had when she was a borderline streamer. looking more like a person who had suffered a silent loss with nowhere to vent. In the living room, the female owner glanced expressionlessly towards the master bedroom and sneered, "Humph, cheap whore." Crack! Just then, a clear sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance. The female owner was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she scrambled to hide under the sofa. Wang Xiaoye's face lit up with joy upon hearing the door open, and she quickly jumped out of bed, wrapped in a thick blanket. She thought it was Zhang Laosan and the others returning triumphantly. But when she saw the young man walking in, her smile instantly froze on her face, and she stared in disbelief. "Yang Chen? How did you get here? If you're here, then what about those guys?" Yang Chen smiled faintly. "I've already sent them on their way. Thinking about how you all are in cahoots, I came to send you on your way too. If you run fast enough, you might catch up with them." Wang Xiaoye's expression went blank, her mind momentarily unable to process it. But 2.5 seconds later, she understood. Instantly, she was so scared that her face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She realized that Zhang Laosan and the others were already dead, and Yang Chen was now here to kill her. No, Yang Chen, listen to me explain. I was taken hostage by those people. If you hadn't come to save me, I wouldn't know what kind of hell I would have to go through next. You are my Prince Charming. Wang Xiaoye hurriedly defended herself. Do you think I would believe that? Yang Chen laughed. I warned you before when you tried to trick me into giving you my house, not to set your sights on me. I have no morals, but it seems you didn't take that to heart. Originally, I wanted you to starve to death, but someone just had to court death. Out of goodwill, I'm here to send you on your way. Seeing that Yang Chen still had no intention of sparing her life, Wang Xiaoye knelt on the ground with a thud, her eyes slightly red, tears welling up as she pitifully pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, Yang Chen. Just spare me this once. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything you want. Didn't you want me to be your girlfriend when we first met? I agree, let's date now. A look of disdain flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Sorry, I'm not a junkyard. I don't take in trash, especially not a worn-out shoe. Ah, Yang Chen, setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault at all? Wang Xiaoye screamed like a chicken with its claws stepped on. You clearly have so much food. If you just shared half with me, I wouldn't bother you anymore. But you're so stingy. Is it wrong for me to find someone to deal with you? Why can't you share a little of your food? In the end, it's still your fault. Although Wang Xiaoye didn't care about chastity, it was like self-deprecation. She could say she looked average, but if others said it, that was unacceptable. Yang Chen was stunned by Wang Xiaoye's outburst. Is this really the situation? Even in the apocalypse, she could still bounce around. Wang Xiaoye had already brought out an unequal formula to deal with him. What could Yang Chen do? He could only resolve the source of the problem. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chen didn't just stab Wang Xiaoye. That kind of death was too cheap for her. He stepped forward and pulled the blanket wrapped around Wang Xiaoye off. Grabbing her hair, he walked toward the balcony window. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. The fog was thick, visibility was nearly zero, and there were monsters and mutated plants and animals. It was a hell where survival was nearly impossible and could inflict extreme pain. They were on the 6th floor. As long as she didn't land on her head, falling onto the grass wouldn't kill her. Wang Xiaoye struggled wildly, shouting, "What do you want to do? Yang Chen, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? I tell you, murder is against the law. The law won't let you go." Yang Chen replied flatly, "Then let the police or the court come to punish me?" As he spoke, he opened the window, and the cold wind rushed in. The female homeowner and Wang Xiaoye shivered from the cold. At that moment, Wang Xiaoye was completely terrified. Tears streaming down her face, she dragged her body across the floor, leaving behind some unknown liquid. "Yang Chen, I was wrong. Just spare me this once, please. I'll do anything you want." Yang Chen didn't respond and instead threw Wang Xiaoye out the window. Ah! Wang Xiaoye's scream could still be heard in the fog. With a bang, the scream continued, but it grew weaker and weaker. Clapping his hands, Yang Chen closed the window and left. Passing by the female homeowner, he flashed a bright smile. "This house belongs to you again." The female homeowner was taken aback, quickly reacting to follow him. Can I come with you?" Yang Chen replied, "My mom isn't in Jiangcheng." The female homeowner. Damn it. With a bang, the door closed again. On the 8th day of the disaster. While checking the infinite space, Yang Chen discovered something interesting. A pink Glock handgun. He asked Lin Jinyun, "Do you still have this thing?" Lin Jinyun glanced and replied, "It's a simulated real gun that ejects shells. I thought it was novel at the time, so I bought it. It was only a few dozen bucks anyway." Yang Chen said, I didn't expect there to be women who like guns. Lin Jinyun replied, didn't you see I chose pink? Yang Chen was silent. The pinker the color, the harder it hits, right? He thought of the little broken knife that had been modified into a modern alloy straight knife and wondered if a plastic Glock could be modified into a real gun under a 10,000-fold return. If it really worked, that would be fun. Thinking of this, Yang Chen walked up to Lin Jinyun, who was watching videos, and handed her the pink Glock. This Glock is a gift for you. Lin Jinyun shot him a glance and took the Glock. This was mine to begin with. Yang Chen grinned mischievously and naturally pulled Lin Jinyun into his arms. Even you are mine. At that moment, a soft and cute voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Glock toy gun has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Glock 22 handguns. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Glock 22 matching bullets, 17 rounds, has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 170 rounds of Glock 22 matching bullets. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen was completely stunned. The plastic fake gun had actually been successfully modified into a real gun. Although the quantity decreased, the quality increased. This 10,000-fold return was no joke. 10 guns, 170 bullets. Based on a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, the bullets were just enough for 10 guns. Yang Chen didn't give Lin Jinyun a gun, the lethality of firearms was too great, and during her probation period, he couldn't give her such a dangerous weapon. Although Yang Chen was the master of all metals, he could also be careless at times. He decided to wait until Lin Jinyun's probation period was over before giving her one. Yang Chen didn't bother Lin Jinyun anymore. She was busy downloading TV dramas, variety shows, movies, and the anime, films, novels, and games that Yang Chen liked. He didn't know when the power would go out, so it was better to download as much entertainment as possible to relieve boredom, otherwise, they would only be left with hand-to-hand combat later. Time passed, and 2 more days went by. The 10th day of the disaster. Power and internet will be cut off tonight. Quick, let my husband come save me. Quick, let my husband come save me. The food had completely run out, and rescue seemed far away. The emotions of the survivors in this building were becoming increasingly unstable. When someone took the lead in robbing other residents, the rest either voluntarily or forcibly began to form their own small groups to huddle together for warmth. The chaos of the past 2 days had escalated. Some isolated residents were easy targets, naturally becoming the first to be robbed by many teams. At this time, everyone was still quite restrained. It was just robbery, no murder. No one knew when this disaster would end. Robbery was manageable. At most, they would be fined or face a few years in prison. But if murder occurred, when the reckoning came, all they would have to look forward to was paying with their lives. That noon, a 7-person survivor gang set their sights on the solitary Chen Jiao. A strong young man knocked hard on the door and shouted to Chen Jiao inside, "Miss Chen, open the door. We're not bad people. It's so chaotic outside. We're here to invite you to join our team." This strong young man was a fitness coach from a nearby gym, named Luo Tianai. While others were starving and looking pale, he had managed to survive on the protein powder and oats stored at home. Although he was still very hungry, he was much better off than the other survivors whose limbs were as soft as noodles. "That's right, Miss Chen. Our brother Luo is quite righteous. Following him is definitely safer than with other teams. You wouldn't want to be threatened by other bad people, would you?" A young man chimed in, as instructed by Luo Tianai. He had long been envious of this woman. When he first saw her at the gym, it was love at first sight. Later, due to their shared ownership of the same building, Luo Tianai added Chen Jiao on Blue Star, but she was particularly cold towards him. Several times he had tried to show goodwill, but she ignored him, which made Luo Tianai very annoyed. As a gold medal coach, he couldn't even win over a female internet celebrity, which infuriated him. He felt that Chen Jiao was not giving him face, but in peaceful times, he had no other way. This woman was an internet celebrity with 10 million followers. As soon as she exposed herself a little, he would be drowned in the drool of her mindless fans. Now that disaster had struck and there had been no rescue for 10 days, Luo Tianye's dormant heart began to stir again. After assembling his team, he rushed to Chen Jiao's doorstep, wanting to pull her into the group, thinking about what would happen then. But no matter how hard he knocked, the woman inside refused to open the door. This exhausted Luo Tianye's patience. Inside the house, hearing the banging on the door, Chen Jiao trembled in fear. "I have no food left. I've been hungry for 5 days. You should go look elsewhere. Chen Jiao had always been very cautious. Even in peaceful times, she was wary of strangers, let alone in this chaotic situation after the disaster. Being so beautiful, it was hard to imagine what the starving survivors would do if she exposed herself. Just recently, there had been a case where 4 migrant workers broke in, robbed, and killed, and the female homeowner was even toyed with. Especially after realizing that the person outside was Luo Tianai, Chen Jiao was even more afraid to open the door. She knew this Luo Tianai. She had encountered him at the gym near the community before, and his gaze had fell off, as if he were sizing up prey. Sure enough, he had taken various opportunities to strike up a conversation with her and even tried to create physical contact. At that time, Chen Jiao felt a chill and didn't dare to go to that gym for a long time. Later, she ran into him again in the community, and he shamelessly added her on Blue Star. After adding him, he hinted at how good he was in bed and wanted to have a deeper conversation with her. At that moment, Chen Jiao felt another chill and put Luo Tianai on her blacklist. But she never expected that after the disaster, he would still come looking for her. What kind of perseverance is this? Why does he have to fixate on me? Chen Jiao was almost in tears. Outside, Luo Tianai's face darkened instantly upon hearing her words. He was too lazy to play nice with Chen Jiao anymore. He shouted directly at the door, Jia, you know how I feel about you. In the midst of this disaster, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I am willing to protect you and find food for you. I won't. You creep. I'd rather jump off than be with you. Chen Jiao was done. Let it die. Let it die. Even if I fall and become unrecognizable, I won't let you succeed. Outside, Luo Tianai slammed his fist against the door, making a loud bang. You won't listen to kind advice. Do you want me to be forceful? Chen Jiao, once I break this damn door down, you'll be in for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the few people at the door began to pound on the door. The huge noise made Chen Jiao's eyes turn red, looking pitiful. She walked to the balcony, looking at the screensaver on her phone, which showed a girl who resembled her smiling. Jai, sister might not make it to see you again. Ding dong. At that moment, a message popped up on her phone. It was from a user named, Divorced with 2 kids. Divorced with 2 kids? How are you considering it, Jiao? I tell you, following this man is really worth it. Just being able to eat until you're full is worth it. Not to mention he's willing to give you superpower fruits too. This divorced woman with 2 kids is none other than Lin Jinyun, who was specifically sent by Yang Chen to get closer to Chen Jiao. Upon seeing this news, and considering the current dangerous situation, Chen Jiao's previously resolute refusal began to waver. She thought to herself, what if I agree to give it a try? Living is better than dying. Lin Jinyun had sent her a photo of Yang Chen. He was a very handsome and cheerful young man, just her type. Entrusting herself to a guy who didn't seem unpleasant and was a bit handsome was certainly better than being mistreated by that loser outside. Moreover, she still hadn't found her sister, who was at Jiangcheng Shadow University. That was her only sister, the one their parents had held tightly before passing, asking her to take good care of and protect. Bang! 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 The knocking on the door grew louder, solidifying Chen Jiao's hesitations into determination. She quickly typed on her phone and sent a message. Don't touch my Jai, Sister Jinyun, I'm in danger right now. A loser is banging on my door. Hurry and let my husband come save me. I live on the 27th floor, 2701, urgent. After sending the message, Chen Jiao nervously watched the entrance. Her fate rested on this moment. At Yang Chen's home. Upon seeing the message from Chen Jiao, Lin Jinyun, who was lounging on the sofa, immediately sat up. Yang Chen, there's a situation. Your wife is being attacked. Hearing this, Yang Chen, who was exercising, immediately dropped the dumbbells and walked over. What happened? Lin Jinyun wasted no time and tossed the phone to Yang Chen. After reading Chen Jiao's message, Yang Chen smiled lightly, put on his jacket, and said, how dare someone covet my woman? They must be tired of living. Chen Jiao's message, hurry and let my husband come save me, already indicated the answer. She had agreed. Wait for me, let's go together. You can't forget your aunt now that you have a wife. Lin Jinyun quickly grabbed a jacket and chased after him. The strong-tongued king, Chen Jiao. The strong-tongued king, Chen Jiao. Outside Chen Jiao's door. Bang! 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 The group outside continued to pound on the door tirelessly. However, their tools were quite rudimentary. The best tool was just a claw hammer. The damage to the door was minimal. But these people weren't fools. They weren't hitting the hardest part of the door but were instead frantically smashing at the lock. As long as they could destroy the lock cylinder and handle, the door would be useless. Luo Tianai, impatient, took the claw hammer and started smashing himself. After a few hits, the doorknob fell off. He sneered, Chen Jiao, I tried to reason with you earlier, but you didn't listen. Now, if you want to beg for mercy, it's too late. Just wait, once I get in, you'll see how I punish you, hee. A little brother asked with a flattering smile, Boss Luo, after you're done, can we have a taste too? Luo T and I laughed heartily, enjoying the flattery of being seen as a boss. Once I'm done, this woman will be yours, huh? The little brother continued to flatter, Boss Luo, following a boss like you is the wisest choice. That stinky woman inside is really foolish. Why can't she just be your girlfriend instead of making herself a toy? A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, said expressionlessly, don't hit women. When it comes to this kind, Boss Luo, you shouldn't waste your breath. A few slaps and she'll behave. Our ancestors must have had their reasons for doing it that way. Ha ha. Luo T and I arrogantly taunted Chen Jiayao from outside. Did you hear that, Chen Jiayao? Do you regret rejecting me now? Chen Jiayao replied, if you have the guts, don't leave. My husband will be here to save me soon. Just wait until you fall into my hands, and see how I deal with you. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya's expression darkened instantly. Husband? Where did you get a husband? Haven't you always been single? Chen Jiayao replied, what does it matter to you? I just found one, okay? Even if I have to sew up my 13, even if I give it to a stranger, even if I jump off a building and turn into a meat pie, I won't give it to you. Ha, you pathetic man, a cowardly softy. Anyway, Chen Jiayao was mentally prepared. If Yang Chen arrived in time to save her, she would live. If Yang Chen didn't arrive in time, she would jump. No matter what, she couldn't let that stupid jerk outside benefit. While she had the time, Chen Jiayao wanted to curse him out thoroughly. Otherwise, her mind wouldn't be at ease. Luo T and I was completely enraged by this, gritting his teeth and pounding his fist on the door, shouting, fine. I want to see if your newly recognized husband has the guts to stand in front of me. If he dares to come, I'll break his limbs and toy with you in front of him. Keep going. Break the door. Another 2.5 minutes passed. The door lock was already in a terrible state. Luo T and I smashed it, breaking the remnants of the lock and pulling it out. At this point, without a lock, the door was easily ineffective. Luo T and I had been pushing against the door for a long time without success. Damn! This bitch blocked the door with something. Luo T and I cursed loudly, calling to the people behind him, hurry up and help me. Do you still want to play with this woman? Oh, we're coming. Boss Luo, we're here to help you, hee. A group of people pushed against the door, and the heavy object behind it was slowly being pushed aside. Time was too short, and Chen Jiaya didn't have much strength left. She had only managed to move the kitchen refrigerator to block the door, and after that, she had no more strength. Bang! The refrigerator fell to the ground. The door was pushed open. Luo T and I jumped in, grinning wickedly as he looked at Chen Jiayao. Scream! Why aren't you screaming anymore? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Chen Jiayao stood by the balcony window, her hand already on the frame, ready to jump down. She looked at Luo T and I with disgust, her sexy lips moving. You stupid jerk, shrimp-headed man, this is all you are in this life, unable to walk when you see a woman, comparable to a reincarnated teddy bear. Why don't you go bother your mother? Even in a desperate situation, Chen Jiao's words were still sharp. Luo T and I was furious, nearly exploding with rage. He couldn't understand where this bitch got her confidence from. Even when death is imminent, you're still stubborn. Luo T and I glared at Chen Jiao, stepping closer to her. I want to see if you can still scream when I toy with you later. Seeing this, Chen Jiao steeled her heart and prepared to climb over the frame and jump from the 27th floor. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from the doorway. Oh, so many people. Chen Jiaya turned to look at the entrance and saw a familiar face standing there. Yang Chen. The newcomer was indeed Yang Chen. Chen Jiaya recognized him at a glance from the photos she had seen. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't a catfish. Yang Chen's looks were indeed striking. He would be considered a campus heartthrob at her Jiangcheng Guanyin University, and he was the type she liked, sunny and cheerful. This made Chen Jiao's resistance lessen a bit. Hearing the unfamiliar male voice, all the survivors, including Luo Ti and I, turned to look warily. There stood a young man in his 20s at the entrance, wearing a black shirt paired with loose black polyester pants, currently looking at them with his hands in his pockets. One person who recognized Yang Chen frowned and spoke up. Are you that game streamer from the 31st floor? What are you doing here? Luo Tianya's most loyal underling showed a fierce expression and said, Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost. Otherwise, we'll take you down too. Don't think we're all good-natured people, Luo Tianai said coldly, his gaze fixed on Yang Chen. He stepped forward, looking down at Yang Chen with an arrogant expression. So you're the new husband that Chen Jiayao recognized? If there's only one person named Yang Chen in this building, then it's definitely me, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Although Yang Chen was tall, he couldn't compare to Luo Tian'ai, who had been working out for years and had a muscular physique. In Luo Tian'ai's eyes, Yang Chen was nothing but a skinny bamboo pole, someone he could easily knock down with a single punch. He pointed at Yang Chen, kneel down and kowtow to me, begging me to let you have this woman. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out at the door. Lin Jinyun squeezed her way in. She patted Yang Chen on the shoulder and asked in confusion, "What are you thinking? Hurry up and save Jiaya." The moment Luo Tian'ai saw Lin Jinyun, his eyes widened. As one of the two most beautiful women in the building, how could he not recognize her? Moreover, she was a wealthy woman, which naturally piqued Luo Tian'ai's interest. He had previously sent a friend request to her account in the owners group, but it had never been accepted until the disaster struck. He never expected to encounter her again after the outbreak, and it seemed that this woman had a close relationship with this kid. Damn! Luo Tian'ai felt a surge of jealousy. How could a gold medal fitness coach like him be overshadowed by a gamer? Why did beautiful women always flock to this gamer? Chen Jiao was like that, and this married woman seemed to be the same. Luo Tian'ai suspected that this married woman had already been played by this kid. Damn! I want these two bitches to see who the real man is. This kid must be a coward. I will expose his true colors. Luo Tian'ai's eyes were cold, a murderous intent swirling in his gaze. With a sinister smile on his face, he pointed at Yang Chen and said, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Offer up your woman, and I'll give you a chance to follow me." I've never heard such a despicable request. Yang Chen sneered, "Ha, you really are ugly and pathetic, like a tadpole with a frog tattoo. Are you showing off for your mom? Does your mom know you're a show-off? You!" Luo Tian'ai was furious. He didn't even know how many times he had been insulted today. But unfortunately, he was at a loss for words, his anger boiling inside. "It seems you are rejecting my good intentions," Luo Tian'ai sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "In that case, you guys go teach him a lesson. Let him know who the real boss is." The 6 underlings of Luo Tian'ai rolled up their sleeves and approached Yang Chen, wearing playful and mocking smiles. In their eyes, they had the advantage, especially since one of their opponents was a weak woman. This was a guaranteed win. "Kid, you dare insult my brother Luo's mom? You must be tired of living. Why waste words on this kid? Beat him up and then search his house for food. I'm starving." Today's young people have no self-awareness, thinking they can play out the hero saving the beauty trope from TV dramas in real life? So naive. "Hey, Boss Luo, can I have this kid after? My tastes are a bit different from yours, hee hee." "Damn! Old dog, stay away from us." Listening to the 6 mock and ridicule him, Yang Chen chuckled lightly, raising a pitch-black handgun that he gripped tightly, the dark muzzle aimed at the loudest young man among them. Yang Chen's hand moved quickly, and no one saw how he pulled out the gun, but suddenly being pointed at with a gun would startle anyone. The 6 originally arrogant men felt their hearts race and instinctively stepped back. Luo Tian'ai was also taken aback, but then he realized something was off. This was Yanhuang, the country with the strictest gun control laws in the world. Even controlled knives and homemade guns are strictly regulated. Where did he get a handgun? With the current technological advancements and the availability of live streams selling replica guns online, Luo Tian'ai found an answer in his heart. This kid is holding a fake gun. Damn! You bunch of cowards. Why are you running? Can't you use your pig brains to think? How could he possibly get a real gun? It must be fake. Upon hearing this, the 6 exchanged glances, all understanding. Right. This kid is just a loser who plays games. How could he possibly get a real gun? He must have bought a replica to scare people. Not just Luo Tian'ai and the others, even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya didn't believe that the gun in Yang Chen's hand was real. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Chen, but the gun control in Yanhuan was indeed very strict. For ordinary citizens to get a gun was harder than robbing a bank. In foreign countries, if you pull out a gun, people around you would flee in panic. In the country, if you pull out a gun, people around you would just think it's fake. A young man scoffed, "I have to say, kid, you did scare me just now. But you should think about it, this is Yanhuan. How could you possibly get a real gun?" After saying that, he pointed to his forehead, arrogantly declaring, "Come on, shoot here. If that's a real gun, I'll chew on the toilet." Yang Chen's expression was strange. "I've never heard such a cheap request before. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish." Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet fired. To the naked eye of an ordinary person, the bullet's trajectory was completely invisible. Everyone only heard a soft sound. A bloody hole suddenly appeared in the young man's forehead, warm red blood slowly flowing from it, quickly covering his face, his death tragic. The young man's eyes were dazed, showing a look of confusion. He was still thinking how this was possible. How could what he was holding be a real gun? But he was done for. His thoughts came to an end. Thud. The young man's body fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. The young man was dead. The others were dumbfounded, their pupils constricting, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief, staring at the black handgun in his hand. A real gun. How could it be a real gun? Where did he get a real gun from? The survivors who had previously looked down on him and mocked him were now trembling in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luo Tianye's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth, but his heart was filled with fear. There was a gun. What should they do next? It wouldn't take a single magazine to take down all 6 of them. Luo Tianye's heart was screaming, why? Why can this kid win the favor of beauties and have a handgun for protection? Why him? Not just them. The surviving residents in the building also heard the gunshot. They were instantly overjoyed, thinking that military rescue had arrived. But when they leaned out of the windows to look, they saw no sign of the army. At Chen Jiao's home, the remaining 5 survivors surrounding Yang Chen were all trembling, nervously speaking. Little brother, don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. Killing is against the law. Let's talk this out. Yeah, how about this? You let us go, and we'll pretend we didn't see you kill anyone. Little brother, the disaster will eventually pass. You wouldn't want the authorities to find out about your killing, leading to a reckoning, right? Everyone, what the hell is this? We would kneel before him if we could, and you still dare to threaten him. The remaining 5 glared at the survivor who had just spoken. This survivor also realized he had said the wrong thing. He had originally wanted to plead for mercy and calm the situation, but somehow his words turned into a threat. Yang Chen sneered coldly, in this world, only the dead keep secrets. You can take your secret of me killing someone down with you to report to King Yin. As he spoke, he aimed the gun at the others. With his current physical condition, the recoil from the handgun posed no pressure for him. Moreover, at such a close distance, he couldn't possibly miss. Even if he did, he could adjust the trajectory with the Master of Gold. Bang! 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 5 shots in quick succession, all hitting the survivors except for Luo Tianyi. Some of them had eyes wide with rage, some were terrified, and others were filled with endless resentment, but in the end, they all gasped their last and became corpses. Thud, 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 thud. The bodies fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Their blood flowed out, pooling together on the floor to form a large puddle, and the air was instantly filled with a strong metallic smell of blood. Luo Tianyi was stunned by the sight. He never expected Yang Chen to be so decisive. Raising his hand, he had taken 6 lives. Luo Tianyi knew that with 6 of his underlings dead, he would be next. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Looking around, Luo Tianyi saw Chen Jiao on the balcony. His eyes turned fierce as he rushed over with a pickaxe in hand. He was going to kidnap Chen Jiao. Isn't that man across from you your husband? Then you can be my hostage. But just a few steps into his charge, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. Bang! 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 Bullets flew out, hitting both of Luo Tianye's kneecaps, his shoulder, and his hip bone, among other places. They weren't fatal, but they rendered him unable to move. Luo Tianyi fell to the ground, sliding to Chen Jiao's feet. Chen Jiao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly jumped away, running towards Yang Chen. Ah, 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 ah. Luo Tianyi let out a piercing scream. Kill him, Yang Chen said, handing the handgun to Chen Jiao with a smile. Ha! Chen Jiao replied, bewildered. Yang Chen repeated, I said kill him. Trembling, Chen Jiao took the handgun. Seeing her hands shaking, Yang Chen wrapped his large hand around hers, stabilizing the gun aimed at the lying Luo Tianyi. If I hadn't come, had you thought about your own fate? I won't leave my wife to suffer at Shadow University. He would strip you of your clothes, turn you into a plaything, and even treat you as reserve food without any sustenance. Do you still harbor any goodwill towards such a person? This was Yang Chen's test for Chen Jiao. Although Yang Chen wanted a top-tier goddess to trigger a tenfold return, it didn't mean he wanted a useless face. Lin Jinyun had already proven her worth. She could be both charming and deadly. She strictly executed her orders and could provide assistance in future battles. But if Chen Jiao couldn't even dare to kill someone who coveted her, then Yang Chen would have no interest in her. This was the first test. The second test was to see if she had any rebellious spirit. Yang Chen had not shown any abilities related to his powers. The handgun was now in her hands again. Yang Chen wanted to see if she would aim the gun at him or try to keep it for herself. For safety, Yang Chen had activated the infinite space early on. Moreover, the magazine was precisely down to the last bullet. If Chen Jiao killed Luo Tianyi, the handgun would be out of bullets. Chen Jiao had to pass both tests to gain Yang Chen's initial approval. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chen Jiao pressed her lips tightly together, her watery eyes falling on the screaming Luo Tianyi on the ground. She imagined the outcome if Yang Chen hadn't come to the rescue. there were only two possible results. 1. She would be forced to jump to her death. 2. She would be captured. And this man below was a teddy bear. Being caught by him would lead to an obvious fate, especially since he had previously mentioned how he would toy with her. This was undoubtedly despicable. Such a person was not worth harboring any goodwill towards. This scene is all too familiar to me. What about that sister? She will definitely encounter similar situations. I must become stronger to protect my sister. Chen Jiao's heart grew resolute. Her cold, piercing gaze fell upon Luo Tianai. Luo Tianai was still groaning in pain. Jiao, I beg you, Jiao, spare my life. I promise I won't appear in front of you again. I'll go as far away as I can. Chen Jiao snorted coldly. Go die, you scum. As soon as the words left her mouth, she pulled the trigger. Yang Chen merely served as a steady support. Pulling the trigger was something she had to do herself. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, hitting the center of his forehead with precision. Red and white splattered out. Luo Tianye's eyes widened, filled with hatred and resentment as he died. Yang Chen let go. Chen Jiao's delicate body slumped down. She sat on the cold floor, gasping for breath, her hands gripping the gun tightly, her state similar to that of Lin Jinyun right after her first kill. It was both their first time taking a life, and the discomfort was palpable. Chen Jiao had gone several days without food, her stomach empty, or else she would have had to make a trip to the bathroom. After calming down for 2.5 minutes, Chen Jiao looked up at Yang Chen beside her and handed the gun back to him. Thank you for saving me. Yang Chen smiled lightly as he took the gun. No problem, I came for your body anyway. Chen Jiao, you're quite honest, aren't you? After a moment's thought, Chen Jiao asked with curiosity, weren't you afraid I wouldn't return the gun to you? After all, it's a gun. Yang Chen remained nonchalant. You could try. Chen Jiao fell silent for 2.5 seconds, then looked at Yang Chen's sunny profile and smiled. It seems what Jin Yun said is true. You are very strong. I can willingly follow you and be your woman, but you have to promise me one condition. Go ahead. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chen Jiao's expression turned worried. When the opportunity arises, you have to accompany me to Jiangcheng Guanyin University to help me find my sister. Your biological sister? Yang Chen glanced at Chen Jiao's exquisite face and asked. If they were biological sisters, her sister should be pretty too. Chen Jiao nodded. Yes, my real sister. Yang Chen, is she pretty? Chen Jiao, pretty, even more beautiful than me. She has been voted the most pure and desirable campus beauty for 3 consecutive years. Yang Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry, how could I let my wife suffer at Guanyin University? Chen Jiao's beautiful eyes widened. You want to take them all? Lin Jinyun crossed her arms and pouted, little lecher. Yang Chen, exactly. Chen Jiao had a new understanding of Yang Chen's thick skin. This guy really had no shame. However, if he could safely bring her sister back, Chen Jiao thought that would be acceptable. In times of disaster, a powerful man was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Yang Chen pulled Chen Jiao up and said directly, this place is no longer livable. You should move up and live with us. Okay. Chen Jiao did not refuse. Do you have anything you need to take? Oh right. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at Chen Jiao. As a beauty and fashion blogger, you must have a lot of clothes, right? Chen Jiao led the way. Follow me. Chen Jiao brought Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun to a 50 square meter dressing room, filled with all sorts of colorful outfits, everything you could imagine. Yang Chen immediately spotted several familiar characters. Thor, Victory Team uniform, Shen He, Mei Yang Yang, Ultraman Digga suit, and so on. This wardrobe could rival Lin Jinyun's. So many? Can you even wear them all? Lin Jinyun was also a woman who couldn't move for all the clothes. Chen Jiao said proudly, most of them belong to the company. Since the disaster broke out, they can't take them back, so naturally, they all belong to me now. Jinyun Jia, take a look and see if there's anything you like. I'll give it to you. I like. Hey. Lin Jinyun was just about to choose when she saw the row of clothes in front of her disappear. Yang Chen laughed. What are you choosing for? Now everything is mine. Now they could play dress up. He. Chen Jiao's focus was different from Lin Jinyun's. She stammered, wandering between Yang Chen and the vanished clothes. Where's my clothes? How did they just disappear in the blink of an eye? Yang Chen took out a set of clothes from the infinite space. Get to know my infinite space. I have endless food in my infinite space, and only I can open it. As long as you follow me, you'll have food that never runs out. Chen Jiao was stunned. Is this magic? Is this magic? Lin Jinyun explained with a smile. This is a special ability. Didn't I tell you before in Blue Star? As long as you agree to be this brat's woman, he will also give you a special ability fruit. Chen Jiao. At that time, the situation was urgent, and I didn't look at the information carefully. All right, Chen Jiao asked again. Jin Yunjia, do you have a special ability too? Lin Jinyun nodded. Yes, metal manipulation. Chen Jiao exclaimed, I can't believe there are such magical things as special abilities in this world. Yang Chen chuckled. When the disaster broke out, plants and animals mutated. Why can't humans have special abilities? The two women thought for a moment, and it did make sense. Why should the whole world evolve while leaving humans behind? Enough chit-chat, let's hurry up and pack. With Yang Chen's help, everything Chen Jiao thought she needed was packed into the infinite space. After finishing all this, they returned to Yang Chen's home on the 31st floor. At this time, the surviving residents of the building were still anxiously looking out the window. Gunshots had already sounded. It was unreasonable for the military not to show up. God-level wood-type special ability, Tree of Life. God-level wood-type special ability, Tree of Life. After returning home, he asked Lin Jinyun to take Chen Jiao to take a shower. After washing up and smelling nice, they went to the dining table to eat. Fragrant rice, stir-fried meat with edamame, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, corn rib soup, all were light dishes. When Chen Jiao smelled the enticing aroma of the food, her stomach grumbled uncontrollably. She felt embarrassed, her face flushed and particularly delicate. Yang Chen smiled, don't be polite, these are all prepared for you. Eat something to fill your stomach first, and I'll make a lavish dinner tonight. Chen Jiao was really hungry, and upon hearing this, she didn't bother to be polite with Yang Chen. She picked up a bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Having been hungry for too long, Chen Jiao didn't care about her ladylike demeanor at this moment. She gobbled down the food, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster, which was quite adorable. Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun weren't very hungry, so they just watched Chen Jiao eat. Chen Jiao felt a bit shy being watched. Why are you both looking at me? Lin Jinyun covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. You look like you're enjoying it. Do you want me to get you 2 more dishes? Chen Jiao quickly shook her head, her little head shaking like a rattledrum. No. After the meal, Lin Jinyun consciously returned to her bedroom, leaving the living room to them. I'm so tired, I'm going to take a nap. Chen Jiao washed the dishes and cleverly stood in front of Yang Chen. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Jiao walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a white bathrobe. Perhaps the bathwater was too hot, her little face was flushed. Yang Chen walked over and took out the wood-type special ability fruit from the infinite space, tossing it to Chen Jiao. Wood-type special ability fruit. After eating it, you'll gain wood-type special abilities. Hearing this, Chen Jiao's small face immediately broke into a delighted smile as she caught the thrown wood-type ability fruit. Are you saying that if I eat this, I can also gain abilities? Yang Chen nodded. That's right. Your sister Jinyun is gold-type, and this one is wood-type. Chen Jiao was overjoyed. As long as she awakened her abilities, she would have the power to protect her sister in the apocalypse. At that time, if anyone dared to bully her sister, she could fight back and make them pay the price, instead of waiting for someone else to save her like today. Suddenly, Chen Jiao thought of a question and looked up at Yang Chen seriously, asking, Are there many ability fruits? Yang Chen guessed her concern and replied with a smile, Don't worry, I'll prepare ability fruits for your sister later. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiao stared blankly at Yang Chen, the last trace of distance in her heart vanished, and a sincere smile appeared on her mature face. Thank you, Yang Chen. Hurry up and eat to awaken your abilities. Chen Jiao swallowed the wood-type ability fruit. As the fruit went down, Chen Jiao felt her body lighten, a shimmering green light appeared on her skin, and green light spots emerged around her, converging towards her body. At the same time, Yang Chen's mind also echoed with the system's voice. Ding! Investing 1 wood-type ability fruit in Chen Jiao, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 1,000 ordinary wood-type ability fruits and the divine wood-type ability, Tree of Life. Was there any need to think? Of course, he would choose the divine wood-type ability. Ordinary wood-type ability fruits were of no use to him. He was the man who aimed to gather the 8 divine elements to fuse into the elemental god. Yang Chen answered in his heart, I choose the divine wood-type ability, Tree of Life. Ding! Selection successful. The moment the system's words fell, a shimmering green light began to appear on Yang Chen's body, and the surrounding space seemed to plunge into darkness, with endless green light spots surging towards his physical body. Half an hour later, the evolution awakening ended. Chen Jiao successfully obtained the wood-type ability Blessing of the Wood. This ability allowed Chen Jiao to control plants and make them grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Yang Chen acquired the divine wood-type ability Tree of Life. This divine wood-type ability made Yang Chen the master of all wood-type plants. He could control and command them, exerting suppression over low spirituality mutated plants, and this ability also granted Yang Chen immense vitality. Now, even if his heart were pierced by a bullet, it wouldn't kill him. Yang Chen could summon vast life force to instantly heal his heart's wound. Of course, the head was a different story. The brain was the seat of consciousness. Life force was controlled by consciousness. If he lost consciousness, he wouldn't be able to manipulate life force to heal injuries or treat teammates. The attack power this ability brought Yang Chen was not as strong as the Gold Dominion, but the control and healing were indeed substantial. Not bad. 2 of the 8 elements had already been gathered. With 2 divine abilities at his side, Yang Chen felt it was time to explore the outside world. He resolved in his heart to wander around the community tomorrow and see what dangers he might encounter. He also needed to visit the convenience store in the community. Although Yang Chen could obtain a large amount of food through the 10,000-fold return, the variety was still too limited. Expanding the food variety was urgent. Is this what it feels like to awaken abilities? On the sofa, Chen Jiao looked at her fair little hands with excitement. I feel like I'm full of power now. Yang Chen smiled and said, from now on, you are also an ability user. Thank you, you are so good to me. At that moment, Lin Jinyun walked out of the bedroom. She looked at the 2 with a playful expression. Has the awakening ended? Chen Jiao felt shy and quickly ran to Lin Jinyun's side, hugging her jade-like arm to change the subject. Let me tell you, Jinyun's sister, I awakened my wood-type abilities. The 2 women had quite a few common topics to discuss. They soon began chattering away. Yang Chen did not join in the fun. He went to the balcony to continue exercising. Over the past few days, Yang Chen discovered that working out also helped improve his physical fitness. By 6 in the evening, thick fog once again enveloped the world. Lin Jinyun went to turn on the lights but found that no matter how she pressed the switch, it wouldn't light up. Is there a power outage? The best time to eat hot pot is during a power outage. The thing that worried the survivors the most had indeed happened. On the night of the 10th day after the disaster broke out, the power and internet went out. Every evening at 6 o'clock, the outside world would be shrouded in a thick white fog, visibility dropping, and the temperature plummeting. Without electricity, the air conditioning and small heaters could not function, which was undoubtedly a wake-up call for the hungry survivors. It was from that night onward that the order of human civilization began to gradually collapse. Yang Chen calculated the time. In his previous life, the power and internet had indeed gone out at this point. It wouldn't be long before natural gas and drinking water would also be cut off. Yang Chen didn't have a diesel generator, so he couldn't supply power to his small house. He could look for one tomorrow. Rubbing her hands together, Lin Jinyun smiled at Yang Chen. How about we have hot pot tonight? Yang Chen replied irritably, without power, how can we cook hot pot? Lin Jinyun smiled sweetly. I stocked up on a copper pot and smokeless charcoal at home. We can have old Beijing-style hot pot. Hearing this, Yang Chen was taken aback. Let me see where I put it. Lin Jinyun told Yang Chen the specific location, and he found the copper pot and a box of smokeless charcoal in a green plastic storage box. Yang Chen handed the smokeless charcoal and the copper pot to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao. Here, this is for you too. Lin Jinyun was already used to Yang Chen's habit of giving things away. Chen Jiao was still a bit confused. Aren't we supposed to eat hot pot? Why are you giving me a copper pot? Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's box of smokeless charcoal, 10-pound pack, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 boxes of smokeless charcoal. Ding! Investment in Chen Jiao's copper pot, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 copper pots. With the 10,000 times return triggered, Yang Chen no longer had to worry about not having enough smokeless charcoal to burn. Let's get started. By the way, should we add some hot pot base to the old Beijing-style hot pot? I feel like boiling meat in plain water doesn't suit my taste. Sure, eat however you like. The 3 of them began to get busy. Lin Jinyun was cutting meat in the kitchen. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's beef chuck, 1 pound, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pounds of beef chuck. Ding! Investment in Chen Jiao's premium fatty beef, 1 box, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 boxes of premium fatty beef. Ding! After nearly half an hour of busy work, the copper pot hot pot was served on the table. The hot smokeless charcoal was roasting the copper walls of the pot. The table was filled with various foods: fatty beef, beef chuck, beef tripe, cow stomach, shrimp paste, vegetables, potatoes, and other hot pot ingredients. Originally, they were supposed to have old Beijing-style hot pot, but it turned into Sichuan-Chongqing hot pot. Eating Sichuan-Chongqing hot pot from a copper pot was still acceptable. Chen Jiao was almost drooling. I didn't expect that during the disaster, I could still eat hot pot. A few days ago, I was worried I would starve to death. Lin Jinyun lightly tapped Chen Jiao's smooth forehead. Who told you not to come earlier? You thought I was lying to you. Is old Ganma good for mixing rice? Chen Jiao cried. Jinyun's sister, please forgive me. I was wrong. But when you first came, you asked me to. How could I agree? And now? Lin Jinyun asked with a smile. Chen Jiao glanced at Yang Chen, her face flushed with shyness. I really like it. Yang Chen. Sometimes Yang Chen had to admit that conversations between girls were truly impressive, and boys were impressive too. Alright, the pot is boiling, let's hurry and cook the meat. Yang Chen changed the subject. The two girls were indeed drawn to the new topic. They ate hot pot and sang songs. Around the dining table, there were 10 iron basins filled with smokeless charcoal for heating. It was hard to feel the cold, but the heat was undeniably intense. The next day, a scream pierced through the entire building. Some startled residents were awakened. Some discovered that their family members had frozen to death. The power outage last night had left them unable to turn on the heating, and many residents with weak constitutions had been frozen to death in the cold. As the fog lifted, the remaining residents of the building seemed to reach a consensus. They were actually knocking on doors. Is there anyone alive inside? If so, listen up. The power went out last night, and living conditions have become even more difficult. We all agree that we need to unite. If anyone is inside, remember to come to the second floor for a meeting at 8. A surviving resident knocked on Yang Chen's door, regardless of whether anyone was inside, and said a few words before leaving. Behind the door, Yang Chen stood with his hands in his pockets. A meeting? In his previous life, someone had indeed come to knock on his door to inform him about a meeting. But at that time, Yang Chen was too cowardly and simply pretended to be dead, huddling at home and not going. So he had no idea what would happen at this meeting. Anyway, I have to go out, so I might as well see what they want to do. With that thought in mind, Yang Chen returned to his bedroom to get dressed. On the soft bed, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were also awakened by the noise. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they looked at Yang Chen in confusion. What's wrong? It's nothing. The surviving residents of this building seem to be gathering for a meeting. I'm going to check it out, Yang Chen said while getting dressed. They hadn't done much last night. After finishing the hot pot, Yang Chen found a horror movie to watch on a fixed stand at the head of the bed, and they watched the horror film. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Oh right. Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiao and asked, how far is Guanyin University from here? You should know, right? Mentioning Guanyin University, Chen Jiao immediately became alert, her awareness sharpening. Are you going to Guanyin University to find my sister? Yang Chen replied frankly, no, I just want to familiarize myself with the route first, and then go when it's safe. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiao realized she had been too anxious. It was so dangerous outside now. If they didn't plan carefully, even if they were superhumans, they could still get hurt. Chen Jiao said, Guanyin University is also my alma mater. I used to go there often to find my sister. It's about 7 kilometers from here, heading east from the south gate of the community. 7 kilometers, 7 kilometers wasn't far before the apocalypse. A quick drive would get you there. But in the current situation, those 7 kilometers represented the unknown. Who knows what might happen? I understand. Today, I'll go out and see what dangers I might encounter. Lin Jinyun looked at Yang Chen with concern. Don't you need us to accompany you? We're both superhumans. We won't hold you back. Yang Chen shook his head. No need, the fewer people, the better for movement. Seeing that Yang Chen had said so, Lin Jinyun opened her mouth but didn't say anything more. Alright then. While more people indeed meant more strength, it also brought many uncertainties. So Yang Chen felt it was more appropriate to set out alone. Lin Jinyun got up and started making breakfast, wearing an apron and bustling around the kitchen like a devoted wife. This morning, the three of them had scallion pancakes wrapped with pork tenderloin and instant fresh meat dumplings, and with some calcium supplements, they all ate their fill. Ding! Investing in a bottle of calcium for Lin Jinyun triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bottles of calcium. Ding! After finishing their meal, the three of them went out together. Yang Chen said he wouldn't take them to Light and Shadow University, but that didn't mean they couldn't leave the neighborhood. It was also a good opportunity for the two girls to see what dangers existed in the outside world and gain some survival experience. The three didn't leave the apartment building directly. Instead, they first went to the second floor. The doors of the two households on the second floor were wide open, and at least 80% of the remaining surviving residents of the building had come. There were also some, like Yang Chen in his previous life, who were holed up at home and unwilling to come out. Those people generally still had some food left at home, enough to sustain them, but they were worried about being robbed if they ventured out, so they acted like ostriches. Nearly 80 people were scattered in the 2 houses or the hallway. None of them looked healthy. They were all pale and emaciated, their expressions listless, their faces devoid of color, filled with despair, and their bodies soft as noodles from not eating for a long time. Do you have any food at home? If you do, share some with me. I feel like if I don't eat something soon, I'm really going to kick the bucket. Big brother, look at my waxy face. Do I look like I have food? I'm already weak. Damn it! Didn't they say there would be military rescue? It's been so many days, and not even a shadow has appeared. Stop thinking about it. That rich kid Luo Hai said he would push from west to east. He doesn't even consider our current position. They will definitely prioritize rescuing the nearest disaster victims. We might as well wait to die. Does anyone have any baby formula? Even if it's expired, my child is about to give up. He's only 5 months old, and I'm willing to trade a gold bracelet for it. Formula? If we had formula, we would have drunk it ourselves long ago. If you want food now, you might have to find the one causing the chicken plague, but we don't even know who that is. Yeah, who knows, the one causing the chicken plague might be among us, watching us in our misery. Who the hell is the one causing the chicken plague? Get your ass out here. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. The second floor was chaotic, with weak voices intertwining, along with the cries of children, the complaints of the elderly, and the sounds of impotent rage. At that moment, a short, ordinary-looking young man walked up to the second floor surrounded by a crowd. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The crowd looked over weakly, curious about what this guy was up to. The young man particularly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He scanned the crowd and grinned. Hello everyone, I am the main organizer of this meeting. My name is Chen Bing. A surviving resident asked, what do you want us all to gather here for? Yeah, if you have a plan, just say it quickly. It's pretty dangerous outside. Chen Bing didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. It has been 11 days since the disaster broke out, and military rescue is nowhere in sight. I believe we need to save ourselves. We need to unite our strength to build our own survivor shelter. As soon as he said this, the crowd exchanged glances. This plan indeed had potential. There's strength in numbers, and that saying holds true at any time, especially in a disaster. But there was one problem. Since it was an organization, there had to be a leader. Who would take on that role? At a time like this, no one trusted anyone else, and they certainly wouldn't let a stranger take the position of leader. Many even wanted to compete for it themselves. Another resident asked, building a shelter is fine, but who will be the leader? Chen Bing stood tall with his hands behind his back, confidently stating, I, the one worthy, am willing to be the leader of this shelter. The crowd. The audacity is almost slapping us in the face. Why should you be the leader? Someone protested. Exactly. I believe the leader must be elected, and it should be someone of high moral standing, fair and just. That's right. Do you want to be the boss? Let's talk after you get past me. A middle-aged man stepped forward. I am a martial arts teacher, and I want to see what skills you have to become the leader of this shelter. If you can't defeat me, then the position of leader is mine. This middle-aged man had his own selfish motives. The power of a leader was certainly much greater than that of a mere member. Once he became the leader, he could use that power to support a group of his own loyal followers and dominate this building. Just as this fool jumped out, let him see how formidable I am. Boom! Chen Bing clenched his right fist, and a blazing fire burned fiercely on his knuckles. He took a swift step forward, his figure quickly arriving in front of the middle-aged man, and with one punch, he struck the man's head. Bang! The physical quality of an ability user is at least 5 times that of a normal man. Chen Bing's punch directly smashed half of the middle-aged man's face, and flames erupted on his head. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. In the end, there was no more movement. He was dead. This scene left the surviving residents present dumbfounded, all wearing expressions of disbelief and horror, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Bing. How is this possible? Is this magic? I can feel the heat. This is definitely not magic. Chen Bing extinguished the flames and smiled proudly. This is my superpower. Do you think I can become the leader of this shelter with my superpower? This time, everyone fell silent. Chen Bing continued, if I become the leader, I will organize a protection team and a resource search team to go out and look for supplies. Food will be distributed uniformly. Really? Count on it. Then, I am willing to nominate you as the leader. With the first person speaking up, others gradually followed suit. Mainly, Chen Bing's ability to conjure fire out of thin air was astonishing. Moreover, they felt that with such a superpowered individual protecting them, they could live more safely. Chen Bing was immensely proud. Before the disaster, he was just a waiter at a restaurant near the community. Every day, he was either scolded by the manager or picked on by customers. But in the service industry, he had to greet everyone with a smile, otherwise, his wages would be docked, and in severe cases, he could even be fired. Chen Bing felt like a dog, living without any dignity, until the disaster struck. A couple of days ago, he had a severe illness, and after recovering, he discovered he had the power to control fire. With his fire control ability and enhanced physical qualities, he easily knocked down his colleague Xiao Zhang from the same dormitory and played with his girlfriend right in front of him. After that, Chen Bing's confidence soared. He felt like the chosen one. With his awakened superpower, he was sure he could achieve something during the great disaster. Then, this morning, there was the incident of someone knocking on doors one by one. The ones knocking were those who had been subdued by him and were now following him. Now, he had even become the leader of the shelter, managing dozens of people, which made Chen Bing feel particularly exhilarated. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Finally, he no longer had to be a dog. He wanted to treat others like dogs. Chen Bing squinted his eyes and smiled. Now, let's centralize all the supplies in this building. You all need to bring out the remaining food from your homes, and for those owners who haven't come out, since they are unwilling to join us, please ask them to leave this building. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed repeatedly, and the faces of some hidden survivors in the crowd turned even darker. They were more than willing to receive food, but to take it from their pockets was like asking for their lives. No one was willing to hand over their survival rations to this so-called shelter. Seeing no one respond, Chen Bing's expression darkened, feeling that his authority as leader was being ignored. Are you all deaf? Can't you all hear what this leader is saying? The online name exposure sparked controversy, and boldly, he killed Chen Bing. Well, Leader Chen, we really have no food left. How about you take some people to the convenience store in the neighborhood to find some food? An old man with graying hair rubbed his hands and smiled. Are you coming with me? Chen Bing glanced at the old man, who immediately waved his hands in fright. No, my old bones can barely walk now. Leader Chen, you should take some young people. We old folks won't cause any trouble. That's right. Someone supporting the old man stepped forward. Almost all were elderly. I think Director Sun is right. Young people have good stamina and should do more work. We old folks will just wait in the building for you to come back and share a little with us. An old lady said as if it were a matter of course. What the hell? Why should we? You old folks really have no shame. I risked going out to find food, and you old geezers just want to take a share with your mouths flapping. Where's your face? The older you get, the less shame you have, huh? The young man was furious. Only a fool would accept such unfairness. Don't talk about respecting the elderly. Why should he respect them when they aren't even his own? If you were a good person before, charitable and kind, that would be one thing. Everyone would appreciate your past kindness. But you old folks have always liked to stir up trouble. It would be merciful not to beat you up. Chen Bing was also speechless. Did they really think of themselves as victims? He was here to be the boss, to command others, not to be a babysitter. Chen Bing, anyone over 50, get out of this building. My shelter doesn't take in useless people. As soon as these words were spoken, the elderly present immediately protested. Why should we? Our home is here. What right do you have to drive us away? Today's young people really lack quality, no sense of morality at all. Call the police. Just say there's someone abusing the elderly here. Call the police to arrest this son of a bitch. Bang! Chen Bing rushed in front of the old lady who called him a son of a bitch and smashed her head with a punch, splattering red and white all over the surrounding people. Chen Bing coldly snorted, "Don't let me hear the word dog again." The crowd fell silent, as quiet as a grave. Fear returned to their eyes as they looked at Chen Bing. At that moment, they realized that this leader was not someone to be trifled with. Killing 2 people in less than 10 minutes, what kind of good person could that be? Is there anyone else who has something to say? If you do, step forward quickly. Chen Bing coldly surveyed the crowd. He wanted to establish his authority. He wanted this group to never dare to defy him again. I have something to say. Hearing someone still daring to oppose him, Chen Bing's eyes immediately swept over. The crowd at the stairway parted, creating a path. 3 people strolled over confidently, dressed neatly, their faces rosy and clean, their steps steady and strong, completely unlike the emaciated, weak survivors around them. These 3 were none other than Yang Chen and his companions preparing to go out. Yang Chen didn't expect that besides the 3 of them, there were actually other ability users in this building. Moreover, they were highly aggressive fire-type ability users. However, this guy didn't seem like a good person. He was suppressing the survivors with force. And he was also organizing a search of the building. Sooner or later, Yang Chen would have to confront him. Rather than deal with trouble later, it would be better to eliminate the source of trouble now. Yang Chen had never fought against an ability user before. It was just the right opportunity to test his strength. What? Fight with Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao? Could that even be considered a fight? That was just an informal sparring session. Chen Bing's gaze turned towards Yang Chen, but his attention was inevitably drawn to the two stunningly beautiful women beside him. This world is like that. Beautiful people are the center of attention wherever they go. At this moment, many people were watching Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao. Damn, how did Miss Lin end up with this kid? And they look pretty close. And Chen, the big internet celebrity, could it be that they were friends before? By the way, do any of you know who this kid is? I have no impression of him at all. This kid seems to be the otaku from upstairs, only plays games, and Miss Lin seems to live upstairs too. Damn, this kid won over Miss Lin with food. After living in this community for so many years, many neighbors had seen Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao, especially the beautiful ones, who were particularly memorable. Chen Bing licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. He had never had the chance to associate with such beautiful women before, but now he did. As the leader of the shelter, having two beautiful women was quite reasonable, right? Chen Bing already had a plan. Kill this kid. Claim these two women for himself. At this moment, Chen Bing was absolutely in love with this disaster. It had turned his identity upside down. Kid, the supplies in the shelter are centrally managed. If you want to join my shelter, you need to hand over all your food to the collective. Oh, by the way, what's your name in the blue star? Let me see. Chen Bing hadn't forgotten about the chicken plague during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. He had been keeping an eye on this rich man. It would be a crime not to take down such a fat sheep. Consider it the price for him showing off in the group. The chicken plague during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Yang Chen answered honestly, his smile bright and sunny, like a naive kid without any ulterior motives. As soon as he said this, everyone present finally shifted their gaze away from the two top beauties. This kid is the one from the chicken plague during the late Eastern Han Dynasty? Looking at the expressions of the women beside him, it seems so. He shows no signs of having been hungry. Damn, I've been looking for him for days, and this kid dares to show up. I wonder how much food he has left. This kid is really selfish, having so much food and not thinking of helping his neighbors through tough times. Chen Bing hadn't expected that the chicken plague he had been searching for so long would be this kid. Thinking of the photos he had posted in the group, Chen Bing's mouth began to water. Although he had become a superpower user, his food situation hadn't improved much these days. Seeing this kid immediately made Chen Bing furious. Damn, here I am, a dignified superpower user, in such a state, and you dare to eat well, drink well, and play with two top women. What gives you the right? This world is so unfair. Kid, hand over all your food to the collective, and I can leave you a whole corpse, unlike these two who couldn't even keep their whole corpses. Chen Bing spread his hands and summoned flames, showcasing his power. The crowd looked helpless. Some sighed, not out of concern for Yang Chen's life, but worried about whether they could get a share. They weren't fools. It was clear that Chen Bing was not a selfless, fair person. If this kid's food fell into his hands, he probably wouldn't share it with these people. And these two women, they were likely to suffer. Kill me? You need to have the ability to do that. Yang Chen boldly charged out, each hand gripping a metal straight knife. His speed was fast. Having absorbed the energy of a mutated cat, along with the physical enhancements from awakening two god-level powers, Yang Chen's physical abilities crushed Chen Bing's. Chen Bing only felt a blur before the person 10 meters away was right in front of him. Poochie, Poochie. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out. Chen Bing was pierced through both sides of his chest, nailed firmly to the wall. Kill me? Can you really do that? Dealing with this fool who can't recognize reality, it's better to take action than anything else. Chen Bing's eyes were about to burst. His eyes were wide open like a cow's. How is this possible? Could it be that you are also? Chen Bing never expected to be killed in an instant by this kid. He was a superpower user. The chosen one. How could he be killed so easily? The plot doesn't match. And even if this kid was also a superpower user, why was he so much stronger than himself? He couldn't even put up a feeble resistance against him. Damn, a cheat. There's a cheat. Remember, in your next life, don't covet what you can't have, or it will only bring you harm. Yang Chen sneered, twisting the knife handle and completely shattering Chen Bing's heart. Although superpower users awaken extraordinary powers, it doesn't mean they are invincible. They can still be killed if vital areas are injured. Some superpower users can't even defend against firearms. Chen Bing died with unwillingness and regret in his eyes. Why did he provoke this guy? Just as Yang Chen was about to sheath his knife, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has killed a fire-type superpower user. Would you like to extract the superpower fruit? Hearing this, Yang Chen was stunned. Can you really extract superpower fruits after killing a superpower user? That's amazing. The more superpower fruits, the better. He needed to plan for his future women. Investing in their superpower fruits would be equivalent to helping himself become stronger. Yang Chen replied in his heart, extract. With this fire-type superpower fruit, he had already gathered 3 elements. He was still 5 superpower fruits away from the 8 major elements. Ding! Extracting. Ding! Extraction complete. Fire-type superpower fruit has been placed in the system backpack. Yang Chen's consciousness sank into the infinite space and indeed saw a crimson energy fruit. He had promised Chen Jiaya to prepare a superpower fruit for her sister. Here it comes, haha. It seemed like a long time, but the system only took 1 second to extract the fire-type superpower fruit. Yang Chen drew out the alloy straight knife and sheathed it back at his waist. At this moment, he thought of the golden short-hair cat that Lin Jinyun raised. When he killed the mutated golden short-hair cat, he accidentally touched its head. At that time, a stream of heat entered his body, and Yang Chen felt it very clearly. After this heat flowed into his body, his strength noticeably increased. The mutated golden short-hair cat was evolution, and so were superpower users. Did superpower users have this stream of heat in their heads? Yang Chen was an action-oriented person. He directly grabbed Chen Bing's head. Sure enough, when his palm touched Chen Bing's head, a stream of heat flowed from Chen Bing's head into his palm, then coursed through his entire body. The volume of this heat was similar to that of the mutated golden short-hair cat. Indeed, superpower users need to hunt evolved creatures to absorb the energy within them to become stronger, Yang Chen thought. He categorized superpower users, mutated beasts, and mutated plants all as evolved creatures. Discarding Chen Bing's corpse, Yang Chen disdainfully wiped his hands. This guy probably hadn't washed his hair in days, it was so greasy. With the source of trouble resolved, Yang Chen didn't plan to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya, an old man stepped forward and called out to them. Little brother, please wait. Yang Chen turned back, his voice flat. Is there something? The old man was none other than the one referred to as director's son by old lady Li. He was the director of the local street office, not very powerful, but he had a commanding presence and loved to be called director by others. The elderly people also catered to his vanity, calling him director's son every time they saw him, greatly satisfying his ego. Cough, you see, you killed him, and our shelter is left without a leader. You're so strong, I represent everyone to nominate you as the new leader of the shelter. What do you think? As long as you can provide us with food and safe shelter, we will definitely support you. No one else will do. I, Sun Dabiao, say so. Old Sun coughed twice, hands behind his back, looking at Yang Chen. Old Lady Li also smiled and stood in solidarity with Old Sun. Yes, young man, you see how strong you are. Going out to find food, you must be a good hand at it. You protect us, and when the disaster passes, we will jointly write a letter to commend you. At that time, your contributions will surely not be overlooked. If you feel it's dangerous, you can take the young people from this building with you. They are strong and used to hard work. They will definitely be able to help you. As soon as these words were spoken, the young people present instantly changed their expressions, looking as if they were constipated. These old folks, even after the disaster, their mouths are still so loose. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh, his eyes playfully sizing up old Lady Li and Old Sun, saying, Old geezers, do I look like a fool to you? What obligation do I have to provide you with food, and shelter you while you commend me? Do you really think I care? He wondered if it was old age or just a lack of brains that made them say such things. How could they have the nerve to speak like that? Truly, they were losing their sense of shame as they aged, weren't they? Yang Chen's unyielding retort left Old Sun and Old Lady Li both embarrassed and furious, their faces turning pale with anger. Old Sun trembled as he pointed a finger at Yang Chen. You disrespect your elders. Where's the demeanor of a young person? Yang Chen replied, I am a young person, but I'm not a fool. Get out of the way. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, Yang Chen turned to leave. Old Lady Li snorted twice and charged at Yang Chen with her 200 pounds of weight. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he side-kicked out. What he didn't expect was that as he lifted his leg, Old Lady Li happened to bend down and lie in front of him, causing Yang Chen's kick to miss. What a coincidence. It really was a coincidence. Ouch, he's hitting people. This little brat is hitting people. Everyone, come and see. It's one thing to disrespect your elders, but to lay hands on an old person is simply outrageous. Some of Old Lady Li's old friends seem to have rehearsed this countless times. Wherever she went, her friends would jump in to pretend to take pictures of Yang Chen. Those with phones took real pictures. Those without phones pretended to take pictures. In their eyes, whoever took a picture was in the right. This kid must be afraid of the power of public opinion. He would surely compromise in the end. Clearly, you must not learn from this kid to disrespect your elders and lack manners. People like him are barbarians, and they will never amount to anything in life. If it gets extreme, they might even commit crimes. A mushroom-headed old lady was educating her grandson, using Yang Chen as a negative example. Her grandson was no saint either. He shouted at Yang Chen, "Bad guy, big bad guy, I'll beat you to death." Not content with just cursing, he even raised his toy water gun and pulled the trigger at Yang Chen, soaking the new clothes he had just put on today. The mushroom-headed old lady behind the brat showed no intention of stopping. Instead, she laughed heartily. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were about to explode with anger. How could this group of old geezers be so infuriating? In peacetime, they liked to sit under the shade of the trees at the entrance of the building, nodding and commenting on passing women. If they wore anything slightly revealing, this group of old folks would point and criticize, saying they were improper, definitely up to no good, trying to seduce men, ruining morals, and so on. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were victims of this. Both were top-tier beauties. Was it wrong to dress nicely? Moreover, compared to some women, they were dressed quite conservatively. Now, this group of old folks was starting their nonsense again. Compared to the anger of the two, Yang Chen nearly chuckled lightly. Did they really think he wouldn't hit an old woman? Old Lady Li was closest to Yang Chen, and he lifted his foot to strike her on the head. The whip kick was fast, precise, and ruthless. With his formidable physical prowess, it was almost invisible. Bang! Old Lady Li's head exploded. It was shattered in an instant. At that moment, the entire building fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Yang Chen. They never expected him to erupt into violence like Chen Bing. "You old folks, scream! Why have you stopped?" Yang Chen turned to the two women and smiled. When dealing with such delusional fools, there's no need to waste words, just act directly. It's better than anything. After saying that, Yang Chen walked towards the brat who had just squirted water at him. "What you have is fake. What I have is real." Seeing this, the brat's grandmother immediately shielded her precious grandson behind her and said to Yang Chen with a fierce but cowardly tone, "What do you want? I warn you not to come closer. I practiced when I was young too." Slap! Yang Chen slapped her away, sending her crashing into the wall. "Get out of the way. What you have is fake. Let me show you something real, okay?" Yang Chen said with a smile to the brat. The brat shouted, "You hit my grandma. You're a bad guy. I want to kill you." As he spoke, the brat tried to punch and kick Yang Chen, but Yang Chen pressed him down with one hand, pulling out a Glock 22 handgun from his pocket and shoving the dark muzzle into the brat's mouth. "What you have is fake. What I have is real. You shot me 3 times. Isn't it fair for me to return the favor?" "No!" The brat's grandmother struggled to get up from the ground, reaching out towards her precious grandson, screaming heart-wrenchingly, her eyes red. Bang! The brat's head exploded. The many surviving residents around looked extremely pale. They all moved away from Yang Chen. Now they finally understood where the gunshots from yesterday had come from. It turned out to be the chaos caused by him. But, where did he get a real gun? Many surviving residents had this question in their minds, but they didn't dare to voice it. It was simply because Yang Chen at this moment was too terrifying. He appeared completely inhuman. A child's life was taken just like that. The brat's grandmother, seeing her precious grandson's head blown off, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury, gritted her teeth and roared, "You dared to kill my grandson. I'll fight you to the death." Bang! The response to the brat's grandmother was a bullet. As she charged forward, her body leaned back and fell heavily to the ground. After doing all this, Yang Chen stood up and patted the spot that had been wet by the brat's water gun, saying, "Really, this shirt is new, and you got it wet." Everyone. Yang Chen looked at Old Son. "Do you have any last words to say?" Old Son. "Young man, calm down. Killing is against the law." You. Thud. Old Son couldn't finish his sentence. The young man's gaze was too terrifying, causing him to kneel down with a thud. "Spare me. I'll spare you." Yang Chen grinned. Bang! Old Son was also done for. Yang Chen glanced at the remaining surviving residents and smiled, "Enjoy this apocalypse." After saying that, Yang Chen took Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao downstairs. The surviving residents on the second floor exchanged glances, and the scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. 2.5 minutes later. Finally, someone couldn't bear the terrifyingly oppressive atmosphere any longer, huddling against the wall, trembling and hugging their knees. "It's too terrifying. That kid is a complete killer. He killed 5 people in less than 10 minutes after arriving here, even more brutal than Chen Bing. What can we do? Who told him to have a gun? None of us are his match. I can't take it anymore. When will this cursed day end? What is the military rescue team doing? Why haven't they come to save me? Great, another one has gone mad." From a building, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a black leather jacket, and jeans stepped out. "The guy with the chicken plague has taken those 2 women out of the apartment building. Their target should be the convenience store or supermarket in the community. It looks like his food supply is almost depleted. Someone asked in confusion, "What exactly are you trying to say?" The man with glasses, his eyes glinting coldly, scanned the crowd and slowly said, "The guy with the chicken plague has a gun. His presence is a threat to us. Did you see what just happened? He's a killer. If we stay with him, we will die sooner or later. Why don't we unite, ambush him, and wait for him to return with supplies before launching a surprise attack? By then, if we take out the guy with the chicken plague, the food he finds will be ours." Hearing this, the crowd began to stir. "Can we really do that? The guy with the chicken plague seems stronger than Chen Bing. I can't, I'm afraid he'll shoot me in the head. Why? I want my mom." "You're over 20 and still want your mom? You're such a mama's boy." Ladies, beware, this guy is a mama's boy. Someone stood up to question. "The guy with the chicken plague has a gun. What makes you think we can take him on?" The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and besides, there are more than 4 fists here. I recognize the handgun the guy with the chicken plague has. It's a Type 57 pistol, with a maximum magazine capacity of 7 rounds. He has already fired 3 shots, and considering what he used yesterday, I'm 90% sure he is out of bullets. When we ambush him, I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't take down one guy with the chicken plague. The crowd fell silent again. Seeing this, the man with glasses, filled with frustration, said, "Do you want to live under the tyranny of the guy with the chicken plague forever? Dying by his hand is death. Starving to death in this building is also death. Why can't we unite and take a chance? Once the guy with the chicken plague is dead, his food will be ours, and his women will be ours too. Don't you want to live like him?" With his incitement, some impulsive people immediately stood up. "Let's do it. We're going to die anyway. Why not take a shot? The guy with the chicken plague is human too. I don't believe that if I hit him on the back of the head with a club, he can still stand." "Exactly. If we're afraid of his gun, then we just won't give him the chance to use it. He's in the open, and we're in the dark. The advantage is huge. I don't believe we are truly useless. Let's do it." The guy with the chicken plague is dragging 2 deadweights with him. His combat power will definitely be reduced. Only those who dare to fight will win. Someone took the lead, and the other surviving residents were half-heartedly pulled onto this pirate ship. People have a tendency to follow the crowd, to go with the flow, and they were in that situation now. The man with glasses saw his incitement succeed, a deep hatred flashing in his eyes. "Good. The guy with the chicken plague doesn't know when he will be back. Let's hurry up and set up. Once we take him down, the food and women will be ours." All right. The crowd began to take action. Of course, not everyone was irrational. Some people quietly retreated to the back of the crowd and, taking advantage of no one noticing, went upstairs to return home. Yang Chen naturally had no idea about the actions and plans of the residents in the apartment building. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What danger could a group of soft-shell shrimp without proper weapons pose to him? The infinite space door opening in front of him could defend against anything. Rather than worrying about them, it's better to be concerned about the mutated beasts and plants lurking in the weeds. At the entrance of the apartment building. "Wow, is this still just weeds? They're growing way too high," Chen Jiao exclaimed as she looked at the scene before her. She was about 174 centimeters tall in her shoes, which is considered tall among girls. But now, the lush green weeds before her had already reached above her waist. The 3 of them had no doubt that if they continued to grow, these weeds could easily reach 2 meters. "How about we set fire to these weeds? Otherwise, we can't see what's happening in the thicket, and we could easily be ambushed." The supermarket scavenging team and the community security team stood at the entrance of the apartment building, where all they could see were weeds, growing wildly and occupying every inch of land. These weeds were over a meter tall, densely covering the ground of the entire community, making it impossible to recognize the original roads and paths. Among these weeds, towering trees stood proudly, their trunks so thick that it would take several people to embrace them. The bark was covered with the marks and cracks of time. The branches of these giant trees stretched far, their canopies almost obscuring the entire sky, casting a constant shadow over anyone standing in the community. Looking again at the once solid concrete pavement, it had been ruined beyond recognition under the assault of the tree roots, which had ruthlessly pierced through the ground. The roots twisted and turned like giant pythons, winding beneath the surface and shattering the once smooth pavement into pieces. The streetlights leaned at odd angles, their dark steel entwined with vibrant green ivy, and the base of the building was already showing signs of green, with moss slowly eroding the structure. Some lower floor windows were completely blocked by vines, and the doors were covered in moss, giving everything a desolate and silent appearance. Occasionally, a breeze would pass through, bringing a rustling sound from the leaves and vines rubbing against each other. Since the outbreak of the disaster, it felt as if the entire world had been paused. Listening to the world, it was peaceful and serene, but beneath this tranquility lay countless hidden dangers. Just like the vast sea of weeds obscuring their view, no one knew what dangers were hidden within the dense thicket. Some mutated beasts liked to lurk in concealed places, waiting to ambush their prey with a deadly strike as they passed by. The residents of the community mostly kept pets like cats and dogs, so the mutated beasts in the area were likely of these two types, and it was frightening to think that even insects might have mutated. It's impossible to burn them down. A big fire in the sky, with the wind aiding the flames, could easily spread to the apartment building. Let's clear a path. Yang Chen thought for a moment and shook his head, rejecting Lin Jinyun's suggestion. Lin Jinyun shrugged her shoulders, non-committal. I'll do it. With a thought, Yang Chen opened the infinite space door wide, and 11 alloy straight knives flew out, swirling in the air and making a crisp sound. Yang Chen kept one for himself and handed one each to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. Lin Jinyun caught hers without issue, but when Chen Jiayao grasped the alloy straight knife, Yang Chen heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Invested one modern alloy straight knife in Chen Jiayao, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 modern alloy straight knives. Yang Chen, what's going on? Wasn't it said that rewards obtained through 10,000-fold returns couldn't trigger another 10,000-fold return? How come Chen Jiayao's? Wait, the modern alloy straight knife was obtained through Lin Jinyun's 10,000-fold return. Since she had already gone through one round, it couldn't trigger another 10,000-fold return. But Chen Jiayao was different. This was her first time. In other words, it's not that the rewards from a 10-fold return can't continue to be 10-fold returned, but rather that we need to change the talent. Now this is interesting. You have all seen the ability fruits. Pay attention to your surroundings and see if there are any ability fruits. If there are, we will profit. Right, Gio? Chen Gio nodded her little head. Yang Chen had already promised her that the next ability fruit would be for his sister. In order for his sister to also gain abilities, Chen Jia wished her ability had X-ray vision so she could see everything clearly around her. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, activating the Master of Gold. With Yang Chen as the center, within 100 meters in diameter was all within his control. Yang Chen manipulated a metal knife to cut through the weeds in their path. The cuts were neat, as if a harvester had just passed through. Yang Chen and the others had a clear goal. They headed towards the nearest community supermarket. They encountered no dangers along the way. The mutated beasts either hid from the three of them out of fear or for some other reason. The three advanced to the supermarket entrance without seeing a single mutated beast jump out. Could it be that they all went out hunting? The community supermarket wasn't very large, covering about 1,000 square meters. It had only one floor. The entire supermarket was divided into areas for alcoholic beverages, snacks, fresh produce, vegetables, bulk goods, daily necessities, and seasonings, among others. The roll-up door of the community supermarket was tightly closed. Yang Chen looked at the weeds at the supermarket entrance, where there were bends and signs of being trampled. This place should have been visited by nearby survivors. Let's go in and see what's left. The two girls naturally had no objections and closely followed Yang Chen. With a whoosh, the roll-up door was pushed up. Looking at the mess inside the supermarket, Yang Chen smiled lightly. As expected, someone has been here. That group of survivors will probably come back. Let's take everything here. Yang Chen opened the door to infinite space, pushing it forward and stuffing everything in front of him into the infinite space. While others stuffed things into their backpacks bit by bit, Yang Chen was different. He directly stuffed the shelves into the infinite space, moving quickly. One by one, the shelves filled with goods were swallowed by the infinite space door. The variety of supplies in Yang Chen's possession was increasing. Soon, all the shelves and counters in the supermarket were taken by Yang Chen. Cigarettes and alcohol, bulk bread and biscuits, chips, spicy strips, and jerky, rice, flour, and noodles, sanitary pads, shampoo, and toothpaste. Even the small balloons placed next to the cash register were not spared. Everything went into his infinite space. After finishing all this, Yang Chen felt incredibly relieved. As for what the other survivors would eat after he took all the supplies from the supermarket, that was none of his business. In this apocalypse, as long as he took care of himself and those around him, that was enough. Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun ran over with Chen Jiao. Yang Chen smiled and asked, "What's up?" Lin Jinyun linked her arm with Yang Chen's. "This place has been cleared out. Let's go empty the community's package collection point next. I've been so bored these days. Get me some packages to open." Package collection point? Yang Chen slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this place? At the package collection point, you have a chance to open anything. Plus, you can experience the joy of unboxing blind boxes. Aunt, I beg you, let's go. We need to be nearby anyway, dear nephew. Chen Jia widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. You all have such flowery titles? Lin Jinyun raised an eyebrow, showing no embarrassment. Should I give you one too? Okay, let's go clear out the package collection point. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. The closest to us is Zheng Tong and Ida. Let's go. The three of them walked out of the supermarket and immediately saw 7 people in security uniforms running quickly towards them, some of them panting and red-faced. When the 7 approached, the leading young man sized up Yang Chen. You're the one who plays games in Building 1? Didn't expect you to still be alive. Seeing this young man, Yang Chen smiled. It's you, the delivery thief. Good people don't live long, and disasters last for 1,000 years. It's been 11 days since the disaster, and you're still not dead. You bastard. The young man was infuriated. It's already a disaster, and you're still so arrogant. Do you really think I won't touch you just because you're a resident? The supplies in this supermarket all belong to Building 7. Hand over all the food you've taken. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you a beating. The second wild ability user, Yang Chen, spread his hands, looking at the young man with a look of disbelief. Is your brain not working, or are your eyes just blind? Look at me. Where do I have space to hide food? The young man was speechless. Oh right. The 3 people opposite had empty hands and no backpacks. Where could they hide food? The young man's name was Yi Zhong, a security guard in this community. He relied on his uncle being the property manager, so he acted like a security guard without any semblance of one, and when he was displeased with a resident, he would throw a few insults. Previously, he had a conflict with Yang Chen, and harboring resentment, he found out Yang Chen's floor number and name, then squatted at his door every day to steal his delivery. In the end, Yang Chen recorded a video and posted it online, causing a public uproar. Yi Zhong had come to him separately to ask him to delete the video, but Yang Chen definitely refused. This guy even wanted to hit him back then. Truly, I'm a security guard, and every day I'm either patrolling or teasing the resident showdown, while also teaching a lesson to disobedient residents, right? The security guard stealing deliveries was one thing, but when he privately sought to mediate with the resident and failed, he resorted to violence, which completely made Jingxiaching famous. In the end, the property department couldn't take it anymore and brought Yi Zhong to apologize to Yang Chen. Yang Chen still remembered Yi Zhong's gritted teeth expression at that time. Yi Zhong looked suspicious. You came out of the supermarket but didn't bring any food. Are you out of your mind? Yang Chen smiled lightly. There's nothing in the supermarket. Nothing? Yi Zhong naturally didn't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We came here 3 times yesterday, and when we left, there were plenty of supplies in the supermarket. Yang Chen, if you don't believe it, just go take a look. Yi Zhong signaled, and a middle-aged man immediately nodded and hurried towards the supermarket. The door was open, and when he peeked inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. Which bandit raided this place? They didn't even spare the shelves. The supermarket was left with nothing but the fixed cash register and some trash. Completely empty. Even a rat would cry. The middle-aged man ran back to Yi Zhong, flustered, and reported, Brother Yi, the supermarket. All the supplies are gone, even the shelves are gone. What? This time Yi Zhong was also stunned. Their Building 7 was the closest to this supermarket. Relying on the supplies transported from the supermarket every day, they could live quite comfortably in Building 7. But now you're telling me the supplies are gone? Damn! Yi Zhong, not believing it, ran to take a look himself. The result left him dumbfounded. Gone. Nearly 1,000 square meters of supplies were all gone. How could this be possible? Who could have moved so many supplies under their watch without them knowing? Could it be haunted? Or those mysterious monsters in the fog at night? But at this point, the supplies were already gone, and Yi Zhong had no better way to deal with it. He didn't know who took the supplies or how to investigate. Yi Zhong looked at Yang Chen and the 2 women beside him with a cold smile. Since the supplies were gone, then let's vent some anger on this kid. Let you, damn it, oppose me before the disaster. Now that it's in my hands, you're in for it. And these 2 women are truly beautiful. Yi Zhong has never seen such beautiful women in his life. They are even more attractive than some stars on TV. Yi Zhong grinned as he walked back. Yang Chen, did you ever think that when you opposed me before the disaster, it would come to this today? You, a mere property owner, dare to go against me, a security guard? Now that you're in my hands, you're in for a world of pain. The group of security guards Yi Zhong brought had completely transformed into his image after mingling for some time. At this moment, no matter what Yi Zhong said, they would unconditionally flatter him and echo his words. There was no way around it. After all, he had an impressive uncle. Brother Yi is right, a mere property owner dares to offend us security guards. They must be tired of living. For disobedient property owners, my suggestion is to beat them until they behave. Do they really think that buying a house here makes them the masters of this place? Property owners? Haven't we killed enough property owners during this time? We've had our fun with female property owners too. Hearing these words, Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. What a reversal of fortune. Chen Jiao also felt speechless. Does the property management department not screen security guards? Anyone can be a security guard, it seems. Upon hearing the two women speak, Yi Zhong's eyes roamed over them without restraint, grinning maliciously. I seriously suspect that you two are hiding our food. Now I'm going to search you, you'd better not resist, keek. As he spoke, he signaled a few security guards. You guys go search this kid, let him know what our security rules are. As for these two women, just leave them to. Whoosh, 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 put. Before Yi Zhong could finish his sentence, several alloy knives whizzed past his body. They accurately pierced into the bodies of the security guards behind him. Yi Zhong's expression froze, his malicious grin stiffening on his face. He was splattered with blood. He watched helplessly as the brothers he brought fell to the ground. Bark, keep barking. Yang Chen didn't leave because he had no intention of letting Yi Zhong off the hook. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't do anything to this kid due to legal constraints. But now, in his hands, Yi Zhong was in for a world of pain. Yi Zhong turned stiffly, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Yang Chen, trembling and uncertain. You're also a superpower user? Superpower user? Yang Chen became interested. So you've seen other superpower users? As he spoke, Yang Chen raised his hand. The Master of Gold activated. The alloy knives embedded in those security guards flew out one by one. They circled around Yi Zhong. The knife tips were aimed at Yi Zhong. As soon as Yang Chen thought of it, he could immediately create several blood holes in him. If nothing unexpected happens, today we might get another superpower fruit. Delicious. Yang Chen thought to himself. He hadn't expected such a harvest. Encountering an enemy who actually knew about superpower users. Yi Zhong, seeing Yang Chen manipulate objects, was completely certain. The property owner in front of him, who had a grudge against him, was indeed a superpower user. Yi Zhong's eyes filled with jealousy and fear, his heart roaring. Why? Why can this damn kid have superpowers? What right does he have? What qualifications does he have? I should be the one with superpowers. Yi Zhong knew about superpowers because his uncle was also a superpower user. Moreover, his uncle's superpower was particularly cool. Just thinking of his uncle gave Yi Zhong confidence. Hey, I'm not a superpower user, but my uncle is. Hoof. Yi Zhong snorted coldly, threatening Yang Chen. Yang Chen, don't think that just because you become a superpower user, you can act recklessly. My uncle, Wu Dakong. He is also a superpower user, and my uncle dotes on me the most. If you dare to kill me, my uncle will definitely not let you go. Yang Chen was not intimidated by Yi Zhong's threat. He smiled lightly and retorted, Where is your uncle now? Hearing this, Yi Zhong arrogantly said, Humph, are you scared now? He thought Yang Chen was afraid and was asking about his uncle's exact location to avoid him later. My uncle is in Building 7. He is the undisputed overlord of Building 7 and will continue to be the uncrowned king of this community. Yang Chen. Has this kid read too many novels? Why does he sound so juvenile? However, Yang Chen had already gotten what he wanted. In that case, Yi Zhong, this fool, was no longer of any use. Thank you for the information. I'll send you on your way first, and then I'll send your uncle to keep you company. Wu Dakon's revenge. Wu Dakon's revenge. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong's soul nearly flew away in fright. He cursed at Yang Chen. Do you not understand what I'm saying? My uncle is a superpower user. If you kill me, you're going against my uncle, and he won't let you go. Yang Chen scoffed, as if everyone isn't a superpower user. We have 3 on our side. 3 against 1, the advantage is mine. Yang Chen was being modest, having absorbed 2 warm currents, plus 2 god-level superpowers by his side. He could easily take on Yi Zhong's uncle alone. Yang Chen knew that Yi Zhong's uncle was the manager of the property department, always smiling at everyone, but in reality, he was a true smiling tiger. When Yang Chen had a conflict with Yi Zhong, he had indirectly crossed paths with him. How could someone as cautious as Yang Chen allow such a threat to linger around him? Once he collected all the delivery points around the community and investigated the situation outside, he would come back to settle this matter. Yi Zhong suspected he had misheard. Superpower users. 3. Could it be? He looked in shock at the 2 beautiful women behind Yang Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Superpower users are so rare. How could all 3 of you be superpower users? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Go ask your mom. No. Yi Zhong let out a heart-wrenching scream. But in the end, he could not escape his fate of being pierced through. Thud. The alloy knife returned to the infinite space, and Yi Zhong's body went limp. Blood stained the broken concrete floor, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Let's go. Yang Chen turned and smiled at the two women. The two women smiled back, each linking their arms with Yang Chen. Lin Jingyun teased Yang Chen in a green tea tone. Sun, Jiayao, and I always seem to bring you trouble. Do you find it annoying? Lin Jingyun and Chen Jiayao did nothing, but their beauty was the greatest temptation for those who coveted them. How could that be? It's not your fault for being beautiful, Yang Chen chuckled. All enemies that come to me will be crushed, and the more beautiful you are, the happier I feel. Beautiful women can not only be used but also admired, pleasing to the eye, appreciated by both the refined and the vulgar. Lin Jingyun laughed, her flower-like demeanor shaking, lightly punching Yang Chen's chest. You're annoying. Yang Chen shivered. Who could stand that? This was just outside. If they were at home, a good beating for Lin Jingyun would be inevitable. If Yang Chen went on a killing spree, Chen Jiayao, who was watching the show, would also get a beating. The three walked towards the nearest delivery point. They were unaware that on a certain floor of Building 7, someone had been observing the supermarket entrance with binoculars, and everything that had just happened at the supermarket entrance was seen by him. When he saw Yi Zhong being killed, he was instantly frightened, his face pale, sweating profusely. Oh no! Oh no! Brother Kong's nephew has been killed. Brother Kong is going to go crazy now. This person did not dare to be negligent and quickly ran back to report to Wu Dakong. Not good, Kong Gu. In Building 7, on the 7th floor, in a luxuriously decorated room, Wu Dakong was bare-chested, exercising. Serious exercise. Previously, Wu Dakong had discovered that working out could enhance his physical fitness. After realizing this, whenever he had free time, he would work out frantically, striving to become a bit stronger. Wu Dakong was not an idiot like Yi Zhong. Since he could awaken his abilities, others could too. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, given the impressive population of Huagua, there would definitely be no shortage of ability users. Since they were all ability users, there would surely be strong and weak ones. The strong would remain strong, and the weak would be humble. Wu Dakong absolutely did not want to become a fish at the mercy of others. While his subordinates were playing with the owners, he was working out. While they were playing mahjong, he was working out. Even when they were drunkenly lost in pleasure, he was still working out. In short, out of the 24 hours in a day, he spent 16 hours working out. He had entrusted all the affairs of the building to his nephew. When he saw someone rush in, Wu Dakong frowned and said unhappily, "What's going on?" Kong Gu, Yi. Young Master Yi has been killed. The person reporting trembled as he spoke, fearing he would anger Wu Dakong. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakong, who was doing push-ups, immediately lay flat on the ground. What? I didn't hear clearly, say it again? Wu Dakong asked uncertainly. Young Master Yi has been killed, right at the supermarket entrance, by 2 women and a man. The reporter repeated, adding many details this time. I saw that the man could control a knife flying in the air. He should be an ability user like you, Kong Gu. Hearing this, Wu Dakong hurriedly scrambled to his feet, rushed to the reporter, and lifted him by his collar. Why didn't you say it earlier? I told you to observe the situation, and this is how you observed it? The reporter was so scared he wet his pants. Kong Gu, spare me. Kong Gu, spare me. That person killed too quickly. I didn't react in time before young Master Yi was killed. I came to report as soon as possible. Wu Dakong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he asked in a deep voice, where did those 3 go? The reporter quickly answered. After getting what he wanted, Wu Dakong directly crushed the reporter's neck. My nephew is dead. You can go down to accompany him, as punishment for not reporting in time. Wu Dakong picked up his coat and strode out. Dare to kill my nephew. I, Wu Dakong, will make you pay the price, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Gather. Wu Dakong gathered his subordinates downstairs as quickly as possible. When they arrived at the supermarket entrance, Wu Dakong immediately saw his nephew's corpse. No matter who you are, I will kill you. Search. Whoever finds them will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles. As soon as this was said, the survivors behind him went wild. That was a box of instant noodles. If saved, it could last a person a month. Don't worry, Kong Gu. Young Master Yi is our young Master Yi too. Killing him is going against all of us. Find the murderer. Let him pay with his life. Let's go, let's go. I want to avenge young Master Yi. The survivors scattered in pairs to search for the whereabouts of Yang Chen and the others. On the other side, the infinite space door collected supplies quickly. The 2 delivery points, Zhengtong and Yida, finished collecting everything in 5 minutes. It was estimated that the 2 delivery points combined had about 1,500 packages. The supporting facilities in Jinchou City were quite complete. Convenience stores, supermarkets, breakfast shops, and small restaurants were all available. The delivery points also included all major brand deliveries, such as Lven, Zhangton, Yida, Tianton, Malitu, and Baishur, among others. Up ahead is the Green Administration, Lin Jinyun said with a smile, pointing at the green sign. Suddenly, she squinted her eyes and focused on the sign. Above the green sign was a security window on the second floor, now covered in green vines, with lush green leaves adorning it, giving it a vibrant look. But amidst all that green, a spot of white stood out starkly. Lin Jinyun tugged at Yang Chen's arm and pointed at the security window, asking, "Xiaosun, do you see that? Is that a supernatural fruit? A new supernatural fruit?" Following Lin Jinyun's finger, Yang Chen saw a milky white fruit hanging from a vine, round and plump, its shape identical to the supernatural fruits they had obtained before, only the color had changed to milky white. "It really is," Yang Chen laughed. "The golden supernatural fruit awakens gold-type abilities, the green one awakens wood-type abilities, so what does the milky white correspond to? Let's eat it and find out." Lin Jinyun nudged Yang Chen playfully, smiling gently. "Hurry and pick the supernatural fruit. I always feel uneasy unless it's in our hands." Yang Chen grinned. "I feel the same way. Only when something is truly in their hands does it feel secure." The 3 of them ran to the base of the green sign. Yang Chen raised his hand, a shimmering green light emanating from his palm. The ability to control plants from the Tree of Life activated. The vines growing on the security window began to move. The vine with the supernatural fruit slowly extended towards Yang Chen. He reached out and plucked the fruit, placing it into his infinite space, feeling at ease this time. Chen Jiaya was the happiest. Earlier, Yang Chen had said that the next supernatural fruit would belong to his sister. Now that they had the fruit, his sister's ability was also secured. Chen Jiaya didn't know that Yang Chen's infinite space also contained a fire-type supernatural fruit, which he had prepared for Chen Jia. Yang Chen looked at the 2 girls and said, "Let's go, we have the supernatural fruit, and we should collect all the packages in the Green Administration." The 2 girls nodded obediently, completely compliant. 2.5 minutes later, Yang Chen left the Green Administration with the 2 girls. His infinite space now held over 800 more packages. Not long after the 3 left, a 4-person team arrived at the Green Administration. Upon entering, they found that all the package shelves were gone, immediately recalling the situation at the supermarket, and that mysterious supernatural being. "The situation is the same as at the supermarket. It must have been those 3. Let's hurry back and inform Brother Kong." "Yeah, finally, we found it. The instant noodles are ours, haha." After collecting from the Green Administration, Yang Chen took the 2 girls to raid the remaining package collection points, including the white goods and spicy rabbit. The number of packages in Yang Chen's infinite space reached over 4,500. Just unpacking these would keep the 2 girls busy for 2 days and 2 nights. As they passed a convenience store, Yang Chen didn't miss the supplies inside. Cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, snacks, and small balloons all went into his infinite space. With the packages collected and supplies found, let's head out of the community and see the situation outside. "I wonder how much of the outside world has been taken over by mutated plants," Yang Chen said. The 2 girls nodded, doing whatever Yang Chen said. Just as the 3 were about to exit through the south gate of the community, a group of survivors rushed out from all directions, surrounding Yang Chen and the 2 girls in the middle. "We finally found you," a middle-aged man in a suit sneered at the 3. "You are from the Wild Seed?" Yang Chen asked uncertainly, but it was almost certain. That was quick, he hadn't even gone looking for them, and they had found him instead. He wondered if Wu Daquan had come personally. If he comes, it would save Yang Chen a lot of trouble. "It's Yi Zhong, not a wild seed. You better pronounce it clearly," the middle-aged man in a suit shouted angrily. At that moment, a gap opened in the encirclement, and a middle-aged man with a muscular build, wearing a thin shirt, walked over slowly. Each step he took echoed like a heavy hammer striking the chests of those around him. Wu Dakong squinted his eyes, staring intently at Yang Chen. "I didn't expect it to be you." "Oh, we meet again, Manager Wu. Where's your nephew? I remember him being called a wild seed, right? Why haven't I seen him? Is he not fond of the big sun outside?" Yang Chen's words struck hard, like salt on Wu Dakong's wounds. He had killed Yi Zhong, and now it was a situation of no turning back between him and Wu Dakong. Wu Dakong's heart tightened, a dull pain creeping in. "Are you provoking me?" Yang Chen nodded. "You can think of it that way." Wu Dakong coldly asked, "Did you kill my nephew?" Yang Chen answered honestly, his sunny smile like that of a neighborly big boy. "Yeah, your nephew was a disaster alive. I cleared the way for you, you don't need to be too grateful." Wu Dakong. "Poof." Wu Dakong snorted coldly, tearing off his shirt to reveal a strong physique. You think just because you have some ability, you can act recklessly? Today, I will let you know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live, torturing you every day, to honor the spirit of my nephew in heaven. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Don't worry, with your nephew's kind of bad seed, he won't make it to heaven. Even in the underworld, he would be assigned to walk through all 18 layers of hell. You, poof. Wu Dakong pointed at Yang Chen. Go, take this kid down. Those two women can be dealt with as you wish afterward. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so survivors brought by Wu Dakong went wild. They waved their weapons, grinning as they closed in on the encirclement. Their greedy eyes glinted with green light. Kid, offending our brother Kong is the most unwise choice you've ever made. These two women are really beautiful, much prettier than the female owner of our building. Hey, why does this one look a bit familiar? Wow, isn't she the blogger from Don't Touch My Jai? She has over 10 million fans across the internet. A big internet celebrity. Tisk TSK TSK, I didn't expect there to be a big internet celebrity here. I've never played with one before. Yeah, and these two women are really gorgeous. Some stars would pale in comparison. Hearing these filthy words, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao's expressions turned sour. They could be free-spirited in front of Yang Chen, but that didn't mean any random stranger could comment on them with impunity. Lin Jinyun's face was expressionless as she coldly said, Soon, leave these small fries to us. Chen Jiao snorted, Humph. Sister Jinyun is right, leave them to us. It's just right for me to test my abilities on them. Yang Chen nodded, agreeing to the two women's request. You both don't know any physical techniques, so don't engage them in close combat. Just rely on your abilities to crush them. Okay. The two women stepped forward. Yang Chen opened the infinite space, and a dozen alloy straight knives flew out. Lin Jinyun's metal manipulation was a weakened version of his golden sovereign. At the first level, he could manipulate a range of 100 meters, with no limit on the number of objects. However, Lin Jinyun could only manipulate a range of 20 meters at the first level, and the number of objects was limited to 10. But that was already enough. Golden light flickered in Lin Jinyun's palm as 10 alloy straight knives hovered above her head, their tips aimed at the survivors, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Go! Wu Dakong's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Ability user. This woman is also an ability user. Chen Jiao intertwined her fingers, and a shimmering green light lit up. Bang bang bang! The surrounding soil was pierced by something. 7 or 8 thick vines broke through the ground, wrapping around the nearest people and hanging them in midair. Lin Jinyun, seeing this, formed her delicate fingers into a sword gesture and shouted at the few survivors controlled by Chen Jiao, Go! Kill Wu Dakong and obtain the fruit of space-type abilities. Kill Wu Dakong and obtain the fruit of space-type abilities. Puff, puff, puff. The alloy straight knife was sharp and unmatched, easily penetrating their bodies under Lin Jinyun's control. Ah, 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 ah. The screams were incessant, sharp explosions mixed with fearful cries. The survivors who were not bound by the vines were stunned, staring blankly at the two women displaying their power. Realizing what was happening, they screamed and turned to run without thinking. Ah, ah, ah. Ability users. These two women are also ability users. Aren't ability users rare? How can our small community have 3 ability users? Stop talking nonsense and run. These two women are too damn ruthless. Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Unfortunately, it was already too late for this group of survivors to run. Chen Jiao severed her connection with the vines. Instead, she manipulated new vines to break through the soil near the survivors. These mutated vines were incredibly flexible, dancing like a frenzied python under Chen Jiao's control, knocking down all the nearby survivors to the ground. The vines whipped at them like whips, the sounds echoing one after another. Lin Jinyun controlled the alloy straight knife to deliver fatal blows to the survivors. To ensure a lethal strike, Lin Jinyun specifically targeted the survivors' hearts and eye sockets. Puff, 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 ah, 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 ah. Ordinary people were as weak as chickens in the hands of ability users. 2 delicate women could crush over a dozen well-fed, strong men just with their abilities. If the 2 women learned some physical techniques, Yang Chen nodded secretly, thinking, it seems I need to find a woman skilled in physical techniques in the future. Not just Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao, I need to learn some myself. In less than 2.5 minutes, all the survivors brought by Wu Dakong were dead. Dozens of corpses lay sprawled on the broken concrete surface, blood flowing and pooling into blood puddles, staining the ground, the air thick with the smell of blood. Yang Chen stepped forward and looked at Wu Dakong with a faint smile. Come on, the small fish have been cleared out. Let me see what your awakened ability is. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakong snorted coldly, underestimating me will only make you pay a painful price. he took down the 2 fire axes strapped to his waist. This was the only weapon an ordinary person could find. In the apocalypse, fire axes and baseball bats were among the 3 great artifacts of the early apocalypse. But compared to Yang Chen, Wu Dakon's equipment was pitifully shabby. Whoosh! Wu Dakon's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yang Chen. He raised both fire axes and swung them down fiercely. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao quickly reminded, "Soon, be careful, he's behind you." Yang Chen didn't turn around. The infinite space door opened behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Alloy straight knives flew out. Wu Dakon's pupils constricted. At close range, he couldn't dodge at all. With no other choice, he activated his ability. Whoosh! Looking at Wu Dakong, who appeared 30 meters away, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Teleportation? A nice ability, but in your early stage, the distance you can teleport must be limited." "Humph," Wu Dakong sneered, "so what? With teleportation, you can't even catch my exhaust." Yang Chen was unconcerned. "Have you ever heard a saying? What? To strike precisely when poor, and to cover with firepower when rich." As the words fell, Yang Chen opened the infinite space door in front of him. Whoosh! Countless alloy straight blades flew out from the infinite space door. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, a total of 10,097 alloy straight blades danced in the air, covering a half-meter radius centered around Yang Chen. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. "Although I can't teleport, at full power, I can cover 100 meters in just 2 seconds. Do you think you can escape my encirclement?" Upon hearing this, Wu Dakong's expression turned grim, and he suddenly felt uncertain. A family knows its own affairs. His maximum teleportation distance was only 30 meters. Moreover, with his current energy, he could perform at most 10 instances of that 30-meter teleportation. But there was no way he could escape this kid's encirclement. Wu Dakong glanced at the dense array of alloy straight blades around him, then looked down at his shabby fire axe, and fell silent. His silence was deafening. Where on earth did this kid get so many well-crafted blades? Even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were dumbfounded. They knew nothing about Yang Chen's infinite space. Yang Chen raised his right hand, forming his sword finger, and pointed at Wu Dakong, casually saying, 10,000 blades. Storm! Whoosh! The alloy straight blades moved. They flew swiftly, forming a dense net of encirclement aimed at Wu Dakong. Wu Dakong's eyelids twitched. "Damn it, you can't be serious." The teleportation activated. He teleported to another open space. But before he could catch his breath, another dense net of alloy straight blades came crashing in. Thus, under the encirclement of 10,097 alloy straight blades, Wu Dakong had nowhere to hide. Every time he teleported to a new location, he would be targeted immediately. The energy within him was rapidly depleting. Finally, Wu Dakong's energy ran out. He could no longer teleport. Looking at the incoming net of alloy straight blades, Wu Dakong hurriedly begged for mercy, shouting in terror, "I surrender. I am willing to submit to you, please." But before Wu Dakong could finish his sentence, he was pierced into a hedgehog by the alloy straight blades. Yang Chen smiled faintly. "I don't need your submission, I just need you dead." Retrieving the alloy straight blades back into the infinite space, Yang Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Indeed, the energy within every ability user is limited. Although I have no quantity limit on my telekinesis, the more individuals I control, the greater the energy consumption. Fortunately, I can still hold on. In fact, 1,000 alloy straight blades would have been enough to exhaust Wu Dakong, but it looked cool. Yang Chen walked to Wu Dakong's corpse, looked at his gruesome body, and forced himself to touch his head despite feeling nauseous. A familiar warm current entered his body. Yang Chen immediately felt his dizzy consciousness alleviated. He absorbed another warm current. Including Wu Dakong's, he had absorbed 3 in total. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Host has slain a space-type ability user. Would you like to extract the ability fruit? A space-type ability user? Quite rare indeed. If Wu Dakong hadn't died, he would surely have become a powerful figure in the future. It's a pity he encountered me. Moreover, Wu Dakong's space-type ability seemed incomplete. To be precise, he only possessed one branch of the space-type abilities, my infinite space. Wu Dakong's teleportation. They were merely branches of space-type abilities. Discarding Wu Dakong's corpse, Yang Chen returned to the 2 women. "Let's go, the trouble is resolved. Let's go out and take a look." Okay. The big-mouthed flower was attacked by the mutated border collie. The world outside the community was similar to that inside. Plants were growing wildly, breaking through the limits they were supposed to have. The cement and asphalt roads were shattered and uneven, pushed up by the powerful roots of plants. Standing at the entrance of the community, what caught the eye was a section of the road riddled with holes, with countless roots exposed. The green belts on both sides of the road were sprawling everywhere, overgrown with weeds and towering trees. We must drive an off-road vehicle to navigate this kind of road, right? Chen Jiao said uncertainly. Lin Jinyun replied, I doubt even an off-road vehicle would manage. The mutated plants can't be understood with common sense. There might be particularly dangerous plants among them. Look over there. At that moment, Chen Jiao spotted something, her slender finger pointing in a direction. Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun followed her gaze and saw a gigantic canine mutant beast, comparable in size to a Siberian tiger, crawling in the green belt, its eyes glowing green, drooling as it stared at the three of them. Yang Chen said in a deep voice, mutant beast. Lin Jinyun exclaimed, it's even bigger than Nyonyo. Chen Jiao frowned slightly, that canine mutant beast should be a border collie. If a border collie can mutate to the size of a Siberian tiger, then those already large and ferocious animals, Siberian tigers, African lions, giraffes, elephants, rhinos, hippos, and even blue whales, if they all mutated, how enormous would they become? Do humans still have a future? The mutant border collie seemed impatient. It crawled slowly out of the green belt. Just then, a huge red flower suddenly emerged from the green belt. The giant flower was filled with sharp steel teeth at its center, and its roots swayed as the massive flower smashed directly towards the mutant border collie. The mutant border collie didn't even react before being swallowed whole by the giant flower. Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun, Chen Jiao, what the heck? Did it just eat? Is it a big-mouthed flower? Wow, reality is mirroring the game. These plants are too dangerous and unpredictable. We should keep our distance from these mutated plants in the future, Yang Chen advised the two girls. Yang Chen, do you think my ability could control that big-mouthed flower? Chen Jiao shared her whimsical idea. Come on, having a big-mouthed flower would be really cool. Yang Chen said, we'll talk about that later. Chen Jiao nodded obediently, okay. Yang Chen looked towards the direction of Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University and said solemnly, with the road in this condition, land vehicles are useless, driving is slower than running. As long as we are careful of mutant beasts and plants on the road, the danger isn't too great. The main concern is the thick fog that arrives at 6 o'clock, but we just need to return to the community before it comes. If something unexpected happens, I estimate I might have to stay outside for a day. Yang Chen turned to Chen Jiao. Did your sister tell you where she is? Chen Jiao gently nodded. Yes, our last contact was before the power and internet went out. At that time, Jai told me she had followed the dormitory group to the north cafeteria of the school. Chen Jiao informed Yang Chen of the specific location of the north cafeteria. Yang Chen nodded. I'll go check out Light and Shadow University tomorrow. Chen Jiao raised her fair swan-like neck to look at Yang Chen, her eyes glistening with tears, her gaze sincere. Thank you, Yang Chen. You're welcome. Yang Chen joked, rescuing my wife is a matter of urgency. Put. Lin Jinyun couldn't help but laugh. Chen Jia probably never expected to suddenly have a husband. Haha. Yang Chen shrugged. Let's go back. So much time had passed, and it was already close to midnight. It was time for lunch. The three of them returned to Building 1 together. Upstairs, someone saw the three returning. He immediately ran back to inform the others. The chicken plague is back. Everyone, stay hidden. Get ready. Prepare to ambush the survivors. As long as we take down the survivors, food and women will be ours. He. With the power cut, the elevator was naturally out of service. The three could only climb the stairs. Fortunately, they were all superpowered individuals, so climbing these stairs was a piece of cake for them. But just as they reached the 23rd floor, a group of survivors armed with various makeshift weapons suddenly charged out from above and below, shouting and launching an attack on Yang Chen and the others without hesitation. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, a surge of killing intent rising within him, looking for death. The alloy knife was drawn, and Yang Chen stepped forward, slashing at the oncoming survivor. The sharpness of the alloy knife combined with Yang Chen's current strength cleaved the survivor in half. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were not idle either. Lin Jinyun manipulated the alloy knife to dance through the air, skewering three survivors together like candied hawthorn, pinning them to the wall. Chen Jiao, lacking any plans to control in the concrete building, relied on her superhuman physical abilities as a superpowered individual, using the alloy knife to slash through and clear a space. Yang Chen transformed into a god of death. The speed of these starving survivors seemed to him as slow as snails. He easily dodged their attacks, but his strikes were quick, precise, and ruthless, taking a survivor's life with each swing. Splat, splat, splat. How is this possible? Why are they so strong? Damn it! That woman can control objects. She has the same superpower as Chen Bing. Why? Why can't we even defeat two women? It shouldn't be. Even if we're starving and weak, we shouldn't be unable to take down two women together. Where's Dulé? Where did he go? Is this his plan? "Survivors, please, spare us. We won't dare again. Survivors, this was all organized by Dulé. If you want revenge, go after him. We were just misled." Yang Chen ignored the survivors' pleas for mercy. Since they dared to attack them, they had to consider the price to pay. One questioner was enough. The others could just die. Faced with the god of death that was Yang Chen, the survivors, who had initially been full of fighting spirit and vowed to take Yang Chen's wealth, were slaughtered and scattered. They cried out and tried to flee. They no longer had the courage to oppose Yang Chen. But, could they escape? If even one of them got away, Yang Chen would be scolded. "Go!" The alloy knife flew out, leaving only one of the remaining 7 or 8 survivors alive. The last one was already severely injured. His limbs were severed at the roots, turning him into a human stick. His remaining limbs were crushed into pulp, turning him into a woman. Yang Chen walked up to this person, the alloy knife pressed against his neck. "I ask, you answer, understand?" The man, desperate to survive, nodded quickly, crying out for mercy. I understand. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Yang Chen got straight to the point. "Why did you ambush me? Who is this Dulé you mentioned? Where is he now?" The survivor's eyes were filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. "After you left this morning, Dulé urged us to attack you, but we all went. That guy just disappeared. Damn it, we were used as pawns." Yang Chen smiled cruelly, turning to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. "It seems I wasn't ruthless enough this morning. There are still people in this building daring to provoke me." He asked the survivor again, "What does he look like?" The survivor replied, "He wears glasses, and on top damn. People driven mad by hatred. People driven mad by hatred. It seems to be someone's instinctive catchphrase." Immediately, a sound of rolling and crashing echoed. Yang Chen looked up the stairs and saw a middle-aged man rolling down from above, landing on the platform in the middle, his body covered in the blood of the deceased survivors. "Yang Chen, aren't you that guy?" Yang Chen recognized him but didn't know his name. The survivor immediately cursed, "Damn, why the hell aren't you dead, Dulé? How can you still have the face to live? We all died because of you, damn it." "It's him. He is Dulé. He organized us to attack you." Dulé, rolling and crawling, tried to climb back up, but Yang Chen raised his hand, and a sharp alloy dagger embedded itself into the wall beside him, the glinting blade aimed at his neck. Dulé was so frightened by this that he immediately dared not move. But seeing Yang Chen's ability to manipulate metal, he secretly gritted his teeth, cursing Yang Chen madly, the resentment and hatred in his heart almost driving him to madness. Superpower. This superpower should have been mine. I should be the one enjoying food, surrounded by people, basking in the worship of others. It's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't tricked me out of my superpower fruit, I would be the one with all of this. Get down here. Yang Chen looked at Dulé, his expression emotionless. Dulé glared at Yang Chen defiantly. "You liar. You stole my superpower." This Dulé was none other than the middle-aged man with glasses who had exchanged food for the superpower fruit with Yang Chen earlier. Hearing his resentful words, Yang Chen coldly laughed. "We made a trade. How can you say it was a scam? You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Knowing I have superpowers, you still dare to ambush me, hoping to drown me with sheer numbers? It's you! The one who should have everything is me. It's all because of you, this shameless liar, that I ended up in this state. Give me back my superpower fruit." The regret of letting the superpower fruit slip from his hands, combined with the threat to his life, had clouded Dulé's mind. All he could think of was his hatred for Yang Chen. Earlier, he had been pleased with the food exchange, thinking he had made a great deal by trading a strange fruit for half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. He even thought Yang Chen was a fool. To trade so much food for a fruit of unknown effect was simply insane. But, on the day the power went out, Dulé's older brother called him to tell him about the existence and use of the superpower fruit, and at that moment, Dulé felt as if the sky had fallen. He had traded a fruit that could awaken superpowers for half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. He was the real fool. With superpowers, how much food could he have obtained? But such an opportunity slipped through his fingers. Dulé did not look for reasons within himself. He blamed all his mistakes on Yang Chen. He believed Yang Chen had known the use of the superpower fruit all along, which was why he had come to deceive him. Because of this incident, he had always held a grudge against Yang Chen, leading to the earlier scene. Yang Chen shook his head. "Talking to someone like you is useless. I need to teach you a lesson with a tool of equality." As he spoke, Yang Chen raised his hand, and a pitch-black handgun appeared in his hand, the dark muzzle aimed at Dulé. "Heaven gave you a chance, but if you couldn't seize it, who can you blame?" Bang! The gun fired, sparks flying, the bullet shot out. Put! A bloody hole appeared in Dulé's forehead. Yang Chen put away the handgun. If Dulé hadn't been willing to trade at that time, Yang Chen wouldn't have bothered to scheme for it. But Dulé had exchanged the superpower fruit for life-saving food and water. Who can he blame? It was just a trade. If he wants to blame someone, he should blame himself for not recognizing the value. Today, I killed more than 30 again. There aren't many survivors left in this building. To count carefully, there are really not many people that Yang Chen actively provoked. Most of those he killed were the ones who provoked him first. Naughty chicken plague, I've honestly answered all your questions. You can spare my life now, right? The last remaining survivor looked at Yang Chen with hopeful eyes, filled with a desire to live. Yang Chen glanced at him and splashed a bucket of cold water on his hopes. How long do you think you can survive in your current state? As soon as these words were spoken, the survivor's expression instantly stiffened. Yes, he had become useless now. Even if the naughty chicken plague didn't kill him, he wouldn't survive the day. Naughty chicken plague, give me a quick end. Bang! I'm leaving, going home. Yang Chen put away his weapon and looked at the blood on his body with disdain. Got blood all over me again, so annoying. After the three left, a cautious survivor owner came here to take a look, but just one glance scared them into a limp. What a brutal scene this was. It was simply a hell of slaughter. Naughty chicken plague is too ruthless, right? More than 30 people, just like that, he really is a killer. Shut your mouth. You dare to speak ill of the naughty chicken plague? Aren't you afraid he'll take you out too if he's not happy? All right, we can't speak ill of the naughty chicken plague. Some of these owners couldn't stand it after just one look and ran away. Others stared at the fresh corpses on the ground, lost in thought. Two of them exchanged glances and tentatively asked each other, "Get it? Get it? Really get it? What else can we do? Starve to death? Then let's get it." They each chose a relatively intact corpse to take home. Someone thought of something and suddenly felt their stomach churning. If they hadn't already emptied their stomachs, they might have thrown up on the spot. Better to die than to live. Let's get it. So disgusting, how can you even eat this? I see there's no danger outside. How about we follow the path opened by the naughty chicken plague to look for food? Get it! At Yang Chen's home. After returning home, the three of them first took a shower. They had killed quite a few people outside today, and their bodies were mixed with the smell of sweat and blood. The water hadn't been cut off yet, just lacking electricity to heat it. But currently, Yang Chen and the others had amazing physiques. Even bathing in cold water wouldn't make them sick. After showering, they felt refreshed. It would have been even better if they could take a hot shower. Alright, it should be reasonable to have a water fight while bathing, right? After showering, Lin Jinyun went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chen Jiayou helped her. Yang Chen, the head of the family, was doing nothing, lying on the sofa and picking up his phone to read the novels he had downloaded offline. Lin Jinyun had downloaded quite a few novels, and the one Yang Chen was reading now was particularly interesting. Apocalypse, 10,000 Times Return, starting from investing in the neighbor's wife. This was an apocalypse story. The protagonist had ample supplies, was decisive in killing, and was surrounded by beautiful women, making it especially suitable for readers to sneak a read at midnight. After about an hour, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayou brought the dishes to the table. Today's lunch consisted of braised pork, potato stewed beef brisket, potato cakes, stir-fried greens with mushrooms, braised lion's head meatballs, and tomato egg soup, a standard 5 dishes in one soup, with 3 hearty dishes among them. Xiaosun, we need to go check out the place that sells gas canisters when we have time. During the meal, Lin Jinyun mentioned this to Yang Chen. We don't know when the natural gas will run out. We need to prepare in advance for gas canisters to replace the natural gas. If the natural gas runs out, we'll have to cook with firewood. Okay. Yang Chen nodded. When we have time, we can go look for it, but in a big city like Jiangcheng, it's really a bit difficult to find a store that sells gas canisters. At least, I haven't heard of any place that sells them. The supernatural powers awaken again. Everyone's combat strength increases. Chen Jiayou took a sip of orange juice and said, "You should be able to find something like that in the urban villages or the suburbs. In those areas, some buildings are quite old and don't have natural gas. The residents mostly use gas." Yang Chen nodded, keeping this matter in mind. Thinking about the relocation issue, Yang Chen looked at the two women and asked, "If we were to relocate, where do you think would be suitable for us to live in Jiangcheng?" Upon hearing this, both women were drawn to the topic. Lin Jinyun curiously asked, "Why the sudden desire to change places?" Yang Chen replied honestly, "I just feel that it's not very safe here." Chen Jiayou tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Do you have any requirements?" Yang Chen said, "Secluded, away from crowds but not isolated, no high buildings. Blah blah blah." Yang Chen expressed his thoughts and needs. Lin Jinyun pondered for 2.5 seconds and thought of a place. "Yang Chen, what do you think about the villas halfway up Linshan?" The villas halfway up Linshan? Linshan is a peak within Jiangcheng. Before the millennium, it was still a barren mountain, but later, through the joint efforts of the government and developers, it became picturesque, with clear mountains and waters. In recent years, real estate developers have started building villas on Linshan. At the foot of the mountain, there are nearly 100 villas. There aren't many villas halfway up the mountain, only 10, but each one is quite spacious, and the location is perfect for enjoying the view. I heard they were completed last year, and it's likely they've all been sold this year. Lin Jinyun explained to Yang Chen and the others, in this villa complex halfway up Linshan, each building is spaced quite far apart, meeting your requirement for seclusion without being isolated. It's sparsely populated with beautiful scenery. Living there would definitely be very comfortable and pleasant. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, once I find Chenjiai, we'll start preparing for the move. Yang Chen had made up his mind. The monsters in the fog were not something human strength could contend with. If they were unlucky, even hiding in the mountains wouldn't help. Just like the huge unknown creature that appeared the previous night, one of its limbs was comparable to their entire apartment building. If it struck, no mountain could withstand it. In this regard, Yang Chen could only be cautious, and more cautious. As for choosing a refuge, Yang Chen needed to consider a secluded and safe direction. The two women had no objections. In fact, living here was quite dull. The villas halfway up Linshan offered a view of the entire Jiangcheng. That must feel great. After dinner, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao washed the dishes. Yang Chen called them to the living room. Lin Jinyun wiped her hands on her apron. Xiaosun, did you call me for something? Yang Chen nodded. Come, sit down. Okay. Lin Jinyun took off her apron and sat on the carpet with Chen Jiao, facing Yang Chen. Yang Chen took out 2 supernatural fruit from the infinite space. He handed the milky white one to Chen Jiao and the transparent one to Lin Jinyun. You too should eat these supernatural fruits. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun asked in surprise, can you eat it again after having eaten it once? Yes, Yang Chen replied with a light smile, nodding. He noticed Chen Jiao's hesitant expression and took out a red fire-type supernatural fruit from the infinite space. I said I would prepare this for your sister, the fire-type supernatural fruit. Seeing this, Chen Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead and eat. I'll treat you well once Auntie awakens her new powers. Thank you, Yang Chen. Both women swallowed their supernatural fruits. At the same time, a system notification sound echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun's spatial branch teleportation ability fruit, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 teleportation ability fruits and a complete spatial ability. Yang Chen, I choose the second, the complete spatial ability. Ding! Invest in Chen Jiao's telekinetic perception ability fruit, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 telekinetic perception ability fruits and a god-level telekinetic ability. Yang Chen, I choose. System. Is telekinetic perception a branch of telekinetic ability? Ding. That's correct. Yang Chen, does that mean there are other telekinetic branch ability fruits? Ding. Yes, host. Then I choose the first, 10,000 telekinetic perception ability fruits. Yang Chen made his choice in his heart. Originally, Yang Chen intended to choose the god-level telekinetic ability, because in his view, anything with the word god-level must be extraordinary. But when he saw the effects of the telekinetic perception ability, he hesitated. Telekinetic perception, covered by telekinesis within a certain range, omniscient, any movement within that range cannot escape your perception. This ability is simply the first choice for danger avoidance. If everyone possesses the telekinetic perception ability, then in a world where plants grow wildly, safety would be greatly enhanced, and those hidden enemies would have nowhere to hide. Upon learning from the system that there are other telekinetic ability branch fruits in this world, he firmly chose the first, telekinetic perception ability. He wanted everyone around him to have this risk-avoiding ability. As for the god-level telekinetic ability, he could only wait to find other telekinetic ability branch fruits to choose later. After making his choice, Yang Chen also consumed a telekinetic perception ability fruit and began the process of absorbing and awakening his ability. Time passed, and 2.5 hours went by. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were the first to open their beautiful eyes. The two women exchanged glances, both able to see the unmasked joy in each other's eyes. I'll go first, the two women said in unison. The scene fell silent for 2.5 seconds. You go first. The two women spoke at the same time again. Lin Jinyun smiled gently. I'll go first. I awakened the teleportation ability. Teleportation. Chen Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Is it the same ability as that Wu Dalong from this morning? That's right. Jiao, what ability did you awaken? Chen Jiao chuckled. I awakened the telekinetic perception ability. Anything within a 30-meter diameter around me is within my telekinetic perception. It's up, down, left, and right. So amazing. Then won't you be our early warning sister from now on? Chen Jiao clenched her small fist. Great. From now on, please call me Chun. Early warning, Sister Jaya. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yang Chen also completed his awakening. He immediately felt that the total amount of power within him had doubled. At this time, Yang Chen's abilities included God-level Metal ability Master of Gold, God-level Wood ability Tree of Life, Spatial ability, and Telekinetic Perception ability. Moreover, he had absorbed 3 points of warmth, and Yang Chen had no reference for his current strength. Just how strong am I? You're awake, Shao Sun? Yang Chen looked at the two women and smiled, asking, was the awakening smooth? The two women happily shared their joy with Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen took out a milky white ability fruit and tossed it into Lin Jinyun's hand. The same ability as Jiayao. You'll also be my early warning sister from now on. Lin Jinyun. Chen Jiayao, huh? At this moment, both women were confused. Why were the ability fruits that were incredibly precious to others so easily taken out by Yang Chen? What exactly is stored in his infinite space? After a moment of confusion, Lin Jinyun reacted and happily said, Shao Sun, you're so nice. The diamond crystal in the mind. Chen Jiayao gave Lin Jinyun a thumbs up, praising, Sister Jinyun, you're amazing. Yang Chen smirked, and with a flick of his hand, 2 ability fruits appeared in his palm, one fiery red and the other milky white. Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiayao with a mischievous smile and said, Jia, these 2 are the fire-type ability fruit and the telekinesis perception ability fruit, both prepared for Jai. Chen Jiayao replied, ah. Seeing the mischievous smile on Yang Chen's face, she understood what he meant. Chen Jiayao sweetly called out, transforming little Yao, at your service all day. Ha ha. Yang Chen laughed happily. This was what life was all about. Lin Jinyun swallowed the telekinesis perception ability fruit. Yang Chen also stopped playing around and began to study his own abilities. First was the spatial ability. Yang Chen could use both teleportation and spatial barriers. Moreover, the number of infinite space doors had increased by 1. As my strength grows, the capabilities of my spatial ability will become more numerous and powerful, such as spatial slicing, group teleportation, warp bubbles, and even creating worlds. The spatial ability was one with infinite potential. The basic framework of this universe involved space. Yang Chen smiled. Just having a spatial ability allowed him to walk confidently in the apocalypse. Not to mention he had other powerful abilities and even a system by his side. Telekinesis perception. When Yang Chen released his telekinesis perception, he was stunned. He discovered a diamond crystal in Chen Jiayao's mind. This diamond crystal shimmered with green and milky white lights. What is this? Yang Chen looked at Lin Jinyun. Lin Jinyun also had a diamond crystal in her head. However, her diamond crystal was golden with a transparent area, and a bit of milky white was rapidly growing, occupying the diamond crystal alongside the golden transparency. Could this be unique to ability users? Or do all evolved beings have such crystals? Yang Chen was puzzled. He still understood too little about the path of evolution. He observed himself. The same diamond crystal. His diamond crystal was composed of gold, green, milky white, and transparency. Moreover, compared to the two women's diamond crystals, his was much larger. If Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's diamond crystals were peanuts, then Yang Chen's diamond crystal was the size of a sugar orange. Am I a sugar orange level powerhouse? Are they peanut level powerhouses? Yang Chen joked, self-deprecatingly. But what is the pattern of this diamond crystal? It shouldn't really grow in the mind, otherwise, an ability user's sensitive self-awareness would detect it. A special space? Yang Chen had no answers to these questions and could only explore them slowly later. But this was also good. Through the diamond crystal, he could roughly gauge the strength of the opponents. Yang Chen categorized peanut level, quail egg level, sugar orange level, and beyond that, he didn't know. When Lin Jinyun awakened her telekinesis perception ability, Yang Chen shared this discovery with the two women. The two women used their telekinesis perception to take a look, and it was indeed magical. Lin Jinyun asked, "Do I have a tumor?" Chen Jiayao joked, "Sister Jinyun, this isn't a tumor, this is our primordial infant." Yang Chen remarked, "You two are getting more ridiculous. The nights always felt long. If one didn't find some fun to pass the time, it would be very boring." Yang Chen experienced the joy of being a director. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Chen called the two women over. In the living room on the sofa, Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiayao and asked, "Do you have a photo of your sister?" "Yes." Chen Jiayao quickly informed Yang Chen of the location where the physical photo was stored. In the infinite space, Yang Chen found the photo in Chen Jiayao's area. In the photo is a girl with an exceptionally pure appearance, her eyes clear and bright, pure and flawless, her face fair and delicate, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch, and her radiant smile is particularly healing. Having the photo makes things much easier, Yang Chen said as he put the photo away and took out 9 handguns and bullets from the infinite space. There were a total of 170 bullets. Yang Chen had wasted quite a few before, leaving him with 152 bullets now. He kept 2 handguns for himself and pushed the remaining 8 in front of Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya. You can take these 4 handguns for self-defense. They're quite good for intimidation. And you can split these bullets as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun looked at Yang Chen and asked, "You've given us so much. What about yourself?" Before she could finish, Yang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled, "I'm fine with whatever." Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao's 8 Glock 22 handguns triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80,000 Glock 22 handguns. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao's Glock 22 handguns with 152 bullets triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,520,000 bullets. Glancing at the system prompt interface, Yang Chen shrugged, "I really don't mind. What a pity, once they're modified into real guns, they can't be upgraded further, only the 10,000-fold return. If only I could modify the Glock 22 into a Desert Eagle," Yang Chen thought. Seeing that Yang Chen had said this, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya no longer felt the need to be polite with him. Yang Chen taught them how to shoot handguns. With their current strength, the recoil of the handgun was negligible for them. Moreover, with the existence of mental perception, within a range of 30 meters, the 2 girls could hit their targets every time, shooting precisely where they aimed. "Alright," Yang Chen stood up and smiled, "I'm leaving, be safe at home. And Lin, when something happens, you need to have your own opinions and learn to make your own decisions. Also, remember that some people are not worth pitying. Being soft-hearted in the apocalypse will only bring harm to those around you." Yang Chen intended to cultivate Lin Jinyun as the second-in-command of the team. His team was destined to have many members in the future. He couldn't do everything himself. Training an assistant needed to start early. Lin Jinyun nodded seriously, "Don't worry, Xiaoshuan, and Lin won't be confused. I promise not to be soft-hearted and harm both others and myself." This is for Aunt Lin, and also for you, Jiayao." Chen Jiayao replied, "I won't either." Yang Chen left. He walked out of the apartment building alone, heading towards the south gate of the community. His departure was witnessed by several surviving residents. In one apartment, 2 emaciated survivors squatted by the balcony, watching Yang Chen's figure gradually fade away, exchanging glances. "Let's go report to Boss Su," one of the young men said expressionlessly as he stood up. The other middle-aged man, somewhat fearful, hesitated. "Are we really going to inform Boss Su? I'm afraid if we stir up trouble, he..." The young man snorted coldly, his face showing displeasure. "What are you afraid of? Boss Su and the others have superpowers, and there are 3 of them. That troublemaker only has 1 superpowered person, with a 3-to-1 advantage. Are you still scared? Coward!" The survivors who had seen Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya use their powers were all dead, so in the memories of the surviving residents in this building, only Yang Chen was formidable, suspected of having superpowers. In the Qinglong gang of Building 4, but that troublemaker is too ruthless. You didn't see how many people he killed yesterday. I'm afraid if we provoke him, he will wipe out all the survivors in our building. The middle-aged man was still a bit worried. There was no way around it. Yang Chen's image as a killer had taken deep root in his mind. Just thinking about the bloody scene in the stairwell yesterday made him shudder. The young man scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Look at your ambitions. It's precisely because the chicken plague is so brutal that we should overthrow it. Otherwise, will we let our neighbors live in misery? Isn't this opportunity just perfect? Go report to Old Su, let him take people to capture the 2 women causing the chicken plague, and then threaten them to make the chicken plague submit. And we are just notifying Old Su. How could the chicken plague possibly connect this to us?" The middle-aged man hesitated, unable to make up his mind. But the young man was frustrated. "No buts. If we miss this chance, there won't be another. Old Su said that if we can report the movements of the chicken plague to him, he will let us join the Qinglong gang. Don't you want to live a life where you eat well every day and have company on both sides? Do you still want to go hungry? At your age, how can you not have my determination?" After hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man thought about it and realized it made sense. "Alright, I agree. Let's go report the movements of the chicken plague to Old Su together." The young man smiled. "Great. It looks like the chicken plague is heading towards the south gate. He must be going out." Once Old Su has the 2 women from the chicken plague in hand, along with the 3 powerful abilities and a bunch of Qinglong gang members, I don't believe such a lineup can't take down a mere chicken plague. Does he really think the chicken plague is a god? Just having those two women in hand will force the chicken plague to surrender. The middle-aged man looked at the young man with admiration. You're really smart. How did you come up with all this? The young man humbly waved his hand. You'll understand when you reach my age. Middle-aged man. I gasp. Building No. 4. This building had already been occupied by a rising gang, the Qinglong gang. The three leaders of the Qinglong gang were all ability users, and they built their gang using brute force and a bit of knowledge learned from black market novels. They controlled the entire building, suppressing anyone who dared to oppose them. In reality, the three leaders of the Qinglong gang were just local ruffians before the apocalypse, fantasizing about being gang leaders from Hong Kong movies. They formed brotherhood bonds, yearning for loyalty and camaraderie. When the apocalypse broke out, they gathered at one of their homes to drink and play cards. After the disaster, they obtained ability fruits from the houseplants. One of them became an ability user, and they used their strength to intimidate the building's owners into silence, searching through Building No. 4 and finally finding 2 more ability fruits. From then on, all 3 became ability users and established the Qinglong gang through force. The survivors of the entire Building No. 4 became their followers. As for those who resisted, all those who opposed them were killed to establish their authority. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Qinglong gang were holding a meeting. The 3 leaders sat on the sofa, while 10 junior members knelt on the carpet in front of them. Did you all hear? The ability user from Building No. 1 has left the community, leaving behind 2 beautiful women in the building. Who among you is willing to go with the 3rd leader to bring those 2 women back? The blonde youth at the forefront spoke while smoking, and beside him, the young and middle-aged men from Building No. 1 bent over in flattery, waiting for the blonde youth's orders. I'll go. One junior member stood up and said to the blonde youth, Brother Woods, I'm willing to go with the 3rd leader to Building No. 1 to bring those 2 women back. Good. Brother Woods said happily, it's just 2 stinky women. We don't need that many people. Xiao Wu, you take your team and go with the 3rd leader. Once we deal with the chicken plague, I'll allow you to pick 2 women from the pleasure house. Upon hearing this, the junior member called Xiao Wu was delighted and quickly knelt on one knee. Thank you, Brother Woods. Brother Woods smiled calmly, but today, your main goal is still to search for the ability fruits. We'll catch people on the way back. Ever since he learned about the effects of the ability fruits, Wojciech had spared no effort in sending people to search for them. In his view, capturing people was just a minor task. After all, they were just 2 women who couldn't even fight back. How formidable could they be? Crow, this matter is up to you. Go handle it. The nickname Crow referred to the 3rd in command, a tall man nearly 2 meters in height. All right, at the west gate of Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University. Riding a small electric scooter, Yang Chen took nearly an hour to reach the west gate of Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University. The road was simply too bumpy, and Yang Chen could only take the paths that were passable. Yet, he still felt dizzy from the jolting. Damn it, if it weren't for the energy consumption of flying with the sword, I would have definitely taken a cool flight on my sword. Throwing away the small electric scooter, Yang Chen cursed as he walked toward the west gate. Hiss hiss. At that moment, Yang Chen heard the hissing sound of a snake flicking its tongue. Following the sound, he saw a massive python, as thick as an adult's thigh, coiled around a nearby tree branch, its cold, emotionless vertical pupils fixed on him. A mutated snake. It looks like a rat snake on the outside. Damn it, even a rat snake can mutate into something like an Amazonian anaconda. If it were really an Amazonian anaconda, wouldn't it turn into a dragon? Yang Chen sighed. With a thought, he expanded his telekinetic perception. The range easily encompassed the mutated rat snake. At the head of the mutated rat snake, there was also a crystal, but this crystal was oval-shaped, about the size of a soybean. Who would have thought there was something smaller than a peanut? Was there something smaller than a soybean, like a mung bean or sesame seed? Indeed, mutated beasts also have crystals, but they are slightly different from human ability users. The warm currents I absorbed before must have been released from the crystals, Yang Chen speculated. Hiss hiss hiss. At that moment, the mutated rat snake launched an attack on Yang Chen. It shot off the tree branch like a cannonball, opening its massive mouth to bite Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen teleported to dodge, and the mutated rat snake, with too much momentum, crashed heavily to the ground, making a loud bang. Since I'm here, I might as well kill you and absorb another warm current. Yang Chen formed a sword gesture with his right hand and made a grasping motion with his left hand toward the mutated rat snake. Come! Thick vines burst forth from the surrounding soil, wrapping around the mutated rat snake. But to Yang Chen's surprise, the mutated rat snake wriggled out like an eel. Is it that slippery? Then let me try my new move on you. He still aimed his left hand at the mutated rat snake and shouted, Space, confinement. Wah! An invisible space rippled. Part of the space around the mutated rat snake was confined by Yang Chen. 100 steps flying knife. Go! The infinite space opened wide. Several ally straight knives flew out, piercing into the body of the mutated rat snake at an extremely fast speed, pinning it to the ground. Several ally straight knives stabbed into the mutated rat snake's head, tail, and 3 parts of its body, firmly nailing it down. Removing the space confinement, the mutated rat snake's body began to thrash wildly, but it quickly lost strength. It ceased to breathe. It was dead. The ugliness of humanity. Yang Chen stepped forward, placing his palm on the head of the mutated rat snake. Wah! The familiar warm current appeared again. Yang Chen felt refreshed. This was the 4th one, right? Yang Chen used his telekinetic perception to look inward, observing his sugar orange. Compared to yesterday, Yang Chen found that his sugar orange had grown another size. According to the current size, 3 or 4 more rounds should be enough to grow to the size of a normal orange. Wait a minute. If the diamond crystal grows to the size of a watermelon, wouldn't that make my inner vision a watermelon head? Shaking his head, Yang Chen dismissed this distracting thought. The diamond crystal should be located within consciousness, not actually in the brain. If it really grew in the brain, what would that make the ability user? A watermelon person? Just thinking about that image is quite beautiful. Yang Chen did not retrieve the corpse of the mutated cauliflower snake. Logically speaking, snake meat is edible. But Yang Chen had no feelings for such scaly creatures. Besides, he didn't lack for meat. He put away his alloy knife, leaving only 2 sheathed at his waist, and strolled into Jiangcheng Shadow University. This is an art academy. The academy has only 3 categories: performance, dance, and music. Chen Jiayao graduated from the music department of Jiangcheng Shadow University. Her sister, Chen Jia, studied dance, but Yang Chen wasn't clear on what kind of dance. Chen Jiayao hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't asked. That said, there's been talk online about how great it is to have a dancer girlfriend, but Yang Chen didn't understand what the appeal was. He should try bringing Chen Jiayao back. Following the detailed address given by Chen Jiayao, Yang Chen headed towards the North Canteen. Meanwhile, North Canteen of Jiangcheng Shadow University. There weren't many students and teachers in the North Canteen. There were only a little over 100 in total. Among them, 90% were students. At this moment, the North Canteen was under attack. Listen up inside. This is your last chance to hand over the beautiful Miss Chen. If you give us Miss Chen, we will leave immediately. At the entrance of the North Canteen, a blond white man shouted in somewhat broken Chinese, flanked by a dozen other Western faces and black men. They were all foreign students at Shadow University, who had enjoyed luxurious single dorms and generous scholarships before the apocalypse, practically treated like ancestors by the school. But when the disaster broke out, these foreign devils began to harm the local students. What a bitter irony. It was better that the over 100 students in the North Canteen had no fighting spirit. The disparity in the number of ability users was simply too great. There were only 2 ability users in the North Canteen. But outside, among the foreign devils, 5 of the dozen were ability users. How could they fight with a 3-person disadvantage? Ordinary people were just food for ability users. There was no comparison at all. Ha! They're scared. What a bunch of softies. You weaklings don't deserve to have Miss Chen. Ha! If any of you are willing to call me daddy, I'd be happy to take on a few servants. Ha! These foreign devils aimed to kidnap people, but that wasn't their main goal. Their primary target was all the students and food in the North Canteen. As long as the people inside couldn't withstand the pressure and were ready to compromise, when they opened the door to let them out, that would be their best opportunity to strike. At that time, the speed ability users would act, seizing the canteen entrance, preventing anyone inside from closing it, and then they could rush in and capture everyone inside to serve as their slaves, enjoying a good time during this disaster. Inside the North Canteen, listening to the shouts and insults from the foreign devils, the students and teachers in the canteen all looked extremely grim, fists clenched in anger. Damn! I can't take it anymore. A boy stood up, opened the door. Teacher, let's fight them. Don't be impulsive, a teacher soothed. You all know how powerful ability users are. It's not something you can win just by charging in with hot blood. Don't make a foolish sacrifice. The boy slammed his fist on the stainless steel table. Are we just going to do nothing? Who the hell was the idiot that brought this group of foreign devils into the school? I heard that these foreign devils can get 200,000 in scholarships every year. Is the school's money just lying around with nowhere to go? Damn it, our boys' dorm doesn't even have air conditioning, and I heard the school plans to build a new dorm for those foreign devils. Incredible. Damn. There are bad people in the leadership. Damn those stupid leaders. Hurry up and calm your father down. Sima, only focused on international rankings, and now something's gone wrong, huh? Malagobi leaders, damn. Listening to the students' angry curses, the faces of some leaders and teachers who advocated for bringing in foreign students and increasing their scholarships turned dark. They were the ones who pushed for bringing in foreign students, increasing scholarships, and building new dorms. The students were cursing them, so it was no surprise their faces were grim. Amidst the harsh curses, a middle-aged fat man stepped forward, frowning in displeasure, and said, "Enough. The school is providing you with education, not for you to curse it here. You should learn to be grateful." Student. Damn. I didn't pay tuition. Damn. With so many universities in the country, is this broken school the only one I can choose? Wow, the bad people in the leadership have shown themselves. As the curses grew louder, a teacher shouted, "All right, everyone quiet down. Is this the time to argue? What we should be thinking about now is how to resolve this issue." It was still the same fat school leader. He looked at a pure-looking girl in the group of girls, who seemed a bit listless, and said, "In my opinion, just give up Chen and let those foreign students leave. Sacrifice one for the sake of everyone, and our crisis will naturally be resolved." As soon as he said this, the boys erupted again. They were already unhappy about being like turtles hiding their heads, and now the SEMA leader suggested they abandon a female classmate. It was outrageous. Chen Jiayi was so pure and beautiful, the campus belle of Guanyin University for 3 consecutive years. If she fell into the hands of those foreign devils, the outcome was unimaginable. A hot-tempered male classmate slammed the table and stood up. "Send your mother to those foreign devils, let her take care of it." "Sima, if you say one more word, I'll deal with you right now," the fat leader angrily replied. "I'm doing this for everyone's good. How long can this door hold? If we anger them, when they break in, it will be the end for all of us. It's better to surrender and hand someone over. Do you want to die?" Upon hearing this, some people fell silent. After 2.5 minutes of silence, a short-haired girl in the group of girls glared at Chen Jiayi with hatred. Whoever caused this mess should clean it up themselves. Why are these foreigners in the North Cafeteria? Isn't it all because of you, Chen Jiayi? With someone leading, more girls began to speak. Yeah, Chen Jiayi dresses so flamboyantly every day. Who knows what kind of contrast lies behind her purity? She might be playing around more than we imagine. Otherwise, why would this group of foreigners risk coming out to find Chen Jiayi even after the disaster? Chen Jiayi, you made the mess, you take the blame. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I still have a younger brother to take care of. Sob sob sob. My boyfriend is a foreign student. They're not all bad people. We can definitely negotiate, and maybe we can even rely on them. After all, they're so powerful. Most of the speakers were girls who were jealous of Chen Jiayi's beauty. Coupled with the current predicament, they thought sacrificing one person for the happiness of everyone else was a very worthwhile deal. After all, it wasn't them being sacrificed. This kind of voice grew louder, and even some indecisive boys began to entertain the same thought. The chubby leader looked at Chen Jiayi with a smile, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for those foreign devils causing trouble, he would have wanted to take this woman for himself. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. Chen, for the sake of all of us, could you make a sacrifice? After all, those people outside were brought here by you, the chubby leader said. Chen Jiao's eyes dimmed, devoid of spirit. Hearing the accusations around her, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why were they throwing dirt on her when she hadn't done anything wrong? This is a facet of human nature. Those who envy you will find ways to pull you down from your pedestal and make you just like them, stained by the mud. For boys, it's often said, if they can't have it, they'll destroy it. For girls, it's, if you're prettier than me, I will ruin you. Chen Jiayi was indeed Chen Jiao's sister. The two sisters were cut from the same cloth, both fiercely strong-willed. In the current predicament, escape was impossible, but she didn't want to be sullied by those disgusting foreign devils. Thus, there was only one outcome left. She would die. Sister, Jiayi is going ahead, Chen Jiayi said, closing her eyes as she pulled a fruit knife from her sleeve. She had brought it from the dorm for self-defense, never expecting to use it on herself. Just as Chen Jiayi was about to cut her throat, a strong hand grasped her wrist. Wonderful, truly wonderful. You have allowed me to witness the ugliness of human nature. If you talk nonsense, you'll end up like him. Chen Jiayi looked up in confusion, her dim eyes meeting the gaze of a strange boy who had suddenly appeared beside her, holding her wrist. He smiled so brightly. It had been almost half a month since the disaster began, and he still looked so clean, as if he hadn't suffered at all. He seemed so unfamiliar, she felt she had never seen him before. The newcomer was none other than Yang Chen. In fact, Yang Chen had arrived long ago. He had silently blended into the group of students using instant movement, witnessing the entire drama unfold. Truly, the disaster reveals one's true nature. The group of foreign devils outside had even greater ambitions. Their target was not just a small Chen Jiayi, but the entire cafeteria's survivors and the supplies here. Yet, amidst this external threat, the survivors inside the North Cafeteria were turning against each other, blaming and resenting one another. The essence of fearing for their lives, combined with jealousy, led some to expect the innocent to make sacrifices. Some spineless individuals even surrendered to those foreign devils. Yang Chen considered himself no saint, but he would never stand by and watch foreign devils run rampant on Chinese soil. Ding! Detected 8-star goddess, Chen Jia. Please, host, take her down as soon as possible. Temporarily ignoring the system's prompt, Yang Chen cast a mocking glance at the survivors who had just pressured Chen Jia. The survivors in the North Cafeteria were startled by Yang Chen's sudden appearance. You are? Chen Jia asked in confusion. Yang Chen smiled slightly, pulling out a photo of Chen Jia and Chen Jiao from his pocket. Your sister asked me to come and save you. Come with me. My sister? Upon hearing this and seeing the photo in Yang Chen's hand, Chen Jia's dim eyes suddenly regained their sparkle. She trembled as she took the photo, her eyes reddening as she looked at the familiar girl in the picture. This was a photo from her sister's home, one she remembered well. It was taken last summer when they went to the beach together. Is my sister okay? Yang Chen thought for a moment before answering. Yes, she's doing very well, living quite comfortably. Hearing this, Chen Jia finally felt relieved. Yang Chen smiled and extended his hand to her, saying, Come with me, your sister is waiting for you at home. Okay. Chen Jia did not hesitate and grasped Yang Chen's large, warm palm. She was already disappointed with the classmates and teachers here. Leaving this place, returning to her sister's side. No way. At that moment, the chubby leader jumped out. He couldn't just watch as Chen Jia was taken away by this suddenly appearing man. That group of foreign students outside had specifically called for Chen Jia. If she was taken away, how could they calm the anger of those foreign students? If those furious foreign students broke through the cafeteria door, he would be in trouble. As for Yang Chen, perhaps he was also an ability user, but he posed nowhere near the threat that the 5 outside did. You can't take Chen Jia away. The chubby leader pointed at Yang Chen angrily. Those people outside were brought here by Chen Jia. She must go calm their anger, or we are all finished. Young man, I advise you not to meddle. Don't think that just because you've become an ability user, you can do as you please. We have ability users here too. Hearing this, Yang Chen laughed. 666, you guys are really impressive. You have ability users who don't dare to confront those foreign devils outside, but you're eager to threaten a fellow countryman. Ignoring Yang Chen's mockery, the chubby leader said sternly, in any case, you can't take Chen Jia away, or else. Our ability users are not to be trifled with. Chen Jia showed disgust. On what basis do you restrict my actions? Yang Chen smiled and patted Chen Jia's shoulder. Let me teach you a lesson. In the apocalypse, if you can act, try not to talk too much. You can't reason with idiots. Only fists can teach them a lesson. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? The chubby leader was furious. He had already been scolded a lot today. It was one thing for students to scold him, but this guy who appeared out of nowhere was also insulting him. This made the chubby leader seethe with rage. Which department are you from? Who is your counselor? Put. A flash of a blade, and the chubby leader's words were abruptly cut off. A line of blood appeared on his neck. His head slowly tilted, and with a thud, it fell to the ground. See? It's suddenly quiet around here. Yang Chen slowly sheathed his knife, continuing to lecture Chen Jia. The surrounding survivors were dumbfounded. Did he just kill someone? This outsider actually killed someone in front of so many people? A teacher stepped forward. His name was Chang Wei, one of the 2 ability users in the North Cafeteria. Just as Chang Wei was about to speak, Yang Chen's cold gaze fell on him. If you say anything unnecessary, your fate will be the same as his. This immediately scared Chang Wei into closing his mouth. He had a premonition that if he angered this young man, his fate would indeed be the same as the headless corpse on the ground. Yang Chen asked Chen Jia, let's go. Kill those foreign devils and black devils outside, and I'll take you home. Okay. At that moment, all of Chen Jia's confidence came from the man before her. Especially the scene just now where he stood in front of her was particularly handsome, making her heart race, and she couldn't help but avoid Yang Chen's gaze. Arriving at the cafeteria door, it was already blocked by a jumble of tables and chairs. No wonder those foreign devils and black devils outside couldn't get in. It turned out there were so many tables and chairs blocking the way. Fortunately, these tables and chairs were made of metal, which were nothing in Yang Chen's eyes. Scatter. With that word, the tables and chairs blocking their way all floated up and scattered around. The door swung wide open. A white-haired foreign devil rushed in at high speed, but in Yang Chen's telekinetic perception, his speed was no different from an ordinary person. Yang Chen kicked out, striking the white-haired foreign devil in the chest. The white-haired foreign devil came in but was sent flying back at an even faster speed, rolling several times on the cement floor before barely coming to a stop with multiple abrasions on his body and a large dent in his chest. Fuck! This group of bastards actually dares to fight back. Get them! Let this group of bastards know our power. A group of foreign devils shouted with great momentum, preparing to charge in. But then, two figures slowly walked out from inside. One of them was the first beauty of Guanyin University, whom they had long coveted, Chenjiai, known as the pure and desirable ceiling. As for the other young man, he should be the ability user from the North Canteen. Kid, hand over that bitch to us. You can go home crying to your mommy. A black guy shouted at Yang Chen in English. Yang Chen glanced at him and calmly uttered a word, go. Whoosh! The alloy straight knife flew out, its sharp blade easily piercing the black guy's neck. The remaining foreign devils were startled. They didn't expect this yellow-skinned person to take the initiative to attack them. Didn't he see the advantage in numbers? Hey, we are international students. If you kill our people, aren't you afraid of starting an international war? A blonde monkey, who understood a bit of Huaxia language, shouted at Yang Chen in broken Huaxia. Yang Chen sneered, you think too highly of yourselves. Daring to flaunt your power on this land, then you will all become the nourishment of this land. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with this group of foreign devils. Since neither side could understand the other's language, it was better to just start fighting. Go! Yang Chen made a sword gesture with his hand and lightly swiped at the foreign devils across from him. Infinite space opened up. Dozens of alloy straight knives flew out, swirling chaotically in the air. Killing foreign devils, power skyrocketing. Killing foreign devils, power skyrocketing. With the blessing of the Lord of Gold, the speed of these alloy straight knives had already reached the level of Mach 2, equivalent to 680 meters per second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pft, 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 pft. Ordinary foreign devils couldn't last even a round in Yang Chen's hands. The 5 ability users, facing the assault of the alloy straight knives, all used their abilities to counter and evade. Sword Immortal. He is the Sword Immortal of Huaxia. Fuck. Isn't the Sword Immortal just a fictional character made up by those Huaxia people? How can it be real? Shit. The War Ignorance Bureau. It must be the War Ignorance Bureau that has fooled us again. What should we do, Jack? This Huaxia Sword Immortal seems tough to deal with. Ordinary foreign devils were all dead, and now only 5 ability users remained, struggling under Yang Chen's hands. What happens when the flying speed of a sharp and hard alloy straight knife reaches Mach 2? Its power will far exceed that of a bullet. This thing hitting you is no joke. One stab, one hole. One stab, one hole. Among these 5 ability users, only the one with a petrified body could endure a bit longer. But every time the alloy straight knife hit him, it would chip away at his stone fragments. Yang Chen was sure that once he released his petrified state, he would definitely be a bloody mess. The survivors in the canteen were all dumbfounded. 2 ability users fell into deep thought. Why, as fellow ability users, was there such a huge gap between themselves and this person? Were they really in the same world? What is he controlling? It's so fast that I can't even see it clearly. It should be a sword. The Huaxia people have the gene for sword control ingrained in their bones. Bullshit sword. Look at that god's lower back. He should be controlling the same kind of straight knife. He's so powerful. If only he could stay and protect us. A girl was infatuated. He must be from the rescue team. No, he definitely is from the rescue team. Let's ask him to stay and protect us. Exactly, with great power comes great responsibility. He should protect us since he's so strong. On the battlefield, Yang Chen stood on the steps, coldly watching the 5 struggling foreign devils. Laughable. With 4 types of abilities at his disposal and having absorbed 4 portions of warm energy, if he still couldn't crush them, he might as well find a block of frozen tofu to play dead. Relying solely on the Master of Gold, Yang Chen could easily suppress 5 ability users. Glancing at the battered ability users, Yang Chen said nonchalantly, "This is really boring. 5 of you together can't even make me take you seriously. I'm not playing with you anymore." Space, confinement. Yang Chen raised his hand and virtually grasped, sealing off the space around the 5 ability users, rendering their bodies immobile. You can't kill me. I'm an international student from a foreign country. Please spare me. I'm an international student from England, and I'm willing to submit to you and serve you. You've killed us. Aren't you afraid of igniting a war between great powers? You'll be the sinner. Great Sword Immortal, I apologize for my previous rashness and recklessness. Please spare my life. I am willing to atone for my sins with my lifetime. I don't want to die. The 5 ability users panicked as they realized they couldn't move their bodies. Their gazes towards Yang Chen turned fearful. This man was not someone they could contend with. To defeat him, only God himself could intervene. Was this the ancient heritage of Huaxia? Just one of them could easily overpower them, and they were now huddled together in fear. The 5 ability users seemed to have forgotten that they were pleading in English. Yang Chen, however, was patriotic and had never bothered to learn any nonsense English since childhood. Therefore, their pleas sounded like gibberish to him. What are they babbling about? Still looking so arrogant. How dare you provoke me when you're already in my hands? It was clear that Yang Chen had misunderstood. Don't ask how he misinterpreted it. He could tell just from their arrogant expressions. Die, foreign devils. Put, 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 put. The heads of the 4 ability users were pierced, and they died on the spot. Yang Chen gave special treatment to the petrified ability user, using 3 alloy knives that spun together like a power drill to crush his head. Wait, was the warm energy still there after the crushing? Yang Chen thought of this and quickly jumped down, running to the headless corpse, pressing his palm against it. A familiar warm energy surged through him. This made Yang Chen quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Although the warm energy was still there, at least 1/3 of it was missing. If he had been any slower, the remaining 2/3 would likely have been lost as well. Yang Chen repeated the process, absorbing the remaining 4 portions of warm energy. He turned his attention inward to his sea of consciousness. His diamond-shaped crystal had finally broken through to the size of a normal orange. Nice! At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Host has killed the petrified ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Ding! Host has killed the speed ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Ding! Host has killed the wood ability user. Do you wish to extract the wood ability fruit? Ding! Host has killed the physical enhancement ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Ding! Host has killed the mist ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Listening to the delightful sounds of the system in his mind, Yang Chen grinned and replied, extract them all. Give me everything. Goodness, Yang Chen realized that killing ability users to obtain ability fruits was much faster than directly searching for them. Today's harvest was indeed rich. Not only did he find Shenjai, but he also absorbed 6 portions of warm energy and obtained 5 brand new ability fruits. What a sweet deal. Yang Chen looked at the dazed Shenjai and called out, let's go. Oh, okay. Shenjai came to her senses, walked down the steps, and jogged to Yang Chen's side. You can't leave. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. The short-haired girl who had previously urged Shenjai to step forward and calm the foreign devil's anger stood up and shouted, you came to rescue us, so why only save Shenjai? What about us? Are you going to just watch us starve or freeze to death here? Yeah, you came to rescue us, you can't be biased. If you're going to save us, then save us all. Hey, big brother, you wouldn't just watch us wait to die here, would you? Hearing these words, Yang Chen showed no sign of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, is there anyone else? Step forward, let me see how many of you need saving. As soon as he said this, the few girls who had spoken earlier immediately revealed victorious smiles. They thought Yang Chen had yielded to their words. Little did they know, the Grim Reaper's scythe was already at their throats, just waiting to reap. Some survivors who had been hesitant saw that Yang Chen did not erupt in violence and grew bolder. The supplies in the northern cafeteria had nearly been exhausted. They couldn't last many more days. Moreover, every night they were freezing to the bone, forced to huddle together for warmth, barely surviving the cold nights. They had had enough of this life. If they didn't change their position soon, they feared they would die in the northern cafeteria. Now that there was a chance to leave, these survivors were using their brains. Oh right, they didn't have brains, because those who did had wisely kept quiet. The one who had wanted to speak about Yang Chen's teacher hesitated, his right eyelid twitching. In the explosive version T0, the quiet clinic, we can't stay here much longer. Not only is the food running out, but it gets freezing cold at night. Great one, can you take us to find a safe place to set up a shelter? I think the dormitory building over there would be pretty good, especially the international students' dormitory. Their building is way more luxurious than our shabby one. Yeah, speaking of that, I have to curse a bit, stupid leaders. I haven't eaten enough for several days. Go find us some food, and once our bellies are full, we'll have the strength to set off in search of a new refuge. There are so many girls here, isn't it your duty to protect us? Show a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. Look at how humble and polite the Englishmen are. Damn, even at this time, there are still versions? I've learned something new, so it turns out all the little fairies combined can't even muster one brain, huh? What my brother said is right. At this time, you don't treat the great one like a big daddy, and you still want to fight? That's just like a little cow on a rocket, so impressive. Exactly, among those foreign devils just now, there were a few English devils, and they actually think Englishmen are gentlemen. That's really something. What version? What little fairies? You bunch of shrimp-headed boys are really funny. Sisters, beware of these boys, dating them would be the worst luck ever, right? We didn't ask you to protect us, so why are you making a fuss? Just shut up, you useless people. Everyone was talking over each other. The scene was incredibly noisy. But if you listen closely, you would realize that it was just those few who couldn't even combine to form one brain and some boys cursing at each other. Little did they know, every word in action was being sensed and locked onto by Yang Chen with his mental power. After waiting for a while and seeing no new fools appear, Yang Chen grinned and looked at the boys who were arguing with the fools, saying, "Didn't I just say that the best way to deal with fools is to make them shut up forever?" As soon as he finished speaking, several alloy knives flew out of thin air. In front of everyone, they pierced through those fools, both male and female. Feeling the pain in their chests, those fools widened their eyes in disbelief, looking down at themselves, then back at Yang Chen. "You, how dare you kill our..." Yang Chen smiled indifferently. "Did you think I am a person with a strong sense of morality? Your lives have nothing to do with me." The few boys were so scared that their legs went weak. Seeing that they had nothing to do with this, they all felt relieved in their hearts that they were normal people. If they had said something outrageous like those few idiots, they were sure they would also be pierced through by this godlike figure, leaving them feeling cold and then soaring in spirit. "Let's go." Yang Chen patted Chen Jiai's shoulder and walked in the direction they came from. Chen Jiai quickly followed, afraid of losing him, but perhaps she hadn't eaten enough for too long. Her limbs felt weak, and she started to pant after just a few steps. Yang Chen glanced at her and led her to a nearby room that was relatively clean, taking out a pile of food for her to replenish her strength. After all, Yang Chen wasn't short on food right now, and he wasn't in a hurry to conduct system certification with Chen Jiai for the food that would return 1,000-fold. Looking at the array of food in front of her, Chen Jiai's eyes sparkled. "These, can I really eat all of them?" Yang Chen smiled and nodded. "Of course, your sister already paid for your meals last night." Oh. Hearing that her sister had already paid, Chen Jiai lost her reservations and picked up a milk bread to eat. This silly girl probably didn't know what her sister had used to pay for the meals. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Chen Jiai awkwardly swallowed the bread in her mouth and looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen handed her a bottle of pure water. "Yang Chen, Yang from Yang family generals, and the sun with 3 dots of water." "Yang Chen." Chen Jiai repeated. Oh, brother Yang Chen, my name is." "Your name is Chen Jiai. I know." "Ah, okay. Hurry up and eat. We need to try to get home before dark." Chen Jiai didn't say anything more and focused entirely on the food in front of her. During the idle time, Yang Chen thought of checking Chen Jiai's personal information. Name, Chen Jiai. Age, 20 years. Charging times, 0 times. Worldview, normal woman. Character, a pure girl well protected by her sister. Appearance, 8 stars. Situation, parents passed away when she was young, raised by her sister. The person she trusts the most is her sister. The person she likes the most is also her sister. Completely sister-controlled, system certified. After reading Chen Jiai's personal information, Yang Chen's expression became strange. Sister-controlled. Closing Chen Jiai's personal interface, Yang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost noon, close to 12 o'clock. At their current speed, they would definitely reach home before 2:30 p.m. Half an hour later, after Chen Jiai finished resting, Yang Chen took her back on the road. When they reached the entrance, Yang Chen fell into thought looking at the place where his small electric scooter was parked. It was completely empty. Where the hell is my small electric scooter? He had thought that in this apocalyptic world, everyone would hide away, and even if he parked his scooter anywhere, no one would steal it, but now, on the street, there were so many small electric scooters, and they just had to steal his, right? Forget it. Yang Chen decided to find another vehicle. Given the current road conditions, driving might not be as convenient as the small electric scooter. Heading towards Jinqiu City, the two found another usable small electric scooter halfway. The ride was bumpy, and Chen Jiai was pressed against Yang Chen's back several times. This made Chen Jiai extremely shy, her little face flushed and particularly cute. Yang Chen felt the soft touch on his back and smiled without speaking, facing the wind of the apocalypse as they headed home. As they passed a large bridge, Yang Chen saw the community health clinic across the river. "I have plenty of food, but I haven't specifically collected any medicine." Yang Chen turned a corner and entered the road leading to the community health clinic. "Since we're here, let's get some medicine and equipment to take back." Yang Chen, adhering to the principle of "since I'm here, I might as well go," headed to the community health clinic. After storing his small electric scooter in the infinite space, he took Chen Jiai into the clinic's lobby. This lobby served as a one-stop area for registration, payment, medication, and consultations. Logically, there should be many survivors at the clinic, so why was it so quiet now? The silence was almost eerie. Goodness, where had all the survivors gone? Could it be that at the onset of the disaster, they all ran home? Never mind, it didn't matter if there were people or not. as long as they didn't take away the medicines and equipment. It would be even better if a beautiful female doctor who knew how to treat illnesses could stay behind. Yang Chen didn't rashly explore. He first used his telekinesis to sense the area within a 30-meter radius, confirming that there was indeed no danger before leading Chen Jiayi into the pharmacy. Whether it was modern Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, Yang Chen stuffed everything into the system space without hesitation. The Western medicines came in packaging with instructions, and he was quite casual while putting them away. However, when it came to traditional Chinese medicine, he had to be more careful. If he mixed them all together, he wouldn't have the ability to sort them out one by one. After nearly 10 minutes, all the medicines in the pharmacy, which was about 50 square meters, were stored in Yang Chen's infinite space. Let's go, take everything usable from the clinic. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a medicine storage room here, he said. His telekinesis moved along with him, covering a 30-meter diameter in all directions. This sensing range was equivalent to a sphere. At that moment, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He had discovered something interesting. Yang Chen and Lu Ruyan were currently in the medicine storage room of the clinic. After the power outage, it was pitch dark here, and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. During the day, they could only rely on the sunlight coming through a small window above to illuminate the space, and at night, it would be completely engulfed in darkness. A thick fog enveloped the area, and moonlight couldn't penetrate. At the very back of the storage room, large cardboard boxes filled with medicines were stacked up, creating a small space. On the floor lay a hospital blanket, and the two women huddled together, staring blankly at the wall in front of them. "Connor, I'm so hungry, glucose just doesn't fill me up," said one coldly beautiful woman in a white coat with short hair, her voice weak. The woman called Connor was a 25 or 26-year-old nurse named Yang Chan, sharing a name with the three holy mothers, but she didn't possess their formidable powers. Yang Chan shot a glance at the female doctor, sighed helplessly. "Is it just you who's hungry? I'm hungry too, but what can two weak women do? Fight that strange tree in the backyard? Or that stinky stray cat lurking near the clinic? We can't even handle the zombies that come out at night." The female doctor was named Lu Ruyan. Her cold beauty resembled that of a high and aloof goddess, but at this moment, her expression, behavior, and words were anything but aloof. She hugged Yang Chan tightly and said pitifully, "Connor, it's just the two of us relying on each other now. I feel like if this continues, I will starve to death. Can you promise me one thing?" Yang Chan, curious, asked, "What is it?" Lu Ruyan reached out. "Let me have a couple of bites." "Yang Chan, are you trying to die?" Swatting away her best friend's mischievous hand, Yang Chan said irritably, "Go away, go eat your own." Lu Ruyan, "No, yours is better. How about I give you mine, and you give me yours?" Yang Chan chuckled coldly, playfully poking her friend's forehead. "If your admirers knew you were like this in private, do you think they would be shocked?" Lu Ruyan pouted, "I don't have as many admirers as you do. You're the one known as the most beautiful nurse on the internet, Yang Xiaochan. Hey, I want to ask you, Connor, if there was an opportunity right now for your pursuer to save you, but you had to pay a price, what would you choose to give up?" He. Yang Chan gave a perfunctory smile. "It depends on various factors. If he's handsome and young, I would say, benefactor, your life-saving grace, I have no way to repay. I can only offer my body in return. If he's ugly and lecherous, or old and lecherous, then I can only say, benefactor, your life-saving grace, I have no way to repay. I can only repay you in my next life by being your ox or horse." Yang Chan was a true beauty lover. Her first criterion for choosing a partner was whether they were good-looking. If not, they were immediately dismissed. Lu Ruyan asked again, "What if it's an old, ugly, and lecherous man, and he forces you to be his wife?" Yang Chan replied, "There's a river next to the clinic, I would just dive in." "Ruyan, can you stop talking for a bit and save some energy?" In recent years, the name Lu Ruyan had become popular on short videos, to the point where the female doctor named Lu Ruyan was often teased by friends. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Ruyan, the scum of the world is as long as the night." In reality, Lu Ruyan, the female doctor, was a woman who yearned for love yet was quite conservative. Compared to the nearly 3,030 husbands, 1,539 white moons, and 7,596 childhood sweethearts she had online, having married the male lead 959 times, the second male lead 1,670 times, and having broken up with the male lead 3,637 times, and the second male lead 1,499 times, with 3,900 divorces from the male lead and 3,897 from the second male lead, Lu Ruyan was truly an extreme case. Lu Ruyan. Spit, she leaned on Yang Chan's shoulder and whispered, "In this world, I no longer pursue sweet love. If a guy could save us right now, as long as he's not hideously ugly, I would be willing to be his woman. Sister, I'm quite loyal, using myself to keep us both alive." Yes, yes, yes. Yang Chan weakly replied, if a guy comes to save us right now, as long as he's not hideously ugly, I, Yang Chan, would not only be willing to be his woman, but I could also help him and his mistress with children. Lu Ruyan asked, Mistress? Are you talking about me? Yang Chan replied, how could it be, my dear? Just then, the lock of the medicine storage room clicked. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood in the doorway against the light, looking at the two women sitting against the wall with a half-smile. Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, damn, someone really came back. They didn't hear everything we just talked about, did they? Goodness, could it be that the magical conch heard their wishes? After a long silence, it was Yang Chan, who was good at socializing, who spoke first. Excuse me, who are you? She and Lu Ruyan helped each other to stand up, their eyes warily watching the man at the door. Although they had joked around earlier, reality couldn't be treated so lightly. Who knew what kind of person the man was? What if he had ulterior motives? The two of them, weak as noodles and unarmed, were no match for an adult male. I'm here to get medicine, didn't mean to disturb you, I'll leave right after. The man was none other than Yang Chen, who had been searching for supplies in the clinic with Chen Jai. With his telepathic perception, he had heard the entire conversation between the two women. It was quite interesting, to be honest. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected 9-star goddess Yang Chan. Ding! Detected 8-star goddess Lu Ruyan. Hearing the two names from the system prompt, Yang Chen could only say, good heavens. They were all tough characters. One is Yang Chan, sharing the same name as the three holy mothers. The other is Lu Ruyan, widely recognized online as the scoundrel saint, the emperor of smoke. There's a reason you two can play together. It wasn't until Yang Chen walked into the storeroom that Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan finally got a good look at his appearance. He wasn't ugly, old, or sleazy. In fact, he was a bit handsome. Yang Chan's aesthetic was handsome, regardless of the type. Lu Ruyan's requirement was simply that he was passable. Undoubtedly, Yang Chan's looks met both women's standards for a partner. Seeing Yang Chen standing still while making boxes of medicine disappear, Lu Ruyan and Yang Chan widened their beautiful eyes in shock, incredulously scanning between Yang Chen and the vanished medicine. How is this possible? Are you kidding? Is this magic? Or superpowers? The two best friends exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Damn, haven't we just been hiding for almost half a month? How come they don't recognize us at all? Could it be that all of humanity has evolved, and they missed the opportunity while hiding? Damn, no one informed them. This is a special ability, you can also understand it as a superpower, Yang Chen explained with a faint smile. He didn't plan to bring up the matter of collecting women. He wanted these two women to beg him to take them in. Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen with hopeful eyes, her voice involuntarily rising. Could you help us? We've been hungry here for over a week, and if we don't leave soon, we'll definitely starve to death. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together. Please, please. In the Yeri clinic, Yang Chen chuckled lightly and countered. Saving you is just a piece of cake for me, but there has to be a reason, right? Why should I save two strangers? Upon hearing this, the two women were left speechless. They didn't know how to respond. They couldn't just say they were kindred spirits and that he wouldn't let them die in a crisis, right? That would be moral coercion. Should they say they were women, and as a big man, what's wrong with saving them? That would be so lacking in gentlemanly demeanor. Please, they would feel disgusted by that themselves. Feeling the hunger in their stomachs, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances and then nodded. Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen and said, our only bargaining chip right now is ourselves. You must have heard our conversation just now. As long as you're willing to save us, we will become your women. Lu Ruyan added, but you can't hit us casually, you can't lock us in a dog cage, you can't give us away, you can't. Lu Ruyan's little mouth opened and closed, listing many things that couldn't be done. All of them were cruel things that could happen to women in the apocalypse. Yang Chen pointed to himself. Do I look like a bad person? The two women nodded. The reason Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan were willing to use themselves as bargaining chips was partly due to their unbearable hunger, but mainly because Yang Chen wasn't ugly. If it were someone ugly, Yang Chan would have dared to jump into the river next to the clinic. With her good friend gone, Lu Ruyan wouldn't dare to follow a stranger alone. Sometimes, people need comfort in their hearts. No need to say more, having a familiar good friend nearby is enough. Yang Chen smiled. Alright, that's a good bargaining chip, I like it. He collected all the medicines in the storeroom into an infinite space, waved to the door, and Chen Jai walked in gracefully, obediently following Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen sat down with Chen Jai in front of Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan. With a wave of his hand, a pile of food and pure water appeared in front of them. There were unwrapped salt-baked chicken legs, whole wheat bread, ham sausages, chocolate, and more. Upon seeing this food, both Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled, and their stomachs began to growl. Ever since they finished the snacks collected from the health clinic, the two best friends could only survive on glucose. Now, seeing so much delicious food, their mouths immediately began to salivate, and the way they secretly swallowed made Yang Chen chuckle. But then he thought, isn't this just the norm in a post-apocalyptic world? His past self wasn't much better off. Looking at the longing in their eyes, Yang Chen nodded at them. Go ahead, just don't run out of energy to come back home with me. With Yang Chen's permission, the two friends immediately began to eat without caring about their image. Yang Chen asked with a smile, let me ask you, what's up with the strange tree in the backyard, the monsters lurking nearby, and the zombies that appear at night? He could understand the strange tree and the monsters. They should be mutated trees and mutated beasts. But where did the zombies come from? He hadn't heard of any zombie outbreaks in his past life. Moreover, wasn't this a post-apocalyptic world? Hearing Yang Chen's question, Yang Chen swallowed the chicken leg meat in her mouth, took a sip of pure water, and then said, there's a very large tree in our backyard, and the whole tree is red. Anyone who gets close will be attacked by its tentacles. About 11 days ago, that monster released a strange spore that makes those who inhale it dazed and uncontrollably walk towards the strange tree. If it weren't for Ru Yen pulling me to the oxygen tank back then, I probably would have become one of that tree's zombie army. Strange tree? Spores? Zombies? Yang Chen countered, are you saying that those zombies were created by the spores released by that strange tree in the backyard? Yang Chen and Lu Ruyen nodded, fear flashing in their confused eyes. You can still see a bunch of zombies in the backyard. There are at least 300 of them. Every night, those zombies become active, going out to catch living creatures. Every night, Ru Yen and I don't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of being discovered by those zombies. After hearing Yang Chan's words, Yang Chen pondered, thinking, those zombies shouldn't be the kind I understand. They should just be corpses controlled by parasitic spores, completely different from the zombies in the apocalypse. With the topic of the strange tree and zombies concluded, Yang Chen asked again, what about the monsters lurking nearby? When this was brought up, the fear in Yang Chen and Lu Ruyan's eyes intensified. That's a green monster covered in scales, humanoid but looking like a lizard, particularly vicious. Anyone who tried to leave the health clinic back then was torn apart by that lizard man. The slaughter by the lizard man was bloody, and the visual shock brought by the parasitic spores of the strange tree and the direct brutality of the lizard man's killings were not comparable. This is also why the two girls feared the lizard monster more than the strange tree zombies. Didn't you encounter the lizard man when you came in? Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen, puzzled. Yang Chen and Chen Jiao shook their heads in unison. They had entered without any obstacles. Not to mention the lizard man, they hadn't even seen a single mutated beast. Could it be that the lizard man thinks there's no food left here? No one knew the answer to this question. Yang Chen stood up and said, you two eat to regain your strength. I'll go move everything useful from the health clinic. As he reached the door, Yang Chen turned to look at Yang Chan and Lu Ruyen. Is there a doctor among you two? Lu Ruyen raised her hand. I'm a general practitioner. Yang Chan added, I'm a nurse. Well, this trip was worth it. I found both a nurse and a doctor, haha. Yang Chen walked out of the storage room and began to scavenge in the health clinic. In the storage room, Lu Ruyen poked her good friend Yang Chan and whispered in her ear, Shaner, now that there's no threat from the lizard man outside, do you think we should run away? Yang Chan shot her a glance and sternly said, I advise you not to have such a death wish. Lu Ruyen was taken aback and asked, are we really going to be his women? That guy is handsome, but he's not the most handsome among the guys we've seen. The rich second-generation boy who pursued you before was way better looking than him. And then what? Yang Chan retorted, as long as he has strong power, that's enough. In this era of disaster, our mindset has to change too. Before, we looked at who had money and status. In the future, I guess we'll look at who has the bigger fists. Didn't you see those two knives he has at his waist? The sheaths are stained with blood, red blood. He must have killed someone. If we agree to him 1 second and run away the next, do you think he won't kill both of us? Yang Chan understood the situation better than Lu Ruyen and was more realistic. Lu Ruyen still thought society could return to its previous state, living a peaceful life. But Yang Chan was not optimistic about that. Everything had changed in an instant. Plants and animals were evolving wildly. The future was uncertain. Clinging to a potential stock now might make life a bit easier later. Yang Chan didn't want to end up like those people in apocalyptic movies, chained in a dog cage, humiliated, beaten, living a life worse than a dog. If her future was like that, Yang Chan would rather die now. Hearing her best friend say this, Lu Ruyen shrank her neck in fear. I was just saying that casually. That guy is quite good looking anyway. I don't really care about looks. If I have to be his woman, then so be it, as long as I can eat well. Robbing the clinic, the strange zombie tree. Robbing the clinic, the strange zombie tree. In fact, Lu Ruyen was just venting her frustrations. After all, She was a woman, and it was understandable to feel a bit reluctant when a stranger suddenly appeared and offered himself. Compared to Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan's thoughts were still quite naive. She held beautiful fantasies about things. Don't say such things in the future, Yang Chan seriously warned Lu Ruyan. You can't be like Emperor Ruyan. Who knows what the future will be like? If you betray him, he might really cut you. Don't worry, I, Lu Ruyan, am not that cheap of a woman. Lu Ruyan patted her chest and laughed. As long as he doesn't hit me or send me to someone else, I definitely won't betray him. Yang Chan's eyes were deep. Just say what you want to say, can you stop patting your panda? At that moment, the two women sensed a gaze. They looked over and saw Chen Jiayi blinking at them from not far away. Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. You didn't leave? Chen Jiayi replied, no, brother Yang Chen asked me to wait for him here. Then we just. Lu Ruyan hadn't finished her sentence when Yang Chan covered her mouth, looking at Chen Jiayi with a friendly smile. His name is Yang Chen, and he has the same surname as me. Who knows, we might have been family hundreds of years ago. Chen Jiayi said, brother Yang Chen said his Yang is from Yang family generals. Could he be a descendant of the Yang family generals? Yang Chan. This little girl seemed a bit dim-witted. Has he killed anyone? I saw blood on his sheath. Yes, he has. Chen Jiayi recounted what had happened at school. When the two women learned that there were already superpowered individuals in the outside world, they were shocked beyond measure. Indeed, the humans outside had evolved, but they hadn't been called. When they heard that Yang Chen had easily suppressed 5 superpowered individuals by himself, leaving them with no chance to fight back, the two women had a vague understanding of Yang Chen's strength. This man was very strong, much stronger than ordinary superpowered individuals. They had struck gold. Grabbing Lu Ruyan's panda, Yang Chan pretended to be fierce and said, Lu Ruyan, from now on, you are not allowed to say such rebellious words again, or I will. I will have Yang Chen clean up your mess. She said this naturally for Chen Jiayi to hear. Who knows if this little girl would tell Yang Chen about their conversation. A patch-up was necessary. She didn't want Yang Chen to harbor any grudges against them or hold back. In fact, she had wanted to say, Lu Ruyan, you are not allowed to say such rebellious words again, or I, Yang Chan, will have my husband clean up the door. But with Chen Jiayi present, even Yang Chan, with her thick skin, couldn't utter those 2 words, so she simply used a name instead. Lu Ruyan was bewildered for 2.5 seconds, and after realizing it, she quickly made a promise. I promise I won't have such inappropriate thoughts again. Chen Jiayi blinked, watching the 2 drama queens perform. In the apocalyptic world, everything evolved, and mutated plants took over the earth. Even some mosquitoes and poisonous insects evolved, causing great trouble for human survival. In this end times, being scratched, infected, or bitten by poisonous insects could become fatal, leading to long-term untreated infections. Antibiotics and various medicines were extremely precious. They were scarce resources, on par with food. But this was just a health clinic after all. Compared to a real hospital, both the reserves and types were vastly inferior. Yang Chen took the blood testing equipment and other items from the clinic and stuffed them into his infinite space. Regardless of whether he could use them, he would take them back first. Following the principle of having come this far, Yang Chen dug 3 feet deep in the clinic. He packed almost everything usable into the infinite space. He teleported to the rooftop of the clinic. Yang Chen looked towards the empty space in the backyard. At a glance, he felt a chill run down his spine. In the backyard, a bizarre tree with a thick trunk and a large crown, covered in red leaves and red flowers, was rooted in that empty space. Surrounding the strange tree were densely packed corpses. Yes, they were indeed corpses. Those people had lost their breath, their faces pale, emaciated, as if all their blood had been drained. They were dead. From above, it was estimated that there were 300 to 400 zombies. The spread of spores is very subtle. If this tree continues to grow, the spores could spread several kilometers or even further. By then, Jinqiu City will definitely not be safe. The moving plan needs to be advanced, but this strange tree cannot be left unchecked. If it continues to grow, the entire Jiang City will likely become its territory, and even if I move the shelter to Linshan, it will be affected. Yang Chen had made up his mind to deal with this mutated strange tree later. After taking one last look at the mutated strange tree and the zombies surrounding it, Yang Chen turned and left without looking back. When he reached the door of the medicine storage room, Yang Chen thought of something. Shouldn't such a health clinic have its own generator? Their home had been without power for several days, and there was no hot water for them to bathe. Yang Chen planned to get a generator to take back. He stood at the door of the storage room and looked at Yang Chan and the 2 women. You work in this health clinic, do you know where there is a generator? Don't tell me your clinic is not even equipped with a generator? There is one. Yang Chan nodded and said slowly, but our clinic's generator set is quite large. If you don't have the right tools, you probably won't be able to take it apart. However, there is a small silent generator in the basement. You can see if it works. Take me to see it. Okay. Yang Chan led Yang Chen to the basement. The small silent generator was placed in the storage room of the basement. It was a square, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, and Yang Chen estimated it weighed around 500 pounds. This generator was not fixed in a specific position, so it didn't need to be disassembled. Yang Chen tossed the small silent generator into the infinite space and then had Yang Chan taken to the generator room located indoors. The generator sets in the generator room were much larger. Moreover, they were all fixed to the platform with screws and slots. Yang Chen took a quick look. They were mostly metal and could be manipulated. Under the astonished gaze of the three women, Yang Chen, as the master of gold, removed the screws and other fixed units, and then placed the enormous generator set into the infinite space. Having completed all this, Yang Chen's purpose for this trip was considered a complete success. In fact, it was an overachievement. He had also collected 2 goddesses that met the system's requirements. Not only had the quantity for the 10,000-fold return increased, but these 2 women were also a nurse and a doctor. He had struck it rich. Glancing at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. There were 4.5 hours left until dark, and the thick fog was approaching. Yang Chen put away his phone and said to the 3 women, "Let's go, we need to get home before the fog arrives in 4.5 hours. Okay. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another second." Yang Chen said, "You guys see if there are any small electric scooters we can ride." Okay. Yang Chan found a small electric scooter in the garage that was still usable, carrying Lu Ruyen as they followed closely behind Yang Chen, heading towards their unknown home. Meanwhile, in Jinxiu City, a group of survivors, led by a nearly 1.9-meter-tall strong man, returned to Jinxiu City, grumbling. "Damn it! Did the nearby convenience stores and supermarkets get hit by rats? They're cleaner than my pockets. I don't know which bastard took all the supplies." A survivor kicked over a trash can by the roadside. The expressions of the others were not much better. They were all members of the Qinglong gang from Building 4. Since 8 in the morning, they had been out searching for supplies and ability fruits, but the result was that the convenience stores and supermarkets near the community looked as if they had been raided by bandits, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Those despicable guys didn't even spare the shelves, taking everything away in one go. They smashed open one convenience store after another, only to stare silently at the empty rooms. Truly, it was like plucking feathers from a passing goose, leaving nothing behind, right? Well. With no food to be found in the convenience stores and supermarkets, they could only set their sights on the nearby restaurants. Unfortunately, the imbalanced day-night temperature caused all the vegetables and meat stored in the restaurants to spoil. Only sealed drinks and pre-prepared dishes were still edible. What terrified them the most was that the spoiled vegetables and meats in these restaurants attracted mutated rats, mutated cockroaches, and mutated ants. Good heavens, the sight of those densely packed creatures nearly scared them to death. Have you ever seen rats as big as adult fat blue cats? Have you seen cockroaches the size of flip-flops? How about mutated ants as thick as fingers? Most importantly, these were all swarm creatures. They felt like the world had turned upside down. The mutated monsters went crazy the moment they saw them, launching attacks as soon as they caught sight of them. If they hadn't run fast, they would have likely perished in the restaurant. They left in high spirits but returned in disappointment. This left the members of the Qinglong gang feeling extremely frustrated and angry. However, fortunately, they discovered an ability fruit on their way back. This was what saved their day from being completely fruitless. The crow looked towards Building 1, licked his lips, and grinned. "Stop complaining. Follow me, Brother Crow, and let's attack Building 1. I heard from those 2 that there are 2 particularly beautiful women causing a ruckus, prettier than some stars. I want to see just how beautiful they are. If they're not as pretty as the stars, I'll go back and crush their heads." Speaking of this, the group of survivors also became interested, each one grinning cruelly. Ha, with Brother Crow making a move, it's as easy as pie. "Brother Crow, since we're here, let's search the entire Building 1 and see if there are any women left. You eat meat, leave some soup for the brothers." "Yeah, Brother Crow, the women in the brothel are too expensive. I haven't touched a woman in days. Hee, while you guys look for women, I want to find some toys. The last few guys were too fragile. I only sawed off their limbs and they died. What a letdown." These people bantered back and forth, casually dividing the survivors of Building 1 among themselves. It was as if they were talking about a common toy rather than a human life. Brother Crow laughed heartily. "Good. Once we capture those 2 women, I allow you to run wild in Building 1. Huh? Brother Crow is awesome. Long live Brother Crow. Brother Crow, since we're both from the Crow family, why can that Crow chicken be the boss while you can't? Just give the order, and I'll follow you to rebel." "Brother Crow, everyone, this can't be a fool. can it? Meanwhile, at Yang Chen's home, Yang Chen's family lives on the 31st floor. Ha! This is too funny. How can this guy be so mean? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Lin Jinyun clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. On the coffee table in front of them lay a tablet. A comedy movie was playing on it. With nothing to do at home, Lin Jinyun could only binge-watch shows with Chen Jiayao. However, Chen Jiayao seemed a bit distracted. Although she was watching the show, her mind had already drifted away. I wonder if Yang Chen has found Jiayi yet. Lin Jinyun pinched her fair, tender little face and smiled. Aren't you aware of Xiaoshuan's strength? It's fine, with him around, he will definitely bring Jiayi back safely. Just then, Chen Jiayao suddenly stood up from the sofa. Not good, Sister Jin Yun. A group of people has entered my psychic perception range, and one of them is a peanut. Ah, no, a soybean-level ability user. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Jinyun's face vanished completely. She released her psychic perception and also discovered the dozen or so people climbing the stairs. These people wore sinister smiles and spoke foul language. Those two who were causing a ruckus. They must be talking about the two of them. This group was targeting them. Oof. Lin Jinyun snorted coldly, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. These people really aren't afraid of death. We killed so many of them yesterday, and they still dare to provoke us. Do they really think we are weak women who can't even handle a chicken? Chen Jiayao observed for a few seconds and said, no, their steps are strong. They don't look like they've been starving for long. They should be survivors from nearby buildings, not from ours. Lin Jinyun rushed to the bedroom and quickly changed into formal attire before coming out. Who cares which building they're from? Since they've chosen to provoke us, they should be prepared to pay with their lives. Jiayao, let's teach them a lesson together. Okay. Chen Jiayao nodded. There was still some distance between the survivors and them, giving the two women time to prepare. After changing into formal attire, Chen Jiayao picked up two handguns loaded with bullets. There's only one ability user on the opposite side, Sister Jin Yun. Let's use our handguns to clear out the ordinary people first, then we can team up to deal with that ability user. That ability user is only at the soybean level. We are both almost at the quail egg level, so 2 against 1 will definitely take him down. Lin Jinyun nodded. Remember to leave one alive for questioning. As Xiaoshuan said, since we've crossed paths, we must be prepared to eradicate the roots. The two women headed out together. They stood in the stairwell where the Qinglong gang members were walking. Soon, the first person popped their head up. The crow stared dumbfounded at the two stunning beauties standing on the staircase platform. They were so beautiful. They were on a completely different level compared to the female owner of their building. He. The crow rubbed his hands together with a sly grin, a wicked glint in his eyes. Are you two beauties waiting here just for us? Is it that your home has run out of food? Come with Big Brother, there's plenty of food at my place. I guarantee you'll be well fed. As he spoke, other members of the Qinglong gang also stepped onto the central staircase platform alongside the crow. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao looked down at these people. Which building are you from? Chen Jiayi asked coldly. The crow replied, you'll find out when you come back with Big Brother, he. Lin Jinyun sighed. As expected, Xiaoshuan was right. If you can take action, don't hesitate. Let's take action, Jiaya. Chen Jiaya nodded. Okay. Ha. What are these two women saying? They want to take action against my brother Crow. Hey, I remind you, Brother Crow is an ability user. I advise you to surrender to him early. With Brother Crow protecting you, you'll definitely live better than any other woman. Wait, with how beautiful they are, could they be the women causing trouble? It's quite possible. It's truly a case of finding what you seek. These two foolish women have come right to our door. Stop dawdling, let's take them down quickly. I can't wait to hunt for prey. Despite the filthy words from these survivors, the two women did not get angry. Would you be angry because of a dead person's provocation? Take action. Lin Jinyun's figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already at the bottom of the staircase platform where the Qinglong gang members stood. The two women raised their handguns simultaneously. For dark handguns were aimed at the Qinglong gang members. The triggers were pulled. They thought they were making a big move, but instead, they pulled a big one. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. 4 handguns simultaneously spat fire. Bullets flew out, and the gunshots echoed in the narrow staircase, particularly piercing. The bullets struck the Qinglong gang members, and blood splattered, followed by the sounds of painful, terrified screams that echoed continuously, like a mournful song of death. The lethality of firearms against ordinary people is immense. A single bullet to a vital area can be fatal. The two women maintained their telekinetic perception throughout. At such a close distance, every shot was a headshot. In just 2.5 seconds, only the crow remained standing on the central staircase platform. The remaining dozen or so Qinglong gang members lay sprawled on the ground, their deaths gruesome, blood pooling around them, the air thick with the smell of blood. On the central staircase platform, the crow's flesh glimmered with an iron hue. His flesh had turned to iron, transforming him into a man of steel. This was the crow's ability, Iron Body. With this ability, the crow became a melee brute. Blades, wooden sticks, and fire axes could not harm him, granting him immense strength and a tough body, but at the cost of reduced speed. However, for a brute, this was no issue. The bullets from the 4 handguns struck the crow, sparking and producing dull thuds, but these posed no threat to the crow, who possessed an iron body. The crow lowered his crossed arms and coldly stared at the 2 women, roaring, "I didn't expect one of you to be an ability user. And you even have handguns. Damn it! Such important information, and those 2 bastards didn't report a thing. When I get back, I'll crush their heads." Seeing that the handgun bullets did not harm the crow, the 2 women chose not to waste any more bullets. "Sister Jin Yun, does this guy count as having walked into your gun's line of fire?" Chen Jiao asked playfully. Lin Jinyun smiled calmly. "I haven't tried manipulating living metal yet." "You too, do you think so little of me?" The crow's angry eyes turned to Lin Jinyun. "You are an ability user, so I'll take care of you first. There are strengths and weaknesses among ability users. Don't think that just because you have abilities, you can compete with me, the crow. My abilities are invincible." As he spoke, the crow charged towards Lin Jinyun. He swung his fist towards her face. If that punch landed, even an ability user would suffer. If it were an ordinary person, their head would explode like a watermelon. The crow was right, there are strengths and weaknesses among abilities, and there are also countering relationships. Unfortunately, 2 of Lin Jinyun's 3 abilities counter the crow's. Instant teleportation. Lin Jinyun's figure reappeared beside Chen Jiao. With teleportation at her side, the crow, now moving like a slow Iron Man, couldn't catch up to Lin Jinyun. "Ah, die, invincible Iron Fist." The crow went berserk. He roared, and his speed suddenly increased, his entire body glowing with a metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming pressure, as if he had transformed into a giant bear charging at them. Facing the towering crow, neither Lin Jinyun nor Chen Jiao showed any signs of panic. Lin Jinyun stretched out her hands towards the attacking crow. "Metal. Control. In the world of metal, I am the queen." This is Lin Jinyun's self-identification. It's reasonable for the queen to be under the dominion of her subjects, right? Boom! In the end, the crow's fist was still half a meter away from Lin Jinyun. His figure froze in mid-air, unable to move. It was as if an invisible force was manipulating his body. Realizing this situation, the crow shouted in terror, "What? What is this power? Why can't I move?" No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Jinyun's control. With his meager strength, how could he compete with Lin Jinyun, who was about to reach the level of a quail egg? If it came to energy consumption, Lin Jinyun could match 3 crows. Chen Jiao smiled and said, "Let me introduce, Jinyun's first ability is metal control. Any material classified as metal is under her control, and you, Iron Man, tisk tsk. Lin Jinyun was already laughing. "I thought this guy was roaring so loudly to prepare something big, but it turns out he just made a big mess. Oh my, Jinyun, your words are so disgusting." The 2 women chatted leisurely. As for the crow, he was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He felt like his worldview was about to shatter. How can one person have multiple abilities? Where did you get so many ability fruits? Lin Jinyun sneered, dragging the crow out of the stairwell. "That's not something you should know." She pulled down several security bars from the room on this floor, and the crow was struck hard by the bent steel bars, reinforced by several layers of steel. Even as an ability user, he didn't have the strength to break free. Moreover, with the crow's pea-sized crystal, how much energy did he have left to maintain his iron body state? "Don't kill me. I'm the 3rd leader of the Qinglong gang. My older brother and second brother are both ability users, very powerful ones, and we have hundreds of subordinates under us. If you kill me, my older brother and second brother won't let you go." As the iron body state was lifted, feeling his exhausted body, the crow threatened the 2 women with a fierce facade. He only hoped these 2 women were a bit intimidated, otherwise, his life would be over. Lin Jinyun glanced at him with disgust. Another one of those unnutritious threats. "Don't worry, we won't kill you right now. As the 3rd leader, you definitely know more than the other lackeys. When my little son comes back to interrogate you, you'd better be honest and confess everything. Maybe then you'll at least have a complete corpse." Based on Lin Jinyun's understanding of Yangchen during this time, he would absolutely not allow any threats to himself or those around him to live. Moreover, that so-called Qinglong gang had already set their sights on them. Given Yang Chen's nature, wiping out the Qinglong gang would be a light task. "Shao Sun, are you talking about the chicken plague? Hee hee, you'll know when you see the person." The 2 women didn't go home. Instead, they brought back a tablet and snacks from home. Here, they watched the crows while waiting for Yang Chen to return. Time quietly passed to 5:30 in the afternoon. In the perception of the two women, 5 more people appeared within their range. It's Jiai. Through her mental perception, Chen Jiao saw her beloved sister and stood up excitedly, eager to rush down. But in the end, she was held back by Lin Jinyun. Don't go down. If you go down, you'll have to come back up. Why make it harder for yourself? Let's just wait for them to come up here. Through her mental perception, Lin Jinyun's attention was on the other 2 women. One was charming and enchanting. The other was a cool and aloof queen. Another 2 stunning beauties. The survivors in this building gave Shaosun the wrong nickname. He shouldn't be called a killer, he should be called a seducer. Chen Jiao noticed it too. Lin Jinyun poked Chen Jiao's fragrant shoulder and chuckled. It seems that after today, we will have 3 more sisters. The protagonist lived for only a month in his previous life and did not awaken any abilities, so he was unclear about the classification of ability users. Once the official intervention occurs, the realms of ability users will emerge. For now, let's compare by size. Whoever has the bigger crystal is more impressive. When the crystal reaches a certain size, it will turn into a star map. All of this will be explained later. Having seen all this, adding a bookshelf isn't a problem, right? Clicking for updates is quite reasonable, isn't it? Writing some comments is perfectly normal, right? If you're in a good mood, you can even click on some free little gifts. Confused? You don't give this ability fruit, it's still mine. Confused? You don't give this ability fruit, it's still mine. Chen Jiao blushed. Just thinking about the scene of living with Yang Chen and 4 women in the future made her feel shy. But as a woman, she still felt a little uncomfortable inside. What woman would be willing to share a man with others? But upon careful thought, it seemed she was also one of the latecomers. Oh, then it's fine. This discomfort immediately dissipated significantly. The 2 women's mental perception detected Yang Chen. Yang Chen also noticed the 2 women. What are they doing here? So many corpses. Are there enemies coming? Yang Chen's eyes grew cold, and an endless chill rose in his heart, thinking, it seems I have been too merciful. Some people always think I'm easy to bully. Passing by the corpses on the stair platform, Chen Jiai and the other 2 women all turned pale, their stomachs churning. At such a close distance, the visual impact was still very strong. When he reached the floor where Lin Jinyun and the others were, Yang Chen turned to Chen Jiai and smiled. Go ahead. Your sister is just behind this door. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiai's eyes immediately turned red, and she rushed to this floor, only to turn around and see her sister also looking at her with red eyes and a smile. Sister! Chen Jiai could no longer control herself and threw herself into Chen Jiao's arms, crying. These were tears of joy and excitement. Chen Jiao held her sister tightly, as if afraid she would disappear from her side. Jiai, don't be afraid, from now on, your sister will protect you. Yang Chen walked up to Lin Jinyun and looked at the crow tightly bound with anti-theft steel bars, asking, where did they come from? Lin Jinyun shrugged. You'll have to ask him yourself. Yang Chen walked in front of the crow. Speak, which building are you survivors from? Why are you targeting me? And how did you know my family's floor? From his conversation with Lin Jinyun, Yang Chen had guessed a few things. These people never come early or late, but they just happen to show up when he goes out today, which is quite strange. It could also be called a coincidence. However, when these people went upstairs, it was clearly purposeful. It was obviously his home. Combining the two, the first point no longer seems coincidental. Either they arranged for someone to observe Building No. 1, or they have an undercover agent in Building No. 1. Both possibilities could see him leaving. Humph. The crow snorted coldly, staring at Yang Chen and said, are you the one causing the chicken plague? Yang Chen smiled faintly. It seems that someone in this building has shared my information with you. The nickname Chicken Plague is known only to the residents of this building. The fact that an outsider could accurately provide it means the answer is already obvious. Someone in this building reported Yang Chen. What the other side values is nothing more than 2 things, food and women. But what the people in this building know is just the tip of the iceberg. The crow shifted slightly, speaking in a deep voice, you'd better let me go, or my Qinglong gang will definitely make you regret it. Slap! Yang Chen swung a big bag and hit the crow in the face. You're still so arrogant now that you're in my hands? Tell me the specific intelligence of the Qinglong gang. How many people? How many of them are ability users? What weapons do you have? My patience is limited. You'd better not wear it out. The crow was stunned, then immediately furious. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when you hit someone. You came up and hit me right away, and you want me to betray my brothers in the gang? I tell you, that's impossible. You will definitely not get any information you want from me. Is that so? Yang Chen tore down the anti-theft net that bound the crow with his bare hands. It seems you won't remember unless you suffer a bit. Crack, snap, snap. Crack. 2.5 seconds later. The crow didn't even react before his limbs were broken by this young man, who was about the same size as him. The crow collapsed to the ground, his body constantly racked with pain. This made the crow feel miserable, wishing he could just die immediately. Sometimes death isn't scary. Sometimes what people fear is just the pain and suffering. Death is just a moment. Now can we talk properly? Yang Chen clapped his hands and smiled, as if the person who just broke someone's limbs wasn't him at all. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan hugged each other, so ruthless. I'll talk. The crow shouted, if I tell you, you'll kill me. It hurts so damn much. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, then let's see how well you can cooperate. At that moment, the crow no longer dared to shout and honestly revealed the intelligence of the Qinglong gang. His teammates sold out quickly. Our Qinglong gang is from Building No. 4, with a membership of 1 million. No, 108 members. 12 have already died, and as for weapons, the best are baseball bats and fire axes, followed by steel pipes, and the worst are table legs. Besides me, there are my older brother and second brother in the Qinglong gang who are ability users. My older brother has the ability to turn his body into rubber, and my second brother has the ability to turn his body into stone. Blah blah blah. The 3 ability users of the Qinglong gang all have physical transformation abilities. They are not particularly powerful, but each of these 3 abilities has its own unique effects. However, compared to the group of freaks in Yang Chen's room, the abilities of the 3 from the Qinglong gang are still too ordinary. Alright, I also have an ability fruit here, which I just got outside today. I'll give you the ability fruit, please, just kill me quickly. The crow gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and one can imagine the pain he was enduring at that moment. The pain of broken bones is not that simple. Yang Chen searched and indeed found an ability fruit in the crow's jacket pocket. It was a greenish-blue ability fruit. Based on Yang Chen's experience, this is a wood-type ability fruit. Throwing the ability fruit into the infinite space, he said, "Fool, even if you don't give it to me, this ability fruit is still mine." The crow was stunned, even forgetting the pain on its body for a moment. However, Yang Chen was too lazy to play with him anymore. He had already obtained what he wanted, and the crow no longer had any value in living. Crack! He snapped the crow's neck and smiled at Lin Jinyun, saying, "This guy was caught by you, so his ability energy belongs to you." Press your hand on his head. Although Lin Jinyun didn't understand, she did as told. When her hand touched the crow's head, she immediately felt a warm current entering her body. Looking inward, Lin Jinyun discovered that her crystal had grown larger. Quail egg level. Lin Jinyun estimated that if it grew 3 or 4 more circles, it would be the size of a sugar orange. What's going on? Yang Chen smiled and said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." Looking towards the direction of Building 4, Yang Chen's heart grew cold, and killing intent surged. "Since you dare to stretch your claws into my territory, don't blame me for wiping out your entire Qinglong gang. When the fog clears tomorrow, it will be the end of your Qinglong gang." Yang Chen had never been soft-hearted towards enemies who wanted to harm him and those around him. However, there wasn't enough time today. He planned to destroy the Qinglong gang tomorrow. Moreover, Chen Jiai and the other 3 were still waiting for their awakening. Yang Chen intended to authenticate them tonight, and after that, let them awaken their abilities. Tomorrow, he would take them to Building 4 to toughen them up against the Qinglong gang. "Let's go home." Casually tossing the crow's corpse down the stairs, Yang Chen said to the women. After returning home, Yang Chen said to Lin Jinyun, "Aunt Lin, you go cook, and the others can help out. I'll connect the power to the generator." Lin Jinyun chuckled and nodded. Everyone took on their respective tasks. Yang Chen began to tinker with the electrical equipment at home. By 6 o'clock, the fog descended. The outside world turned into a white haze again. At 7 o'clock, Yang Chen connected the circuit to the generator. There was still some diesel in the generator, and even if it ran continuously, it could supply their house for about a day or 2. Gasoline, as an energy resource, also needed to be collected. Yang Chen planned to make a list afterward. Click! The dim room lit up. The candlelight's glow was like fireflies compared to the brightness of modern lighting. The women smiled, finding a bit of light in the darkness, which was a psychological comfort. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaju were fine. They hadn't suffered much since following Yang Chen. However, Chen Jiai, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Chan had it much worse. This was the first time they had seen bright lights since the citywide power outage. "Don't just stand there, wash your hands and eat." The head of the Yang family spoke. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiajia took the few reserved women to the bathroom. At the dining table, looking at the steaming, fragrant, and delicious dishes, the 3 women who had just entered this big family were instantly captivated. While others were still anxious about supplies, they could actually eat hot dishes here with Yang Chen. How fortunate! Moreover, there were smokeless charcoal braziers around, radiating heat that dispelled the cold of the night. Compared to their previous living environment, this place was like a heavenly palace compared to the mud of the earth. The three women's fingers twitched, their mouths began to salivate, and they couldn't help but swallow, their eyes darting back and forth between Yang Chen and the dishes on the table. Sensing the eager yet shy gazes of the three girls, Yang Chen smiled gently and said, "Go ahead and use your chopsticks, eat your fill. I have more than enough food, follow me, and you'll have enough to eat until you pass away peacefully." The girls. What a terrible metaphor. With Yang Chen's words, the girls began to use their chopsticks. Chen Jiayao picked up a piece of braised pork rib for her sister. Lin Jinyun served dishes to Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan one by one. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun for a piece of braised pork rib triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 pieces of braised pork rib. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiao for a braised lion's head triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 braised lion's heads. Ding! Investing in Yang Chan for a bowl of rice triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bowls of rice. Ding! The system's prompt sounds continued to ring in his ears. The food in Yang Chen's infinite space was increasing at a visible rate. After the meal, Yang Chen took out the digestive tablets he had just found today. He ate one himself and then tossed the rest onto the dining table. Everyone take one to help with digestion. The girls did not refuse. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun, Chen Jia, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan for 5 digestive tablets triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50,000 digestive tablets. This situation was remarkable. Not only did they not consume food during meals, but they were also receiving it back at a 10,000-fold rate. With this back and forth, Yang Chen not only did not lose but instead gained immensely. After the meal, Lin Jinyun led everyone to clean up the dining table and kitchen. Yang Chen's home had a 3-bedroom layout. Next, it was time to help Chen Jiai and the others awaken their abilities. Yang Chen first went to the 2nd bedroom. Yang Chen put away the playing cards. He took out a fire-type ability fruit and a telekinetic perception ability fruit from the infinite space. Opening his palm, the 2 differently colored ability fruits lay quietly in Yang Chen's hand, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. Jai, do you want to have abilities like your sister and become stronger in the apocalypse? God-level fire-type ability Red Lotus Karma Fire. God-level fire-type ability Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chen Jai nodded firmly. I want to protect my sister. I don't want to just hide behind her and all of you like a vase. Good. Yang Chen's eyes showed approval as he handed the ability fruits to Chen Jai. With such determination, I like it. These 2 fire-type ability fruits are yours. Chen Jai held one ability fruit in each hand, looking gratefully at Yang Chen. Thank you, brother Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled. Go ahead and eat. Chen Jai first consumed the fire-type ability fruit. At the same time, Yang Chen's system also reacted. Ding! Investing in Chen Jai for 1 fire-type ability fruit triggered a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 fire-type ability fruits and the God-level fire-type ability Red Lotus Karma Fire. Without a second thought, Yang Chen answered in his heart, System, I choose the second, God-level fire-type ability Red Lotus Karma Fire. Ding! The host has made a choice. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen also sat cross-legged by the iron basin campfire to begin awakening his abilities. Half an hour later, Yang Chen was the first to open his eyes. The first thing he did after completing the awakening was to use telekinetic perception to introspect himself. His orange crystal core had expanded significantly. With another 2 or 3 times, it should reach the level of an orange core. To be specific, after the orange level, there is a melon level. And after the melon level, he can disperse the crystal core to refine the star map. Milk silk. So refreshing. Yang Chen felt his strength leading the world. He didn't know what the strongest level of official ability users was at this moment. The military district's refuge closest to Yang Chen was in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, the westernmost part. It was too far, and Yang Chen had no plans to rely on the military. Next, he was going to Linshan, located to the north of Jiangcheng, bordering the northern city of Anyang. Ugh! At this moment, Chen Jai, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side, also opened her eyes. A bright red flame suddenly ignited in her fair hands, radiating intense heat and dispelling the surrounding cold. This is my superpower. Chen Jiao eagerly asked, Jai, what is the name of the superpower you awakened? When superhumans gain their powers, the name of that power often appears in their subconscious. It seems to be called Phoenix Song of the Divine Flame. Yang Chen Jai. Damn. Why does that name sound even more impressive than my Red Lotus Inferno? The system can't be mistaken, right? Jai's power is the divine level fire ability. As if sensing Yang Chen's inner thoughts, the system promptly responded. Ding! Elemental superpower fruits have no rank. The strength of the awakened power depends entirely on luck. Ding! Please do not belittle yourself, host. Your Red Lotus Inferno is indeed a divine-level fire ability, but Chen Jiai's Phoenix Song of the Divine Flame is also remarkable, being known as the strongest fire ability below the divine level. Yang Chen, why do I find that so hard to believe? Forget it, Jiai is still my woman. Her becoming stronger is a good thing for me. Under her sister's urging, Chen Jiai consumed the telekinetic perception superpower fruit again. Ding! Investment in Chen Jiai's telekinetic perception superpower fruit has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 telekinetic perception superpower fruits and a divine-level telekinetic ability. I choose the second, divine-level telekinesis. Wah! Yang Chen's telekinetic perception ability is undergoing transformation. It is evolving towards a complete divine-level telekinesis. The secondary bedroom fell silent once more. Chen Jiayao guarded the two. Another half-hour passed. Yang Chen's crystal core grew larger again. Damn! His strength increased again. Yang Chen seemed to have found an alternative path to upgrade. With this matter settled, Yang Chen was ready to head to the master bedroom. Rest well, tomorrow I'll take you to the Qinglong gang to practice on some small fry. With a smile, Yang Chen left. Jai, you're so warm, from now on, you can be my exclusive warm baby every night. Okay, sister, hug me. After helping Chen Jiai successfully awaken her powers, Yang Chen went to help Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan awaken theirs. I didn't expect to find candy cigarettes. I haven't seen these since I graduated from middle school. Yang Chen had a candy cigarette in his mouth, which he had found in some convenience store. Seeing the eager looks from the two women, Yang Chen amusingly tossed two telekinetic perception superpower fruits over. This is a telekinetic perception superpower fruit. The two women happily caught them. Yang Chan curiously asked, "Do we just eat them to awaken our powers?" Yang Chen nodded, yes. With the answer, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan consumed the superpower fruits. In Yang Chan's ears, ding! Investment in two telekinetic perception superpower fruits for Chan and Yan has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 telekinetic perception abilities. Hearing this prompt, Yang Chen helplessly shrugged. I haven't even used the last 10,000 yet, and now I get another 20,000. I can't use them all, not at all. Morning came, and the Qinglong gang was about to be destroyed. The next day at 6 o'clock, the thick fog had dissipated. Everyone had a quick meal for breakfast. Ding! Investment in 10 pocket fried eggs for Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yen has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 pocket fried eggs. Ding! Investment in 10 slices of toast for Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yen has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 slices of toast. Ding! The daily food 10,000-fold returns were skipped. Yang Chen called the women to sit in the living room. After last night's battle, the sense of unfamiliarity among them had lessened, and a sense of harmony had increased. The three women who had just arrived yesterday had also integrated into their team. Yang Chen looked at the women and spoke in a deep voice. Yesterday, while I was away, someone sent people to ambush Aunt Lin and Jaya. It seems there are those seeking death who want to provoke me. Next, I will lead you all to the 4th building to wipe out the entire Qinglong gang. Jai, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, you three have not experienced much combat before, so this time, pay close attention and learn well. In the future, you must be able to stand on your own and become strong women who do not yield to men in this apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the three women nodded in unison, their expressions serious, firmly remembering Yang Chen's words. Chen Jiai had already witnessed the ugliness of human nature at Guangying University. She had no strength before, but now she possessed abilities. If she continued to be a flower vase needing protection, she would look down on herself. Yang Chan had little hope for society to return to its former state, so having the strength to protect herself in the apocalypse was essential. Perhaps she hated killing, but she had the self-control to do it and was willing to take that first step. Maybe it was just like what Yang Chen said last night, once you get used to it, you won't feel any discomfort. As for Lu Ruyan, that foolish woman had no opinions of her own and followed her good friend Yang Chan in everything, completely lacking the shrewdness of the Lu Ruyan in novels. Alright, she did have that aloof demeanor, but that was only for outsiders. In front of familiar people, she showed no such coldness. Yang Chen took out 3 handguns and several loaded magazines from the infinite space and placed them on the coffee table. Each of you will get a Glock 22 handgun and 5 magazines. Aunt Lin, since you and Jiao have handguns, I won't give you any, just take 5 magazines. Each magazine held 17 rounds, so with 5 magazines plus the one in the handgun, that made 6. Totaling 102 rounds. With 5 women, that was 510 rounds of ammunition. All of them possessed telekinetic perception abilities. In the confined space of the apartment building, there was no possibility of running out of ammo. Therefore, these 510 rounds could at least take the lives of 400 people. And even if there were many survivors in the fourth building, it wouldn't exceed 300. So the ammunition Yang Chen provided was more than sufficient. The 5 women took their gear from the coffee table. Ding! Investment in Jai, Chan, and Yan's Glock 22 handguns triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 Glock 22 handguns. Ding! Investment in Jai, Chan, and Yan's Glock 22 handgun ammunition triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,060,000 rounds of ammunition. Looking at the system's notifications, Yang Chen could only say, goodness. With this amount of firearms and ammunition, he could equip a small team of 1,000, right? However, just having handguns wasn't enough. Yang Chen had already made up his mind to visit the nearby police station after dealing with the Qinglong gang. Assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, even smoke grenades and hand grenades were necessary. He would collect anything that could arm him. It's dawn, and the Qinglong gang should be wiped out now. Yang Chen's gaze was cold as he stood up and looked out at the rising sun. With modern firearms and 6 ability users, this lineup was more than enough to take on the Qinglong gang, right? Yang Chen took the lead and headed downstairs with the women. It was only a little past 6 o'clock. After the disaster broke out, the tension everyone had been under began to ease. Those who used to wake up early were still sound asleep. As for the Qinglong gang, it was even more so. The entire gang had no one awake except for the night watchman. Even the night watchmen were yawning continuously, completely unaware of the abnormalities outside. The 6 of them moved swiftly and agilely to the entrance of the 4th building. With their telekinetic perception, everything within a 30-meter radius was under their surveillance. After Yang Chen's telekinetic perception transformed into a telekinetic ability, the range of his perception expanded to 100 meters. Building No. 4 is a commercial duplex, with a height of about 4 meters per floor. The total height has completely exceeded 100 meters. Yet, Yang Chen's telekinetic perception still encompassed most of it. Leave these small fries to you, I'm going to have a chat with those 2 ability users, Yang Chen said, and his figure vanished without a trace. The girls looked on enviously. Instant teleportation. This ability is really cool, okay? Lin Jinyun whispered, make sure not to hold back. Xiaoxuan hates saints the most. If anyone wants to play the saint, step forward now. Don't let your so-called saintly heart harm others and yourself later. The 4 girls shook their heads in unison. Lin Jinyun's expression softened slightly. I'm saying this up front, everyone should take care, and don't let Xiaoxuan down. Chen Jiayao felt reassured. Lin Jinyun's words were directed at the 3 newcomers. Yang Chan squeezed her best friend's hand, warning her with a stern look. As a doctor, the so-called saintly heart is heavier than that of ordinary people. Yang Chan was just afraid her best friend would mess up at a critical moment. Being driven away would be a minor issue, but she feared Yang Chen might kill someone because of his abilities. Lu Ruyan shrank her neck and raised 4 fingers to indicate she wouldn't do anything foolish. Lin Jinyun took a deep breath and teleported to the 1st floor. Who are you? Wo. Pft. 2 members of the Qinglong gang on night watch on the 1st floor were met with Lin Jinyun's aluminum foil slap to the face, only able to emit muffled sounds while struggling, until Lin Jinyun pierced them with a knife. After struggling for a few seconds, they lay still on the ground. Lin Jinyun opened the unit door and let her good sisters in. I will use my abilities to unlock the door. You all use your telekinetic perception to locate the enemies. Okay. The 4 girls nodded seriously, gripping their alloy knives. Chen Jiaya teamed up with her sister. Yang Chan paired with Lu Ruyan. Lin Jinyun was responsible for unlocking the doors with her abilities. There were no survivors on the 2nd floor. The nearest survivor detected by their telekinetic perception was on the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Lin Jinyun used her metal manipulation ability to unlock the door. Chen Jiaya rushed into one of the apartments with her sister. She raised her hand and killed 2 survivors with 2 swift strikes. Ah, who are you? How did you get in? This is our Qinglong gang's territory. Woo. Chen Jiaya manipulated the plants on the balcony to block the mouth of the last remaining Qinglong gang member in the room. Come on, Jai, killing isn't that hard. You'll get used to it after you throw up a bit. Chen Jiao encouraged her sister with a supportive look. Brothers, give the female lead some time to grow. She can't just adapt right away. That would be too unrealistic. It's like asking a college student who has lived in the sunlight and has never killed a chicken to kill someone. If they adapt immediately without any psychological discomfort, then there's a problem. No need to say more, just adapt once, just like Chen Jiao said, throw up once, and you'll get used to it afterward. A toad with a frog tattoo on its back. The devil thinks it's beautiful. Chen Jiai gripped her alloy knife tightly. She took a deep breath and walked firmly in front of the Qinglong gang member. Seeing the shiny, sharp ally knife in Chen Jia's hand, the Qinglong gang member's eyes filled with terror, shaking his head desperately, his eyes full of pleading. Chen Jiao pointed at the Qinglong gang member's head. Generally, a person's heart is on the left side, but there might be some oddities with hearts on the right side. To ensure you kill the enemy completely, Jai, my suggestion is to chop off his head directly. I understand, sister. Chen Jai gritted her silver teeth and, with determination, swung the knife at the Qinglong gang member. Put! Crack! She missed the head, but the blade plunged into the Qinglong gang member's chest. Chen Jiao said coldly, "Open your eyes, don't be afraid, come again." "Okay, sister." Chen Jai widened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the prey in front of her. Pfft! His head fell off. It was severed cleanly at the neck. Looking at the head rolling at her feet, Chen Jai only felt a discomfort in her stomach, but having witnessed Yang Chen kill before, her endurance had strengthened, and she didn't vomit her breakfast. Chen Jiao patted her sister's shoulder, encouraging her. "Jai, this world is cruel like this. They provoked us first. The killer always kills. This is an unchanging truth. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." "I know, sister." Chen Jia's eyes were firm, not to mention that this group provoked us first. Anyone who poses a threat to us must be eliminated in the cradle. Chen Jiao was surprised, not expecting her sister to say such things. "How do you know this, Jai?" Chen Jai smiled sweetly. "After you fell asleep last night, I took your phone to read novels. The apocalyptic novels said that saints and saintly bitches are really annoying. Just reading the words made my blood pressure rise." "That's right, although it's a novel, novels are derived from life." Chen Jiao smiled and said, "Let's go, we continue." In another room, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Jinyun. "Sister Jinyun, can I use a handgun to kill?" Lin Jinyun thought for a moment and found no problem with it. Yang Chen had already approached 2 ability users from the Qinglong gang. The remaining ordinary people posed no threat to the 5 of them. There was no need to be so cautious. With this in mind, Lin Jinyun nodded, "Sure." Lu Ruyan showed joy. She sheathed her knife and pulled out her handgun, aiming it at the Qinglong gang member assigned to her for practice. Remembering her good friend Yang Chan's advice, Lu Ruyan steeled her heart and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! Put! The Qinglong gang member was shot in the neck. Blood gushed out. He gasped. But the gunfire also startled the other Qinglong gang members on different floors. Seeing that both of them were already stained with blood, Lin Jinyun smiled. "That's right, just like that, keep it up. Let's go, deal with the small fry, and see how Xiao Sun is doing." As she spoke, Lin Jinyun was the first to walk out. Yang Chan patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder to comfort her. For a doctor who once healed the sick to kill, this feeling is uncomfortable for any healer. Logically speaking, as a nurse, Yang Chan is also a medical worker. Why doesn't she have as much compassion? She even adapts to the environment better than normal people. She can also be ruthless. The 5 gathered. They looked at each other in silence, but everyone understood the meaning. Fight! A gunshot startled all the Qinglong gang members awake. What's going on? Where did the gunfire come from? Could it be military rescue? Damn! Why didn't they come earlier or later? But at this time, with what we've done, we could be shot 100 times. What to do? What to do? We won't be sanctioned, right? But I was forced to. I don't want to die. The gathered Qinglong gang members were chattering, making the scene incredibly noisy. At this moment, someone shouted in the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. This shouldn't be the army's gunfire. The guy from Building 1 also has a handgun. I saw him kill someone with a handgun. This gunfire should be from him." The speaker was an unnamed young man and a middle-aged man who had come from Building 1. Hearing this, the previously panicked crowd immediately changed direction. "Damn, that guy from Building 1 came to our Building 4? Damn it, this is too much. Brothers, let's teach them a lesson. They must have found out that their 2 women are gone. But speaking of which, it seems the 3rd master didn't come back last night. He wouldn't have taken care of those 2 women causing a ruckus in Building 1, would he? Otherwise, the commotion wouldn't have reached us so early in the morning." "I think so. Whatever, are we really afraid of one ruckus? He's an ability user, but our big master and second master are too. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go, let's cheer for the big master and second master." These members of the Qinglong gang probably didn't expect that the attackers weren't Jiang Chen, but a group of 5 women they usually regarded as a weak group. Meanwhile, their big master and second master were also blocked by someone. At this moment, on the top floor of Building 4, inside an apartment, watching the 2 people on the bed who were stuck together, looking at them with a teasing expression. Hey, buddy." The sudden voice startled the person. Who the hell? Originally small, he shrank even more from the fright. He looked at Yang Chen, his eyes dark and angry. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Whose subordinate are you? Didn't I say no one is allowed on the top floor without permission? Did you take my words as a breeze? It was obvious that this person took Yang Chen for one of his Qinglong gang members, but after the rage, he realized something was off. This person was too clean. Moreover, his complexion was good, not looking like someone who had gone hungry. In their Qinglong gang, only the higher-ups got enough to eat. The other members were at most just full. And this person in front of him, "You're not one of my Qinglong gang members?" Yang Chen pulled up a chair and sat down. "You're not too stupid." The big master of the Qinglong gang was named Wang Li. His nickname was Black Chicken, a possessor of petrification abilities. Under Yang Chen's telepathic perception, this Wang Li's core was about the size of a crow. "Buddy, you can appear in my room without a sound, which proves you're also an ability user. So, what do you want? Are you looking to join my Qinglong gang? You really are like a toad with a frog tattoo, thinking too highly of yourself," Yang Chen scoffed. "Do you think your Qinglong gang is worth me joining?" Black Chicken's eyes darkened, coldly saying, "You can't just come to find me for no reason. It's either for something or for revenge. I don't seem to know you, do I? How did we get entangled in a grudge? Have you forgotten who you've offended recently?" Black Chicken's eyes narrowed, standing up and coldly shouting, "Are you the one causing the ruckus?" Exactly. Yang Chen didn't kill Black Chicken immediately, because that would be too boring. He wanted Black Chicken to feel deep despair, ultimately dying in regret. Those who provoke Yang Chen would die, but they wouldn't die so easily. "You've got some guts, huh? Daring to barge into my Qinglong gang alone?" Black Chicken laughed, proudly wrapping a towel around his body. "Who said I came alone? You brought those women of yours?" Black Chicken was somewhat uncertain, his expression shifting. "Did you kill the third one? You dare kill my brother Black Chicken?" Originally, Black Chicken thought the third one, Crow, was just out having fun and lost track of time, but now that the ruckus was here, he had a bad premonition. "Killed." Yang Chen smiled lightly. "The information from your Qinglong gang was leaked by him." "Damn it! You dare kill my brother Black Chicken? You're simply asking for trouble," Black Chicken shouted, but when he saw Yang Chen coming alone, he laughed again. "Hee, you came here alone. Aren't you afraid your women will be caught by my brothers? I've heard your two women are all delicate and beautiful, even prettier than stars. Aren't you afraid they'll fall into my brothers' hands? They're all rough men, touching and squeezing. Your head will become a green pasture, hee. A bunch of country chickens and tile dogs." Yang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. "They don't pose a threat to her." Oof. The Black Chicken was enraged by Yang Chen's nonchalant attitude and coldly snorted, "You think you're so arrogant just because you're an ability user? My brother, the Blackbird, is on this floor too. As soon as I shout, he can come right away. When that happens, my brother and I will deal with you together. Let's see how you handle it." "No Bird? That name doesn't sound very auspicious." Yang Chen smiled noncommittally. He reached into the infinite space and pulled out something, tossing it to the Black Chicken. "The No Bird you mentioned is him, right? Pathetic, he couldn't even take one of my moves. When you go down, tell him to go buy some colored pens at the stationery store and play by himself." The Black Chicken instinctively dodged, and the object landed with a thud, rolling a few times before revealing a pair of unblinking eyes staring directly at the Black Chicken. It was a severed head, bloodied and disheveled, with a look of disbelief in its lifeless fish eyes, as if it couldn't believe what had happened. Second brother. The moment he saw the head, the Black Chicken immediately recognized the person. It was none other than his second brother, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, No Bird. But the Black Chicken didn't expect to see his second brother in pieces. And now that he was in pieces, it was clear that his second brother was not going to survive. How could this happen? The Black Chicken looked at Yang Chen, panicking and asking, "My second brother lives next door. How could you fight him without making a sound?" "Yang Chen, are you deaf? I already said he was a colored pen. Couldn't even take one of my moves. How could there be any noise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The Black Chicken refused to believe it. As fellow ability users, how could you be so powerful? His second brother had the ability to turn his body into rubber, with top-notch survival skills. Even he couldn't kill his second brother, so how could this unknown troublemaker do it? Frog at the bottom of the well. Yang Chen sneered. "Not just him, but in front of me, you're also just a colored pen." Oof. The Black Chicken snorted coldly. "Troublemaker, don't be too arrogant. So what if you're stronger than me? As long as your woman falls into my hands, I don't believe you won't obediently submit." Calculating the time, "My subordinates should have caught your men by now." Yang Chen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they should be done by now." In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, all the members of the Qinglong gang had been killed. 5 blood-soaked, stunning women had arrived at the door. Click! The door opened, and Lin Jinyu led the way inside. The 5 women stood in a row behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen stood up, spread his hands, and wore a particularly annoying expression. I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? The black chicken was dumbfounded, staring at the 5 women who appeared in the room. How is this possible? How could this happen? How did you get here? Lin Jinyun sneered. My little son was right, just a bunch of country chickens and tile dogs. Want to catch us? They don't deserve it. Yang Chen looked at the black chicken and said coldly, alright, enough of the nonsense. Your brothers are gone, and now I'll send you to join them. If you're quick, you might catch the first batch of oil. No, you can't kill me. I'm an ability user. I'm a scarce resource in the apocalypse. If you kill me, you're reducing humanity's overall strength. Seeing Yang Chen about to make a move, the black chicken was completely panicked. If the other party could kill his second brother in one move, then killing him would be just as easy. The black chicken never expected that the little sheep he had always thought was actually a big dinosaur. This time, he had kicked a steel plate. It was fine if his brother died, but he couldn't die. You think too highly of yourself. Yang Chen's right hand ignited with a surging red flame, as bright as blood, taking the shape of a blooming lotus flower. Just by its appearance, one could tell it was formidable. Red Lotus Karma Fire. This was the fire-type divine ability Yang Chen had obtained last night. Other flames could only burn flesh, but the Red Lotus Karma Fire, as described in myths, could not only reduce a person's body to ashes but also scorch the soul. For those burdened with heavy karma, their karma was like gasoline. The heavier the karma, the more fiercely the Red Lotus Karma Fire burned, until it obliterated the soul entirely, completely losing the chance for reincarnation. In the later stages, there is no cultivation, but the soul still exists. He wanted to ensure that the black chicken couldn't even preserve its soul. Moreover, this would maximize its pain and despair. You pest. Since you don't want me to have it easy, let's perish together. The black chicken, seeing that Yang Chen had no intention of letting it go, immediately became furious. What was going on? I've begged you like this, and you still won't let it go. You're really not giving me any face. Since that's the case, let's perish together. But the black chicken overlooked one thing. It ignored the gap in strength between itself and Yang Chen. The black chicken's entire body turned to stone, similar to the petrification ability of the foreign petrification ability user Yang Chen encountered at Light and Shadow University. It leaped high, swinging its massive fist towards Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen smiled indifferently, raising his left hand to grasp at the black chicken. Space, confinement. The black chicken's enormous stone body was frozen in midair. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. At that moment, the black chicken panicked, completely panicked. Just this one move proved that the gap between it and Yang Chen was like a chasm. I was wrong, you pest. Please spare me this time. I'm willing to submit to you, to be your little brother. Oh no, to be your dog. Please spare my dog life. The cruelty and darkness of the apocalypse lay before them. Yang Chen said seriously, if possible, I want to find someone to be my little brother. A dog is out of the question, especially one as ugly as you. It would be embarrassing to take you out. Ha! The black chicken gaped in confusion. Realizing, it roared, you pest. A man can be killed but not humiliated. You. Ah! Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to its nonsense. Since the miscellaneous members of the Qinglong gang had been dealt with by Lin Jinyun and her people, Yang Chen had no intention of continuing to play with the black chicken. He shoved the burning red lotus into the black chicken's mouth. The black chicken ignited from the inside out. Its flesh was scorched by the bright red lotus karma fire, and even its soul was not spared. Under the perception of everyone's mental power, a phantom figure struggled and screamed, engulfed in endless karma fire. As time passed, the red lotus karma fire burned more fiercely, and that phantom figure became increasingly indistinct. 2.5 seconds later, the black chicken's body turned to a pile of ashes. Its soul burned out completely, dead beyond resurrection. Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of something. The damn body had turned to ashes. Could that warmth still exist? Damn it! How could I forget this? Looking at the pile of ashes, Yang Chen felt immense sorrow, feeling like he had suffered a great loss. Ding! Host has killed the petrification ability user. Would you like to extract the ability fruit? Yang Chen thought, extract. He sighed helplessly, thinking, I can't be so impulsive in the future. He turned to the women and smiled, let's go. The members of the Qinglong gang have been dealt with, and the remaining ones have nothing to do with us. The others nodded, following Yang Chen downstairs. As they passed one of the floors, Yang Chen's mental perception detected 2 familiar faces. One was a young man, and the other was middle-aged. Their faces had been deeply imprinted in Yang Chen's mind. These two were among the neighbors from his past life who had broken into his home, stolen his food, and dismembered him. He never expected to encounter them in Building No. 4. Yang Chen quickly understood everything. It was likely these two had informed the Qinglong gang about him. Since he had encountered them here, he might as well crush them effortlessly. It was a perfect opportunity to test out his newly learned skills. In a room, a young man and a middle-aged man were hiding under the bed, holding their breath. Even the frequency and angle of their breathing were kept minimal, fearing that someone would discover there were still living souls here. After a long wait, the middle-aged man, still feeling uneasy, asked, Have they left? The young man shook his head. I don't know. Let's hide here for another day before we go out. I refuse to believe that with all this commotion, those 5 women would stay in Building 4 for a whole day. The middle-aged man sighed, regret filling his eyes. We were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked that troublemaker. Not only is he powerful, but even the women around him are incredibly formidable. What do we have to fight against him? The young man, unconvinced, snorted, He's just lucky, that's all. He managed to recruit those women with potential to become superhumans ahead of time. I could do the same if I were in his position. There's no one in Jinshou City who can rival that troublemaker. I refuse to believe that in this vast Jiang City, all the superhumans are no match for him. Just wait and see. Once we leave Jinshou City, I will find an even more powerful backer to take him down. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Why do you have such a grudge against him? Did he offend you before? At the mention of this, the young man gritted his teeth. He stole my goddess. How despicable. A goddess should not be violated, and yet he did that to my goddess? The middle-aged man was confused. Who is your goddess? The young man replied proudly, the most popular dress-up blogger on the internet, the ever-changing Xiao Yao. I've been watching her live streams since college, and I've spent most of my monthly allowance on her. But I never expected that Xiao Yao would betray us loyal fans. The middle-aged man. This guy must have some delusions, right? What's wrong with wanting to live? To put it bluntly, this is just a case of effort and reward not being proportional. This kid is feeling imbalanced. But no one forced you to give gifts, right? The young man gritted his teeth firmly. I will definitely find someone to deal with that troublemaker and rescue Xiao Yao from his clutches. Just as the young man finished speaking, he froze, clutching his head and gritting his teeth, drool flowing out. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly moved away. What's wrong with you? It hurts. My head hurts so much. Boom! In the next moment, bright red flames ignited on the young man's body. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, staring blankly. You've become a superhuman too? As soon as he spoke, bright red flames also erupted from the middle-aged man. I've become a superhuman too? But, why does it feel wrong? Idiot! Help! Help! I don't want to die yet. In the end, these two died unnoticed under the bed. All done, let's go. Yang Chen chuckled lightly and led his people downstairs. However, as they passed the first floor, Lin Jinyun and the 5 women all stopped. They stood frozen in place, their faces pale. Because in their telepathic perception, 4 rooms on this floor were filled with different numbers of women. Each one was naked, their eyes filled with despair, devoid of their former brilliance. Their necks were tied with dog leashes to nearby furniture, making it nearly impossible to move, forced to curl up on the ground in pain, waiting for their fate. The women in the 4 rooms had all suffered brutal abuse. Their bodies were covered in scars, whip marks, scratch marks, cigarette burns, bruises everywhere, shocking to behold. The 5 women felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. They empathized with the perspective of these women, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over them. If it weren't for Yang Chen saving them, with their beautiful appearances, they would definitely have become targets for countless people to bully in the apocalypse. At that time, in such a situation, the 5 of them would feel that death was a good choice. Fortunately, it was Yang Chen who saved them. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, at least he didn't have any perverse hobbies and treated his women very well. No, this shouldn't be considered scoundrel behavior. What's wrong with a powerful person having multiple girlfriends? At this moment, the 5 of them once again deeply realized the cruelty of the disaster that had erupted, as well as the twisted human nature in the surge of ugliness in the apocalypse. Previously, they had only seen such dark and twisted human nature in novels. Now, the Qinglong gang was using their actions to show the 5 that reality is often more brutal and darker than what is written in novels. Xiao Sun, Lin Jinyun held Yang Chen's hand, feeling a bit of compassion. Don't fall into the victim-blaming trap. Feeling pity for the unfortunate is a common human emotion. Yang Chen shook his head. Having suffered such things, they have already lost hope in living. We can save their bodies, but we can't save their hearts. Their hearts are all dead. What use is it to save their bodies? Is it just to live like walking corpses? Yang Chen admitted he was selfish, but what he said was indeed correct. For someone whose heart is dead, saving their body is not helping them, it feels more like a torment. Perhaps for such people, death is a form of liberation. Lin Jinyun pressed her lips together and used her metal manipulation ability to unlock the cage that held them. Let them decide whether to stay or go. All I can do is to be true to myself. Yang Chen chuckled. As long as he ensured his own safety and interests, a little compassion was acceptable. If everyone were cold and heartless, then what humanity would be left? Could that even be called humanity? Of course, the premise is that the people being saved are normal. If they were little fairies, male and female martial artists, or other versions of characters, Yang Chen could only say, hee, I'm not a good person either. Yang Chen brought the 5 of them back to their home in Building No. 1. After everyone took a shower, Yang Chen called them to the living room for a meeting. The meeting was about relocating to the villa area halfway up the mountain. This matter was actually simple. They lacked for nothing in terms of supplies, all the food was in Yang Chen's infinite space. They could leave directly without any trouble. However, the mountain was located at the northernmost part of Jiang City, close to the suburbs, and many resources could not compare to those in the urban area of Jiang City. Yang Chen planned to collect some supplies in the urban area of Jiang City before leaving. For example, tools from hardware stores, medicines that even the previous health clinic didn't have, and energy supplies like gasoline and gas. These were all things that needed to be prepared. They could be obtained through a 10,000-fold return. But the premise was that Yang Chen needed to have some physical items as a basis. Just like the Barrett heavy sniper rifle, Yang Chen had to first obtain the actual item to invest in the 10,000-fold return. He didn't have a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. He couldn't just conjure one out of thin air, could he? Hearing that they would be relocating to the villa area halfway up the mountain, the women's low spirits were lifted, and they began to chatter excitedly about it, each with their own opinions. The women cried, and the men looked on enviously. Lin Jinyun said, gas and purified water, there's no need to mention gas. Once the natural gas is cut off, we will have to use gas or burn wood to cook. As for purified water, I don't know if there are natural water sources in the mountain area. Even if there are, we don't know if they are contaminated or how long they will last. So my suggestion is to take over the purified water facility in Jiang City. Anyway, Xiao Sun, your infinite space is huge enough to hold it. Yang Chen noted it down in his notebook. Continue. Chen Jiayao thought for a moment and said, in addition to gas and purified water, gasoline is also an essential energy resource. Whether for driving or powering generators, it will be needed. Yang Chen recorded it down. What else? Everyone brainstormed and shared all the issues they could think of. Yang Chen said, Yang Chen, didn't you say that both plants and animals are mutating? The villa area halfway up Mount Lin is located in the mountains, so there must be plenty of mutated beasts and plants there. I think we should gather some building materials to construct a safe defense perimeter around the villa. Steel bars, I-beams, and so on. Lu Ruyan added, well, Yang Chen, our health clinic is just a community clinic. Our medical facilities and drug reserves can't compare to a big hospital. I think we should go to the nearby large hospital to collect some medicines and equipment. Who knows, we might need them later, and they won't take up much space. Blah blah blah. This family meeting lasted for 2.5 hours. The 6 of them brought up everything they could think of. Summary: gas, purified water, salt, cooking oil, hardware tools, gasoline, building materials, medicines and medical equipment, as well as various weapons from the police station. Finally, Yang Chen concluded, there's one more important thing. The women looked on curiously. Yang Chen slowly said, the zombie tree at the health clinic must be dealt with. If it grows, the virus spores will spread to Linshan, which poses a significant threat to us. This can be done. Fire is the best choice for dealing with plants. Yang Chen, you and Jai both have fire abilities, so dealing with that zombie tree should be a piece of cake. So when do we start? I don't want to live in the community anymore. Climbing up and down the stairs every time is too troublesome. If only we had Sister Jinyun's teleportation ability, it would be so much more convenient, a real blessing for lazy people. No rush. Yang Chen chuckled, closing his notebook. We just accomplished something big, shouldn't we take a few days to rest? It's the apocalypse, so let's not be so uptight. If other survivors find out, they might think we can't survive. If we're not working, then what are we doing? Let's do something interesting. I want to experience the joy of being a director. 2 days passed. On the 15th day after the disaster broke out, half a month had gone by. Survivors in Jinqiu City and nearby had not seen any sign of military rescue. Survivors lived in dire straits, starving and freezing, their spirits nearly breaking. But this certainly did not include Yang Chen. These past 2 days, Yang Chen had spent in a gentle haven. That feeling was refreshing. Yang Chen felt as if his bones were about to melt. It was hard to get up and start working again, but not working was not an option. Everyone placed their palms together, with Yang Chen's hand on top. He smiled and shouted, "The moving plan begins now. I'll try to gather all the supplies on the list within 5 days, and then we can head to the villa area halfway up Mount Lin. We'll build a new home there. Every time I go out, I'll take one person with me, and you all can't be idle either. You can explore the area nearby and hunt some mutated beasts. Whether it's mutated beasts or ability users, after killing them, touching their heads can yield a surge of energy. This energy can strengthen ability users." Yang Chen explained the steps for ability users to become stronger to the women. The women were all amazed. So this was how ability users became stronger. They thought it would be like in novels, where one would devour crystal cores. On the first day, "Jia, come with me." Yang Chen pointed to Chen Jia's name. Chen Jia looked confused for a moment and pointed to herself, saying, "Me? Yes, that's right, you. Come over here." Yang Chen pulled her into his arms. As she collided with his broad chest, Chen Jia's small face turned bright red, feeling incredibly shy. "Aunt Lin, I'll leave the 4 of them to you." Lin Jinyun smiled gently and gave Yang Chen a reassuring look. "Leave it to me, I promise to help them all grow." Before Lin Jinyun and the others were ready, Yang Chen took Chen Jia out the door first. However, right in front of the building, Yang Chen encountered someone he didn't expect. The wealthy young master, Luo Hai. He was the one who had spread rescue information in the owner group earlier. In his previous life, Yang Chen hadn't lived to see the army come to rescue. Therefore, he didn't know whether Luo Hai's information was true or false. But now, this wealthy young master Luo Hai stopped Yang Chen. Hey, wait a minute, brother, wait a minute, are you the one causing the chicken plague?" Luo Hai was flustered. "What's the matter?" Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, there was no Luo Hai among the neighbors who broke into his home. But who knows, he might have been hiding. Luo Hai approached with a woman in a bodycon dress. The woman in the bodycon dress looked clean, seemingly having washed and tidied up in advance, but after so many days of hunger, her skin was a bit sallow, her lips pale, and her eyes dull. "Brother, I'm Luo Hai, you should know me, right?" Luo Hai was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in an expensive coat and jeans, with shoes worth thousands, his outfit totaling at least 100,000. If this were before the disaster, Luo Hai could have attracted many infatuated glances from female students just by standing at the university gate. But unfortunately, this was the disaster era. "I know, you were the one who questioned me in the group earlier." Yang Chen replied indifferently. He was curious about what kind of trick Luo Hai was up to. Luo Hai's expression turned awkward, and he quickly said, "I was reckless before, please don't take it to heart about the chicken plague. So, what do you want from me?" Seeing Yang Chen ask, Luo Hai got straight to the point. "Do you remember the information I posted in the group before? I wasn't lying, my uncle is a colonel in the Jiangcheng military district, and he told me the news. But after the power and internet went out, I lost contact with my uncle, and military rescue seems far away. Brother, I want to hire you as my bodyguard to escort me to the Jiangcheng military district, how about that?" At this point, Luo Hai's intentions finally became clear. He pushed the woman in the bodycon dress forward and smiled. "I heard that you love beauty, so this is my girlfriend, the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. I'm giving her to you as a deposit. Don't worry, once we reach the military district shelter, I'll make sure you work under my uncle, and I guarantee you won't go hungry. Who knows, you might even rise to prominence in the future." Though he said this, Luo Hai had no intention of keeping his promise. This is for you disrespecting me in the group. Practice more if you're still weak? Ha! In this world, it's all about connections. You still have some use now, but once we reach the military district shelter, when you fall into my uncle's hands, just wait and see how I humiliate you. As for your beautiful women, I'll just take them for myself. Even if they're not pure anymore, they're just slaves. Cleanliness doesn't matter. Yes, in Luo Hai's mind, he never intended to fulfill his promise. Instead, he planned to repay kindness with malice. He was just pretending to be friendly with Yang Chen, wanting him to escort him to the military district shelter. Once they arrived, it would be his territory. With his connections, Luo Hai was confident he could ruin Yang Chen. It seemed that Luo Hai was afraid Yang Chen would refuse, so he continued to coax him. "Brother, with the chicken plague going around, this world is not peaceful. Only the military district's shelter can provide safety. My suggestion is that you come with me to the military district shelter. With my uncle backing us, status will be within reach, and if there are beautiful women you fancy, you can take them whenever you want." Upon hearing this, the woman in the tight skirt showed little reaction, as if she had become numb. Chen Jia, who had not experienced such cruelty, was furious at Luo Hai's words. You treat women as if they are commodities to be traded at will? Luo Hai smiled apologetically. Little sister, that's just how the world is. Chen Jiai wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at Luo Hai and smiled. Your conditions may be useful to others, but they are of no use to me. You should find someone else. At these words, Luo Hai's smile froze on his face, and he began to doubt whether he had misheard. You are rejecting me? Isn't what I said clear enough? Chicken plague, do you know who my uncle is? I'm giving you a chance, don't be ungrateful. I will ensure your safe escort to the military district shelter, and my previous promise still stands, or else. Luo Hai was also left with no choice. If he didn't evacuate to the safe zone soon, he felt that starving to death would be the least of his worries. He was afraid he would go mad being locked up. The disparity in status made Luo Hai very unhappy. Why should a guy who just plays games awaken supernatural powers and have so many stunning women around him, while I can only hide in a room, barely surviving? Or else what? Are you threatening me? Yang Chen's gaze turned cold. Yes, I am threatening you. If you don't take me to the military district shelter, let me tell you, we will have a grudge. Once I return to the military district shelter, I will definitely have someone kill you. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Chen applauded, his eyes filled with mockery. Courageous, but what if I were to kill you right now? Luo Hai's arrogant expression faltered. What if he really killed me right now? If I die, even if my uncle avenges me, so what? I would be dead. It's not worth it. Luo Hai swallowed hard, nervously saying, Chicken plague, I warn you not to act recklessly, or else my uncle won't let you go. Yang Chen replied, the last nephew who threatened me has already been killed by me. You. Yang Chen raised his hand, and a burst of mental power erupted, lifting Luo Hai off the ground. An invisible force began to crush his body. Bang! His arms couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into a mist of blood. Chicken plague, what are you doing? Put me down. Aren't you afraid of my uncle? Yang Chen smiled lightly. Your uncle doesn't even know who I am. How can he help you get revenge? Bang! Luo Hai's legs also exploded into a mist of blood. The excruciating pain nearly suffocated Luo Hai. But under this invisible force, he couldn't even move a finger. He didn't even have fingers anymore. At that moment, Luo Hai panicked. This guy really doesn't seem to fear his background. Why is he so reckless? To be at odds with the military district in this situation. To survive, Luo Hai lowered his proud head and quickly begged Yang Chen for mercy. Chicken plague, I was wrong. I made a mistake earlier. Please spare me this time. I won't dare again. Yang Chen replied, unfortunately, I can't. The thing I hate the most is when others threaten me. When someone threatens me, I get really angry, and when I get angry, I want to torment someone. Torment her. Let that bitch die for me. The woman in the tight skirt had fainted at some point. Yang Chen didn't even glance at her. In your next life, keep your eyes open and don't threaten just anyone. Bang! The trunk and head of Luo Hai exploded into a mist of blood with a bang. Dead beyond recovery. Not even a complete corpse was left. Let's go, Yang Chen said, holding Chen Jiai's small hand with a smile. What about her? Chen Jiai looked at the woman in the tight-fitting stockings who had fainted. Yang Chen was shocked and incredulous, saying, Jiai, aren't you being too ruthless? She hasn't said a word from the beginning and hasn't offended us. You actually want to kill her? Chen Jiai replied, This line should be what I say to you, right? Forget it. Chen Jiai and Yang Chen exited through the south gate of the community. They headed straight to the health clinic where Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan worked. They were both powerful fire-type ability users. It was time to deal with that zombie tree. As for the hundreds of zombies controlled by the zombie tree, slay the zombie tree, and the wood crystals it leaves behind. Slay the zombie tree, and the wood crystals it leaves behind. In fact, those were just some corpses. Flesh and blood are weak. They are no match for a single blow. With a single strike of his 10,000 blades returning to origin, Yang Chen could clear them out. The hundreds of zombies were merely for show. They posed no threat to the two of them. Upon arriving at the health clinic, Yang Chen instantly teleported to the top of the building with Chen Jiai. Standing at the edge, they could see the zombie tree rooted in the clinic's backyard, surrounded by hundreds of zombies. When Chen Jiai saw the dense mass of zombies, she was startled. Her fear of crowded spaces kicked in, mainly because the flesh of those zombies had already rotted. Pus and decay flowed. With so many gathered together, the stench was worse than canned herring. Chen Jiai covered her delicate nose and hid behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled and said, Don't be afraid, Jiai. These zombies can't even beat an ordinary person. They're weak, nothing like the crazy fast zombies in apocalyptic novels. Chen Jiai tilted her head and chuckled. What are you talking about, brother Yang Chen? I just think it stinks here. Yang Chen, alright, I misunderstood. Yang Chen no longer wasted time. 2 doors to infinite space opened, and 1,000 alloy straight knives flew out. They whirled in the sky, emitting sharp explosive sounds. After equipping Qinjai, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan with alloy straight knives, the total number of knives Yang Chen had reached a staggering 100,000. So many that they couldn't be used up. If those survivors still using shabby weapons, like table legs, dull fire axes, or rebar, knew about this, they would surely drool with envy. At the same time, they would feel frustrated. It was unfair, so unfair. They didn't even have a decent weapon, while this kid had so many good knives that they couldn't be used up. The 1,000 alloy straight knives flew in a circle in the sky, forming a river of knife energy that surged toward the hundreds of zombies below. Roar, roar, roar. Woo. These zombies seemed to be directly controlled by the zombie tree. Their intelligence was low, and they lacked even instinct. Faced with the incoming river of alloy straight knives, they merely howled in confusion, making no substantial moves. One by one, the zombies were pierced and sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew chaotically. The entire scene was a bloody hell of slaughter. Over 300 zombies were nearly wiped out in a single strike from Yang Chen. The 1,000 alloy straight knives returned to the infinite space under Yang Chen's control. I have to say, when the number of controlled objects is unlimited, it really is a group-killing move. Yang Chen chuckled to himself. His gaze fell on the zombie tree, and with narrowed eyes, he coldly said, "The zombies are taken care of, now it's your turn to face me. Jiayi, let's attack together." Okay. Chen Jiayi obediently nodded her little head. She stepped out from behind Yang Chen, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her serious eyes fixed on the zombie tree below. Red Lotus Hellfire. Phoenix Song of the World, Divine Flame. Yang Chen's energy erupted within him, condensing a bizarre, bright red blood lotus on his palms, with scorching flames burning atop it, warping the surrounding space due to the high temperature. Chen Jiayi quickly activated her own abilities. A crimson, 3-meter-wide flame phoenix spread its wings and circled above Chen Jiayi's head, its fiery heat rivaling that of the Red Lotus Inferno. Go! Yang Chen hurled the Red Lotus Inferno towards the zombie tree. Chen Jiayi hurried to follow. The crimson phoenix let out a cry, flapping its fiery wings as it collided with the zombie tree. Boom! Boom! 2 distinctly different types of supernatural fire struck the zombie tree. The zombie tree ignited. The red leaves were engulfed in flames. The massive treetop trembled violently. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A large number of roots burst forth from the soft soil. They flailed wildly. A chaotic dance of demons. But it was ultimately just a tree. Rooted here. Unable to escape, its attributes were restrained by the flames. In the end, the vast treetop was consumed by roaring flames. Blood red and crimson intertwined. The flames soared. A unique picture was painted here. Half an hour later, the fire subsided. Only a charred blackness and a burnt stump remained. The zombie tree was gone. Along with it, the ground was cleared of zombie corpses. Yang Chen jumped down with Chen Jiayi. They approached the charred stump. The strength of this zombie tree lies in the virus spores it spreads. In reality, its combat power isn't very strong. Its only means of attack is likely its lowly roots and vines. Touching the charred stump, Yang Chen thought to himself, both supernatural beings and mutated beasts have warm currents entering their bodies when killed. Mutated plants, being evolved organisms, should also be the same, but why is there none? Yang Chen touched the charred stump for a long time, feeling no familiar warm current entering his body. Could it have been burned away by me? He expanded his mental perception. Yang Chen planned to investigate one last time. To his surprise, this perception revealed something amiss. At the bottom of the charred stump, about 10 meters down, a cluster of green light quietly awaited there, surrounded by a few living roots of the zombie tree. Under the nourishment of the green light, these living roots were gradually growing. The speed was rapid. In less than a day, they could break through the soil, potentially becoming a new zombie tree. Yang Chen had a premonition that this green light should be a substance similar to the cores of supernatural beings and mutated beasts. God-level wood-type ability, Tree of Life activated. The few roots nourished by the green light were manipulated by Yang Chen. The roots wrapped around the green light and broke through the soil, presenting themselves before Yang Chen. He grasped it, and the green light dissipated, revealing an irregular green crystal quietly lying in his hand. Crystal core? Is this the crystal core of a mutated plant? But how exactly do I use it? Yang Chen examined it for a long time but couldn't discern its purpose. Let's call it a wood crystal for now. With no leads, Yang Chen decided not to dwell on it for the moment. The zombie tree was dealt with. Next, it was time to collect the supplies on the list. He tossed the wood crystal into the infinite space and looked at Chen Jiayi, saying, "Let's go, first to the nearby purified water factory for some clean water." Okay. Chen Jiayi naturally had no objections. She obediently followed Yang Chen's side. The two headed straight for the Jiangcheng Purified Water Factory. Along the way, whenever they encountered pharmacies or convenience stores, Yang Chen would stop to sweep up the supplies inside. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. During their journey, Chen Jiayi tapped Yang Chen's shoulder and pointed to the roadside not far away, saying, "Yang Chen, look, isn't that a gas station?" Yang Chen focused his gaze and indeed saw the familiar red iron shed of a gas station. It might not just be a gas station, it could also be a Huainan beef soup place. Ah, Chen Jiayi tilted her head in a cute, puzzled manner, clearly having never seen that funny video. As they approached the gas station, Yang Chen noticed shadows moving inside, and a semi-truck parked in front of a fuel pump, as if someone was working. Something was off with the employees of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Gasoline. It was the same type of energy resource Yang Chen needed. Since they had encountered it, there was no reason not to take it. However, Yang Chen wasn't the type to be unreasonable. He understood the rule of first come, first served. He could wait for these people to fill up, and after they were done, he would go underground and collect the large tank used for storing gasoline. Yang Chen rode his small electric scooter steadily towards the gas station. He should really consider getting a motorcycle. Riding a small electric scooter felt a bit embarrassing. Upon arriving at the gas station, Yang Chen parked by the roadside and waited for the others to fill up. The survivors also noticed Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi's arrival. Two middle-aged men who looked like leaders huddled together and whispered for a moment. After they finished, one of them, a burly man with a simple demeanor, walked over to Yang Chen. The man approached the front of Yang Chen's vehicle, skillfully pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Yang Chen with a hearty smile. "Hey, you've got some skills, huh? Riding a small electric scooter out here, you've got more guts than us." He even gave a thumbs up. Yang Chen waved his hand to decline. "I don't smoke." "Oh, I see." The burly man paused, then turned and smiled as he put the cigarette in his own mouth, continuing, "Not smoking is good, this stuff is bad for the lungs. If it weren't for speeding up the country's aircraft carrier, I wouldn't be smoking this." "Oh right." The burly man patted his chest and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Minji, and I work at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Are you two together? If you don't mind, come with us. There's strength in numbers, all the employees at our factory are united, and it's very safe there." As he spoke, Lu Minji's gaze lingered on Chen Jiayi for a few seconds. "Little brother, the order outside is all messed up now, with no legal constraints. Many people have gone mad. You're out here alone with this young girl. It's easy to get targeted if you run into someone ruthless." Lu Minji didn't finish his sentence but gave Yang Chen a knowing look that meant understand. Lu Minji didn't realize that the fleeting greed in his eyes when he looked at Chen Jiayi was precisely captured by Yang Chen. With his god-level telekinetic ability, Yang Chen observed many details very carefully. This guy has a problem, but he claims to be from the Baoshan Pure Water Factory? That happens to be Yang Chen's destination. Although he knew the general direction of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory, he didn't know the exact location. After the internet went down, he couldn't use the navigation app anymore, so he could only search for it little by little with Chen Jiayi. Now that he had encountered someone who knew the way, it was better to follow them. The time saved on the road was all cost-effective. As for danger, it wasn't that Yang Chen looked down on these people. None of them were even ability users, so they didn't pose a threat to him. "You said you're from the Baoshan Pure Water Factory?" Yang Chen confirmed again. Lu Minji was puzzled but nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, what's up?" "Nothing, I happen to have business at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory too, but I don't know the way. Could you lead me there?" Yang Chen said with a smile, like a naive kid who was unaware of the world's dangers. This smile immediately eased Lu Minji's wariness. "All right then, it's just leading the way." Lu Minji spoke earnestly, "But I still suggest you join our factory. The more people, the greater the strength, and it's good to have someone to look out for each other. If help doesn't come, then we'll be our own rescue." "Brother, to be honest, we came out because our factory manager sent us to look for survivors, to build our own shelter at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory." Yang Chen didn't outright refuse. Instead, he gave a vague response. "Let me see the place first, check the environment, right?" The real meaning behind this was, if the survivor group at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory seems decent, then he would be gentle and just take some bottled water. If this Baoshan Pure Water Factory was like the Qinglong gang, or if they had ill intentions towards them, Yang Chen wouldn't mind wiping out the survivor group there just like he did with the Qinglong gang. Well, that was the general idea. Lu Minji smiled. "All right, once we finish refueling, come with us. This foolish kid is really easy to deceive." Yang Chen also smiled. "Sure, you survivor group better not let me, old Yang, down. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone. A few minutes later, Lu Minji and the others finished refueling their semi-truck. Lu Minji called out to Yang Chen, "Brother, why not ride with us? Your little electric scooter looks a bit shabby." "Oh," Yang Chen pretended to have a stomachache. "Lu Gu, give me 2.5 minutes, I suddenly have a stomach issue. As for changing vehicles, let's forget it, our small one has its own advantages." Lu Minji didn't suspect anything and nodded. "Alright, hurry up." "Okay." Chen Jiayao stayed in the car. Yang Chen found a secluded corner and instantly teleported to the location of the large oil barrels stored underground. Are there fully buried ones? Or are there those like basements? Or are all the large oil tanks at gas stations across the country buried in the ground? Yang Chen didn't care how much gasoline was left inside. With a wave of his hand, he stuffed them all into his infinite space. Standard oil tanks, each tank holds 1,000 liters of gasoline, and this gas station isn't small, with a total of 30 such tanks, amounting to 30,000 liters of gasoline. Of course, the tanks wouldn't all be full, but it wouldn't be less than 15,000 liters of gasoline. In addition to gasoline, there were also 5,000 liters of diesel. All these oil tanks went into Yang Chen's pocket. After finishing all this, Yang Chen flashed back to where he came from. He walked out, holding up his belt. "Alright, Lu Gu, we can set off now." This trip was worth it. Just the gasoline and diesel obtained this time would be enough for them for a long while. But that wasn't enough. Yang Chen was like a paishio. He wanted more. The semi-truck started. Yang Chen rode his little electric scooter with Chen Jiai following behind the semi-truck. In the truck's cabin, people occasionally peeked out, as if afraid the two of them would escape halfway. Chen Jiai tightened her arms around Yang Chen's waist and whispered in his ear, "Yang Chen Gu, I feel like these people aren't good." Yang Chen wore a calm smile. "Why do you say that?" Chen Jiai whispered, "When you went to the bathroom, those people looked at me strangely, like they were looking at prey. I'm very familiar with that kind of gaze, those foreign devils had the same look." Yang Chen replied, "It seems this Baoshan pure water factory is going to disappoint me. Sigh, I really don't want to be a butcher." Chen Jiai looked confused, tilting her little head in puzzlement at Yang Chen. "What are you talking about, Yang Chen Gu?" "Nothing." Yang Chen chuckled. Having someone to lead the way made a difference. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The sign of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory came into view. Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Arrived. Yang Chen saw that when the semi-trailer truck appeared, there were more than a dozen survivors in work uniforms on both sides of the main road in the factory area, their eyes mocking and smiles playful as they watched the slowly approaching convoy. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Here they come. Although he knew this group of people was suspicious and had ill intentions, Yang Chen still followed the semi-trailer truck into the factory area, because having power really allows one to do as they please. Among this group, there was only one ability user, and he was just a peanut-level ability user. In Yang Chen's eyes, he was no different from a chicken that could be easily crushed by the roadside. As for the ordinary survivors, they posed even less of a threat. The semi-trailer truck and Yang Chen's small electric scooter entered the factory area. The factory gate was pushed shut by someone. The semi-trailer truck stopped on the cement road, and Lu Minji and several other survivors jumped down from the truck. Lu Minji walked towards Yang Chen, leading him and Chen Jiai forward. Let me introduce you, this is our factory supervisor, and he is an ability user. You know what that is, right? It's someone with all sorts of extraordinary powers." "I know." Yang Chen looked around at the workers holding steel pipes and asked, "What are they doing? Is this how you welcome someone with steel pipes?" Lu Minji grinned. "Well, actually this is our factory's special welcome. Your mother, die." Arriving at his own territory, Lu Minji no longer bothered to pretend with Yang Chen. A dagger slipped from his sleeve, and Lu Minji tightened his grip on the dagger, stabbing towards Yang Chen's neck with a sinister smile on his face. He was completely different from his previous honest demeanor. Bang! He thought his attack would catch Yang Chen off guard, and it was fast. This kid wouldn't be able to dodge without any preparation. But what he didn't expect was that his wrist was easily caught by this kid. How could this be? Lu Minji's fierce expression turned to shock, completely unprepared for his sneak attack to end in failure. Yang Chen said, "I thought you guys would keep pretending, at least drug me or something, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to act as soon as you got to the doorstep." Crack! Lu Minji's wrist was crushed. Pain stimulated his brain, and Lu Minji screamed, Supervisor Wang, save me." In panic, Lu Minji shouted. This kid could easily crush a person's bones. Such strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. So the answer was clear, this kid was also an ability user, and he specialized in strength. Old Lu, why is your trick not working? I've never seen you fail before." A Mediterranean fat man stepped out from the crowd of workers, all of whom surrounded Yang Chen and Chen Jia, holding steel pipes and looking vigilant. In Yang Chen's perception, this Mediterranean fat man was the peanut-level ability user. Kid, I advise you to let him go. Considering you are an ability user, I can spare your life and even let you join our Baoshan shelter, but the premise is, you have to hand over the girl behind you. Such a gem is truly rare. Put. Yang Chen executed a hand chop. The terrifying power combined with the sharpness of the golden dominator made his arm as sharp as a knife tip, and with this hand chop, he directly decapitated Lu Mingji. So much useless chatter, Yang Chen said disdainfully, sneering, is that all? I don't believe your large factory has only this few survivors, call the others out too. Supervisor Wang was stunned by Yang Chen's ruthless and decisive methods, and when he heard Yang Chen's arrogant words, he was left speechless. As for the dead Lu Mingji, Supervisor Wang didn't take it to heart. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If he died, he died. Here, there weren't many other things, just a lot of ordinary people. Look, there were several in the car who had just been caught today. This young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, and hasn't really experienced the harshness of reality. Does he really think that becoming a superhuman makes him invincible? Let me tell you the truth, our Baoshan pure water has 7 superhumans. If they all attack you together, even if you are also a superhuman, you won't be able to withstand it. Hearing this from Supervisor Wang, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips with a smile. Oh really? 7 superhumans? That's some good food. With the enhancement from the awakening of the girl's powers, Yang Chen's core had already reached the size of a normal orange. If he could absorb the mysterious energy of the 7 superhumans here, he felt he could break through to the level of a melon. Currently, he didn't know the specific divisions of superhuman levels, so he could only measure strength by size. Undoubtedly, Yang Chen's core was the largest. The superhumans Yang Chen had encountered so far had cores that were basically hovering around the size of soybeans or peanuts, and none were even close to the size of a quail egg. Oh, it might also be because Yang Chen had encountered too few superhumans. Seeing that Yang Chen still appeared unfazed, Supervisor Wang grew slightly angry. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Yang Chen replied, if I'm not arrogant, can I still be called a young man? Oh. Supervisor Wang's plump figure began to visibly swell, and the work uniform he was wearing ripped apart, falling to the ground. Once Supervisor Wang fully transformed, a giant bear standing 4 meters tall, covered in brown fur, stood on the concrete floor, its massive paws pounding its chest, and it spoke in human language. Kid, today, I'll let you know how to respect your elders. A beast transformation ability? Superhuman powers really are full of surprises, even a beast transformation ability exists. Yang Chen marveled. It was his first time seeing a beast transformation ability. Naturally, he was a bit curious, but even after Supervisor Wang transformed and powered up, Yang Chen still found his strength insignificant. The difference between peanuts and oranges could be seen just by placing them together. It wouldn't be crossed just because of a power-up. Supervisor Wang charged at Yang Chen, using all 4 limbs and roaring. The surrounding survivors watching this scene all wore confident and calm expressions, as if they were full of trust in Supervisor Wang. After transforming, Supervisor Wang's strength has greatly increased. If this kid doesn't know what's good for him and clashes with Supervisor Wang, I can already imagine his fate. Imagine? Isn't it just being turned into meat paste? There was a water-type superhuman before who thought he was really impressive, making a big fuss, but what happened in the end? Didn't he get turned into meat paste by Supervisor Wang after transforming? The superhumans outside are nothing special. Our Baoshan shelter has 7 superhumans guarding it, definitely safer than any military district shelter. Just watch the show. I'm really curious about what expression that kid's beautiful companion will have when he gets turned into meat paste. I wonder if she'll be scared to tears. I bet a pack of instant noodles that he'll be so scared his legs will go weak, maybe even wet his pants. Almost everyone believed Yang Chen would be turned into meat paste by Supervisor Wang with a single slap. Even Supervisor Wang thought so, because he had a precedent. As Supervisor Wang approached Yang Chen, his massive bear paw came crashing down. Yang Chen remained calm, executing a swift knife hand strike. With a whoosh, the blade light crossed, and snowflakes flew. Supervisor Wang's bare paw was completely severed. When the paw fell to the ground with a thud, both Supervisor Wang and the surrounding survivors of the Baoshan shelter were left dumbfounded. A single slap had exploded a person's head. They were stunned, but that didn't mean Yang Chen would be stunned. Yang Chen stepped forward and delivered a sidekick, right to Supervisor Wang's little bird. No other choice. After transforming, Supervisor Wang was too tall. Yang Chen raised his leg, only able to kick at the little bird. Bang! Supervisor Wang flew backward. His bird had already turned to mush. It became a mass of pixels. The pain of a burst bird is hard to describe. This kind of suffering is something only men understand. The people present felt a chill under their crotch. Unconsciously, they tightened their pants, hands protecting their own little birds. Meanwhile, Supervisor Wang had suffered 2 consecutive blows and was now rolling on the ground. The only remaining bare paw covered the pixelated little bird as he rolled on the ground, making whimpering sounds, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, looking utterly foolish. "Sorry about that," Yang Chen said, looking for a fight. Why you?" Supervisor Wang struggled to speak. "Yang Chen, you've already lost the meaning of living, so let me send you on your way." As he watched Yang Chen approach, Supervisor Wang's heart raced with alarm, the thought of death looming over him. He had a premonition that he was going to die this time. In his panic, Supervisor Wang shouted to the sky, "Ali, how long are you going to watch? Come save me." Just as he finished speaking, a response came. Coming. Immediately, a young man in work clothes flew in. To be precise, he had lightened his own weight, making his body feel weightless, and tied a small charging fan to his backside for propulsion. This flashy entrance, it was indeed quite cool. If only he had removed the fan from his backside. It was too unsightly. "Kid, I am one of the 7 extraordinary abilities of the Baoshan shelter. You can also call me the gravity controller." The young man hovered in midair, looking down at Yang Chen with a condescending gaze. His words were incredibly cringeworthy, making one feel embarrassed. But the young man didn't think so. He felt quite good about himself. In Yang Chen's telekinetic perception, the young man's core was about the same size as Supervisor Wang's. However, his abilities were a bit more interesting than Supervisor Wang's. "I hate looking up at others. Get down here." Yang Chen raised his hand, aiming at the young man with a virtual grip. Space confinement. Telekinetic capture. In an instant, the space around the young man was completely controlled by Yang Chen. His body involuntarily fell down. No matter how the young man struggled, he could not escape the confinement of space control. Hey, what's going on? Why isn't my body listening to me? What the heck? What kind of ability did you awaken? Why is it so strange? The young man chattered in confusion, but still could not escape the fate of being pulled in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen stepped forward and slapped him with 2 big nostrils. The young man was stunned. "Who am I? Where am I? Why did I just get slapped twice? Why you? Let me go. Otherwise, my brother won't spare you," the young man said, trying to sound tough. He couldn't break free and could only threaten the person in front of him to let him go. Just from this move, the young man understood that he and Yang Chen were not on the same level. Bang! Yang Chen retaliated with another slap. He used all his strength for this one. The young man's head exploded from the impact. The scene was incredibly bloody. Feeling the familiar warm flow enter his body, Yang Chen pondered, "Can I absorb warm flow by touching the head and limbs? Where does the warm flow come from? The core? But the feeling of killing someone with just one slap is really satisfying." Ding! Host has killed the gravity controller. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Next, it's your turn. Yang Chen looked at Supervisor Wang, who was still covering his pixels. Supervisor Wang was dumbfounded. Dead? That kid was actually slapped to death? This could be called the most suffocating death for an ability user, right? No, he's dead. Doesn't that mean it's my turn next? Seeing Yang Chen walking step by step towards him, Supervisor Wang suddenly knelt on the ground. "Little brother, this time we admit defeat. Can you spare my life? If you let me go, I'll pretend I didn't see you kill that brat Ali." Still so much nonsense when death is imminent? Supervisor Wang's expression changed, becoming terrifyingly gloomy. It was clear that this meant he had no intention of letting him go. "Little brother, one should show mercy when possible. You are strong, but if our entire shelter unites and works together against you, how will you respond? Just a bunch of useless rabble, utterly laughable." Looking at the flamboyant young man in front of him, Supervisor Wang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why aren't you moving yet? Grab that little bitch." Supervisor Wang intended to use Chen Jiayi to threaten Yang Chen. With more than 10 people combined, they couldn't possibly fail to subdue a frail little girl, could they? But to be honest, they really couldn't. Chen Jiayi only appeared relatively weak. As the workers from Baoshan charged towards her, Chen Jiayi bent her long legs and leaped into the air, landing steadily on the front of the truck. Chen Jiayi. Oh no, it should be said that all the women in Yangchen shared a common flaw. That is, their physical skills were not impressive. They always became flustered when outnumbered. But it didn't matter, since physical skills were lacking, they would suppress with firepower. Standing on the front of the semi-truck, Chen Jiayi drew 2 Glock 22 handguns from her waist, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger amidst the bewildered gazes of the Baoshan workers below. Bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. The gunfire rang out continuously. Bullets flew from the barrels. Sparks erupted from the gun muzzles. The Baoshan workers below fell one by one, shot in the head. Blood mixed with other substances flowed everywhere, pooling into a puddle. All the Baoshan workers fell to the ground under Qin Jiai's perfect aim. This is the terrifying aspect of mental perception. As long as the target is within the perception range, even someone who has never learned to shoot can become a sharpshooter. You have guns. Are you police officers? Are you military rescuers? Supervisor Wang exclaimed in horror, unable to believe it. Stop with the nonsense and just die already, okay? Yang Chen grabbed Supervisor Wang's massive head. The red lotus fire ignited instantly, setting Supervisor Wang's head ablaze. Then his entire body and soul were consumed by the burning red lotus fire. As Supervisor Wang died, a warm current belonging to him flowed through Yang Chen's palm into his body. The crystal core expanded. His strength increased. The extraction of the ability fruit was successful. This feeling was truly delightful. After dealing with Supervisor Wang and the group of Baoshan workers here, Yang Chen prepared to scour the purified water factory with Qin Jai. Purified water resources were also very precious. In the future, with natural water possibly being undrinkable, purified water became crucial for sustenance. Additionally, Supervisor Wang mentioned that there were 7 ability users here. Yang Chen had already killed 2. Therefore, he couldn't be lenient. The other 5 had to be found and eliminated. Leaving potential enemies in the world was not Yang Chen's style. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. At that moment, a hopeful voice sounded from behind Yang Chen. To be precise, it came from the semi-truck. Are you the rescue team? You have guns, you must be the rescue team. You finally came to save us. Woo woo woo. You have moral coercion, I have the palm of justice. A group of survivors, still shaken, poked their heads out from the semi-truck. Seeing the bloody scene outside, they instinctively shrank back. But when they saw the handguns held by Qin Jai, their eyes lit up, and they jumped down from the semi-truck, rushing towards the 2 without a second thought. It was obvious that they were treating Yang Chen and the others as rescuers. After all, this was Huaxia. Who else besides the police and military could possibly get their hands on firearms? Bang! A metal straight knife was thrust directly into the concrete ground in front of them. The trembling blade halted the steps of the survivors. Yang Chen said expressionlessly, "We are not here to rescue you. If you want to live, you should leave this place quickly." The crowd exchanged glances, but none of them moved. "Come on, young man, don't joke around," a middle-aged man in a dirty suit chuckled. "You have guns, how could you not be part of a rescue team? Even if you're not from the rescue team, you're still police, right? We understand." That said, most of the survivors were dressed in suits and uniforms. Not that every man was handsome, but none were ugly either. Among the women, they were all somewhat attractive. They must be some kind of sales agents. Besides true elite white-collar workers, only agents and salespeople would dress so finely. But since the disaster broke out, no matter how refined they had lost much of that elegance. Their shirts were yellowing, their hair greasy, especially some of the girls, whose faces, despite their previous delicacy, could gather dust if rubbed with a finger. "What do you understand?" Yang Chen said coldly. "Stop following us. If you don't want to die, you can continue wandering around this factory area." "What kind of attitude is that?" A woman in a black uniform, with a graceful figure and striking beauty, complained. "You have guns and still say you're not official people. Even if you're not from the official rescue team, what's wrong with helping us a little? It won't cost you anything. We're all compatriots. How can you be so heartless and let us fend for ourselves?" After saying this, the woman turned to Qin Jai, displeased. "As a woman, shouldn't you stand with us? Shouldn't you speak up for us women? You're just pandering to men, may you bear 18 children. Qin Jai blinked in confusion, and when she realized what was happening, her face flushed with anger. How can you talk like that? She hadn't done anything wrong, yet this woman was berating her, and calling her a panderer. The woman wouldn't let up. "What are you if not a panderer? If you weren't, you should have spoken up for us just now instead of standing there indifferent, watching us suffer as fellow women. If you don't want to protect us, then give us your handgun." Her words immediately drew a response. The group of survivors looked at the handgun in Qin Jai's hand, licking their lips, their eyes filled with greed and desire. "Do you have any food? We've been starving in the 4th store for several days. Hurry up and find us something to fill our stomachs. Stop dawdling, okay? Quickly take us away from this hellhole. We're all compatriots. Shouldn't we help each other in times like this? Shouldn't we support each other? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take us away from here. If we encounter any danger on the way, it will be your fault. With great power comes great responsibility. One of you has a gun, and the other is an ability user. You're both capable, so what's wrong with protecting us? You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. What's wrong with a big man like you protecting us girls? You're such a straight man. it's obvious that girls don't like guys like you. This group of survivors wanted to leave but didn't dare to go on their own. They wanted to take the powerful Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi with them for protection on the way. In short, they were a selfish bunch, planning to morally coerce Yang Chen. How can you be like this? Chen Jiayi was shocked by their shamelessness. Could people really be this shameless? It was truly eye-opening for her. If it weren't for us saving you, you'd probably have been taken away and imprisoned as slaves, and yet you still blame us. The woman crossed her arms and scoffed. Did we beg you to save us? Did we even ask you? Don't impose your own willingness on us. A man said, since you saved us, then be good to the end and take us to the military district shelter. Don't worry, we won't treat you poorly. When the time comes, we'll joyfully celebrate you with $500 and a little banner. Chen Jiayi wanted to say more, but Yang Chen stopped her. Jiayi, do you remember what I taught you? Chen Jiayi thought for a moment and uncertainly replied, don't waste breath on idiots? Exactly, so do you think they are idiots? Chen Jiayi nodded emphatically, they are idiots. Their conversation was not discreet, and all the survivors present heard it. Immediately, an irritable person jumped out, pointing angrily at Yang Chen's nose. Who are you calling an idiot? Clarify your words, or we are not easy to mess with. As he spoke, he tried to pull out the alloy knife stuck in the ground, but awkwardly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. This was embarrassing. Suddenly, Yang Chen's figure appeared right in front of him. He raised his hand and slapped him. Slap! Bang! The slap fell, and the head exploded. Until death, this person never expected to die like this. This sudden act of violence stunned the survivors. Once they reacted, they erupted into sharp, terrified screams. Murder! Run! Damn it, this kid is crazy, killing in public. Doesn't he fear retribution after the disaster? Damn it, I'll remember this kid. Once the disaster is over, I will definitely sue him. Get him sentenced to death. The survivors cursed and swore, but when they tried to run, they found their bodies couldn't move. Now they were truly terrified. What's going on? What's happening? Why can't I move? Move. Move for me. Bro, if I say I was joking just now, would you believe me? Yang Chen remembered each of the noisy people from before. The spirit of the nasal cavity warrior possessed him. The slaps descended. Yang Chen walked over, giving each of them a big slap. Without exception, their heads all exploded. Slap, slap, slap. Even the ability users couldn't withstand Yang Chen's slaps, let alone this group of ordinary people. To Yang Chen, their heads were as fragile as ripe watermelons. A single touch would make them explode. Blood splattered, and chaos ensued. I'm a girl. You can't kill me. I was wrong. I was just being mouthy. Please spare me. Don't come over. I warn you not to come over. Don't force me to kneel. The girls couldn't escape the fate of the slaps either. Finally, it was the turn of the woman who had been whining incessantly. Do you think I'm a junk collector? I take in all kinds of trash. At this moment, the woman was so frightened by Yang Chen's brutality that she was stunned. If it weren't for being trapped in space, she would probably have collapsed on the ground by now. If she still had anything in her bladder, it was possible she would have wet herself from fear. Looking at the cold man approaching her, the woman panicked and cried out, tears of fear streaming down her cheeks. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I was just being crazy earlier. Please spare me this once. I. At the critical moment, the woman thought of her special skill. Why was she called the gold medal sales champion? The reason was that she was generous. As long as customers who came to look at cars were willing to sign with her, she would treat them to a big meal privately. Just because she was generous, many customers were willing to sign contracts with her to buy cars. The woman feigned a shy demeanor, her voice trembling. Little brother, if you are willing to spare my life and take me with you, I am willing to become your woman. I can do anything, you know. At that moment, the system also spoke up. Host, this woman's looks are rated at 7 stars. She would be considered the belle of the department in college. Are you sure you're not tempted? Yang Chen was speechless and retorted, do I look like a garbage collector to you? He didn't want to. The system fell silent. It was as if it had never appeared. Yang Chen stood in front of the woman, meeting her hopeful, yearning gaze, and said lightly, do you think this is a garbage dump? That I collect all kinds of trash? Ha! The woman's smile froze on her face, but the next second, her head exploded like a watermelon. With the spatial confinement lifted, the headless corpses fell one by one. Not all the survivors were dead. A few clever ones had remained silent throughout. Yang Chen didn't care what ideas they had. As long as they didn't speak to disgust him, he couldn't be bothered to take action against them. He glanced at the remaining survivors and took out a bottle of pure water to wash his hands. When he walked over to Chen Jiayi, he smiled and said, let's go. Chen Jiayi wore a pure smile, Although the scene just now was bloody, why did it feel strangely refreshing? Had she become corrupted too? Humph, that wretched woman was truly detestable. She actually tried to seduce Brother Yang Chen right in front of me. If Brother Yang Chen really agreed, my sisters would definitely teach me a lesson when we got back. Yang Chen was unaware of the little girl's thoughts. He looked at the vast factory area and scratched his head. I should have left one alive. This factory area is so big. Where are we supposed to find a living person in the warehouse? Come on, do you really think we can't find one? After reaching the orange level, Yang Chen's telekinetic perception expanded from an initial 100 meters to 300 meters. The maximum distance for instant movement also reached 1000 meters. Yang Chen had a premonition that once his core reached the cantaloupe level, he would undergo an indescribable change. That change would make him even stronger. Yang Chen wandered around the Baoshan Pure Water Factory with Chen Jai. Under his telekinetic perception, nothing could hide within a rice's distance. Nothing could escape Yang Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, 500 meters away, on the roof of an office building, a middle-aged man with glowing green eyes lay on the rooftop. He was looking in the direction of the factory gate. He was also one of the ability users of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. His ability was Eagle Eye. After awakening this ability, his vision became extraordinary. With Eagle Eye activated, he could see clearly what was happening beyond 500 meters. Because of this, he was sent by the factory manager to monitor the surroundings of the factory, to prevent anything beyond their control from happening. He had witnessed everything that had just occurred at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory gate. Seeing the two leave, this ability user finally dared to breathe deeply. Damn! Where did that monster come from? Old Wang and Ali didn't even have a bit of resistance against him? This is too strong. Old Wang was a bit better, although he was also killed instantly. At least he managed to take a few hits. Ali, that useless one, with his flashy entrance, was the fastest to be taken down. Humph, useless. The direction those two went seems to be the warehouse area. No! I need to inform the factory manager about the situation here. That kid is definitely not an ordinary ability user. Only the manager might be able to deal with him. Initially, the number of ability users at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory had exceeded 10, but after a series of battles, only 7 ability users remained. Oh no, now it was actually 5. Since defeating another team of ability users, the Eagle Eye ability user felt that their factory manager's power had grown stronger, at least surpassing his own level. Even though Yang Chen displayed impressive combat strength, in the eyes of the Eagle Eye ability user, he was still not as formidable as their factory manager. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Yang Chen. After taking a deep look at the two departing figures, the Eagle Eye ability user quickly left, rushing towards the workers' dormitory area. On the other side, after walking for about 10 minutes, Yang Chen's telekinetic perception revealed what he was looking for: bottled purified water. The kind that comes in large barrels, inverted on a water dispenser. A standard barrel can hold 18 liters. The bottled water stored in this warehouse was mostly in accordance with this standard. Yang Chen pulled Chen Jai and flashed in. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, barrels of 18 liters of purified water were neatly stacked. This warehouse covered an area of about 2 acres. Yang Chen's telekinetic perception scanned roughly, and there were nearly 20,000 barrels piled up in this one warehouse. Ignoring the details, the author can't just fill a warehouse with bottled water, right? Not bad. Yang Chen opened 2 infinite space doors and began his work. The bottled water was being devoured by the infinite space doors at a visible speed. Once inside the infinite space, Yang Chen specifically designated an area for drinking water. It took nearly 20 minutes for Yang Chen to finish collecting from the large warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yang Chen smiled. Continue. Yang Chen led Chen Jai through the warehouse area, frantically collecting the stored purified water. As for supplies, no one would ever complain about having too many. Yang Chen was like a pie show, and he also had a habit of having a big appetite but a small stomach. There was always a potential mindset of not enough. While Yang Chen was collecting the bottled water stored in the warehouse area, the Eagle Eye had already returned to the dormitory area. Similar to school dormitories, where there are employee dormitory areas, there were also leadership dormitory buildings. The Eagle Eye ability user rushed into the leadership dormitory building, heading straight for the top floor. On the top floor, the walls between the dormitories had been knocked down to create an open space. The floor was covered with carpet. One by one, women dressed provocatively were dancing to unfamiliar tunes. Besides these entertaining women, there were 3 men and 1 woman. They were the last remaining ability users from the Baoshan Purified Water Factory. Including the Eagle Eye ability user, there were exactly 5 of them. Zhang Hai specialized in dealing with arrogance. The 3 men surrounding him were all accompanied by women. The younger female ability user was surrounded by handsome men. Just from this point, it was clear that these people were indeed ability users from the same place. In fact, in the apocalypse, Aside from a few individuals with precise goals, most of the powerful figures could only think of and do those things. The bad ones exploited labor, expanded territory, and killed when displeased, while the better ones managed shelters, gathered survivors, and sought to establish a paradise in the apocalypse. Some were thoroughly bad, and some were thoroughly good. Those who occupied both sides became the majority in the apocalypse. Seeing the eagle eye ability user rush in, the middle-aged strongman sitting in the center grinned and asked, "How urgent is it, old Tian? Your women are over there. Go have fun." "Oh right, has old Wang returned? I'm really looking forward to the survivors he brought back this time. I wonder if there are any good-looking women among them." Old Tian, whose full name was Tian Yi, was indeed the full name of the eagle eye ability user. After catching his breath, Tian Yi said, "No, it's not good." This time, the convoy brought back a tough nut to crack. Old Wang and Ali were both killed by that kid. "That kid is too powerful." Old Wang and Ali couldn't even fight back against him. "I estimate he should be an ability user on the same level as you, factory manager." As soon as these words were spoken, the director of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory, Zheng Hai, the current ruler of the Baoshan shelter, suddenly stood up from his boss's chair, and the atmosphere around them turned tense. The other three ability users reacted similarly. One of them waved his hand, and the dancers and male models in the flat hurriedly went downstairs, filled with anxiety. The door was tightly shut, and at this moment, there were only the 5 ability users present. Zheng Hai furrowed his brows and asked Tian Yi, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything from the beginning." Tian Yi didn't hesitate and recounted everything that had happened since they entered the factory area with the convoy. After listening, the 3 ability users gasped in shock. "What? That kid Ali was killed instantly as soon as he appeared? The director couldn't have done that, right?" Tian Yi shook his head. "I don't know, but that kid Ali was literally blown apart." Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Zheng Hai's lips curled into a smile, and he chuckled, "Hee hee, an interesting kid has come along. I wonder if he can make me unleash all my strength." "Where are they now?" Tian Yi shook his head. "I don't know. The last I saw, they were heading towards the storage area." Zheng Hai, puzzled, asked, "But there's no food in the storage area. What are they going there for? Are they short on water?" "Forget it." Zheng Hai shook his head and laughed, a sinister smile on his face. "No matter what that kid is here for, since he dares to kill my people, he will have to pay the price. My Zheng Hai's people are not to be killed so easily. Let's go. Bring people, and I'll meet this kid." Zheng Hai waved his hand grandly, his expression bold and confident, striding down. Tian Yi and the other 4 exchanged glances and quickly followed Zheng Hai downstairs. They gathered all the capable fighters from the dormitory area, about 40 to 50 people, and marched towards the storage area. This time, it was about showing off, flexing muscles. How could they show off without an audience around? Moreover, Zheng Hai intended to display his strength to reinforce his position in the survivors' minds, making them think twice before betraying him. At the front of the crowd, Zheng Hai licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Compared to the beautiful women mentioned by Tian Yi, he was more interested in Yang Chen. Don't get it wrong, Zheng Hai's sexual orientation is normal. He doesn't like to force others. He was simply attracted to Yang Chen's energy. During a previous confrontation with another group of ability users, Zheng Hai had killed one of them, and when his palm accidentally touched the guy's head, a warm current flowed into his body. After that warm current entered, Zheng Hai could clearly feel his strength increasing. This secret he had not told anyone, keeping it buried deep in his heart. Every time he killed an ability user, he would be the first to touch their brains inadvertently, stealing the warm current that belonged to them. Being able to kill Lao Wang and Ali, such an existence as an ability user must be stronger than ordinary ones, right? If he could absorb that warm current, Zheng Hai couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. With this thought, Zheng Hai's greed intensified. He was already eager to eliminate Yang Chen. After nearly an hour, Yang Chen had collected 4 pure water warehouses, totaling nearly 120,000 barrels of bottled water. He didn't know the weight. He didn't know the cubic measurement either. Yang Chen just counted the number of barrels. In fact, these barrels of water were considered few for a bottled water factory. It was estimated that most of the stock had already been sent out. However, Yang Chen didn't care. With these barrels of water, under the effect of a 10,000-fold return, they could become a lot more. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about bottled water for the time being. Yang Chen also checked the remaining warehouses. Seeing that there was nothing good left, he decided not to linger here any longer. The weather had cleared up, and some people were about to die. However, what Yang Chen did not expect was that before he could go looking for them, they had come to find him first. On a spacious concrete road about 15 meters wide, Yang Chen encountered dozens of people. Leading the group were 5 ability users. The survivors behind them were all wearing uniforms from the Baoshan Purified Water Factory, holding various weapons, mostly hollow steel pipes, while some wielded shovels and pitchforks. Yang Chen couldn't understand why a purified water factory would need pitchforks. No matter how many ordinary survivors there were, they were still insignificant. What surprised Yang Chen was that among these 5 ability users, one was actually close to reaching the level of a sugar orange. A quail egg peak, perhaps. This was something Yang Chen had not anticipated. After all, he was used to dealing with soybean level and peanut level abilities, so suddenly encountering a quail egg peak was quite unusual. Kid, are you the one who killed my 2 subordinates? Zhang Hai's gaze was fixed on Yang Chen, licking his lips with a sinister smile. He had no telepathic ability to sense Yang Chen's power, so he was unaware of the size of his crystal core. In fact, he didn't even know what a crystal core was. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. I didn't come looking for you, but you came to find me first. This is good. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Hearing this, Zhang Hai frowned and sneered. From what you're saying, are you planning to take us all down? Not stupid. Zhang Hai. Kid, you're a bit too arrogant. Zhang Hai looked around at the 2 male ability users beside him and said, Go, you two. Give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. Don't you see where this is? You think you can act tough with me, Zhang Hai? My account specializes in dealing with tough guys. Kill. Zhang Hai's apprehension. Kill. Zhang Hai's apprehension was directed at these 2 ability users, one middle-aged and one young. At this moment, they both looked bewildered. They pointed at themselves, wearing expressions that said, You can't be serious. Good heavens, Tianyi said this guy was really something. He had taken down old Wang and Ali in an instant. Now you want us to deal with someone like him? Are you hoping we die faster? Noticing the lack of movement behind him, Zhang Hai felt he had lost face. His own subordinates not following his orders was unacceptable, especially in front of so many ordinary subordinates and outsiders. He turned to the 2 and said in a low voice, You 2 idiots didn't hear what I said? Hurry up and go. Yes, the 2 had no choice but to grit their teeth and comply. In their view, their factory manager's intimidation was much stronger than this kid's. If they disobeyed orders, they would probably face dire consequences. The young man looked back 3 times, seriously saying to Zhang Hai, Manager, remember to save us in a critical moment. Zhang Hai, this fool. As soon as those words were spoken, their side's momentum immediately weakened by 3 points. To be timid before the battle even began was quite something. Go! Stop dawdling. These words almost burst out from between Zhang Hai's teeth. Yes, the 2 no longer hesitated and immediately activated their abilities. The young man's ability belonged to the metal category, named Sharpness, which could add an unnatural sharpness to any object, including himself, making it incredibly sharp, able to cut through iron like mud. At this moment, he applied the sharpness effect to his steel pipe. The middle-aged man's ability was giantization. Once activated, his body would rapidly expand, increasing the density of his muscles and bones, granting him immense strength and enhanced defense. He was a tank-type ability user. Yang Chen was not impressed by the sharpness ability, but the giantization was somewhat interesting. However, it was not suitable for his woman. He couldn't use it himself either, but he could keep it in mind to see if he could cultivate an elite team in the future. Watching the 2 rush towards him, flanking him from both sides, Yang Chen maintained a calm and carefree smile on his face, as if he didn't take these 2 ability users seriously at all. The fact is indeed so. With Yang Chen's strength, there hasn't been an ability user that can make him wary. It is estimated that there are none among the civilians. Those who can contend with him should all be in the military. After all, the military has numerous firearms and can easily eliminate mutated beasts, gathering their corpses to supply a soldier king. The gap in weaponry and numbers is something Yang Chen cannot compare to at all. Watch my fist. The giant roared, his fist as large as a big iron pot, crashing towards Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen raised his hand, clenched his fist, and with a punch, a terrifying force erupted with a sonic boom as the 2 fists collided violently. Put! Crack! Yang Chen's fist pierced through the giant's pot-sized fist, accompanied by a slight sound of bone cracking. In contrast, Yang Chen himself was unharmed. He withdrew his fist and shook off the blood on his hand. At that moment, the young man wielding a sharp steel pipe had already attacked. But when he was half a meter away from Yang Chen, he suddenly froze, as if blocked by some invisible force. What? What is happening? Why can't my attack land? The young man exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the steel pipe in his hand. A spatial barrier. This was a power Yang Chen had never used before. Spatial confinement. He ignored the giant who was howling with his arms crossed and confined the young man instead. With a swift motion, he snatched the sharp steel pipe from the young man's hands. Weighing it in his hand, Yang Chen aimed for the young man's neck. Oh no, the head wouldn't do. If it shattered, the warm current would disappear. Yang Chen swung down at the young man's neck. Seeing the enlarged steel pipe before him, the young man screamed in terror, "Director, save me!" Zhang Hai's movements froze. He understood it was too late. Put! The young man's neck was sliced open. The cut was neat and smooth, as if it had been made by a knife. The head was sent flying high, and as it fell, Yang Chen caught it steadily in his hand. A warm current surged through him. The crystal core expanded. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has slain the owner of the sharpness ability. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Yang Chen replied calmly, extract. On the other side, Shen Jai had conjured a fire phoenix above her head. With a delicate shout, the fire phoenix let out a cry and flapped its fiery wings towards the giant. Bang! Upon colliding with the giant, the fire phoenix immediately dispersed, transforming into crimson flames that clung to the giant like maggots, burning fiercely. Even with the giant's physique, it was beginning to struggle. The Phoenix Song of the world god Yen was indeed known as the strongest fire-type ability below the divine level. Just the temperature alone was enough to deter anyone. Yang Chen tossed the steel pipe back, severing the giant's head. Ding! Host has slain the owner of the giant transformation ability. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Extract. With telekinesis, Yang Chen threw the giant's head to Chen Jai. As she instinctively wanted to dodge the massive, bloody head thrown her way, she remembered Yang Chen's words about the secret of ability users growing stronger and forced herself to suppress her nausea and reached out to catch it. The moment she caught the giant's head, Chen Jai felt a comfortable warm current enter her body. Under the perception of telekinesis, her crystal core also expanded a circle. Thank you, brother Yang Chen, she said sweetly, tossing aside the giant's head and looking at Yang Chen. You're welcome, Yang Chen replied with a faint smile. Turning to Zhang Hai, you three should join in as well. Zhang Hai's expression turned grim. From Yang Chen's earlier actions, he deduced that this kid also knew the secret of the power within the heads of ability users. How infuriating. His subordinates had become nourishment for this kid to grow stronger. He hadn't even absorbed it himself yet. This was too cheap for this kid. These were all hidden resources of his. However, Zhang Hai was also shaken by Yang Chen's strength. Killing two ability users with such ease was something he probably couldn't do himself. This kid, his strength is probably above my own. Damn, this idea is a bit painful. Zhang Hai said, little brother, how about we call it a day? You and I are both ability users, potential stocks in the current disaster, and also rare resources indispensable to humanity. Our conflict will only harm the interests of all humanity. How about this? You join my shelter, and I'll make you the second in command. As for the fact that you killed my people, let's just forget about it. The young man and the middle-aged man? Ali and old Wang, damn. Yang Chen sneered, you really think too highly of yourself. In fact, humanity doesn't lack for just one ability user like you. I'm not the kind of person who leaves hidden dangers. You all must die. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hai's face darkened terrifyingly, and he coldly said, do you really want to go against me? Humph, do you really think we're afraid of you? Tianyi, Awan, let's go together. With me leading, even if we can't defeat them 3 against 2, we can at least fight evenly. Tianyi and Awan, seeing the tragic state of the young man and the middle-aged man, were unwilling to fight Yang Chen. But when they heard that director Zhang Hai was also going to join them, they immediately felt at ease. The director was right. With him joining, even if they couldn't defeat the 2 opponents, they could at least retreat safely, right? Alas, what a pity. They shouldn't have let those 2 go up to deliver their heads earlier. 3 against 2 is evenly matched. 5 against 2 is a guaranteed win, right? They were careless, but now that they understood, it wasn't too late. Alright, Tianyi nodded and took a compound bow from one of his subordinates. This compound bow was something he bought online. Its power wasn't too great. Later, he made some slight modifications, and that's how it looked now. Little brother, why don't you just agree to the director's request? What's wrong with joining us? Isn't it good to control the lives and deaths of so many survivors here, living in a drunken stupor, lost in luxury? Awan said with a smile. Stop the nonsense! Zhang Hai shouted coldly, he doesn't look down on us. Go! The 2 no longer spoke and immediately activated their abilities. Tianyi's ability was Eagle Eye. Besides having good vision, it didn't have much else to offer. Awan's ability, however, surprised Yang Chen. She was actually a water-type ability user. Goodness! Another fusion material for the elemental god. Currently, Yang Chen still possessed the 3 god-level elemental abilities of gold, wood, and fire. To fuse into the super god-level elemental god, he still needed the water, earth, thunder, ice, and wind elements. If he could obtain this water-type ability user's ability, he would have half of the elemental god gathered. How delightful! Yang Chen didn't expect that this outing would yield unexpected gains. Go! Tianyi shouted angrily, maneuvering while drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. Awan did the same, moving while condensing water molecules from the air into water ball projectiles, shooting towards Yang Chen and the others, with a power reaching half that of a bullet. Truly, as ability users, even the weakest among them were not something ordinary people could match. The spatial barrier was erected. Tianyi and Awan's attacks had no effect at all. With their strength, they weren't even qualified to break Yang Chen's spatial barrier. Director, it's your turn to act, Tianyi shouted angrily. Awan looked around, but there was no sign of Zhang Hai. Instead, she saw a black dot in the distance sprinting away at high speed. Tianyi used his eagle eye ability to look and nearly spat blood in anger. That black dot was none other than Zhang Hai. Damn, that bastard Zhang Hai ran away. He left us as bait and ran off himself. With Tianyi's reminder, Awan also realized, damn it, Zhang Hai, that beast. He wants to screw us over on his way out, and I even treated him to my seafood. Zhang Hai was running, a result that Yang Chen had not anticipated. He felt a mix of laughter and tears. Zhang Hai was indeed decisive. Knowing he couldn't win, he chose to flee. But thinking he could escape from Yang Chen was simply wishful thinking. Instant movement activated. Maximum distance of a kilometer. Yang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Hai. The momentum of Zhang Hai's charge came to a halt. He slammed on the brakes with his heels. He looked at Yang Chen, who had appeared before him out of nowhere, in terror, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can you be so fast? Have you heard of Blink?" Yang Chen smiled faintly, but his smile sent chills down Zhang Hai's spine, a cold sensation rushing from his feet to his brain, making him shiver. "You, little brother, let's talk this over. There's nothing we can't negotiate, right? What do you want? I'll give you everything I have." Yang Chen replied, "I want the energy in your brain, Zhang Hai." This was a death sentence for him. He forced a smile. "Can we change that?" "No." Yang Chen raised his hand. Space was confined. He walked up to Zhang Hai, and under the gaze of despair from the other man, placed his palm on his head. The red lotus karma fire ignited. Zhang Hai was instantly set ablaze, both his soul and body. Yang Chen's ears were filled with the desperate screams. Zhang Hai couldn't even last 2.5 seconds under the scorching of the red lotus karma fire. His body turned to ashes. His soul vanished without a trace. The warmth that belonged to him entered Yang Chen's body. Ding! Host has slain the owner of the enhanced physique. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Yang Chen used his mental power to perceive and introspect himself. He observed the changes in the crystal core. The crystal core had grown larger. It had already surpassed the orange level. It was evolving towards the melon level. Yang Chen estimated that with 3 more normal ability users' warmth, his crystal core would transform into the melon level. He didn't know how great the limit of the crystal core was. Watermelon? Or jackfruit? Yang Chen imagined the scene of introspecting himself in the future. A crystal core the size of a watermelon at the top of his head would be quite something. Just thinking about that scene sent a shiver down his spine. After dealing with Zhang Hai, Yang Chen instantly moved back to Chen Jiai's side. "These two guys are too scared to move because of you. Am I that scary?" Chen Jiai smiled and shook her head, "Not at all." Yang Chen looked at Tianyi and Awan. He certainly did not plan to let these two go. After all, they were 2 sources of warmth. Thud, thud, 2 dull sounds echoed. Tianyi and Awan knelt down before Yang Chen. Tianyi said, "Big brother, we were also coerced by Zhang Hai. We actually have no objections to you at all. Please spare us this time. We are willing to support you as the new leader of the Baoshan Refuge. From now on, you will be the local emperor here. Whatever you want us to do, we will do. All of us will be at your disposal." In the past few days, Zhang Hai sent people out to search for survivors, and among them are quite a few beautiful girls, all of whom will belong to you. Awan added, "We will be honest, please let us go." Seeing that the only 2 ability users left were kneeling, the dozens of survivors they had brought also dared not stand. They all knelt down in a large group. All were pleading for Yang Chen's mercy. Yang Chen was not interested in these ordinary survivors. The only ones he was interested in were the ability users. "Are you really willing to support me as the new leader?" Tianyi and Awan replied, "Absolutely." Yang Chen grinned, "But I am not willing." Space confinement trapped the 2, rendering them unable to move. With mental power, he pulled them to himself. The alloy knife gleamed with sharpness. 1 slash beheaded Awan. However, due to the height difference between her and Tianyi, the blade that severed Awan's head only struck the side of Tianyi's body. There was no choice. Yang Chen had to give him another slash. Swoosh. Thus, all 7 ability users in the Baoshan Purified Water Factory were dead. Picking up the 2 heads from the ground, Yang Chen absorbed their warmth. After extracting the abilities from these 2, he coldly glanced at the remaining ordinary survivors who were trembling in fear. He did not kill them. Killing ordinary people was a loss no matter how many he did it. Unless someone truly provoked Yang Chen, he couldn't be bothered to touch ordinary people. The issue with the pure water had been resolved, and they had no reason to stay here any longer. Taking out his small electric scooter, Yang Chen rode with Chen Jai towards the factory gate under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared from sight that the dozens of survivors present dared to breathe deeply. So terrifying, those two are so terrifying. Clearly, they are both ability users. Why are they so powerful? Stop worrying about that. We should be grateful that we kept our mouths shut. If someone had acted like those brainless characters in novels and insulted them, we probably wouldn't survive. I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. On a paved road. There wasn't much vegetation around, so the asphalt road was not heavily damaged. It remained as flat as ever, though there were too many abandoned vehicles along the way. There were accident scenes everywhere. This caused some congestion on the road. Fortunately, Yang Chen was riding a small electric scooter, which could weave through any corner. It had been half a month since the disaster broke out. The survivors who had been trembling inside buildings had gradually come out to search for food. Whether it was due to incomplete evolution or something else, the mutated beasts in the city were not as numerous as Yang Chen had imagined, but mutated plants were everywhere. Most of the survivors who ventured out to find food and seek new shelters ended up dead at the hands of mutated plants. The large-mouthed flowers lurking in the grass, the thorny vine-like tentacles, the willow trees resembling octopus tentacles, the strange branches that sucked blood. After the disaster, the plants on Blue Star had become increasingly bizarre. Passing by a chain pharmacy, Yang Chen took Chen Jai inside to collect all the medicines. However, when they came out, they found a person sitting on their small electric scooter. It was a woman. Not exactly ugly, but far from beautiful. Her hair was tangled and greasy, her face an unhealthy yellow, and a fly had just crashed into her mouth. Upon seeing Yang Chen and the others come out, the woman even threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Chen. This immediately gave him goosebumps. It was so disgusting. Used to delicacies, Yang Chen felt nauseated. "Hey, big brother, I'm so scared alone. Can you take me with you? I promise I can date you if you take me along," the woman said in a voice that sounded like she had phlegm stuck in her throat. Yang Chen glanced at the glamorous Chen Jai beside him, who was known as the pinnacle of pure desire, and fell silent. Was this woman blind? How did she think he would be interested in her? "Get off, you're dirtying my scooter," Yang Chen said expressionlessly. Chen Jai tightly hugged Yang Chen's arm, glaring angrily at the woman across from them. "My Yang Chen has no interest in dating you, so hurry up and get off." This left the woman stunned, and then she became somewhat exasperated. She had even offered to date him. How could this guy refuse her? Did he not know the current gender ratio? She was a girl, after all. "No, you have to take me with you. It's too dangerous here. I'm scared alone." "Why should I care if you're scared?" The woman got angry, pointing at Yang Chen's nose. "What kind of attitude is that? I'm a girl. Isn't it a man's duty to protect a girl? How can you say it has nothing to do with you? You're really pathetic. The country trains you men to protect us women, so don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and take me to a place with food." Seeing that Yang Chen remained unmoved, even looking around, the little fairy felt displeased. "Can't you understand human language? I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. You must obey my orders." The author is not just rambling, this is based on real events. If Wu Zetian looked like you, Li Shimen and Li Ji would have fled Chang'an overnight. Found it. Yang Chen discovered what he was looking for in a patch of grass. A large red-mouthed flower. "What kind of attitude is that? I just asked you to protect me for a moment, and you resort to personal attacks? Setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault? I generally don't attack others' appearances unless that person's appearance attacks me first." Yang Chen walked up to the little fairy, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted her off the little electric scooter. The little fairy panicked. "Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll accuse you of harassment. Do you believe it?" "Ah, pervert. Someone's being a pervert." Yang Chen ignored the little fairy and shouted to the largemouth flower hiding in the grass, "Hey buddy, your takeout has arrived." As he spoke, Yang Chen tossed the little fairy towards the direction of the largemouth flower. The little fairy glided through the air in a parabolic arc and landed precisely in the open mouth of the largemouth flower. Crunch! The largemouth flower began to chew. Crunchy, with a taste of meat. Largemouthed flower, thanks, bro. Seeing the little fairy become the largemouth flower's meal, Yang Chen clapped his hands and laughed. "Look how happy it is to eat." "Jai, do you think we should plant some largemouth flowers in the villa area halfway up Mount Ling? We could have our own Plants vs. Zombies in our backyard." Chen Jai smiled lightly. "That probably won't work. In reality, we can't even find a pea shooter, and Plants vs. Zombies has already come out with hybrid versions." Yang Chen thought for a moment and nodded seriously. That's true. He hopped on the little electric scooter and patted the seat behind him. Sister, do you want to ride on my ghost fire? Chen Jiayi smiled sweetly. Sure. She hopped on my beloved little electric scooter. It will never get stuck in traffic. Yang Chen continued to ride around with Chen Jiayi nearby. Convenience store? Got it. Hardware store? Got it. Gas station? Oh my. Riding the little electric scooter through the streets and alleys. Incredibly agile. This is something cars can't compare to. Unknowingly, Yang Chen brought Chen Jiayi to a large supermarket, De Runhua. The De Runhua in Jiangcheng is relatively small. All combined, it only occupies about 15,000 square meters. This is a large supermarket that gathers snacks, fruits, fresh produce, toys, electronics, bedding, and other daily necessities. Yang Chen had been here before, but he hadn't come often and wasn't very familiar with it. However, Yang Chen knew that the variety of goods in this large supermarket was definitely too numerous to count. Thousands would be an understatement. What Yang Chen needed was precisely these resources. Since they were here, there was naturally no reason to miss out. Yang Chen turned into the De Runhua Plaza. However, they were still late. There were already many survivors here. Semi-trucks were parked in the parking area. A large number of survivors were transporting supplies to load onto the semi-trucks. Yang Chen used his telekinesis to sense the number of ability users here, and it surprisingly reached over 300. Among them, there were more than a dozen evolvers. Indeed, the little fairy had a point. Open your eyes to the world. Look more at the outside world. See, the outside world is really nice. They had only been out for half a day and encountered so many ability users. There weren't this many in the Jinxiu city community. If he could devour all these people. That scene was too beautiful. Just thinking about it made Yang Chen drool. Of course, Yang Chen is not a killer. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If these people had good intentions towards him, he wouldn't act like a butcher and slaughter them. The premise is that they are honest. Yang Chen did not give up on this place just because a large number of survivors had already arrived. He rode straight over. Stop, what are you doing? This place has already been occupied by us. If you are looking for supplies, you should go elsewhere. Hurry up and leave here. Wang Zhendong's goodwill. As the two approached, several survivors stepped forward to block their way, preventing them from advancing. Yang Chen didn't care about them. He charged forward on his little electric scooter. Seeing the little electric scooter charging towards them, the survivors' expressions changed, and they quickly scattered to the sides, fearing they would be knocked over. They were just ordinary people and had no ability to intercept the scooter with their bare hands. If they weren't careful, they might even get dragged along by it. Thus, these survivors could only watch helplessly as Yang Chen and his companion rushed in. Damn, this guy is too arrogant, right? There are so many of us, and he isn't scared at all. Does he really have the guts or is he just putting on a show? One survivor cursed. Probably just a spirited young man. Humph, this isn't the peaceful society of the past. This kid dares to bump into us. Isn't he afraid we'll drag him down and beat him to death? What do you mean? Do you want to teach them a lesson? Stop talking nonsense. Anyone who dares to be a lone wolf out here isn't simple. That kid is very likely an ability user. When it comes to ability users, it's not something we can handle. We should report to Brother Dong and let him deal with it, said a more composed survivor. A young man honestly said, but there are two of them, not just one lone wolf. The composed survivor replied, doesn't that just mean they are not simple, you idiot? If it were you, would you dare to ride an electric scooter with a girl on a dangerous street? The honest young man shook his head honestly. I wouldn't dare. Then that's settled? Let's go report to Dongha. Actually, they didn't need to report. The leader of this survivor team had already noticed Yang Chen and his companion. A middle-aged man in casual clothes, with a cigarette in his mouth, blocking their way, smiled and said, gentlemen, take it easy. In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, this was a quail egg-level ability user. Before the other party showed any obvious hostility, Yang Chen was too lazy to engage. He wasn't looking to be enemies with the whole world, killing wherever he went. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Wang Zhendong, and I am from the shelter team in Huaxi community. You two are ability users, right? After experiencing the apocalypse, Wang Zhendong, oh no, it should be all ability users, have significantly improved their perception and observation skills. Wang Zhendong sensed a faint aura of killing intent from Yang Chen, and judging from his calm and unafraid expression, he concluded that this was someone not to be trifled with. He should be an ability user. As for Chen Jiai, Wang Zhendong didn't sense anything special about her, but it was still worth asking. It wouldn't hurt to inquire. If they were two wild ability users, he could try to recruit them. After all, in such a disaster-stricken time, every ability user is an extremely rare resource. Only someone like Yang Chen, who had a system, wouldn't take ability users seriously. That's right. Upon hearing Yang Chen's acknowledgement, Wang Zhendong's eyes lit up, and his attitude became friendlier. So, are you two here looking for supplies? If you need anything, just let me know. I can find someone to help you search, since this de Renhua is quite large, and it would probably waste a lot of your time if you two went looking. Yang Chen shook his head. That's not necessary. How long will it take you to move everything? Wang Zhendong took a deep drag on his cigarette and laughed. Who would ever complain about having too many supplies? As long as there's still strength, just keep moving, until this big supermarket is completely emptied out. This was indeed a reasonable statement. In the apocalypse, having more supplies is definitely better. No one would dislike having fewer supplies, not even Yang Chen. No need to trouble you, Yang Chen smiled and said, we'll go in and take a look ourselves to see what we need. All right. Wang Zhendong did not refuse, but instead offered goodwill. Once you go in, just say you're from Huaxi community. That way the other two survivor teams won't bother you. But nothing is absolute, so you need to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Chen was a bit surprised and curiously asked, are you saying that not everyone here is yours? Of course, Wang Zhendong laughed. Besides us from Huaxi community, there are survivors from the Third People's Hospital and the Old City. You need to be cautious. The people from the Old City can be quite fierce. Our Huaxi community's reputation might not mean much to them. If you get into a conflict with them, you can come to me, and I'll help you resolve it. In order to win over these two wild ability users, Wang Zhendong didn't mind playing the role of a caretaker. He even hoped that the group from the Old City would provoke these two, so he could step in and save the day, making them owe him one. However, Wang Zhendong was just thinking this and had no ulterior motives in his heart. Before the apocalypse, he was a retired soldier, and his qualities and behavior were definitely top-notch. One could say he was more upright than 90% of the survivors in the apocalypse. Thanks. Waving his hand, Yang Chen led Chen Jiayi into the Darenhua supermarket. What are you looking at? Hurry up and move the goods. If you're slow, all the supplies will be taken by the other two teams. Wang Zhendong shouted irritably. The surrounding survivors, who were watching the commotion, chuckled and continued their work. Inside the supermarket, the first floor had areas for fruits, fresh produce, snacks, vegetables, daily necessities, and semi-finished prepared dishes, among others. Brother Yang Chen, I'm going to check the sanitary napkins. My sister said there's a brand she often uses that you don't have, so I'll see if they have it here, Chen Jiayi said with a smile. Yang Chen was taken aback. What? I collected so many supermarkets and so many types of sanitary napkins, and not one of them is her favorite? Chen Jiayi stuck out her tongue. Brother Yang Chen, the ones you collected are mostly well-known big brands from convenience stores, and many stores have duplicates. The one my sister often uses is quite hard to find. I see, Yang Chen realized. Then go ahead. Just call me if you need anything. Okay. Yang Chen went to the seasoning section. Old Godmother, hot pot base, sea salt, pepper, black pepper sauce, various spices, anything he didn't have, Yang Chen stuffed into his infinite space. After finishing with the seasonings, Yang Chen went to the beverage section. On the other side, Chen Jiayi was seriously searching for sanitary napkins. Soon, she spotted a familiar package. I found it. She tossed all the sanitary napkins from that package into her shopping cart. Then she grabbed a few others that she thought were good and tossed them in as well. At that moment, several unfamiliar voices rang out nearby. Hurry the hell up. There are only so many supplies. If you're slow, you can just go and eat the northwest wind. Damn it. You all move like women. Have you used all your strength on women's bellies? Hurry the hell up. A fierce voice shouted from the side. Chen Jiayi looked over and saw a bald, muscular man cursing while pointing in a direction, his mouth spewing foul language, with a menacing scar on his shoulder. Noticing her gaze, the scarred bald man looked at Chen Jiayi and couldn't help but brighten up. Where did this gem come from? How come I haven't seen her before? Is your name Sang Biao? The group beside the scarred bald man exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. One of them stepped forward and said, it shouldn't be one of ours, all our people are men. Then it must be from the other two survivor teams. Damn it, they really are something, bringing a delicate woman out to scavenge for supplies. With those skinny arms and legs, she can't even carry supplies. What can she do? The scarred bald man slapped the back of the speaker's head, grinning with a lewd smile, his eyes lingering on Chen Jiayi. What can she do? She can do a lot. I wonder which two are so good at enjoying themselves. Little girl, which survivor team are you from? Want to follow Uncle? Uncle has endless food at home. I promise you won't go hungry. Chen Jiayi rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was the same old story. Did beautiful women always have to attract the attention of unscrupulous men? It was true, though. Even before the apocalypse, there were creepy men who followed girls around, taking sneaky photos and engaging in shameless acts. Now that the world had collapsed, with order gone, laws non-existent, and morals decayed, many people's hearts had twisted, and they were no longer who they once were, leading to even more of such incidents. Chen Jia said, "Can't you change your lines a bit? I'm tired of hearing such unnutritious words." Back at Guanyin University, she had grown accustomed to such vulgarities. In the past, she would have been angry at such remarks, but now, she was immune. As Yang Chen said, "Don't take to heart the words of someone about to die. He was already dying. Why bother arguing with him?" The scarred bald man walked towards Chen Jia. "Hee, little girl, I see you're so fresh and tender. I can't bear to let you be ruined by other men. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll live well in this apocalypse, comfortably." "Sure, then can you hold my hand?" Chen Jia smiled, a pure and easily deceived smile. Seeing her outstretched delicate hand, Sang Biao swallowed hard, his heart suddenly racing. "Hee, smart girl, follow me and I'll make sure you eat well and live luxuriously in the apocalypse, hee." As he spoke, Sang Biao lewdly approached Chen Jia. Just as he was about to grasp her hand, Chen Jia's small hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a blazing red flame ignited on her delicate fist. With a punch, she struck directly at Sang Biao's chest. The immense force sent Sang Biao stumbling back over 10 meters, barely stopping himself by grabbing onto the shelves on either side. You think you can lay a hand on me? You can't even compare to a single finger of my Yang Chen, Chen Jia huffed, her face filled with pride when she mentioned Yang Chen. Sang Biao staggered to regain his balance, looking down at the burning red flame on his chest, his expression darkening, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Jia had put all her strength into that punch. Even if Sang Biao was a quail egg level ability user, it wouldn't feel good. He felt a sharp pain radiating from the spot that had been struck. The red flame clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished. Ability user? Sang Biao's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Good. I was careless and didn't dodge. You young brat actually ambushed an old man in his 40s, no sense of martial ethics. Since you refuse my kindness, don't blame me for getting rough. Just an ability user. I've killed before. Sang Biao activated his ability. His body shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a copper man. Yet even so, the burning red flame continued to scorch him, showing no signs of extinguishing. Sang Biao was stunned. What kind of flame was this? Even in his copper man state, he couldn't put it out. It seems the only way to extinguish this flame is to kill you. What a pity, you're so beautiful, I almost feel reluctant. Sang Biao no longer hesitated, sprinting forward, swinging his hard iron fist towards Chen Jia's head. Just as Chen Jia was about to summon the phoenix to launch a long-range attack and deal with this big guy, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a hand blocking the incoming iron fist. Sang Biao retracted his fist, growling, "Get lost, kid, this is none of your business. Yang Chen, you will die here today." Sang Biao, I, Sang Biao, have never believed in fate, relying solely on my own strength. What, you want to kill me? Do you have that ability? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you wouldn't be able to do it. I, Sang Biao, seeking death. Yang Chen moved his wrist. I've never heard such a deserving request in my life. The commotion attracted many people, including survivors from Huaxi community. They recognized two of them as the young man and woman who had just been at the door, where their boss Dong had taken the initiative to be friendly, and immediately rushed to report to him. When Wang Jindong learned of this, he stood up from his recliner, the relaxed expression on his face completely vanished, replaced by shock and tension. What? How did those two run into Sang Biao? A subordinate, it seems Sang Biao has taken a liking to that young man's girlfriend and intended to forcefully take her, and then that young man started fighting with Sang Biao. Lead the way. Wang Jindong turned and walked towards the entrance of Duranhua. Sang Biao is no good guy. He served time in prison a few years ago. He's a complete madman, and his strength is not low. That kid going up against Sang Biao is likely to get beaten. Those two wild ability users were targets Wang Jindong wanted to recruit, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die under Sang Biao's iron fist. He knew how strong Sang Biao was, on par with himself, easily overpowering ordinary ability users. Even he could only rely on his physical skills to suppress Sang Biao. Just as Wang Jindong was worried about Yang Chen and the others, bang, 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 Sang Biao was pinned to the ground by Yang Chen, arms crossed in defense. Yang Chen's fists were engulfed in blood-red flames. Each punch landed on Sang Biao's body. With Yang Chen's current strength, Sang Biao felt like a chicken in his hands. This was the confidence of reaching the peak of the orange level. Sang Biao was almost going mad. How could this kid be so strong? Each punch felt like being hit by a speeding bullet train. He couldn't withstand it at all. He was just barely holding on. Upon closer inspection, his crossed arms had already deformed. If he were to exit his copper state now, his arms would definitely be ruined, and his internal organs would be shattered. So you call yourself Sang Biao? Daring to bully my woman. Today, I'm going to beat you into a trademark. Yang Chen could have easily killed Sang Biao, but he chose not to. Killing him would be too cheap. Wrong. Little brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and offended this young lady. Please don't hit me. I apologize. Is that okay? If apologies worked, then forget it. Give me a break. Feeling Yang Chen's cold killing intent, Sang Biao panicked. This kid was right. He was probably going to die here today. He hurriedly said, "Little brother, don't be impulsive. I'm Sang Biao from the Hongyan footbath in the old city. My boss is Hong Jia. If you kill me, she won't let you go. If you're not afraid of death, let her come." Yang Chen was done playing. He charged up and delivered a heavy punch to Sang Biao's head. His copper head was instantly flattened by Yang Chen's blow. When Wang Zhendong arrived, he happened to witness this shocking scene. What the hell? In his view, it was quite tricky to deal with Sang Biao, yet this kid managed to beat him to death with wild punches. One must know that Sang Biao's body in his Copperman state was very tough. How did this kid manage to kill Sang Biao with just his bare fists? Could he be a power-type ability user? With Wang Zhendong's keen eye, he could tell that Yang Chen had no martial arts skills at all. The wild punches just now were merely the most ordinary straight punches. There was no technique to speak of. Therefore, Wang Zhendong concluded that this kid didn't know any martial arts at all. It was indeed a case of wild punches killing a master. Such strength should be on par with the leader. Wang Zhendong's mind began to race. He thought of the magical peach tree rooted in the suburban peach orchard. If he could recruit this guy to join their camp, they would definitely gain a significant advantage in the competition for the peach tree. Wang Zhendong had already started organizing his words, preparing to recruit Yang Chen and his companion. Even if they couldn't join them, they could still cooperate. One thing Wang Zhendong guessed correctly was that Yang Chen indeed didn't know any martial arts. He had almost forgotten the military boxing he learned during university training. Not only Wang Zhendong, but all the survivors around who witnessed this scene were also stunned. The leader of one of the three major survivor teams, the Old Town team, was actually beaten to death by a young man? The scene was so shocking that they momentarily doubted whether their eyes were playing tricks on them. But Sang Biao, lying on the ground with a flattened head, was not joking. So everything was real. The faces of the Old Town survivors changed, and they quietly left the scene. Yang Chen's palm pressed against Sang Biao's flattened head. A warm current flowed into his body. With the entry of this warm current, Yang Chen's crystal core finally grew to the size of a cantaloupe. At that moment, Yang Chen's mind was clear, and he had an epiphany. He knew what to do next. Ding! Host has killed the copper transformation user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Yang Chen said calmly. He kicked Sang Biao's corpse and looked in Wang Zhendong's direction. Coming? Yang Chen smiled and casually asked, "Do you know the Hongyan footbath city in the Old Town?" Wang Zhendong approached and nodded. "I know. Sang Biao came from the Hongyan footbath city in the Old Town. Their leader is a woman named Hong Jia. Her strength is about the same as our leader's, and I've heard she can manipulate blood." Manipulate blood? Yang Chen didn't believe that Hong Jia's crystal core had reached the cantaloupe level. If it hadn't, she posed no threat to him. Even if she had, Yang Chen could easily suppress her. The gap between abilities was that significant. Just a mere blood manipulation ability couldn't stir up trouble in front of his many powerful abilities. How many ability users do they have? How many ordinary people? What's their exact location? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhendong was taken aback and asked in return, "What do you want to do? If I killed Sang Biao, does that mean I've made an enemy of that Hong Jie?" "Yes." "Then should I settle this matter with her? Whether to negotiate or fight, we should at least discuss it. No need to be so troublesome." Wang Zhendong smiled. "The day after tomorrow, we will all gather in the peach orchard in the western suburbs of the city. You can talk there." The peach orchard in the western suburbs? There indeed seemed to be an area for planting peach trees there, contracted by a big boss from Jiangcheng. But what was the purpose of going there? Was there something special? Since the peach orchard was mentioned, Wang Zhendong didn't intend to beat around the bush any longer and got straight to the point. "Little brother, I see your strength is quite good. You should be on the same level as our leader. May I ask if you are a lone wolf or if you already have a survivor team?" Yang Chen understood the implication of this. He wanted to recruit him. Yang Chen replied frankly, "Joining you is out of the question. I have my own team." "All right." Wang Zhendong sighed with some regret. "Then there's a collaboration I wonder if you would be interested in." Yang Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Let's hear it." Wang Zhendong, not long ago, an ability user obtained a magical peach from the peach grove in the western suburbs of the city. Let's call it a spirit peach for now. He said that after eating that peach, his depleted energy and stamina were instantly restored, and all his fatigue vanished, even his injuries improved. This person mentioned that in the very center of that peach grove, there is a giant peach tree over 100 meters tall, with a canopy spreading out to 500 meters, and that spirit peach was born from it. At this moment, there are many such spirit peaches on that tree. However, there are many mutated beasts nearby eyeing it, and he alone doesn't have the ability to snatch the spirit peaches from so many mutated beasts, so he released the news, preparing to unite everyone's strength to deal with those mutated beasts and secure the spirit peach tree for us humans. Spirit peach tree? It should be a mutated plant like the zombie tree, just with a different direction of mutation. The name Spirit Peach sounds so fantastical, Yang Chen teased. Wang Zhendong waved his hand nonchalantly. It's just a code name. If you prefer, you can call it an energy fruit or a magical peach. True, Yang Chen nodded with a light laugh. Sure, I can collaborate with you. What's the specific location and time? As soon as he said this, Wang Zhendong's expression brightened, then it settled. At that time, you two will be considered part of our Huaxi survivor shelter. After all, there will be quite a few ability users participating, and once we clear the mutated beasts, it will be time to divide the spoils. Sounds good. It's just a collaboration. Yang Chen thought for a moment and agreed. It's not like he's joining them. Wang Zhendong, the specific location is at the Shuangshuan Peach Garden in the western suburbs of the city. You should know it, right? Any local from Jiangcheng knows that place. The time is already set for the day after tomorrow. During this time, everyone will be trying to recruit powerful ability users. Dealing with the mutated beasts is one aspect, and when it comes time to distribute the benefits, having a strong fist means having a stronger voice, right? Yang Chen understood. Got it. We'll meet at the entrance of the Shuangshuan Peach Garden. Great. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhendong laughed heartily. You all keep busy. Feel free to take any supplies you find here. With your strength, you don't have to fear anyone. Oh, by the way, do you want me to find someone to help you get a big truck? No need for that. Alright then. Wang Zhendong left. Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi continued to stroll around the Darenhua. Anything they liked that they didn't have was tossed into the infinite space. So far, Yang Chen hadn't counted how many supplies he had. In short, it was a lot, enough for the 6 of them to live comfortably. After collecting the supplies, Yang Chen greeted Wang Zhendong and left with Chen Jiayi. On the second floor of Darenhua, a shadowy young man stood by the window, watching Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi leave, his expression fluctuating, not knowing what he was thinking. He was the second in command of the survivor team from the old city. After Sang Biao's death, he became the leader. Dare to kill the ability users of my Hanyan shelter? Just wait for Sister Han's revenge. A reader mentioned that the author deliberately suppresses the protagonist's level, not consuming ability fruits, but that's not true. The main reason is that having too many abilities would make it uninteresting, and the author wouldn't be able to remember them all. In the early stages, the focus is on collecting the 8 major elemental ability fruits, along with special abilities like space and telekinesis. Now that there are more abilities, the divine level wood ability is only used against mutated plants, otherwise, it rarely shows up. The protagonist will definitely use the most powerful one available. Currently, the most lethal abilities are the Red Lotus Flame and the Gold Dominator, while the most mobile ability in the early stages belongs to space abilities, and for reconnaissance, telekinesis is used. The protagonist has now reached the forefront of humanity, belonging to the strongest among them. Alright, here's the third update for today, shamelessly asking for a wave of encouragement for updates, book reviews, adding to your bookshelf, and free little gifts. During the testing period, data is really important for a book. Thank you all. That's it, I'm done. Brothers, there really won't be any cultivation in the later stages. This spirit peach is just a code name, you can call it whatever you like. You can understand it as those special plants and trees in Swallowing the Starry Sky. Really, no cultivation, no cultivation, no cultivation. Stage 2 star map level. Stage 2 star map level. Young master, why didn't you say that in front of that kid just now? That would have been so imposing, so domineering. A little brother asked curiously. The young man was taken aback, looking at this little brother with a gaze that said he was an idiot. Did I say I wouldn't get beaten up? Who knows, I might end up like Sang Biao. The little brother suddenly understood. Oh, so young master, you're afraid of getting beaten up. The young man, are you doing this on purpose? Come here, punish him by not letting him eat dinner tonight? The little brother. After wandering outside for a few more hours, as the time approached 5 in the afternoon, Yang Chen brought Chen Jiayi back to the Jinqiu city community. They teleported back home. Lin Jinyun and the other 3 women had already returned. At this moment, they had taken a shower, smelling fragrant, and were playing do diju in the living room in their pajamas. Upon seeing Yang Chen and the others return, Lin Jinyun immediately put down her cards, stood up, and swayed her mature and graceful figure to greet them. You're back. What did you encounter today? Tell us about it. Hey, Sister Jin-yoon, don't be unreasonable, hurry up and take your cards back. We haven't finished this round yet. Tisk tsk, as the landlord, your cards are this bad. Sister Jin-yoon, your luck is really like a little cow on a plane, amazing to the sky. Sister Jin-yoon, don't change the subject, you lost this round. Lin Jin-yoon laughed, you guys are teaming up to bully me, right? I'll tell you, my little son is back, so you guys better not think about bullying me. Yang Chen chuckled, you all came back pretty early. Did you encounter any mutated beasts today? How many mutated beasts are out there? Speaking of this, Lin Jin-yoon recounted their experiences outside today. The four of them wandered around near Jinsho City. They encountered 24 mutated beasts, mostly mutated cats and dogs, but there were also mutated snakes, mutated spiders, and other mutated creatures. The four of them shared the warm currents equally, each receiving 6 portions. Lin Jin-yoon's crystal core had already reached the level of sugar oranges. Chen Jiayao, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan's crystal cores were a bit smaller, just reaching the size of quail eggs. However, at this speed, they were already considered fast. By the time they moved, their crystal cores would likely reach the level of oranges. In addition to hunting mutated beasts for warm currents, the four of them also encountered a survivor team formed by 7 or 8 local ruffians. These ruffians had ill intentions towards the 4 beautiful women. However, after just a few teasing remarks, they were shot into dice by Lin Jin-yoon and the others with their handguns. Other than that, there was nothing else. They got home at 3:30, a bit earlier than Yang Chen and the others. I'll go take a shower first. After dropping this sentence, Yang Chen went to the bedroom to get a change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Chen Jiaya nudged her sister, go on, give Yang Chen a bath. Ha, oh. Chen Jiai blinked her big eyes in a daze, and after realizing it, her pretty face turned red, and she nodded and went as well. In the bathroom, the shower head sprayed warm water. Yang Chen let the warm water flow down from the top of his head. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the mysterious area where the crystal core was located. Following that instinct, Yang Chen gradually decomposed the crystal core the size of a cantaloupe, breaking it down into specks of starlight that shimmered in the dark space. Immediately, the scattered starlight reassembled, coalescing before Yang Chen into a brilliant, shimmering scroll. The scroll depicted 9 stars, set against a backdrop that resembled the cosmic starry sky. This painting was vividly rendered, the starlight dazzling, as if it were a real starry universe, a sea of starlight, breathtaking and dreamlike. Among the 9 stars, 8 appeared lifeless and gray. Only the first one was illuminated. As the scroll replaced the crystal core and occupied the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen felt his physical body being nourished by a comfortable warm current, refreshing and pleasant, even exhilarating. His physical attributes increased geometrically. The energy used to activate his abilities also surged by at least 10 times. In that moment, with the scroll in his possession, Yang Chen's combat power skyrocketed. At the very least, it was 10 to 20 times greater than during the crystal core phase. Is this the change brought about by the transformation of the crystal core? Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Chen wore a comfortable and contented expression. Now I could take on 2 or 3 dozen of my former self at the melon level. This scroll, with its dazzling starlight and 9 stars adorning it, set against the cosmic backdrop, let's call it a star map. The crystal core is the first stage for ability users, so the star map must be the second stage. Yang Chen opened his eyes and was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. What are you doing? Nothing, just cleaning up for you. Yang Chen had. After taking a shower, he stepped into the second stage, and at that moment, Yang Chen was positively radiant, smiling at everything he saw. Refreshing. As 6 o'clock arrived, a thick fog descended. Lin Jin-yoon had already gathered her sisters to prepare dinner for the day. Yang Chen, the pampered lord, only needed to sit at the table and eat. Today's menu featured black pepper steak with pasta for everyone, unlimited steak refills, fruit and vegetable salad, vitamins must keep up, and finally, red wine to ease the tense atmosphere of the apocalyptic world. Dinner is simple. Just a casual bite will do. Yang Chen laughed. If the survivors still suffering from hunger and cold heard him, they would surely curse him out. Damn it, we're still living in dire straits, and you're eating steak while saying it's simple and casual? How inhumane. What a rich bastard. Lin Jin-yoon shot Yang Chen a glare. Don't say that outside. I'm afraid someone might not be able to resist beating you to death. Yang Chen grinned, unfazed. It's fine, they can't beat me. Ding. Invest in a piece of Lin Jin-yoon's black pepper steak, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pieces of black pepper steak. Ding. Invest in a serving of Yang Chan's pasta, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 servings of pasta. Ding. Invest in a serving of Chen Jiao's fruit and vegetable salad, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 servings of fruit salad. Ding. During the meal, Yang Chen was almost deafened by the system's notification sounds. After dinner, he pulled Lu Ruyan and Yang Chan into the living room. These are the water type and wood type ability fruits. You two can decide how to split them. Yang Chen placed 2 ability fruits on the coffee table. One was a water blue color. The other was a vibrant green. The 2 best friends exchanged glances. Soon, they reached a decision. Yang Chan, I'll take the water type ability fruit. Lu Ruyan, then, I'll take the wood type ability fruit. The 2 friends each took their respective ability fruits and swallowed them. Sitting on the carpet, they began to absorb the ability fruits. Ding! Invest in a water type ability fruit for Yang Chan, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 water type ability fruits and the divine level water type ability Heavenly River Weak Water. Ding! Invest in a healing type ability fruit for Lu Ruyan, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 healing type ability fruits. Heading to the armed department Yang Chan was somewhat surprised. That emerald green ability fruit turned out not to be wood type, but a healing type ability fruit. Healing type was also classified as a special ability, belonging to the same category as telekinesis. It seems that simply distinguishing elemental ability fruits and special ability fruits by color is not 100% accurate, Yang Chen pondered. Just like this time, the wood type ability fruit is green, and the healing type ability fruit is also green. For example, with red, people would normally think that a red ability fruit is fire type. But what if there's a red laser eye ability among the special types? Anything is possible. In a world of disasters and abilities, having a laser eye wouldn't be surprising. Giving the 2 women their second ability fruit, Yang Chen also wanted to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see how the enhancement of strength would manifest under the star map status. Yang Chen speculated that it should be based on the number of lit stars, but until he actually saw it, he couldn't confirm. At the same time, the water type ability fruit was related to the god level ability God of Elements. To possess the God of Elements as soon as possible, it was definitely better for the water type ability fruit to be consumed sooner rather than later. Only when it was in his possession could he feel at ease. Moreover, last night he had only given Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan the telekinesis perception ability fruit, and today he had the right one to supplement them. Half an hour later, the 2 women completed their evolution. Yang Chen also successfully awakened the god-level water-type ability Heavenly River Weak Water. At the same time, he got the answer he wanted. On his star map, the second gray star had already been lit up by 1/10, just as he had guessed. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan opened their eyes, feeling the changes in their bodies, and they were overjoyed, their pretty, delicate faces adorned with happy smiles. Great! They were also dual ability holders now. Today, upon learning that among the 5 women, only they 2 were single ability holders, both women felt almost embarrassed. They felt that in terms of status, they were a level lower than Lin Jinyun, Chen Jia, and Chen Jiaya. In Yang Chen's eyes, those 3 women held more weight. Yang Chan thought it was something Lu Ruyan had said that day at the clinic that had caused Yang Chen to have a bias against them, which was why he treated them differently. But now, seeing it was not that Yang Chen had prejudice against them but rather that there were no ability fruits available before. With the ability fruits supplemented today, the 2 women naturally thought that Yang Chen not giving them the second ability fruit before was not bias, but simply a lack of them. Their hearts instantly filled with joy, and their sense of belonging to Yang Chen deepened a bit. In fact, they didn't know that Yang Chen had an abundance of ability fruits in his infinite space, too many to count. But some were not suitable for girls, such as ironization, copperization, rubberization, stonyization, and so on. Today he had obtained new stock. Naturally, he supplemented the 2 women. Yang Chen probably wouldn't have thought that his actions had unknowingly deepened the 2 women's sense of belonging. Yang Chan linked her arm with Yang Chen's, playfully smiling. Yang Chen, come to our place tonight. Lu Ruyan also chimed in, yeah. No, Yang Chen shook his head. Tonight you 2 go to the children's room and leave the master bedroom for me. The 2 women. Alright, this guy still loves his Aunt Lin the most. Having completed their ability awakening and grown stronger, their entertainment activities began. The 6 of them moved the coffee table, laid soft blankets on the floor, placed snacks and drinks on the sofa, and started watching a horror movie on TV while munching on snacks. Sometimes, when someone got scared, they would suddenly leap into Yang Chen's arms. As time approached midnight, it was about time to rest. Everyone returned to their own rooms. The next day, everyone acted according to yesterday's arrangement. Yang Chen took people out to collect the supplies listed in the notes. Lin Jinyun continued to hunt mutated beasts nearby with the remaining 3 girls, leveling up and growing stronger. However, today, the person following Yang Chen had changed from Chen Jiai to Yang Chan. On the rugged road, Yang Chen said to Yang Chan, who was tightly hugging him and pressing against him, we collected gasoline, purified water, and hardware tools with Jai yesterday. Today, our main targets are the police station or the armed department's equipment storage and the building materials market. Yang Chan replied, I know. Yang Chen was aware of the exact location of the armed department. It was right on Dahua Road. Just follow this road straight ahead, and they would see it. Riding his small electric scooter, Yang Chen expressionlessly turned left. As they passed a towering giant tree, a largemouth flower suddenly sprang out from the dense, lush grass, opening its big mouth to bite at the two of them. But it froze when it was still 20 centimeters away from their shoulders. Its root stem wasn't long enough. It couldn't reach them. The largemouth flower's petals shrank a couple of times before it could only retreat back into the bushes helplessly. Roar, roar, roar. As they passed an intersection, a series of roars echoed. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a battle unfolding in front of a medium-sized supermarket. 7 or 8 mutated beasts were roaring, while 3 ability users were struggling against them, and survivors in police uniforms were attacking with handguns. Further away, a group of survivors was trembling and hiding. Police officers? Seeing the police uniforms, Yang Chen asked in confusion, could they be officers from the armed department? Let's go take a look, Yang Chen said, turning the scooter towards them. The 3 ability users were clearly at a disadvantage against the 8 mutated beasts. As a model citizen, how could Yang Chen just stand by and watch law enforcement officers die at the hands of these beasts? Seeing the small electric scooter rushing over, a female police officer in uniform, holding a black pistol, frantically waved at them and shouted, "Go! Hurry! It's not safe here, get out quickly!" They were already struggling against the 8 frenzied mutated beasts. Trying to shake off these beasts was a troublesome task. If 2 more brainless burdens showed up now, it would only worsen their situation. Yang Chen ignored the female officer's words. The strength of these ability users was already considerable. The strongest among them had reached the peak strength of a sugar orange, on par with Wang Zhendong and the mutated beast he had killed. It had been 16 days since the apocalypse began, and ability users should have started to develop by now. Those bold ability users probably already knew that killing evolved creatures would yield warm currents. Similarly, as ability users grew stronger, mutated beasts and mutated plants couldn't remain stagnant either. They had also become stronger. Yang Chen parked the scooter next to the female officer and smiled, "Need help?" The paid kind. The female officer was taken aback, and after realizing it, she asked in surprise, "Are you ability users?" Yang Chen nodded. The female officer was overjoyed and quickly said, "That's great. We need your help. These 8 mutated beasts are too strong. Please assist our ability users in the evacuation. Thunderous methods, kill the 8 mutated beasts. Thunderous methods, kill the 8 mutated beasts." Sure. Yang Chen looked at the 8 mutated beasts. Sensing Yang Chen's killing intent and threat, 2 of the mutated beasts immediately separated from the group, glaring at Yang Chen as they approached, baring their teeth with fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. One of the mutated dogs had remnants of flesh still hanging from its teeth. Yang Chen did not use his abilities. He wanted to see how strong his physical power had become. Yesterday, he only felt that his physical body had been significantly enhanced, but he didn't have a clear concept of how much it had improved. He still needed to experiment. Woof woof woof, meow meow meow. The mutated dog and mutated cat both let out fierce roars. Their powerful limbs moved as they charged towards Yang Chen at an incredible speed. Yet, Yang Chen stood still, unmoving. This left the surrounding police officers watching in shock. The female officer shouted, "Hey, don't just stand there, get out of the way." She thought Yang Chen was momentarily stunned by the speed of the mutated beasts. Seeing the mutated beasts closing in on Yang Chen's head, she couldn't help but yell anxiously, trying to warn him of the impending threat. What they didn't know was that the mutated beasts, which seemed incredibly fast to them, appeared to Yang Chen as if they were moving as slowly as an old lady walking. There was no possibility of him being unable to react. Just as the 2 mutated beasts lunged at him, Yang Chen's whip-like leg shot out at a speed that was hard for ordinary people to see. Bang! The mutated cat was struck sideways, its massive body flying in the opposite direction of the kick. The mutated dog was also knocked back by the impact with the mutated cat. The 2 mutated beasts crashed to the ground, sliding for over 10 meters. The female officer was dumbfounded. The other armed officers around were also wide-eyed in shock. They gaped, staring at the 2 flying mutated beasts. Such ferocious mutated beasts. And there were 2 of them. He actually repelled them with a single kick? But there was no sign of any special abilities. Could it be some kind of powerful physical enhancement ability? The female officer was speechless. The mutated dog was fine. It shook its head and stood up. But the mutated cat seemed to have broken ribs. It staggered, barely managing to stand. If that kick had hit its head, I wonder if it could have exploded the mutated cat's head, Yang Chen thought to himself. He strolled casually towards the two mutated beasts. The mutated beasts roared, their fierce eyes fixed on Yang Chen. They did not retreat. They did not run away. The mutated cat leaped up, its sharp claws aimed directly at Yang Chen's neck. Yang Chen remained unfazed, simply throwing a punch. Bang! His fist collided with the claws. The claws were instantly turned to mush. The force of the punch did not diminish, directly incapacitating one of the mutated cat's limbs. As his fist approached the mutated cat's head, he switched from a punch to a grip, seizing the mutated cat's head. With a surge of strength, the mutated cat's head shattered with a loud bang. Warm currents flowed into his body, merging into the star map of his consciousness. The second star was lit up a little. It was nowhere near the amount brought by the awakening of the god-level water ability yesterday. It would take 10 times this level of warm currents to match the weight of the god-level water ability. It seemed that lighting up the remaining 8 stars would be a long and arduous journey. However, his physical body was quite strong. He had no issues at all when colliding with the mutated cat's sharp claws. His fist was unscathed. This was just the enhancement brought by his increased level. What if he had additional physical enhancements? If Yang Chen remembered correctly, he had a fruit of ability that enhanced physical attributes in his infinite space, right? He would look for it when he got back tonight. With the mutated cat dealt with, Yang Chen turned his attention to the mutated dog. The mutated dog whined, tucking its tail between its legs, and turned to run. But could Yang Chen let it escape? In a flash, he appeared beside it, gripping the mutated dog's head and pinning its massive body, comparable to that of a water buffalo, to the ground. Bang! Its head exploded. Warm currents flowed into his body, merging into the star map. The scene of Yang Chen effortlessly killing the two mutated beasts was so shocking that it plunged the 3 ability users on the other side, who were struggling against 6 mutated beasts, into deep self-doubt. Why was he so strong? How much warm current had he absorbed? This was something they couldn't understand. After dealing with the mutated dogs and cats, Yang Chen set his sights on the remaining 6 mutated beasts. He helped 3 armed department ability users kill these 6 mutated beasts. He left them 3 corpses, while he tossed the other 3 to Yang Chen. Yang Chen happily began to absorb them. Once the battle was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before Yang Chen appeared, they all thought the losses would be severe. They even feared they might lose some ability users. Fortunately, this divine savior showed up just in time. A burly man with a buzz cut looked at Yang Chen and smiled. "Hello, I'm Su Tianyang, the captain of the armed team. Thank you for assisting us in killing the mutated beasts just now. Otherwise, we might have suffered casualties." Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand. "No problem." Su Tianyang laughed heartily and said politely, "Regardless, we have to thank you. Our armed department isn't far from here. How about you come over and rest for a bit?" Yang Chen's lips curled slightly as he chuckled. "That sounds perfect." Su Tianyang was taken aback. "Brother, was your original goal to come to our armed department?" "That's right. Then what do you want to do at our armed department? Seeking refuge? With your strength, it seems you don't need refuge. At a time like this, what do you think I would want to do at the armed department?" Su Tianyang thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a possibility. "Your goal is the equipment storage?" Yang Chen nodded, openly admitting it. No matter Su Tianyang's reaction, he had to get his hands on the weapons in the armed department's equipment storage, by any means necessary. Now it all depended on Su Tianyang's attitude. Su Tianyang looked a bit troubled and said frankly, "Brother, it's not that I'm stingy, but given the current situation, survivors with guns are definitely doing so for self-protection. If we had any, we would definitely give you some in gratitude for saving us today. But the key point is that we don't have any." As if afraid Yang Chen wouldn't believe him, Su Tianyang added, "The equipment storage is an important area of the armed department, where they installed security doors comparable to bank vaults. Without the key and the minister's ID card, it can't be opened. On the day of the disaster, the minister happened to be away from the armed department, so we couldn't open the equipment storage. If we could have opened it, we wouldn't be using these broken things." As he spoke, Su Tianyang gestured for Yang Chen to look at the small, shabby guns everyone was holding. They were indeed incomparable to the normal armed department's weapons. Hearing this, Yang Chen was somewhat surprised and curiously asked, "You ability users can't get in?" Su Tianyang replied, "My ability is gravity, which doesn't have much effect on the security door. My other 2 companions have abilities of super speed and invisibility, and they also can't get into the equipment storage. There are a few other ability users in the courtyard, but they can't bypass the heavy, hard alloy security door either." Hearing Su Tianyang say this, Yang Chen suddenly understood and smiled nonchalantly. "Then it's no problem. I'll go in and get it, and I'll share some with you. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyang exclaimed in delight, "Brother, your ability can get in? That's great. There are quite a few weapons in the equipment storage, and large-caliber firearms can inflict damage on mutated beasts, which would be a significant boost for us right now. If you can bring some out, it would be a huge help. I'll take charge. You can take whatever weapons you want from the equipment storage. Forget about the rules. What time is it now? Special circumstances require special handling. Should they let those weapons gather dust in the equipment storage just because of rules? At this stage, hot weapons still have lethality against ability users and mutated beasts. Except for a few abilities related to defense, both ability users and mutated beasts would bleed if hit by large-caliber bullets, and some fragile ones could even be turned into dice. There was an anti-material sniper rifle in the equipment storage. If you sneak attack from a few hundred meters away, a counter-material heavy sniper can kill a superhuman or a mutated beast. Su Tianyang's statement still had some flaws. What if this young man took away most of the firearms? Su Tianyang quickly added, "Of course, brother, you see we have quite a few people here. Regarding the distribution of weapons, please be lenient and leave us a bit more. After all, we have 300 to 400 survivors in our armed department, and protecting them requires a large security force." Sure, Yang Chen readily agreed. The quantity was not a problem for him at all. Even if there was only one of each weapon, he could conjure up tens of thousands or even millions. Investment could yield returns 1,000-fold. It was that impressive. Moreover, Su Tianyang's attitude was good, speaking in a negotiating tone, which made Yang Chen feel comfortable. Finally, it wasn't some fool jumping out to oppose him. The 8 mutated beasts were dealt with. Su Tianyang's group of survivors still needed to gather supplies. The survivors who had been hiding far away all returned and began transporting supplies from the supermarket. They found a box truck, and the survivors started to get busy, moving box after box of supplies out and neatly stacking them in the truck. Su Tianyang said to the other 2 superhumans, "You guys keep an eye on things here. I'll accompany Brother Yang back to the office to handle some matters. If anything happens, you must contact me immediately." "Okay. Su Team, you go ahead, we'll keep watch here." The 2 superhumans smiled. Su Tianyang nodded, found a shared bike by the roadside, broke the lock, and rode the shared bike with Yang Chen and the others to the armed department. It wasn't far, about 2 kilometers. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the armed department's courtyard. Su Tianyang casually tossed the shared bike aside and said with a smile, "This is our armed department's shelter. Currently, we have 372 survivors in our shelter. Not counting me, there are 13 superhumans, 8 of whom are my comrades. The remaining 5 were ordinary citizens before the disaster. Some awakened their powers naturally, while others awakened due to encountering superhuman fruits after the disaster began. In addition to the superhumans, we also have a security team of 30 people, and 2 supply collection teams, each with 50 members. The rest are just some survivors." As they walked, Su Tianyang introduced the situation of their shelter to Yang Chen and the others. Speaking of which, this shelter had the largest number of people Yang Chen had seen among all shelters. "Oh right." Su Tianyang looked at Yang Chen curiously, "Brother Yang, what power did you awaken to be able to enter the equipment storage locked by an alloy security door?" Yang Chen smiled mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes." "All right." Su Tianyang didn't press further. "Open the door. It's me." When they reached the courtyard entrance, Su Tianyang shouted at the closed iron gate. Clang clang. The iron gate opened. 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms smiled at Su Tianyang. "Captain, you're back. Hey Su Team, why are you the only one back?" "Yang Chen. Yang Chan, are we not human? What kind of look is that?" Su Tianyang waved his hand. "They're all busy moving supplies. I came back early to handle some matters. You 2 keep a good watch at the gate and report anything unusual immediately." "Yes." The 2 soldiers stood straight and saluted. The 3 entered the armed department's courtyard. The courtyard gate closed again. The 2 soldiers stood guard behind the door, not looking at the surrounding environment, truly thinking this was still before the disaster. Su Tianyang led Yang Chen and the others to a building. At that moment, a few people walked towards them. "Su Tianyang, why did you bring survivors back again? Didn't I say we have no food left? You bringing them back is just adding to our burden." Before the person even arrived, the accusations had already begun. Su Tianyang's smiling face immediately fell as he looked at the young man leading the 3 newcomers, displeased. "Zhao Tianyi, I don't need you, a mere clerk, to dictate how I do my job." "A clerk? If this were the past, I could have you washing cars and logistics with just one word. Do you believe that?" The young man at the forefront, Zhao Tianyi, sneered. His gaze fell on Yang Chen and the others, and he curled his lip in displeasure. This kid can still do some hard labor, but this woman is just a pure vase. Bringing her back is just adding another mouth to feed, only increasing the burden on the shelter. Su Tianyang, take these two back where you found them. There's no place for them in the shelter. Poof. Su Tianyang snorted coldly. He didn't want to argue with Jia Tianyi right now. This guy was placed in their armed department as a transition. If it weren't for this damned apocalyptic disaster, he would have been promoted within a year. Don't ask why. Just know he has someone backing him. Relying on his family's connections, Jia Tianyi spent his days idling in the armed department, avoiding tasks and work, acting like a lord, just waiting for the time to be promoted. When chatting with colleagues, his words were always filled with pride and arrogance. This guy also loved to show off, relishing the way others fawned over him. After the apocalypse, he had also struck it lucky, becoming a natural ability user. Su Tianyang considered him a combat asset due to his abilities and let his past actions slide. But what Su Tianyang didn't expect was that this guy had gone to logistics, managing the supplies and food in the shelter. Jia Tianyi, this brother Yang is an ability user. His powers can help us access the weapons in the equipment storage. Don't make things difficult for me. As soon as these words were spoken, Jia Tianyi's eyes lit up. As a member of this armed department, he had a rough idea of the types and quantities of equipment in the storage. It could be said that it was filled with treasures. The power of those weapons was far greater than the shabby guns they were currently using. If he could get his hands on all of them and arm his trusted subordinates, then his wariness of Su Tianyang would vanish completely. At that point, he could redefine his absolute status in this shelter. He wasn't particularly interested in women. What truly fascinated him was power. Supreme, ruling over everything, the power to dictate the fates of others. It was infuriating that he couldn't even have absolute authority in a small armed department shelter, which particularly displeased Jia Tianyi. Now, he saw an opportunity. Jia Tianyi began to calculate in his mind. Oh really? Jia Tianyi looked at Yang Chen, his head slightly raised, arrogantly saying, "When did I say I wanted to join you? When did I say I wanted to join you? You go open the alloy security door of the equipment storage. Once it's open, I will agree to let you join our shelter. As for this woman, considering you opened the storage, I can also make an exception to allow her to join." His tone was as if he were instructing a servant to do a task. Jia Tianyi regarded Yang Chen and the others as ordinary ability users and survivors desperately seeking refuge in their shelter, speaking with great arrogance. This was his usual way of speaking. When addressing those of lower status than himself, his words were inevitably filled with pride. Yang Chen found it amusing. When did I say I wanted to join you? What? Jia Tianyi suspected there was something wrong with his ears. How could someone not want to join their shelter? He didn't even consider where they were. The armed department. It could be said that aside from the military district, this was where the most capable fighters in the city gathered. They were all here. The weapons were also the most equipped in Jiangcheng, aside from the military district. Although they were still locked in the equipment storage and couldn't be taken out, it still counted as their advantage. The security level of the armed department is top-notch. It's countless times safer than those shelters organized by ordinary citizens outside. Now this person actually says he doesn't want to join them. Does he even know what he's saying? Su Tianyang frowned in displeasure and said, "Jia Tianyi, speak more politely. We have a cooperative relationship with Brother Yang. Don't turn your nose up at him." Cooperation? Jia Tianyi's gaze swept back and forth between Su Tianyang and Yang Chen. If it's cooperation, there must be some kind of transaction between you, right? It can't be that this person is helping to retrieve weapons from the equipment warehouse for free. Su Tianyang, what exactly did you promise this kid as compensation? Su Tianyang opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Jia Tianyi. You didn't promise him the weapons from the equipment warehouse, did you? Indeed. Nowadays, the most valuable asset in the entire armed department shelter, aside from the ability users, is the equipment warehouse stocked with a large number of weapons. Ability users look down on everything else. Su Tianyang must have promised this kid the weapons from the equipment warehouse. This undoubtedly touched Jia Tianyi's sore spot. He arrogantly believed that the weapons in the equipment warehouse were his, and how they were distributed should be decided by him, the logistics minister. Yes, Su Tianyang didn't hide it. His personality was straightforward, almost without any guile. What was true, and there was nothing to conceal. I disagree, Jia Tianyi said angrily. Su Tianyang, how can you, as the captain of the armed team, not know that firearms cannot fall into the hands of ordinary people? You're violating the rules. Jia Tianyi didn't care about rules at all. He just wanted to pick a fight with Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang replied, but he is an ability user, not an ordinary person. Jia Tianyi, do I not know he is an ability user? When I say ordinary people, am I referring to this ordinary person? Su Tianyang continued, and what time is it now? In our country, the existence of firearms is to protect the people and to silence those who want to bully us. Now is precisely the time for those weapons to play their role. Anyway, I just disagree. Jia Tianyi pondered for 2 seconds and said, fine, I can agree, but all the weapons must be handed over to me after they are taken out, and then I will distribute them uniformly. This kid can only get a pistol and 10 bullets. Hey. Yang Chen, feeling annoyed after listening to the two argue for so long, interjected, can we not have fun anymore? How long are we going to keep arguing? My time is very precious. Yang Chen looked directly at Jia Tianyi and said, I don't want to waste time here with you. How much I take from the equipment room is not something you can decide. Since you don't agree with Captain Su's plan, that's fine, the equipment room can't stop me, and all the firearms inside are mine. You dare! Jia Tianyi glared at Yang Chen, everything in there is mine. You can't touch a single one. When Jia Tianyi saw the 2 alloy knives tucked at Yang Chen's waist, he immediately said, you actually have controlled knives. Don't you know these are prohibited items in Huaxia? I will now arrest you according to the law. Yang Chen scoffed, idiot. You dare insult me? Bang! Yang Chen flashed in front of Jia Tianyi. In his astonished gaze, a hand grew larger and larger. Bang! Jia Tianyi was slapped away by Yang Chen, his body crashing hard against the side wall. You dare to lay hands on me? This is an attack on a law enforcement officer. Su Tianyang. As the captain of the armed team, are you going to just watch this madman act arrogantly in the armed department? Jia Tianyi glared at Yang Chen, gritting his teeth. The usually proud Jia Tianyi could not tolerate being slapped. This was a humiliation. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. He wanted to make this ignorant guy pay. Su Tianyang spread his hands. You were the one who joked with him first. Seeing that Su Tianyang wasn't helping him, Jia Tianyi slammed his fist on the floor and shouted at the 2 ability users he had brought, go, take this kid down. I want him dead. The 2 ability users were just ordinary citizens before the apocalypse, but they had early on pledged allegiance to Jia Tianyi, following him without question. At this moment, with their leader giving orders, the 2 ability users immediately stopped hesitating, activated their powers, and charged towards Yang Chen. One had fire abilities, while the other could burrow underground. The fire user summoned a fireball, hurling it towards Yang Chen's face with a roar. The burrowing ability user dove underground, quickly approaching Yang Chen. Faced with the 2-pronged attack, Yang Chen showed no signs of panic. You dare! Su Tianyang shouted angrily, taking a step forward only to be blocked by Jia Tianyi. Jia Tianyi, displeased, said, Su Tianyang, we are on the same side, and now you want to help an outsider. You traitor! Bang! 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 The fireballs exploded in front of Yang Chen. Flames erupted, and a loud boom echoed. Got him! The fire user smiled. But as the flames dissipated, his smile froze on his face. Yang Chen was completely unharmed, his clothes intact. How is that possible? How could you be unscathed? The fire user exclaimed in shock, his pupils trembling. He knew the power of his fireballs. He could guarantee that each explosion had the force of a grenade. Yet this kid had taken 3 fireballs and was completely fine. This was absurd. And me? The burrowing ability user emerged from beneath Yang Chen's feet, pulling out his dagger and jumping up. But as soon as his head appeared, he was met with a large shoe sole. Bang! The burrowing ability user was stomped back down. Yang Chen grinned. You were the ones who made the first move. The fire user, feeling a chill, took 2 steps back and nervously asked, What? What do you want? Whoosh! 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 A metal knife appeared out of thin air in front of the fire user. The flying metal knife easily pierced his flesh, sending him flying backward. His body was pinned against the wall. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and regret. Why did he provoke this guy? The fire user tilted his head and died. The entire place fell silent. Everyone, except for Yang Chen, stared blankly at Yang Chen. I'm surnamed Jia. How could my dad be named Wang Gang? He shares my surname, his name is Jia Gang. I'm surnamed Jia. How could my dad be named Wang Gang? He shares my surname, his name is Jia Gang. Dead. Dead? The death in this conflict was something no one had anticipated. Even Su Tianyang hadn't expected Yang Chen to act so decisively, to kill without hesitation. Jia Tianyi glared at Su Tianyang in anger. Su Tianyang, this is the person you brought back. He killed our ability user. Do you know how valuable an ability user is? You must give an explanation for this. And you! Jia Tianyi turned his furious gaze on Yang Chen, pointing at him forcefully. You've gotten yourself into trouble, daring to kill my ability user. If you don't pay the price today, don't even think about leaving the armed department. Yang Chen frowned, I hate it when people point fingers at me. As he spoke, Yang Chen took step after step towards Jia Tianyi, his footsteps thudding on the floor like muffled thunder, each step striking at Jia Tianyi's heart. What are you doing? Don't come closer. I'm also an ability user. I'm not afraid of you. Jia Tianyi nervously took 2 steps back. Deep down, he felt quite uncertain facing Yang Chen. Before the disaster, he was just a clerk. After the disaster, he awakened his abilities but had never fought. It can be said that Jia Tianyi's combat experience is 0. Apart from the turtle-style punches, he only knows how to kick like an old lady. A weakling. He can handle ordinary people just fine. Relying on his powerful abilities and enhanced physical fitness, he can easily dominate regular folks. But once he faces an equally skilled ability user, every battle becomes a tough fight for Jia Tianyi. As he watched the cold-eyed Yang Chen gradually approach, Jia Tianyi shouted, "Julie, how long are you going to hide in the ground? Hurry up and deal with this kid." Julie, the name of the earth-bending ability user, gritted his teeth upon hearing Jia Tianyi's call. His instincts told him to refuse. The guy in front of him was stronger. If they faced off again, Julie felt he might risk death. But thinking of Jia Tianyi's status and all he had promised, greed took over Julie's heart. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I'll give it my all. If things go wrong, I can just burrow underground and escape. No one can outrun me underground. Plus, with the earth as cover, this kid won't be able to attack me from below. Julie moved. He stealthily approached within 3 or 4 meters of Yang Chen and suddenly leaped out of the ground, raising his dagger to stab at Yang Chen's neck from behind. Yang Chen didn't even turn his head, walking straight towards Jia Tianyi as if Julie's threat didn't exist at all. Julie felt humiliated. Don't underestimate me. Water Dragon Bullet, go. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out behind Julie. Seeing Julie appear, Yang Chen immediately controlled the Water Dragon bullets, each the size of a basketball, that had already been condensed, shooting them out at incredible speed. Whoosh! They reached Julie's back in an instant. Bang! 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 Caught off guard, Julie was knocked over, crashing heavily to the ground. His clothes turned red at a visible speed. After twitching a few times on the ground, Julie lay still. The power of the Water Dragon bullets was no less than that of a 100-pound object falling from 100 meters high. After being hit 3 times, Julie's internal organs were shattered, and the skin struck by the Water Dragon bullets was torn apart, blood and flesh in disarray. Yang Chen turned back to Yang Chen and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, you took care of both of these ability users. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan's cold, beautiful face instantly revealed a charming smile unique to her. Thank you, Yang Chen. The 2 nuisances had been dealt with. Now only Jia Tianyi remained. How could this be? They were both. Jia Tianyi stammered. The deaths of his 2 capable subordinates shattered his confidence. At that moment, a wave of intense pain surged into his brain, and Jia Tianyi couldn't help but scream. Ah! The noise was akin to a pig being slaughtered. Anyone who didn't know would think a pig had died somewhere. His fingers had been broken by Yang Chen. Bang! Bang! His legs were kicked out. Jia Tianyi's knees were shattered. He could no longer maintain his standing position. If Yang Chen hadn't been holding his fingers, Jia Tianyi would have already fallen to the ground. How dare you do this to me? My dad won't let you off. Is your dad Wang Gang? My surname is Jia. How could my dad be called Wang Gang? He shares my surname, it's Jia Gang. Yang Chen, Yang Chan, Su Tian Yang. It seemed to be quite painful. The kid was talking nonsense from the pain. Do you know what position my dad holds in Zhongcheng? I don't know. Jia Tianyi gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging, clearly trying to endure some kind of pain. You killed my people, and you beat me up like this. If you don't want my dad to send someone to hunt you down, you'd better kneel down right now. You must obey my orders, or you'll regret it. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat him this way. Yet, despite being treated like a villain, he was still willing to give him a chance for redemption. Jia Tianyi felt like a truly good person. In the past, everyone would flatter him, constantly showering him with compliments and sycophantic praise. Jia Tianyi had lived his life surrounded by the awe and flattery of others. Over time, he naturally came to believe that as long as he mentioned his father's identity and status, everyone would make way for him, and he never imagined that someone would dare to kill him. Yang Chen scoffed. I only broke your legs, not your brain. How could a good kid start talking nonsense in broad daylight? Not only did I kill those 2, but I also don't plan to let you go. What? Jia Tianyi suspected there was something wrong with his ears. You want to kill me? You really want to kill me? You can't be serious, right? At first, Jia Tianyi couldn't believe it, but looking into Yang Chen's cold, murderous eyes, his inner thoughts began to waver. The more he asked, the more his heart trembled. You can't kill me, naive. Don't be a giant baby in your next life. At your age, do you still naively think the whole world revolves around you? Yang Chen raised his hand, and a metal straight knife embedded in the fire-type ability user flew into his hand. Looking at the gleaming, dazzling metal knife, Jia Tianyi felt a surge of fear, his mind went blank, and at that moment, he even forgot the pain in his body. After a daze of 2.5 seconds, Jia Tianyi gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "You want me dead? Then don't expect to have it easy either." Jia Tianyi pulled out a pitch-black handgun from his pocket with his unharmed hand and aimed it at the close Yang Chen, pulling the trigger and emptying the magazine in a second. Bang bang bang. But the scene of blood splattering that Jia Tianyi had imagined did not occur. How? How is this possible? Your body can actually defend against bullets. What is your ability? What responded to him was the glinting straight knife. Poochie, brothers, leave some reviews. Let this book's rating come out. Also, give a nudge for updates. What's with the daytime reduction? Sanlong anti-material heavy sniper. Sanlong anti-material heavy sniper. Yang Chen grabbed Jia Tianyi's head in his hand. The headless corpse slumped weakly to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed neck, quickly pooling beneath him. Ding! Host has killed the owner of the air cannon. Do you want to extract the air cannon ability fruit? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the head in his hand with some surprise. He thought, this kid's ability is an air cannon? Then why didn't he use it and instead shot me with a little broken gun? Yang Chen couldn't figure it out, and he didn't dwell on the question. Extract. Ding! Extraction successful. After absorbing Jia Tianyi's warmth, Yang Chen casually discarded his head like trash. Yang Chen turned to Su Tianyang and smiled. Now that no one is stopping us, where is the equipment storage? Let's make it quick. We have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyang walked over, casting a complex glance at Jia Tianyi's corpse. Brother Yang, although this grandson Jia Tianyi isn't much, his father is Jia Gang. You should know who that is, right? Yang Chen shook his head. No, is he a big deal? Su Tianyang said, not just a big deal. I've heard he has connections with the state government. If he hadn't died and had gone to the Jiangcheng military district for refuge, he would definitely hold a high position. If he finds out you killed his son, he will definitely come after you. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. After advancing to the second stage, star map level, Yang Chen could better utilize his spatial abilities. Leaving other matters aside, his maximum distance for teleportation had skyrocketed to 10 kilometers. It's exactly 10,000 meters. Instantaneously teleporting 10,000 meters. Who can keep up with that? Fighter jets? Even they can't match his agility. Besides teleportation, Yang Chen has also awakened a group teleportation ability. By setting a spatial anchor point in a certain location, Yang Chen can activate a teleportation array to instantly transfer to that place through the anchor point. The maximum distance of this ability is much greater than that of teleportation. 50 kilometers. But this skill consumes a lot of energy. Yang Chen estimates that using the group teleportation array once would drain all his energy. But that's fine. Didn't Wang Zhenong say that the spirit peaches can quickly help supernatural beings recover their energy and stamina? Once he goes to the peach orchard in the western suburbs tomorrow, he can find a way to get more spirit peaches. He could even dig up the spirit peach trees if necessary. Seeing that Yang Chen had said so, Su Tianyang could only sigh helplessly. Alright then, brother Yang, just be careful. I will keep this secret for you. Just now, when Yang Chen broke Jia Tianyi's fingers and interrupted his legs, Su Tianyang had intended to stop him, but he was frozen in place by a glance from Yang Chen. After advancing to the second stage, star map level, Yang Chen's temperament has also changed significantly. Combined with the killing intent he has cultivated during this time, he can intimidate a battle-hardened warrior like Su Tianyang. The aura and momentum are quite vague. It's hard to describe in just a few simple sentences. It's like cultivating immortality. When one's realm rises, it gives people a sense of ethereal and boundless spirit. Similarly, in martial arts, those with profound realms can exert a heavy pressure like a mountain. Next, it was time to get down to business. Su Tianyang led Yang Chen and Yang Chen to a basement. A fire was lit. In front of the three of them stood a heavy alloy steel door with a metallic sheen. Su Tianyang pointed at the alloy security door and clicked his tongue, somewhat pained. This broken door is a full 15 centimeters thick. Even if I punch it, I can only leave a shallow mark. Then you. I know what you want to say. When the door becomes hard enough, the walls become the biggest flaw, right? Su Tianyang chuckled lightly. Where is this? Huaxia, the place with the strictest gun control in the world. Even the firearms held by our special departments must be properly stored. If they get lost, it could lead to a military court. The walls of this equipment room may look like concrete on all sides, but in reality, they have 10 centimeters of steel plates installed in the middle, so the defense is only slightly lower than that of the alloy security door. Yang Chen. No wonder Su Tianyang and the other supernatural beings couldn't get in. The protective measures are so strict. That 10 cm thick steel plate on the floor is not something Julie could burrow through. Su Tianyang patted Yang Chen on the shoulder. It's up to you now, brother. All right. Yang Chen licked his lips, feeling excited. What boy doesn't have a dream of firearms, piloting fighter jets, driving tanks, operating Gundams, or being a sword immortal? The novelty of the handgun has worn off for Yang Chen. Now he wants new toys. He activated his teleportation. In an instant, he appeared inside the equipment room. The interior of the equipment room was pitch black. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Yang Chen took out the thunder cannon flashlight from his infinite space. Switching the focus from spotlight to floodlight, he illuminated a table. Suddenly, the equipment room became bright. Just this thunder cannon flashlight could turn a vampire to ash with a single beam. With the lighting issue resolved, Yang Chen began his quest for toys. In front of him were rows of stainless steel shelves. On the shelves were black leather cases. Not far away, there were also several large boxes placed against the wall. Yang Chen started to open them one by one. On the first stainless steel shelf, there are a total of 30 black leather boxes. Inside are black cotton foam, with 250 style assault rifles embedded within, occupying 1/3 of the space, while the remaining third holds various accessories for the 250 style assault rifles, as well as a 52 style pistol. The second stainless steel shelf contains 50 black leather boxes, slightly smaller. Inside is also black cotton foam, housing 521 style submachine guns and their accessories. The third stainless steel shelf has only 3 platforms. Each platform holds a long, large black leather box. Yang Chen felt that this was the sniper rifle he was looking for. He couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Each black leather box is labeled with the name of the weapon. Yang Chen could easily recognize these weapons. The first 2 black leather boxes contain sniper rifles. The third black leather box is slightly larger. It is marked Sanglong Anti-Material Heavy Sniper. Anti-Material Heavy Sniper. This is more powerful than an ordinary sniper rifle. Yang Chen was ecstatic. Coming to the armory was indeed the right choice. Yang Chen eagerly took the Sanglong Anti-Material Heavy Sniper out of the black leather box. He set it up on a stand and placed it on the table, unable to take his eyes off it. It was incredibly cool. The appearance of this Sanglong Anti-Material Heavy Sniper is particularly striking, with a black body that has a metallic matte texture. The author has never been to the armory's equipment storage, so he could only describe it as he imagined. The Sanglong Anti-Material Heavy Sniper is entirely a deep black. However, it has a special metallic matte luster that, under the refraction of light, shimmers with a cold metallic sheen, like the most brilliant fragments of stars in the night sky. It is like an assassin lurking on the edge of darkness, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The lines of the gun body are smooth and powerful, with every angle meticulously polished, showcasing a wild beauty of strength. From the solid stock to the stable forend, and to the long, straight barrel, each part tells of its precision and ferocity. On the barrel, fine heat dissipation grooves intertwine, elegantly taming heat while providing a delicate embellishment to the visual appeal. The scope sits firmly atop the barrel, its black body seamlessly integrated with the barrel, the lens shining with a cold light in the interplay of shadows, as if it were the sharp and merciless gaze of a hunter. The trigger and safety mechanism are designed to be both simple and practical, with a black metallic texture conveying an undeniable sense of reliability. The magazine section, with its black metal casing, connects seamlessly to the gun body, each bullet poised like a harbinger of death ready to strike. Generally speaking, an anti-material heavy sniper can penetrate a tank with a single armor-piercing round, even piercing through 10 cm thick steel plates. Previously, Yang Chen had seen a review by a Huaxiao person abroad on firearms. The anti-material heavy sniper pierced through a 10 cm thick steel plate with a single armor-piercing round. The power! It was simply incredible. Even hitting a defensive ability user could result in a one-shot kill. As for abilities like petrification, ironization, or copperman states that transform one's flesh into these hard materials, Yang Chen didn't believe they could maintain their abilities indefinitely. As long as they dared to release it, it would mean death. If one bullet isn't enough, then just use 2, until the opponent is turned into dice. But it doesn't stop there. When Yang Chen shoots, he can attach a metallic edge to the armor-piercing rounds, making the bullets even more penetrating. With Yang Chen's God-level gold ability, Master of Gold, and the current second stage, Stellar Map-level power attached to the edge, it would only be stronger and sharper than Zhang Hai's subordinates. The bullet was imbued with sharpness, and when it was fired, there was the thrust of the firearm, and Yang Chen could add a bit of thrust himself, allowing this anti-material sniper rifle, the Sanglong, to exceed its original shooting speed limits. Perfect. Caught off guard, which ability user could escape such a powerful bullet. One must not underestimate modern human scientific research and weapon manufacturing. These are all crystallizations of wisdom. If an ability user truly believes that possessing powers means they no longer need to fear firearms, they are gravely mistaken. Let's not forget, the most formidable firearms currently in human hands are capable of destroying a large city. One bullet, one city. This matter still needs to be discussed with Shaorizi. They have experience. Of course, they won't have too much experience. The 2 nuclear weapons they consumed back then are far behind compared to what exists now. After putting the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle back into the black leather case, Yang Chen directly stored this black leather case into the infinite space. It's mine. Besides the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle, Yang Chen also stuffed dozens of other black leather cases containing firearms into the infinite space. He then walked over to the large black leather case placed against the wall. As expected, these black leather cases contained bullets of various calibers, as well as smoke bombs, stun grenades, fragmentation grenades, and other weapons. Each case was labeled with its model and caliber. Anyone who could read would recognize them. The bullets for the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle came in 2 types. One was a simple sniper bullet, totaling 300 rounds. The other was an armor-piercing round, totaling 100 rounds. In addition to the bullets and various grenades, one of the cases surprisingly contained bulletproof vests, a full 20 of them. Not a single needle could poke through. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. After stuffing everything into the infinite space, Yang Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he took the Thunder Cannon flashlight and began to explore the equipment storage. Why are there so many cold weapons here? In an inconspicuous corner, various cold weapons were piled up. There were exquisitely crafted and stylish 8-sided Han swords and Tang sabers. There were also rusty and chipped tetanus blades, daggers, butterfly knives, throwing knives. There were even long spears. With such a variety of cold weapons here, could they be the ones confiscated by the armed department over the years from the civilians? Previously, Yang Chen had seen a short video of someone carrying a homemade gun and machete to the police station to turn them in. It should be like that. Who cares? Take them. Just right, Yang Chen wanted to switch to a different melee weapon. This long spear was quite good. After confirming multiple times that there were no other weapons in the equipment storage, Yang Chen teleported back outside. Su Tianyang, who was waiting outside, was pacing back and forth, looking somewhat excited. Great! The weapons locked in the storage could finally see the light of day again. If these weapons could be equipped, their shelter's combat power would rise to a new level. Suddenly, Su Tianyang thought of a question. Yang Chen went in, but how would they get the weapons out? They couldn't just keep moving them one trip at a time, could they? Just as this doubt arose in his mind, Yang Chen returned to their side. Seeing Yang Chen empty-handed and without any weapons, Su Tianyang immediately panicked and hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, where are the weapons? You didn't forget to bring them out, did you?" Yang Chen chuckled lightly. "I got the weapons, let's go outside first." Okay. Su Tianyang hesitated for a moment but still nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but hesitate. Yang Chen went in with his hands in his pockets. He also came out with his hands in his pockets. He hadn't even seen a shadow of the weapons. How could he not be anxious? Back on the ground, the bright light made all three feel very comfortable. With a thought, Yang Chen opened a portal to the infinite space, and some black leather cases and cold weapons were ejected out. Cold weapons, Yang Chen kept a long spear, an 8-sided Han sword, a dagger, and a butterfly knife for himself, while giving the rest to Su Tianyang. As for firearms, he left 3 black cases containing 250 type assault rifles and 52 type handguns, and 5 black cases containing 521 type submachine guns. For throwable weapons like fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, smoke grenades, and tear gas grenades, Yang Chen kept 5 of each, along with 2 bulletproof vests. Most importantly, Yang Chen kept the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle. This was a weapon he would never part with, no matter what. As for the bullets, he left enough for each type of firearm to fill 1 magazine. The quantity didn't matter to him, after all, he had a 10,000-fold return. Seeing these weapons, Su Tianyang's eyes lit up. He expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you so much, Brother Yang. You've really helped us out. With these weapons, the combat power of our armed department's shelter will increase by 2 levels. Once the matter was settled, they prepared to leave. No need, we're just taking what we need, Yang Chen replied. As the armed squad leader, Su Tianyang was well aware of the number of weapons in the armory and knew exactly how many were missing. He felt relieved that Yang Chen wasn't greedy, taking most of the weapons and leaving them with the scraps. The only regret was that among this pile of weapons, there was none of his favorite Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle. He had promised someone before, so it was not the right time to say anything. Su Tianyang shook his head in regret. Brother Yang, our people are moving supplies at that supermarket. When they return, you can take whatever you need, Su Tianyang said politely. Yang Chen shook his head and smiled. No need, our purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. We have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer. Su Tianyang didn't press the issue and readily agreed. Alright, I also want to go see how those little brats are doing. I can't help but worry if I don't keep an eye on them. Brother Yang, if you need any help, just let me know. As long as I, Su Tianyang, can do it, I won't refuse. Yang Chen and Yang Chan were escorted out of the armed department compound by Su Tianyang. Watching the two of them leave, Su Tianyang shook his head secretly, sighing, this kid really puts a lot of pressure on people. Even the battle-hardened warriors from the ugly country didn't give me this much pressure. His ability level must far exceed mine. I don't know how he trains to improve so quickly. Ha! Su Tianyang let out a long breath, his expression relaxing. Fortunately, we've had some interaction. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. I need to build a good relationship with him in the future. After saying that, Su Tianyang picked up the shared bicycle he had knocked over. He hopped on and pedaled toward the supermarket. Building materials market. The disaster apocalypse broke out in the middle of the day. At that time, there were quite a few people in the building materials market. The shops here were as numerous as the stars, and buyers comparing prices were everywhere. With so many people, this also led to a high number of survivors in this place. But this was a building materials market. Most of the surrounding shops sold building materials. The area was crisscrossed with national and provincial roads, and there weren't many places selling food. Besides 3 or 4 convenience stores, there were no other places with food. Food was severely scarce here, and no one wanted to share their precious supplies, leading to serious conflicts between ability users and survivors. Many ability users and survivors were killed or injured. Now, this building materials market had been occupied by someone named by AO. He had 8 ability users under his command and over 100 survivors. 17 days into the disaster apocalypse, amidst the extreme cold and thick fog, mutated plants and animals, the unintentional trampling of terrifying monsters in the fog, and the previous conflicts had resulted in many deaths. This was why the originally bustling building materials market, which had over 1,000 people, was now reduced to so few. 1 in 10 survived. Jia, stinky bitch. You deliberately made things difficult for me before, looking for trouble on purpose, and now it's in my hands, isn't it? Being a market management manager has really gone to your head, hasn't it? Where's that arrogance of yours now? Show it to me again. Damn it, you worthless piece of trash. Make your screams louder. I can't hear you. In the management building at the center of the building materials market, in one room, a flabby figure. A chubby man is. Cough cough, you know what I mean. This chubby man is none other than Bai Ao. He is now the master of this building materials market. Before the disaster struck, he was just a small shop owner, with little capital, poor goods, no one to take care of the business, and often targeted by the market management manager for looking sleazy, the reason being, male condensation. In this room, there are only 2 people, besides Bai Ao, the other is the market management manager, named Wang Xia, a woman in her 30s with about 6 stars, dressed in a white professional outfit. At this moment, she is being bullied by Bai Ao. Bai Go, I was wrong. I was the one who was lowly before. I shouldn't have framed you, please spare me, don't hit me anymore. Woo. Who's the worthless piece of trash? I am the worthless piece of trash. Ha ha ha. Bai Ao is also enjoying this feeling of dominating someone else's fate. It makes him feel particularly pleased, especially when the person he's bullying is the leader who once framed him. The once timid and cautious Bai Ao has changed under the baptism of the apocalypse, becoming inflated, the suppressed grievances in his heart have been released, and his desires are gradually magnifying. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. A tall, thin young man walked in holding a telescope. He directly ignored Wang Xia, as if she were not a person, but a piece of trash discarded at random. Bai Ao looked at his confidant and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me? If you can't give me a good reason, don't blame me for hitting you when I'm the happiest." The young man hurriedly said, Bai Gu, there's something outside." Bai Ao, puzzled, stopped punishing Wang Xia. What could be going on? The young man pulled Bai Ao to the window, handed him the telescope, and pointed in a direction. Bai Gu, look over there. There's a gem. I feel like she's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better looking than Wang Xia. Oh, is that so? Bai Ao became interested and picked up the telescope to look. Bai Ao's eyes lit up. She really is a gem. He continued to observe, and when he saw the outfits of the two, he was stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Those 2 guys have good stuff." They're carrying knives, and they should be wearing bulletproof vests. This stuff is only available at the police station. They must have been to the police station. Since they can get bulletproof vests, there's no reason they can't get guns. Bai Ao had already made up his mind. He wanted that gem of a woman. He wanted the gear on her. As for that kid, he would chop him up and feed him to the dogs. If he was smart and obediently handed over his woman, Bai Ao wouldn't mind giving him a live broadcast. Bai Ao walked back, grabbed Wang Xia by the hair, and dragged her to the window like a dog, pointing at the two people leisurely riding their electric scooter below. Do you see those two? Brothers, please give some support, I beg you. The book has entered the little black room, and most of the deletions are done. I'm so miserable, please add it to your bookshelf, follow for updates, and support with some free little gifts. I update 3 times a day, plenty to satisfy, I guarantee continuous updates. Bai Ao's ability, Beast Control. Bai Ao's ability, Beast Control. Wang Xia was crying and trembling all over with fear, her eyes bloodshot. She didn't care whether she saw or not, and quickly nodded in response. I see. Bai Ao grinned maliciously. You go trick them into the reception room on the first floor. I'll come over later to grab a few bottles of the drugged water. You find a way to make them drink it. If you complete the task, I might consider letting you rest for a few days and even give you some food. How does that sound? Okay, I'll go. I promise to complete the task and make those two drink the drugged water. Please, let me rest for a few days. Wang Xia quickly agreed, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. There were clear handprints and cigarette burns on her body, indicating that she had suffered quite a bit of abuse during this time. But that wasn't the main issue. Bai Ao was a pervert. His ability was beast taming. He had somehow contracted a mutated giant wolf. This mutated giant wolf was larger than an elephant. Its fur was thick and lush, its flesh tough and resilient, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Along with its strong defense, the mutated giant wolf was also particularly fast, with sharp fangs and claws that were formidable weapons, capable of easily tearing apart an ability user. With the help of that mutated giant wolf, Bai Ao had come out on top in the battles among ability users. He had organized the remaining survivors and ability users in the building materials market to establish a shelter. Bai Ao held Wang Xiao's chin and whispered ominously in her ear, "Don't think about running away. You've been with my wolf brother for so long, it has already memorized your scent. If you dare to run, I'll let my wolf brother bite you to death. You can try to see if you can outrun a wolf." Wang Xia trembled in fear, stammering, "No, I won't run away. Please believe me, brother Bai, I'm yours." Just a moment ago, Wang Xia had indeed thought about escaping, but that thought had vanished completely. After being dominated by Bai Ao for so long, her fear of this man had already taken root. Moreover, Bai Ao was right, wolves were also canines, and their sense of smell was just like that of dogs. Where could she possibly run to? Bai Ao slapped Wang Xiao's face, the sound echoing, and smiled with satisfaction. Go on. Why yes. Wang Xia scrambled out. The tall, thin young man asked in confusion, "Brother Bai, we have 17 or 18 ability users in our shelter. Even if that kid is also an ability user, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, he isn't our match. Why do you still want Wang Xia to trick them into coming in, and even plan to drug them?" Oh, the tall, thin young man suddenly understood something and looked at Bai Ao with admiration. "Brother Bai, are you adhering to the principle of using full strength even when fighting a rabbit? We can't underestimate any ability user. What if we end up in a tough spot, right? Brother Bai is really cautious. Having you as the leader of our shelter gives me a great sense of security." In the end, the tall, thin young man didn't forget to give Bai Ao a thumbs up as flattery. Bai Ao paused in his action of lighting a cigarette, bewildered. Was that what I meant? I should be implying that, right? Damn, I didn't think that much. I just thought it would be fun. Bai Ao lit his cigarette, began to exhale smoke, and sneered, "Xiao Hei, your analysis is good, but that's not the main reason." The young man called Xiao Hei curiously asked, "Then what is the main reason?" Bai Ao replied, "The main reason is that I'm just too bored." Don't you think directly crushing them is boring? The outside world has turned into that hellish state. I don't think we can go back to how things were before. My brothers spend every day either playing cards or chasing women. It's getting tiresome. Now that 2 sources of amusement have come along, wouldn't it be a pity to just crush them? I want to see the look of terror and shock in their eyes when they wake up, and hear their voices begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei couldn't help but shiver. This guy was truly a different kind of pervert. He wasn't even afraid of running into tough opponents. Damn, am I going to be a prophet? What if Bai Ao really ends up in a tough spot? In the building materials market, Yang Chen and Yang Chan were wandering around. Whenever they encountered something suitable, or something that was not available in the infinite space, Yang Chen would take some blueprints. The main materials were still rebar, I-beams, and some tools. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out behind them. Hey, you two, stop wandering around. Come here quickly. There's a powerful mutated beast lurking nearby, and many ability users are no match for that beast. The two turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a woman staggering towards them. A powerful mutated beast? Yang Chen thought for a moment. Since the apocalypse began, he seemed to have never encountered a truly formidable mutated beast. The most common ones were just some cats and dogs. At worst, maybe a snake. What kind of animal is this mutated beast you're talking about? Yang Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Xia involuntarily thought of the ferocious appearance of a mutated giant wolf, and her body couldn't help but shiver, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm so scared. I didn't see it clearly, but I felt it was a wolf. A wolf? The two exchanged glances. Jiang Chang was in a plain area. There were rarely any ferocious animals around. Perhaps they had all been wiped out before the millennium. Anyway, Yang Chen had never seen an animal more ferocious than a dog since he could remember. Except for the zoo. Alright, speaking of the zoo, Jiang Chang indeed had two. One of the zoos even had pandas and Siberian tigers. Could this mutated giant wolf have escaped from the zoo? That made sense. Besides the zoo, where else could one see wolves in Jiangchang? Yang Chen licked his lips. Suddenly, he had the intention to confront this mutated giant wolf. He didn't know how strong a carnivorous animal would become after mutation. Sister, do you know where that mutated giant wolf went? Yang Chen asked curiously. If it were before, Wang Xia would definitely have pointed at Yang Chen's nose and scolded him, but now, she just wanted to complete the task that Bai Ao had given her. I don't know, but we have someone who saw where the mutated giant wolf ran off to, Wang Xia said. Why don't you two come back with me to rest for a bit, have something to eat, and I'll find that person to help you ask. As soon as she said this, Yang Chen looked at Wang Xia with suspicion. It had been more than half a month since the apocalypse began, and there were still people so warm-hearted? She actually invited strangers to her own lair. If this woman wasn't a saint, then there was something wrong. Yang Chen, well-versed in apocalyptic novels and accustomed to various portrayals of human nature, knew very well that one should not easily trust others in the apocalypse. Not to mention a woman, even a pitiful 4 or 5-year-old child shouldn't be easily trusted. You might go to help, and they could stab you in the back. But knowing that this woman had issues, Yang Chen still agreed. He wanted to see what kind of trick this woman was up to. Since this woman had come to him, it proved that someone was definitely plotting against them behind her. This was a potential threat. Yang Chen disliked this feeling of being secretly watched by malicious people, even if the enemy was a weak little ant. He wanted to see who dared to set their sights on him. If caught, they must be ground to dust. Wang Xia saw that Yang Chen agreed and immediately showed a look of joy. She didn't expect to deceive the two so easily. They were truly two naive young people. In the past, one couldn't easily trust strangers in society, let alone now. Two fools. She thought this in her heart, but Wang Xia didn't show it. She appeared nervous and anxious, pretending to look around. Let's go, quickly. I'm afraid that beast is nearby. Wang Xia led Yang Chen and Yang Chan quickly towards the management building at the center of the building materials market. Soon, the three entered the management building. Arriving here, Wang Xia let out a sigh of relief and turned to chat with the two. You both look so young. Are you a couple? I really envy you. Even in this apocalypse, you still have each other. Yang Chen did not deny it but asked, Sister, why is there no one in this building materials market? We've been wandering for so long and only seen you. Wang Xia replied, Where could they go? They've all died, of course. Before, they fought over food, and later, only a few were left after being eaten by that mutated giant wolf. I see. Come on, I'll take you to sit down for a bit, and then I'll help you find someone who knows the whereabouts of the mutated giant wolf. Okay. Wang Xia led the two into a reception room. The black leather sofa was already covered in dust. A gentle wipe with her hand left thick dust on her fingertips. Wang Xia enthusiastically used her clothes to wipe off the dust for the two, smiling. You sit for a while, I'll go get you something to eat and drink. With that, Wang Xia walked straight out of the reception room. After she left, Yang Chen expanded his telekinetic perception. The situation in this building was laid bare before him. He hadn't used his telekinetic perception before because he didn't care. Whether there were people in this building materials market was irrelevant to him, he only wanted materials. But now, since someone had set their sights on him, Yang Chen wanted to see who had the audacity. Under his telekinetic perception, everything in this building was as if it were non-existent, nowhere to hide. In several surrounding rooms, there were a large number of survivors, holding various weapons as if waiting for something, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the reception room where they were. Among them were several ability users. The strongest one had a crystal core the size of an orange. The others had crystal cores ranging from peanuts to quail eggs to sugar oranges. Wang Xia pushed open a room door and walked in, kneeling before a chubby man with a fair complexion, trembling as she said, "Bye. Brother Bai, I've tricked them here, what? What should we do next?" Bai Ao grinned and waved his hand, and a little brother brought over a plastic bag. The plastic bag was tossed in front of Wang Xia, containing 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 loaves of bread. Bai Ao said, "This water has a sedative for livestock mixed in, even if that kid is an ability user, he can be knocked out. Take it to them." Yes, I'll do whatever Brother Bai says." Wang Xia nervously picked up the plastic bag and left the room. Yang Chen watched this scene unfold, feeling somewhat puzzled, thinking, is it really necessary to be this cautious? With over a dozen ability users gathered together, they still need to rely on drugs. These people are too despicable. While he was thinking, Wang Xia returned, her face beaming with a warm smile. Come, you must be thirsty. I brought you some water and food. You can eat and drink first. The person who knows the whereabouts of the mutated giant wolf has already been notified and will be down in 2 minutes. As she spoke, Wang Xia placed the water and bread in front of the two. However, neither of them reached for the water and bread on the table. Yang Chen could use telekinetic perception to investigate. Could Yang Chen not do the same? In Yang Chen's team, telekinetic perception was standard equipment. Moreover, even without telekinetic perception, Yang Chen did not trust that this woman would be so kind. As a girl, her vigilance was even stronger than Yang Chen's. Yang Chen knew well that sometimes, it wasn't just men who could harm you, women could do the same. They might envy your good family background, envy your beauty, and if they were unhappy with their own lives, they would go to great lengths to slander and hurt those girls who were doing well. When Yang Chen was in middle school, she was once the subject of a rumor, and it was only after some investigation that she discovered the one who spread the rumor was none other than her close friend, who had been by her side day and night. At that time, Yang Chen felt that the world was quite strange. Yang Chen picked up the water in front of him, and Wang Xia thought he had discovered something, causing her to feel nervous. Her gaze darted around, but she heard him say, "I don't drink Farmer's 3 circles." Wang Xia, damn, I thought I was found out. Turns out this guy is just picky. Wang Xia forced a smile and said, "Come on, young man, just make do with it. I don't have any other brand of water here." Yang Chen twisted off the bottle cap, and just when Wang Xia thought he was going to drink it, he suddenly grabbed her by the neck, pried her mouth open, and poured the entire bottle of water into her mouth. Whoa whoa whoa. Wang Xia struggled desperately, water spraying from her mouth and soaking her clothes. Perhaps the water went down the wrong pipe, and she began to cough violently. Yang Chen threw her hard against the wall. "I don't like drinking things that others have tampered with." Wang Xia was shocked, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. How did you find out?" Yang Chen scoffed, "You have too many loopholes." As he spoke, blood-red flames ignited on Wang Xia's body. In the blink of an eye, she was reduced to ashes. A dog that doesn't bark when it sees a person is not a good dog. Hiding for so long, was it to make me invite you out? Yang Chen suddenly charged out. His speed was incredibly fast, like a ghost. His clenched fist smashed through 2 walls in succession. He rushed in front of Bai Ao. Bai Ao was stunned. How did a perfectly good wall suddenly have a big hole? When did this person appear in front of him? By the time Bai Ao came to his senses, his neck was already in Yang Chen's grip. His nearly 300-pound body lifted effortlessly, and a feeling of suffocation surged to his brain. Bai Ao was helpless, like a 300-pound fat man, his legs flailing, his body shaking wildly, his chubby hands trying to pry Yang Chen's grip apart. But Bai Ao was terrified to find that he couldn't budge this person in front of him. "Am misunderstanding, brother. This is all that woman's doing, and it has nothing to do with me." Crush! A mutated giant wolf appeared. Crush! The moment before, Bai Ao was laughing with those around him, and the next second, he was grabbed by the neck, lifted into the air like a dead pig, screaming and begging for mercy. 1 second, hee. The next second, not hee. The other survivors and ability users in the room were also dumbfounded. What happened? In the blink of an eye, how did the boss get captured? In front of so many people, allowing an outsider to easily capture the boss, what face do they have left? If this gets out, it would tarnish their reputation. If another boss finds out about this dark history, how would they view this group? No way. They must regain their dignity. A group of survivors and ability users surrounded Yang Chen, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for a command. They were waiting for Bai Ao to give the order to attack. "Kid, although I didn't see how you took down Brother Bai, I advise you to put him down honestly and then kneel and apologize. Maybe we can spare your life. That's right, don't think we're afraid just because you're an ability user. Damn it, why waste words with this kid? Brother Bai, give the order. As long as you speak, we'll rush up and turn this kid into meat paste. By AO, nearly suffocating and unable to speak. These people chose to threaten Yang Chen with empty words, but Yang Chen wasn't going to waste time with them. 3 infinite spaces opened in 3 rooms. Ally straight knives whistled out, burning with red lotus flames. They flew rapidly in the small, enclosed room. The speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Its flying speed had already surpassed Mach 5. It was only 26 Mach slower than the speed of the Chang'e 6 mission released by our mother. I know the rumors have been dispelled, but I still hope that in the future, there will really be such space-level ground strike weapons. Keep up the good work. The ally straight knives, burning with the flames of the red lotus, danced swiftly. In the blink of an eye, ordinary survivors were pierced by multiple alloy straight knives, turning them into a porcupine. They were dead. The red lotus flames helped to burn the corpses, even extinguishing their souls. The area was cleared in a second. Ordinary survivors could only serve as cannon fodder in the subsequent battles. They weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. The ability user Yang Chen did not use the red lotus straight knife. Instead, he greeted them with an ordinary alloy straight knife. They were not even on the same level as Yang Chen. At this moment, more than a dozen ability users could only struggle under Yang Chen's firepower coverage. Some ability users who were not good at defense were already covered in wounds. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Impossible. As fellow ability users, even if there is a gap, our difference shouldn't be this big. What went wrong? Could it be that this kid logged in early? Did he become an ability user before the disaster struck and trained for several years? Damn it! What should we do? If this continues, we will definitely be killed by him. What the hell, a real-life Magneto. So terrifying. Brother Bai, quickly summon Wolf Brother, we can't hold on much longer. Bai AO, who was also about to collapse, nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this. A bunch of useless people. So many of them couldn't even take down a little brat. He could see that these people were doing it on purpose. They were putting in the effort but not the work. They just wanted to watch him get killed by this kid. Then they could choose a new leader. Damn it! A bunch of ungrateful wolves. These damned guys not putting in the effort was one thing. On the other hand, this kid was also no pushover. His level should have already surpassed his own. At this moment, Bai AO knew that the fun target he had his eyes on was a tough nut to crack. But it was fine, who said Bai AO had no trump cards. Mental link. He sensed that his helper had arrived. Kid, you're finished. Wait to become my wolf brother's meal, hee. Bai AO felt invigorated again. In his view, Yang Chen was strong, but if he summoned the ferocious mutated giant wolf, how would he deal with that? Bang! The wall was once again smashed open. A mutated giant wolf, larger than an elephant, with fierce, bloodthirsty eyes and bloodstained fur, charged in without hesitation, pouncing towards Yang Chen, mouth wide open, fangs bared, a foul stench filling the air. Yang Chen smiled easily, grabbing Bai AO's ankle with one hand. Swinging Bai AO like a club, he aimed at the mutated giant wolf. Take this, a big healthcare move. Bai AO's rear tightened, nearly scared out of his wits. No, brother, if you're going to fight. Don't swing me around. Wolf brother, stop. I'm your big brother. I treat you like my own brother. You can't treat me like a distant cousin. Fortunately, Bai AO's beast taming ability was somewhat advanced. As long as he established a mental link with the mutated beast, the beast's favor towards the linker would greatly increase, obeying orders, and the linker's commands would override instinct. Moreover, the mental link was a connection of two souls. If the link was compared to a sword, then the one who actively established the link, the beast tamer, was the one holding the hilt, while the linked one was connected by the entire blade. It could be said that the former could determine the life of the latter. At a critical moment, the mutated giant wolf changed its form, its massive body crashing through the wall and tumbling outside the management building. Bai AO's head felt a temporary sense of relief. Brother, let's talk nicely. Put me down, there's nothing we can't discuss, right? Bai AO said to Yang Chen. Not a chance. What the hell is there to talk about? Swinging me around like a healthcare tool, this is a mortal enemy. Once I break free from your control, just watch me decide whether to let my wolf brother bite you. Bai AO has always believed that his wolf brother is invincible. Not good. I have my eye on your ability. To be honest, Bai AO's ability is indeed quite impressive. Among the special types, it can hold its own against telekinesis. Of course, Yang Chen was referring to the beast-controlling ability after a tenfold return. You have your eye on my ability? But I've already consumed the ability fruit. I can't give it to you, Bai AO said, confused, feeling that Yang Chen's words were inexplicable. I have my ways. Yang Chen chuckled lightly and walked out through the hole smashed by the mutated giant wolf. Bai Ao's head hit the ground as Yang Chen dragged him forward. Ah, damn, you bunch of idiots. You're just standing around doing nothing. Bai Ao cursed loudly. If you can't beat this kid, can you at least not handle a woman? Go catch that woman. Water Dragon Bomb. A few water bombs shot out, knocking several ability users off their feet. Yang Chan arrived. After killing the other 2 ability users in the other rooms, she came to this one. With Yang Chen's Thousand Blades dance assisting, these ability users had no chance of executing a group attack strategy against Yang Chan. Yang Chan smiled at Yang Chen. You go play with that mutated giant wolf. I'll take care of these guys. Brothers, the book review has reached 61. Can we get it to 100? Push for updates. A little free gift. Click it. Let's break 1,000 today. Thank you all. Kill by AO. Experiment with the Tsunlong anti-material heavy sniper. Kill by AO. Experiment with the Tsunlong anti-material heavy sniper. Aside from by AO and the previous few ability users killed by Yang Chan, there were still 6 ability users left on the scene. Yang Chen nodded. His gaze fell on the mutated giant wolf, which was hunched over and baring its teeth at him. In his telekinetic perception, the crystal core of this mutated giant wolf had actually reached the orange level. This surpassed any ability user he had ever seen. Could it be that the evolution speed of ability users is not as fast as that of plants and animals? Oh whoa! The mutated giant wolf howled, its massive form charging forward like a speeding train, opening its gaping maw and raising its 2 front paws to reveal sharp claws. A beast is indeed a beast. Its attack method shows no flexibility at all. Yang Chen sneered, directly dragging by AO and stepping forward, swinging the 300-pound man hard towards the mutated giant wolf. The mutated giant wolf howled. Not much intelligence. No, rather than saying it lacked intelligence, it was more accurate to say that its instincts had completely taken over, leaving little room for thought. Faced with Yang Chen's shameless tactics, the mutated giant wolf felt utterly uncomfortable. It couldn't fight back, nor could it save itself. This was tough. The mutated giant wolf jumped back, baring its teeth at Yang Chen. Bai Ao was also feeling uncomfortable being swung around like this, and it was too humiliating to be used as a weapon. If this got out, how would Bai Ao continue to mix in Jiangcheng? Bai Ao earnestly said, since you can't beat my wolf brother, why insist on resisting? Just let me go, and I promise my wolf brother won't lay a hand on you. Yang Chen scoffed, looking at Bai Ao with a look of disdain. Do you even believe what you're saying? Forget it, it's pointless. Let's just deal with this beast as soon as possible. We've already wasted enough time here. As for you, Yang Chen's gaze turned cold, and Bai Ao felt a bone-chilling killing intent from it. He nervously tightened up and quickly asked, What do you want? I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless. Killing me won't do you any good. My wolf brother was originally much more ferocious than he is now, and it was because of me that he became docile. If you kill me, the seal binding him will be broken, and he will revert to his original bloodthirsty and irrational beastly self. At that time, you will all die. Is that so? Yang Chen was surprised. I really want to see that. Yang Chen released his grip, using his mental power to control Bai Ao's body, turning it upright. His hand rested on Bai Ao's head. No. Little brother, let's discuss this further. Don't kill me. We can talk things over. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. In that moment, Bai Ao was genuinely afraid. This kid was truly unyielding. What was supporting him in being so reckless? He really wasn't afraid of the beast regaining its ferocity. Bang! Bai Ao's head was crushed. The warmth that belonged to him flowed into Yang Chen's body, merging into the star map. A portion of the gray area of the second star on the star map was illuminated again. Although it was small, it was still much larger than the previous few mutated beasts. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded on time. Ding! Host has killed the beast-taming ability user. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Yes. Ding! Beast-taming ability fruit extraction successful. Yang Chen's lips curled slightly, feeling quite pleased. The beast-taming ability fruit is finally in hand. I need to find a fierce mutated beast to keep as a pet when I have the time. The mental link was severed, and the mutated giant wolf staggered slightly, shaking its head and letting out a chilling low growl. Its already crimson eyes became even deeper. Within them lay ferocity and savagery. Roar, 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 roar. The mutated giant wolf howled at the sky, its voice echoing for several kilometers. Its blood-red beastly eyes fixed fiercely on Yang Chen, gritting its teeth, thick drool dripping from between its fangs. In the next second, it exerted its limbs, its massive body leaping high, pouncing towards Yang Chen. Well, even with its beastly nature unleashed, the mutated giant wolf's attack method was still nothing new. Just right. then you can try the gun. However, my aim isn't good, so I can't hit a moving target. You should just sit down obediently. Yang Chen raised his hand, gently pressing down on the mutated giant wolf. In an instant, the mutated giant wolf lost control of its body. It fell directly from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The mutated giant wolf's physical body was already restrained by Yang Chen's mental power. As long as the mutated giant wolf's level did not surpass Yang Chen's, it could not break free from the control of his mental power. In novels, there is a concept of mental power masters, where the main driving force is mental power. Since mental power can control weapons to attack enemies, it can also control living beings. At most, controlling weapons means dealing with inanimate objects that won't struggle. Controlling the mutated giant wolf, however, involves a living creature that will struggle. All along, Yang Chen had used the Dominator of Gold to control the alloy straight knife. This was his first time using mental power to control an object. The effect was quite good. The mutated giant wolf became obedient. Roar, roar, roar. Yang Chen ignored the mutated giant wolf's howls. He pulled out the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle from the infinite space. He loaded the magazine with bullets and clicked it into place. Pulling the bolt, the bullet was chambered. Yang Chen aimed the gun at one of the mutated giant wolf's hind legs. He pulled the trigger. Bang! As expected of an anti-material sniper rifle, the recoil was much stronger than other guns. Yang Chen felt nothing when firing other guns, but when firing the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle, he clearly felt the thrust, but it was just a little, comparable to being gently poked by Lin Jinyun's flirty little hand. Bang! The bullet hit the mutated giant wolf's hind leg, embedding itself into the flesh. The mutated giant wolf let out a howl. It broke through its defenses. You must know that the mutated giant wolf had a thick coat of fur for protection. Moreover, its skin and flesh were particularly resilient. Some ability users couldn't even injure it. Now, the Tsanglong anti-material sniper rifle had wounded the mutated giant wolf. It truly is something meant for taking down tanks. Impressive. Just now, it was merely a regular shot. Yang Chen neither infused the bullet with sharpness, nor used the Golden Sovereign's thrust when the bullet was fired, and he was using standard sniper bullets, not armor-piercing ones. Next, Yang Chen conducted a series of experiments. The ordinary bullet with sharpness easily penetrated the hind leg of the mutated giant wolf. The armor-piercing bullet could tear off a large chunk of flesh from the mutated giant wolf. The armor-piercing bullet with sharpness in Yang Chen's thrust easily shattered 1/10 of the mutated giant wolf's body. Bang! The flesh that flew off was all in pieces. Summary: armor-piercing bullet with sharpness in Yang Chen's thrust has the strongest power. Yang Chen felt he could easily shoot down a melon-level ability user. Even against a second-stage, star map level, there would be some lethality. How should I put it? For Yang Chen, it was still quite a hassle. In the first stage, Crystal Core melon-level ability users, he could single-handedly take down a group. The second stage, star map level, was no match for him either. Unless the opponent had all 9 stars lit up while he only had 1 lit, he wouldn't be able to win. But with space abilities, very few could stop him if he wanted to leave. Give it to Aunt Lin, her metal manipulation can also increase thrust. Later, when I give her the sharpness ability fruit, with this anti-material heavy sniper, she could also injure star map experts. While thinking about self-inflicted harm, Yang Chen put away the Tsanglong anti-material heavy sniper. He wondered if the world would mutate and if future technology would develop rapidly. Yang Chen really wanted to see those high civilization technological weapons. Just like the worldview in Devour, humans could create armored warriors and weapons. These were still too far away for Yang Chen. He temporarily cast those thoughts aside. Walking up to the mutated giant wolf, Yang Chen stepped on its head, which was larger than a bull's, and killed it. It's a pity I don't like wolves, otherwise, I might have kept you as a pet. Yang Chen shook his head and laughed, drawing the alloy dagger from his waist. With metal sharpness attached to it, he stabbed through the mutated giant wolf's head in one strike. Oh whoa! The mutated giant wolf let out a tragic whimper, then extended its foul-smelling tongue and breathed its last. Absorbing the warm flow from the mutated giant wolf, Yang Chen partially lit up his second star. Based on the warm flow brought by the mutated giant wolf at the orange level, Yang Chen estimated he would need to find about 15 or 16 more evolutionary creatures of this level to fully light up the second star. If it were the first stage, at the peak crystal core melon level, this number could be reduced further. Yang Chen retracted his foot inside. Ever since I condensed the star map, the nutrients I need to grow stronger have increased geometrically. It wasn't that Yang Chen's breakthrough speed had slowed down, but rather that the strength of the surrounding evolutionary creatures couldn't keep up with his growth. If there were a dozen melon levels, Yang Chen knew he could take them down in the past and light up the second star in no time. But if they were just a bunch of orange levels, or even sugar orange levels or weaker ability users, that would be a different story. He glanced at the alloy dagger. Even you are about to fall behind. In the second stage, human ability users would have significantly enhanced physical qualities, and by then, Yang Chen estimated that the original sharpness of the alloy dagger would no longer be able to inflict effective damage on ability users, unless he infused it with sharpness again. Where could he find higher-level weapons? The system's 10,000-fold return was not something he could control. If only it could be controlled. To this day, Yang Chen still hadn't fully grasped the rules of the 10,000-fold return. No more thinking about this, let's take it one step at a time. Yang Chen's mind was open, never engaging in mental exhaustion. Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. The alloy dagger couldn't keep up? Just give it a little boost. For example, with the golden sovereign's sharpness. For example, the red lotus fire attaches to the blade. These are all ways to enhance the power of weapons. On the other side, the remaining 6 ability users have already had 3 dealt with by Yang Chen. While fighting, Yang Chen absorbs the warm currents of the deceased ability users, her strength steadily increasing, growing stronger with each battle, and she is now able to suppress the remaining 3 ability users. Under Yang Chen's telepathic perception, he clearly sees the size of Yang Chen's crystal core. Orange level. Previously, Yang Chen was only at the sugar orange level, and in such a short time, she has become an orange level expert. What a joke! If an orange level can't handle 2 peanuts and a quail egg, Yang Chen might as well find a block of frozen tofu to smash herself with. How embarrassing. That would be too humiliating. Even if Yang Chen said nothing, Yang Chen would feel too ashamed to lift her head. Yang Chen did not rush to help but said, "Leave one alive." Yang Chen nodded in agreement, fully focused on the battle. Okay. Water Dragon Bullet. Condensing the water molecules in the air into water dragon bullets for attack, Yang Chen, with high mobility and telepathic perception, easily dodges the attacks of the 3 men. She knows her shortcomings. She can't fight. Therefore, she doesn't engage in physical combat with the 3 strong men. Instead, she kites them. Taking advantage of the moment when someone is caught off guard and has no time to react, she rushes in for a flurry of slashes. With the enhancement of telepathic perception, Yang Chen can easily survey the entire battlefield, promptly noticing any unfavorable situations for herself. In the eyes of the other 3 ability users, this woman seems to have eyes all over her body. Sneak attacks seem ineffective against her. They can't catch her, nor can they defeat her. It's tough. One female ability user, panting heavily, her expression fluctuating as she glances back and forth between Yang Chen and Yang Chen, then suddenly hardens her heart, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Put. One companion is pierced through the chest by her. Her bloody hand penetrates the person's chest, still clutching a heart that is still beating. Bang! The heart is crushed. The person's eyes are filled with disbelief. You bitch. The woman coldly replies, "Sorry, I just want to survive." She then fixes her gaze on the last ability user. That ability user is a middle-aged man, about 1.60 meters tall. At this moment, being stared at by the woman, he feels a tightening in his chest, his expression fluctuating, gritting his teeth and saying, "Han Fei Fei, you want to kill me? You want them to leave you as the only survivor? Naive. You naive woman. Do you really think they will spare you? They will only use you, and when you have no value left, they will kill you." Han Fei Fei remains unfazed, stepping closer to the man. "I know, but I also know that fighting them is a dead end. If I am the only survivor, I still have a glimmer of hope. If I die, there will truly be no chance." The man is infuriated by her words, jumping up and down in place. "Damn it, you crazy woman." After saying that, he turns and runs. It's impossible to fight. He is just a peanut, while Han Fei Fei is a quail egg. The man does not know the size of their crystal cores, but he knows he is definitely no match for Han Fei Fei. He was already heavily injured before, and now facing Han Fei Fei, he has no chance at all. Run! There is no other way but to run. Seeing this, Han Fei Fei quickly starts to chase after him. Yang Chen and Yang Chen do not rush to kill the 2. Instead, they follow behind them at a leisurely pace. Yang Chen says, "The ability user who was heart extracted just now has no warm current left. It must have been absorbed by that Han Fei Fei. Once she kills the last ability user, she should be able to break through to the sugar orange level." Yang Chen sneers, looking at the 2 ahead as if they were prey. "I just don't know if this Han Fei Fei is a smart person or a foolish human." Yang Chen is curious. She probably wouldn't dare to fight us. If she doesn't want to die, she should take the chance to escape. If she really runs away, she will definitely die a miserable death. Yang Chen smiled faintly and added, "If you don't run, you'll die." Yang Chen. Oh right, she almost forgot that her man was also a ruthless person. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had no idea how many people this man had killed. She had heard from Sister Jin Yun that he had already killed many before she and Ru Yan joined this family. Ahead, the man was finally caught by Han Feifei when he could no longer hold on. His heart was ripped out. In front of Yang Chen and Yang Chan, it was crushed. After doing all this, Han Feifei took a deep breath and knelt before the two. I am willing to do anything for you, please give me a chance to live. The increase in the number of mutated beasts would collectively enhance the strength of future ability users. What if I say no? Yang Chen looked at Han Feifei with a half-smile. He and Han Feifei indeed had no direct enmity. Everything originated from Bai Ao's intentions towards him and Yang Chen. But since Han Feifei chose to ambush them with Bai Ao, it was considered enmity. If Yang Chen's strength hadn't been so strong today, anyone else who came would have already died. Since she chose to take action, there was no such thing as being innocent. In the end, they were two opposing factions. It was an adversarial relationship. Would the ancient wars between two countries spare innocent civilians? The nature was the same. Moreover, Han Feifei was not an ordinary civilian. She was an ability user, part of the management. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Han Feifei's face turned pale, her body chilled, and she looked up at Yang Chen. Why? Yang Chen, no reason, just because you chose to take action. Upon hearing this, Han Feifei's eyes dimmed. Since you want to kill me, don't think you can get any information from me. Yang Chen was calm and unhurried, raising his hand as the red lotus fire burned fiercely on his right hand, blood red, shaped like a blooming lotus, the flames particularly enchanting. It doesn't matter, there are still quite a few survivors you have confined on the top floor of that building. About 100 or 200, with such a large number. Someone must know the information I want, and anyway, the information I want is not a secret. And you, pitiful creature, do you know what this flame is? Red lotus fire, in mythology, it has the effect of burning souls. The soul is burned to ashes, with no chance of reincarnation. Yang Chen didn't know if reincarnation existed in this world, but this was what he used to scare people. Having come this far, he was too lazy to go back to that building. It would be best if Han Feifei was sensible, saving him a trip back. If she wasn't sensible, Hearing Yang Chen's description, Han Feifei was already half convinced, sweating profusely, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if she were in a cold ice cellar, yet she still stubbornly said, and no, it's impossible, there can't be such a flame in this world, you must be lying to me. Yes, you must be framing me, mythology is just the fantasies of ancient people. Yang Chen, don't believe it? You can try. With that, his hand, burning with red lotus fire, reached for Han Feifei's head. Watching the approaching flames, Han Feifei's face turned extremely pale, and as the fiery hand was about to touch her forehead, she could no longer hold back and raised her hands. I'll tell you anything you ask. Please don't burn me with that flame. That would be strange. Yang Chen asked straightforwardly, where did this building materials market put the heavy metal materials, like rebar, I-beams, steel plates, and such? In the south, there's a large square in the south, and these heavy metal materials are basically stored there, Han Feifei said, her heart dead as ash. This time it was over. She was really going to die. She shouldn't have believed that these two would be kind. She should have turned and run. But thinking about how this man killed the mutated giant wolf, Han Feifei felt even more despair. Run? Where could she run to? Even the mutated giant wolf, skilled in wild combat and running, couldn't escape. Where could she possibly go? Give her a quick end. Having obtained the information he wanted, Yang Chen was too lazy to waste any more time. He directly instructed Yang Chen. Okay. Yang Chen obediently stepped forward and gave Han Feifei a quick end. She also absorbed her warmth. After doing all this, Yang Chen took Yang Chen and headed towards the square in the south. Just 5 minutes after they left, a meatworm the size of an apple was wriggling on the ground, leaving a trail of sticky liquid in its wake. Soon, this meatworm wriggled its way to Han Feifei's corpse. It transformed into a puddle of slime and burrowed into her pores. Another 10 minutes passed. The already cold body of Han Feifei moved slightly. Then it began to convulse violently. In the next second, she stood up straight. Her eyes were hollow and pale. A strange, eerie smile crept across her lips. She glanced deeply to the south, then walked towards the management building without looking back. On the other side, Yang Chen had already packed the necessary building materials into the infinite space. Yang Chen looked around and, seeing that there was nothing left, took out the small electric scooter. Let's go, sister. Brother will take you for a ride on the ghost fire and accompany you to dye your hair yellow. Yang Chen pretended to be difficult, but my dad doesn't let me play with the ghost fire boy. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. It's simple, I'll be your dad. Yang Chen smiled charmingly and sat sideways on the back seat of the small electric scooter. Then let's go, Dad. The small electric scooter hit the road. The remaining time was still spent collecting supplies. At 4:30 in the afternoon, they headed back home. After returning home, they took a shower and relaxed. Lin Jinyun and the other 3 girls also had great gains today. The number of mutated beasts had increased. Just yesterday, they encountered 24 mutated beasts. Today, they encountered 50. It doubled. The number of mutated beasts was on the rise. They would definitely occupy the city in the future. Just like in Devour, turning humanity's former homes into wasteland ruins, they would inhabit the places where humans once lived. However, the increase in mutated beasts also meant more energy for upgrades. Today, each person received 10. Lin Jinyun received 20. With the support of 20 mutated beast warm currents, Lin Jinyun's crystal core leaped to the orange level, the same level as the mutated giant wolf that Yang Chen encountered today. Lin Jinyun's crystal core was only the size of a sugar orange yesterday. Today, it jumped 2 levels. She became an orange level. Chen Jiayao, and Lu Ruyan were not far behind. After receiving 10 mutated beasts, their crystal cores grew from quail-egg size to the peak size of sugar oranges. They were just 1 step away from becoming orange level. Meanwhile, Yang Chan, who had been with Yang Chen today, absorbed quite a bit of warmth, and her crystal core became orange level. She became the 3rd strongest in the team. Chen Jiayao, and Lu Ruyan knew that Yang Chen intended to cultivate Lin Jinyun as the 2nd in command of the team, so today they deliberately let Lin Jinyun absorb an extra share of warmth. The share mentioned here is not just the warmth from 1 mutated beast. The 50 were divided into 5 shares, and after each of the 4 got 1 share, there was 1 left, which was given to Lin Jinyun. Wait, the strength of Lin Jinyun and the others was rapidly increasing. What about the other ability users? If they also became stronger, wouldn't their upgrade speed improve too? And the mutated beasts? Damn it, Yang Chen was a bit excited about the day when all ability users would experience a leap in strength. He didn't plan to be enemies with all ability users, but there would always be some who weren't afraid of death looking for trouble, right? As someone who naturally attracted 5 useless people, Yang Chen never lacked enemies. Beauty is always attractive. After finishing dinner, Yang Chen called the girls to the living room. He took out some ability fruits from the infinite space. He handed a golden one to Lin Jinyun, smiling, and Lin, this gold-type ability, sharpness, is perfect for you. Lin Jinyun didn't bother to be polite with Yang Chen, after so many instances of close contact. What was there to be polite about? If she felt grateful, she could just put in some effort later that night. Thank you, Xiao Sun. Lin Jinyun accepted the offered sharpness ability fruit. Ding! Investing 1 sharpness ability fruit in Lin Jinyun, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sharpness ability fruits. Ignoring the system's prompt in his mind, Yang Chen continued to search for other ability fruits. He tossed aside the ironization, copperization, rubberization, petrification, and giantization fruits, which were unsuitable for girls. They were too unappealing. He wasn't lacking in ability fruits anyway. Found it. This is a physique enhancement ability fruit. 4. Yang Chen's gaze swept back and forth among the remaining 4 girls. Finally, it settled on Chen Jiayao. I'll give it to you, little Yao Yao. Being called out in public made Chen Jiayao a bit shy. She shot Yang Chen an annoyed glance. Thanks, hubby. Feels good. Call me a couple more times. Chen Jiayao teased. Do you need me to add that kind of emotion when I call? Yang Chen. He gave a thumbs up. After receiving the physique enhancement ability fruit, Chen Jiayao swallowed it on the spot. She sat with Lin Jinyun to absorb the ability fruit. Ding! Investing 1 physique enhancement ability fruit in Chen Jiayao, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 physique enhancement ability fruits and the god-level body type ability, pure body. Yang Chen made his choice. I choose 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 physique enhancement ability fruits. Yang Chen distributed 1 physique enhancement ability fruit to each of the remaining 3 girls. Ding! Investing 1 physique enhancement ability fruit in Chen Jai, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 physique enhancement ability fruits and the god-level body type ability, pure body. I choose 2. Ding! Investing 2 physique enhancement ability fruits in Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 ability fruits. Yang Chen realized he had been foolish before. Why bother choosing between 10,000 ordinary ability fruits and a god-level ability? He could simply choose 1 first, then invest in others to choose 2 and obtain the god-level ability. Not only was Yang Chen foolish, but the author was too, previously too focused on writing, forgetting this detail. Let's assume everyone is not too familiar with the protagonist's understanding of the system. The 6 began to collectively awaken their new abilities. Half an hour later, Lin Jinyun was the first to open her eyes. She had awakened sharpness. Coupled with her metal manipulation, she could perform the same operation Yang Chen did at noon when he used the Sanglong anti-material sniper to shoot the mutated giant wolf. Chen Jiayao and the others gradually awakened. Their physical bodies had been enhanced several times. Previously, they had awakened many abilities, but most were practical, like telekinetic perception or the standard elemental abilities. This made the girls' attack damage high, but their bodies were fragile. It was like a mage, high damage but a weak body. Once a warrior or assassin got close, it would be troublesome. Not to mention them, even Yang Chen had this flaw. He could crush other ability users or mutated beasts purely based on his realm. While others were at the first stage, core level, Yang Chen was already at the second stage, star map level. The significant amplification made it reasonable to crush lower level ability users or mutated beasts, right? Things are different now. With the enhancement of their physical abilities, Yang Chen and the women have experienced a significant boost in their physical strength. Yang Chen feels that he could now easily crush a mutated giant wolf to death with just his fists. He took a handgun from the infinite space and shot himself in the arm. Bang! The bullet hit his skin and bounced off. The women were startled by Yang Chen's action. He was unfazed, instead pondering, aside from a bit of pain, my arm is completely unharmed, not even a mark left. It feels like being hit by a toy gun with soft bullets. It only hurts a little but doesn't cause any real damage. Now I've really become thick-skinned, Yang Chen joked. To test his limits, he took out a Type 250 assault rifle, loaded it, and shot at the same spot again. This time, the pain was more intense. Yet, it still didn't break through Yang Chen's flesh. Not even an assault rifle? Do I need to use a Sanglong anti-material sniper rifle? Shaking his head, Yang Chen decided not to continue the experiment. It was clear that ordinary bullets no longer posed a threat to him. Moreover, he had a plethora of defensive and life-saving abilities. With the control of metal from the Lord of Gold, the three-door infinite space gate, spatial barriers, teleportation, telekinesis, and so on, with so many abilities at his disposal, it would be hard for Yang Chen to die. When he awakened the god-level physical enhancement ability, Immaculate Body, a warm current surged within him. The amount of this warm current was similar to when he awakened the god-level water ability, Heavenly River Weak Water yesterday. Coupled with the warm current gained from killing the mutated beasts today, a third of his second star had already been lit. He was still 7/10 away from fully lighting it. Lin Jinyun wanted to ask something, Xiao Sun, you. But before she could finish, Yang Chen interrupted her. Don't speak. Just eat this fruit of physical enhancement ability. Oh, Lin Jinyun obediently complied. Brothers, some abilities are complete, but some are like skills, like sharpness, speed, teleportation. These are more like skills. Therefore, humans can use the ability fruits multiple times to enhance their strength. Compared to teleportation, a complete spatial ability can utilize many spatial capabilities. Yang Chen took out the beast taming ability fruit. This fruit was his favorite among his recent harvests. Following the previous order, ding! Investing one beast taming ability fruit for Chen Jiayao, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 beast taming ability fruits and the god-level beast taming ability, King of Beasts. Choose one. Continuing the investment. Ding! Investing one beast taming ability fruit for Chen Jiai, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 beast taming ability fruits and the god-level beast taming ability, King of Beasts. Choose 2, King of Beasts. Ding! Investing 2 beast taming ability fruits for Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 beast taming fruits. Yang Chen's second star was lit up by another 10th. He was still 6/10 away from complete illumination. Yang Chen felt that, at the latest, in 2 days, he would completely light up his second star. Arriving at the peach grove in the west of the city was refreshing. Yang Chen smiled. Chen Jiai, and Lu Ruyan, who were originally at the peak of the sugar orange level, officially stepped into the orange level after the warm current from their 2 awakenings. Lin Jinyun and Yang Chan, not being at their peak, only saw their cores grow slightly from the warm current brought by their awakenings, without breaking into the next stage. But they were close. Now, the number of mutated beasts had greatly increased. According to the speed at which Lin Jinyun and the others hunted the mutated beasts, Lin Jinyun would break through to the melon level tomorrow, while the other 4 women would break through to the orange level. 3 days. In 3 days, everyone will scatter to collect crystal cores and gather the star map. This is a small goal set by Yang Chen. These 3 days are enough for him to gather the remaining supplies he needs. By then, they can leave this place and head to the villa area halfway up the mountain to establish a new home. Thinking of this, Yang Chen felt very happy and immediately pulled the girls to play. There were 6 of them, and playing do diju or mahjong was clearly not possible due to the number of players, so they could only play a murder mystery game. The next day, after breakfast, upon learning that Yang Chen was going to the peach orchard in the western suburbs of the city today, The girls were curious about who he would take with him, but this time, Yang Chen decided to go alone. "You all don't need to go, I can handle this by myself," Yang Chen said with a smile. The girls obediently listened, and since Yang Chen had said so, they didn't say anything further, even though they really wanted to follow him. Yang Chen chuckled lightly and took out the equipment he had obtained yesterday from the infinite space. "This is a bulletproof vest for you, Aunt Lin." Yang Chen helped Lin Jinyun put it on, and there were inevitably some bumps and scrapes during the process. Lin Jin shot him an annoyed glance. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Investing in one bulletproof vest for Lin Jinyun, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bulletproof vests. You all have one too. Ding! Investing in 4 bulletproof vests for Yao, Yi, Shan, and Yan, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 bulletproof vests. Goodness! He only brought back a few, and after the system's 10,000 times return, there were simply too many to wear. Besides the bulletproof vests, Yang Chen also distributed 250 assault rifles and matching ammunition to Lin Jinyun and the others. Ding! Investing in 5 250 assault rifles for Yun, Yao, Yi, Shan, and Yan, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,250 assault rifles. Ordinary firearms would only be useful in the early stages. Once the mutated beasts and ability users grow stronger and become immune to bullets, it will be found that firearms are not as useful as cold weapons. Therefore, Yang Chen's principle regarding weapons is simply to have enough. After all, the current weapons are already struggling to keep up with the pace of iteration. Fortunately, this is the early stage. Firearms are still effective, especially for intimidating ordinary people. The effect is absolutely remarkable. Ding! Investing in 1,080 rounds of 7 bullets for Yun, Yao, Yi, Shan, and Yan, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,800,000 rounds of 7 bullets. Each magazine holds 36 rounds, and each person has 5 spare fully loaded magazines, plus 1 fully loaded magazine in the 250 assault rifle, making 6 magazines and 216 rounds of ammunition per person. For 5 people, that's 1,080 rounds. After the system's 10,000 times return, over 10 million rounds of bullets were produced. Look at that, over 10 million rounds of 7 bullets. They could shoot for a month without running out. Who knows what the ability users, mutated beasts, and mutated plants will evolve into a month from now. After arming the girls, Yang Chen said goodbye to each of them. The way of saying goodbye was a bit shy. Leaving the Jingxiaching community, Yang Chen headed straight for the western suburbs of the city. He still had an impression of the peach orchard in the western suburbs. He had passed by it when he returned to Jiangcheng from his hometown. He didn't know how the peaches from the mutated peach trees would taste. After an hour, Yang Chen arrived outside the peach orchard. As soon as he got there, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Yang Chen, over here, over here. Yang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Zhendong waving and running towards him. With a light chuckle, Yang Chen walked over. When they met, Wang Zhendong smiled and said, Yang Chen, you arrived quite early. We just got here not long ago. I thought I would have to wait a while for you to come, but I didn't expect to see you while taking a stroll. Yang Chen joked, you like to stroll so much. Ha ha. Wang Zhendong laughed along, but when he saw that only Yang Chen was there, he curiously asked, Yang Chen, what happened to that beautiful girl who was with you last time? Yang Chen replied dismissively, she has something to do, she can't come today. Wang Zhendong nodded, alright then. He put his arm around Yang Chen's shoulders and led him in the opposite direction of the peach grove, saying, come on, I'll take you to meet the leader of our survivor shelter. It's just in the village not far ahead. The other 2 survivor teams have already arrived. Okay. Yang Chen did not refuse and followed Wang Zhendong towards the village. Located in the suburbs, mutated plants began to proliferate. The roots and stems of the mutated plants had basically destroyed the roadside of the village. Half-human high weeds were everywhere. The countryside mostly had single-story houses or 2 to 3-story buildings, and at this moment, the walls and eaves of these small buildings were already occupied by mutated climbing vines. Yang Chen's telepathic perception detected something that everyone dreams of. A supernatural fruit. It was a red supernatural fruit. It was growing on a branch of mutated climbing vines on a single-story house, half hanging at the edge of the eaves, its bright red color strikingly noticeable. This was also why, in his telepathic perception, the single-story house was a full 100 meters away from them, having deviated from the road, making it quite difficult to spot. Yang Chen instantly teleported over, standing on the eaves of the house to pluck the red supernatural fruit. Just then, a sharpened wooden stake shot towards Yang Chen with a whistling sound. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swatted the wooden stake away with his hand. Looking towards the source of the stake, A dozen survivors were rushing towards him, with 3 of them being supernatural beings, the leading girl having a supernatural crystal core the size of a sugar orange, on par with Wang Zhendong. These were the people who had just ambushed Yang Chen. The leading girl, seeing Yang Chen swat away the wooden stake, was not curious at all. As a supernatural being, if she couldn't dodge it, that would be strange. As they approached, the girl shouted at Yang Chen in a hostile manner, "Hey, that supernatural fruit was discovered by me first, give it back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. My things, even if destroyed, I won't give to you." The girl, dressed in jeans and a crop top, jumped onto the eaves with 3 supernatural beings, surrounding Yang Chen in a triangular formation. The crop top girl crossed her arms and looked at Yang Chen with a hostile tone. "You better give me the supernatural fruit in your hand, I saw it first." Yang Chen played with the red supernatural fruit. "Yours? Does it have your name written on it? If you call it, will it respond? It's nothing, yet you dare to say it's yours. You're just being unreasonable." The girl said unhappily, "Anyway, I saw it first. I was going to take it, but you got it before I could. I advise you to obediently return the supernatural fruit to me, or else you'll be going against us from the old district. And Li, don't be so unreasonable." Wang Zhendong also jumped up, standing beside Yang Chen, one hand resting on Yang Chen's shoulder, claiming everything is yours will only harm you. "Do you really think that just because your leader is a bit stronger than the leaders of our 2 shelters, you can do whatever you want? Yang Chen is from my Huaxi community, let's see who dares to rob him." Seeing Wang Zhendong, and Li's expression was not good. "Wang Zhendong, this is a matter between our old district and this kid, don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Zhendong stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. "What if I insist on meddling?" "You." Unable to do anything to Wang Zhendong, and Li turned to Yang Chen, threatening him coldly, "Don't pretend to be deaf. The Huaxi community can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. If you know what's good for you, do as I say and hand over the supernatural fruit." After saying that, Li reached out her hand towards Yang Chen, as if it was rightfully hers. Yang Chen shook the ability fruit in his hand. "You want this?" And Li looked at Yang Chen with a look of disdain. Of course, who wouldn't want an ability fruit? If she could get her hands on this ability fruit, she, and Li, would have a chance to become a dual ability user. It's just a pity that her speed wasn't as fast as this kid's earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this troublesome situation. It's all this kid's fault for being so clueless and competing with a girl like her. Bang! Under the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yang Chen directly crushed the freshly obtained ability fruit. Juice splattered everywhere, covering Yang Chen's hand. He released his grip, and the mushy remains of the ability fruit fell to the ground. Yang Chen smiled. "All right, this ability fruit is yours now. Go pick it up from the ground. If you grab it and eat it, you might just awaken your abilities." It was just an ability fruit, he had plenty in his infinite space. He couldn't possibly use them all. This one was dispensable. Even if it turned to mush, he wouldn't give it to this ill-tempered person. Did she really think everything in the world belonged to her? Wang Zhendong didn't expect Yang Chen to be so decisive. That was an ability fruit, such a precious thing, and he actually destroyed it without hesitation. Was he really that reckless? However, for some reason, Yang Chen's actions combined with what he had just said felt oddly satisfying. And Li was a capable subordinate of Hong Jie from the old district. It was said that she used to be a technician in a foot bath establishment, and under Hong Jie's training, her strength was about the same as his. This woman, along with a few other foot massage technicians, relied on their connection to Hong Jie, acting aggressively and with a bad attitude, frequently clashing with their community in Huaxi. Wang Zhendong was already fed up with these people, but unfortunately, his family was too weak. Unable to take on Hong Jie, they could only endure. If Yang Chen's actions were indeed satisfying, they were also somewhat wasteful, and Li was dumbfounded. She had thought of countless possibilities but never imagined this kid would destroy the ability fruit. This was an ability fruit. Just one could create an ability user, incredibly precious in the apocalypse. But this kid, realizing what had happened, and Li's face turned pale with anger. Gritting her teeth, her eyes were filled with hatred and fury as she looked at Yang Chen. That was her ability fruit, her dual abilities. Gone. Now it was all gone. "You brat, do you know what you've done?" "Of course, I got rid of a rotten fruit. If you want it, hurry up and pick it up. It might really be useless in a little while." And Li hesitated, looking at the mushy fruit on the ground, her hand reaching out then retracting. Slap! Yang Chen kicked it. The remaining mush was stomped into a pulp. "Stop dawdling. I'm getting anxious just watching you." Yang Chen, infuriatingly, said, "You don't need to hesitate. I'll make the choice for you. Even if this ability fruit has turned to mush, you don't deserve to eat it. You." And Li was about to go mad with anger. Even if she was foolish, she realized now that this kid was deliberately humiliating her. You're looking for death. Wang Zhendong stepped forward, coldly saying, Enli, don't forget what day it is today. Do you want to cause a ruckus with our Huaxi community? If you really dare, I believe Hong Jia won't spare you either. The main purpose today was to compete for the Spirit Peach against the mutated beasts. If they angered the Huaxi community, the human side's combat power would plummet. The chance of obtaining the Spirit Peach would become slim. If that happened, even if Hong Jia didn't kill him, a punishment would be unavoidable. Humph. Weighing the pros and cons, Enli pointed at Yang Chen with a murderous intent. Kid, I'll let you go today, but later, I want to see if the Huaxi community will still protect you. We're leaving. Yang Chen wanted to hit someone, but as soon as he moved, he was stopped by Wang Zhendong. Hey, brother, just let it go. Don't get into a fight with that idiot. I want to hit someone. I know, but you hit only, and after that, Hong Jia will definitely cause you trouble. Hong Jia is a tough character, even my old biting isn't her match. Yang Chen curled his lips. Have you forgotten? I killed Sang Biao, and I've been at odds with that so-called Hong Jia for a long time. Wang Zhendong. Damn, he really forgot about Sang Biao. The key is, who would remember a dead person? So are we going to catch up and deal with Onli now? Yang Chen, what are you saying? Watch your words, if someone hears us, they'll think we're perverts. Oh, so what should we do? Yang Chen chuckled, it's fine, they're right here, they can't escape. Alright then. Looking at the rotten ability fruit on the ground, Wang Zhendong felt a pang of heartache. You really don't care, huh? This is an ability fruit. If you don't want it, you can sell it to me. It's just an ability fruit. Look at how heartbroken you are. An ability fruit. And just that? Yang Chen asked curiously, by the way, who is that person to Hong Jia, so arrogant? Wang Zhendong laughed. She's a foot massage girl, before the apocalypse, she worked as a foot massage girl in Hong Jia's foot bath city. After the apocalypse, she awakened her abilities and caught Hong Jia's eye. Now she's one of the 6 fairies of the old city shelter. Yang Chen, who came up with the name 6 fairies? It sounds so awkward. Wang Zhendong, who else could it be? Hong Jia. As they chatted and walked, Wang Zhendong took Yang Chen to the temporary camp and Huaxi community in this village. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything later. Please, brothers, a little free gift and urge for updates. A book review would be nice too. Tri-party talks, the boxer strikes again. 2 connected 2-story small buildings. There are at least 100 survivors here. Among them, 15 are ability users. Wang Zhendong proudly said, this is our shelter. These are all our elites. Each one has been rigorously trained by me and my old deng. Their strength is top-notch. Just looking at the size of the crystal cores, these ability users seem weak. But that's for Yang Chen. If they faced ability users from other shelters, this team of ability users would indeed be at a decent level. What did you do before? Yang Chen asked curiously. Wang Zhendong casually replied, me? I'm a veteran, just retired less than half a year ago. I haven't even returned my body yet. Huh? My old deng is also a veteran. I see. Yang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder. With 2 veterans as coaches, these ability users' physical skills have skyrocketed. Their combat power is much stronger than those who only know how to throw punches and fight in the wild. Dong Gu. Hello, Dong Gu. When Wang Zhendong entered, the ability users in the courtyard stood up in unison and respectfully called out to him. Wang Zhendong waved his hand. You all continue to rest. There's a tough battle to fight later. Okay, no problem, Dong Gu. When are we moving? My fists are itching to go. Ignoring these ability users, Wang Zhendong directly took Yang Chen into the main room of a 2-story small building. There was only one person in the main room. A man nearing 50, but with particularly good energy and spirit. This is my dad, Wang Zhan. Old deng, this is Yang Chen, the one I told you about, the one who killed Sang Biao with his bare hands. Wang Zhendong introduced both sides. Yang Chen shook hands with Wang Zhan. Hello, uncle. Wang Zhan smiled kindly. Hello, young man. You have good energy, and your back is strong. You're a good candidate for fighting. Being able to kill Sang Biao with just your fists already proves your strength. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Seeing old deng chattering away again, Wang Zhendong interrupted. Dad, Yang Chen has arrived. Shouldn't we discuss the next course of action with the other 2 sides? Wang Zhan took a sip of tea and nodded. Yes, it's time. We need to resolve this quickly so we have time to shake off this group of beasts chasing us. Well, Dad, on the way here. Wang Zhendong recounted what had just happened. After listening, Wang Zhan pondered for a moment. It's fine. Although I may not match Lu Hong in terms of ability, she won't be able to do anything to me. As long as I'm here, Yang Chen will be safe. But, Wang Zhan paused and looked at Yang Chen. What I'm worried about is that Lu Hong will continue to cause you trouble later. At that point, we won't be able to help from our respective sides. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, not taking the pressure from the old city to heart. It's okay, Uncle Wang. I don't think much of the survivor team from the old city. Is that so? He. Wang Zhan shook his head and laughed, clearly not believing Yang Chen's words. The young man had strength but lacked the temperament to match it. Such arrogance would lead to a big loss sooner or later. That woman Lu Hong was not simple. A dual ability user with a strange blood ability. Her blood explosion ability gave her considerable physical combat power. Even Wang Zhan could only defend against her, not win. The young man was still too young. Let's go. Wang Zhan picked up his thermos cup and turned to walk outside. He had met Yang Chen by chance and was protecting him today for the sake of his foolish son. After this, it would no longer be his old man's business. Yang Chen also noticed the disbelief and disdain in Wang Zhan's eyes, but he didn't mind. There was no need to care, strength would speak for him. Yang Chen was confident. This tripartite meeting would definitely not be peaceful. At least, it wouldn't be calm between him and the old city. Well, he might as well take this opportunity to wipe out the old city altogether. That way, no one would always be thinking about him from behind. Stepping out of the main room, Wang Zhan gathered his team and marched towards the village committee in the center of the village. The other two teams also gathered there after receiving the news. Village committee. The white walls were covered with lush green ivy. Some roots had already penetrated into the walls. This building was clearly a dangerous structure. None of the three parties chose to enter the village committee building. Instead, they opted to hold the meeting in the open square in front of the building. In fact, there were only two matters to discuss: how to obtain the spirit peaches. Once they got the spirit peaches, how to distribute them. If the distribution of benefits was uneven, the three sides would definitely end up fighting. This was a magical peach that could instantly restore an ability user to full status. Having one on hand was equivalent to a life-saving item, and everyone wanted to have a bit for themselves. Yang Chen arrived. Ding! Detected 8-star stunning goddess, Lu Hong. Please capture her as soon as possible, host. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's expression froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought, goodness, system, are you serious? I'm enemies with her. Ding! This system does not consider the relationship between the host and the stunning goddess. As long as there is a qualified stunning goddess nearby, the system will report it. Whether to capture or not depends entirely on the host's personal choice. Yang Chen inwardly shouted, then I definitely can't capture her. That woman might want to kill me. The system fell silent. In the middle of the square was a wooden round table, with the leaders of the three shelters sitting around it. Behind them stood the ability users and ordinary survivors from their respective shelters. At this moment, Yang Chen also saw who Lu Hong was. No wonder she was rated 8 stars by the system as a stunning goddess. Her looks were indeed striking. She wore a wine-red bodycon dress, her collarbone delicate, her skin fair, and her entire demeanor belonged to the mature woman type, on the same track as Lin Jinyun, but Lin Jinyun outshone Lu Hong in terms of looks. Sister Hong, this kid killed Sang Biao. I saw it with my own eyes. He beat Sang Biao's head into a copper pancake with wild punches. A young ability user jumped out from behind Lu Hong, pointing at Yang Chen to report. And Li also stepped forward, looking aggrieved as she complained to Lu Hong, Sister Hong, this guy stole my ability fruit. I saw it first, but he took it before me just because he was faster. Humph. What a coward, he can't even let someone else have a turn. Setting aside the facts, even if he found it first, what would it matter if he gave the ability fruit to me? Yang Chen, damn it, if you're setting aside the facts, then what are we even talking about? Are we discussing how your mother makes cotton? A martial artist. This guy is actually a martial artist. So damn disgusting. All the martial artists, male and female, combined couldn't make up a pair of parents. With no one to raise them, it's no wonder they're so uncultured. Lu Hong's red pupils turned to Yang Chen, licking her lips and smiling. What a handsome young man. But, you can't just let the fact that you killed my subordinate and stole my subordinate's ability fruit slide. Little brother, how do you plan to compensate your sister? Yang Chen raised his hand, and the ability users in the old district turned to dust. Yang Chen stood out, hands in his pockets, and said, what kind of compensation do you want? Though he said this, Yang Chen's attention was still on the ability users and survivors behind Lu Hong. It's not a good habit to leave roots of trouble. None of these people could leave. Lu Hong pretended to think, then extended 2 fingers and said, I give you 2 choices. 1, submit to me and join my shelter. I can make you the captain of a small team, and if you work hard, becoming my second in command won't be a problem. 2, refuse me, but you killed my people and stole my ability fruit. This matter can't just be left as is. You won't be compensated for the ability fruit either. How about a life for a life? Considering all aspects, Bringing this kid under her wing would maximize her benefits. The last person who reported back said that this kid had beaten Sang Biao, who was in a copper state, into a copper pancake with just his physical strength. This power was definitely far above Sang Biao's. If she could bring him under her command, he might even become her third strongest fighter. Sang Biao was dead. The ability fruit was shattered. It wouldn't be bad to recruit a capable ability user. It would also make up for some losses. The main thing was, he was a handsome young man. She had become an ability user herself, and she was the leader of a shelter. Not to mention becoming like Wu Zetian, with 3,000 beauties in her harem, collecting all the handsome men in the world. She, Lu Hong, powerful. It was perfectly fine to collect a few handsome guys to lift her spirits. Why should it only be acceptable for men to seek countless beauties while women can't seek countless men? If this kid didn't know how to appreciate the situation, then Lu Hong would have to regretfully kill him. Letting him go was definitely not an option. If she really let him go, who knows what kind of trouble might arise? Lu Hong had grown step by step from the initial chaos, so she naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted or act like a saint. I actually have a gift for you. I wonder if you're interested. Lu Hong became intrigued, winking at Yang Chen with her alluring eyes, her red lips parting as she smiled brightly. Let's hear it. Rise. Yang Chen raised his right hand and gently grasped at the air behind Lu Hong. Space confinement. Telekinetic control. Except for Lu Hong, everyone behind her, whether ability users or ordinary survivors, found their bodies trapped in an unshakable spatial confinement, unable to move, struggling in vain. Moreover, their bodies floated uncontrollably in mid-air. What is happening? Why can't my body move? Sister Hong, hurry and save us, this kid is acting strange again. Controlling so many of us at once, what kind of powerful ability does this kid have? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I am an ability user, how can I have no strength to fight back at all? The chaos behind her and the cries for help from her subordinates erupted, and Lu Hong's expression stiffened. She slammed her hand on the wooden round table and stood up, looking at her subordinates behind her with ugly faces. What do you want to do? Yang Chen smiled lightly, as if the wind was calm and the clouds were light. It's not over yet, I guarantee this compensation will satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 infinite space doors opened around these ability users and ordinary survivors. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless alloy straight knives flew out from the 3 infinite space doors. Under Yang Chen's control as the master of gold, each alloy knife flew at a speed of 5 Mach, piercing through the bodies of every survivor in the old city with a strong sound of breaking through the air. Poochie 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 poochie. The sound of sharp weapons entering flesh rose and fell, continuous and unending. The survivors from the other 2 shelters felt a chill in their hearts, an inexplicable coldness rushing from their souls to their brains, making them feel uneasy all over. Blood splattered, and screams echoed one after another. Sister Hong was furious. Stop it. The falling blood seemed to be summoned. It gathered in midair, transforming into a large sword made entirely of blood. The sword tip pointed directly at Yang Chen. In the next second, it shot out. Wang Zhan's expression was serious, secretly thinking, this move is powerful, even I can't guarantee to take it without injury. This kid Yang Chen is still too reckless. Space barrier. Bang! Just when the blood-red greatsword was 2.5 meters away from Yang Chen, it seemed to hit an invisible wall, coming to an abrupt stop, unable to advance even an inch. The collision between the blood-red greatsword and the invisible wall erupted with a strong shockwave. The visible sonic boom spread out, causing the survivors from the other 2 shelters to stagger back repeatedly. Seeing the blood-red greatsword shatter and fall to the ground, turning back into blood, Wang Zhan and the other shelter leader widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This kid was able to take Lu Hong's move without injury. So terrifying, so terrifying. Lu Hong herself was dumbfounded. She thought her move was already very strong, but she never expected that the kid opposite her could easily take it. Standing there without even moving an inch. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Lu Hong's crystal core had already reached the size of a cantaloupe, while Wang Zhan and the other shelter leaders' crystal cores were only the size of oranges. This was also the reason why the 2 were no match for Lu Hong. But unfortunately, Lu Hong encountered Yang Chen this time. Yang Chen, who was at the 2nd stage, star map level. With a thought, the bodies of ordinary survivors fell like dumplings. The bodies of ability users were pulled back to him by Yang Chen's hand. In front of Lu Hong, he absorbed them one by one. A total of 17 warm currents. This amount was enough to rival Lu Hong's cantaloupe level. Yang Chen's 2nd star added 1/10. It was already half lit. Yang Chen had miscalculated. It wouldn't take 2 or 3 days. He could completely light up the 2nd star today. There was still Lu Hong in front of him, and a large number of mutated beasts in the peach forest. These were enough to stack Yang Chen's level. If the number of mutated beasts was large enough, it was possible to light up the 3rd star today as well. I wonder if you are satisfied with this compensation of mine. Yang Chen smiled at Lu Hong. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. One thought leads to heaven, one thought leads to hell. The unexpected in the world is so inexplicable. Just a second ago, she was the leader of the strongest shelter among the 3 parties, with many ability users under her command. But the next second, she became a lonely outcast. Everything was thanks to the man before her. Realizing this, Lu Hong felt a surge of anger, her mature and beautiful face twisting with rage. You dare to slaughter my subordinates so wantonly. You're seeking death. Waves of powerful energy surged around Lu Hong. This was her second ability, Blood Qi Explosion. Once activated, her physical body received a boost from the Blood Qi, enhancing her in all aspects. This was also the reason why Lu Hong was formidable in close combat. She raised her hand, unleashing her ability to manipulate blood. The scattered blood around her floated up again, transforming into countless fine blood threads. Lu Hong glared at Yang Chen, gritting her teeth. I want you dead. Want me dead? You probably don't have the ability. Lu Hong was furious. This kid was simply too arrogant, not taking her seriously at all. Did he really think she was made of clay? The survivors of the old city had developed to this point, and the blood on her hands was far from little. Die for me. Thousands of blood threads trembled. The next second, they all burst forth, shooting in all directions. The target was Yang Chen. Just as the countless blood threads were about to reach him, everyone thought Yang Chen would be turned into a dice. Some couldn't bear to watch the cruel scene and silently turned their heads away. Wang Zhan and another leader pondered secretly, thinking about how to survive in Yang Chen's current situation. But the scene everyone imagined of Yang Chen being turned into a dice did not occur. Instead, Yang Chen remained remarkably calm, a light smile on his face, one hand behind his back while the other gently pressed against the empty space in front of him. Space confinement. The surrounding space was locked down. The thousands of blood threads that were about to reach him hung suspended in midair. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Everyone was dumbfounded. This move was so cool. What kind of ability had he awakened? Why did it look so dazzling? Such questions filled everyone's minds. At the same time, they were shocked by Yang Chen's strength and curious about where his limits lay. Wang Zhan's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Chen to easily block Lu Hong's attack. Unconsciously, he recalled what Yang Chen had said before. He smiled wryly, realizing that the other party had not been lying. From beginning to end, he had spoken nothing but the truth. It was just that he, a frog at the bottom of a well, had not believed it. Scatter. Telekinetic control. The surroundings were filled with invisible and boundless telekinetic energy. It crazily compressed the blood threads. One by one, the blood threads were crushed into blood mist, dissipated by the telekinetic force, gradually becoming formless. When the blood mist cleared, Lu Hong, wielding a blood-red greatsword, had already charged in front of Yang Chen. The blood-red greatsword was raised high. It came crashing down. And then she was frozen in midair. Just like what happened to Enli and the others. Her body could not move. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. How is this possible? What kind of ability do you have? Why are there so many changes? Lu Hong's pupils dilated, her voice filled with intense shock. If it were before, she would have thought Yang Chen's ability was just strange, that his true level was far below hers, and if she got close, he would undoubtedly die. But now, that thought had vanished completely. He stood there, calm and unruffled, like a god who could manipulate everything in the world. It's useless for the dead to know. No, you can't kill me. Wang Zhan, Lu Guan, don't forget our mission this time is the Spirit Peach. If you lose me, a powerful ability user, you won't get the Spirit Peach either. Lu Hong shouted to Wang Zhan and Lu Guan, who were watching from a distance. Yang Chen was taken aback. Lu Guan? That name was quite fitting. He hadn't expected such a refined and easygoing man to have such a name. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan exchanged glances, both hesitating about whether to step forward. Lu Hong threatened again. Wang Zhan, Lu Guan, even if you manage to get the Spirit Peach by some stroke of luck, I've already instructed Xiao Shui. If I don't return this time, she will inform the entire Jiang City ability user community about the Spirit Peach and your shelter's location. The entire Jiang City ability users will definitely come after you for the Spirit Peach. By then, you can forget about peace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two changed, their eyes darkening. This woman was actually playing a binding game with them. Damn it! If the Jiang City ability users really came after them, the Spirit Peach would definitely be lost. At that moment, they heard Yang Chen's surprised and delighted voice. Damn! There are still remnants. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. If I let them go, I'd definitely be scolded again, called a saint. Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhan. You know where their shelter is, right? Wang Zhan's expression changed as he thought of something, and his gaze towards Yang Chen was no longer that of a junior but rather one of a peer, even with a hint of respect. This kid is really ruthless. Taking out this lot isn't enough. He doesn't even plan to let the old nest go. I know. Don't worry. Your people will soon go down to accompany you. Yang Chen walked in front of the imprisoned Lu Hong, grinning menacingly at her. As for the news about the Spirit Peach getting out, Yang Chen didn't take it to heart. After all, he would be changing location soon, and it didn't matter if Jinqiu City was exposed. Moreover, they didn't even know where their current shelter was. Even if it was exposed to the entire Jiang City ability users, it would have minimal impact on Yang Chen. No, you can't kill me. Lu Hong struggled desperately, her bloodshot eyes filled with tears of fear. The arrogant demeanor that had looked down on everything just moments ago had completely vanished. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. I'm a married woman, I know everything, and I have more experience than other girls. Just let me go, and I promise I'll listen to you. Oh right, my useless husband is still alive, locked up by me. I can do it in front of him. Boom! Yang Chen ignored her trash talk. His palm pressed against Lu Hong's head. The red lotus hellfire ignited. It quickly spread throughout her body. Her beautiful, mature form was engulfed in crimson flames. 2.5 seconds later, Lu Hong turned to ash. The warmth that belonged to her was absorbed by Yang Chen. Once again, 1/10 was lit up. Almost there, almost there. Ding! Host has killed a blood, vitality explosion ability user. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Yang Chen said calmly. Ding! Extraction successful. After dealing with Lu Hong, there were no survivor teams left in the old city. The surroundings were eerily quiet, everyone was silent as a grave, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yang Chen. Even swallowing saliva was done cautiously, afraid to make any noise that might displease him and bring the slaughtering knife down on them. Yang Chen found it amusing. Was he being treated as a butcher? It certainly seemed that way. He had lost count of how many people he had killed. Most of those he killed had provoked him or even tried to kill him. These people deserved to die. Yang Chen understood well that in the apocalypse, being a saint meant being irresponsible to oneself and those around them, and it was easy to get scolded for it. Besides the two abilities of Lu Hong, he also extracted the ability fruits from the other ability users he killed in the old city. Unfortunately, none of the 4 elemental abilities he lacked, earth, wind, ice, and thunder, were among them. He did have fire, water, and wood, but they were all duplicates. Forget it. He would just toss them into the infinite space to gather dust. Who knows, they might come in handy later. Yang Chen turned and walked to the overturned round table, propping it up. He sat in the position that Lu Hong had just vacated. Come on, gentlemen, let's continue the discussion, Yang Chen said with a smile, looking at Wang Zhan and Lu Guan. After the negotiations were completed, the spirit peaches and the spirit peach tree were collected. As Yang Chen's calm gaze swept over the crowd, everyone present lowered their heads. Even Wang Zhan and Lu Guan felt a chill run down their spines. This kid could kill Lu Hong while standing still. Wouldn't it be even easier for him to kill them? Where did this ruthless person come from? As a fellow resident of Zhangcheng, how had he not heard of him before? Wang Zhan glanced at his son, his eyes seeming to say, Xiaodang, where did you find this person? With a quiet sigh, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan stepped forward and sat back in their original positions. Wang Zhan spoke first. According to my scouts, that spirit peach tree is located in the middle of the peach grove, surrounded by a dense mass of mutated beasts guarding it, no less than 100. Most of them are mutated cats, dogs, and snakes, but their leader is a giant long-armed ape about 7 or 8 meters tall. Its strength is estimated to be even greater than Lu Hong's, so this mutated long-armed ape will be a problem for you, Brother Yang. Yang Chen nodded. No problem. After we clear out the mutated beasts, how should we divide the spirit peaches? At this, Lu Guan and Wang Zhan exchanged glances. Yes, how should they distribute them? This person's strength is formidable. If the terms he proposes don't satisfy him, what if he wipes us out? After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhan tentatively asked, Brother Yang, how about a 60-40 split? You take 6, and Lu Guan and I will split the 4. That works, Yang Chen replied with a smile. I'll add one more condition. Whoever kills a mutated beast gets to keep it. Mutated beasts are also resources. The energy they contain can strengthen ability users. Such resources cannot be neglected. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan nodded in agreement. They had no objections to this point. Good. The preliminary plan had been discussed, and now it was just a matter of implementation. The specific combat plan was to lure all the mutated beasts out of the peach grove, lead them far away to fight, while the harvesting team that did not retreat would rush into the peach grove and pick all the spirit peaches as quickly as possible before retreating. With over 100 mutated beasts, they certainly couldn't kill them all with just their ability users. They could only hold them off, so they weren't planning to kill all the mutated beasts but to stall for time. Once the spirit peaches were in hand, they could retreat, but that was their plan. Yang Chen's plan was, I want them all. The combat plan began. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan each sent 2 ability users from their shelters to attract the attention of the mutated beasts, luring them out of the peach grove. The 4 of them saw the dense mass of mutated beasts from a distance and couldn't help but tremble. With so many 4-legged creatures, would they be able to outrun them? No matter, just use a skill and run. Meteor Fire Rain. Hagen. Fireball Technique. Oh, the Breath of Water. Waterfall Tornado. Can you 2 stop with the useless lines? Metal Steel Egg. Go! Fire elements gathered above the mutated beasts, and then it began to rain fire. Dozens of blazing fireballs shot across the sky. A thick and powerful water tornado formed. Countless steel pellets hung in the air, shooting out in a barrage. After doing all this, the 4 of them didn't even look back and turned to run. What was there to see? Even a second of delay would be disrespecting their own lives. Just as they ran, the terrifying roars of the mutated beasts erupted behind them, a cacophony of overlapping sounds. Roar, woof woof, meow meow, hiss hiss. Under attack, the mutated beasts went into a frenzy. The mutated giant ape lounging lazily on the branches of the spirit peach tree spotted 4 small black dots running wildly in the distance. It let out an angry roar, pointed in the direction the 4 were fleeing, and then jumped down first, using both hands and feet to charge towards them. The other mutated beasts followed closely behind, roaring as they pursued. The intelligence of mutated beasts increases after mutation, but not by much. Moreover, after mutation, their ferocity becomes even more intense, making the added intelligence seem negligible. Damn it! Run! If we get caught, I'd rather die by suicide than be trampled to death by a mutated beast. Can you stop talking nonsense? Where the hell are the reinforcements? If they don't come soon, I'll die just to show them. As soon as the words fell, 4 black dots quickly flew in from the sky. They were the reinforcements sent by 2 shelters. Ability users are the backbone of every shelter, even a core component. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan would not abandon these 4 unless absolutely necessary. So, they sent flying ability users to bring them back. 3 of the 4 flying ability users were avian beast type. Their arms transformed into wings, soaring through the sky with each flap. The 4th ability user had the power of flight but lacked the ability to move independently, so he was tied with a rope around his waist, being pulled by the other 3 avian beast type ability users. When the 4 arrived, they wasted no time and directly picked up the 4 on the ground, flying towards the predetermined direction. Behind them, a large group of roaring mutated beasts chased closely. Once the mutated beasts had run a certain distance, a harvesting team hiding in an abandoned village cautiously made their way towards the peach grove under the guidance of 2 ability users. What they didn't know was that the peach grove had already been visited. The visitor was none other than Yang Chen. With the ability of teleportation, who could match his speed? The moment the mutated beasts left the peach grove, Yang Chen teleported to the front of the massive spirit peach tree. This spirit peach tree had likely been growing longer than the zombie trees, making it twice their size. Standing about 50 to 60 meters tall, unlike the red leaves of the zombie trees, the spirit peach tree had vibrant green leaves, exuding a lively appearance, with its canopy shading the sky and branches laden with spirit peaches. It was Yang Chen's first time seeing what spirit peaches looked like. They resembled watermelons but were much larger than the watermelons before the apocalypse. Holding one in his hand felt like holding a small cantaloupe. The surface of the spirit peach emitted a milky white glow, looking extraordinarily mystical. Oh my! Yang Chen grinned. With a thought, he activated his telekinesis. All the spirit peaches on the tree were plucked. Counting them, there were a total of 235 spirit peaches. Not bad. He stored the spirit peaches in his infinite space. Yang Chen then set his sights on the spirit peach tree. The spirit peach tree should also belong to the category of living things. If I put it into the infinite space, will it die? Yang Chen had never tried putting a living thing into the infinite space, so he was unsure if the spirit peach tree would die from being stored there. There were many spirit peaches, but there was only one spirit peach tree. Forget it. I'll just carry it away. Riding the wind with his sword, Yang Chen threw out the exquisite 8-sided Han sword he had received from the armed department. Under the control of the Lord of Gold, the 8-sided Han sword floated and moved as coolly as a flying sword of a sword immortal. Yang Chen bent his legs, leaped up, and stood steadily on the 8-sided Han sword. Whoosh! The 8-sided Han sword, carrying Yang Chen, moved quickly, arriving above the spirit peach tree. After advancing to the second stage, star map level, the energy within me can finally support my ability to fly with objects. Yang Chen sighed, a happy smile on his face. Every boy has a dream of becoming a sword immortal. Now, his dream had come true. As a crystal core level cultivator, Yang Chen could indeed manipulate objects to fly. However, at that time, the total amount of energy in his body was not very much, so even if he could fly, he couldn't do it for long, and it consumed too much energy, making it not worth it. Therefore, Yang Chen had never used it. But now it was different. With the energy of a star map level, plus the spirit peach that could instantly restore his energy and health, he was a sword immortal. Yang Chen did not forget the main task. His gaze fell on the huge spirit peach tree below. The tree of life activated. It controlled the entire spirit peach tree. At the same time, it infused vitality, preventing the spirit peach tree from withering with the passage of time. Telekinesis activated. Boom! The massive spirit peach tree trembled, the ground cracked and turned over, roots breaking through the soil. More and more, the entire spirit peach tree was rising. 2.5 seconds later, the spirit peach tree was fully out. Under Yang Chen's telekinesis, it floated in midair. Damn! This must weigh at least 3,000 tons. Right now, using telekinesis to lift 3,000 tons is still a bit too much for me, but at least I can still manage it. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Although it was a bit strenuous, he still managed to do it. Next, he just needed to take this spirit peach tree back. Once he reached the villa area halfway up Linshan, he could find a spot to plant it. There was one more thing. Yang Chen realized that he had infused the spirit peach tree with a bit too much vitality from the tree of life. Damn, the mutated spirit peach tree was quite resilient. As long as it wasn't burned to ashes, as long as the stump and roots were intact, the spirit peach tree could survive. In this case, it had only left the soil, which had no effect on the spirit peach tree at all. Withdrawing the infusion from the tree of life, Yang Chen teleported away with the spirit peach tree. Whoosh! Goodness! Teleporting with such a large object caused Yang Chen's energy to decrease by 1/3. But it was fine, he still had spirit peaches here. After eating his spirit peach, Yang Chen's consumed energy was fully restored. Moreover, Yang Chen felt that this spirit peach could only help him recover 1/3 of his energy. Any more wouldn't be possible. This was due to the difference in core sizes. For crystal core level cultivators, one spirit peach could instantly restore their state, but Yang Chen's core was much larger than that of a crystal core level, so the amount naturally decreased. He didn't know if there were higher level spirit peaches. Without thinking too much, Yang Chen flew towards the battlefield on his sword. On the other side, outside the peach grove, the harvesting team was all dumbfounded. They stood there, staring blankly. After a long time, one of the cultivators stammered, "And no, the spirit peach tree is gone." At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality. They were all shocked, their eyes nearly popping out, their hearts shaken to the core, doubting whether they were seeing things. Damn it, I didn't see wrong, did I? Just now, did the spirit peach tree really rise from the ground? One survivor rubbed his eyes and questioned. Smack! His companion next to him slapped him. Does it hurt? The survivor covered his face. Why the hell don't you slap yourself? The companion replied nonchalantly, I'm afraid of pain. The survivor? You're afraid of pain, so you slap me? And you hit me hard. The survivor, you better shut up. Enough! One of the cultivators spoke in a deep voice, his low shout silencing the crowd. This cultivator said solemnly, the fact is, the spirit peach tree rose from the ground right in front of us, and then disappeared right in front of us. Who would dare to do that? It can't be that the spirit peach tree grew legs and ran away, right? Who knows? I just saw that there seemed to be a person next to the spirit peach tree, but it was too far away, and I couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. A person? Someone wants to pick peaches. Another ability user said angrily. Does that mean we've been working hard for nothing? Who the hell is stealing the spirit peach tree? Realizing something, he added, oh no, the spirit peach tree isn't important. We can't take such a big tree with us. What's important is the spirit peaches. Let's hurry and see if there are any left. With no other choice, the weary group had to continue forward. At the very least, they needed to clarify the situation before reporting back. In the battlefield area, the people from the two shelters had already started fighting, relying on the terrain and mutated beasts. However, the number of ability users was far fewer than that of the mutated beasts, and the ordinary survivors played a minimal role in this battle. From the very beginning, humanity was at a disadvantage, barely managing to resist with the help of the ability users. Someone asked, damn, that kid is missing. Who? The one who wiped out the Luhong shelter. He's not here. At this, the ability users busy fighting felt a jolt of alarm. What the hell? After fighting for so long, you're telling me the main force is missing? You can't be serious. After smashing a mutated dog's head, Wang Zhan looked around, his expression darkening. He really isn't here. Did he run away? Lu Guan pushed back a mutated beast of similar strength and jumped to Wang Zhan's side, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily as he asked in a low voice, "What should we do, old Wang? There are too many of these beasts, over 100. The combined number of ability users from our 2 shelters is only about 40. We have no chance of winning." An ability user gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, if only the Lu Hong shelter were still around. With their ability users, we wouldn't be so passive." He destroyed their shelter and promised to help us fend off the mutated beasts, but now where did he go? Is he treating us like fools? What should we do, Uncle Wang? Should we retreat? We can't win this fight. Listening to his subordinate's suggestions, Wang Zhan began to hesitate. Should they retreat now? If they did, the losses wouldn't be too great. But after working so hard for so long, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Just as Wang Zhan was indecisive, a voice filled with shock and fear rang out. "What the hell? What is that? What kind of tree can fly? It's so big." Everyone looked over and saw a patch of green flying towards them from the horizon. "Wait, that tree looks a bit familiar. Doesn't it look like a spirit peach tree? No way. There are people under that tree. Someone is flying with that giant tree. Oh my god, am I seeing a deity? This is too amazing." The newcomer was none other than Yang Chen, who had taken the spirit peaches and the spirit peach tree, flying in on his sword. With a wave of his hand, he annihilated a group of mutated beasts. The mutated beast camp was also drawn to this newcomer. When the mutated long-armed giant ape saw its prized tree being uprooted, it became furious, its eyes blood-red and its face twisted in rage as it roared at the distant Yang Chen. It picked up a massive rock and hurled it at him. Bang! A metal straight knife flew out, shattering the giant rock. Yang Chen stood calmly on top of the 8-sided sword, his hands behind his back, his expression serene and tranquil, as if the wind and clouds were light. Above him was the enormous spirit peach tree, surrounded by a dense array of metal straight knives that filled the air as he moved slowly. As they got closer, Wang Zhan and the others could finally see the appearance of the newcomer. Wang Zhendong stared wide-eyed in shock, pointing at the sword-flying Yang Chen, stuttering, "THTH this. He. Damn, he's so cool. What is this kid's ability? I still can't figure it out." The others were equally stunned, their expressions complex as they looked at the proud young Chen. There was envy, jealousy, admiration, and awe. How many men's dreams have been realized by this kid? Not to mention, riding the sword and riding the wind is truly impressive. Why is it that we are all ability users, yet the gap is so vast? You must remember, child, comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to disposal. I feel like we are ability users, while he is a god, an all-powerful god. Nonsense, he is clearly a sword immortal. That tree, why does it look so familiar? Damn, isn't that the spirit peach tree? What? He didn't disappear for half a day to go dig up the tree, did he? Goodness, we just wanted to get some spirit peaches, and he wants to take the whole pot. Ruthless. In the sky, Yang Chen pointed his sword finger at the mutated beasts below and calmly said, "Go." The alloy straight swords that had been following him trembled incessantly, emitting a piercing hum. In the next second, these alloy straight swords swooped down like fierce eagles, whistling as they fell like raindrops. Yang Chen had truly mastered the art of dimensional firepower. He single-handedly created the momentum of an entire squad. Just the sight of it was immensely oppressive. These alloy straight swords were imbued with sharpness, capable of easily inflicting damage on the mutated beasts. Moreover, not all of these mutated beasts were high-level, most were low-level, and their defenses were not much better than those of ability users. "Retreat!" Wang Zhan shouted, leading the others to withdraw first, creating distance from the mutated beasts. The other ability users were not slow to react either, quickly retreating, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Those low-level mutated beasts were killed in one strike, their heads severed, with the alloy straight swords returning to Yang Chen, still embedded in their skulls. The remaining mutated beasts could only struggle in vain. In the storm of 10,000 alloy straight swords, they were covered in countless wounds, deep enough to see bone, blood flowing like a river, and soon their massive bodies were stained red with blood. In the end, these mutated beasts could not withstand Yang Chen's ruthless tactics. One by one, they fell in despair, letting out mournful cries before dying. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated long-armed giant ape climbed to the top of a 3-story building, bracing itself against the attacks. With a powerful leap, its massive body soared into the air, gripping a tree trunk 30 centimeters in diameter with both hands, and came crashing down towards Yang Chen's forehead, its open mouth releasing a foul stench mixed with various odors. Facing the desperate strike of the mutated long-armed giant ape, Yang Chen merely uttered 4 words indifferently, an ant shaking a tree. The alloy straight swords shooting from all directions pierced the mutated long-armed giant ape, turning it into a porcupine. Roar, 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 roar. Put! Its head was severed. The mutated long-armed giant ape fell. The mutated beasts at the fragrant melon level were no longer a match for Yang Chen. Against such opponents, Yang Chen could take their lives with a mere gesture. Unless, of course, he wanted to play. By this point, over 100 mutated beasts on the battlefield had been wiped out by Yang Chen without breaking a sweat. According to the previous agreement, whoever killed the mutated beasts would claim them. Yang Chen only took what he deserved. A total of 108 mutated beast heads were laid out before him. Yang Chen took 5 minutes to absorb them one by one into his body. Wah! When he absorbed the 65th mutated beast head, the star map in his sea of consciousness changed. 4/10 of the second star on the star map lit up. At this point, the second star was completely illuminated. After the second star was fully lit, Yang Chen felt his physical strength increase significantly, and the total amount of ability energy within him doubled. Yang Chen thought to himself, could it be that after advancing to the second stage, star map level, the ability energy required for ability users to unleash their powers is stored in these stars? Continue, there are still many mutated beast heads that haven't been absorbed yet. After Yang Chen absorbed the warm current from the last mutated long-armed giant ape, 1/3 of his third star was lit up. He still needed 7/10 to completely light it up. The speed was quite fast. Yang Chen was relatively satisfied with the current speed. After absorbing the warm current, Yang Chen looked down at the crowd. He descended on his sword and set the spirit peach tree aside. Wang Zhendong stepped forward and joked, even if I, Yang Chen, bear the weight of the heavens, I can still hold the ancient spirit peach tree in one hand and be invincible in the world. Glancing at Wang Zhendong, Yang Chen smiled and said, from now on, please call me Yan Lan. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged smiles. Wang Zhendong looked at Yang Chen enviously. But brother, the scene when you appeared just now was really cool. Flying on your sword, if we didn't all know you, we would have thought an ancient sword immortal had come to the present through the river of time. Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhendong in surprise. I didn't expect you to be a bit of a weeb? Wang Zhendong laughed and scratched his head. After retiring, I worked as a security guard with my old buddy, and as a security guard, I have some free time. Usually, I like to read novels, and after reading so much, I become like this. Alright, Wang Zhendong curiously asked, Yang Chen, what exactly is your superpower? The first time I saw you punch that guy, I thought you were a physical type, but it seems that's not the case. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said 2 words, telekinesis. Wang Zhendong exclaimed, what the hell? A mentalist. Yang Chen, think whatever you want. At this moment, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan also walked over. Wang Zhan self-deprecatingly said, Brother Yang, you really keep refreshing our understanding. I didn't believe you could face the old city shelter without fear, but now it seems I underestimated you. I apologize for my previous disdain. After saying that, Wang Zhan bowed to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. After all, Wang Zhan hadn't done anything out of line. It's normal for people to question things beyond their understanding. Yang Chen said, alright, here are 120 spirit peaches, you two can split them. The matter was settled, and the tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests for 3,000 miles. The matter was settled, and the tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests for 3,000 miles. Yang Chen raised his hand and summoned 4 super large bags. Each bag contained 30 spirit peaches. Looking at the bags flying in front of them, both Wang Zhan and Lu Guan were a bit taken aback. They didn't expect Yang Chen to be so generous, giving each of them 60 spirit peaches. That adds up to 120. This quantity far exceeded their initial expectations. At first, the two thought getting 20 or 30 would be good enough. They didn't expect it to double directly. Thanks, Brother Yang, we won't be polite. Wang Zhan laughed heartily. Lu Guan also laughed cheerfully. Brother Yang, this time we owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, as long as it's something our Zhanghua shelter can do, just come to us, no hesitation. Wang Zhan added, our Huaxi shelter is the same. This was a strong ally. Their strength was beyond their imagination. If they could hold on to this ally, they would have a backing in the future. Having a backing is something you can do without, but you can't be without it. When things get really dire, a backing can truly save your life. But while they wanted to cling to Yang Chen, he himself wasn't too keen on it. Those two old men were quite crafty. For now, Yang Chen had no intention of establishing his own power. How he would think in the future, Yang Chen didn't know. But right now, he just wanted to create a paradise of their own with Lin Jinyun and the others. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave, Yang Chen said. The spirit peaches and the spirit peach tree were already in hand. The strength has also broken through a small level. Moreover, it has eliminated Lu Hong, this potential enemy, along with the main force behind him. This is not a loss at all. Instead, it's a huge profit. Good. Brother Yang, come play at our Zhanghua shelter when you have time. Just then, an urgent and panicked voice rang out from a distance. Not good. Not good, Uncle Wang. Something big has happened, old Lu. The newcomers were members of the harvesting team. Running at the front were two ability users from the shelter. They quickly rushed to their leader and spoke hurriedly. Not good, Uncle Wang, the spirit peach tree. The spirit peach tree has been taken by someone. We didn't find a single spirit peach. We can't say it was taken first. That guy was really arrogant. He moved the entire spirit peach tree right in front of us. Damn it, I don't even know where that person came from, such a big spirit peach tree, and he just moved it away. I can only say, impressive. The two exchanged words, briefly reporting the situation they encountered. After listening, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Uncle Wang, why are you laughing? The spirit peach is gone. Didn't we just work for nothing this time? Yeah, old Lu, what do we do now? Sigh, that person just vanished into thin air, otherwise, we could have chased after him. Lu Guan opened his bag containing the spirit peaches and smiled. The spirit peaches are all here, a full 60 of them, much more than I expected. Yang Chen, damn, that's too many. Wang Zhan also pointed to a spot not far away with a smile. Look, doesn't that tree look familiar? The two looked over and saw a large tree quietly lying in the distant field. They were both stunned. Wasn't this the spirit peach tree that had just disappeared before their eyes? How did it appear here? And the spirit peaches, could it be? The two looked at Yang Chen in unison. If anyone among them had the ability to do all this, it would undoubtedly be him. After all, the strongest of the three leaders, Lu Hong, was easily eliminated by him. Only a pile of ashes remained. I'm leaving first, Yang Chen said. With a thought, he controlled the eight-sided Han sword to fly in front of him. Yang Chen stepped on it. Using his psychic power to lift the spirit peach tree, he left gracefully in front of everyone. What the hell? Ha ha ha. Wang Zhan chuckled. The one who moved the entire spirit peach tree right in front of you is none other than Brother Yang. Lu Guan added, that's right, most of the mutated beasts here were killed by Brother Yang. Wang Zhan patted Wang Jindong's shoulder and said, Jindong, in the future, try to get to know this guy better, build a good relationship, and be friends. After all, more friends mean more paths. Lu Guan laughed, Old Wang, in this regard, I have a much greater advantage than you. I have a daughter at home. Do you think Brother Yang prefers strong men or sweet, soft girls? Wang Zhan fell silent for a moment, somewhat uncertain. Old Lu, if I remember correctly, you mentioned your daughter is only 6 years old, right? In first grade. Lu Guan didn't see anything wrong with that, so what? She can be a little sister. Old Wang fell silent. Well, there really was no advantage. Old Wang's gaze subtly glanced at his foolish son beside him, thinking, why are you such a boy? If you weren't, this age would be just right. At this moment, Wang Jindong scratched his head and said, Old dang, but I don't know where Yang Chen lives. Wang Zhan, Lu Guan. After leaving the peach forest in the west of the city, Yang Chen leisurely carried the spirit peach tree towards the urban area. On the way, he caught a largemouth flower to conduct an experiment. The largemouth flower was lively and jumping around before being put into the infinite space. Seeing Yang Chen, it opened its big mouth to shout a welcome. After the big mouth flower was placed into the infinite space, Yang Chen observed that it remained completely still, as if everything had been paused. The time for its body, thoughts, and other aspects had all been halted. After waiting for about half an hour, Yang Chen took the big mouth flower out. Upon leaving the infinite space, the previously motionless big-mouthed flower sprang back to life. Yang Chen concluded that time in the infinite space was completely prohibited. Anything that entered would have its time stopped, including living beings. It was like putting Lin Jinyun into the infinite space and then releasing her a month later. Although a month had passed outside, her consciousness would still be stuck in the time before she entered. So, the infinite space could contain living beings, but the time for those beings would be frozen. This made things easier. Carrying such a large spirit peach tree was not practical. Yang Chen estimated it weighed about 3,000 tons. Holding it like this was continuously consuming his extraordinary energy. He stored the spirit peach tree in the infinite space and immediately felt light and free. After eating 2 spirit peaches to restore his state, Yang Chen planned to leave. Roar! At that moment, a tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains. The sound of a tiger's roar was quite recognizable. Once heard, it was hard to forget. There's a mutated tiger beast. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He had just gained the extraordinary ability of Beast Master and still didn't have a beast companion. He had no interest in the mutated giant wolf from yesterday. Now he had a target. A tiger. How cool! Moreover, tigers had formidable combat power. After mutation, it was definitely stronger than that mutated gibbon he encountered earlier. Little darling, I'm coming. Yangchen couldn't wait and immediately teleported toward the source of the sound. To the west of Jiangcheng, there was a range of not very high mountains. This was one of the few peaks around Jiangcheng. It was relatively desolate and had not been developed. After the disaster apocalypse broke out, everything grew wildly, and plants and animals mutated. This peak had been overtaken by mutated plants, with tall trees everywhere, lush and full of life. In the southwest corner of the peak, there was a bamboo forest covering about 10 acres. This was private land, but after the apocalypse, the owner had disappeared. However, this place welcomed its new master, a giant black and white beast. A black and white giant beast, comparable in size to a semi-truck, had arrived here. It was none other than the panda that had escaped from the Jiangcheng West Zoo along with other mutated beasts. Officially named Milkball, a female. When Milkball saw the fresh bamboo and the large bamboo shoots all around, her eyes lit up. Her massive body shrank down quickly, returning to her normal size. Then she dashed into the bamboo forest and began to feast. Thus, Milkball spent a few carefree days here until her deadly neighbor arrived. Roar! Awooh! Outside the bamboo forest, two giant beasts were facing off. A black and white mutated panda, comparable in size to a semi-truck. A massive creature, akin to a giant mining truck, muscular all over, with tattoos of a mutated Siberian tiger. Ugh! Mutated Northeast Tiger. The mutated Northeast Tiger had also escaped from the West Zoo. At the time of the escape, the mutated Northeast Tiger was the main force. Compared to the giant mining truck-sized Northeast Tiger, Milkball appeared somewhat cute in front of it. But to defend her bamboo forest, Milkball stood her ground, her round eyes fixed on the mutated Northeast Tiger, letting out a roar. The combat power of pandas was not weak either. First, it must be understood that just because her name has a cat in it, one cannot assume she is a cat. She is a bear, known in ancient times as the iron-eating beast. Under full power, even a fierce tiger would retreat in fear. However, the current milk bear and the mutated Northeast Tiger are clearly not on the same level. Not far away, a person is perched on a branch of a giant tree. This person is dressed casually and cleanly, with a sunny and handsome face, and two blood-stained straight knives tucked at his waist. This person is none other than Yang Chen, who teleported here upon hearing the tiger's roar. Wow! That panda's crystal core has surpassed that of the cantaloupe. It should be able to transform into a star map by now. What the hell? What about the mutated Northeast Tiger's crystal core? I can't sense it at all. Could it be that his crystal core has also transformed into a star map? Looking at the dried blood on the fur of this mutated Northeast Tiger, during this time, it has killed quite a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. Truly a top predator among carnivores. In contrast, the other one is clean and even has fallen bamboo leaves stuck to it. Although it's a bear, it's clear that it has been eating vegetarian lately, completely incomparable to the mutated Northeast Tiger. Compared to these two, what mutated giant wolves or mutated giant apes are simply weak. These two are the apex of the food chain. Yang Chen chuckled, his eyes scanning the two mutated beasts. One panda, one Northeast Tiger. Both are impressive. He wants them both. Only children make choices. Yang Chen is an adult. He wants them all. In the distance, the two giant beasts have already risen. Although the milk bear is somewhat weaker than the mutated Northeast Tiger, it is still a bear, and with the intent to protect its bamboo forest, its combat power skyrockets. With a forward leap, it knocks the mutated Northeast Tiger over. Then the milk bear jumps high, landing directly on the belly of the mutated Northeast Tiger, its paws slapping like a whirlwind, delivering heavy blows to the tiger's face. Roar! The mutated Northeast Tiger roared, its roar shaking the mountains and forests, echoing for 3,000 miles, exaggerated. It suddenly exerted force, delivering a powerful kick with its hind leg to the milk bear's backside, sending the heavyweight flying into the sky, then free-falling. Fortunately, the milk bear is already a mutated beast, with a tough body, and it crashed to the ground, creating a large pit without any issues. Awooh! Roar! The battle continues. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind swirled around the mutated Northeast Tiger, followed by dozens of sharp wind blades shooting out, slicing at the milk bear with incredible speed. In an instant, blood splattered, and the milk bear's white fur was stained red. Awooh! The milk bear cried out in pain. Dragons come from the clouds, tigers come from the wind. Yang Chen's eyes widened in surprise, laughing. This mutated Northeast Tiger's ability is wind. The wind element. On the distant battlefield, the milk bear, having been hit, became angry. Damn it, you don't eat bamboo. Why are you fighting me for this place? Bullying. Ah, no, bullying bears too much. I'm going to explode. A thick yellow halo erupted from the milk bear, a heavy feeling radiating from her, as the ground soil and stones flew up, sticking to the milk bear and forming a set of earthen armor. It looks ugly, but it seems to have strong defense. Whoa. With the earthen armor, the milk bear's confidence soared, and it charged towards the mutated northeast tiger with its short limbs. Then, one slap, the milk bear's earthen armor shattered. The milk bear blinked its big, round eyes, staring at the tiger head towering over it, with a fierce and imposing expression, stunned for a moment, realizing it wanted to run with Alawo, but the mutated northeast tiger was faster. Bang! Another slap sent the milk bear flying. It crashed heavily to the ground. The mutated northeast tiger, with a fierce gaze, strode towards the milk bear with powerful limbs, its massive and strong body exuding an immense sense of pressure. A fierce tiger crouches by the water pool, drinking, its muscular back visible in the video you must have seen, right? Just like that. Magnify its size and take a look. Ayo. The little one rolled and crawled to turn and run. When she saw the figure suddenly appear ahead, her eyes lit up. She quickened her pace and ran over. A body comparable to a semi-truck hid behind that figure. A huge bare paw pointed at the approaching mutated beast, and it was howling, as if it were complaining about being wronged. Ayo, two-legged beast, this big fool is hitting me. Ayo, it hurts, look, it has made me bleed. As someone who was raised by a caretaker since childhood and adored by many, the little one naturally believed that all two-legged beasts were good people and would protect her. At this moment, she was being bullied. Just then, the two-legged beast arrived. The little one suddenly felt emboldened. Yang Chen was somewhat speechless. Should we take a look at our size difference? Is it appropriate for you to hide behind me? Fine. Yang Chen looked at the approaching mutated northeast tiger, its eyes flashing with fierce light. Then let's start with you. Subduing the two mutated beasts, roar. Sensing the hostility emanating from Yang Chen, the mutated northeast tiger lowered its body, its fierce eyes fixed on Yang Chen, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl. It felt immense pressure from this little shorty. This was unprecedented. Ever since it escaped from that cage, it had never encountered such an existence, neither among its kind nor the two-legged beasts. The mutated northeast tiger, suspected to have advanced to the second stage star map level, had developed significant intelligence, distinguishing between ability users and mutated beasts. Come on, Yang Chen smiled. Roar. The mutated northeast tiger roared. Raising its paw, it unleashed dozens of wind blades. Yang Chen stood still, unyielding. As the wind blades were about to reach him, the little one, frightened, covered her eyes with her bare paw, curling her massive body into a ball behind Yang Chen. Bang. The wind blades struck Yang Chen's spatial barrier. No matter how the wind blades collided, they could not shatter Yang Chen's spatial barrier. Seeing this, the mutated northeast tiger roared in anger, raised its upper body high, then came crashing down, lowering its front, opening its massive mouth, and a visibly thick wind blade tornado spewed out. Boom! The wind blade tornado violently collided with the spatial barrier. Wah! The space rippled, but it still did not break. The strength of the mutated northeast tiger was far below Yang Chen's. To shatter Yang Chen's spatial barrier, it would need to be at least 4 or 5 small realms higher. Yang Chen, with his hands in his pockets, smiled indifferently, walking straight through the mutated northeast tiger's wind blade tornado, as if the tiger posed no threat to him at all. And indeed, that was the case. Even though the mutated northeast tiger had already lit up 6 or 7 stars on its star map, Yang Chen remained unafraid. This was the confidence brought by his multiple powerful abilities. Watching the approaching two-legged beast, the mutated northeast tiger felt an overwhelming anxiety. How could this be? How could he be so strong? What to do? He's coming. Should I run? Struggling internally for 2.5 seconds, the mutated northeast tiger made a decision. Run. It had a premonition that if it didn't run now, it really wouldn't be able to escape. The mutated northeast tiger turned and ran, but after just 2 steps, its massive body collapsed to the ground. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on its back. Telekinetic control, press. Yang Chen bent his legs and jumped onto the head of the mutated northeast tiger. Roar. The mutated northeast tiger roared, but at that moment, it could do nothing. It could only watch helplessly as this two-legged beast did as it pleased. Roar. Ignoring the mutated northeast tiger's resistance, Yang Chen pressed his hand on the king character on its forehead. The Beast King activated. An invisible thread extended from Yang Chen's palm, entering the brain of the mutated northeast tiger. To be precise, it was its sea of consciousness. As expected, this big orange has also converted the crystal core into a star map. Yang Chen's consciousness immersed itself in the mutated northeast tiger's sea of consciousness. Looking at the floating sky blue star map, Yang Chen nodded, as if to say, just as I thought. It just leveled up not long ago, and the second star has no brightness at all. Truly a fierce tiger, its leveling speed is not slow at all. Just look at the blood on its body. it must have been on a killing spree during this time. Yang Chen thought to himself, and then he no longer hesitated, manipulating the beast control thread to begin its work. The beast control thread first linked to the mutated Northeast Tiger's star map. It then divided into countless strands, rooting itself in the void like a spider web, spreading throughout this space. After completing all this, the beast control contract was considered finished. A master-servant contract. Yang Chen's consciousness returned to his body. He jumped down from the mutated Northeast Tiger's head. At the same time, he withdrew his mental control. The mutated Northeast Tiger, which had signed the contract with Yang Chen, no longer bore the ferocity it had moments ago. Its previously bloodthirsty gaze became clearer, now filled with a hint of submission as it looked at Yang Chen. It worked! The mutated Northeast Tiger stood up and lowered its head in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen jumped back a step. Hey, don't lick me. You haven't brushed your teeth after eating so much meat recently. Mutated Northeast Tiger. Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. With the beast control thread linking both parties, a unique line of communication was established between the beast master and the beast. The mutated Northeast Tiger understood Yang Chen's words just now. Yang Chen also sensed the tiger's speechlessness. Yang Chen smiled. You have emotions now, you're becoming more human-like. On the other side, the little milk ball watched in shock as the two who had been fighting moments ago shook hands and made peace. Then, feeling sad, it curled up into a ball and lay on the ground, shutting itself off. Roar, roar, roar. It's over, even the two-legged beast won't help me. He and that big fool are getting along well. Roar, roar, roar. What should I do? Should I run? But, there's so much food here, I don't want to run. Roar, roar, roar. Wait. Why is that two-legged beast coming towards me? Is he going to help that big fool against me? The little milk ball's dark, round eyes watched Yang Chen approach. Its round, chubby body trembled. When Yang Chen reached in front of the little milk ball, he placed his hand on its forehead. Come with me. Just as Yang Chen was about to use the Beast King technique to contract this panda as well, he saw the panda curl up into a ball and roll away. What is this? Let it run away? Damn it, how could Yang Chen let the meat he was about to catch slip away? Just as Yang Chen was about to chase after it, the mutated panda returned. It rolled up to Yang Chen, dropping what it had been carrying onto the ground. It was all fresh bamboo shoots. Roar, 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 big brother, this is all for you. Don't help that big fool against me. Yang Chen found it amusing. What does this mean? Does it like him? Or is it bribing him? Never mind. Let's contract it first. The operation was the same as before. After 2.5 minutes, Yang Chen and the mutated panda also completed the beast control contract. Roar, roar, roar. What should I do? What should I do? The two-legged beast seems to not like what I offered. Roar, roar, roar. This two-legged beast is so bad. Not at all like my mom. Roar, roar, roar. These are all my favorite bamboo shoots. I gave them all to you. You take my bamboo shoots. Yang Chen. Alright. He understood what the panda meant just now. It was honoring him. What is this? A black market? Forget it. Anyway, he had already secured 2 mutated beasts. Compared to the white concave mutated giant wolf, Yang Chen's was simply a luxury set. The mutated panda had strong combat power and could also serve as a cute mascot. It just had a bit too much chatter in its heart. The mutated Northeast Tiger is even more impressive. When the dragon doesn't appear, which animal can be as handsome as a tiger? Time to wrap up. Yang Chen issued a command to the 2 mutated beasts to follow him. The mutated Northeast Tiger had no objections. After all, it was a lone wolf. But the mutated panda had objections. She pointed at the bamboo forest behind her and growled at Yang Chen. Oh whoa, my bamboo shoots. There's so much delicious food here, I don't want to leave. Yang Chen looked back at the bamboo forest. Bamboo and bamboo shoots? You've been eating these things since you were little. You definitely can't change that. Come on, will you lack food if you follow me? With a thought, Yang Chen activated his telekinesis. Countless green bamboo shoots sprang up from the ground, packed into an infinite space. The bamboo shoots followed suit. In less than 10 minutes, the several acres of bamboo forest became completely bare. Looking at the barren scene before him, the panda blinked in confusion, her dark, round eyes scanning back and forth between Yang Chen and the ground. Oh whoa, where's my food? Why is it all gone? Patting the panda's head, Yang Chen smiled and said, follow me, and you won't lack food in the future. Do you want to drink some milk? Upon hearing this, the panda's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. It had been a long time since she had tasted milk. Now that she thought about it, she really wanted some. Oh whoa, you said, two-legged beast. My clan will never be slaves unless you provide food and shelter. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen laughed heartily. Let's go. With a ready source of transportation, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't waste his energy or abilities on teleportation or sword flight. Riding a tiger is pretty cool too, no less than flying on a sword. Yang Chen leaped onto the head of the mutated northeast tiger. Let's go, head in the direction I point. Roar! The mutated northeast tiger let out a fierce roar and began to run with its powerful limbs. Yang Chen looked back and didn't see the huge black and white ball. Instead, there was a smaller version on the back of the mutated northeast tiger. The panda lay on the tiger's back, her paws tightly gripping its fur. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen smiled. Can it still relieve itself anywhere? That's quite convenient. It is said that people from Sichuan and Chongqing each have a panda when they grow up. Whether this rumor is true or not, Yang Chen now really had a panda. Since this panda could relieve itself anywhere, it would be much easier to take care of. Keeping it at home is no different from having a dog, right? Since this silly bear can relieve itself anywhere, can this tiger do the same? Yang Chen remembered that Aunt Lin had a fat golden shorthair cat, the northeast tiger. Could it also be considered a golden shorthair? If it could relieve itself anywhere, it could be kept at home like a cat. As for the food issue, that would be easy. The mutated northeast tiger had its own hunting abilities. Whatever it wanted to eat, it could just go out and hunt for itself. With its strength, it wouldn't be in any danger. Not all star map level beings are called Yang Chen. Giving the mutated northeast tiger a pat on the head, Yang Chen communicated with it through his beast control thread. Hey, Big Orange, can you relieve yourself anywhere like that fat one? Soon, Yang Chen got the answer. Yes. To be precise, any intelligent mutated beast could. The large size would consume more energy. In non-combat situations, the mutated northeast tiger said it preferred its smaller form, as it consumed less energy. Not bad. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Now I have 2 combat pets at home. In the old city. The full name of Lu Hong's shelter is called the Red Beauty Shelter. Its headquarters is located in the Red Beauty Foot Bath City in the old city. At this time, there were about 700 to 800 survivors here. All of them were the labor force of the Red Beauty Shelter. They were establishing a new defensive perimeter around the Red Beauty Foot Bath City. Aside from the ones taken away by Lu Hong, there were still 3 ability users left in the Red Beauty Shelter. One of these 3 was a trusted aide of Lu Hong. Damn it! Old man, hurry up. Why is it so hard to get you to do some work? Useless. Someone like you should be thrown out to fend for yourself. I don't understand why the shelter even lets in people like you who are nothing but basic labor. A fierce-looking strong man kicked an old man to the ground, cursing with disgust and malice in his eyes. Don't hit my grandpa. A little boy dropped the nightstand he was carrying on his shoulder and rushed over, standing protectively in front of the old man, tears streaming down his face as he looked pleadingly at the strong man. The strong man sneered and raised his whip to strike. Crack! The boy was knocked down. A gruesome scar appeared on his face. Blood flowed. The strong man scoffed. You little brat, minding my business now? Do you believe that even if I beat you to death, they up top won't do anything to me? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the strong man's head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered, landing on the little boy. Not just this strong man, all the thugs oppressing the civilians at the scene had their heads burst open like watermelons, without any warning. The surrounding survivors were all stunned, watching everything unfold. They couldn't understand what was happening. At that moment, a voice rang in the little boy's ear. Kid, there's an ability fruit to the east. If you want to live with dignity in this cannibalistic world, go get that ability fruit. The voice stopped abruptly, vanishing without a trace, and no matter how much the little boy shouted, there was no response. Ability fruit. Live with dignity. The little boy looked at his grandfather's frail, hunched body, and his gaze became resolute. He helped his grandfather sit in a corner to rest, then resolutely sprinted eastward. The one who spoke to him was naturally Yang Chen. He had come to eliminate Lu Hong's remaining forces, but he was not a demon of death. These enslaved survivors didn't even know who he was. Therefore, they held no grudge against Yang Chen. The ones with grudges were the ability users of this shelter, the official members of the shelter. The survivors outside were more like their slaves. As for the ability fruit, it wasn't placed there by Yang Chen. It had grown there naturally. Whether the boy could obtain it depended on his own fortune. Inside the Red Beauty Foot Bath City, in the highest specification room, Yang Chen was holding a pale corpse. It was a woman. She had a stunning appearance and a hot figure, indeed a beautiful woman. But she was one of Lu Hong's subordinates. That meant she had to die. So Yang Chen came and killed her. When Yang Chen arrived, he discovered this eye-catching scene. This person was playing a queen game. This is none of your business, get lost. Yang Chen said coldly. Yes. Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. Big brother, you don't know, this woman is simply a hungry ghost in the realm of lust. Several of my brothers have been drained to death by her. These good-looking young men were all grateful, bowing to Yang Chen in thanks. Then they ran away without looking back, as if this place were a den of demons. Bang! Yang Chen tossed the female corpse aside. His telekinetic perception expanded. He began to investigate. First, to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. Second, to see if there were any supplies he needed. To Yang Chen's surprise, there were actually gas canisters here. Many gas canisters, and they were all new, all filled with gas. It seemed that Lu Hong had scavenged all the gas canisters from the old city. This saved Yang Chen a lot of effort in searching. Lu Hong actually did something good. Home, new member 2. After taking half of the gas canisters, Yang Chen instantly teleported away from the Hongyan shelter. Although he only took half, it's important to know that the Hongyan shelter had gathered all the gas canisters from the entire old city. Lu Hong was not a foolish woman. After the power outage and internet disconnection, water and natural gas would inevitably stop as well. When the night fog arrived, the bone-chilling cold would be unbearable, even for those with abilities, let alone ordinary people. And without natural gas, how could one cook? Would they have to resort to the primitive method of chopping wood? That would be too troublesome. Moreover, making smoke could easily attract unnecessary trouble. At this time, gas canisters became a very good option. Therefore, a large number of gas canisters were stored here. It was the entire reserve of the old city. Yang Chen took half, which at the very least amounted to 500 or 600 canisters. The population in the old city was still quite large. Some gas canisters were ready to use, while others needed to be refilled with new ones. Under normal usage, one canister could last about 2 months. Yang Chen arrived at another street. The mutated Siberian tiger controlled its size to that of an SUV. Yang Chen sat on the back of the mutated Siberian tiger. The milk bun was the same, clinging tightly to the tiger's fur. The mutated Siberian tiger let out a low growl, its limbs moving as it followed Yang Chen's will to start moving. Time flowed like water in a toilet, gone with a flush. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 in the afternoon. With the mutated Siberian tiger, Yang Chen's speed of movement had more than doubled. Previously, when he lacked the energy to control a sword, riding a small electric scooter on the dilapidated roads was particularly troublesome. Encountering a rough patch would give him a headache. But now, it was different. The mutated Siberian tiger was highly agile and could leap over difficult terrain. Don't underestimate the tiger's jumping ability, especially after its mutation. Moreover, the physical strength of the mutated Siberian tiger was formidable. Bullets couldn't penetrate its skin. Would it fear a little rough road? Yes, Yang Chen had already tested it. The star map level mutated Siberian tiger had a robust physique. Handguns, assault rifles, and submachine guns couldn't pierce its fur, let alone harm its insides. The anti-material sniper rifle could, however. With the mutated Siberian tiger, any road was unobstructed for Yang Chen. The mutated Siberian tiger raced along, and in less than 10 minutes, they returned to the Jinqiu city community. He made the 2 mutated beasts shrink. The mutated panda became the size of a normal corgi, while the mutated Siberian tiger shrank to the size of a regular orange cat. Yang Chen held one in each hand, pinching the back of their necks as he teleported back home. The 5 women had already returned. They always came back quite early. This was because Yang Chen had specifically instructed them to do so. The night fog was dangerous. They had to return home as early as possible to avoid being trapped somewhere when the fog descended. To be honest, Yang Chen had never truly stepped into the fog. In both his past life and this life, he had only seen a glimpse of the iceberg that unexpectedly revealed itself from the fog. For instance, the huge limb he saw from the window in the stairwell. In his past life, he had also seen humanoid creatures flying in the fog, all black, with terrifying faces and bat-like flesh wings on their backs. This appearance reminded Yang Chen of a name, Night Demon. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, but Yang Chen was sure. These mysterious beings would definitely come into contact with humanity in the future. Seeing Yang Chen return, the women all came forward to greet him. Lin Jingyun smiled and said, "Xiaosun, you're back." Halfway through her sentence, she noticed the small things Yang Chen was holding in his hands. "Oh, what is this? Is this a panda?" The recognition of pandas was quite high. Almost every Chinese person knew what a panda looked like. Therefore, Lin Jingyun recognized the little creature in Yang Chen's right hand at first glance. "Isn't it a panda? Brother Yang Chen, where did you get this panda? Wait, why does this big orange one look so fierce? Ladies, let me ask, does our Jiangcheng Zoo have pandas and tigers?" The other 4 women also curiously gathered around, their eyes blinking with curiosity as they stared at the 2 little creatures. Yang Chen smiled and placed the 2 little ones on the floor, saying, "I found these today in the wild. they are now my beast pets. Yes, this chubby panda sought refuge on its own. The mutated northeast tiger was subdued after a beating. Saying he found them is quite an exaggeration. Lin Jinyun squatted down, gently stroking the little panda's head, and said, "Our Jiangcheng Zoo does have pandas, it's the one in the West City. I went to see the panda when it was just sent to Jiangcheng last year. What was its name again? Oh right, Naituan. Could this little guy be Naituan?" Yang Chen gave the two little creatures a command, meaning, these 5 women are his own, they cannot be harmed, and he must protect them when necessary. Aside from the owner, they can follow their commands. With Yang Chen's command, the 2 little ones allowed the 5 women to pet and squeeze them, especially Naituan, who was subjected to many sneak attacks. There was no helping it. For women, pandas are much more appealing than tigers. Lu Ruyan flipped the mutated northeast tiger over, exposing its belly, and began to rummage. Huh? It's a female? A female tiger. What? Yang Chen was also taken aback. He didn't even know the mutated northeast tiger was female. Chen Jiai waved at Lu Ruyan, giggling, "Sister Ruyan, quickly check what gender Naituan is." Lin Jinyun crossed her arms and chuckled. "Naituan is female. The West City Zoo has information about Naituan. I even got a flyer about her last year." I'm not sure if this panda is Naituan. Ruyan, you should check. Maybe it ran away from another city." "Okay." Lu Ruyan agreed. In the end, it was confirmed that the panda was also female. Goodness, it turns out the only one with masculine energy in this family is Yang Chen, but this suited them just fine. Chen Jiao said, "The mutated panda already has a name, Naituan, so let's call her that from now on, no need to change it." "But what about the mutated northeast tiger? Jin Yun, do you know?" Lin Jinyun shook her head. "I don't know. I only went to the zoo last year specifically to see Naituan. I did see the northeast tiger, but there were 3 or 4 in the tiger enclosure, so I don't know their names." "Well then," Yang Chan suggested with a smile, "how about we give her a name?" The women became interested. "What should we call her? Since it's female, we should definitely give her a girl's name. She has a king character on her forehead, and she's female, so how about we call her Wang Xiaohua?" "Everyone. That's a good name. Let's not name her again next time." Lin Jinyun teased, "Lu Ruyan, when you have kids in the future, you won't need to name them." Lu Ruyan blushed in embarrassment. She realized too late that the name was too cheesy. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, "And Lin, how about we call her Tiger Girl, with the nickname Nyo Nyo? All members are star map level. Prepare to relocate. All members are star map level. Prepare to relocate." Hearing this familiar name, Lin Jinyun was momentarily stunned. Her beautiful, mature face was lost in thought. When she saw Yang Chen's cheerful expression, she felt warm inside. He still remembered that she had a fat cat. To be honest, that golden gradient cat had been with Lin Jinyun for 4 or 5 years, and they had developed feelings for each other. That home was cold, and only that little creature provided Lin Jinyun with companionship. At that time, when the mutation turned into a mutated beast, she and Yang Chen went to hunt, and although she said she didn't care, how could she really not care? She just didn't say it. "Thank you, Xiao Sun." Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand. "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" Lin Jinyun smiled gently and walked over to link her arm with Yang Chen's. "Xiao Sun, Aunt Lin wants to make progress again." As soon as this was said, someone was unhappy. Chen Jiao said, "Sister Jinyun, you can't do that." Yang Chan chuckled, "Sister Jinyun, give the sisters a chance to progress too. You can't always be the only one improving." Lu Ruyan and Chen Jai didn't have such thick skin, standing there with flushed faces and saying nothing. Lin Jinyun shook her head and laughed. All right, I won't argue with you little vixens today." She turned to Yang Chen and said, "You should go take a shower." "Okay." Yang Chen went to the bathroom and took a shower. Afterward, he came out wearing just a pair of shorts. The 2 mutated beasts had also become familiar with the home environment. The tiger girl couldn't sit still, always wanting to run outside. After all, before meeting Yang Chen, she was a powerful lone wolf, constantly hunting mutated beasts or enhancing her abilities without a moment's rest. Now ordered by Yang Chen to stay at home, this little creature couldn't sit still and was darting around everywhere. The milk ball was much quieter, curling up into a ball and hiding in the corner of the sofa, softly humming to itself. Where is this? Not comfortable at all. Why is there no bamboo? Where have these 2-legged beasts brought me? Mom, where are you going?" Ignoring the little one's murmurs, Yang Chen plopped down on the sofa. Lin Jinyun and Yang Chan were in the kitchen preparing dinner for the day. Yang Chen learned about today's situation from Chen Jiao and the other 2. They encountered a total of 102 mutated beasts today, divided into 4 waves. Almost every wave had over 20 mutated beasts. This shows that the number of mutated beasts is indeed increasing rapidly. It won't be long before these damned creatures flood the streets and alleys. However, the increase in mutated beasts also indicates that the source of the abilities is becoming more powerful. Just like today, only mutated beasts. Each woman got 20 mutated beasts. Lin Jin-yoon had 22. With so many mutated beasts nourishing her, Lin Jin-yoon advanced from the orange level to the melon level. One more step and she could scatter crystal cores to draw star maps. The other women were not slow either. Yang Chan was at the peak of the orange level. Chen Jia, Chen Jai, and Lu Ruyan were all at the orange level. Coupled with the milk ball, who was about to step into the star map level, and the tiger girl, who had already drawn a star map, their team of ability users was simply terrifyingly strong. The remaining supplies on the list were running low. Yang Chen planned to take them out to hunt mutated beasts starting tomorrow, aiming to have everyone scatter crystal cores and draw star maps within 2 days. And he needed to light up the third star map. In the kitchen, the dishes were ready. The aroma wafted out from the kitchen, instantly stimulating everyone's appetite. It smells so good. Sister Jin-yoon, what did you cook today? Wow! Braised pork ribs. My favorite is potato stew with beef. Ever since following Yang Chen, they had never gone hungry. Every day, Lin Jin-yoon prepared a variety of dishes, all delicious and fragrant. If taken outside, it would surely make a group of survivors kneel and beg for food. Yet, here with Yang Chen, these were just ordinary meals, nothing special at all. Everyone took their seats. Yang Chen smiled and said, "Let's dig in." With Yang Chen's words, the women no longer hesitated and picked up their chopsticks to eat. Ding! Investing in a piece of Lu Ruyan's braised pork ribs triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pieces of braised pork ribs. Ding! Investing in Chen Jia's braised lion's head, a 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 braised lion's heads. Ding! Investing in Yang Chan's fruit-flavored orange drink, a 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of fruit-flavored orange drink. The system's notification sound buzzed in his ears, and Yang Chen had long since gotten used to it. He even found it a bit annoying. After dinner, it was only a little past 7, not yet 8. Clearly, it was too early to sleep. So, it was time to engage in some entertainment. 5 women. Lin Jin-yoon was practicing yoga in the living room. Chen Jiaya was eagerly following along. Lu Ruyan was engrossed in her phone, reading apocalyptic novels to catch up on knowledge. Yang Chan, feeling bored, lay on the sofa with a tablet, watching a variety show while holding a milk bun that smelled of bamboo. And Chen Jiai had been pulled by Yang Chen to be a professional dance instructor. What's wrong? Is Yang Chen now such a big star that he can't even enjoy watching dance? I have to say, the bodies of dance students are indeed flexible. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yang Chen had been taking the women around the city, gathering necessary supplies and hunting mutated beasts. His strength was increasing as he had anticipated. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, after a long period of fermentation, mutated beasts were now everywhere in the city, and the number of aggressive mutated beasts was also on the rise. The human living environment was under pressure, but all of this had no impact on Yang Chen's team. In fact, as the number of mutated beasts increased, their ability levels were also rising faster. After 3 days, Yang Chen's third star was officially lit. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, Lin Jin-yoon and the Milk Bun officially broke through to the second stage star map level. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, Yang Chan successfully broke through to the second stage star map level, while the other 3 women were at the peak of the melon level, just 1 step away from breaking through. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, which is today, the 3 women also officially scattered their crystal cores to draw the star map. Thus, all members of Yang Chen's team reached the star map level. Their strength could not be considered weak. At the same time, the supplies Yang Chen needed had also been collected. There was no longer any need to stay in Jinqiu City. Today, Yang Chen planned to move with the 5 women and the 2 little ones. Destination, the villa area halfway up the mountain in Linshan. At 3:30 in the afternoon, in Yang Chen's home in Jinqiu City. Finally out, brothers. The data has plummeted while I was locked up these past few days. I don't know if I can survive. Please leave some reviews, urge updates, and add me to your bookshelf. It's so hard. Everyone, I have taken over the remaining mutated beasts. Now it was 4:30 in the afternoon. They had just returned from outside. They had spent the whole day hunting mutated beasts. Finally, they had raised the remaining 3 women's levels to the second stage. Glancing at the time, Lin Jin-yoon said, "Xiaosun, it's already 4:30. There's still an hour and a half until the fog descends. Shouldn't we stay in during this time? Let's wait until the fog clears tomorrow morning before heading to the villa area halfway up the mountain." Yang Chen smiled and confidently patted Tiger Girl's head, saying, "I'm not bragging, but with Tiger Girl's current speed, we can reach our destination in half an hour. Even if we're late, I still have the group teleportation array. If it were before, Yang-chen definitely wouldn't have taken the risk to go out, because transportation was too inconvenient back then, and the speed was slow. Now, he had a beast pet in mount, Tiger Girl, and could fly with a sword or even directly activate the group teleportation array. Mobility had clearly improved. The speed was incredibly fast. Hearing Yang-chen say this, Lin Jinyun no longer tried to dissuade him. Alright then, let's set off now. After packing everything in the infinite space, Yang-chen took the 5 women and the 2 little ones downstairs. He patted Tiger Girl's head and tossed her out, saying, "It's decided, you are the one, Tiger Beast." Tiger Girl's cat-sized body grew larger in mid-air. Eventually, her size reached that of a semi-truck. Yang-chen knew this was not even the limit of Tiger Girl's ability to relieve herself anywhere. Roar, roar, roar. Tiger Girl howled to the sky, her thunderous roar resonating far and wide. Many mutated beasts trembled in fear upon hearing this majestic and kingly roar, shrinking into corners and whimpering, too scared to approach the source of the sound. The tiger is the king of beasts, the strongest predator in single combat. What lions? They are mere food in front of a fierce tiger. As the ancient saying goes, a tiger's roar can be heard 3,000 miles away. This is no joke. Today, Tiger Girl's roar spread at least 100 kilometers. Survivors still alive in the splendid city began to form their own survivor teams. Among them were not a few with special abilities. Upon hearing the roar, they cautiously looked outside. When they saw the scene below, they were stunned in shock. A tiger, and a gigantic mutated tiger at that. It actually appeared in their splendid city. More importantly, there were 6 people sitting on this mutated tiger. Unbelievable. Who are these guys? How could they make such a ferocious carnivore obediently serve as a mount? They were greatly shocked. They dared not make a sound. They could only quietly witness everything below. Once Yang-chen and the others were securely seated, Tiger Girl lowered her front body and bent her forelimbs. In the next moment, her massive body shot out like lightning. Following Yang-chen's guidance, she leaped out of the north gate, heading towards the hillside villa area in the north. The dilapidated road had no effect on Tiger Girl. She jumped over any obstacles without delay. Perhaps it was the aura of the king of beasts that made the mutated creatures along the way too afraid to show themselves. In Yang-chen's telepathic perception, those mutated beasts fled in all directions like startled birds when Tiger Girl approached, scared to the point of losing control. They sped along, the scenery of Yanbian quickly flashing by. 10 minutes later, Tiger Girl's massive body came to a sudden stop. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, 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 roar. Bang, 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 bang. Ow, 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 ow. Ahead of them, at the intersection, a large number of mutated beasts were charging down the left road. The right road was filled with gunfire, bullets flying, and there were also ability users at the front, killing the mutated beasts that crossed the defense line. This is a firefight. And rockets and tanks? With this setup, it must be the military without a doubt. On Tiger Girl's back, Yang-chen looked at the situation ahead, his expression turning strange. In his previous life, he had never seen military rescue efforts until his death. He didn't expect to encounter them during this relocation. Telepathic perception expanded. Centered on Yang-chen, a kilometer-wide area was enveloped in his telepathic awareness. Soon, Yang-chen clearly saw the basic situation below. On the left road were densely packed mutated beasts. They were still mainly mutated cats and dogs, but there were also many mutated rats and snakes mixed in, and mutated birds were circling in the sky, their sharp claws and beaks ready to dive down and pierce anyone they spotted. Roughly counting, there were about 13 to 1400 mutated beasts on the left side. To be honest, this was the first time Yang-chen had encountered such a large-scale group of mutated beasts since the apocalypse began. The largest group he had encountered before was only 2 to 300 at most. If he could kill all these mutated beasts, absorb their warmth, the 4th star must be able to light up. He wouldn't even need 13 or 1400, just 1,000 would be enough. Yang-chen licked his lips, feeling a murderous intent towards this group of mutated beasts. Looking to the right, just as Yang-chen expected, the soldiers were dressed in military green camouflage, fully armed. They had 5 armored vehicles, 3 main battle tanks, and a dozen military transport vehicles. At this moment, these transport vehicles were filled with survivors, each one looking anxious and uneasy as they listened to the cannon fire outside, with some children crying in fear, the chaotic sounds blending together in a particularly disordered manner. There were about 500 soldiers on the right side of the road, among them 100 with special abilities. The crystal cores were mostly the size of oranges. These soldiers were fighting alongside mutated beasts. Given the current road conditions, the vehicle's speed was far below that of the mutated beasts. If they simply retreated, they would surely be caught by the beasts, ultimately forming a siege. In situations like this, relying on heavy firepower suppression and having special ability users arrayed for defense, both sides were evenly matched, with artillery fire filling the sky. Still, the fact remains that firearms have a strong lethality against mutated beasts or humans. One must not underestimate the rapid development of humanity over the years. If they couldn't kill, it was simply a matter of insufficient firepower. After several fierce battles, many mutated beast corpses lay on the ground. Yang Chen was not going to wait any longer. He was going to take down the remaining mutated beasts. Yang Chen stood up from Tiger Girl's back and instantly moved to the center of the battlefield. Neither side had anticipated that someone would suddenly appear in the middle. On the military side, not good. Where did this person come from? Can't you see the artillery fire is everywhere? Just appearing in the middle of the battlefield. Does he really think bullets have eyes? Everyone, avoid shooting at him. The commanding officer of this team looked thoughtfully at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. If he dares to be so bold, he either has real skills or is looking for death. Nowadays, special ability users were no longer a secret. It was not surprising what kind of abilities one could awaken. Perhaps he had some backing? Yang Chen grinned and said without looking back, "Everyone, I've taken over the remaining mutated beasts." The words "exterminate the mutated beast horde, brainless woman" were spoken lightly, yet they clearly reached everyone's ears. Yang Chen raised his hand. The infinite space door opened. The alloy straight knives, imbued with sharpness, surged forth like a swarm of bees. The sound of blades rang out continuously, the air vibrating with their energy. They danced densely in the sky, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. This sight left the military soldiers behind Yang Chen in awe. Even more survivors peeked out, witnessing this shocking and grand spectacle. Go! These mutated beasts were all within the range of Yang Chen's telekinetic perception. He could skillfully control each alloy straight knife to attack. As always, Yang Chen alone unleashed the firepower of an entire division. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the sharp and fast alloy straight knives reaching speeds of Mach 5, the mutated beasts could only be slaughtered. They wanted to run, but their speed couldn't match that of the knives, and they wanted to dodge, but again, their speed was insufficient. In such a narrow area, these mutated beasts were like fish on a chopping board, at Yang Chen's mercy. A group of first-stage mutated beasts had no power to resist against Yang Chen. Whoosh, 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 splatter, 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 splatter. Blood flowed like a river, pooling together, severed limbs and broken arms flying high. The scene became bloody, the air thick with the smell of blood, accompanied only by the buzzing of the swiftly flying alloy knives and the roars of the mutated beasts. The strongest among these mutated beasts was merely at the level of a cantaloupe, but to Yang Chen, who had lit up 3 stars, they seemed like chickens. Unknowingly, the military soldiers behind Yang Chen stopped their fire output. They silently watched the scene before them. At that moment, they deeply felt how spectacular it was when an individual's power reached a certain level. These mutated beasts, they bombarded for more than 10 minutes and only managed to kill 200 or 300. But now, the lives of these mutated beasts are being harvested like straw. Is this the gap between ability users and ordinary people? Nonsense! There are also gaps between ability users. 100 of me combined can't even take down this kid, let alone hope to make him move a single step. Are we really just going to watch like this? Then what do you want to do? Incredible! There are actually such powerful ability users among the civilians. On top of an armored vehicle, the commanding officer looked at Yang Chen, who stood with his hands in his pockets, silent for 2 seconds, then said lightly, "He should be a second-stage ability user." The deputy was a bit surprised to hear this. Second stage? Star map stage? I didn't expect there to be such a level of ability user outside. Even in our Jiangcheng military district's shelter, a star map stage is a rare existence. Well, the star map stage is one thing, but look at this kid. His firepower alone is stronger than our entire battalions, even if he's using cold weapons. Do you think you can dodge it? The deputy shook his head, unable to suppress a shiver. His throwing knives are too fast. I can't even see them clearly. The commanding officer looked at Yang Chen and smiled. What a good seedling. If he is trained, he will definitely become a war machine in the future. I wonder if he has any plans to join the military. Under Yang Chen's firepower coverage, the remaining 1,200 to 300 mutated beasts were all slain, dying under Yang Chen's 5,000 alloy straight knives. Their heads were all chopped off by Yang Chen and hung on the blades of the alloy knives, returning to Yang Chen's infinite space. After doing all this, Yang Chen smiled at the military soldiers behind him. Then he intended to leave. The heads of the mutated beasts containing warm currents were already in hand. There was no need to stay here any longer. It was just past 5 o'clock, and there was less than an hour until the fog descended. Similarly, the villa area halfway up the mountain was not far away. It was about 40 to 50 kilometers away. Just then, someone called out to him from behind, "Wait! You can't take those mutated beast heads away." A woman in a black trench coat jumped out of a military jeep and strode towards Yang Chen, her short hair sharp and her cold eyes fixed on him. Ding! Detected 8-star stunning goddess Chang Yuerong. The system's prompt sounded in real time. Yang Chen turned around and looked at Chang Yuerong approaching him, saying nonchalantly, "Why can't I take these mutated beast heads?" Chang Yuerong snorted coldly and said seriously, "These mutated beasts were originally our prey. You barged in and that's one thing, but you even plan to take our spoils. I officially inform you that you have committed the crime of occupying state property. Please hand over all the mutated beast heads." Yang Chen laughed. "Do you know that without me, even if you could wipe out all the mutated beasts, these people would at least lose a third?" Chang Yuerong replied, "That doesn't justify your occupation of state property." "Heh, I don't know if you're really an idiot or have ulterior motives," Yang Chen sneered, his mocking gaze sizing up the woman in front of him. She was indeed quite beautiful, but either she was a fool with a missing string in her brain, or she had ulterior motives, just using excuses to cover up. As if her inner secrets were seen through, Chang Yuerong felt a moment of panic. She indeed had a purpose. In the military shelter, the former currency trading system had collapsed. Money had lost its value. Now, the only valuable things were supplies and the heads of mutated beasts. It is well known that whether it is mutated beasts or ability users, after they die, the warm currents in their heads flow into the contactor, thereby making the contactor stronger. The heads of ability users are out of the question. The military shelter will not allow such a situation to arise. So, only the heads of mutated beasts remain. But the number of mutated beast heads is limited. The military shelter can only allocate them to the ability user troops based on quotas. This will strengthen the ability user troops. Conveniently, Chang Yuerong also has a small team of ability users under her command. If she can retrieve over 1,000 mutated beast heads, she will be a hero. And then it wouldn't be unreasonable to request more mutated beast heads from above, right? Taking half of the mutated beast heads wouldn't be excessive, would it? With these mutated beast heads, her ability user team strength will take a significant leap. This is Chang Yuerong's goal, but she clearly has no idea who she is dealing with. Don't try to argue. Chang Yuerong placed her hand on her waist. If you continue to resist, we will take other measures against you. Yang Chen ignored Chang Yuerong, because this woman is out of her mind. Yang Chen turned to the middle-aged man who had just arrived and asked with a smile, "Leader, do you mean the same as her?" The commanding officer had been listening to the conversation between the two. She glared at Chang Yuerong and said, "Chang Yuerong, do you know what you are saying? Damn! I still want to win this person over, and you just go straight for the big guns, huh?" Killing Chang Yuerong, the correct division of ability users. Of course I know what I'm doing. I won't just stand by and watch this thief occupy national property. He won't leave here today without handing over all the mutated beast heads. Chang Yuerong still maintained a tough demeanor. "What time is it now? You're still getting hung up on such trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Chang Yuerong became a bit angry and looked at the commanding officer, saying, "Captain Wang, do you know what you're talking about? Trivial matters? Over 1,000 mutated beast heads is a trivial matter? Do you know what kind of enhancement these mutated beast heads can bring to the base's ability users?" Captain Wang, whose real name is Wang Ba, is a captain in the Jiangcheng military district. He commands 500 soldiers. Now, he is considered a person of power in the Jiangcheng military shelter. Oh no! The Jiangcheng military district should now be called a base, not a shelter. Shelters are suitable for small groups formed by civilians. A military district like Jiangcheng can no longer be called a shelter. Wang Ba shot a sidelong glance at Chang Yuerong and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had someone backing her, Wang Ba would have suppressed her without a second thought. The troops. He wouldn't even take her out with him. It was simply more trouble than it was worth. Even if you felt greedy inside, couldn't you see the power gap between both sides? Just that move from earlier, if he got unhappy, could bury all of them here. Wang Ba was also an ability user, at the peak of the fragrant melon level. Oh no, officially it should be called the pinnacle of the crystal core level. But what he said is not wrong. He killed the mutated beasts, so the heads of the mutated beasts should rightfully belong to him, Wang Ba said in a deep voice. "Now I order you, go back." Wang Ba originally thought he had made himself very clear and was strict enough, but Chang Yuerong did not back down at all. "Wang Ba, are you planning to shield this guy?" "You shut up." Wang Ba was left speechless. He was at a loss for words because of this woman. Helpless, Wang Ba could only turn to Yang Chen and smile. Little brother, don't mind her. This woman has had problems with her brain since she was young. She speaks without thinking, so don't take her seriously. You are the captain? From the Jiangcheng military district? Even though he had already confirmed it in his heart, Yang Chen still wanted the other party to admit it. Wang Ba nodded. That's right, from the Jiangcheng military district. But now the Jiangcheng military district has turned into the Jiangcheng military base. Wang Ba, are you planning to collude with him? If you don't help me, are you going to join forces with him to pressure me? You'll regret this when I report you to the higher-ups once we get back. Chang Yueran, ever the troublesome one, spoke up again. In truth, she knew Yang Chen was powerful, but she feared that if she let him go this time, she might never catch him again. Wouldn't that mean the over 1,000 mutated beast heads would fly away like a duck that had just slipped from her grasp? So, Chang Yueran was taking a gamble. She planned to use the military base's reputation to intimidate this young man across from her. She hoped he would be wary of the military and ultimately obediently hand over the mutated beast heads. But clearly, her calculations were off. To be precise, she had picked the wrong person to mess with. Kid, don't think that just because you have powers, the military can't do anything to you. If you continue to resist, what awaits you next will be the military's reckoning. Now hand over the goods, then squat down with your hands on your head. Come back with us obediently. This person was too dangerous. Chang Yueran still felt it would be safer to detain him. What if I say no? Chang Yueran pulled a sharp dagger from her tactical boots. Then don't blame us for being rude. Whoosh! As her words fell, there was a flash before her eyes, and when she could see clearly again, another person had appeared in front of her. Smack! Yang Chen slapped out. Chang Yueran spun 740 degrees in midair. After crashing to the ground, her body uncontrollably flew back to her previous position. You dared to attack me. Do you know that attacking an official is a crime? Chang Yueran's neck was gripped by Yang Chen, making it hard for her to speak. Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I know, but what does that have to do with me wanting to kill you? Chang Yueran doubted her ears, incredulous. You want to kill me? Do you know who I am? Yang Chen dug in his ears and said, no idea. Ask your parents when they come down. How pitiful, not even knowing who you are. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Chang Yueran's body twitched violently a couple of times, then her hands and feet fell limply. Absorbing the warmth from her body, Yang Chen tossed Chang Yueran's corpse aside. The body ignited in midair, turning to ashes and disappearing. Everything happened too quickly. The people around didn't expect him to be so ruthless, directly killing a military official. Even Wang Ba didn't foresee things escalating to this point. The surrounding military soldiers raised their guns and then lowered them, looking at Wang Ba as if waiting for orders. Host, this is the second stunning goddess you have killed who met the minimum requirements. Yang Chen remained unfazed. She was indeed stunning, but unfortunately, she's a fool. I don't want to be dragged down by such an idiot. System. Wang Ba fell silent for a moment, his face alternating between green and iron. Although he was also annoyed by Chang Yueran, she was still part of the Jiangcheng military, and this kid had killed her outright? Was he too arrogant or did he not regard the Jiangcheng military at all? Are you provoking the military? Even if Chang Yueran was in the wrong, there would be someone to specifically judge her and make her pay the appropriate penalty, not let you kill her directly. Yang Chen was unconcerned. What does it have to do with me? She annoyed me, so what's wrong with me taking her out? Wang Ba didn't expect this kid to be so audacious. Alright, a dead person is like a blown-out lamp, can't I forgive her? After saying this, Yang Chen added in his heart, anyway, she's already gone in both body and spirit. How about a deal? If you're worried about being held accountable when we get back, you can just push all the responsibility onto me. Wang Ba, damn it, this was your fault to begin with. You expect me to cover for you? Wang Ba was already stunned by this kid's audacity. Was being a strong person synonymous with having thick skin? Letting out a long breath, Wang Ba looked at Yang Chen and said, shall we make a deal? Yang Chen asked, is there an accurate level classification for ability users within the official ranks? This wasn't a secret, Wang Ba replied. Currently, the official classification has divided ability users into two stages. The first stage, Crystal Core stage, occurs when one becomes an ability user, and a crystal core appears in the brain. The size and shape of this crystal core can only be seen by the individual. The crystal core stage has 4 sublevels, corresponding to size: a crystal core comparable to a quail egg, lower level; a crystal core the size of an orange, middle level; a crystal core the size of a grapefruit, upper level; and a crystal core the size of a cantaloupe, peak level. I am at the peak of the crystal core. The second stage is known as the star map stage. At this point, Wang Ba fell silent, his gaze scrutinizing Yang Chen. You should be at this stage, otherwise, you wouldn't possess such powerful strength, Wang Ba said. Yang Chen nodded, directly admitting, indeed, I have scattered my crystal core and drawn the star map. Wang Ba nodded and continued, since you are also at the star map stage, you should know that there are 9 gray stars on the star map. This stage is divided into 9 stars. The number of stars lit corresponds to the level. As for the subsequent level classifications, the official answer is still uncertain. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and asked, do you know what the warm flow in the brains of mutated beasts and ability users is after they die? Wang Ba replied, that's called spiritual energy. Absorbing it can help ability users become stronger, while the energy used to activate abilities is called ability energy. Blah blah blah. Wang Ba and Yang Chen discussed many topics, answering many of Yang Chen's doubts. This left Yang Chen enlightened, filling in the gaps of knowledge he previously lacked. However, when he inquired about how many stars the military's strongest ability user had lit, Wang Ba shut up, simply stating, we have 7 strong individuals in the star map stage, as for their strengths, don't bother thinking about it. Yang Chen couldn't tell if this was true or not. Strength. He needed to become stronger. He aimed to light up all the remaining gray stars within a month. However, Yang Chen also noticed a problem. The further one progressed in the star map stage, the less spiritual energy the evolved beings at the crystal core level could provide, eventually leading to a complete loss. Yang Chen was certain that at later stages, evolved beings in the star map stage would need to devour the spiritual energy of their own stage to advance further. By that time, it would be another upheaval. Various ability users, striving to become stronger and not be swept away by the tides of the times, would desperately level up to avoid falling behind. Thanks, Yang Chen said to Wang Ba. As for that woman, just report truthfully. After saying this, Yang Chen prepared to turn and leave. Just as he turned, he saw a black and white ball of fluff running out from the path he had just taken, heading towards him. Behind the fluff was a tiger girl carrying Lin Jinyun and a few others. Oh whoa, there's a smell of mom here. Mom must be nearby. Hearing this, Yang Chen paused. Mom? Was it the panda mom or the caretaker? Before Yang Chen could think further, a disheveled woman jumped down from a military transport vehicle. She was wearing a thick cotton coat, her hair unkempt and greasy, her face dirty, and she wore black-framed glasses that obscured her features. Nai Tuan, is that you, Nai Tuan? The woman called out, searching for the voice. The fluff responded, oh whoa, it's me, Mom, come save me. The woman rushed forward and saw the black and white fluff running towards her. The little fluff dashed into the woman's arms. The woman knelt on the ground, hugging the fluff and crying out loud. Yang Chen, goodness, this little thing has a rebellious streak. Maybe it's better to just eliminate it. There is a connection between the beast master and the beast through a thread of beast control. Therefore, the little milk ball clearly felt Yang Chen's thoughts. Oh whoa, no. I have no rebellious spirit. As night was about to fall, Yang Chen walked up to the woman and said, this little one is mine now, and we have things to do, so please return her to me. Upon hearing this, the woman tightly hugged the milk ball in her arms, raised her head, and looked at Yang Chen with wary eyes, her expression stubborn. She lost her mother when she was young, and I raised her. I can't give her to you. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. This woman was actually not bad looking. Although her face was dirty and her complexion pale from hunger, it was easy to see from her facial features and bright eyes that she was a beauty, and with a wash, she could still be presentable. At that moment, the system's prompt sound came. Ding! Detected 8-star stunning goddess, by Qian. An 8-star goddess? I didn't expect this little one's caretaker to be a beauty, Yang Chen thought to himself, and with a thought, he pulled up information about Bai Qian. Name, Bai Qian. Age, 28 years. Charging times, 0 times. Appearance, 8 stars. Values, a caring caretaker and wet nurse, with her own principles and bottom line, particularly dislikes those who abuse and kill animals. Experience, joined the workforce right after graduation, busy with animal care, no time for romance, and she herself believes that men are not as sincere as animals. Note, to clarify, in this book, except for characters like wives, all others have 0 charging times. The author has a mental cleanliness obsession, and some readers do too. To make it less uncomfortable for everyone, unmarried female leads are all set to 0 times. I know it's unreasonable, but that's just how it is. This woman named Bai Qian was acceptable. She matched Yang Chen's standards for taking in. If it were someone like Lu Hong or Chang Yuanyong, no matter how beautiful they were, Yang Chen would still kill them without hesitation. Yang Chen looked at Bai Qian and said, if you don't want to exchange this little one, that's fine, but you have to come with me and continue to take care of her. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian hesitated. In her heart, the safest place was definitely the military base. And their destination this time was indeed the military base. Should she really give up going to the military base? She didn't even know what kind of person this boy was. Who knows if he is a bad person? What if I go with him and he has ulterior motives? But, Bai Qian looked down at the black and white ball in her arms and hesitated again. The milk ball was the second child of her mother, but when it was born, it wasn't as strong as its brother, so it was abandoned by its mother. It could be said that Bai Qian had raised the milk ball from the size of a palm to its current state, and they had developed feelings for each other. I will go with you, but you have to swear to return the milk ball to me. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, no way. At that moment, a middle-aged man ran out from behind. He came to the front and shouted, "The milk ball originally belongs to our zoo. How can he take her away?" Bai Qian, don't listen to him. There are so many military soldiers here. I don't believe he dares to force you. Yang Chen glanced at him sideways. The middle-aged man glared, full of momentum. What are you looking at? Don't think that just because you snatched the milk ball, you can become her master. She is from our West City Zoo. Milk ball, kill him, Yang Chen said. Upon receiving the order, the milk ball suddenly sprang out from Bai Qian's arms. It didn't return to its original size but instead jumped up with its small, round, chubby body. It was about the same height as the middle-aged man's head. Then, with a swipe of its paw, bang, the middle-aged man's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Wang Ba's pupils constricted, and he thought, a mutated beast. This panda cub is actually a mutated beast. But why is it so small? Arriving at the villa area halfway up the mountain, the middle-aged man just now was also a supernatural being. Although the level is not high, there is still a mid-level crystal core. But that little panda cub actually killed an ability user with a single slap. She must be a mutated beast, and her level is not low. Wang Ba would never have thought that such a chubby little thing would be a mutated beast at the star map stage. Bai Qian was also stunned, not expecting that the little creature she had raised would actually kill someone. Nai Tuan, you. Bai Qian opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Ow, this guy is so annoying. Yang Chen didn't even glance at the corpse, turning to Bai Qian and saying, let's go. With that, he started to walk back, and Naituan happily followed behind. Although Naituan had deep feelings for her caretaker, in Naituan's mind, Yang Chen was the boss as the one who controlled her. Watching Naituan bounce away, Bai Qian pushed herself up from the ground, hesitated as she glanced at the corpse of the security guard, and finally bit her lip and followed. Yang Chen tossed Bai Qian onto the back of Hunyo, while he stood on Hunyo's head. Glancing at Wang Ba, Yang Chen activated the group teleportation array. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive tiger body and the person on her back vanished into thin air before Wang Ba's eyes. Looking at the crossroads ahead, littered with corpses and flowing with blood, Wang Ba and the soldiers in the front row fell into deep thought. The adjutant said, "Captain, was that just now teleportation? The same ability as Captain Li." Wang Ba nodded but then shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. Li Shuang's teleportation can only be used on herself, while this kid can teleport several people along with such a large mutated tiger. That's probably not just simple teleportation. The adjutant was shocked, gasping in disbelief. Hiss, so strong. What kind of ability user is this kid? Object manipulation, fire, teleportation. Goodness, there are actually such strong ability users in the civilian world. I feel like he could compete for the top position in our Jiangcheng military base. Heroes are as numerous as fish in a river, and in this chaotic world, all kinds of heroes are emerging. Who knows what will happen in the future? Glancing at the ashes of Changyu, Wang Ba felt a headache coming on. Annoying headache. I'll get scolded again later, it's so frustrating. Teleportation ended. Once they arrived at a deserted place, Hunyo started running at full speed. Finally, at 5:20, they reached the villa area halfway up the mountain. Mainly, they had never been to this villa area, only knowing a rough location. They had explored their way and finally arrived at 5:20. Hunyo directly bypassed the villa area at the foot of the mountain and took a wild path up. For a tiger, no matter how wild the path, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Not to mention that Hunyo was now an ultra-evolved tiger. It was the person on Hunyo's back who suffered. As a villa area built on a mountain, the 10 villas halfway up were almost completely covered by mutated plants. If it weren't for everyone having telekinetic perception, they really wouldn't have noticed. Fortunately, these standalone villas were built with high-quality materials. The glass was made of thick bulletproof glass, and the mutated plants had not spread into the interiors of the villas, only covering the exteriors. Yang Chen used a metal knife to clear away all the mutated plants covering the surface of one standalone villa. Checking the time, Yang Chen turned to the women behind him and said, "Let's leave it at that for today. It's almost 6 o'clock. Tomorrow we'll start clearing the remaining 9 villas. Even if we don't stay, we can't let other humans be here. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside them." Yang Chen had already regarded the villa area halfway up the mountain as his territory. Anyone wandering around his territory made Yang Chen uncomfortable. Starting tomorrow, if the survivors here were sensible, he could give them some food to let them descend the mountain and find another place to survive. If they were not sensible, Yang Chen wouldn't mind getting his hands dirty with a few more lives. The group of women naturally had no objections to Yang Chen's arrangements. Bai Qian, who had just joined this small group, felt a bit anxious and didn't dare to speak freely. The only thing that provided her with some comfort was the little chaotic calf in her arms. Upon entering the standalone villa, Lin Jinyun and the other women quickly tidied up the place. Yang Chen went to the basement and connected the silent gasoline generator. Click! The lights turned on. The dim villa was suddenly illuminated, brightening the space and making it feel reassuring. Bai Chen felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she had seen lights at night. Yang Chen didn't rush Bai Chen to feel at home. He wouldn't force her but wanted her to return willingly. Lin Jinyun looked at their new home with satisfaction and said, "I saw online that there's a villa in the hillside area of Linshan with a particularly good location and a wide view. You can see the scenery below from the front door. Let's go look for it tomorrow. Although this villa is fine, it doesn't have a view of the scenery below." Yang Chen thought for a moment and agreed. Since they had chosen to settle down and establish their own paradise here, everything had to be the best, especially the living location. With Yang Chen's approval, Lin Jinyun was very happy. She smiled and said, "It's getting late, I'm going to prepare dinner. Who wants to come help me?" "I will." Chen Jiayou raised her hand. "I'll join too," Yang Chen said with a smile. Lu Ruyan asked, "Sister Jinyun, can you teach me how to cook?" A group of women crowded into the kitchen. The kitchen in this villa was open and quite spacious. Even with all of them inside, it didn't feel cramped at all. Glancing at Bai Qian, who stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do, Yang Chen said to her, "I suggest you take a shower while there's still no heavy fog and the temperature hasn't dropped." "Oh, okay." Yang Chen tested the shower in the bathroom. There was still water. He didn't know where the water source in the hillside villa area came from. Their Jinsho garden had run out of water a few days ago. With water available, things were manageable. They also had electricity. After preparing the shower water, Bai Qian went in and took a refreshing shower, washing away all her fatigue. She was just a bit hungry. It had been a long time since she had eaten her fill. After helping Bai Qian with the shower water, Yang Chen returned to the living room sofa and took out his phone to watch an anime. Meanwhile, 800 meters away from Yang Chen's villa, in another standalone villa, more than 10 survivors were gathered. Of course, they were not the owners of this villa. On the day the disaster broke out, they had been invited to a party. As for what kind of party, those who understood knew. But who would have thought that they would come in fine and not be able to go back? All of them were trapped in the villa. Now, 20 days after the disaster, only these 10 or so remained. Damn! The lights! The lights are on! That villa actually has lights! Someone exclaimed. The standalone villa was situated a bit higher, and from one side's window, they could clearly see the distant villa. The villa that was discovered was the one occupied by Yang Chen and his group. As soon as the words left this person's mouth, someone rushed over, pressed against the window, and looked outside. Upon seeing the lights in the distant villa, their eyes immediately turned red. It had been 20 days since the apocalypse began. The electricity had long been cut off. Now, the villa across had lights, which surely meant they had managed to get a generator. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have lights in a citywide blackout. Strange, we explored that villa before, and there clearly wasn't anyone there. Why did it suddenly light up today? A survivor scratched his head in confusion, voicing his doubt. Another survivor charged forward and kicked, cursing loudly, "Damn it, you idiot. Can't you see that the mutated plants covering that villa have all been cleared? It's obvious that outsiders have come. Damn! Xiao Yabo, are you crazy? You dare kick me." The two survivors immediately got into a scuffle. The others had long since gotten used to such scenes. They ignored these two fools. Someone stroked their chin and said, "Since they are outsiders, there's a 50-50 chance they are from the villa area at the foot of the mountain, and half are from elsewhere. Regardless, they should have brought some food with them, and they should have a basic understanding of the outside situation. These people hadn't descended the mountains since the apocalypse began. They had scavenged all 10 villas in the hillside area. The food they gathered was barely enough to share among dozens of people. Afterward, they fought over the food, and many died. Once the food ran out, their eyes turned to the corpses. Thus, relying on cannibalism, these guys had survived until now. Fortunately, the water source in the villa hadn't dried up, otherwise, things would have been even harder for them. Now, hearing that these outsiders might have food, the eyes of the survivor who hadn't eaten normal food in a long time sparkled with greed, saliva dripping from their mouth, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Shall we go and rob them now? No one cares about this world anymore, someone suggested, and immediately others chimed in. Yeah, Brother Wei is a man with abilities. Isn't it a piece of cake to deal with ordinary people? The Brother Wei they spoke of was none other than the owner of this villa, Wei Xiaowai, a spoiled rich second-generation heir. During peacetime, he either went to clubs or drove his sports car around with girls. He loved to hang out with his friends. This party was initiated by Wei Xiaowai, but this guy had no idea what kind of luck he had. He was a natural ability user. However, he was also timid and didn't dare go out after encountering a mutated beast. At most, he would just wander around nearby. Hearing the flattery from the crowd made Wei Xiaowai feel quite pleased. He cleared his throat, glanced at the clock on the wall, and hesitated for a moment. We definitely need to rob them, but not now. It's already 5:58. At our speed, we won't reach that villa in 2 minutes, and even if we do, we can't get in. Once the fog rises, we'll all be done for. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone, don't fight today, go to bed early. Tomorrow morning at 6, once the fog clears, we'll rush over and rob them. By 6 in the morning, they'll probably all be sleeping in. Wei Xiaowai was a fire ability user, relying on burning things to keep warm and huddle together, allowing these people to survive the cold nights time and again. Hearing Wei Xiaowai's words, everyone nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with his proposal. Right, Brother Wei is right. Let's ambush them tomorrow morning. Damn it, I haven't eaten normal food in so long, my mouth is almost dry. I wonder if there are any girls among these outsiders. I'm tired of the women here. Damn it, what are you talking about? I bring you girls, and you still pick and choose. Damn. These people had already set their sights on Yang Chen and the others. Time reached 6 o'clock. The fog descended. Around the dining table, Yang Chen set up a circle of brand new small suns. The heat emitted by the small suns dispelled the surrounding cold. Looking at the lavish spread on the table, Bai Qian was stunned. Her stomach couldn't help but rumble. This is too extravagant. There are only 7 of us, yet we have 10 dishes, 2 soups, and a staple food. In the apocalypse, Bai Qian had never eaten her fill. When she was at home, she would split a pack of instant noodles into 6 portions to last 2 days. Now, seeing the table full of sumptuous dishes, the first thing that came to her mind was waste. Such extravagant eating, how much food could withstand such consumption? After taking a shower, Bai Qian's appearance was revealed to everyone. She was a woman from Jiangnan, exuding a gentle and serene aura, which became even more pronounced when she put on black-framed glasses. She was wearing Chen Jiayi's dress. The other women laughed upon hearing this, not in a derisive way, but in a very normal manner. Yet, Bai Qian still unconsciously lowered her head, her fingers tugging at her clothes. Lin Jinyun, sitting beside Bai Qian, took her hand and smiled. You can rest assured about this, we have never had a food crisis. You can eat boldly and without worry. After joining us, you will never have to go hungry again. Lin Jinyun was like an elder sister, patiently and gently caring for everyone in the household. Bai Qian silently raised her head, reflecting on her past life and then on her current situation. Would there really be no more food crises in the future? Would she be able to eat her fill? How wonderful! Only those who have truly experienced hunger know the value of food, and only those who have truly been hungry can genuinely understand that feeling and would never want to experience it again. Yang Chen sat at the head of the long rectangular table, looking at the women gathered around and said with a smile, "Let's dig in." At his words, the women began to use their chopsticks. The little one was eating fresh green bamboo and fresh bamboo shoots with some beef. As for Hunio, her entire large iron basin was filled with meat, all from mutated beasts. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's steamed base triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 portions of steamed base. Ding! Investment in Yang Chan's stir-fried cicada pupae triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 plates of stir-fried cicada pupae. Ding! The system's notification sound echoed tirelessly in his mind. After the meal, Yang Chen found a room to sit down. He began to absorb the heads of the mutated beasts he had obtained today one by one. The women, having nothing to do, found a movie to watch, snacking and sipping drinks, living a wonderfully comfortable life. 2.5 hours later, Wah! In the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen's star map. The fourth star was completely lit up. Brothers, we've broken 100 chapters, give some support. Urge for updates, book reviews, add to the bookshelf, free little gifts, feel free to shower them all on me. Bai Qian's silence. Bai Qian's silence power surged again, and Yang Chen let out a long breath. This time he had a total of 900 heads of mutated beasts. There were still over 400 left. It should be enough to help others light up a star. Yang Chen called Lin Jinyun in and had her start absorbing the heads of the mutated beasts. Really, the protagonist's current strength is definitely in the top tier. With so many abilities, no one can compete with him. If the heads of the mutated beasts trigger a 10,000-fold return, it would elevate the protagonist's strength to an unreachable height, making it easy to collapse later. This is only 100 chapters. I don't want it to collapse. Brothers, please forgive me. Just as Yang Chen had guessed, after Lin Jinyun absorbed all the spiritual energy from the heads of the mutated beasts, she successfully lit up her second star. Opening her eyes, Lin Jinyun felt the surging power within her body, and an alluring smile appeared on her mature and beautiful face. It's so satisfying. Every time I level up, the feeling it brings is the most comfortable. Are you sure? Yang Chen said with a half smile. Lin Jinyun's face flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance. You're first, and I'm second, okay? Ha ha ha. Yang Chen laughed. Lin Jinyun sat down beside Yang Chen and asked, what do you plan to do with Bai Qian? Will it be the same as with us? Yang Chen did not hide it and nodded, saying, my team can only consist of my people. Lin Jinyun curiously asked, so what do you plan to do next? Yang Chen, let her eat, let her drink, don't be stingy with her treatment, but I won't give her the ability fruit. I want her to come to me for it. If she is content with the status quo, lacks ambition, and never comes to find me, then she has no reason to stay in my team. What Yang Chen wanted was not a vase, but an ability user who could be charming, play cards, and fight. He wouldn't just keep a woman at home for no reason, even if that woman was his own. What? Do you think you can just rely on that little bit of flesh to mooch off me? Do I need you? Lin Jinyun and the other women were also delicate before the apocalypse. After so long of training, they had become capable ability users. What is humanity's talent? Learning. As long as you are willing to learn, you will pick up something, more or less. What's scary is not being ambitious. Lin Jinyun agreed with Yang Chen's idea. As the eldest sister in the family, she treated everyone equally. But the premise here is that you must integrate with everyone. If these women are out hunting mutated beasts and fighting ability users while you hide at home, relying on others for protection, then a clear class distinction will emerge. Later, I will tell Bai Qian about the ability fruit and how to obtain it. Whether she can stay depends on when she can make up her mind. Lin Jinyun smiled and said, but I feel Bai Qian isn't the kind of person we think she is. Yang Chen leaned back, lying in a wood position. I hope so. Lin Jinyun licked her lips and smiled seductively. Come here, Xiao Sun, give me a kiss. Outside. Listening to the sounds coming from inside, Bai Qian's cheeks were flushed. She glanced subtly at the four women around her. They appeared indifferent, as if they had long since become accustomed to such things. Bai Qian curiously asked, Are they two a couple? Yang Chen laughed. No. Bai Qian was taken aback. Chen Jiao grinned. We all are. This left Bai Qian even more confused. You all. This. Bai Qian was relatively better off. When the apocalypse broke out, she was rescued by the police not long after. Under the watch of numerous officers, everyone behaved themselves. Aside from not having enough to eat, nothing major had happened. Although some women exchanged their bodies for food, it was all very discreet. Then the military rescue arrived, and Bai Qian boarded a military rescue vehicle with other survivors. In this situation, Bai Qian had not encountered much of the dark side. Therefore, much of her thinking still lingered in the time before the apocalypse. Now these people were openly saying they were all that young man's women. Aren't they shy? Not just us, you are too. Shen Jiai also smiled. Bai Qian panicked a bit. I just agreed to go with him, but I didn't say I would be his woman. Lu Rian shrugged. Don't you see any patterns in our team? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Moreover, if you don't count as one of our own, Yang Chen won't give you the ability fruit. Ability fruit? Bai Qian asked with some anticipation. Is it the kind of ability fruit that can help humans become ability users? Do you have ability fruit? Chen Jiao replied. It's not that we have it, but Yang Chen has it. Chen Jiai echoed her sister. That's right. Brother Yang Chen's ability fruit is like it's infinite. No matter how you take it, it never runs out. Who among us hasn't eaten 2 or 3 ability fruits? I've eaten 4. As she spoke, Chen Jiai began counting on her fingers. Fire ability, Phoenix Song of the Divine Flame, telekinesis, physical enhancement, and beast taming. Bai Qian was shocked. The ability fruit, which was incredibly rare and hard to find outside. These people actually said they couldn't finish it. Has everyone eaten 2 or 3 ability fruits? You should know that she isn't even an ability user yet. If she could also get an ability fruit, then she could become an ability user, no longer needing to rely on others for protection, hiding here and there. Bai Qian looked at the other women and asked with some anticipation, can I get an ability fruit from him? I can trade anything for it, or meet any conditions. Why aren't you all speaking? Why are you looking at me like that? Wait, you don't mean? Yang Chan nodded, that's right, it's you. Yang Chen never gives ability fruits to outsiders. He is generous to his own people, but to outsiders. What you need to think about now is how to become one of his own. When the time comes, what we have, you will have too. Chen Jiayao stood up and walked to Bai Qian, patting her shoulder and smiling. Don't rush to respond. Think about it well tonight while lying in bed, and go find him once you've made up your mind. Bai Qian fell silent. Time passed second by second. When it reached 6 in the morning, the fog had lifted. Wei Xiaowai and the others were already prepared. At the moment the fog cleared, they came out of the villa fully armed and quickly headed towards the villa where Yang Chen and the others were. Wei Xiaowai whispered, keep it down, we are ambushing. Sneak into the village, no shooting. Guarding the house, little tiger girl. Guarding the house, little tiger girl. We know, brother Why. Everyone, don't go soft-hearted. Take them down as quickly as possible. Do you think we, the ones still alive, would be soft-hearted by now? And don't kill them all, leave a few alive for questioning. We haven't even gone down the mountain yet, and we don't know what the world below has become. Damn, my brother Y is at least a rich second generation, and the military didn't prioritize rescuing here. Exactly. Brother Y's father is a major taxpayer in Jian City, and these people take taxes without doing anything useful. I propose we kill all the men and keep the women alive for questioning. He. After all, men will resist, but women are easier to control. A group of people exchanged words, as if they were the gods who ruled everything, passing down a verdict on Yang Chen and the others. Little did they know, this was a reckless act with no return. Wei Xiaowai interrupted their fantasies and said quietly, let's go. It's only 6 o'clock. Those people are definitely still asleep. If we go now, we can catch them off guard. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. A group of them headed towards the standalone villa where Yang Chen and the others were staying. Their footsteps were very light. It took them a full 10 minutes to cover the 800 meters. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor, Wei Xiaowai leaned in to look inside. No one was there. The room was pitch black. Wei Xiaowai whispered, brothers, there's no one here. Let's find a way in. Just then, someone spoke up in confusion. Where did this golden gradient cat come from? At 6 o'clock, although the fog had cleared, the sun had not yet risen high. The surroundings were still dim, with only the fish belly white on the horizon providing light to the world. Everyone looked at him upon hearing this. Sure enough, not far away was a golden gradient cat the size of a house cat. It does look like a cat, but I always feel like something's off. Who cares? This little thing has quite a bit of meat on it. Enough for me to have a meal, hee. A tall, thin young man walked towards the golden gradient cat, a cruel smile on his face. Whoosh! Just then, the golden tabby in front of them transformed into a flash of yellow lightning, shattering the man's head in an instant. Blood stained its claws. As it landed, the tiger girl elegantly licked the blood off her claws. This scene came too suddenly. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? How could a perfectly fine person just disappear? The headless corpse of the tall, thin young man fell onto the soft grass, making a dull sound. This old Gao was killed by a cat? What the hell? This isn't an ordinary cat. This is a mutated cat, right? Wait. The survivor who had felt something was off suddenly exclaimed, this isn't a cat. This is a tiger. This is a tiger cub. The shrunken tiger girl did indeed resemble a cub. Upon hearing this, the survivors present were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Sweat poured down. Not a cat, a tiger. How could this be possible? How could there be a tiger in this godforsaken place? Aren't tigers all kept in zoos? Everyone, don't panic. Our Weigo is a man with abilities. Just a hello, Weigo can handle it. Just watch how he teaches it to be a tiger. Wei Xiaowai's lackey shouted, trying to calm everyone down. But Wei Xiaowai was trembling all over, his pupils constricted, teeth clenched, staring at the tiger girl still licking her claws, his mind filled with fear. He had secretly gone down the mountain before but encountered a mutated cat halfway. That experience made Wei Xiaowai feel the threat of death. If a mutated cat could make him feel that way, what about a mutated tiger? Wouldn't it be able to slaughter everyone here? Wei Xiaowai was good at showing off in front of ordinary people, but once faced with a real threat, he revealed his true colors. Wei Xiaowai was a coward. He didn't dare to confront the tiger girl. Hearing his lackey's words, Wei Xiaowai steeled himself and said fiercely, "You all stay here and help me buy some time." After saying that, without thinking, Wei Xiaowai turned and ran. As an ability user, Wei Xiaowai's physical fitness was far superior to that of the other survivors. At that moment, he ran fast. Before anyone could react, Wei Xiaowai had already run 200 meters away. But Wei Xiaowai might not know that when facing a tiger, one must never expose their back, or else you'll be done for. Tigers love to chase after those who expose their backs. The tiger girl darted out with a whoosh. She directly tore apart Wei Xiaowai's body with her sharp claws. Ah! Wei Xiaowai let out a piercing scream of pain, but the next second, his head was bitten off by the tiger girl. Crunchy, with a taste of chicken. The other survivors were utterly terrified upon witnessing this scene. If even the ability user Wei Xiaowai had no power to fight back against this tiger, what about them? Were they not even worth a scrap? Run! Oh my god, how could there be a tiger here? This is unscientific. What the hell is scientific about this? Whoa, I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here anymore. Whoa. The remaining dozen or so survivors cried and shouted as they fled in all directions. In their panic, they ran blindly. Some even charged towards the tiger girl with their eyes closed. A group of ordinary people who had been hungry for who knows how long, trying to escape from the tiger girl's clutches, was simply a delusion. It took 2.5 minutes. All those who fled met their end under the tiger girl's claws. The tiger girl washed her paws clean in the pond of the villa garden, leisurely returned to the villa, and closed her eyes in her little nest. In the master bedroom, Yang Chen turned over. A country chicken and a tile dog. The tiger girl is quite good at guarding the house, much more majestic and powerful than a dog. He didn't think much of this small matter. These survivors were just a minor episode. Yang Chen embraced the fragrant, soft body and fell back into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, there was no one in his arms. He glanced at the time. It was now 8:30 in the morning. After washing up and getting dressed, Yang Chen walked out of the master bedroom. Outside, Lin Jinyun had already prepared breakfast with Chen Jiayao and Yang Chan. Bai Qian sat awkwardly on the sofa. Yang Chen greeted them and took a seat at the dining table, picking up a meat bun to eat. "What about those two?" Chen Jiayao said. "They're probably still tidying up." Yang Chen nodded and said, "This morning, we'll check out all 10 villas in the Lingshan hillside villa area to find the most suitable one for living. This afternoon, you can decorate at home while I go to the villa area at the foot of the mountain." The Lingshan hillside villa area had only 10 luxurious standalone villas, each with its own characteristics. However, the villas at the foot of the mountain all looked the same, and the area was vast, containing a total of 300 villas. With so many villas, the number of survivors must be considerable. "Alright, I'll follow your lead." Bai Qian's inner monologue. Lin Jinyun smiled. The other women had no objections either. After breakfast, everyone left the villa. The standalone villas in the Lingshan hillside villa area were built in a circle around the Lingshan Pearl Peak. They could head east and then return to their previous position from the west. Under Yang Chen's guidance, everyone explored the remaining 9 villas together. Time flew by, and the morning passed quickly. True to the mountains, there were many mutated beasts here. It was fine if they stayed in the villa, but once they ventured outside, the noise could quickly attract the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were no match for the group. Yang Chen didn't even need to make a move. The women handled the mutated beasts themselves. By the end of the morning, they had finished exploring the remaining 9 villas and finally found the one with the best view. Yang Chen led the women to settle in there. They took out their luggage and furniture, and Lin Jinyun began to clean the villa with the other women. During their exploration, Yang Chen and the others encountered over 200 mutated beasts. Most of them were mutated snakes and mutated rats, with some mutated birds as well. In comparison, the mutated cats and dogs that were common in the urban area were rare here. The more than 200 mutated beasts were killed by whoever encountered them. The second star of the women was lit up a little. During this time, Bai Qian watched the women display their prowess, somewhat dazed. Her eyes were filled with envy. She also wanted to be like them, powerful and in control of her own life in the apocalypse, rather than being a vase, helplessly watching and being protected. Bai Qian wasn't foolish. She knew that such protection wasn't permanent. What kind of relationship did she have with these people? They weren't her parents. Did they have an obligation to protect her? Currently, Bai Qian only knew that Yang Chen had ability fruits. Many ability fruits that could help her evolve. But, to obtain the ability fruits, she had to become his woman. Bai Qian hadn't made up her mind yet. Rubbing the fluffy little head of Naituan, she quietly asked, "Naituan, what should I do? I'm so conflicted." "Oh, whoa, Buji Island, why are you asking me, a bear?" Naituan called out twice. "Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll make a choice." Bai Qian knew that ability fruits could grow on any plant. She wanted to search for them herself first. If she could find them, that would be perfect. But if she couldn't find them, she would only have one choice left. Bai Qian hesitated for two reasons. One was that she wasn't familiar with this person, and if she agreed so easily, what would her persistence over the years mean? Wouldn't she be just like those women who exchanged their bodies for food? The second point is, Yang Chen gave her a very frightening feeling. She didn't dare to agree, fearing that it would lead to some form of abuse. However, looking at the other women, not only did they show no signs of being mistreated, but they also appeared radiant every day, their faces delicate and tender. Therefore, this point could be overlooked. That leaves only the first point. I'll look for myself first, Bai Qian thought to herself. She didn't want to rely on others. She preferred to see if she could solve things on her own first. If she could, that would be best. The villa they found was Villa No. 10. Stepping out of the small courtyard led to an asphalt road. However, this asphalt road was already damaged. Further ahead was an ancient-style viewing pavilion. Sitting there, one could see the scene of the villa area below the mountain. Yang Chen stood at the edge of the viewing pavilion, looking down at the quiet villa area with a faint smile. The best residence has been found. I won't be needed here anymore, Yang Chen said. He planned to head down the mountain now to see what the situation was like over there. Calling Lin Jinyun over, Yang Chen smiled at her and said, I'm going down the mountain to take a look. You can keep an eye on things here. Lin Jinyun smiled gently, grasping Yang Chen's hand and asking, Aren't you going to eat? No, I'm not, he replied. Then go ahead. The villa area is the easiest place to find beautiful women. Just don't bring another one back, Lin Jinyun teased, gesturing towards the villa. Take your time, this isn't settled yet. Yang Chen shrugged and laughed. Who can say for sure about this? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen's figure vanished into thin air, creating a gust of fresh wind. Lin Jinyun shook her head and walked back to the villa with a faint smile. After descending the mountain, Yang Chen did not reveal his presence. His speed was very fast, almost invisible to the naked eye. Using his mental perception to investigate, Yang Chen discovered that many villas had no survivors. Moreover, some villas had experienced fighting. What happened in this villa area? Could it be a conflict between shelters? Just then, at the edge of Yang Chen's mental perception, he spotted a person lying on the roof of a villa, seemingly observing the surroundings, gripping a walkie-talkie, with eyes scanning the area like a hawk. This person was not an ability user, but their reconnaissance skills were quite proficient, indicating they were not an ordinary person. When Yang Chen looked at the villa beneath that person, he was taken aback. There were many survivors, at least 100. These survivors had their mouths gagged and their hands and feet bound, thrown into a corner, making muffled whimpering sounds. In addition to these captured survivors, there were also a dozen ability users who, judging by their attire, did not seem like people who had experienced hardship. Yang Chen discreetly tossed the person observing from the roof into the infinite space while he himself landed on the roof to listen in. In the villa's living room, 4 ability users were gathered together playing poker, serious poker. I'll play a 3, said a luxury-clad young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings, throwing down a card. The other 3 looked at him with flattering expressions. No, I can't afford that. Oh dear, I can't break this up. Let's just skip it. I still have 3 threes left. I really can't hold back anymore. Listening to the 3 of them, the young man with yellow hair tossed his cards aside. Enough, playing cards with you guys is no fun, you keep letting me win. Do you look down on me, Guayofa? The 3 smiled awkwardly. Guayofa pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and impatiently glanced at the time, saying, Really, why haven't a DNA heir brought Dan Tai Minghua back yet? I've had my eye on this girl for a long time. One ability user flattered him, reporting, Young Master Gua, Adet and heir have already defeated Dan Tai Minghua. The person reporting said they are packing up the piglets and will be back in a while. Hee. Another buzzcut ability user chimed in. Speaking of which, Dan Tai Minghua is really impressive. She managed to hold on for so long against the attacks of a DNA heir, 2 military kings. Guayofa scoffed. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Dantai family is in business. In reality, the Dantai family is a martial arts lineage. The Dantai 16 swords passed down through generations were once rated as one of the strongest killing techniques. Dantai Minghua is the most talented of this generation, having mastered the Dantai 16 swords to perfection by the age of 15. You tell me, how hard is that to chew on? Pointed it by 1,000 men. Pointed it by 1,000 men, martial arts family? Dantai 16 swords? Most talented one? Yang Chen, at the top of the villa, instantly brightened at these terms. Wasn't this the martial arts teacher he had been desperately searching for? Despite Yang Chen's high level of supernatural abilities, he was still a novice in physical techniques. Without systematic training, it was difficult for him to learn anything substantial. Therefore, finding an impressive martial arts teacher had always been one of Yang Chen's goals. He never expected there would be one right here. Inside the house, Gui Youfa continued, a DNA heir only managed to capture Dantai Mingyue because they used the latest soft cartilage aerosol developed in the lab. Otherwise, even if Dantai Mingyue wasn't a match for a DNA heir, she wouldn't have been captured since they are both top-tier crystal core level. Upon hearing this, the other supernatural beings all flattered him. Isn't it because of you, young Master Gua, that a DNA heir brought the soft cartilage aerosol? Exactly, it's all thanks to young Master Gua. This villa area has captured nearly 200 survivors, right? With these survivors, the human experiments in the lab can continue. I wonder when the artificial supernatural warriors will be born. If the experiments for artificial supernatural warriors succeed, our base will be able to continuously produce combat forces comparable to supernatural beings. With these artificial supernatural warriors, our base will definitely become the most powerful base in the world. At that time, the Gua family will be the only aristocratic family. Listening to the flattery around him, Gui Youfa felt particularly pleased, especially with the last sentence. Why did it sound so comforting? The only aristocratic family in the world? Just thinking about it felt great. Really? I can't stand you guys who speak bluntly. What's wrong with being a bit more tactful and low-key? More than 10 minutes passed. Listening to their conversation, Yang Chen had a rough understanding of some things. First, this base was not a military base in Zhengcheng. The military would never use civilians for inhumane human experiments, at least not in the early stages. It hadn't even been a month since the apocalypse began. As for where this mysterious base was located, Yang Chen hadn't heard. He could ask about it during the interrogation later. Secondly, this base was previously under official jurisdiction. Later, it was seized by the Gua family, and the entire base changed ownership. At this moment, a large group of people appeared within Yang Chen's telepathic perception range. Among them, 70 or 80 were bound with nylon ropes, their hands tied behind their backs, mouths taped with black adhesive, their hair disheveled, and their faces bruised. Additionally, more than 20 supernatural beings in black suits were pulling the ropes, forcing this group to move forward. At the forefront were two strong white men escorting a long-haired woman. Unlike the others, who were only bound at the hands, this long-haired woman was tightly bound around her upper body with layers of ropes. Her mouth was also taped shut. The two white men were pulling the long-haired woman along. From the perspective of this differential treatment, this long-haired woman should be Dantai Mingyue, right? She looks quite beautiful, Yang Chen thought to himself on the villa's roof. Upon learning that the person had been brought back, Gui Youfa immediately led people out of the villa. Gui Youfa laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with mockery and greed as he looked at Dantai Mingyue. Oh, isn't this the young lady of the Dantai family? How come you look so haggard after just a few days? You've even been caught by two of my most inconspicuous little characters? Dantai Mingyue glared at Gui Youfa with disgust. Gui Youfa, you really are as despicable as ever. Unable to defeat me, you resort to vile tactics. Gui Youfa was completely unfazed, shrugging his shoulders as if it didn't matter. Come on, Miss Dantai, this is a battle of life and death. What does it matter if it's despicable or not? Do you really think a life and death struggle is like a martial arts arena organized by the state, with referees and rules to protect you? What are you thinking? The times have changed, but you, Dantai Mingyue, have not. Dantai Mingyue gritted her teeth, but found herself at a loss for words. Gui Youfa continued, speaking of which, Miss Dantai, you really are kind-hearted. Even in the apocalypse, you still protect this bunch of useless people? Without them, you could easily fly away on your own and wouldn't have been caught by me. Dantai Mingyue snorted coldly. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I won't regret what I've done. Oh, Gui Youfa sneered, his eyes filled with playful mockery. Is that so? He glanced at the group of survivors behind him, bound and gagged with black tape over their mouths, and smiled. Everyone, we actually hope to bring you to the Hope Base. Our purpose here is to protect you all at the Hope Base. But alas, someone is stopping you from reaching a better life. Upon hearing this, some quick-witted individuals immediately reacted, crying out in excitement, eager to speak. Gui Youfa gestured, and someone quickly tore the black tape off the survivors' mouths. Without the tape, the survivors began to chatter like machine guns. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We are not against you, it's just that this woman is stubborn. That's right, sir. I see she just can't let go of being the leader, deliberately preventing us from following you. I've heard of the Hope Base, the people there are nice, and they speak well. I really like it there. Dantai Mingyue, we thought you were a good person, but it turns out you're this kind of despicable villain. Framing the Hope Base, Don't you just want to continue being the leader and enslave us? Sir, all of you, we are united in not wanting to oppose you, but Dantai Mingyue is the leader. She is the one who led us to oppose you. If there's a grievance, it should be settled with her. Please, show mercy and let us go. The survivors clamored, shifting all the blame onto Dantai Mingyue. They even went so far as to slander her. Did they not know who was right and who was wrong? No, they knew. It's just that now that they had fallen into someone else's hands, they could only speak according to others' wishes. Wei Youfa's hints had been clear enough. Otherwise, better to let a friend die than a Taoist priest. At this moment, there was no choice but to let it go. Dantai, the leader. Dantai Mingyue was so furious she was almost dazed. She never expected that the group she had worked so hard to protect would turn against her at this moment. They even slandered her. Ha ha ha. Wei Youfa laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Dantai Mingyue. Is this your vision, Dantai Mingyue? Who are you protecting? Wei Youfa walked up to Dantai Mingyue, brushing a strand of hair away. Do you want me to help you take revenge? Shall I kill all these ungrateful, heartless wretches? Just say the word, and I will help you. The Guo family and the Dantai family were both prominent families in Jiangcheng, and the two families had business dealings. Therefore, Wei Youfa and Dantai Mingyue knew each other. Wei Youfa fell in love with Dantai Mingyue the first time he saw her. He then began to pursue her. However, Dantai Mingyue had never been interested in this second-generation rich kid. In fact, she even despised him. After the apocalypse, Wei Youfa specifically brought people to the villa area where Dantai Mingyue lived, hoping to test his luck. To his surprise, he actually found her. Dantai Mingyue had become a supernatural being and had gathered a group of survivors under her command. Before the apocalypse, Wei Youfa could only pursue her under the constraints of the law. But now that the world had ended, he naturally no longer held those previous thoughts. The apocalypse was all about doing as one pleased, wasn't it? He returned to the base, bringing a large group of people with him, preparing to capture Dantai Mingyue alive and make her his exclusive possession. A slave. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Wei Youfa was curious about what expression would appear on the once aloof and high and mighty Dantai family's eldest daughter, who resembled a snow lotus on Tianshan, when faced with such a fate. Ha! Dantai Mingyue spat at Wei Youfa, her eyes still filled with disgust and contempt. Wei Youfa, I can clearly tell you that even if I die, I will never become another man's woman. Upon hearing this, Wei Youfa's expression darkened, and he coldly stared at Dantai Mingyue. Is that so? Well, you won't have a say in it. Once the rice is cooked, let's see if you still dare to speak like that. As he spoke, he took the rope that was holding Dantai Mingyue from a DNA air, pulling her back towards the villa, ready to deal with this contemptuous woman on the spot. Dantai Mingyue struggled desperately, but the effect of the soft bone mist agent in her body had not yet worn off. At that moment, her body felt as soft as noodles, barely able to stand. Dantai Mingyue steeled her heart and suddenly charged at Wei Youfa, intending to bite this beast to death. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Wei Youfa. The person raised their hand and slapped him hard. Wei Youfa was sent flying sideways, landing with a loud thud. Bang! Dantai Mingyue crashed into someone's arms, opening her mouth to bite at their neck. Yang Chen reached out and pinched Dantai Mingyue's open mouth shut. Beautiful lady, there's no need to be so enthusiastic on our first meeting. Hearing a strange voice, Dantai Mingyue was momentarily stunned. She looked up and found it was not Wei Youfa, but a young stranger who appeared several years younger than her. If he wasn't Wei Youfa, then where was Wei Youfa? Dantai Mingyue was puzzled. She looked around and finally spotted Wei Youfa slowly getting up from the ground. Wei Youfa raised his head, half of his face swollen and red. Looking at the suddenly appeared youth, Wei Youfa shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me?" "Me? I'm just a passing supernatural being," the young man replied. "My motto is to help those in need." Seeing this sudden young man grabbing the rope that bound Dantai Mingyue, Wei Youfa cursed loudly. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Playing the hero to save the beauty? Everyone, get him, take this kid down. With the order given, Wei Youfa's men immediately sprang into action. They charged at Yang Chen with machetes, full of momentum. All these people were supernatural beings, mostly at the mid-level crystal core stage, with a few at the upper-level crystal core stage. This showed that Wei Youfa's base had some strength. However, this strength was not worth much. They were actually using living people for human experiments. Looking at Wei Youfa and his group, one can only wonder what kind of good place this base could be. Facing the attack of a group of supernatural beings, Yang Chen stood calmly, a relaxed smile on his face. Fireballs, water arrows, and earth and stone attacks flew towards him one after another. Seeing Yang Chen still motionless, Dantai Mingyue shouted anxiously, "Be careful, quickly dodge." However, as the words fell, all the ranged attacks were blocked by an invisible wall. Fireballs exploded into flames. Water arrows splashed into speech. Soil chunks shattered into pieces. These moderately powerful ranged attacks were all stopped about 5 meters away from Yang Chen. Dan Tai Mingyue was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Earth-type ability? Yang Chen looked at a lewd fat man and smiled. I didn't expect to encounter an Earth-type ability user here. My luck is really good. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen raised his palm, infused with sharpness, and slashed towards the lewd fat man's neck. Yang Chen's palm disappeared and reappeared in front of the lewd fat man. The lewd fat man didn't even have time to react before his head was directly severed. Grabbing the lewd fat man's head, he absorbed his spiritual energy. System prompt. Ding. Host has killed an Earth-type ability user. Do you want to extract the ability? Extract. Yang Chen thought. He already possessed the abilities of gold, fire, wood, and water elements. He was only missing the earth element from the 5 elements. Now he had obtained it. Next, he still needed wind, ice, and thunder. These 3 elemental abilities were much rarer than the 5 elemental abilities. So far, Yang Chen had not encountered any of them. Yang Chen did not stop. With a slap, he knocked these ability users down, their heads shattered, dead beyond recovery. They were just a group of crystal core level ability users. If Yang Chen wanted, he could kill them in an instant. After extracting their abilities, Yang Chen looked at Gui Youfa and smiled. Hey, where is your hope base? I might drop by sometime. There shouldn't be such a powerful base in this area. Having someone as formidable as Yang Chen was enough. You, air, get over here. Kill this little beast. Gui Youfa shouted angrily. DNA Air were special forces who had long been active in war zones, skilled and powerful. It would be easy for them to take down a young man together. Gui Youfa was confident in their strength. Most importantly, DNA Air were top crystal core level ability users, just a step away from dispersing their crystal cores to map the stars. After all, he was the only son of the Guo family head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to assign such 2 powerful ones to be his henchmen. Humph, dare to hit my handsome face. Just wait, I'll make you suffer, little beast. Gui Youfa sneered. Yes. 2 burly white men, imposing and powerful, stepped forward. They cracked their knuckles and walked towards Yang Chen. Both of them were over 1.8 meters tall. Yang Chen was just a bit over 1.8 meters. In terms of height, these 2 indeed had a strong sense of oppression. A blond white man stepped in front of Yang Chen, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and sneered, Kid, watch closely, this punch can make your brain explode, just like mayonnaise, white and gooey. After saying that, the blond white man swung his fist towards Yang Chen's face. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. 8-dimensional shift. Woom! A black vortex the size of a basin appeared in front of Yang Chen. Gui Youfa's threat. The blond white man's fist directly smashed into the black vortex. Another black vortex opened in front of the other black-haired white man's face. Bang! The punch that was originally aimed at Yang Chen's face lost all its power and landed squarely on his buddy's face. With a bang, the black-haired white man was sent flying by the punch. No one expected this turn of events. The black-haired white man was even watching with a sense of amusement. In an instant, he didn't react, and a punch landed solidly on his face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. What the hell, Furious? What are you doing? The black-haired white man got up from the ground, furious. The yellow-haired, burly white man, also known as Furies, stared blankly at his own fist. That's right, a solid feeling. He had indeed hit someone. But how did his fist end up hitting his good buddy? He had clearly aimed at the yellow-skinned monkey in front of him. Listen to me, Jack, I didn't mean to. I was trying to smash this kid's head into his stomach so that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, but I don't understand how my fist landed on your face. I'm really sorry, brother. Westerners tend to use metaphors when they speak, their words long and repetitive, sometimes failing to get to the point, giving the impression that they've said a lot but actually conveyed very little. Standing next to Yang Chen, Dan Tai Mingyue observed everything clearly. She thought, was that spatial transfer? Indeed, what Yang Chen used was spatial transfer. This was a skill he developed after breaking through to the star map level. Don't ask why it's called 8-dimensional transfer, it's because, with his current strength, he could only open 8 doors. These 8 doors could transfer objects, attacks, and even life at will. Just now, Fury's fist hit Jack's face through 8-dimensional transfer. Previously, he had stood still, yet his hand could strike an ability user several meters away. Ward, Furies, stop playing. Let's team up and take this kid down. Jack strode over, his body turning bronze. Another one with the ability to turn to bronze. Yang Chen noticed that there were quite a few abilities that altered the physical body, like petrification, ironization, and bronzation. Furies activated his ability. His ability was Berserk. Once activated, all attributes were enhanced for 5 minutes. After that, he would immediately enter a period of weakness lasting 5 hours. Goodness, 5 hours of recharge for 5 minutes of combat. Previously, Furies hadn't dared to use his ability against Dan Tai Mingyue. Now, facing this strange kid, he didn't want to be too reckless. Bang! Both of them threw punches. Suddenly, four swirling black holes appeared. Bang! Their fists struck each other's faces. Fuck! What kind of strange ability is this? It can actually transfer our attacks to other places, Jack exclaimed in shock. Furies suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Space! This is space! A power that appeared in our country's superhero movies. Ha! Shouldn't that be ours? How did it awaken in this Huaxia person?" Listening to the two communicate in incomprehensible English, Yang Chen smiled faintly. "The experiment is about done. Your value as foreign barbarians is about to disappear." Whoosh! A sharp hand strike was unleashed. Jack felt an immediate threat of death. He quickly raised his arm to guard his neck, but what he never expected was that his sturdy body felt as fragile as paper in the hands of this Huaxia person. His arm, along with his head, fell off. The severed edge was smooth and even. Gulp! Someone swallowed nervously. The silence of the scene was shattered. Furies turned and ran. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Gui Youfa's orders. It was laughable, they were bodyguards, not Deadpools. At this moment, his own life was far more important. But could he escape? Clearly, it was impossible. Once berserk, Fury's speed surged. He could cover 100 meters in just 2 seconds. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Yang Chen. Yang Chen struck again. The remaining Furies also couldn't escape the fate of death. His head was severed. Ding! Host has slain a Bronzation, Berserk ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Absorbing the energy of the two, Yang Chen's gaze fell on Gui Youfa. Is there anyone else? You can't be the last one left, can you? You. Gui Youfa found it hard to believe that two battle-hardened, top-tier crystal core level warriors were actually killed in an instant by this kid? One hit each. They couldn't even put up a fight. Who on earth was he? Why was he so strong? Could it be? Gui Youfa thought of a horrifying possibility. He felt anxious inside, but maintained a calm facade as he asked, "Who exactly are you? With your strength, you should be a star map level powerhouse. How could you appear in a place like this?" Yang Chen smiled. "Oh, you know about star map levels?" Gui Youfa snorted coldly, pretending to be strong. "To be honest, my father, the leader of the Hope Base, the head of the Guo family, is indeed a star map level powerhouse. Moreover, our Hope Base has another star map level powerhouse. Brother, since you haven't suffered any losses, how about we downplay this matter? After all, you haven't lost anything, but on the contrary, all the ability users I brought are dead here, which is a huge loss for our Hope Base." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen scoffed, "No way." What? Gui Youfa doubted his ears, or perhaps he hadn't made himself clear enough. Did he not hear what he just said? They had 2-star map level powerhouses. 2. Gui Youfa's face darkened. "Brother, I'm giving you face, you'd better give me face too. It's one thing to kill others, but if you kill me, my dad won't let you go. Even though you are also a star map level powerhouse, do you think you can survive under the siege of 2-star map levels?" Gui Youfa was still weighing the pros and cons for Yang Chen. He was genuinely afraid that the person opposite him was a fool. If he got killed, it would all be for nothing. However, Gui Youfa couldn't even begin to imagine the true strength of the person in front of him. "Not just you, but I won't spare your Hope Base either," Yang Chen said. "This territory does not allow bases like yours to exist." Yang Chen wasn't a fool. He couldn't trust a word from such a second-generation heir. Who knows, he might agree now, but once he was out of danger, he could turn against him. Moreover, Yang Chen had already killed so many ability users from the Hope Base. The enmity was established and couldn't be easily resolved. The fact remained that ability users were a scarce resource in the apocalypse. No base could afford to lose 10 or 20 at once. Of course, Yang Chen was the exception. If he wanted, he could create an army of ability users. Gui Youfa's expression darkened. He was not budging. "In that case, you can go die." He pulled out 2 metal balls and threw them at Yang Chen with all his might. These metal balls were not bombs or grenades. They were just containers. The real power lay in what was inside the metal balls. His father was a fire and lightning ability user who could compress fireballs and lightning to a certain extent, store them in a container, and then detonate them upon impact. Was the power of a fireball from a star map level the same as that from a crystal core level? Obviously not. A fireball unleashed by a star map level could match hundreds or thousands unleashed by a crystal core level. These metal balls were given to him by his father for self-defense, meant for moments like this. Of course, Gui Youfa never considered using the metal balls to directly kill Yang Chen. That was unrealistic. Even his father might not easily take down a peer-level powerhouse. Relying on a stored fireball was clearly not enough. At most, it could create a distraction to buy him time to escape. Just as he turned to run, a swirling black hole slammed into his face. Then, the two metal balls fell into his hands. Gui Youfa looked down, stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in horror. Oh crap! As soon as he finished speaking, the two metal balls exploded. Bang! The flames soared into the sky, the power rivaling that of a missile. A missile, not a nuclear missile. Under the explosions comparable to missiles, Gui Youfa had no hope of survival. The shockwave from the blast spread out, shattering countless pieces of glass, and screams filled the air. Yang Chen stood tall. The shockwave didn't even touch the corners of his clothes. A spatial barrier. Even Dan Tai Mingyue was protected. Ding! The host has slain a lightning-type ability user. Would you like to extract the ability? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. A lightning-type ability user. He hadn't expected this little scoundrel, who looked unimpressive, to have awakened such a powerful offensive ability. Although his spiritual energy had been blown away, obtaining a lightning-type ability fruit was still a good deal. With the earlier Earth-type, he had already gathered 6 of the 8 major elements. Only the final 2, wind and ice, were left. Yang Chen seemed to see the god of elements beckoning to him at a super god level. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen thought, extract. Boom! In his infinite space, a golden ability fruit appeared. It was surrounded by arcs of electricity, easily distinguishable from the metal-type ability fruit. Gui Youfa and his group were dealt with, and the surviving onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they were saved. If they had been taken by this group, who knew what awaited them? Those damned guys were finally dead. Anyone living in a villa area was either rich or noble. These people had been significant figures in Jiangcheng before the apocalypse. A middle-aged man smiled at Yang Chen and said, "Little brother, thank you. If it weren't for you saving us, who knows what those beasts would have done to us? Could you please help us untie ourselves?" This middle-aged man had probably been overweight before, but after being hungry for a long time, he had slimmed down, though it was clear he had once been fat. Other survivors also spoke up. "Yes, little brother, please help us untie ourselves. These dogs tied us too tightly. It's hurting me." "Ah, finally saved, but my poor daughter. What should we do? This place is no longer safe. There must be more people behind these guys. If they don't return today, they will definitely come looking for us. What will we do then?" At this, everyone wore a face of distress. Most of them were ordinary people. There were only a dozen or so ability users. They couldn't even handle this group, let alone those who might come later. At this moment, everyone thought of the young man who had displayed such great power and impressive skills. It was still the middle-aged man who cheerfully said, "Little brother, how about a deal? If you take us to the Jiangcheng military base, we will give you 1 million. How about that?" "Yes, 1 million is quite a lot. You could buy a house outright in Jiangcheng with that." "Little brother, we trouble you. Hey, after talking for so long, why haven't you untied us yet?" At this point, someone realized something was off. On the other side, Yang Chen scoffed, "When did I say I would save you? Killing them doesn't mean I'm saving you. Killing them doesn't mean I won't kill you. You ungrateful lot, I wouldn't dare take your 1 million. Who knows, you might sell me out afterward." Yang Chen wouldn't let any of these people go. He had seen clearly how they had betrayed Dan Tai Mingyue. They were a bunch of ingrates, wild seeds that couldn't be tamed. Such people deserved to go to hell. How could Yang Chen let them off? What were they thinking? Hearing this, someone trembled. You must be joking, right? We didn't provoke you. Why would you want to kill us?" "Exactly, your indiscriminate killing of innocents is no different from those beasts before." "Little brother, calm down. If there's anything we've done wrong, just tell us, and we'll change. We can change, can't we? This person is sick. We don't even know him. Why does he want to kill us? Is there anyone among you who has wronged him?" Listening to the clamor around him, Yang Chen decided not to waste any more time with them. He raised his hand. The red lotus hellfire erupted in a bizarre display. It flew above everyone's heads, spreading and falling down. Each person was tainted by the red lotus hellfire. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, wails, and curses mixed together, forming a unique symphony, cruel and chaotic. These people were not worth any sympathy. Damn it, the red lotus hellfire burned fiercely on their souls. Who knows what evil deeds these guys had committed before? Withholding wages from migrant workers? Tax evasion? Or perhaps, getting rid of these guys. Yang Chen then moved all the survivors in the villa outside the villa area. "Get lost. Don't come back, or I'll kill anyone I see." Yang Chen's voice echoed in the ears of these survivors. Having experienced being captured, these people were already terrified. They scattered and fled in a panic, as if a ferocious beast was chasing them. Clearly, they had mistaken Yang Chen for someone from the Hope base. With the current situation resolved, it was time to have a good talk with this martial arts expert. Holding the rope, Yang Chen dragged Dantai Mingyue towards a relatively clean villa. The scene resembled a knight capturing a fairy. If it were an ugly man, it would be a goblin capturing a saintess. Being pulled like this, Dantai Mingyue felt as if she were livestock being taken to the market for sale. What does this guy want? Is he just like Gui Youfa? Surprisingly, Dantai Mingyue guessed correctly. Similar yet different. In the villa's living room, Yang Chen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, facing Dantai Mingyue, who was bound at the upper body. Dantai Mingyue, that's your name, right? Dantai Mingyue nodded and asked in return, who are you? Why did you save me? Yang Chen replied frankly, I saved you because I have my eyes on something you possess. You can call me Yang Chen. Yang Chen asked, have you thought about what to do next? Dantai Mingyue shook her head, I don't know. At this moment, she felt a bit lost. Where should she go? In this vast apocalypse, was there still a place for her? Her family was in the capital. Zhangcheng was a full 1,100 kilometers away from the capital. If the situation continued to deteriorate, she might never see her family again in her lifetime. Coupled with the betrayal from the survivors she had previously protected, Dantai Mingyue no longer had the desire to form a survivor team. She was afraid of being betrayed again. Perhaps being a lone wolf wasn't so bad. The premise was that this man was willing to let her go. But hope was slim. He had already said he was interested in something about her. How could he let her go so easily? But what was that something? What did she have that was worth his attention? The Dantai family's martial arts? Or her as a person? Yang Chen was clearly unaware of the many thoughts swirling in Dantai Mingyue's mind. He directly said, I have two choices for you, do you want to hear them? Dantai Mingyue nodded slightly, curious, go ahead. First, follow me, be my woman, and I will ensure you become stronger, living a more carefree life in the apocalypse than before, without worrying about supplies every day. Dantai Mingyue had a look of as expected. This guy was indeed interested in her body. Dog man, all men in the world are the same. Dantai Mingyue asked, what's the second? Let you go, Yang Chen shrugged. You haven't offended me, and you pose no threat to me. Am I supposed to kill you? Dantai Mingyue, can you give me some time to think about it? Sure, 2.5 minutes. Dantai Mingyue, the sect leader has gone missing, yet it's still dark. Not paying attention to this small interlude, Dantai Mingyue began to think seriously. Leaving was certainly a good choice. But today, Dantai Mingyue witnessed what it meant that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Her ability was merely a simple enhancement of her physical body, and it was the martial arts of the Dantai family that greatly increased her combat power. If she hadn't learned the family's martial arts, she might not have survived to this point. From now on, she would only grow weaker. Not to mention anything else, just this young man in front of her. Just his presence was something she couldn't shake. His ability was strange and powerful. Dantai Mingyue believed that if she got close, she would be killed. Listening to this guy's earlier conversation with Gui Youfa, there were already many ability users of this level in the outside world. If she were caught next time, she might not be so lucky. Dantai Mingyue was very confident in her looks. Once captured, she would face endless torment. So, the first option? If I agree to be your woman, what can I gain? Dantai Mingyue asked. A warm harbor and endless food aren't enough? Yang Chen smiled lightly. Dantai Mingyue shook her head. Not enough, these are not what I want. Yang Chen asked. Then what do you want? Dantai Mingyue's eyes sparkled, and she spoke earnestly, word by word, power, strong power. If I could exchange for a stronger ability, I wouldn't have been caught today. I am very lucky to have awakened my ability naturally, but I am also not so lucky to have awakened a mundane physical enhancement. Aside from increasing my defense, speed, strength, and agility, this ability has no other bonuses. But my defense can't compare to copper transformation, my attack can't compare to elemental types, my speed can't compare to extreme speed types, and my agility can't compare to beast transformation types. Listening to Dantai Mingyue's account, Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. What he needed was a woman full of drive. He could raise a vase. He could easily buy out the entire villa area and fill it with all kinds of beauties. But that was not what Yang Chen wanted. He wanted a woman who could fight alongside him. This is the thunder-type ability fruit for you. Yang Chen took out a golden fruit from the infinite space, surrounded by golden arcs of electricity, and placed it on the coffee table. The setting has been changed. Previously, there were issues with review. In the future, the system will allow for investment with 10,000 times return without certification, as long as it meets system requirements. Please forgive. Looking at the thunder-type ability fruit quietly lying on the coffee table, Dantai Mingyue was completely stunned. This, he just gave her an ability fruit? And it was a powerful thunder type. The thunder type was definitely the strongest in terms of attack power. There was no comparison. Such an ability fruit, if it made even a little noise, would attract countless people to snatch it up. Yet this man in front of her just casually gave it to her like tossing an ordinary apple. This left Dantai Mingyue feeling dazed. Are you really giving it to me? If not, I'll take it back. With that, Yang Chen pretended to reach for it. No! Dantai Mingyue shouted and immediately lunged forward, opening her mouth to bite the thunder-type ability fruit, not caring about the bump on her forehead. Ding! Investment in Dantai Mingyue's thunder-type ability fruit has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 thunder-type ability fruits and the god-level thunder-type ability, Desolation Thunder. I choose one. Yang Chen thought. Ding! The host has made a choice. Dantai Mingyue swallowed the thunder-type ability fruit in one bite. She sat on the carpet, her spirited eyes looking at Yang Chen, revealing a refreshing smile. Thank you, Yang Chen. Since I've eaten your ability fruit, I will also keep my promise and be your woman. From now on, you are the only man of Dantai Mingyue. After saying this, Dantai Mingyue closed her eyes and began to awaken her powers. Yang Chen's mind moved, and he used a fruit knife to cut the ropes binding Dantai Mingyue's upper body. Quite perceptive. While Dantai Mingyue was awakening her powers, Yang Chen released the scout he had captured earlier. The man fell to the ground in confusion. Before he could react, his body floated up. Yang Chen said coldly, I ask, you answer, understood? The scout realized he had been captured and quickly nodded. Big brother, you ask, little brother will tell all, leave nothing out. Hilarious. Compared to his own life, everything else was trivial. Where is the Hope Base? Yang Chen asked. The scout replied, the Hope Base is at the Leishan chemical plant. On the surface, it's a chemical plant, but underground, it's a huge experimental base. 5 floors. Yang Chen, whose is the Hope Base? The scout answered, it was initially the state's, but after the apocalypse broke out, the Guo family had thoughts they shouldn't have. They killed the base's ruler and organized armed guards to control the entire base. Now the whole Hope Base is under the Guo family's control. So you really did it. Is this Guo family conducting human experiments? What exactly are they experimenting on? The scout replied, that's not something I can know for sure, but it definitely relates to abilities. Alright, a batch of experimental subjects was brought back this morning, and another vehicle will come tomorrow morning to take away the last experimental subjects. If you want to go to the Hope Base, you could rob the vehicle transporting the experimental subjects. What time specifically? Around 9 or 10 in the morning. Yang Chen nodded, committing this to memory. The Hope Base cannot be left alone. Not to mention their inhumane act of using living people for experiments. Just the fact that they operate around Yang Chen means he cannot let them go. If it were an official base, that would be one thing, but a base controlled by a family like this is nothing good. Families are all the same. It was like this in ancient times, and it remains so today. In a society that has collapsed, with no order, these families have become even more rampant. They dare to rob even the experimental bases established by the government. Simply audacious. Do they really think that just because the outside is chaotic, the government won't have the time to deal with them? Yang Chen asked a few more questions, and the scout was quite cooperative, leaving nothing unsaid about what he knew. As for the truth, that was hard to verify. It could be trusted, but not fully. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? The scout asked, trembling and anxious as he looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled, appearing very kind and cheerful. Sure, you were following Gui Youfa, right? I'll take you to find them. Hearing this, the scout felt a surge of joy. Really? Big brother, do you know where young Master Gui is? At the same time, he thought, once I get back to young Master Gui, you'll be in for it. This guy clearly underestimated Yang Chen's strength, thinking of him as just a minor ability user. Of course, they've already gone to the Yellow Springs. If you delay any longer, they'll probably have crossed the Naiha Bridge. I'll give you a ride to catch up with them. The scout's expression froze. What? Yellow Springs? Naiha Bridge? Is that a place for the living? Before he could react, his physical body exploded into a mist of blood. Yang Chen, unfazed, redirected the blood mist. This Hope Base cannot be left alone. Tomorrow, let's go with the vehicle and wipe out the Guo family. Yang Chen glanced at Dantai Mingyue, who was still awakening her abilities across from him. Bored, he took out a game console to play. Half an hour quickly passed. Blue arcs of electricity flickered and danced around Dantai Mingyue. Crackling sounds filled the entire villa with the roar of thunder. In the next moment, Dantai Mingyue opened her eyes. Her pupils turned blue, with blue lightning flashing by. Boom! Rumble! Dan Tai Mingyue raised her hand and struck the window. Blue lightning burst forth from her palms, shattering the window and scorching a distant mutated tree, setting it ablaze. Lightning-type abilities, terrifyingly powerful. Even Yang Chen felt a bit envious. This woman, Dan Tai Mingyue, didn't know how to play. If it were him, he would definitely shout, with thunder, shatter the darkness, then follow it up with a song, feeling incredibly cool. Embarrassment is temporary. Coolness lasts a lifetime. If I had this ability back then, I could have knocked those two foreign bastards out. Clenching her fist, Dan Tai Mingyue smiled confidently. Yang Chen chuckled. Want to try it on me? Dan Tai Mingyue shot him a glance, speechless. You're testing me. Yang Chen smiled lightly. Nonsense, I'm just curious about what it feels like to be struck by lightning. Then I'll give it a try. Oh, you really dare to strike? Dan Tai Mingyue, after sitting down, Dan Tai Mingyue asked, where do you live? Yang Chen pointed to the mountains, in the villa area halfway up the mountain. We've already taken it over. Dan Tai Mingyue caught the key phrase, we have other companions. Yeah. Yang Chen nodded. Dan Tai Mingyue asked curiously, male or female? Female. After a brief pause, Dan Tai Mingyue asked, all of them female? And there's a female tiger and a female panda. Dan Tai Mingyue, what kind of configuration is this? So the whole team has just one man? Even the pets are female. Wait, what's with the female tiger and female panda? It can't be what I'm thinking, right? This guy can't be a scumbag, can he? Great, I'm one of these women now. While Dan Tai Mingyue was lost in thought, Yang Chen said, I heard the martial arts of your Dan Tai family are quite impressive? Dan Tai Mingyue humbly replied, it's just average compared to Tai Chi and Bajiquan, but it surpasses most martial arts. I also know Bajiquan. Got it. Yang Chen made a gesture. None of us in the team had martial arts skills before the apocalypse. There are wives, streamers, students, and doctors among us, but not a single martial artist. So, aside from hunting mutated beasts, you'll have the responsibility to teach us martial arts. No problem. Dan Tai Mingyue confidently said, I'm the best at teaching. Most of the younger generation in the Dan Tai family were taught by me. Alright, let's go and explore some more. Sure. Dan Tai Mingyue followed Yang Chen out of the villa. They wandered around the villa area. According to Dan Tai Mingyue, there were basically no survivors left in this area. They were the last batch. Other survivors either got bitten to death by mutated beasts, froze to death in the fog, couldn't stand it and ran away, or were captured by the Hope Base. Essentially, this place had become a no man's land. Except for Yang Chen's team. That afternoon, Yang Chen didn't rush to return. Instead, he began hunting mutated beasts. Their team was all at the star map level. Dan Tai Mingyue's peak crystal core level was still a bit lacking. So, Yang Chen planned to use that afternoon to elevate Dan Tai Mingyue to the star map level. At the same time, he didn't choose to kill instantly. Instead, he fought the mutated beasts with a metal knife, practicing his knife skills little by little under Dan Tai Mingyue's guidance. With the teacher's guidance, Yang Chen had resolved all the confusions he had about the techniques he previously struggled with. The most basic knife techniques include chopping, flicking, stabbing, hacking, and thrusting. Mastering these techniques would make practicing others much easier. As a star map level ability user, Yang Chen had an incredible muscle memory, so these were naturally not a problem for him. Perhaps to other ability users, this seemed a bit excessive. Clearly, he could defeat an enemy in one move and simply switch to a brute force mode to finish it. Why bother practicing these techniques? Indeed, against weak ants, one could easily take them down in a single strike. But what if he faced someone of the same level or even someone stronger? Yang Chen smiled faintly, knowing that the true threats were not other ability users or mutated beasts, but the unknown monsters lurking in the fog. The strength of these creatures remained a mystery. Yang Chen wanted to make himself versatile, capable of ranged attacks as well as close combat. Time flew by, and it was now 5:40 in the afternoon. Yang Chen teleported back to the villa halfway up the mountain with Dan Tai Mingyue. Dan Tai Mingyue, what a divine day. Looking at Dan Tai Mingyue, Lin Jinyun was somewhat speechless. You really brought someone back. Yang Chen shrugged and smiled, no choice, she's genuinely good. Lin Jinyun looked Dan Tai Mingyue up and down. When she arrived, the woman was dressed in a sharp white tracksuit, but now, after taking a shower, she had changed into a nightgown that showcased her figure perfectly. Big thunder. Her body was curvy, with a defined waistline, exuding a sexy yet wild beauty. Standing around 175 centimeters tall, she was the epitome of a mature woman, her long legs white, round, and firm, looking even more perfect in black stockings. A graceful and spirited mature woman. Indeed, those legs could keep you entertained for a year, Yang Chen said seriously, trying to defend himself. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Dan Tai Mingyue knows martial arts, and none of us here do. In close combat against strong enemies, we would be at a disadvantage, so I plan to have her teach us practical skills. Every day at 6 o'clock, the fog would arrive on time. Even if dinner was at 8, there were still 4 hours until midnight. Those 4 hours needed to be utilized. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun suddenly understood why Yang Chen had brought this woman back. So she was a technical talent after all. However, looking at Dan Taimingyue's long, fair legs, Lin Jinyun felt that even if this woman didn't know martial arts, as long as her character wasn't too outrageous, Yang Chen's personality would still lead him to bring her back. Forget it. No matter how many women there were, it wouldn't affect her position as the eldest sister, Lin Jinyun. Xiao Sun had said he liked her type the most. However, Lin Jinyun still joked, "So, are we going to my place tonight?" Yang Chen's expression stiffened. "Maybe not. I want to change things up today." Lin Jinyun shot him a glance and walked over to chat with Dan Taimingyue. Yang Chen touched his nose and went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the blood and sweat from his body. When he came out, the fog had already descended. Lin Jinyun was in the kitchen, laughing and chatting with Dan Taimingyue and Chen Jia. When Dan Taimingyue saw the ingredients that needed to be prepared, her beautiful eyes whitened in shock. This is top-grade Wagyu beef. This is Australian lobster. And Buddha jumps over the wall? Jinyun, are you sure this is our dinner? Lin Jinyun laughed at Dan Taimingyue's reaction. This was the effect she wanted. The temporarily affluent environment of this home made her feel a sense of belonging. Feigning confusion, Lin Jinyun replied, "Yeah, what's wrong? Aren't these just some very ordinary ingredients? We eat this every day." Dan Taimingyue was astonished, incredulously asking, "Every day? Are you saying that since the apocalypse began until now, you've been eating this kind of food every day?" Chen Jiao laughed, "Not exactly." Dan Taimingyue let out a sigh of relief. She had thought this teen was so extravagant, eating so well every day. Thinking about her own days lately, just being able to have a bowl of steaming instant noodles was already quite touching. Before Dan Taimingyue could ponder further, Chen Jiao continued, "It mainly depends on what Sister Jinyun plans to cook that day. Sister Jinyun is especially good at cooking. Sometimes we have Chinese food, sometimes Japanese, sometimes Western cuisine. If we get tired of that, we also have fried chicken, barbecue, skewers, and so on. Anyway, I've gained weight during this time." As she spoke, Chen Jiao pinched her little belly. She was wearing a crop top. After reaching the star map level, Yang Chen and the others no longer needed external warmth. They could withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius with just their bodies. Therefore, even when the night fog descended, the girls dressed quite casually, according to their preferences, rather than bundling up in thick cotton clothes like when they were at the crystal core level. My favorite is Sister Jinyun's braised pig trotters. The sauce mixed with yellow beans and rice is just so fragrant, Chen Jiao said, licking her lips and looking at Lin Jinyun with a smile. Sister Jinyun, how about adding another dish? Lin Jinyun smiled and replied, "Not today. The braised pig trotters need to be stewed, and it takes too long. Let's wait until tomorrow." "Alright then," Chen Jiao said, a bit disappointed. Dan Taimingyue was completely petrified. What had she just heard? They changed their meals every day? And they even gained weight? What would the starving survivors outside think if they heard this? Not to mention those survivors, even Dan Taimingyue, as an ability user, had never eaten this well in the apocalypse. Food could be found, but, after so many days, the fruits and vegetables had already spoiled and rotted. She couldn't even find fresh vegetables. Looking around here, the greenery was lush and vibrant, so green. Dan Taimingyue was curious and asked, "Where do we get so many fresh vegetables?" I've also sent people to search through supermarkets and markets, and without exception, the meat and vegetables have all gone bad and are inedible. Did you grow them yourselves? Lin Jinyun smiled gently. Well, I don't know about that. The food comes from Xiao Sun. According to him, the food he stored is enough for us to eat until we pass away. Dan Taimingyue. What a damn metaphor. Dan Taimingyue realized one thing, Yang Chen had a lot of food. Fresh vegetables and meat, even seafood. Following such a man, at least she wouldn't have to worry about meals. When it was time to eat, everyone gathered around the long table. Now, Yang Chen's team had grown to 8 members: Lin Jinyun, Chen Jia, Lu Ruyan, Yang Chen, Dan Taimingyue, Bai Chen, and 2 mutated beasts. The long table was filled with steaming, fragrant dishes. The 2 mutated beasts also had their own rations. The milk dumpling had bamboo and bamboo shoots, while the tiger girl had mutated beast meat. Both little creatures were happily eating, especially the tiger girl, who had been running around all day. She was overjoyed. This mountain was perfect for her. There was plenty of food, and she could happily hunt. Unlike the tiger girl, the milk dumpling had been well taken care of since childhood. Food was served on a plate. Every day was spent playing in the garden. This had also developed her lazy nature. This afternoon, she was carried around by Bai Qian, her feet barely touching the ground. Only when encountering a mutated beast would the milk dumpling reluctantly get down to defeat it. "Let's eat," Yang Chen said. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, chatting and laughing. Lin Jinyun and the others had already adapted to this environment and atmosphere. Dantai Mingyue and Bai Qian were still a bit reserved, especially Bai Qian. Today, she had been out all afternoon with her milk bun, yet she hadn't found a single ability fruit. Could her luck really be that bad? Night demons, and the newly appeared spear monsters. Ding! Invest in Dantai Mingyue's level and a piece of Wagyu beef, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pieces of Wagyu beef. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun's Australian lobster, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Australian lobsters. Ding! Invest in Yang Chan's Buddha jumps over the wall, 1 bull, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bulls of Buddha jumps over the wall, family version. Ding! Dantai Mingyue was incredibly happy with this meal. Warm food was simply more suited to the taste buds of the Huaxia people. So blissful. The fragrant rice mixed with the soup was simply intoxicating. Compared to this, what kind of bitter days had she lived before? After finishing the meal, it was already 7:30. Half an hour to digest. Yang Chen led everyone to the basement. The basement of this villa had a particularly spacious area, specifically for parking various luxury cars. It was large enough for Yang Chen and the others to train again. Dantai Mingyue immediately got into the zone. She started by teaching everyone the basics. Once the fundamentals were solid, they could practice more advanced techniques later. The other girls were quite interested in this as well. They practiced for several hours. Yang Chen glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. He said, "Alright everyone, it's already midnight. Go wash up and get some sleep." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen thought of something, licked her lips, and smiled. "I remember there's a large bathing pool on the 3rd floor of the backyard. How about we take a bath? It's so comfortable to soak in the north." "Great," Lu Ruyan said, "I'll help you scrub your backs." No one had any objections to this suggestion. The group went to the 3rd floor to bathe. With 2 fire-type ability users present, were they afraid the bathwater wouldn't heat up? The bathroom was filled with steam, as if they were in a fairyland. Yang Chen ran for a while and then stepped out. An hour later, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 1st floor of the villa, looking out at the white mist, lost in thought. "I wonder how big the power gap is between me and the monsters in the mist now." Yang Chen felt he could easily handle the night demons he encountered in his previous life. But if it were the giant creature he met in Jinqiu City, that was uncertain. He expanded his telekinetic perception. Nothing was gained. It seemed his telekinesis couldn't penetrate the mist for a comprehensive observation. What went wrong? Am I too weak now? Yang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. 2.5 minutes later, he suddenly thought of something. Right, when I expand my telekinetic perception, it's always naturally expanded, with an initial observation distance of 1,000 meters. What if I shrink this range down to 100 meters? With my current strength, I can't encompass the mist within 1,000 meters, but 100 meters should be possible, right? If 100 meters doesn't work, then 50 meters? Thinking of it, he acted. Yang Chen was not the type to just talk. He controlled his telekinesis, shrinking the observation circle. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. Finally, the range of his telekinetic perception was compressed to a diameter of 100 meters. The originally hazy mist gradually became clear in Yang Chen's perception. He saw the scene within the mist. It was no different from during the day. The buildings were still those buildings, but there were more mysterious creatures. Just 50 meters away from the villa, he saw a dozen creatures, thin as skin and bones, flying with bat-like wings on their backs, their blood-red eyes looking down as if searching for prey. Night demons! Indeed, this is the night demon that Yang Chen saw in his previous life. He didn't expect to find it here as well. After all, the fog is boundless. Night demons emerge from the fog. They could appear anywhere. Yang Chen did not act rashly. He continued to observe. Suddenly, the flying leader night demon was shot in the head. The leader night demon was pierced through the head by a sharp limb that shot out from the void. Green blood spilled everywhere. Gaga gaga. The night demons emitted a harsh, unpleasant cry. They turned and ran, completely disregarding their hunted leader. The owner of that limb revealed itself. It was a tall, slender monster. It had no eyes or nose. Its mouth occupied the lower half of its face, filled with sharp teeth, while the upper half of its face was covered in grotesque features, ugly and fierce. The monster was draped in a tattered black robe, and its limbs were sharp, resembling spears, very pointed and sharp, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to pierce the leader night demon's head in one strike. Yang Chen's eyes widened. Another kind of monster he had never seen before. It should not have been a spatial teleportation similar to his 8-dimensional shift. This monster had become invisible and attacked the leader night demon. This monster doesn't look strong. I wonder if it has any spiritual energy to help enhance the abilities of others, Yang Chen pondered. Let's catch it and see. Yang Chen instantly moves behind the spear-like monster. He grabbed the back of its neck with one hand. The monster's reaction was quite quick. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, it launched an attack. However, its speed was still no match for Yang Chen. Spatial confinement. The infinite spatial gate opened. Telekinetic control. After a quick series of moves, the spear-like monster's attack didn't even touch the hem of Yang Chen's clothes. It was thrown into the infinite space just like that. Yang Chen thought, looks like it's at the peak of crystal core level. There must be many such monsters in the fog. There might even be star map level monsters. If I can hunt them and absorb their spiritual energy, my strength would surely increase dramatically, Yang Chen thought to himself. However, he wouldn't recklessly absorb the energy of these monsters. He needed to find a test subject first. Only when he confirmed it was truly safe would he allow himself and his people to absorb that energy. He decided to use the people from the Hope Base as test subjects. He would try it tomorrow. Yang Chen thought this in his heart. He teleported back to the villa. He didn't tell anyone about this matter. Half an hour later, the women said goodnight to each other and returned to their rooms. Yang Chen walked into Dan Tai Mingyue's room. They all understood. In Bai Qian's room, this was more than what he had later on, and he was still hesitating. Bai Qian, no more hesitation. It was time to make a decision, or it would become annoying. Originally, Bai Qian was still hesitant, but Dan Tai Mingyue's appearance made her change her mind. She even felt a sense of urgency. She felt that if she didn't get on board soon, there would really be no chance left. Tomorrow night, I'll talk to Sister Jin Yun and have her arrange it for me, Bai Qian thought to herself. She closed her eyes but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Yang Chen went directly to the villa where Gui Youfa was yesterday to wait. This time he didn't bring anyone. He came alone. Such a straightforward task didn't require everyone to mobilize. The others continued to focus on leveling up. Around 9 in the morning, the roar of cars echoed outside the villa. Yang Chen opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips, and said, "They're here." One guide was enough. The sound of a semi-truck's engine roared outside the villa. In Yang Chen's telekinetic perception, 5 semi-trucks appeared in total. Each one could easily hold 50 to 60 people if crammed. In addition to the 5 semi-trucks, there were also 30 survivors and 10 ability users who came this time, fully armed, holding firearms, and wearing bulletproof vests. These are the escort teams accompanying the experimental subjects back to the base. If they encounter mutated beasts on the way, it is these people who step in to resolve the situation. A semi-trailer truck approached from a distance. Soon, it arrived outside the villa. The engine turned off. A group of people got out. Looking at the nearby bodies of the survivors, frozen and in a tragic state, their eyes wide open in death, these guys were unfazed, treating it as a normal sight. A bald, muscular man chuckled. Had so many experimental subjects died? I wonder what happened here yesterday that made young Master Gu order so many to be killed. Another young man with a buzz cut shook his head and laughed. Killing so many experimental subjects is such a waste. If we had given them to the lab folks for experiments, they could have lasted several more days. Yeah, what a pity. The group chattered and laughed. They felt no pity for the dead survivors, who were their compatriots. A woman in a beige coat curiously looked around. We've been here for quite a while, why haven't we seen young Master Gu? I haven't seen the other brothers either. As soon as she said this, the others reacted and looked around. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Aside from their voices, there were no other sounds. The woman in the beige coat, who had spoken earlier, saw something, her pupils constricted, and her face turned pale as if she had seen something terrifying. She pointed in a direction, stammering, You guys look quickly, that isn't Big Brother Ada's head. As soon as she said this, everyone instantly turned to look in the direction she was pointing. They saw a vine wrapped around a streetlight, extending downwards, with its roots embedded in a head, sucking blood. The head was shriveled, but not too damaged, and everyone could still recognize who it was. This head belonged to none other than Jack, who was killed by Yang Chen yesterday. It really is Big Brother Ada. How could this be? Big Brother Ada is one of the strongest abilities in our base, second only to leader Gu and Dean Ma. How could he be killed here? Could it be that he encountered some powerful mutated beast? If even Big Brother Ada is dead, then what about young Master Gu? Damn, young Master Gu can't be dead, right? If he really is dead, then we're finished. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind them. Someone's expression brightened. They thought it was Gu Yofa, but when they turned around, the look of surprise froze on their faces. The newcomer was not young Master Gu, but a completely unfamiliar young man. "You guys finally came. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted." The woman who first sensed something was wrong looked at the young man in front of her, frowned, and coldly asked, "Who are you? Are you a survivor living nearby? Do you know what happened here? Kid, have you seen our young Master Gu? The one with the kidney deficiency look, who has been living in the villa behind you since yesterday." "Wait, this kid came out of the villa where young Master Gu was staying. He must know something, very likely. This matter was done by him and the people behind him. Damn, grab this kid. Ask him where young Master Gu went. If we can't find young Master Gu, we might as well not go back to the base and just drive off to wander." These people closed in on Yang Chen, surrounding him, each one looking fierce as if Yang Chen were their sworn enemy. "Are you talking about that idiot Gu Yofa?" "That's right, that idiot. If you know anything, hurry up and tell us. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life." A straightforward survivor chimed in. After speaking, he realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head, hiding behind the crowd. "That might disappoint you, I already killed that idiot." "What? Kid, that's not funny." Cries of shock erupted. The emotions of these people were soaring and plummeting, then skyrocketing. Killed? Guo just died like that? Damn, this is serious. I hope no one in the base is unaware that Leader Guo treasures his son and daughter the most. Now that his son, the one to carry on the family line, is dead, if Leader Guo finds out, he'll go mad. At that time, we won't have a good ending either. Don't shout yet, I'm going to the Hope base now. Who among you is willing to show me the way? Yang Chen said with a smile. Take you? No way. You want to go to the Hope base, huh? Fine, we'll take you, but the condition is that we have to cripple you first. Damn, I hope we catch the mastermind, and maybe Leader Guo will go easy on us. Looking at the survivors from the Hope base, filled with murderous intent, Yang Chen spoke up. You seem to be mistaken, one guide is enough, 40. That's too many. As soon as he finished speaking, before these people could react, Yang Chen had already made his move. The alloy knife was drawn. Yang Chen's steps changed, moving with incredible speed, like a ghost weaving through the survivors, the alloy knife swiftly slashing their throats. His speed was too fast. Even if these people reacted, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. In one go, only one survivor remained standing. The first to sense something was wrong, the woman in the beige coat. Looking at the corpses of her companions strewn across the ground, the strong smell of blood filling her nostrils, this female ability user was terrified, collapsing to the ground, her body shaking like a leaf. Yang Chen sheathed his knife, still not very skilled, need to practice more. After putting the alloy knife back at his waist, Yang Chen looked at the remaining female ability user and said, Take me to the Hope base, or your fate will be the same as theirs. Upon hearing this, the female ability user seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope, nodding repeatedly, her voice trembling with a plea, I'm willing to take you to the Hope base, please don't kill me, I'm just a worker. Yang Chen scoffed, the Guo family really is capitalist to the core, still making people work even in the apocalypse. Casually getting into a semi-trailer truck, Yang Chen said, Let's go, don't waste time. Yes. The female ability user scrambled to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and heading towards the Hope base. Not long after they left, about 10 minutes later, a figure staggered in from the woods outside the villa area. It looked in the direction Yang Chen had gone, sniffing the air. Then it turned to the fresh corpses on the ground. The figure staggered towards the pile of bodies, crouching down to feast. This creature was devouring the flesh and blood of ability users. Ordinary people didn't even catch its eye. If Yang Chen were here and saw the figure's face, he would be greatly shocked. Han Fei, the female ability user he had killed at the building materials market. Meanwhile, Jiangqing military base. Military action, eliminate the Hope base. Military action, eliminate the Hope base. Jiangqing military base. On the helipad, a fully armed special operations team stood in a neat row. Dressed in all black gear, they exuded a particularly reliable aura. Our next target is to eliminate the villains led by the Guo family who have forcibly occupied the biological laboratory. Everyone, board the aircraft now. With a command from the special operations team leader, the members orderly boarded the armed helicopters parked behind them. 75 people filled 10 armed helicopters. These were the elite of the military, battle-hardened, with extremely high combat experience. And each one was a high-level crystal core ability user. Their strength was terrifying. They were a trump card of the Jiangqing military base. All team members were high-level crystal core ability users. The captain and the 2 vice-captains were all at the pinnacle of the crystal core level. In addition to the special operations team, there were also 2-star map-level superpowered individuals accompanying them. These 2-star map-level superpowered individuals were naturally aimed at the 2-star map-level superpowered individuals from the Hope Base. Before launching the extermination operation, the military base in Jiangcheng had already thoroughly gathered intelligence on the Hope Base. The greedy members of the Gua family in the Hope Base thought that with disaster looming, the military was too busy with rescue efforts to pay them any mind? Wrong. They were gravely mistaken. Anyone opposing the Gua family, whether an individual or a force, would face reckoning. If it weren't for the concern that there were still many ordinary survivors in the Hope Base, the Jiangcheng military would have long since sent a request to the Jiangnan Military Command in Yingtian to launch missiles, to wipe the ground clean with missiles, blow them to smithereens. Under the missile strikes, even star map-level superpowered individuals would suffer. But alas, the military had too many concerns. If it were the military of Dimao, they would have already sent missiles over. Hostages? What hostages? We don't care. The propellers of 10 armed helicopters spun rapidly. They took off towards the Hope Base. 6 people were seated in the lead armed helicopter. 3 were Special Operations Team members. The other 3 were the Special Operations Team captain and the star map-level powerhouse accompanying them. Damn it, I heard that the Gua family is using ordinary people for human experiments. Doesn't he know that the international community has issued a strict ban on human experimentation? A sturdy man with dark skin cursed as he looked at the documents in his hand. His companion sitting next to him scoffed, "Hanyo, you should take a look at the world outside right now. This Gua family is quite arrogant, they don't even regard us." Both of these men were star map-level superpowered individuals accompanying the team. The dark-skinned one was named Hanyo, possessing the superpower of copper skin and iron bones with earth-type rapid abilities. He was a warrior who could endure, fight, and run. The one who spoke next was named Seetsong, with a violent wood-type superpower of advanced precognition. They were both tri-type superpowered individuals. Han Nyo didn't say anything. Seetsong's third superpower was impressive. During combat, he could foresee the enemy's actions 2 seconds in advance. With this ability, Seetsong often managed to outmaneuver his opponents, but he could only foresee 2 seconds ahead. When he was at the crystal core level, he could only foresee 1 second. It was only after breaking through to the star map level that it increased to 2 seconds. Hanyo clenched the document in his hand and said in a deep voice, "When I see that Guaba, I'm definitely going to twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick." Seetsong patted Hanyo's shoulder and laughed. "Alright, once we get there, Guaba will be your responsibility, and Ma Baonan will be mine." At that moment, Seetsong noticed the captain deep in thought and asked, "Captain, what are you thinking about?" The captain came back to his senses, smiled, and said, "I was thinking about that civilian star map level superpowered individual Wangba mentioned before. His ability seems to be telekinesis or metal manipulation, capable of controlling over 1,000 weapons at once. I wonder if you two would have a chance against him." Hearing this, Hanyo smiled confidently and flexed his bicep. "Captain, that guy can control so many weapons at once, which is indeed impressive, but I have copper skin and iron bones. His weapons can't break my defense, he can't do anything to me, but if he gets past my defenses, he'll be in for a world of pain." Seetsong shrugged. "I don't have Hanyo's strong defense, I can't get close." Hanyo cracked his knuckles and grinned. "I really want to spar with him." The captain chuckled lightly. "As long as he's still in Jiangcheng, that day will come. A person like him won't be a nameless nobody, he won't die. Sooner or later, he will become famous." At this point, the captain paused for a moment and said, "However, this person has already been identified by the organization as a dangerous individual whose heart has swelled with power, looking down on the military. You must not contact him privately, otherwise, it will be hard to explain later." Hanyo scoffed. "Isn't it just killing Chang Yueran? We understand the situation, this woman deserved to die. In fact, I think it was a good thing she was killed." Seetsong nodded in agreement. "That's right. She deserved to die when she threatened a civilian with the military base that was tarnishing the military's reputation. The military has never taken anything from the masses, yet she boldly demanded spoils in the name of the military. I can't imagine what was going through her mind at that time." The captain smiled slightly, calming the two. "Alright, she's only classified as a dangerous individual. It doesn't mean we will do anything to her. As long as she passes the assessment and is confirmed not to be a terrorist, the military won't take any action against her. Adjust your mindset. Although Guaba and Ma Baonan were just capitalists and researchers before the apocalypse, they are still star map-level powerhouses. You must not underestimate them when facing them. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter." "Understood. Got it." Hanyo and Seetsong took a deep breath, starting to calm their emotions and adjust their mindset. 10 armed helicopters formed a formation, flying steadily towards the Hope Base. The avian mutant beasts encountered along the way were turned into dice under the interwoven firepower net, falling from the sky. The heavy machine guns equipped on the armed helicopters were specifically designed to take down tanks. With a large caliber, they were also effective against these avian mutant beasts. However, these scruffy birds were too agile and hard to hit. But they weren't aiming to exterminate these avian mutant beasts. The goal was merely to drive them away. On the other side, Yang Chen had already arrived near the Hope base. He got out of the car. The female ability user walked cautiously to Yang Chen's side, carefully pointing to a nearby group of buildings, saying, "B brother, that's the chemical factory. The core of the Hope base is underground. The upper part is where ordinary survivors and people like me, who are on the fringes, live." Yang Chen remained silent. His telekinetic perception spread out. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. With 4 stars lit up, Yang Chen's telekinetic perception range had increased to 4,000 meters. It was indeed as the female ability user said. That was the Hope base. The ground buildings of the chemical factory were filled with ordinary survivors. They were so weak from hunger, emaciated, like walking corpses, their eyes devoid of light. Besides the ordinary survivors, there were also a small number of ability users and some ordinary men watching over these survivors. Below the chemical factory was a massive laboratory. Yang Chen sensed the presence of 3-star map-level ability users. Wait, 3-star map-level ability users? Wasn't it said there were 2? Well, how could the enemy possibly tell the truth? Regardless of whether it was 3 or 2, it made no difference to Yang Chen. Wait, what is this? It looks quite delicious. In the middle of a bright, white laboratory, there was a glass jar as thick as 2 people could hug, containing an irregular crystal quietly floating inside, emitting a shimmering green light, flickering as if it were alive. The moment Yang Chen saw this thing, an impulse surged within him, an urge to eat this thing. It was as if this green crystal had some kind of fatal attraction for ability users. No matter what this thing is, I need to get it into my hands first, Yang Chen thought. At that moment, the female ability user standing next to him, seeing Yang Chen silent for a long time, nervously asked, "Brother, I've brought you to the Hope base. Can you let me go? I really didn't plan to lay a hand on you. I was also forced to join the Hope base. Just go." What? The female ability user was taken aback, uncertainly asking. "I said you should leave, drive away from here, the farther the better." Yang Chen said expressionlessly, hands in his pockets. Why did he let this woman live among so many people in front of the villa? Was it random selection? Not at all. This woman was the only one who hadn't spoken harshly to him at that time. The others had all threatened to cripple Yang Chen and so on. That kind of thing was really annoying. Do you even know what kind of strength your opponent has before you start spouting off? Yang Chen felt indifferent towards women like her, but as long as they didn't insult him or provoke him, he basically couldn't be bothered to kill. The psychic energy of a crystal core level ability user was no longer effective against him. Yang Chen didn't lack that bit of psychic energy. Given that this woman was somewhat sensible, he could let her go. "Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. May good people live in peace all their lives." The female ability user repeatedly thanked Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained expressionless. The female ability user didn't dare to stay here any longer. After thanking him, she got into the driver's seat, and as she was about to drive away, she thought of something. "Big brother, how will you get back later?" The villa area halfway up the mountain was still within the city limits. This chemical factory was completely in the suburbs. Yang Chen replied, "Me? I can manage just fine." Oh. The female ability user didn't dare to linger, quickly reversing and turning around, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. After the female ability user left, Yang Chen stepped out, his figure disappearing without a trace. He didn't rush to storm into the Hope base and start a massacre. Moreover, his purpose wasn't slaughter. He came here to deal with the Gu family and the laboratory. He would only kill those who deserved to die. Ordinary survivors kept in the chemical factory were not on Yang Chen's hunting list. A group of captive test subjects, given just enough food and water to survive each day. They were already pitiful enough. And since they hadn't provoked Yang Chen, he couldn't be bothered to waste his ability energy on them. Arriving at a concealed location, he expanded his telekinetic perception to explore. There was no need to look at the ground of the chemical factory. It was just a group of powerless test subjects, and their loyal dogs watching over them. The main focus was still underground. It didn't matter if he didn't look there. It was too ugly to behold. Aside from the experimental area, the other parts were simply unbearable to look at. There were high-ranking members of the base gathered together, drinking and singing. Surrounding them were young women whose looks were above the average line. The clothes these young women wore were hardly better than not wearing anything at all. To put it bluntly, the fabric covering their bodies was less than that of a rag. It was just enough to cover the essentials. Besides this area, there was also a beast fighting zone on the other side. An ordinary person was locked in a confined space with a low-level mutated beast, while a crowd of people gathered outside, laughing loudly, enjoying the sounds of the ordinary person's screams. These people deserved to die, not a single good one among them. As expected, once the base fell into personal hands, it all depended on conscience. The kind of person leading would have the kind of subordinates they deserved. If the people under them were so debased, how good could the Gu family, who managed the entire base, be? The Gu family members acted tyrannically in the base. Even some ability users would take a detour upon seeing them. In one spacious room, a young woman sat on a soft sofa, surrounded by handsome men. In front of her, 2 female ability users were fighting, punches landing hard, abilities being unleashed. Fight! Wu Fangyan, you bitch! Can't you hear what this lady is saying? Hit her with your lightning. Use your iron fist to blow her lightning apart. Zhang Xiaojing, you too. Don't hold back. Burn her hair with your fire, burn her lower lip. So you want to play both sides, huh? You are all just my dad's workers. The powers and food you gain come from my dad, so you all have to listen to me. Don't forget, the losers will have to spend the night with my pet. She was clearly a beautiful girl, but the words that came out of her mouth made even a big man like Yang Chen feel it was too much. As a woman, at such a time, instead of thinking about helping each other, she was doubling down on persecuting them. Is this what women mean by women helping women? Well, she is a young lady. How could she empathize with a plain-looking girl with poor manners who only knows how to fight online? In her eyes, the 2 female psychics in front of her didn't even count as people. Hearing the young girl's words, the 2 fighting female psychics changed their expressions. Their faces, which had turned red from intense exercise, suddenly went pale. Fear. Yang Chen saw intense fear in their eyes. Following that, the 2 female psychics fought even more fiercely. Moreover, they strictly followed the young girl's words. Bang! A steel fist smashed through the opponent's lightning ability. Ah! Whoosh! A flame burned the opponent, making her scream wildly. Ah ah! Ha ha! Wonderful, truly wonderful. This show is so entertaining. Ha! As for the young woman, she laughed so hard she nearly fell over, clapping vigorously. Her smile was undeniably beautiful, but everyone around felt it was particularly ugly, like a demon crawling out of hell. Yes, the demon of the mountain. Hee, it really is rotten to the core. Both the old and the young are just like this. Yang Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the young girl, her expression devoid of any waves, as if he were looking at a corpse. If killing is the way, then let's start with you. Do you want revenge? Do you want revenge? As his words fell, Yang Chen stepped forward, instantly moving to the room where the young lady of the Guo family was. The head of the Guo family, Guo Ba, had a son and a daughter, Guo Youfa and Guo Linlin. He cherished these 2 children greatly, giving them whatever they wanted. Because of Guo Ba's indulgence, these siblings had been raised poorly. Guo Youfa was unclear, he died too quickly, but Guo Linlin was truly bad. Seeing Yang Chen suddenly appear in the room, the 2 high-level psychic bodyguards responsible for Guo Linlin's safety immediately stepped forward to shield her, glaring at Yang Chen and sternly reprimanding. Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you intrude into the young lady's entertainment room? Guo Linlin was also startled by the sudden appearance of someone. It was a shock, not fear. It was more like, when someone suddenly appears behind you and pats you, saying, "Child, this is not funny," a reflexive startle. Once she regained her composure, Guo Linlin frowned at Yang Chen and coldly said, "Who are you? Don't you know that without my permission, no one is allowed in my entertainment room? Which captain's subordinate are you? So ignorant of the rules? My dad provides you with psychic energy, and this is how you work, right?" Yang Chen looked at the 2 bodyguards, raised his hand to unleash his sharpness, and activated the 8-dimensional shift. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 knife hands. The heads of the 2 bodyguards fell. Ding! Host has killed a beastification-type magic wolf psychic. Do you want to extract the psychic fruit? Ding! Host has killed a phantasm eye psychic. Do you want to extract the psychic fruit? Heads dropped, blood splattered on the spot. The hot blood sprayed all over Guo Linlin and the male model beside her. Guo Linlin was stunned for a moment, then instinctively screamed. Ah! You bastard! You actually got my dress dirty. I'm going to have my dad throw you into the lab. Let those people fill you with tubes. Guo Linlin screamed in shock and anger, her attitude arrogant and terrible, completely unaware of her status as a captive. Your bodyguards are dead. You still dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. Truly, she has never experienced the harshness of society. However, it makes sense. Guo Linlin has had a smooth sailing life, everyone who sees her treats her with utmost respect. She has never suffered any losses since childhood and has become spoiled and willful. Now, asking her to beg for mercy like a dog from a stranger is clearly impossible. Moreover, in Guo Linlin's view, this is the Hope Base, her stronghold. There's no way she should be afraid of an outsider here. Guo Linlin pointed at Yang Chen. Just wait. I'll have my dad come and deal with you. Yang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Go ahead, I came here to kill today. Call whoever you can, the more, the better. Upon hearing this, Guo Linlin glared at Yang Chen, furious at his arrogance. How dare someone be more arrogant than her, Guo Linlin, on her own turf? It was simply a path to death. Just wait. Guo Linlin took out the walkie-talkie she always carried. Hey dad, I'm being bullied by a stranger with abilities. He even said he would wipe out our Hope Base. Hurry and come teach this kid a lesson. Guo Linlin complained into the walkie-talkie. On the other end was none other than her father, Guo Ba, the actual controller of the Hope Base. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Guo Ba couldn't sit still after receiving his daughter's distress call. He didn't even bother to grab his loaded sniper rifle, he just put on his pants and rushed out. At the same time, he contacted his subordinates via the walkie-talkie. Quick, 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 everyone go to Linlin's entertainment room. An outsider with abilities has broken in. As soon as this was said, the leaders of the ability user teams who received the news were all shocked. What? Who the hell has such guts? Are they looking for death? How dare they intrude into our Hope Base? Damn it! I'm going to teach him a lesson. And what are those useless guards outside doing? How could they let someone in here? I think they don't deserve to live anymore, useless trash. I'm going to twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick, hee. Stop talking nonsense, let's move quickly. If we're late, who knows what this guy will do to Linlin. Within the Hope Base, 90% of the people were mobilized. They rushed in one direction, towards Guo Linlin's entertainment room. Inside the entertainment room, after notifying her father, Guo Linlin looked at Yang Chen with a proud expression, raising her chin and saying smugly, my dad will be here with people soon. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to me. Considering you're not bad looking, I might even take you as my male pet. Otherwise, what awaits you will be tortures of hell. By the end of her words, Guo Linlin's originally delicate face was twisted with malice and ferocity. She didn't care about human life at all. Indeed, lives had become worthless now. But Yang Chen was very displeased with her attitude. Yang Chen looked at the two female ability users on the stage and asked, hey, do you want revenge? If you do, feel free to unleash your anger on this idiot. I'll guarantee you won't die afterward. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing, enduring their pain, stood up. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Guo Linlin. But beneath that fear was a strong sense of hatred and murderous intent. They certainly wanted revenge. They wanted to return the pain they had suffered to this woman tenfold. But they didn't dare. As ability users of the Hope Base, they knew the power of this base. It was not something two ordinary ability users could resist. The ability users lived such miserable lives. Ordinary people were even worse off. Guo Linlin laughed arrogantly. Ha! Do you think these two will be provoked into attacking me by your words? No. You underestimate my ability to train dogs. These two are just dogs, deeply rooted in servitude. They won't bite their master. Ha! Her words were incredibly harsh, piercing the ears of the two female ability users like a branding iron. They clenched their fists tightly, the hatred in their eyes deepening. They were human, not dogs. Their fists tightened and then relaxed, repeating this motion. Guo Linlin's laughter grew louder. Finally, the seemingly weaker Zhang Xiaojing looked at Yang Chen and nervously asked, excuse me, are you a star map level powerhouse? Yang Chen nodded, I am. Guo Linlin didn't believe it, pouting and saying, how is that possible? Do you really think star map level is as common as cabbage? But regardless of whether Guo Linlin believed it or not, Yang Chen's words bolstered the confidence of the two female ability users. They didn't know if what Yang Chen said was true, they just wanted to be a little braver. Even if they had to die, they wanted to die like humans. However, before dying, they wanted this woman to pay the price. The two helped each other to stand up. Yang Chen smiled at the sight. He tossed 2 spirit peaches over. Eat these, recover your injuries and stamina. The spirit peaches had become their after-meal fruit. Every time they ate, Yang Chen could produce tens of thousands of spirit peaches. The torment of the Avenger, Guo Linlin's hell. Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing caught the spirit peaches, and after a moment of daze, they swallowed them whole. The moment the spirit peaches went down, their consumed stamina and ability energy instantly replenished, and even their injuries improved somewhat. At least the wounds had stopped bleeding and had begun to scab. Both were only mid-level crystal core ability users, and 1 spirit peach was enough to restore them to full condition. Looking at their own changes, both had expressions of disbelief. Guo Linlin's eyes widened in surprise as well. what is this thing? It's so magical. Yang Chen's gaze was cold, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, return all the pain she made you endure back to her. Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing nodded, their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at Guo Linlin. Guo Linlin was frightened by this gaze, an inexplicable chill rising in her heart, and she leaned against the male models, as if that could give her a sense of security. Realizing this, Guo Linlin immediately became furious. Who was she? The young lady of the Hope Base. The entire Hope Base belonged to her father. One could say she was the most noble person in the Hope Base. How dare these two lowly slaves look at her with such eyes? It was simply an insult to her. What do you two dogs want to do? Do you want to bite the master? I see you've forgotten what it feels like to have the whip on your back. Guo Linlin cursed loudly, her words filled with insult and contempt for the two women. I command you, capture this guy right now. The peaches he just took out are good things. However, the plot did not develop as Guo Linlin had imagined. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some temper. A rabbit will bite when cornered. With such humiliation, not treating them as human beings, Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing's anger had reached a boiling point. Even if we die today, we will make you, this lowly woman, accompany us in death. You think you're so proud, huh? We're all human, with the same two eyes and one mouth on our heads. I want to see if I can twist your neck and see if you die. The two women charged forward, launching their revenge on Guo Linlin. Before joining the Hope Base, both had trained outside and had fought against mutated beasts numerous times, with Wu Fangyan even having practiced Sanda. Therefore, together they overwhelmed Guo Linlin. They pinned this woman to the ground and beat her. Their fighting methods were quite common: slapping, pulling hair, scratching skin with nails, tearing clothes, and so on. They did whatever made her uncomfortable. Guo Linlin, the young lady, lived a life of luxury where everything was handed to her. She wouldn't know how to fight at all. Even though she was a top crystal core ability user with powers at her disposal, facing two fierce and ruthless people, she didn't dare to fight back, only screaming and cursing, because in her subconscious, the concept of fighting didn't exist at all. You two bitches dare to treat me like this. Just wait until my dad comes. I will definitely make you pay. I will throw you to the ground and let those stinky men toy with you until you die. It hurts. Don't slap my face. Don't step on my landmines. You bitches, you stinky men, what are you looking at? Hurry up and come save me. Guo Linlin cursed loudly, her face red from several heavy slaps. Blood was on the corner of her mouth. The male models stayed far away. They were just ordinary people, who dared to get involved in the affairs of those with abilities. Moreover, seeing the two women going crazy, they were afraid that if they approached, these two women would tear them apart. You want Xiaojing to burn me? Wu Fangyan's eyes were cold. Good. Today, let you taste the feeling of being burned. Xiaojing, burn her. Okay. Zhang Xiaojing's hands ignited with flames, reaching for Guo Linlin's hair and, cough, you know what I mean. The skin was scorched by the searing flames, and Guo Linlin let out a tragic scream. At that moment, she finally felt fear. These two dogs, who had once been at her beck and call, really wanted to kill her. Guo Linlin was filled with terror, pitifully begging for mercy. No, please spare me. I beg you to let me go this time. If you let me go, I promise I won't let my dad hold you responsible, and I will even let you be the captain of the ability team. Rise to a high position, play with male models. If you continue to follow this guy to bully me, when my dad comes, there will really be no way out. Wu Fangyan sneered, when I was planning to take action against you, I never intended to leave alive. Zhang Xiaojing also said, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Guo Linlin. Me too. Even now you still think of us as fools. With your vengeful nature, there isn't a single truth in your words, believing you would make us real fools. Your beast of a brother killed my boyfriend and violated me, and since he isn't here, I'll take revenge on you today. I want to avenge my boyfriend. Watching this scene, Yang Chen had a playful expression on his face. Sure enough, when men fight, it's all about passion and blood boiling. Watching women fight is truly interesting. Really interesting. However, these two seem to not believe in themselves at all. They actually held a determination to die. I said I would protect you, so you won't die. Damn it! What's going on? Is there an invisible wall? Damn it! Is there anyone with a big enough brain to think of a way? Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe we can't break this wall. The ability users rushing over were all blocked by the invisible wall. The good show on this side wasn't over yet. It wasn't their turn to take the stage. Seeing the invisible wall blocking their way, the irritable ability users couldn't hold back and directly unleashed their powers against the transparent wall. But to their shock, despite so many of them attacking together, they couldn't do anything to this wall. It was simply absurd. They had over 100 ability users combined. With so many ability users working together, even a skyscraper should have crumbled, right? Let me do it. Woba's face was terrifyingly dark. His whole body crackled with yellow lightning, even his eyes turned a bright yellow, thunder roaring, crackling in a way that made people fearful. Thunder-type ability. Woba, like his son, was also a thunder-type ability user. Boom! Crackle! Woba's hands overlapped. A thick pillar of lightning erupted explosively. It slammed directly into the transparent wall. Everyone could see the lightning flowers exploding from the lightning pillar. They could also see the ripples spreading in the space. But this transparent wall just wouldn't shatter. It remained firm. It would be strange if Yang Chen's spatial barrier could break so easily. Even though Guoba was a star map level ability user, she had no way to deal with Yang Chen's spatial barrier. The gap between them was too great. Damn it! Guoba gritted her teeth. She knew that this time, she had encountered a tough opponent, but Guoba couldn't understand when her hope base had provoked such a powerful figure. Suddenly, Guoba thought of something, her eyes widening, a flash of fear passing by. Could it be that someone from the military base has come? Are they here to settle scores with me? Yang Chen's target was, yes, in the entire Jiang city, apart from the military base, where else could there be such powerful ability users? It must be that the military base had sent someone to deal with her. At that moment, Guoba was filled with unease and panic. At that moment, Guoba even thought about abandoning her daughter and running away alone, as far away as possible, to a place where no one knew her. Faced with the military, Guoba truly couldn't muster the thought of resistance. If it weren't for that old guy's deception, she wouldn't have done such a thing. He had said, that thing contained powerful energy and could mass-produce strong ability users. It just needed time to research, but now they had come knocking at her door. What should I do? No matter how Guoba thought, she wouldn't have guessed that the person who came this time was not from the military base at all, but a civilian ability user. However, Guoba wasn't entirely wrong. The military base had indeed sent someone to deal with her, but the people sent by the military base were still on their way. How is this possible? Even the leader's Thunder Fury can't do anything about this wall. Who is this person? They're so impressive. What do we do now? We've delayed for so long. The young lady might have already fallen into a trap, or even been violated. The surrounding ability users chattered, their words making Guoba feel irritated. Just when he was about to lash out, an ability user shouted, "That wall has disappeared?" As soon as this was said, the other ability users instantly became energized. One by one, they went to test it. Hey, it really has disappeared. Go, kill that beast who has defiled the young lady. Damn it, how dare he come to our hope base to cause trouble? He must not know how to write the word death. Brothers, don't kill him. Leave him for the young lady to take revenge. A group of ability users charged forward. Guoba took a deep breath and, after thinking it over, followed along. Since the military base had sent people, there must be more than one. If she avoided this one, who knows what might pop up from other places to take her down. It was better to meet this person. What if they could resolve it through interests? Taking a deep breath, Guoba stepped forward. Another star map level ability user walked alongside him, but lagged half a step behind. This star map level ability user was Guoba's trusted aide, named Zhang Deco. He had been Guoba's bodyguard for nearly 20 years. Guoba trusted him more than her own brothers. Thus, he became the third star map level ability user in the base, rather than her own brothers. 2.5 minutes earlier, after being vented and beaten by Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing, Guo Linlin was no longer recognizable. Her once beautiful face had turned into a pig's head. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh on her body. Her hair was scorched. Her body was covered in bloody scratches. Her mouth had been torn open, bleeding profusely. She had completely lost the high and mighty demeanor of the young lady from earlier. Woo-woo, devils, you are all devils, woo-woo. Guo Linlin began to cry silently, her eyes filled with grievance and overwhelming hatred. She swore that when her father arrived, she would make these three people wish they were dead. Until now, Guo Linlin still had a strong confidence in her dad, believing that as long as her father arrived, she could escape the devil's grasp. Wu Fangyan looked at Yang Chen and gratefully said, "Thank you for helping us take revenge. You should leave quickly and avoid the spotlight. Once Guoba arrives, you won't be able to leave." Zhang Xiaojing also said, "Yes, I hope the base has 2-star map level ability users. Even if you are also a star map level ability user, you won't be their match." He. Yang Chen sneered, his expression incredibly confident, calm and composed, as if nothing could shake him. "Let me avoid his spotlight? Is he worthy? As for you two, I'll send you out. I guarantee your safety. As for this woman, I still have use for her, so I'll spare her life for now." Yang Chen pulled Guo Linlin over, stepping on her like a doormat. Yang Chen looked at Zhang Xiaojing and smiled. "Oh right, Wei Youfa has already been killed by me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojing was momentarily stunned, and the next second her eyes turned red, kneeling in gratitude to Yang Chen. Thank you. It's nothing. Once we reach the ground, let's leave here." Yang Chen raised his hand, making a gesture towards the two women. Space transfer. With a whoosh, the two women disappeared from the room. When they reappeared, they were already on the ground. Looking at the lush surroundings, Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing were both bewildered. They just came out like this? Zhang Xiaojing asked dumbly. "Sister Fangyan, what kind of ability does our benefactor have?" Wu Fangyan thought for a moment and replied, "It should be a space-type ability. With this ability, we definitely don't have to worry about his safety. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him." Zhang Xiaojing said helplessly, like a poor homeless person. "Then, after leaving the Hope Base, where can we go next?" Wu Fangyan hugged Zhang Xiaojing. "Kill mutated beasts to grow stronger. We've already seen the dangers of the apocalypse. After this, we'll go to the city, form a team, and establish our own paradise, saving those who are bullied. People always need to find something to do for themselves. Set a goal. That way, there is motivation to keep going." In Guo Linlin's entertainment room, Yang Chen twisted his foot on Guo Linlin's wound, chuckling. "Next, it should be your father's turn. I'm very curious about that green jelly-like crystal." Withdrawing the spatial barrier, Yang Chen sat in a chair, stepping on the disfigured Guo Linlin, waiting for Guo Ba's arrival. After a few seconds, a group of ability users rushed in, and when they saw Guo Linlin, who was tortured beyond recognition, they were all burning with rage and furious. "Damn, kid, you're looking for death. How dare you treat the young lady like this? Brothers, go. First, cripple this kid. How dare you be so arrogant in the Hope Base? Are you called Xiao Zhang?" It wasn't that these ability users cherished Guo Linlin, they were just putting on a show. Saying those things was just to curry favor. Guo Ba was right behind. If they performed well at this moment, they might just catch his eye. Facing these rushing ability users, Yang Chen remained expressionless, raising his hand and slashing out with 2 strikes. Whoosh! The first strike. The taller ability user's head fell off. The shorter ability user was severed from the upper body. Thud thud. Heads or upper bodies fell to the ground, mixed with blood, making a splattering sound. Instant kill. Dozens of ability users were killed in an instant. For those who entered later, Yang Chen didn't waste any time. He went up and delivered 2 cool strikes, ending their lives. These small fries were not his targets. There was no point in wasting words with them. Yang Chen's targets had always been the 3-star map-level ability users, as well as that green soft crystal core. However, he didn't waste any time on these ability users. He chopped off the heads of these ability users one by one and stored them in the infinite space. Naturally, he killed them, and the number of ability user heads was increasing. The number of ability fruits was also on the rise. What disappointed Yang Chen was that among these killed ability users, there were no special elemental abilities like wind or ice. Instead, he heard a lot about the 5 elemental abilities. Besides that, there were some physical enhancement abilities, or special abilities like invisibility and levitation. They were dispensable. Keeping them was useless, but discarding them felt like a waste, so he decided to keep them for now. In the end, Yang Chen killed more than 90 ability users. These ability users were terrified and no longer dared to enter this entertainment room. But did they think they could escape their fate of being harvested? They were gravely mistaken. For Yang Chen, who possessed spatial abilities, distance had lost its meaning. 8-dimensional shifting. The slaughter continued, and the screams of these ability users filled the air. What's going on? We clearly didn't enter the entertainment room. Why can this guy still attack us? What kind of ability is this? It's so bizarre. Run fast. This guy is not someone we can deal with. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Damn, this guy is definitely not a crystal core level ability user. He's very likely a star map level ability user. These ability users no longer cared about Guo Ba. They scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Their hearts were consumed by terror. Little did they know, all the exits of this underground base had been sealed off by Yang Chen with spatial barriers. They couldn't get out. Once Yang Chen finished dealing with Guo Ba, it would be their turn. Yang Chen stopped the harvesting. Guo Ba also walked in with Zhang Deco. Seeing Yang Chen's youthful appearance, Guo Ba was momentarily stunned. He wasn't wearing military camouflage. He didn't have the standard crew cut of military bases. This kid didn't look like he was from the military. Could he be an external ability user from the military base? But he hadn't heard of any external ability users from the military base being at the star map level. Guo Ba knew what he had done, so he was particularly concerned about the movements of the military base. He even sent trusted subordinates to the military base to gather intelligence for him. Now seeing that this person didn't seem to be from the military base, Guoba's heart calmed down a bit, and the tension eased somewhat. Hearing her father, Guo Linlin's weak cries reached him. "Dad! Save me, Dad! This guy is a devil, you have to kill him. I want him dead. I want him dead." As she spoke, Yang Chen forcefully twisted his foot on Guo Linlin's shocking wound, causing her to roll her eyes in pain, nearly fainting on the spot. Seeing his daughter in such a miserable state, Guoba was filled with rage, but without understanding the other party's background, he didn't dare to act recklessly. What if he was from the military? "Young man, Guoba, believe I haven't provoked you. I don't understand why you are treating my daughter this way," Guoba said with a smile, but his eyes were cold. As long as he could figure out this person's background, he would act accordingly. This kid better be from the military base, otherwise, he would make him understand what it meant to wish for death. It wasn't that Guoba was particularly afraid. Well, he was afraid of the military base. Currently, he hoped that the base's power was not enough to contend with the military base. Once the military base set its sights on him, he would be doomed. "You indeed haven't offended me, but your son has. Your daughter hasn't done anything. I just can't stand her arrogant demeanor." Upon hearing this, Guoba's fists clenched tightly, furious. Just because he couldn't stand his daughter's arrogance, he beat her up like this. "Look, both of her legs are gone." "Wait." Guoba's eyes widened. He said his son had offended him? What happened to his son now? "Dare I ask about my son now?" Looking at Guoba's small face, Yang Chen couldn't help but admire his ability to endure. Truly a ninja turtle. Then let's add some more fuel to the fire. Naturally, he was killed. "What?" Guoba couldn't hold back this time and exclaimed. His daughter had been tortured to this extent, and he was merely angry and heartbroken. But upon hearing that his son was killed, Guoba's heart was filled with surging rage. You actually dared to kill my son. Dad, he killed my brother, you must avenge him. And quickly save me from this demon, I'm scared, boo-hoo-hoo." Guo Linlin cried out in despair. Yang Chen stepped down heavily on her raised head. "This is not a place for you to speak. I don't know which force you come from." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen quickly realized what Guoba was concerned about. It turned out he was afraid that Yang Chen was from the military. No wonder he hesitated to act. After all, in Huaxia, there is no one or any force that isn't afraid of the military. Even in the apocalypse, the military's power still surpasses that of individual forces. It was likely that in Guoba's mind, apart from the military base, there was no force in Zheng City stronger than their Hope base. And indeed, the reality was as he thought. But unfortunately, he encountered Yang Chen, this wallhanger. "I know what you're worried about." Yang Chen smiled lightly, as if the wind and clouds were calm. "Don't worry, I'm not a supernatural being from the military, I'm just an ordinary civilian supernatural being." Upon hearing this, Guoba was taken aback, not expecting Yang Chen to clarify his origins. But after hearing this, Guoba could no longer hold back. He had actually been intimidated by a civilian supernatural being for so long. It was simply a great humiliation. Ultimately, it was his own excessive caution. Looking at Yang Chen from head to toe, he saw no trace or aura of a military soldier. This kind of aura was very strange. It could allow one to distinguish between an ordinary person and a military soldier at a glance. Even retired soldiers like Wang Zhendong still carried some of that aura. Yet Yang Chen had none at all. He didn't know what he was worried about. "You dare to provoke our Hope base just because you're not from the military base? Do you really think our Hope base is made of mud?" Guoba's eyes were cold, his tone filled with murderous intent. "If it's mud, wouldn't I just need to squeeze it to find out?" Yang Chen thought of the green soft crystal core in the laboratory and curiously asked, "Let me ask you something. What is that green soft crystal core stored in your laboratory? Why do I feel like I want to eat it as soon as I see it? Is it related to the fact that your Hope base has 3-star map level supernatural beings? I'm very curious, can you answer me?" As he spoke, Yang Chen increased the pressure under his foot. Guo Linlin's screams filled the entertainment room. It formed a uniquely beautiful melody. At this moment, Guoba didn't pay attention to Guo Linlin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yang Chen, instinctively exclaiming, How do you know about that thing?" Yang Chen smiled and said, "Oh, it seems you know a little something. Why not share what you know with me? Good things should be shared." Guoba snorted coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about. Let my daughter go. Otherwise, you won't leave Hope base today. Even if you are also a star map level supernatural being, we have 2 here, 2 against 1, the advantage is mine." "Are you threatening me?" Yang Chen said with a smile. After learning that Yang Chen was not from the military base, Guoba's wariness of him vanished completely. Even though the young man opposite him was also a star map level supernatural being, they had 2 on their side, and secretly hid 1 more. There was no reason to think they would lose. Unless this person had teammates, and all of them were star map level supernatural beings. But how is this possible? Do you really think that star map level superpowers are as common as cabbages? That 1 or 2 can just pop up casually. Guo Ba said coldly, you can understand it this way. Release my daughter, and I can spare your life. But you can't just let the matter of killing my son go. You must serve the Guo family like a dog. Only then can you wash away the sin of killing my son. He. Yang Chen kicked Guo Linlin into the corner in front of a group of male models and said coldly, want to live? If you want to live, then perform a spring palace picture for this leader Guo. I guarantee you won't die. Upon hearing this, the male models were dumbfounded. With sorrowful faces, they were just short of shouting, Big brother, can you not involve us little guys in your power struggles? We really just want to live. And Guo Ba was furious. His anger surged, his eyes bloodshot. This guy actually let a group of lowly male models face his daughter. Simply despicable. Unaware of his own death, Guo Linlin whimpered, tears in yellow, foul liquid pooling on the ground. Dad, save me, please save me. I don't want to be humiliated by these guys. You devil, my dad is here, and you still dare to bully me. You simply don't want to live. Boo-hoo. Damn it. Guo Ba, in a fit of rage, pointed at Yang Chen and said, take this kid down. Zhang Deco, as an international mercenary, was naturally skilled. Guo Ba was confident that Zhang Deco could take down this young man. There was still a gap even among star map level superpowers. The differences in abilities and physical skills could all affect the outcome. Yes, boss. Zhang Deco stepped forward with a deep voice. He struck a pose and looked at Yang Chen coldly. Kid, you go first. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to fight back later. Yang Chen? Alright. You want to show off on my turf, huh? Then let me show you the terror of being a wall. Open the 8 gates. Buzz buzz buzz. 8 black vortex doors opened around Zhang Deco in all directions. He was completely surrounded in the middle. Looking at the black vortex, Zhang Deco's instinct told him this was very dangerous. But before he could retreat, countless burning red flames, along with sharp alloy straight knives, surged out from the black vortex doors, attacking Zhang Deco. Seeing this, Zhang Deco quickly unleashed his superpower. A holy yellow shield rose around him, firmly protecting his entire body. The alloy straight knives struck against this yellow shield but couldn't break through in one hit. They only left behind dense cracks, which healed almost instantly. The alloy straight knives rushed into the black vortex door behind Zhang Deco and then shot out from the black vortex door above his head, attacking at lightning speed. Immediately after, 3 more black vortex doors also released alloy straight knives to attack. 8 doors, one side in, one side out. Zhang Deco was completely enveloped in a sea of knives. This thing has good defense? What kind of superpower is this? Watching Zhang Deco's yellow shield, Yang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and he changed his posture to observe, his eyes filled with curiosity. Speed it up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of the alloy straight knives increased again. Boom! Zhang Deco's yellow shield shattered with a sound, turning into yellow fragments that dissipated. And Zhang Deco, his body was pierced by countless alloy straight knives. He turned into a porcupine. His eyes bulged, and blood poured from his mouth. Zhang Deco looked at Yang Chen in disbelief, unable to understand why the young man across from him could defeat him without moving. It was simply unreasonable. Crack! Zhang Deco fell. In the end, Zhang Deco's head tilted. He was dead. Ding! The host killed the Starlight Shield ability user. Should the ability fruit be extracted? Extract! Yang Chen waved his hand. The alloy knives, carrying the long dead body, flew in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen absorbed Zhang Deco's spiritual energy. Buzz! The 5th gray star was lit up to 2/10. Indeed, absorbing energy from peers was much more effective. One was equivalent to 200 or 300 crystal core level evolved beings. Casually discarding Zhang Deco's body, Yang Chen looked at Guo Ba and smiled. Can you tell me about that green soft crystal core now? Or do you want to practice with me? Guo Ba was dumbfounded. His strongest bodyguard couldn't last 2.5 seconds in this person's hands? Why, as fellow star map level ability users, were you so impressive? On the other side, the male models had already started working after witnessing Yang Chen's immense power. No matter how difficult it was for Guo Linlin to speak now, it was an order from the big boss. They wanted to live. They didn't want to die. Ah, you filthy people, don't touch my body. Dad, save me, Dad. Guo Linlin's screams were incredibly piercing. Guo Ba clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What do you want? Yang Chen stood up. It seems you don't intend to cooperate. Forget it, after all. This Hope base has another star map level ability user. I can ask him the same thing. Who knows, the other one might be more sensible than you. As he spoke, Yang Chen walked towards Guo Ba. Guo Ba was shocked and quickly retreated, but he found the entrance blocked by an invisible wall. He couldn't get out. "Don't force me. If you force me to blow up the entire underground base, you'll be finished too." Yang Chen spread his hands, indifferent. "You can try." "Ah!" Guo Ba roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "You go too far. You go too far. Do you really think I'm Guo Ba made of mud?" As the head of the Guo family, he was a revered figure before the apocalypse and even more so after, yet now he was being cornered by an unknown young man. Buzz buzz buzz. Crackle. Lightning condensed in Guo Ba's palms. It intertwined and erupted into a powerful lightning column aimed at Yang Chen. Yang Chen raised his hand to block. This powerful lightning column posed no threat to Yang Chen. Seeing this, Guo Ba used one hand to summon searing flames, spitting out a fire column. Lightning and fire intertwined, launching an attack. Put! A crisp sound of force hitting flesh rang out. Guo Ba's assault came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at his chest. A black vortex door opened in front of his heart. A hand pierced into his chest, grabbing his heart and penetrating through his back. The energy conglomerate Yang Chen held was still beating. Bright red. Guo Ba felt as if struck by lightning, incredulously glancing at the hand that pierced through his chest, then at the smiling young man not far away. Who are you? Why, as fellow star map level ability users, are we so weak in your hands? As he spoke, a large amount of thick blood flowed from the corner of Guo Ba's mouth. His body weakened and collapsed. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. His eyes lost focus, unwilling to accept defeat. Yang Chen looked at the still beating heart in his hand, clenched his palm, and with a bang, it shattered. Me, just a passing ability user. As he finished speaking, Yang Chen absorbed Guo Ba's spiritual energy. The fifth star increased to 4/10. Only 6/10 remained to completely light up the fifth star. The distance to fully illuminate all 9 stars was getting closer. One could only wonder what the scene above star map level looked like. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! The host killed the lightning-type thunder pillar and fire-type meteor fire rain ability users. Should the ability fruit be extracted? Extract! Yang Chen said expressionlessly, turning to leave the entertainment room. Guo Linlin, who was under attack from the male models, was completely stunned to see her father and uncle dead at Yang Chen's hands, ignoring the pain in her body as she stared blankly at Yang Chen's departing figure, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this happen? It must be a lie. How could there be a superpower user so powerful? This is no longer human, this is a god. This young man killing a superpower user of the same level was one thing, but he had done it effortlessly, like crushing 2 ants. This created a significant psychological pressure. At that moment, red lotus flames ignited on Guo Linlin's body. Accompanied by her piercing screams, her body turned to ashes and vanished. Ding! Kill the star power user. Do you want to extract the superpower fruit? Star power user? Yang Chen, who had already left the entertainment room, paused. What kind of superpower was this? It sounded quite extraordinary. After looking at the introduction, Yang Chen learned that Guo Linlin had the ability to condense the power of the stars into starlight weapons, which she could wield in battle. For example, starlight swords, star knives, and even crossbows and bows could be condensed. As long as she understood the principles of weapon firing, it was fine. But this superpower required the pulling of star power. At night, when the world was shrouded in fog, there was no star power to be found. The sun, as a star, could be considered a type of star power, but as the eldest daughter of the Guo family, Guo Linlin never had to consider fighting. She only needed to think about eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Therefore, she hadn't fully unleashed the power of this superpower. Star power. Not bad. I can equip Aunt Lin and Chen Jiao with it later. Yang Chen cheerfully withdrew his gaze, and with a thought, his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the laboratory. In the laboratory, a chubby old man in a white lab coat and glasses was hurriedly packing things up. Yang Chen watched as he stuffed a green soft crystal core into a portable glass jar. After finishing this, the old man tried to run away. Yang Chen coldly shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as he spoke, the chubby old man's body became immobile. Space confinement. This old man was also a superpower user, and a star map level 1 at that. It was likely that apart from Guo Ba and Zhang Deco, no one in the Hope base knew he was the 3rd star map level superpower user. He had hidden it quite well. Bang! Yang Chen kicked the old man down. If it had been before, with the old man's physical condition, taking a kick from Yang Chen would have left him unable to get up. But now, a star map level superpower user's physical condition made it easy for him to bounce back. While kicking the old man over, Yang Chen also snatched the glass jar from his back. Holding it in his hand and examining it closely, Yang Chen couldn't tell what this thing was. The old man, confined in space, couldn't move even after being kicked down. Yang Chen walked over, grabbed his hair, and pulled him up. What exactly is this green soft crystal core? What is its purpose? The old man cried out in pain, repeatedly begging, hey, take it easy on this old man. Slap. Yang Chen gave him a hard slap. I'm asking you a question. Yang Chen said coldly, Guoba and that Zhang Deco have already been killed by me. They were quite tough, not revealing the answers I wanted even at death. I want to see if you are just as tough. Hearing this, the old man immediately begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. I'm just a scientist. I mean you no harm. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. This green soft crystal core suddenly appeared 22 days ago and was brought back by our collection personnel. Since then, my team and I have been studying it. As for what it specifically is, I don't know, but I have figured out some of its functions. Days ago? Isn't that around the time the disaster just broke out? Yang Chen asked, his expression unchanged. What functions? You know about spiritual energy, right? Superpowered individuals absorb spiritual energy to enhance their abilities. The old man said truthfully, this thing is a super large spiritual energy aggregate. Absorbing it can make you stronger. I broke through to become a star map level superpowered individual by absorbing it, and so did Guoba and Zhang Deco. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly understood. I see, no wonder your small hope base has 3-star map level superpowered individuals. He didn't fully trust the old man's words, but at least he could believe a part of it. This thing should really be able to help people enhance their strength. It was just a matter of figuring out how to do it. Is there any harm? No, none. The old man hurriedly replied, the only problem is that the spiritual energy of this soft crystal core is too violent. Even star map level superpowered individuals can't absorb too much at once, and crystal level superpowered individuals have to be even more careful. One misstep could lead to their bodies exploding. Is that so? Show me a demonstration. Ha? What ha? Hurry up and absorb. Yang Chen wasn't worried that the old man would directly absorb all the spiritual energy from the soft crystal core and dramatically increase his strength. If he could do that, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? The old man had no choice but to follow Yang Chen's instructions. Under the perception of mental power, Yang Chen saw the old man absorb 5 streams of green energy before he could absorb no more. His body spasmed, turning red in the face. Anyone who didn't know would think he had taken too much Viagra. After waiting a while and seeing that the old man had no other issues, Yang Chen put the soft crystal core into the infinite space. One last question, how did you obtain this soft crystal core? Yang Chen asked. The old man stammered, It was in the mountains behind the chemical factory, where a branch extended out from space, and this soft crystal core grew on it. Alright, you are no longer of any use, let me send you on your way. The old man was shocked and incredulous, saying, What, you want to kill me? I've told you everything I know. Why do you still want to kill me? Yang Chen shrugged and smiled, but I never said that if you told me everything, I would let you go, did I? Think carefully. Did I ever say I would let you go? The old man really thought back for a moment. Instantly, his face turned pale. No, this kid really never said he would let him go? He immediately became furious. Are you playing me? Yang Chen laughed. It's you who has become muddled in your old age. No, don't kill me. I still have value. The old man pleaded desperately. I was the top scholar in Jiangnan in '96. I'm an expert in biological research. I can help you with your research. I can help you study the grafting technology of mutated beasts and superpowered individuals. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen imagined that scene and couldn't help but shiver. No need, such good technology is usually a family secret. You should take it underground. With that, Yang Chen grabbed the old man's head and crushed it completely. Bang! A warm current entered his body. The 5th star was lit up to 6/10. Only 4/10 more to be completely lit. So fast. After dealing with the old man, Yang Chen no longer held back. He killed all the Doomsday Revelers in the Hope Underground base, absorbing their spiritual energy and superpowers. After doing all this, Yang Chen left the Hope Underground base. The Hope base had been destroyed, and he had no reason to stay here any longer. This time, not only did we eliminate a potential threat, but we also had an unexpected gain. Especially that soft crystal core, Yang Chen felt it was a great opportunity. He just needed to go home and study it properly. Just as Yang Chen was about to teleport away from here, he heard the sound of propellers spinning above his head. He looked up to see 10 black, imposing armed helicopters slowly descending. A rope was dropped down. Fully armed military soldiers climbed down the rope to the ground. The distance wasn't very high, and there were powerful ability users leaping down from the sky. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing. How did they end up with the military? Did they encounter them while escaping? What a coincidence. Benefactor, you're okay. Great. It's so good that you're fine, benefactor. Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing rushed towards Yang Chen as they got off the armed helicopter. Yang Chen interrupted them. My name is Yang Chen, just call me by my name. Benefactor sounds too strange. Oh, alright, Yang Chen. Wu Fangyan glanced at the chemical plant and asked, you came out. Where are Guoba and the others? They should be arriving soon when you took us away, right? Zhang Xiaojing pointed to the military soldiers behind them, who were quickly forming a line with modern firearms, excitedly saying, we encountered the military on the way here. Among them are 2-star map-level ability users. With them here, we can definitely eliminate the tumor that is Hope Base. Both women thought Yang Chen had merely escaped and didn't consider the possibility of annihilating Hope Base, as that was too shocking. 2-star map-level ability users, along with over 100 crystal core-level ability users, combined formed a considerable force. Even if Yang Chen was also a star map-level ability user, it wouldn't be easy to destroy Hope Base. When they learned that the military base was here to eradicate Hope Base, both women became extremely excited and volunteered to be guides. While they were talking, a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard approached, accompanied by 2 powerful ability users. Yang Chen's gaze swept over the 2 soldiers beside the middle-aged man, and he had already confirmed in his heart, star map-level ability users. They were indeed the star map-level ability users from the military base that Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing mentioned. The middle-aged man took off his tactical helmet and flashed a hearty smile at Yang Chen. Hello, I am Xinzhong, the captain of the first ability user team at the Jiangqing military base. It's a pleasure to meet you. On the way here, these 2 ladies mentioned that you are also a star map-level ability user. I must say, I'm quite surprised to find such a master among civilians. Hello, I'm Yang Chen. Yang Chen shook hands with Xinzhong. Xinzhong smiled, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Yang Chen. Are you interested in coming to the Jiangqing military base? With your strength, I guarantee you could secure a good position there, and the benefits wouldn't be bad. Yang Chen shook his head and smiled. No, I'm used to being free and easy. I'm not suited for the military base's way of doing things. The underlying message was, I don't want to be constrained, feeling restricted in everything I do. Xinzhong picked up on this meaning and didn't dwell on the matter. He shifted the topic to Hope Base. Did you just come out of Hope Base? What's the situation down there? Our intelligence says there are 2-star map-level ability users in Hope Base. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled. Your intelligence is a bit off. What do you mean? There aren't 2-star map-level ability users in Hope Base. There are 3. As soon as he said this, Xinzhong's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. 3-star map-level ability users? That extra one is indeed a bit troublesome. But fortunately, we're lucky to have met you, Brother Yang. Would you be willing to lend us a hand? No. Yang Chen declined. Xinzhong believed it was because he hadn't offered any benefits, and added, there are rewards. Yang Chen became interested and asked with a smile, what kind of rewards are there? If he could take advantage of the military base once more, that would be nice. Ability fruits, weapons, what do you want? Xinzhong said. Yang Chen thought for a moment. He didn't lack weapons for now. Firearms were gradually losing their effectiveness against mutated beasts and ability users, unless they were missiles or nuclear bombs. But the country definitely wouldn't provide those. So, cold weapons? To be honest, the alloy straight knife that the system had given him with a 10,000-fold return was already the pinnacle of modern cold weapon forging techniques. The military must have cold weapons comparable to it, but they would never surpass it, unless they found new materials to forge them. But the likelihood was low. So, weapons held no attraction for Yang Chen. Ability fruits? To be honest, what Yang Chen lacked the least right now was ability fruits. He had countless ability fruits in his infinite space. If he had to say, the ice and wind ability fruits were what he wanted the most right now. Gathering these 2 would allow him to condense into a super god-level god of elements. Yang Chen asked, are there ice and wind ability fruits? Xinzhong was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Chen to have specific ability fruits he wanted. He replied, there should be, right? I'm not very familiar with this area, but the military base has collected quite a few ability fruits, and there should be these 2 among them. No need, I hope the base has already been wiped out by me. Okay. Yang Chen agreed. It was just a matter of trying his luck. If the military base really had these 2 ability fruits, that would be best. If not, it wouldn't be a loss for him. Xinzhong was overjoyed and said, let's go, there's no time to waste. We've made such a commotion here, the Guo family must have discovered us. Let's not do any assassination ambushes, let's confront them head-on. The 10 armed helicopters overhead were not just for show. These were all national heavy weapons equipped with heavy firepower. Each armed helicopter even carried 6 small missiles. They could definitely blow these idiots away. Just as Xinzhong was about to give the order to attack the Hope base, Yang Chen said, no need to go through all that trouble. Shin Zhong was puzzled. Yang Chen chuckled and continued, before you all arrived, I had already wiped out the core circle of the Hope Base, Guoba, Zhangdeko, an old man involved in biological research, and a bunch of ability users were all killed by me. As he spoke, Yang Chen pointed to the terrified and submissive survivors in the chemical plant. These are the only remaining live ones. Shen Zhong, members of the ability team. What the hell? What did they just hear? The vast Hope Base was wiped out by this kid alone? No way, right? Shin Zhong said, Brother Yang, you can't be joking about this. You yourself said there are actually 3-star map level ability users at the Hope Base. Yang Chen replied nonchalantly, yes, there are 3-star map level ability users, but what does that have to do with me wiping them out? Just a bunch of useless chickens. Shen Zhong. He was stunned by Yang Chen's arrogance. Looking down, Shen Zhong thought, perhaps, he isn't arrogant, but really has that capability. But how is that possible? The strongest ability user in the base, Lang Qingxiu, can only suppress 3 ability users of the same level. It's very difficult to kill them. Yang Chen laughed and said, if you don't believe it, you can go take a look. After you see it, you'll believe what I said. Shin Zhong had the same intention. Let's go. Although it was a reconnaissance mission, Shin Zhong and the others remained focused, their minds tense, alert to everything around them. What if this kid was lying? But after they explored the entire underground of the Hope Base, they all fell silent. Really? They really killed them all. Corpses are everywhere. Blood flows like a river. The blood has dried and congealed. There are severed limbs and broken arms all around. The tragic deaths of the ability users. Some even had expressions of ecstasy and excitement on their faces. This indicates that they did not realize they had been killed in an instant at the moment of their death. This is Guoba. This is Zhang Deko. Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing, who had stayed at the Hope Base, saw the bodies of these 2-star map-level ability users in the entertainment room. Shin Zhong led a team to inspect. Han Yo said in a deep voice, the bone density has indeed reached the standard of star map level. Seat Som also said, this body is the same. Han Yo was astonished, this kid is bragging. He really killed 2 ability users of the same level by himself. Seat Song nodded in agreement. Terrifying indeed. Take these 2-star map level ability users' bodies away. Didn't you say there was another one? Find it. Half an hour later, Shin Zhong and his team came out. The members of the ability team were still carrying 3 body bags. Inside were the bodies of Zhang Deko, Guoba, and Ma Baonan. Shin Zhong looked at Yang Chen with a complex expression and asked, may I ask an impolite question? How many stars have you lit up? Yang Chen replied, that's confidential. Shin Zhong shook his head and laughed, not pursuing the matter further. Alright, it seems our grand trip was in vain. You did all the work by yourself. Yang Chen also laughed, with my achievements, how many ability fruits can I get? Yang Chen was naturally referring to the wind and ice ability fruits. He wasn't interested in anything else unless it was a powerful ability like stars, telekinesis, or space. Shin Zhong answered honestly, I need to report this, and it will be judged by the higher-ups, but I don't think it will be less than 3. Why don't you come back with us? I'll notify you as soon as there's a result. Shin Zhong was quite hopeful that Yang Chen would return with him. This way, he would have more time to persuade this young powerhouse to stay. His joining would definitely elevate the strength of the Jiangcheng military base. No, Yang Chen always held the highest respect for soldiers. He admired these people and was in awe of them. But he would not become one of them. He wasn't the type to obey military discipline. Moreover, if he joined the military base, wouldn't that just mean adding a few fathers over his head for no reason? He preferred the freedom he had now. Perhaps in the future, he would even establish his own apocalypse base. I'll personally visit the Jiangcheng military base in 5 days. Just tell me the results then, Yang Chen said. All right. Shin Zhong felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't press. 5 days is too long. 3 days is enough. Come to the Jiangcheng military base in 3 days, and just tell the soldiers at the entrance that you are Yang Chen, and they will bring you to me. Okay. Yang Chen made a polite gesture. I'm leaving, this group of survivors is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen stepped out and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shin Zhong's eyes flashed with surprise. Teleportation? He really has space abilities. I wonder if this is a branch of space abilities or a complete space ability. They also had a space ability user at their Jiangcheng military base. Moreover, he was one of the 7-star map-level ability users. His ability was space cutting. It was powerful and had considerable lethality. But he only knew that one space cutting technique. He didn't know any other space methods at all. Han Yo scratched his head and said, why did he just leave? I still wanted to spar with him. Seetsong teased, and then come back with a bruised face, and when everyone asks what happened, you say you fell, right? Han Yo angrily said, bullshit. Do I look like that kind of person? Ha, you don't just look like it, you are. Let's get to work, Shin Zhong said somewhat helplessly. Our next goal is to bring these survivors back. Yes. Wu Fangyan and Zhang Xiaojing walked up to Shin Zhong, nervously asking, Captain Shin, can we too join the military? Shin Zhong chuckled lightly. Of course, the Jiangcheng military base welcomes the addition of ability users. Thank you. That's great. Once we become stronger, we can help more people in distress. Yang Chen was certainly unaware of what happened later at the Hope base. He had already teleported back to the villa area halfway up the mountain. This time, he didn't take long outside. When he returned home, it was just noon. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Jinyun and the others who had gone out to hunt mutated beasts returned, chatting and laughing. Bai Qian awakened, the 5th star is lit. Bai Qian awakened, the 5th star is lit. Wow, you guys are back so soon? It seems this Hope base isn't that impressive after all. Seeing Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun was somewhat surprised. They were all covered in the blood of mutated beasts, indicating they had killed quite a few that morning. Among them, Dan Tai Mingyue's level had already reached the star map level ability user. All the mutated beasts they hunted that morning were prioritized for Dan Tai Mingyue. Plus, she was already at the peak crystal core level. Breaking through to the star map level seemed only natural. Bai Qian followed behind the group of women, her eyes filled with desire as she looked at Yang Chen. It was a desire for power. The more she was with Lin Jinyun and the others, the more she felt like a useless waste. Everyone was fighting mutated beasts, while she hid away, afraid of causing trouble for them. Bai Qian had had enough of this life. She also wanted to have abilities, to become as strong as everyone else. Therefore, on the way back, she shared her thoughts with Lin Jinyun, hoping she could talk to Yang Chen on her behalf. Lin Jinyun was very pleased with Bai Qian's choice and readily agreed. Just 3-star map level ability users. Yang Chen smiled confidently, somewhat arrogantly saying, in my hands, they can only turn to ashes. Ha ha ha. Lin Jinyun said to the women behind her, you all go upstairs to wash up in the bath. Get all that blood off. Okay. Jinyun, aren't you going? Jinyun has to eat again. Sigh, I envy Jinyun at this age, so fierce. The women teased as they went upstairs. Bai Qian gave Lin Jinyun a hopeful, pleading look as she left. Lin Jinyun blinked back at her, indicating, leave it to me. At the same time, she said to the teasing women, go on, go on. What do you need to eat in broad daylight? A bunch of little vixens, really shameless. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Chen Jiaya waved her jade-like arm, leading the way upstairs like a tour guide. The other women hurried to follow. They also wanted to quickly wash off the blood on them. The smell of blood was too unpleasant. After they left, Lin Jinyun, having changed out of her blood-stained sportswear, sat down next to Yang Chen. Bai Qian has made up her mind. She really wants to join us. Is that so? Lin Jinyun nodded. Yeah, I've observed that during this time. Bai Qian has been watching us fight with envy and a bit of loneliness. Sometimes she clenches her fists, sometimes she sighs, as if she's unwilling to be just a vase. Yang Chen was very satisfied with Bai Qian's choice. This woman made up her mind quickly. She wasn't content to be a useless vase. As long as she had the drive, Yang Chen was more than willing to help her. However, the premise here was one of their own. Yang Chen took out a few ability fruits from the infinite space. This is a soil-type ability fruit. Yang Chen pointed to it and said, give it to Bai Qian. Lu Ruyen doesn't seem to have elemental abilities yet, right? This is for Lu Ruyen, and this is for you. Yang Chen took out several types of, including, An. Lin Jinyun was a bit surprised. So many? How come you have that others can only dream of, as if you got them wholesale? Yang Chen smiled mysteriously. Do you believe I can strip other of their abilities and condense them into? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun's mature and beautiful face showed a look of realization. No wonder. So you have this ability. If others knew, they would probably worship you as a father. Hee hee, what about you? Lin Jinyun blushed. After giving Yang Chen a kiss on the cheek, Lin Jinyun took a pile of and went upstairs with quick steps. 2.5 minutes later, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! The host has invested 1 in Lin Jinyun. 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 and the divine. Yang Chen, I choose 1. Ding! Invested 1 in Bai Qian. 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 and the divine. Yang Chen, I choose 1. Ding! Invested 1 in Lu Ruyen. 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 and the divine. Yang Chen had previously invested in Dan Tai Mingyu for receiving 10,000 in return. He didn't lack now, so Yang Chen chose 2. I choose 2. Ding! Invested 1 in Chen Jiayao. 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 and the ultimate. I choose 1. Yang Chen stood up and instantly teleported upstairs. He tossed one to each person who hadn't received any. The women didn't hold back either. They sat in the bath and swallowed the. Another tens of thousands of were added to the account. Yang Chen also found a place to begin awakening the divine and the ultimate. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Lu Ruyan awakened her, able to unleash yellow lightning. Bai Qian awakened her, able to make the ground collapse at will or summon hard soil and stone to pierce the ground for attacks. Lin Jinyun awakened a defensive ability. The other women also gained a standard again. And what about Yang Chen? An ultimate. The spiritual energy from awakening two abilities lit up his fifth to 8/10. He only needed the last 2/10 to completely light up the fifth. Lin Jinyun's Yang Chan and Chen Jiao's second were also mostly lit. It wouldn't be long before they completely lit up their second. In comparison, Bai Qian, who had just become an, was much weaker. The crystal core was the size of a peanut. It couldn't even be considered a lower-level crystal core. Newly awakened were indeed like this. Most newly awakened were basically this size. Yang Chen and the others had also walked through this level step by step. There were even worse cases. When they first awakened, their crystal cores were only the size of soybeans. Yang Chen ignored the surrounding chatter. He looked at the remaining 2/10 of his unlit area, feeling anxious. His obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. This 2/10 not being made up always left him feeling uneasy. Yang Chen took the soft crystal core out of the infinite space. Following the old man's method, he absorbed the spiritual energy from it bit by bit. As a supernatural being, Yang Chen felt clearly that the soft crystal core indeed contained spiritual energy. Yang Chen absorbed 5 strands of spiritual energy, 90%. Absorbed 5 more strands of spiritual energy, all lit up. On Yang Chen's star map, the 5th star was completely lit. Collective absorption of the soft crystal core. Yang Chen's power surged. The complete illumination of the 5th star brought a feedback boost to his physical body. Yang Chen felt that he could now punch through a 10-story building, and this was just physical strength. However, as the old man said, absorbing too much spiritual energy from the soft crystal core would burden the body, and if overloaded, exploding to death was inevitable. With the spiritual energy he absorbed from the soft crystal core, even a casual crystal level being could cause him to explode. With Yang Chen's current physical quality, he felt this was not his limit yet. Continue. 15 strands of spiritual energy, 20 strands of spiritual energy, 30 strands of spiritual energy, 50 strands of spiritual energy. The 6th star lit up. Finally, after absorbing 70 strands of spiritual energy from the soft crystal core, Yang Chen felt a very obvious sense of expansion and tearing in his body, nearing the limit. Yang Chen immediately stopped absorbing the spiritual energy from the soft crystal core. After a while, the tearing sensation gradually faded, but his body had truly reached its limit. The old man was not lying about this. The spiritual energy from the soft crystal core was indeed quite violent. Even he, Yang Chen, could not handle it after absorbing 70 strands. The old man, who couldn't hold on after just 5 strands. Yang Chen put down the soft crystal core, feeling the changes in himself, and thought, I need to take a break for a while. The limit of physical endurance always existed and would not diminish due to treatment. To truly eliminate this side effect, a larger container was needed. If Yang Chen's body were compared to a jar, then this jar was already overflowing from absorbing the spiritual energy of the soft crystal core. Not a single drop more could be added. To continue filling with the spiritual energy of the soft crystal core, a larger and sturdier jar was necessary. In other words, it meant enhancing physical strength. Yang Chen sensed it. Compared to when he first got it, the spiritual energy in this soft crystal core was at least 1/5 less now. Such a good thing. How can I enjoy it alone? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. He called Lin Jinyun and told her the specific uses and precautions of the soft crystal core. Lin Jinyun was somewhat surprised. There were such magical things in the world? She didn't hesitate and began to absorb the soft crystal core as Yang Chen taught her. 10 strands. The 3rd star lit up. 20 strands. 30 strands. 35 strands. The 4th star was lit. At this point, Lin Jinyun also reached her limit. Afterward, he let the other women have a turn. Chen Jia, Chen Jie, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, and Dantai Mingyue. Bai Qian was too weak. Even one strand would cause her to explode. Therefore, there was no share for her. Bai Qian understood the situation after knowing. Even when Yang Chen offered, she refused to absorb. It was a joke. While strength was important, life was even more important. Now that she had a bright future ahead, she would be crazy to take risks. In the end, Chen Jia, Chen Jie, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Chan successfully lit up the 3rd star. Dantai Mingyue successfully lit up the second star. With Yang Chen's repeated feeding of supernatural fruit, including those that enhanced physical strength, the women's physical bodies were indeed not weak, even stronger than some physical-type supernatural beings. Their endurance capabilities surpassed that of the old man. Being alternately drained by 6 women, the spiritual energy within the soft crystal core diminished once again. Just now, 1/5 had been consumed. Now, only 1/5 remained. Lin Jinyun rubbed her stomach, saying, "It feels a bit bloated." "It's so uncomfortable," Yang Chan added. "I feel the same. But this bloating and tearing sensation is slowly weakening with time." Chen Jiaya questioned, "Does that mean we can't absorb the spiritual energy from this soft crystal core until we enhance our physical strength?" Chen Jiaya shrugged, "If we can't absorb it, then we can't. Anyway, there's only 1/5 left, and it probably won't even help Brother Yang Chen light up the 7th star." Lu Rian asked curiously, "Then let's save it for Bai Qian. She can absorb it after she breaks through to the star map level. But I'm more curious about where this thing came from. Is there more?" Speaking of this, Yang Chen recalled what the old man had told him. From the branches that grew out of the void, the desolate mountains behind the chemical plant. What kind of miraculous thing could grow from those branches? Where did they come from? One question after another appeared in Yang Chen's mind, and he said, "It looks like I need to search that place sometime." Lin Jinyun stepped forward and smiled. "Alright, let's think about these things later. Let's have lunch first, and after lunch, we'll continue hunting mutated beasts in the afternoon." Yang Chen nodded. The other women had no objections either. Everyone headed to the kitchen battlefield together. A sumptuous lunch was quickly prepared. After lunch, everyone took a 1-hour nap. At 2:30 in the afternoon, they all left the villa together to continue hunting mutated beasts outside. This time, Yang Chen went along as well. Under the carpet-like search of mental perception, no mutated beast nearby could escape their clutches. Fed by 7-star map-level experts, Bai Qian's strength was rapidly increasing. Lower level, middle level, upper level, finally, peak level. Her strength soared like a rocket. Fortunately, this was the apocalypse. If it were in a cultivation fantasy, doing this would surely destabilize Bai Qian's foundation and lead her to go astray. The entire afternoon passed like this. The villa area and even the entire Linshan had been thoroughly searched by them. They only left when they could no longer find any mutated beasts. It seemed they would need to change hunting areas afterward. The mutated beasts in Linshan were almost wiped out by them. At 6 o'clock, the fog descended on time. In the kitchen, Lin Jinyun was preparing dinner with several women. Yang Chen released the foolish ability user he had captured that afternoon. This idiot was an ability user from a residential area not far south of the Linshan Villa district. He had teamed up with other ability users to bully people in the community, committing all sorts of misdeeds. Just right, Yang Chen needed a test subject. Unfortunately for him and his buddies, they were all captured. "You little brat, you're quite arrogant." The young ability user's timeline was still stuck in the afternoon. As soon as Yang Chen released him, the curses he hadn't finished from earlier came pouring out. Yang Chen didn't indulge him. He immediately gave him a big slap. Then he released the spear monster he had caught last night. "Kill it. You, absorb this spiritual energy." "Ha!" The young ability user was a bit dazed from the beating. When he saw Yang Chen raise his hand, he instinctively shrank his head back. He obediently placed his hand on the spear monster's head. Yang Chen asked, "Do you feel the spiritual energy?" The young ability user nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, there's spiritual energy." Yang Chen teleported him to a nearby villa. He bound his body with various steel bars. Left him there. Left. Yang Chen planned to come back tomorrow morning to see what was going on. Whether the monsters appearing in the fog at night could absorb their spiritual energy and whether there would be any side effects depended on whether this kid could prove it. Yang Chen still felt it was not very safe. He expanded his mental power and caught a few night demons and spear monsters in the thick fog. Following the same method, he tossed each of the superpowered individuals he had captured that afternoon into various rooms of the villa. After doing all this, Yang Chen hummed a little tune and left, preparing to head to the military base. Ding! Investment. After dinner, everyone returned to the basement to train half an hour later. Dantai Mingyue was a very attentive teacher. She noticed everyone's problems and provided the most accurate and straightforward guidance. After becoming evolvers, everyone's coordination and control over their bodies improved, making their martial arts practice smoother. What they needed to do next was to integrate everything and ingrain each move into their instincts. The consciousness was indeed quick, but sometimes the instinctive reactions of the physical body still took precedence over awareness. They practiced until dawn. After washing off their sweat, everyone went back to rest. That night, Yang Chen went to Bai Qian's room. Hey, The next morning, when the fog dissipated, Yang Chen finished washing up and instantly teleported to the neighboring villa. He had left a few people here last night. These individuals had absorbed the spiritual energy of the fog monsters. He wondered how they were doing now. Yang Chen opened the first door. What came into view was a person with sunken eye sockets and a waxy yellow complexion. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, looking dazed as if he had been hit by a plane. I still want to. Kill me. Quickly kill me. You bastard. I want to kill you, you beast. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would still be the emperor. Looking at his current state, Yang Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head. How did he go mad? Killing this superpowered individual, Yang Chen didn't even absorb his spiritual energy. He went on to check the other superpowered individuals. Oh ho! A new discovery. These survivors were no longer human. To be precise, they were no longer people. The superpowered individuals who had absorbed the spiritual energy of the spear monsters had their hands and feet transformed into sharp, flesh-like spikes resembling spears. Just like the spear monsters, their eyes seemed to be sewn shut, their mouths wide open, with circles of sharp teeth that were incredibly terrifying. Sensing someone approaching, he let out a roar towards the door. Roar, roar, roar. Watching him now, Yang Chen fell into silence. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be a woman last night? How did she turn into this in just one night? Yang Chen pondered, not only going mad, but also toxic. Absorbing the spiritual energy of the fog monsters carries a chance of mutating into a fog monster. Yang Chen observed that the situation in the other rooms was the same. Absorbing the spiritual energy of any monster would lead to a mutation towards that type of monster. Ultimately, they would completely become one of them. Killing these mutated superpowered individuals, Yang Chen burned their bodies to ashes. The mutation probability is too high. 6 out of 7 superpowered individuals have mutated, and the last one who hasn't mutated is in a terrible mental state. The spiritual energy of the fog monsters is toxic. Forget it. Yang Chen gave up on absorbing the spiritual energy of the fog monsters. This thing had too high a risk factor. Not worth it. Nowadays, mutated beasts were increasing in number. There was no shortage of them. It was just that they had been killing too ruthlessly recently, and the nearby mutated beasts had been wiped out. After dealing with things here, Yang Chen teleported back to his own villa. At this time, Lin Jinyun had already prepared breakfast with her sisters. Simple freshly ground soy milk paired with juicy meat buns. It smelled delicious. Ding! Invested in a bowl of Baiqian soy milk, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bowls of soy milk. Ding! Invested in a fresh meat bun from Yang Chan, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 fresh meat buns. Ding! After finishing breakfast, Yang Chen took the girls out. He planned to hunt mutated beasts in a farther place today. In this era, both ability users and mutated beasts were growing stronger. If he and his team remained stagnant and content with the status quo, they would only be bullied in the future. If they didn't want to be bullied, they had to ensure their strength always surpassed others. On the 23rd day of the apocalypse, Yang Chen and the others went to Xiaoyao Town to hunt mutated beasts. This was the closest small town to Linshan. Before the apocalypse, the population was nearly 20,000. The town was relatively prosperous in its construction, but now, it had become a ruin. Everywhere were severed limbs and broken arms. Human corpses were also everywhere. Blood was splattered on buildings, the ground, and even on some mutated plants. It was unclear whether it was human or beast blood. At this moment, the town was deserted. It had become a paradise for mutated beasts. Upon arriving, Yang Chen and the others began their slaughter of the mutated beasts. There were over 1,000 mutated beasts here, with varieties ranging from common cats and dogs to mutated cattle, chickens, and ducks. Indeed, even the chickens had mutated. Their beaks were sharp enough to easily pierce the flesh of ability users. However, the strongest of these mutated beasts were only at the peak crystal core level. They were weak in the hands of Yang Chen and the others. They posed no threat at all. At Yang Chen's current level, crystal core level spiritual energy had no effect on him. The same went for Lin Jinyun. Therefore, the two of them let the prey go to the others. Time passed quickly. 2 days went by. On the 25th day of the apocalypse, today was the day he had agreed to meet Xinzhong. Yang Chen planned to take a look at the military base. He was quite curious about what the military base looked like. In his previous life, he only knew that Jiang City had a military base, but he had never been there. Now was a good opportunity to see what it was all about. It would serve as a learning experience. If he ever planned to establish a base in the future, he could use this model as a reference. Yang Chen didn't plan to bring many people. Lin Jinyun was the second in command of the team. After he left, the team still needed her to lead. Therefore, she couldn't go. Chen Jiai and Yang Chan had already gone out, so this time, he would bring Dan Tai Mingyue. If it came to physical skills, this woman was the strongest in the team. Even Yang Chen was not her match. At most, he could rely on his strong physical fitness to withstand her attacks. Then he would give her a couple of punches, leaving her with panda eyes. This was the so-called I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one. Shao Sun, why don't you cultivate another vice captain? With just me as the vice captain, I never get a chance to go out with you. In the villa, Lin Jinyan complained to Yang Chen. What the heck? Just because she was the vice captain, she wasn't taken along. Really? Lin Jinyan's beautiful eyes rolled as she looked at Dan Tai Mingyue. I think Mingyue is good. She has experience leading a team, right? Yang Chen chuckled coldly, then asked her how her team is doing now and what they have done. Speaking of this, Dan Tai Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed, but she quickly made up for it. I just encountered the wrong people, misjudged their character, who knew they were a bunch of ungrateful wolves. I already have experience and won't easily trust strangers again, and everyone won't be like those I led before. Just as Yang Chen was about to say something, in his mental perception, a large group of survivors arrived at the north gate of the villa area at the foot of Linshan. Step forward and die. If you don't roll within 30 seconds, you die. Step forward and die. If you don't roll within 30 seconds, you die. Outside the north gate of the villa area at the foot of Linshan, a team of survivors had arrived, numbering around 1 to 200 people. Among them were both men and women, the vast majority looking pale and emaciated, dressed in rags. Some women even exposed large areas of their skin, while only the ability users appeared somewhat better off. Their weapons were bizarre and varied, including hoes, shovels, and steel forks specifically used for handling straw in rural areas, all stained with blood, and most of the survivors bore injuries as well. It seemed their journey had not been as smooth as they had imagined. At the front of the group, a middle-aged, bald man in a mink coat adorned with gold grinned widely, looking at the neatly arranged villas before him. He wore several large gold chains around his neck, resembling a nouveau riche. He probably had a refined appearance before the apocalypse, but after the world fell apart, he had let himself go, robbing gold shops. He looked somewhat extravagant. The more one lacked before, the more one desired after being liberated. This group of survivors had only about 40 to 50 ability users. In the early days of the apocalypse, this number would have represented a top-tier power. But now, as the number of ability users increased, this group of survivors seemed inadequate. Wow, the villa area is really something else, much better than our place, the middle-aged bald man said, pointing at the villas with a smile. The younger members around him chimed in. Yeah, a house in a place like this would have cost millions before the apocalypse. We can't afford that. It must be because Brother Fu has foresight, bringing us from the village to enjoy life here. That's right. This villa area will be our new base for the incubation village. I believe that as long as we work together, we can make this place as solid as a fortress and become a powerful force in the apocalypse. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry in. If the survivors in this villa area are sensible, Brother Fu will generously give them a chance to join us. If they are stubborn, kill them all. Wipe them out. Brother Fu, the middle-aged bald man, was actually named Fu Quan. Before the apocalypse, he was a bachelor in the incubation village. In his 30s, he did nothing all day, engaging in petty theft and peeping at widows bathing. Before the apocalypse, Fu Quan was a marginal figure whom everyone could scold. At that time, he dared not offend anyone. But then the apocalypse broke out, and Fu Quan's family unexpectedly produced an ability fruit. After consuming it, he awakened his powers and began his path to dominance in the village. Fu Quan looked at the villas with a lewd grin, his face displaying a lascivious expression. They say the villas are home to some female stars and rich young ladies. I wonder if there are any here. If there are, slurp, I would be in for a treat, he. One of the younger members, eager to please Fu Quan, immediately suggested, Brother Fu, I propose we organize a beauty selection team. I'll lead it personally to pick beautiful women from the villas for you. Not bad, Fu Quan agreed. You take the ability users with you. The sensible men can stay, and all the pretty women should be sent to me. Got it, Brother Fu. The younger member grinned and called the ability users to enter the villas with him. Just then, a shadow appeared on the ground. This shadow grew larger and larger. Bang! A massive creature crashed to the ground. The younger member who had suggested the beauty selection team hadn't even realized what was happening before he was devoured. With his small frame, he was nothing more than a piece of braised meat in the tiger's mouth. When the ability users saw the enormous creature before them, their eyes widened in shock. They stepped back, fear written all over their faces. A tiger, and a mutated tiger that rivaled a monster. The ordinary survivors were nearly scared to death. Fu Quan frowned in displeasure and shouted, what are you panicking for? It's just a beast. We've killed creatures of this size before. On their way here, they encountered a wild boar named Peppa. The wild boar Peppa was about the same size as the mutated tiger in front of them. It looked intimidating, but in the end, wasn't it surrounded and killed by them? It was this wild boar Peppa that allowed Fu Quan to step into another realm. The crystal core in his mind transformed into a star map with 9 stars. Although Fu Quan didn't know what level he was at now, he knew he had surpassed those with crystal cores in their heads. With Fu Quan's shout, the originally chaotic group of survivors gradually calmed down. Look, someone is coming out. Wow, when did they get here? I didn't even notice. As the 8 people approached, the survivors at the front couldn't help but gasp. Oh my, 1 man and 7 beautiful women? How can it be this good? The newcomers were none other than Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun, and the others. Get lost. This place already has an owner. Yang Chen said coldly, looking at Fu Quan with an expressionless face. He was somewhat surprised. There was actually a star map level among this group of survivors. It made sense, mutated beasts were becoming stronger, so why couldn't ability users? This person was just the first. There would only be more star map level ability users encountered in the future. Damn it! You dare tell us to get lost? Don't you see the difference in numbers? What do you have to fight us with? A spirited young man in tight pants and holey shoes, with a black shirt embroidered with a tiger head, complained. That's right, this isn't the pre-apocalypse anymore. The old rule of first come, first served doesn't apply, now it's all about strength. An ability user clenched his fist and grinned. In such a large villa area, can you 8 even fit? Aren't you afraid of ghosts at night? Ha ha ha. Kid, 1 against 7, can your waist handle it? Ha ha. Yang Chen drew out a metal straight knife, his gaze icy, his words filled with killing intent. Anyone who dares to step forward will die. Anyone still here in 30 seconds will die. Fu Quan was neither angry nor annoyed, calmly looking at Yang Chen and said, Brother, I know you are also ability users and feel invincible, but you must understand, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. There are also differences among ability users. You can't beat me. And besides, now that it's the end of the world, we humans shouldn't be fighting and killing. We should unite and help each other. How about this? Why don't you join my survivor team? With your status as ability users, you can receive good treatment. Fu Quan thought that if he could keep these 8 people in his team, he could do as he pleased later. If they didn't recognize the situation, he would have to resort to force. Fu Quan, I hate fighting and killing the most. Yang Chen didn't respond. 25, 24, 23. Seeing Yang Chen unfazed and starting to count down, Fu Quan became somewhat angry. This kid really didn't take him seriously. It was simply outrageous. Since breaking through to the star map level, this fat guy doesn't know this stage is the star map level. It's for you all. Fu Quan felt an endless strength coursing through him. He could even bring down a building. But now, this kid actually dared to ignore him. Alright, not listening to Fu Quan's words will lead to suffering. It seems you're planning to clash with us. Don't underestimate women. 20, 19, 18, 17. Seeing Yang Chen still counting, Fu Quan was completely enraged. This person really couldn't tell right from wrong. Go! Everyone, attack! Teach this kid a lesson. Let him know who the real boss is. 53 ability users against 8. The advantage is mine. Tell me how we can lose? Receiving Fu Quan's order, the ability users behind him revealed sinister smiles, unleashing their abilities as they charged towards Yang Chen and the others. After being around the scoundrel Fu Quan for a while, their inherent flaws were magnified. During this time, they had committed numerous acts of murder and arson. They oppressed women daily. The 7 stunning beauties around this guy truly made one drool. They were mouth-watering. Each one was a gem. If they could have their way, they would willingly sacrifice 50 years of their lives. In fact, they had been waiting for Fu Quan to give the order. That way, they would have a legitimate reason to go and take advantage of them. As for the issue of not being able to win, it was simply not within their consideration. Come on, since their debut, they had always bullied others. Thus, they had developed a fearless attitude. Watching these superpowered individuals unaware of their impending doom, Yang Chen sneered and said, Ladies, there are always fools looking for death. Let's give these idiots a little shock. As Yang Chen's words fell, Lin Jinyun and the others unleashed their powers to attack. Chen Jiai conjured a fire phoenix with a wingspan of 20 meters. With a screech, it crashed into the crowd. Instantly, those superpowered individuals were sent flying. The few at the center of the explosion were directly blown to bits, then roasted to ashes by the intense heat. Dantai Mingyue looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. Ruyan, let's do this together. Lu Ruyan nodded gently. The 2 women summoned thunder together. Lightning strike. Dantai Mingyue spread her fingers towards the group of superpowered individuals. Then she clenched her fist. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of blue lightning, as thick as a wrist, fell down. They accurately struck these superpowered individuals. Their bodies were charred by the lightning. Their hair turned to ash. Smoke billowed from their mouths, their eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. Lu Ruyan was not to be outdone. She raised her hand to summon several basketball-sized yellow lightning orbs. They exploded, hitting a group of superpowered individuals. The lightning formed a web among these people. As expected, these superpowered individuals were struck dead by the lightning. What's going on? How are these women so strong? Just a slight touch and we have such devastating power. Damn! With so many of us, can't we take down a few women? This is too embarrassing. What the hell? Fire and lightning, these women's powers are extremely lethal. Fu Quan roared, charge together. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Hearing Fu Quan's roar, these superpowered individuals could only grit their teeth and charge again. An invisible superpowered individual sneaked up behind Yang Chan. He raised a shovel, ready to strike her on the back of the head. There was no other choice. His power was invisibility. He had no offensive capability. He could only attack with the shovel. Fortunately, the invisible superpowered individual could also make the inanimate objects he touched invisible. Otherwise, floating clothes and a shovel would make no difference between being invisible and not. The shovel swung down, creating a gust of wind. Yang Chan sensed it instantly. She countered with a knife strike. At the same time, her body glimmered with starlight, forming a circular shield to block the descending shovel. Put! The invisible superpowered individual's neck burst with blood. Half of his head, along with his neck, was severed. Only a bit of skin at the back of his neck remained connected. Otherwise, his head would have fallen to the ground. The invisible superpowered individual stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Thanks, Jin Yun Jia. Yang Chan looked at Lin Jinyun and flashed a seductive smile. Lin Jinyun replied helplessly, be careful, even though these guys can't harm you, a shovel to the body still hurts. Got it. Yang Chan responded and continued hunting the remaining superpowered individuals. Although these superpowered individuals seemed numerous, in reality, they were not enough to be divided among the 7 women. Chen Jiao summoned blood-sucking vines to entangle several superpowered individuals. The thorns on the blood-sucking vines pierced into their bodies, frantically draining their blood. Soon, they became desiccated corpses. Dan Tai Mingyue did not use her abilities. She relied on her strong physical prowess to charge into the crowd. A broad-bladed sword was wielded by her with both power and grace. Put. Wherever Dan Tai Mingyue passed, the heads of the ability users were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Get to work, will you? Yang Chen said, looking at Lin Jinyun, who stood beside him without moving. Lin Jinyun feigned surprise, pointing at herself and asking, does the vice captain also have to work? Yang Chen replied, of course. Otherwise, why would I let just the captain do it? Lin Jinyun smirked, ha, what if I slack off? Will you punish me? Yang Chen shook his head, forget punishment. I'll give you a verbal education. Ha. The two laughed and joked, completely unconcerned about the urgency of the battle. Everything seemed to happen slowly, yet it hadn't even been a minute. Finally, Dan Tai Mingyue sheathed her sword, and the 6 women stood in a striking pose. The blood flowing at their feet formed a thick pool, and the bodies of the ability users lay scattered, each with a tragic death, their eyes filled with fear, regret, and resentment. These corpses were either charred black from lightning strikes or drained of blood into mummies. None were normal. What is going on? Fu Quan was stunned by the scene before him. I just blinked, and my subordinates, how did they all die? Lin Jinyun. No, Chen Jiao and the 6 women's combat power truly taught Fu Quan a lesson. A lesson titled, Do Not Underestimate Women. Not only Fu Quan, but even the ordinary survivors behind him were dumbfounded. No way? It hasn't even been a minute, and all our ability users are dead? This is ridiculous. They are just a few women. How can they have such strong combat power? Elemental types. Are they really that lethal? Wait, I saw some of them using different abilities. Multiple ability users. What do we do now? Yang Chen's teasing gaze fell on Fu Quan. You had your chance, and you still couldn't do anything? I told you to scram, and you just kept talking. Now look, you can't even leave. Thud. Fu Quan hesitated for 2 seconds before kneeling down. Big brother, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Impossible. Ha! At that moment, Yang Chen felt something unusual. He had just experienced a slight dizziness. What was going on? He was a star map level ability user with 6 stars lit. Could he be low on blood sugar? No, it was this fat idiot in front of him causing trouble. Cursed ability. Yang Chen stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Fu Quan. He grasped his neck, lifting his hefty body. "What did you just do?" Yang Chen's voice was cold, his gaze devoid of emotion. Fu Quan was dumbfounded, staring at Yang Chen in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you be fine?" My curse failed? Cursed? Hearing these two words, Yang Chen roughly guessed the bald fat man's ability. It should be a special type of cursed ability. The dizziness he felt earlier was caused by this fat man. But this curse wasn't that impressive. He only felt a slight dizziness at the beginning and nothing else afterward. Was he too strong, or was this guy too weak? Yang Chen thought to himself. But that didn't matter anymore. A cursed ability? Huh? That's a decent power. Yang Chen, want it. No, I didn't do anything, I was wrong. Spare me this time. Fu Quan, realizing that his life was in the hands of the other party, immediately panicked. After all, he was just a bully who preyed on the weak. He only knew how to pick on those weaker than himself. In fact, when facing such people, he would bully them even more to show off. But when he encountered a real tough guy, he would act like a coward, tucking his tail between his legs. Fu Quan was that kind of person. Big brother, I can give you my people. I'm willing to recognize you as my big brother, please give me a chance. Yang Chen's expression was emotionless. You didn't want to leave when I let you go, and now you want to live? Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen exerted force with his palm, directly breaking Fu Quan's neck. Then he removed his head. Absorbing Fu Quan's warmth, Yang Chen's 7th star was lit up by 1/10. Adding the previous ones, the 7th star was now 5/10 lit. Only the last 5/10 remained. The spiritual energy brought by a star map level ability user is higher in both quantity and quality than that of a crystal core level ability user. About 1 to several hundred. Yang Chen murmured. Ding! The host has killed a cursed ability user. Do you want to extract the cursed ability fruit? Yang Chen remained unfazed, thinking, extract. Ding! Extraction successful. In Yang Chen's infinite space, a pitch-black ability fruit lay quietly in the corner. Next are these people. Yang Chen's gaze fell on the ordinary survivors, who looked terrified and uneasy. Most of these survivors were young adults. With a character like Fu Quan's, he would never bring along burdens like the elderly or children. His team could only consist of young adults who had utilitarian value. Having witnessed their leader and all the ability users in the team being killed in an instant, these ordinary people were already scared silly. Some were so frightened they collapsed on the ground, their limbs weak and unable to move. We should leave here now. Don't kill us, don't kill us. We were forced here by that dog Fu Quan. We didn't want to come. Big brother, do you need any lackeys? We are willing to submit to you, please take us in. Don't be fooled by the fact that these were just ordinary survivors. When people turn bad, it doesn't matter if they are ability users or ordinary people. Among them were those who colluded with Fu Quan. Would Yang Chen let them go? Obviously not. Clean them up. Okay, let's go. Bai Qian, why is your face so pale? You'll get used to it. Yeah, actually, once you get used to killing, it's just like that. Besides, we're not killing innocents. We're only getting rid of those who deserve it. If they don't want to die, they should have left. These people had no power to resist against Lin Jinyun and the other ability users. They wanted to flee in all directions to distract Yang Chen and his group, but Lin Jinyun cast a massive star shield that enveloped all of them. There was no way to escape. 1 minute later, the ground was littered with bodies in disarray. The ordinary survivors who followed Fu Quan were also dead. Yang Chen called for Tiger Girl and leaped onto her back. Let's go. You all continue hunting the mutated beasts. Dantai Mingyue also jumped up, sitting behind Yang Chen. Tiger Girl was now about the size of a warhorse. The two could comfortably straddle her. Lin Jinyun made a gesture. Go, we need to start moving too. Okay. Roar, roar, roar. Tiger Girl howled to the sky, her roar echoing out. The next second, she started running at high speed. Watching the figures of Yang Chen and the others fade away, Lin Jinyun stretched and said to the women behind her, Let's go, sisters, today we're going to Food Town to hunt mutated beasts. Jiangcheng Military Base. This was located in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng. Established in the midst of the mountains, the military district base is concealed by the mountain terrain. After the apocalypse arrived, it was transformed into a military shelter. It can also be called a military base. Within the military base city, this is where the high-ranking officials and soldiers reside. Soldiers train here, and high-ranking officials hold meetings and discussions. At this moment, it is already noon. Inside the cafeteria. Hey, Lao Shen, over here. Wang Ba waved at Shinzhong, who entered looking exhausted, from a stainless steel dining table. Seeing this, Shinzhong walked over and plopped down across from Wang Ba, pulling the meal he had just prepared but not yet eaten in front of him and started to dig in. "Hey, you look like a starving ghost reincarnated," Wang Ba teased with a smile. Shinzhong, with a weary expression, replied, "Don't mention it, these past few days have nearly worn me out." "What happened? Did the kill reward you applied for that person come through?" Wang Ba asked curiously. "It did," Shinzhong nodded, then raised 3 fingers, 3-star map level ability users, 3 ability fruits. "Wow, that's a lot. Ability fruits aren't as common as cabbages by the roadside. Even the military stock isn't plentiful. Currently, the military has 2,000 ability users. This is only because they conducted a thorough search to find so many ability fruits for cultivation. The nearby mountains and forests have been thoroughly scoured. Fortunately, this area is rich in vegetation and has many mutated plants. Otherwise, finding even 200 ability fruits would be difficult, let alone 2,000. The military has 2,000 ability user soldiers, which belong to the regular army. Before becoming ability users, they were soldiers trained by the military for many years. They strictly adhere to military orders and have better quality and character than the scattered ability users outside. In addition to the regular army, the Jiangcheng military base also has over 1,000 scattered ability users, who came from the Jiangcheng urban area or the small town of Xiaoma to the west of the Jiangcheng military base. These ability users follow orders and commands, and they receive corresponding rewards for each mission. If anyone dares to cause trouble relying on their identity as ability users, they will regret it. Ubiquitous snipers will take their lives. With several precedents, the scattered ability users in the military base have become much more obedient. At least they no longer cause trouble, and some are even trying their best to join the regular army and obtain a position. As far as I know, we only have about 100 ability fruits left in our stock, and those were found recently. Giving away 3 at once, the big shots are really generous. Hearing this, Shinzhong shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't say that. The bodies of 3-star map-level ability users have significant research value." "That's true," Wang Ba nodded in agreement. He went to get another lunch and returned to eat and chat with Shinzhong. With the increase and strengthening of mutated beasts, the strength of ability users is also rapidly improving, Wang Ba said. "Just yesterday, you know Xiao Ao, right? The one from Team 5 with the laser eyes? He also broke through to the star map level. I heard it was the entire Team 5 that went out hunting mutated beasts that helped him reach that level." "Really? That's great news. Our Jiangcheng military's high-end combat power has improved again." Shinzhong was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had been busy these days and didn't know about it. Wang Ba continued, "Not only in the military base, but star map-level ability users have also been appearing in the civilian sector. The kid I met before who could manipulate objects, and the young Chen you encountered, are both examples." Shinzhong picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and said, "I still feel young Chen is a bit more impressive. He single-handedly killed 3 ability users of the same level, which is enough to prove his strength." No, Wang Ba countered. "The kid I encountered was really something. He manipulated objects to kill enemies." "How many blades have you controlled?" Shinzhong shook his head. "I don't know." Wang Ba exaggeratedly raised a finger. 10,000. At least 10,000. The scene of 10,000 swords returning to the sect in the TV series is nothing compared to the reality. It was much more shocking. Over 1,000 mutated beasts, all cut down by him in less than 2.5 minutes. Isn't that impressive? Speaking of this material control ability user, Wang Ba felt a bit of a headache. This kid is a bit hard to deal with. It seems he doesn't think much of our military. Yang Chen isn't like that. The two seem to be competing, secretly comparing their opinions on the powerful star map-level ability users in the civilian world. "Oh right," Shinzhong suddenly remembered. "I have a video from the tactical helmet. Look at how handsome this guy is. He's born to be my son-in-law." Saying this, Shinzhong took out his phone and opened the video for Wang Ba to see. Wang Ba curled his lips in disbelief. "Come on, if I remember correctly, little Cotton is only 3 years old. Your idea is really absurd. Way too absurd. Damn." As he finished speaking, Wang Ba pointed at the handsome young man on the phone screen and asked, He is the young Chen you mentioned?" Shinzhong felt puzzled. "Yeah, why are you stuttering?" Wang Ba was silent for 2.5 seconds and said, "He's the material control boy I met last time." Shinzhong, what the hell? Are they the same person? Wang Ba, hey, I didn't think of that either. Shinzhong, you mean his ability is material control? Wang Ba, yeah, super fierce. Shinzhong, but I know that Yang Chen's ability is space. Wang Ba, at that moment, both of them had a possibility flash in their minds. Dual ability users or even multi-ability users. Right. Ability fruits can help humans awaken abilities, but there's no limit to the number of times. As long as you can find the ability fruit, you can possess multiple abilities. This kid is probably in that situation too. Just then, a guard rushed in. After saluting Xinzhong and Wang Ba, he said to Xinzhong, Captain Xin, a young man named Yang Chen has arrived at the East Gate. You mentioned he should come back. He's here? Xinzhong stood up excitedly. Let's go, go, the East Gate, right? Hurry up, Lao Shun. Xinzhong and Wang Ba didn't even finish their meal. They grabbed their hats and rushed out. Meanwhile, at the East Gate guardroom of the Jiangcheng military base, in today's special circumstances, there are dedicated patrolling guards at all 4 gates of the military base. Everyone entering and exiting must go through identity checks. The military isn't foolish. Given the current situation, there are bound to be illegal forces. Although the possibility of these illegal forces attacking the military base is low, precautions must be taken. Fear of thieves, especially those who covet. Yang Chen stood at the East Gate looking out. The military base had added a high wall for defense against mutated beasts beyond the original base. The vacuum area formed between the original base and the newly built high wall is where the survivors now live. Standing here and looking out, a group of men and women were working on the high wall, sweating profusely. As long as they assisted with the labor tasks issued by the military, they could earn a bit more food each day. Conversely, those who did nothing received only a bun and a bowl of thin rice soup to barely survive. With resources scarce, supplies naturally go to those in greater need. These laborers are the ones in greater need. They work hard every day, sweating, losing significant salt from their bodies, so the military ensures they are fed well enough to survive. Most survivors willing to engage in physical labor have families. They want their families to eat well. At the worksite, you can see couples working together, brothers helping each other, and women carrying children while doing the same physical labor as the men. Often, such people are welcomed by any base. However, those survivors who do nothing and rely entirely on the military for support are the ones who are despised. Being disabled is one thing, but if you have hands and feet and still choose to lie flat and do nothing, that's where you go wrong. Initially, some survivors caused a stir over this issue, but after a few people died, they quieted down. The high walls are still being expanded. At this moment, a familiar voice came through. Brother Yang, you finally made it. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted, Xinzhong said enthusiastically. Beside him, Wang Ba retorted, you were playing cards. Looking at the two, Yang Chen was somewhat surprised to see Wang Ba again. He didn't expect to meet this camp leader. How do you feel about our base? Xinzhong raised an eyebrow at Yang Chen. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. It's quite standard, about what I imagined a base would be like. You brat. Xinzhong felt a bit of a headache. Wang Ba laughed heartily. Let's go. This isn't a place for chatting. The two agreed. Dan Tai Mingyue came out holding a tiger cub. Who is this? Xinzhong and Wang Ba were curious. Before Yang Chen could speak, Dan Tai Mingyue generously said, hello, he is my man. Xinzhong felt nothing unusual, but Wang Ba looked at Yang Chen with a strange expression. He had seen Yang Chen with his family last time. The 5 women on the back of the mutated tiger were all stunning beauties. However, the woman in front of him was not among the 5 he had seen last time. Goodness, how long has it been? And another one has appeared. Old Shen has lost his son-in-law. Wang Ba didn't say much but made a joke. In this world now, it has changed. Yang Chen asked. What? Wang Ba replied, that's not important. Yang Chen and Dan Tai Mingyue followed Xinzhong and Wang Ba to a reception room. It had an old-fashioned large magnetic steel table. Inside, there was a small amount of tea leaves. Xinzhong smiled and said, don't think I'm stingy, okay? The world has changed, and resources are scarce in the base. Things like tea, tobacco, and alcohol are even rarer. This is all I have left. Yang Chen listened without comment. He reached into his infinite space and took out 2 boxes of tea leaves packaged as gifts. He had picked these up when passing by a tea specialty store. At the time, he thought, since his infinite space is vast, having some is better than having none. So he took them. Besides tea, there were also tobacco and alcohol. Why not take them? After all, the outside world has become a mess. It's no different from a zero-cost purchase. I don't usually drink tea, so these 2 boxes can be considered a meeting gift. Xinzhong and Wang Ba were both decent people, and Yang Chen was willing to befriend them. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, Yang Chen wouldn't go against the military. In this era, the strongest force is still the official one. He might not care about a military base in Jiangcheng, but what about an entire Jiangnan war zone? What if it's all the military bases across the country? If he angered the military and they launched missiles or even nuclear bombs at him, Yang Chen would have to run. He didn't know if he could withstand a missile. A nuclear bomb, for sure, he couldn't withstand. That is the pinnacle of human firepower. Besides, Yang Chen grew up under the red flag of the sun. He has had faith in the officials since childhood. The author is really afraid. being patriotic is just the official sycophancy. Looking at the two exquisite gift boxes on the coffee table, Shinjong and Wang Ba exchanged glances. By Luo Chun? Tai Guan Yin? Ha ha ha. Shinjong laughed heartily and said, since it's a gift from Brother Yang, we shall graciously accept it. Ha ha. Tea leaves are indeed a good thing. Especially at their age, they appreciate it even more. Putting away the two boxes of tea, Shinjong smiled at Yang Chen and said, Brother Yang, the higher-ups have approved it. You can choose any 3 from the ability fruit storage. However, you know that these ability fruits can create ability users, and the base is currently lacking in ability user combat power, so once we have them, they will be assigned to military soldiers. There aren't many in terms of quantity, the last batch has already been distributed, and this new batch just arrived with only a little over 100. We don't know if there are any wind or ice type abilities among them. After all, before swallowing the ability fruit and awakening the ability, no one knows what ability it will be. The color can only provide a simple guess. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded. After all, it was free. No matter how he calculated it, he wouldn't be at a loss. Even if the military didn't give him the ability fruits, he still intended to destroy this hope base. Okay, then let's go. Shinjong stood up and said, I'll take you to the ability fruit storage. Good. The 4 of them arrived at the ability fruit storage. There were heavy guards all around, each armed and alert. Their postures were upright, faces resolute, and their eyes scanned the surroundings like hawks. If any suspicious person intended to have ideas about the ability fruit storage, they would be controlled immediately. Shinjong approached and handed a document to the captain of the guard team. The captain quickly scanned the document and stood straight, saluting Shinjong and Wang Ba. Shinjong said to Yang Chen, it's fine now, you can go in. Yang Chen didn't hesitate and walked into the ability fruit storage. Behind him, 2 armed soldiers followed. The document stated 3 ability fruits. If he took more, they would immediately stop him. If he didn't listen, they would have to take him down. It's just ability fruits. Yang Chen didn't lack them. What he lacked were wind and ice type elemental ability fruits as well as powerful special type ability fruits. After walking around the ability fruit storage, Yang Chen selected a sky blue ability fruit, a blood red ability fruit, and a deep blue ability fruit. After making his selections, he didn't linger in the ability fruit storage and walked out. Seeing Yang Chen come out, Shinjong and Wang Ba were momentarily stunned. He was out so quickly. Wang Ba instinctively glanced at the time. Wow, that was fast. It hasn't even been 2.5 minutes. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Please, could you not say that was fast 2.5 minutes ago? It sounds like others might think I'm slow. You finished choosing so quickly? Shinjong stepped forward to ask. Yang Chen nodded. Shinjong didn't ask too much about it. Let's go. I'll take you around the base. They were currently in the inner city area, which was the original military district base location. The large open area formed between the original military district base and the high walls belonged to the outer city, inhabited by survivors. The inner city had complete facilities, with buildings towering everywhere. There were dormitories, training grounds, and weapon depots, everything one could need. In contrast, the outer city was much more shabby. It had previously been a desolate wasteland. Only with the increase in survivors did it seem somewhat lively. The military had provided tents for the survivors. Stepping out of the inner city, looking outward, one could see military green tents everywhere. Survivors, tattered and dirty, were coming in and out. In some dark corners, there were survivors resembling beggars lying there as if dead, indifferent to everything. The environment in the outer city was poor. The ground was not like the inner city, which was all concrete. Whenever it rained, the outer city's ground would become a muddy mess, the filth increasing by another level. It was now time to finish work. Survivors engaged in manual labor returned to their homes, tents, with happy smiles after receiving food, sharing the joy of their meal with their families. The food was simple: 3 steamed buns, a bowl of mixed vegetables, and a bottle of mineral water per person. Often, if both husband and wife worked, they could support 1 more person. If there were children, they could support 1 more as well. The living conditions today were not better than before, but these survivors still lived happier than those outside. Shin sighed heavily. Now resources are scarce, and water is even more precious. Even in our military base, it's a bit tight to support so many people. Yang Chen nodded seriously. The mental perception expanded. There were at least 20,000 survivors in the outer city. With so many people, the daily food consumption was astronomical. Yang Chen asked, haven't you thought about taking down the granary? If I remember correctly, Jiang City also has large granaries. Hearing this, Shin nodded. We do have this plan. Recently, we've been focusing on strengthening our capabilities and rescuing survivors, and indeed, we've overlooked the granary. The higher-ups are also planning to take it down in the next few days. Having this idea is good. As long as we can take down a few large granaries in food company warehouses in Jiang City, it will alleviate the resource shortage at the military base. Woo 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 woo. At that moment, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the military base. New species, nine-headed lion. New species, nine-headed lion. The shrill alarm turned the peaceful military base into a tense atmosphere. Countless survivors rushed out of their tents in panic. They looked at each other, glancing around, not understanding what was happening. What happened? What's with the alarm? Could it be that mutated beasts are attacking? It shouldn't be. There have been mutated beast hordes attacking the base before, but they never played such a piercing alarm. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't know. Probably only the higher-ups know what's going on. No matter what, following the military is definitely the right choice. Although the alarm made these survivors anxious, they were indeed full of confidence in the military base. At the entrance of the inner city, Yang Chen curiously asked, "What's going on?" Wang Ba's expression was serious, and Shin was talking to someone through an earpiece. What? A large number of mutated beasts are attacking? How many is a large number? Hiss. Okay, I understand. After ending the call, Shin's voice was grave. A large number of mutated beasts have formed a beast tide in the west, destroying everything in their path, and our military base is right in their route. It won't be long before they collide with us. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly. A large number of mutated beasts forming a beast tide. This number was definitely not small. Otherwise, Shin wouldn't have shown such a serious expression. Shin continued, satellite images show at least 50,000 mutated beasts. The higher-ups have issued orders for the entire base to enter a level 1 combat status. Wang Ba cursed, damn it, this base is the hope of the entire Jiang City. We cannot let it be destroyed by mutated beasts. That's right. Shin looked at Yang Chen and said, sorry, brother Yang, but old Wang and I have our work to do. Yang Chen replied, it's fine, you go ahead. I'll just take a stroll. Shin Zhong and Wang Ba had no hesitation, nodding before quickly running back to the inner city. Before long, a large number of guards rushed out from the inner city, shouting at the survivors in the outer city, everyone to the inner city for refuge. Move quickly. Hurry up. The outer city was no longer safe. Moreover, the military needed to intercept the tide of mutated beasts, and the high walls of the outer city served as a good defensive line. First, the survivors were to be relocated to the inner city for protection. The outer city and the area beyond it were the main battle zones. Even if the interception failed, the military could still evacuate the survivors from the inner city to the Jiangcheng urban area. The survivors were initially stunned. Once they reacted, they rushed toward the inner city in a scramble. There were 3 gates to the inner city. Only one gate was open for the survivors. The other 2 gates were heavily trafficked by military personnel, with various large weapons and the transport of firearms and ammunition. Yang Chen looked around at the survivors seeking refuge, and then, with Dan Tai Mingyue, he teleported to the top of the high wall. Everything before him was still calm, but this calm would not last long. Given the speed at which the mutated beasts were advancing, they would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. The military base was actively preparing for battle. Under the organization of the guards, the survivors were entering the refuge area of the inner city. Rocket vehicles, tanks, heavy machine guns, armed helicopters, and more were all being deployed. This was just the deployment of conventional weapons. Soon, the ability users also appeared on top of the high wall. The military fighters were divided into 20 teams of ability users. Shin Zhong led the first team of ability users. Upon seeing Yang Chen, Shin Zhong was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he stepped forward to ask, "What are you doing here?" Yang Chen smiled casually, just seeing if there's anything I can help with. He was more than willing to kill mutated beasts. Not to mention that mutated beasts and humans were opposites. Just for the sake of spiritual energy, he couldn't let these mutated beasts go. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shin Zhong laughed heartily, patting Yang Chen on the shoulder, "Then thank you, brother Yang. With your addition, our pressure will be somewhat relieved." Shin Zhong had learned from Wang Ba that Yang Chen had killed over 1,000 mutated beasts in a short time. This showed that Yang Chen was not only strong in individual combat but also effective in group attacks. He wondered if he would get to see Yang Chen's 10,000 blades return to origin this time. Among the ability user teams, 10 were stationed on the western high wall. This was the place where they would confront the tide of mutated beasts head-on. 5 teams were stationed on each of the southern and northern high walls to guard against any mutated beasts attacking from the sides. Time passed slowly. During this period, Yang Chen saw 8-star map-level ability users, including Han Nyo and Seat Song, whom he recognized. They were also momentarily stunned upon seeing Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded, acknowledging them. Given the urgency of the situation, it was not the time for old stories. Han Nyo and Seat Song said nothing more, instead focusing on the front, waiting for the tide of mutated beasts to arrive. 10 minutes quickly passed. The ground trembled slightly, as if a large number of heavy creatures were running wildly. At the end of the western road, a black line appeared. This black line grew larger like a curtain. The sounds of various mutated beasts roaring intertwined. Open fire, an officer commanded. The rocket vehicles stationed in the inner city unleashed massive fire serpents. Miniature missiles were launched one after another. The trajectories and impact points had all been calculated. The miniature missiles accurately landed among the tide of mutated beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The roars of the mutated beasts intertwined with the sounds of artillery fire. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky, there were large numbers of avian mutated beasts. Their numbers were overwhelming, gathering together like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, bringing a tremendous sense of oppression. Armed helicopters. The large-caliber heavy machine guns deployed on the high walls launched a fierce attack against these avian mutant beasts, the vanguard. Day. Bullets sprayed out as if they were free. Missiles carried by armed helicopters exploded among the flock of birds. The ability users were not idle either, conducting long-range attacks. The avian mutant beasts fell from the sky like dumplings. Even as their kind perished, these mutant beasts still charged forward recklessly. This was true for both the avian and terrestrial mutants. Roar, 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 roar. Chirp, 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 chirp. At that moment, terrifying beast roars echoed. That is, a star map level mutant beast. Keen-eyed ability users spotted several colossal creatures appearing in the rear of the beast tide. There were gigantic mutant brown bears towering at 10 to 20 meters high. There was also a firefox wreathed in flames. Even a mutant giant elephant was present. Its massive body resembled a monster, delivering a tremendous visual impact. These were all star map level mutant beasts. Wait, is that a 9-headed lion? A heavy request, 1,000 blades to slay the avian. A heavy request, 1,000 blades to slay the avian. In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, a lion with a curly golden mane comparable in size to that giant elephant appeared. Unlike ordinary lions, this golden mane lion had 9 heads. In addition to the large central lion head, 8 more necks extended around it, breaking through the mane, each with its own head. Because the necks of these 8 heads were covered by the mane, it made the 9-headed lion appear as if the other 8 heads were growing from the mane itself. The 9-headed lion's gaze was fierce and ruthless, its bloodthirsty glint flashing as it looked toward the military base in Jiangcheng, filled with intense greed and murderous intent. It licked its lips, and the 9 heads roared skyward, as if sounding the charge. The terrestrial mutant beasts went completely mad. They roared and charged toward the military base. With their vast numbers and massive size, their collective charge felt like an earthquake. Even from a distance, those in the military base could clearly feel it. The military base also launched a fierce counterattack. Miniature missiles, missiles from armed helicopters, and heavy machine gun fire were unleashed. Incendiary bombs and more were thrown out as if they were free. In an instant, they blocked the mutant beasts outside. Countless mutant beasts fell. From this, it was evident that firearms had not been eliminated with the evolution of biological entities. Only the most basic firearms and ammunition had been phased out. The truly powerful weapons, even those capable of devastating strikes, were still firmly in the military's hands. Tanks rolled out of the city. The artillery fire was relentless. Mutant beasts fell in droves, but the vacant spots were quickly filled by other mutant beasts. As the tide of mutant beasts continued to advance, the golden mane 9-headed lion was also exposed to everyone's view. Once they saw the appearance of the 9-headed lion, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. My goodness, is this still a creature from Blue Star? One ability user soldier couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Though it's quite rare, it's also very normal. We are in an era of explosive evolution, so I can understand any kind of mutant beast that appears, said another ability user soldier beside him. Roar, 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 roar. The 8 smaller heads of the 9-headed lion opened their massive mouths. A bit of light gathered before the beast's mouth. There were blazing flames. There were torrents of icy black water. Boom! In the next moment, the 8 smaller heads unleashed their attacks simultaneously. 8 beams of energy shot toward the military base. Block its attack, a commanding officer shouted. Immediately, 2-star map-level ability users leaped into action. They unleashed their abilities. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A young soldier's eyes glowed bright red. As the charge finished, 2 lasers shot out from his eyes. The high temperature was wrapped and launched out. Boom! A lightning-type ability user condensed a lightning pillar to explode, intending to counter the 8 incoming energy attacks. But unexpectedly, the 8 energy attacks spewed by the 9-headed lion were blocked by an invisible wall when they were still a kilometer away from the military base. Meanwhile, the attacks from the 2-star map-level ability users accurately struck the 9-headed lion. Roar! The 9-headed lion roared, several charred wounds appearing on its body. Who blocked the attack? It seems to be an invisible wall, one ability user said. Shinjong seemed to think of something and looked in Yang Chen's direction. He thought of a certain ability. Space barrier. Currently, there were only 2 individuals here with space-type abilities. One was the star map-level ability user from their military base, who had the ability of space cutting. The other was Yang Chen. Shinjong understood that the one with space cutting had a very singular space-type ability, only that one. If it wasn't him, then it could only be Yang Chen. Yang Chen exchanged a glance with Shinjong, chuckling and nodding. Shinjong was astonished. It really is him. Teleportation, personal space, and now a space barrier. How many types of space abilities does this kid possess? Now was not the time to consider this. This question only passed through his mind once, and Shinjong continued to organize the battle. That 9-headed lion should be the Beast King. This wave of mutated beasts was organized by him, right? Yang Chen thought as he looked at the 9-headed lion. I wonder which is stronger, the 9-headed lion or Hunyo. Yang Chen had not neglected Hunyo's training. The last bit of spiritual energy in the soft crystal core was given to Hunyo. He usually let her absorb the spiritual energy from mutated beasts. Hunyo had definitely become stronger. The beast control chain communicated. Hunyo told him that she had already lit up 3 stars. The 4th one was already half lit. Suddenly, Yang Chen sensed a gaze. The 9-headed lion. The 2 locked eyes. The 9-headed lion revealed a chilling smile to Yang Chen. A human-like smile? This beast has such high intelligence? It can even mimic a human smile. A human smile only seems normal on a human. If it's on another animal, it gives a sense of horror. Yang Chen had previously seen short videos online. A husky with a human-like smile, a cat with a human-like smile, a llama with a human-like smile, etc. All gave a chilling and eerie feeling. Now, this 9-headed lion was the same, but Yang Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt it was a provocation. Hee, tonight's menu will be braised lion head. Yang Chen did not rush to make a move. He heard Shinjong shouting that 9-headed lion should be the Beast King. It is the strongest mutated beast. First, deal with the other star map-level mutated beasts, then encircle the Beast King. The order was given. The star map-level ability users from the military base immediately sprang into action. There were only 5-star map-level mutated beasts in the wave of mutated beasts. Excluding the mutated 9-headed lion, there were 4 left. 8-star map-level ability users. 2 against 1. They unleashed their full power. They had to take down all star map-level mutated beasts except the 9-headed lion as quickly as possible. Then it would be 8 against 1, surrounding the 9-headed lion. The remaining crystal core level mutated beasts were actually the easiest to deal with. Their defense was not high. The military base's heavy firepower could completely suppress them. The only thing to watch out for was the flying mutated beasts circling in the sky. Shinjong found Yang Chen. Brother Yang, I heard you can control objects to attack. What is the range? Can you hit the flying mutated beasts in the sky? Yang Chen nodded. Yes. Shinjong's expression was serious, his voice heavy. Please, Brother Yang, take care of the flying mutated beasts in the sky. They pose a far greater threat to us than the land-based mutated beasts. Yang Chen did not refuse. Whoever kills the mutated beast gets to keep it? Shin nodded. I understand. Old Wang has already told me. Completely. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled. Another wave of mutated beast heads was about to come in. This trip was definitely worth it. Without hesitation, Yang Chen began to work. The infinite spatial doors opened wide in all directions. Countless ally straight knives flew out like unsheathed swords, quickly darting from the infinite space. At a speed of Mach 6, they formed a surrounding circle around the flying mutated beasts in the sky. And they executed a strangulation. There were many flying mutated beasts. It was estimated there were about 20,000. Sorry, but Yang Chen had even more alloy straight knives, and their flying speed far exceeded that of the flying mutated beasts. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Instantaneously killing star map level mutated hawks, shocking the base. Instantaneously killing star map level mutated hawks, shocking the high walls of the base. Yang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his posture tall and straight, his gaze sharp, closely watching the swarm of flying mutated beasts circling in the sky. Before he made his move, these flying mutated beasts acted like a suicide squad, Once they caught an opportunity, they would dive down like cannonballs from high above. They launched fearless attacks against the military base's rocket vehicles, tanks, and heavy machine gun positions. Now he had made his move. The energy within him erupted. The Master of Gold commanded the entire situation. Tens of thousands of alloy straight knives flew at supersonic speeds, converging into a sea of knives, surrounding the flying mutated beasts. Under his control, these alloy straight knives seemed to come alive, dancing in the air, flashing with a cold light, each attack carrying the force of thunder. The mutated birds circled in the air, their cries deafening and chaotic. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes, locking onto a massive mutated bird with a wingspan of 20 meters. Its appearance resembled that of a male eagle, its pitch-black feathers gleaming like forged steel, reflecting arcs of light under the sun, its sharp eyes locking onto Yang Chen standing on the high wall, fierce and bloodthirsty. Star map-level mutated beast? He didn't expect that this wave of mutated beasts would hide a star map-level mutated beast. Moreover, it was a rather troublesome flying type. Does this creature seem to have me as its target? Yang Chen's lips curled slightly, his gaze playfully meeting that of the mutated hawk. In the next second, the mutated hawk let out a piercing cry. It flapped its wings and dove towards Yang Chen. Just as it was about to collide with the sea of alloy straight knives, it wrapped itself in its steel wings, spinning like a drill, breaking through the blockade of the sea of alloy straight knives. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Escaping the sea of alloy straight knives, the mutated hawk no longer concealed its speed. It dove towards Yang Chen at a speed of Mach 3. Seeing this, Yang Chen clenched his right fist. Black and white lightning gathered and swirled around his right fist. It's that kind of lightning with black outlines and white in the middle. Everyone should have seen it in cartoons, like in Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Thunder rumbled, and Yang Chen's figure was enveloped in black and white lightning. The lightning clinging to him jumped as if it had a life of its own. Yang Chen's gaze was sharp and profound, firmly locking onto the diving mutated hawk. As his energy continuously poured in, the lightning became denser and more intense, swirling around his fist, producing a rumbling sound, as if the most primal force in the universe was roaring. Just when the mutated hawk was 50 meters away from Yang Chen, he unleashed a punch he had been charging for a long time. Boom! A black and white lightning pillar erupted instantly, piercing the sky, the lightning column streaking through the air, leaving a long trail, striking the mutated hawk head-on. Boom! The armored mutated hawk could not withstand this blow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It let out a sharp, tragic scream. Its massive body convulsed continuously. Finally, it rolled its eyes back. A massive, charred corpse fell from the sky. Yang Chen waved his hand. 8 figures shifted. An arm imbued with sharpness severed the head of the mutated hawk. It was stored in an infinite space. The headless body of the mutated hawk crashed to the ground, crushing several rampaging mutated beasts beneath it. Xin Zhong and the military soldiers were dumbfounded at the sight. Their gazes at Yang Chen were akin to looking at a monster. A star map level mutated beast was killed in an instant? Damn! When did star map level mutated beasts become so weak? Old Xia, it's not that star map level mutated beasts are too weak, but that this big shot, he's too strong. How many stars has he lit up? I guess 5. And the way he controls thousands of straight blades is so cool. It's like the 10,000 swords returned to one from a cultivation novel. The surrounding soldiers whispered among themselves. Their mouths moved, but their hands didn't stop. They aimed their weapons at the charging mutated beasts below and unleashed a barrage of firepower. The battle continued. The remaining crystal core level flying mutated beasts were like ants in Yang Chen's hands. Each strike was a critical hit. One by one, the bodies of the flying mutated beasts fell from the sky. 2.5 minutes later, with the last flying mutated beast's head severed, this army of over 10,000 flying beasts was easily dealt with by Yang Chen. Still, the same phrase applied. Yang Chen was a moving war fortress, the master of gold. Telekinesis. Just these 2 abilities allowed him to transform into a mobile fortress machine, delivering firepower coverage against enemies. Of course, the premise was that the weapons level had to keep up. Currently, the alloy straight blades still had lethality against crystal core level mutated beasts. The sharpness was even greater. But what if star map level mutated beasts became widespread in the future? What if many mutated beasts beyond star map level appeared? The alloy straight blades would only become increasingly ineffective. At present, Yang Chen had not found a better alternative. Having dealt with the flying mutated beasts, the other 4 sides were engaged. 8-star map level ability users from the military base were encircling 4-star map level mutated beasts. The mutated fire fox. With a flick of its fox tail, a large expanse of scorching flames erupted. It was like a curtain of fire, with an extremely wide attack range. A strikingly beautiful woman in a pitch-black special operations suit, with short hair to her ears, leaped up, holding a bow and arrow entirely forged from ice. Her calloused hands pulled back, condensing 3 ice arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 ice arrows shot out at high speed, carrying the power of ice, aimed at the mutated firefox below. The mutated firefox let out a low growl. It couldn't withstand the 3 ice arrows and was about to flee when it suddenly felt an increase in gravity, as if it were carrying a mountain on its back. Gravity crush. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall and also dressed in a black special operations suit, laughed heartily. The few seconds the mutated firefox hesitated led to its demise. Put, put, put. The mutated firefox's body was pierced, pinned to the ground by the 3 ice arrows. The power of ice erupted, freezing the mutated firefox's body. Slurp. Yang Chen reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the short-haired, dashing woman. Ice abilities. He wanted them. He was just missing wind and ice powers. Sigh. He would find them slowly. The other 2 sides were also gradually resolving their opponents. The star map level mutated beasts met a tragic end on the spot. The last group consisted of Han Nyo and Si Tsong. Their opponent was a mutated elephant. The 2 worked together to suppress the mutated elephant tightly. Although the mutated elephant had high defense, it was too slow. The 2 dragged it down using a kite strategy. Just as the mutated elephant was about to be killed by the 2, the 9-headed lion moved. It roared and charged toward them at an unpredictable speed, arriving behind Si Tsong and Han Nyo in an instant. The 9-headed lion raised its massive claws and struck down at the 2. Its speed was too fast. By the time Han Nyo and Si Tsong reacted, it was already too late to retreat. The other 6-star map-level superhumans were in a panic, but they were too far away, and it was too late for rescue. Damn it! Why is this beast so fast? You two, run! At this critical moment, Shinzhong thought of Yang Chen. He remembered that Yang Chen had the ability to teleport. Teleportation could definitely save Han Nyo and Si Tsong. Before he could speak, Yang Chen had already acted. Brothers, this book is about to reach 300,000 words. Please give some free little gifts to encourage it. 3 videos in less than a minute, please. The heroes battle the Beast King. The heroes battle the Beast King. Instant teleportation. Yang Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind Han Nyo and Si Tsong. Facing the giant claws of the 9-headed lion, Yang Chen remained unperturbed. Space barrier. Bang! The 9-headed lion's claws struck the space barrier, and the immense force caused the barrier to ripple visibly. Yang Chen's right hand formed a fist, swirling with black and white lightning and blood-red flames. Boom! A punch was thrown. Although there were several meters between Yang Chen and the 9-headed lion, his fist accurately struck the lion's abdomen. The terrifying force sent the 9-headed lion flying backward, leaving a gruesome wound on its abdomen, crackling with electricity and flames burning like maggots. Blood gushed out from the wound. However, the 9-headed lion's self-healing ability was quite strong. The gruesome wound healed within seconds. Yet the Red Lotus Karma fire could not be extinguished no matter what it did. Roar, 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 roar. The 9-headed lion landed and rolled on the ground several times. Yang Chen slowly retracted his fist, standing on an 8-sided Han sword. Ah, 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 ah. The mutated giant elephant roared, its thick and long trunk swinging toward Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced at it and raised his hand for a knife strike. With a sharp edge, 8-dimensional shift. The mutated giant elephant's trunk was severed. Yang Chen delivered the final blow to the mutated giant elephant. His palm lifted, aiming at the elephant with a virtual grip. Falling thunder. This was learned from Dan Tai Mingyue. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A small cloud formed above the mutated giant elephant. Black and white lightning surged and roared within it. The next second, thick columns of lightning, the size of an adult's arm, erupted from the small cloud, roaring toward the mutated giant elephant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black and white lightning struck the mutated giant elephant. Even though its skin was tough and its defense was strong, it was still torn apart by the powerful lightning. Finally, its massive body was completely pierced by a lightning bolt the thickness of a barrel. Its enormous body charred, with black and white arcs of electricity jumping around. Yang Chen severed the mutated giant elephant's head and stored it in the infinite space. His gaze returned to the 9-headed lion. All of this seemed to happen slowly, but in reality, it took less than 30 seconds. Everyone stared blankly at Yang Chen, who stood on the 8-sided Han sword, floating in the air. Just now, the way he summoned lightning to kill the mutated giant elephant was effortless and relaxed, as if a thunder god had descended from the heavens, shattering the darkness with thunder. Han Nyo and Si Tsong, closest to Yang Chen, felt it most clearly. So strong. They had only managed to suppress the mutated giant elephant together, yet Yang Chen had effortlessly annihilated it with just a wave of his hand? This was on a completely different level from them. How many stars had he lit up? Han Nyo, being straightforward, directly asked, Yang Chen, How many stars have you lit up? Why are you so much stronger than us? Seetsung expressed his gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't acted in time, we would have been done for, even if we didn't die. Just moments ago, when the nine-headed lion approached, Seetsung thought he was going to die. If Yang Chen did not act in time, their fate would definitely not be any better. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, unconcerned. It's just a small effort. At that moment, Shinzhong shouted, the star map level mutated beast has already been killed. You all work together to kill that nine-headed lion. As the beast king, if he dies, there will be no beast to command this beast tide. Once these words were spoken, the star map level ability users at the military base no longer hesitated. This was not the time for them to be shocked. First, they needed to overcome the difficulties in front of them. 8-star map level ability users charged towards the nine-headed lion. A short-haired, spirited woman leaped onto the back of a nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man and soared into the air. The icy great bow reappeared. The short-haired woman raised her hand and condensed 5 arrow feathers radiating icy power, drawing the bow to its full moon. The arrow feathers were released. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 5 arrow feathers wrapped in icy power shot out at high speed. A young man in his early 20s slashed at the nine-headed lion. Spatial cutting. Whoosh! An invisible spatial blade erupted. Ripples spread through the space it passed. Faced with the joint siege of the 8-star map-level ability users from the military base, the nine-headed lion could no longer care about the burning red lotus karma fire on its body and hurriedly tried to escape. Just as it moved, the gravitational suppression from the nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man had already taken effect on it. Hanyo leaped up, his foot heavily smashing down on the ground. Earth spikes. Bang 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 bang. The Earth-type ability activated. Sharp rock spikes burst forth from beneath the nine-headed lion, not seeking to kill, just aiming to bind the nine-headed lion. The others also unleashed their killing moves. Facing the imminent attacks, the nine-headed lion roared in anger. 8 small heads unleashed energy attacks. They intercepted most of the attacks, but still, a few attacks landed on it. The icy arrow feathers pierced into the nine-headed lion's rear, freezing its hind legs. The spatial cutting left a gruesome, deep wound on the nine-headed lion's abdomen, visible to the bone. A large amount of blood flowed out. Bang bang bang. The earth spikes shattered. The gravitational force could not hold it down. The nine-headed lion lunged at the short-haired woman in mid-air. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, causing it to wail. The short-haired woman was suspended in mid-air, with no point of leverage. At that moment, facing the nine-headed lion's attack, she did not have enough speed to dodge. Just then, Yang Chen raised his hand, and a metal straight knife erupted with a blade's cry, flying towards the short-haired woman at supersonic speed. Seeing this, the short-haired woman quickly grabbed the knife handle. Her body was carried away by the metal straight knife. The speed was fast. She dodged the nine-headed lion's attack. The nine-headed lion landed. It roared angrily towards the sky. The lion's roar echoed for dozens of kilometers. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. Hiss, 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 hiss. The mutated beast tide, undeterred by death, responded to the Beast King, but the firepower coverage attack continued. These crystal core level mutated beasts fell in droves before human heavy weaponry. Only some mutated beasts focused on defense could withstand a few rounds. The short-haired woman landed. She looked at Yang Chen, who had a calm expression, and said coldly, "Thanks, damn, this dog thing is quite strong." The star map level ability user who used spatial cutting cursed. The others agreed. Facing their attacks, an ordinary star map level mutated beast would have long been finished, yet this nine-headed lion had only sustained some injuries. If it were a one-on-one fight, who among them would be a match for this beast? Yang Chen looked at the nine-headed lion, with its fangs bared and a terrifying appearance, and smiled. From the earlier confrontation, he had already gauged the nine-headed lion's strength. It was almost ready to light up the 5th star. Its strength was slightly stronger than that of the tiger girl, but for him, this level of strength was still somewhat lacking. Like a defeated dog, Yang Chen stepped forward. In an instant, he moved to the top of the nine-headed lion. He threw a punch. Black and white thunder and blood-red flames swirled around. The power was immense. Kill the nine-headed lion. Devour the ability fruit. Kill the nine-headed lion. Devour the ability fruit. Roar, 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 roar. The nine-headed lion let out a furious roar, swinging its sharp claws towards Yang Chen. The speed was astonishing, and the power was tremendous. Even the air produced a booming sound. Bang! The two collided. An astonishing scene unfolded. Looking at the majestic and imposing nine-headed lion, its claws that collided with Yang Chen were shattered into a mist of blood. The entire paw exploded. Roar, roar, roar. The nine-headed lion let out a pained roar. Its body staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Yang Chen would not give this beast a chance to catch its breath. As a mutated beast, it was better to obediently become a source of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is only good when absorbed. Yang Chen struck again. He raised his hand and grasped the air. Space confinement. The massive body of the nine-headed lion, as monstrous as it was, could not move. Yang Chen's space confinement was far stronger in control than the gravitational suppression of a nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man. A bizarre and brilliant blood-red lotus blossomed in Yang Chen's hand. It was still burning with blood-red flames. Under the scorching of the blood-red lotus, the space began to distort. A scorching sensation swept across the battlefield. A military fire star-level ability user watched the blood-red lotus Yang Chen unleashed with some toothache. How many types of abilities does this guy have? This flame is stronger than mine. The star map level ability user who played with space cutting counted on his fingers. Space ability, fire, thunder, object manipulation, and a strong physical body, hiss. This is an all-around war god. Fortunately, he doesn't have my space cutting, so I'm slightly ahead. Hearing this, his companion shot him a disdainful look. When did you become so shameless? Shameless. Ha, he, the space cutting ability user. Hey, we are companions, okay? Is it really okay for you to insult me like this? On the battlefield. Boom! The blood-red lotus was pushed in front of the nine-headed lion by Yang Chen. What Yang Chen didn't expect was that the nine-headed lion's massive head actually opened its blood-red mouth wide. Inside was a black vortex. The blood-red lotus was swallowed in one bite. Yang Chen squinted his eyes, staring intently at the nine-headed lion's large head. Is this a devouring attack? Boom, boom, boom. Although the blood-red lotus was consumed by the nine-headed lion's strange devouring ability, the explosion's power was immense. The nine-headed lion was still affected. Its massive body shook. A large mouthful of fresh blood was spewed from its mouth. Xinzhong shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Go help!" With Xinzhong's furious roar, the star map level ability users from the military base finally came to their senses. Damn it! They were so mesmerized by his display of power that they momentarily forgot they were also the main force. These guys quickly sprang into action. The small AO that Xinzhong had talked about with Wang Ba earlier. Full name, AO De Biao. His ability was Laser Eyes. With strong destructive power, AO De Biao gathered ability energy to his eyes. His eyes instantly turned bright red. The next second, 2 scorching laser beams erupted. They struck the nine-headed lion, causing it substantial damage. Others were not willing to fall behind. Han Nyo punched the ground. Earth spikes. Poochie, poochie, poochie. A large number of hard rock spikes burst out from beneath the nine-headed lion, wounding its limbs. They pierced through the nine-headed lion's abdomen. The short-haired and spirited woman named Leng Qingxia was the only female among the 8-star map-level ability users in the military base. He is also the strongest star map-level ability user. Drawing the bow, he pulls it back to full moon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 icy arrows whistle out. The others are not willing to fall behind. The nine-headed lion is bound by Yang Chen's spatial restraints. At this moment, it can do nothing but roar in anger. Unless its strength surpasses Yang Chen's, it cannot hope to break free from the spatial confinement. Yang Chen thinks for a moment and gathers the Annihilation Divine Thunder in his palms. Then he unleashes a black and white thunder pillar. It rushes toward the nine-headed lion's head. The nine-headed lion feels an immense threat. The aura of death envelopes it. It can ignore the attacks of others, but this person before it. Ignoring him means death. The nine-headed lion dares not hesitate. It opens its large mouth. A black vortex reappears. The black and white thunder pillar is swallowed by the nine-headed lion's gaping mouth. This ability is impressive? Yang Chen's eyes light up. He becomes very interested in the nine-headed lion's ability. However, he usually extracts ability fruits from ability users. He wonders if he can extract it from a mutated beast. Yang Chen has 8-dimensional shifting, allowing him to transfer attacks. This devouring ability is of little consequence to him, but for Lin Jinyun and the others, it is different. Yang Chen is determined to train these women into the strongest warriors. Let's give it a try. The nine-headed lion knows it cannot sit idly by at this moment. To break free from the restraints, it must deal with this guy in front of it. The 8 small heads of the nine-headed lion open their mouths. Energy gathers in front of their mouths. Red, black, and blue. Boom, boom, boom. The charging is complete. The 8 small heads unleash an energy attack. Watching the incoming energy strike, Yang Chen remains unfazed and calmly says, 8-dimensional shifting. Whoosh! In front of Yang Chen, a massive black vortex opens up. It swallows all of the nine-headed lion's attacks. Another black vortex opens behind the nine-headed lion's head. Boom, boom, boom. The nine-headed lion's attacks all hit itself. Its back head is a bloody mess. The spatial cutting ability user gasps at this scene. Wow, the spatial gate transfers damage. This guy can do that too. I'm so envious. Yang Chen no longer hesitates. He raises his right arm. Sharpness and Red Lotus Hellfire cling to it. Whoosh! A single slash. The nine-headed lion's roar abruptly stops, and the spatial confinement is lifted. The nine-headed lion's head falls off on the spot. It rolls a few times on the ground before Yang Chen collects it. The headless body of the nine-headed lion slowly collapses. Yang Chen waits for a long time but hears no system prompt. He asks, "System, this nine-headed lion clearly has an ability. Why can't I extract it?" Ding! Detecting. Ding! Detection complete. Repairing. Ding! Repair complete. Ding! Mutated beasts will awaken abilities at the peak crystal core level or star map level. Any mutated beast killed by the host can have its ability extracted. Ding! Do you want to extract the devouring ability fruit? Yang Chen, extract. Ding! Extraction successful. In Yang Chen's infinite space, a transparent ability fruit appears. The nine-headed lion has been beheaded. The mutated beast tide, now without the Beast King's command, immediately loses its coherence. Under the human firepower coverage, large swaths are harvested. With the 8-star map-level ability users pushing forward to clear the area, the mutated beast tide is completely eradicated in 2.5 hours. Outside the high walls, everywhere is the mutilated corpses of mutated beasts. Blood flows like rivers. The air is thick with the stench of blood, making one feel uncomfortable. Finally, it's over. The general summoned looks at the smoke and scattered corpses on the battlefield ahead, feeling a heavy sense of relief. Fortunately, their firearms still have considerable lethality against the mutated beasts. Thankfully, the base has a large stockpile of weapons, able to sustain the war. Aside from a few soldiers who died from attacks by flying mutated beasts, the casualties on the military base's side are not significant. Fortunately, with Yang Chen around, if it weren't for him dealing with a large number of avian mutant beasts, the casualties at the military base would definitely be much higher. From any perspective, avian mutant beasts are much harder to handle than terrestrial mutant beasts. Adjusting his mindset, Xinzhong joined other commanding officers to issue orders. Collect the heads and flesh of the mutant beasts. The flesh of mutant beasts does not carry any viruses. It is edible. The meat of mutant beasts like cattle, dogs, sheep, and chickens, which are already edible, has become even more delicious after mutation and evolution. In addition to the usual grains, mutant beast meat is also an important food source for the military base. Yang Chen looked down on it, but that doesn't mean others do, especially in a large military base like this. On the battlefield, a large number of military soldiers moved through. They first cut off the heads of the mutant beasts at the fastest speed. Then they strung the heads together with long steel bars. This not only made them easier to carry but also avoided direct contact with the heads of the mutant beasts, preventing accidental absorption of spiritual energy. The heads of mutant beasts can help ability users enhance their strength. This is a strategic resource. Generally, they are collected and distributed by higher-ups. The number of mutant beasts that attacked this time would definitely not be less than 50,000. If anything, it would be more. With such a massive number, corpses were piled up everywhere on the battlefield. Watching the military base clean up the battlefield, Yang Chen stepped back to Dan Taiming's side. At that moment, Xinzhong walked over. He looked at Yang Chen and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Yang. If it weren't for your timely intervention, our military base would have suffered much greater losses." Yang Chen had slaughtered the avian mutant beast horde, preventing significant casualties among the military soldiers below. He had blocked the attack of the nine-headed lion, saving Han Niu and Seat Song, who were hanging by a thread. This avoided the loss of 2-star map-level ability users for the military base, not to mention killing the nine-headed lion. Yang Chen's help to them this time was absolutely tremendous. Yang Chen chuckled and joked, "It was just a small effort. If you really feel bad about it, you can give me a few more mutant beast heads." In fact, Yang Chen was not at a loss. He had collected the heads of the nine-headed lion, the mutant giant elephant, and the mutant eagle. A large number of avian mutant beast heads also fell into his hands. This trip was definitely profitable for Yang Chen. Just the numerous crystal core level mutant beast heads could cultivate 2 or 3 more star map level ability users. In the future, the number of star map level ability users would only increase. With so many mutant beast heads obtained this time, the number of star map level ability users in the military was estimated to exceed 10. Ha ha ha. Xinzhong laughed heartily. "I'll report to the higher-ups, and I guarantee you won't suffer any losses." Yang Chen smiled and said nothing. He was just joking. Xinzhong was indeed to his liking. At this moment, Han Niu and the other 8-star map-level ability users also arrived. They were all curious about how strong Yang Chen really was. the abilities he displayed dazzled them, especially his sword flight and spatial transfer. It was simply too cool. Nice to see you again. Han Yo greeted Yang Chen familiarly. Sitsom also said, earlier, we were wondering if you would come today, and we didn't expect to see you on the battlefield. You know each other? The spatial cutter ability user asked curiously. The two nodded. Sitsung said, he is the ruthless one who single-handedly wiped out the Hope base 3 days ago. So he is the fierce person you mentioned. The spatial cutter ability user greeted Yang Chen and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zhao Jian. Yang Chen smiled and asked back, what is the principle behind your spatial cutting? How do you perform spatial cutting? With complete spatial abilities, Yang Chen could use any power related to space. But the premise is that one must ponder for oneself. Unlike the branches of spatial abilities, which awaken and manifest like instinct. Currently, Yang Chen's spatial abilities include teleportation, 8-dimensional shifting, long-distance transmission, spatial barriers, spatial confinement, and so on. These are all auxiliary abilities. Yang Chen does not yet have any direct attacking spatial abilities. The power of spatial cutting is quite impressive. It would be even better if he could learn it. Zhao Jian was at a loss for words. This, that. Do you believe me when I say this is instinct? Alright. Yang Chen felt a bit disappointed. We can exchange ideas when we have time. Zhao Jian grinned. Absolutely. This battle has exhausted me. The tall man, nearly 2 meters, stretched his muscles. I really want to go back and sleep. Zhao Jian introduced, this is Lung Feng, the brother of the beautiful Lang Qingqiu. We usually call him Chilly Wind. Yang Chen looked at him oddly. Isn't he a king of soldiers? How did you know? Yang Chen smiled. There was nothing more to do at the military base. Yang Chen also did not plan to stay here for long. Just as he was preparing to say goodbye to Xinzhong and the others, he saw Xinzhong respond a few words into his earpiece, then look at Yang Chen and smile. Yang Chen, our general wants to see you. General? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. It turned out that a general was stationed at this military base. Normally, a military base of this size in Jiangchang would be led by a colonel at most. That's right, a genuine major general. He is also the youngest major general in our long country. How young? Xinzhong replied, joined the army at 18, became a major general at 48. Is that young enough? This speed is indeed fast. That is quite young. After all, it was a general's summons, and Yang Chen thought for a moment before deciding to go. Speaking of which, he had never met a general in real life. He didn't know how different they were from normal people. Let's go, Yang Chen said to Xinzhong. Okay. Xinzhong nodded, leading Yang Chen towards the inner city. The 8-star map-level ability users did not move. They were monitoring the battlefield. Once there was any sign of trouble, they would immediately take action. Inner city. Xinzhong led Yang Chen through, eventually stopping in front of a 6-story office building. Xinzhong looked at Dan Tai Mingyue and said, Miss Dan Tai, the lounge is over there. You can wait there for a bit. If you need anything, you can tell the people inside. All right. Yang Chen declined the Major General's invitation, and Xinzhong brought him to the door of a conference room. He pushed the door open and walked in. Xinzhong first respectfully saluted the middle-aged man in military uniform sitting at the head of the table, then saluted the other high-ranking officials in the conference room. Report, General. Civilian ability user Yang Chen has been brought here. The middle-aged man in military uniform was none other than the general mentioned by Xinzhong. The general stood up, his stern face breaking into a kind smile. This young brother's performance has truly impressed us. His strength is far superior to that of the young ones in our military. Heroes emerge from youth, and great men arise in chaotic times. The old saying is absolutely correct. The general spoke, and the others in the conference room praised Yang Chen endlessly. That's right. I feel that Lang Qingqiu is no match for this young man. Not just Lang Qingqiu, with that ability to transfer attacks, he is naturally in an invincible position. Who can defeat him? Unless by sheer numbers. Alright, let's not discuss this for now. Look, you've made the young man feel constrained. It is obvious that these people have seen Yang Chen in battle. The general extended his hand towards Yang Chen and introduced himself. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Leng Jingjun, the actual leader of the military base in Jiangchang. Yang Chen, neither humble nor arrogant, shook his hand and replied, Yang Chen, a wanderer of the apocalypse. If it had been before, as an ordinary person, meeting the youngest major general in the country would have definitely excited Yang Chen. Shaking hands with a major general would have been a great honor. But now, in the apocalypse, Yang Chen believed his achievements were not much lower than those of the other man. Moreover, he could not allow himself to be intimidated. Otherwise, others would think he was a soft persimmon. However, what Yang Chen did not expect was that this Major General Lang Jingjun was also a star map-level ability user. He was quite hidden, very well hidden. If it weren't for Yang Chen's telekinesis and sharp perception, he wouldn't have noticed this. Although after reaching the star map level, Yang Chen could no longer check the size of other ability users' crystal cores as he used to, he could still determine from various aspects whether an ability user was at the crystal core level or the star map level. Wanderer of the Apocalypse? Lung Jingjun repeated, nodding seriously, that title is quite fitting. Lung Jingjun pointed to the empty seats in the room and said, please sit. The reason I called you over is simply to witness the power of this strong civilian ability user. Lung Jingjun returned to his seat and smiled as he looked at Yang Chen, who also took a seat, and asked, Yang Chen, I am much older than you, so I can be considered your elder. I will just call you by your name. Just calling his full name did not make Yang Chen feel uncomfortable. After all, names are meant to be called. Actually, there is one more thing. Lung Jingjun was clearly not the type to beat around the bush. I already know about your information. Whether it was Captain Wang Ba or team leader Shin Zhong from the ability team, they have compiled reports about you. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen remained silent but thought, could it be that they want to hold me accountable for that foolish woman? However, Lung Jingjun did not mention that foolish woman. Instead, he said, Yang Chen, I sincerely invite you and your team to join our Jiangqing military base. We will provide you with the best treatment, and feel free to make any requests. Of course, the choice is yours. You can boldly express your thoughts, whether you choose to go or stay. We will fully respect your decision. Recruitment? Yang Chen did not expect that a major general would personally come to recruit him, but unfortunately, Yang Chen was not very moved. It was still the same statement. He could not stand the constraints of the military. What he wanted was freedom, and his current situation suited Yang Chen's requirements very well. Naturally, he would not join the military base. However, establishing a friendly relationship with the military base would be nice. He just didn't know if they would be willing. Yang Chen did not hesitate and, after a few seconds of thought, gave his answer. First of all, thank you, General, for your kind invitation, but I will not be joining the military base. I am very satisfied with my current life. If there is a chance for cooperation in the future, you can contact me. Upon hearing this, Lung Jingjun was not angry, he simply sighed with a hint of regret. Ah, what a pity. But since this is your decision, we respect it. You are welcome to visit the Jiangqing military base anytime. Alright, the meeting is adjourned, all departments should proceed with their follow-up work. With Lung Jingjun's command, a clatter of chairs echoed in the conference room. One by one, the officers and civilian staff left the meeting room. Yang Chen had no intention of staying longer. As he watched Yang Chen's departing figure, a plump man in dress pants and a white shirt, wearing glasses and with a kind expression, pushed up his glasses. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. A different thought arose in his mind. Is this kid the one who killed Xiao Chang? After leaving the conference room, Yang Chen found Dan Tai Mingyue, and the two walked together towards the city gate of the military base outside Jiangcheng. Shin Zhong went to handle the aftermath. The others were clearly busy as well. After walking a few steps, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, dressed in a suit, approached them. Yang Chen recognized him. He was one of the 8-star map-level supernatural beings at the military base. Oh no, now it should be said there are 9-star map-level supernatural beings, and who knows how much power is still hidden in this Jiangqing military base. Nice to see you again, Yang Chen. The suited middle-aged man came over, familiar enough to shake Yang Chen's hand. Then he let go. Unlike the 7-star map-level supernatural beings like Leng Qingxiu, this suited man did not possess the iron-bloodedness and determination typical of a soldier. Instead, he seemed more like someone working in a civilian position. He looked thin and weak. What do you want with me? The suited man smiled. A big shot wants to see you. Is it convenient for you to come along? Yang Chen frowned and asked the suited man, is this big shot bigger than Major General Leng? The suited man was at a loss for words, a bit awkward. Not really, there's no one bigger than Major General Leng in this entire base. Then what kind of big shot is he? Yang Chen scoffed, looking at the suited man with a half-smile. He had a premonition. This big shot was not here with good intentions. He must be harboring bad thoughts. Good. How dare someone set their sights on him, Yang Chen? They must be tired of living. Yang Chen respected the military base, but that didn't mean he was afraid. At worst, he could just find another place to survive. But someone who had their eyes on him, Yang Chen had to deal with. Let's go, I want to see just how big this big shot you mentioned really is. Yang Chen put his hands in his pockets and coldly smiled at the suited man. The suited man led the way. Yang Chen, Dan Tai Mingyue, and Hun Yo went together. After about 5 minutes, the suited man brought them to the door of an office. He's right inside. He said he only wants to see you, so I'll take this lady to the next room. The suited man made a gesture of invitation. Then he took Dan Tai Mingyue to the adjacent lounge. Yang Chen didn't hesitate and pushed the door open to enter. What? You want us to stand in the same camp as you? What? You want us to stand in the same camp as you? The person sitting in the office was none other than the middle-aged, portly man with glasses who had walked out of the conference room earlier. Yang Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Yang Chen was not so polite with this man. He didn't like the look in his eyes. It didn't have the sense of equality that cold Jingjun had. Instead, it felt like a condescending superiority. Speak, what do you want with me? Yang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down at the desk. Seeing Yang Chen's lack of courtesy, even a bit disrespectful demeanor and tone, the middle-aged man with glasses frowned, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. But he didn't show it. Haha, my name is Wu Zhonghua, and I'm the mayor of Jiangcheng. You should have seen me on the news before. Wu Zhonghua introduced himself, raising his status. He made it clear he was the mayor. However, he didn't see any expression on Yang Chen's face. It was very plain, as if Mayor Wu Zhonghua was an inconsequential figure. Yang Chen shook his head, not giving him face. I'm sorry, I haven't seen you. Nowadays, who watches the news? Do you watch it? I don't. Wu Zhonghua. Adjusting his mindset, Wu Zhonghua tried to reason with him. The thing is, I called you here because I have something to discuss. The current situation is special, and this disaster could last for an unknown time. I believe we humans should unite and combine all our strengths to face this disaster together. You are very strong. Why not serve the base, serve the country? Isn't being a lone wolf a waste of your abilities? Of course, your answer at the meeting earlier also showed that you are not someone who likes to be constrained. How about this? You work under me now, and I won't ask much of you on a daily basis. Just help me out when I need it. As long as you agree, I will use my power to help you rise quickly. At that time, you will be officially recognized. Many people want this opportunity but can't get it. Wu Zhonghua is a man of strong desires. Before the apocalypse, he was the mayor of Jiang City, holding a high position of power. After the apocalypse, how could he be content managing just the trivial matters of the base? What he wanted was the power of the entire Jiang City military base. And on this path, the biggest obstacle for him was Leng Zhengjun. However, the military power of the Jiang City military base was almost entirely in Leng Zhengjun's hands, with 7 out of the 8-star map-level ability users being his people. With Wu Zhonghua's current strength, it was nearly impossible to rise to power. But Wu Zhonghua would not give up so easily. He also knew that he had to be patient before achieving his goals. So he focused on his work every day, managing all matters in the base except military power. In secret, he was quietly accumulating his own strength. The middle-aged man in a suit was one of the ability users he had recruited. This man had worked in the government before the apocalypse. His willpower was not as strong as that of military soldiers. By casually promising some benefits and commitments, he got him to join his side. Now, seeing Yang Chen, especially with Yang Chen possessing such formidable combat power, Wu Zhonghua felt the urge to recruit him. If he could bring Yang Chen under his wing, it would definitely be comparable to 4 or 5-star map-level ability users. At that time, the gap between him and Leng Zhengjun could be narrowed. In the office, Wu Zhonghua was trying to recruit Yang Chen. In the reception room, the middle-aged man in a suit was also not idle. Dantai Mingyue looked at the middle-aged man with a playful gaze. Are you saying that I should persuade Yang Chen to join the so-called big boss you mentioned? The middle-aged man in a suit quickly corrected, not to join the big boss, but to join the military base and work together for the future of humanity. And this is definitely not a loss for you. In the apocalypse, only the military base can endure and persist, always existing. Joining the military base is also a guarantee for the future. Dantai Mingyue scoffed. This person couldn't even disguise his true intentions. From his earlier words, even a fool could tell what he meant. He just wanted them to openly join the military base while secretly aligning with that big boss, right? We have no intention of joining any forces. Dantai Mingyue straightforwardly refused. The middle-aged man in a suit was left speechless, opening his mouth. Think about it again. Is it that the conditions offered are not meeting your psychological expectations? Dantai Mingyue stood up holding the tiger girl. It was a mistake for that person to send you as a negotiator. After saying that, Dantai Mingyue shouted loudly, What? You mean to let us openly join the military base while secretly working with you? That absolutely won't do. Following you has no future and is likely to get us beaten. Dantai Mingyue's voice was loud enough for everyone on the floor to hear. The middle-aged man's face changed, nearly losing his composure, and he almost shouted, You, do you know what you are doing? Dantai Mingyue, of course, I'm refusing you. You. The middle-aged man was furious. He realized this woman was playing him. Simply despicable. You will regret what you did today. Just wait. After saying that, the middle-aged man jumped out of the window. He was afraid that others would see him. In Wu Zhonghua's office, both Wu Zhonghua and Yang Chen heard Dantai Mingyue shout. Yang Chen stood up, a half smile on his face, his eyes filled with playful mockery. This is my answer. If you're not happy, feel free to take revenge on me anytime, you're more than welcome. After saying that, Yang Chen turned and left. Just then, Dan Tai Mingyue also walked out. The two left together, ignoring the curious gazes of those around them. The middle-aged man in a suit pretended nothing was wrong and went upstairs. Entering Wu Zhongguo's office, he carefully closed the door. Mayor, this woman is impervious to both soft and hard tactics. I didn't expect her to shout so loudly. Wu Zhongguo's face darkened, his eyes filled with surging anger and murderous intent. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhongguo coldly said, have the markers been placed? The middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly replied, yes, I can still feel the markers at the military base, heading towards the outer city gate. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. Wu Zhongguo asked impatiently, what's wrong? The middle-aged man said, the marker. The marker has appeared 10 kilometers away. Wu Zhongguo, can you still confirm the location? The middle-aged man nodded, yes. Humph. Wu Zhongguo snorted coldly, his gaze icy. If soft tactics won't work, then I'll have to resort to hard ones. Star map level ability users are not invincible. They are flesh and blood too. I don't believe you don't have a weakness. I don't believe everyone around you is as powerful as you. It was clear that Wu Zhongguo intended to play dirty. Once you confirm their location, take action. You go personally and capture the people around him. I don't believe he won't obediently submit. Encountering Wang Jindong, the middle-aged man in a suit replied, understood, I'll go handle it right away. His eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger at the earlier incident. That damned woman. Once she falls into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Daring to play tricks on me is the biggest mistake of your life. The middle-aged man in a suit resented Dan Tai Mingyue's shout earlier, deciding that she would pay the price later. Meanwhile, Wu Zhongguo was thinking about how to threaten Yang Chen into submission after capturing his important loved ones, making him his dog, serving him loyally. No one is without weaknesses. Even the strongest have their desires. Protecting those close to them is one of those desires. You, Yang Chen, are powerful, but surely not everyone around you is as strong as you, right? That's not scientific. Both had ulterior motives, clearly seeing Yang Chen as an easy target. Especially Wu Zhongguo, who believed that after so many years in leadership, he had rich experience and could easily outsmart the young and naive Yang Chen. On the other side, Yang Chen and Dan Tai Mingyue were riding back on the Tiger Girl. On the way, Yang Chen absorbed the energy from the mutated hawk, the mutated giant elephant, and the mutated nine-headed lion. Boom! Yang Chen's body trembled. A powerful stream of energy surged from him. Yang Chen felt warm all over. It was especially comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. The seventh star lit up. Previously, Yang Chen's seventh star was already more than half lit. The energy from these 3-star map-level mutated beasts completely lit up the rest. Yang Chen let out a long breath, a joyful smile on his face. Just 2 more to go, and all 9 stars on the star map will be lit. I wonder what level is above star map level. Seeing Yang Chen open his eyes, Dan Tai Mingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she crawled over and asked with a smile, the 7th star is lit? Yang Chen nodded with a smile, pulling Dan Tai Mingyue into his embrace. That's right, now I feel like I have endless energy. Hearing this, Dan Tai Mingyue clearly misunderstood. She struggled a few times in Yang Chen's arms, her pretty face turning red. Yang Chen, can we wait a bit? It's really not appropriate here. Yang Chen was puzzled. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? After being dazed for 2.5 seconds, Yang Chen reacted, looking at the shy Dan Tai Mingyue with a strange and playful gaze, and pinched her delicate face. You've learned bad things, haven't you? Spending time with them has made you start telling dirty jokes. Ha! Dan Tai Mingyue blinked in confusion. She realized she had misunderstood. Playing dumb. What are you talking about? I don't know. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of explosions sounded from the street ahead. From a distance, Yang Chen and Dan Tai Mingyue could still see the flames shooting into the sky. What happened up ahead? Dan Tai Mingyue quickly changed the subject. Yang Chen expanded his mental perception. Let's see and we'll know. The mental perception spread out. Instantly, the situation ahead came into Yang Chen's view. Wang Zhendong? How could it be this guy? And he's being chased. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. There was actually an acquaintance ahead. Wang Zhendong, a person from the Huaxi community shelter. Yang Chen had interacted with him for a while before. He was quite to Yang Chen's taste. Later, he moved to the Linshan Villa area, and they hadn't had any contact since. He didn't expect to run into him here. Up ahead, Wang Zhendong and several ability users from the Huaxi community were being chased. The 5 leading the pursuit were all top-tier crystal core level ability users. On Wang Zhendong's side, there was only him, a top-tier crystal core level ability user. Do you know the person being chased? Dan Tai Mingyue asked. Yang Chen nodded. That's right, I had some dealings with him before. He was the one who told me about the little spirit peach for dessert after meals. I see. Dan Tai Mingyue nodded in realization and asked, should we help him? It looks like he's seriously injured and won't be able to run much longer. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Of course we should help. It's rare to meet an acquaintance. Jumping off the back of the tiger girl, Yang Chen gave her instructions. Go, take care of those ability users, leave one or two alive. Roar! The tiger girl let out a roar that echoed through the sky. Like a bolt of yellow lightning, she charged out. Her massive size made the ground tremble with each run. At the end of the street, Wang Zhendong, who was desperately fleeing, froze in place upon hearing the tiger's roar. The roar was filled with a kingly might, briefly stunning the hearts and minds of those present. Not only Wang Zhendong, but the young ability users chasing them also stopped. What's going on? Why do I feel like that was a tiger's roar? What are you talking about? Our Jiangcheng is flatland. Where would a tiger come from? You think this is northeast China? Haven't you ever been to the Jiangcheng Zoo? No, what's it to you? In Wang Zhendong's line of sight, a massive, majestic tiger charged towards him. Its fangs were sharp. Its body was robust and large, like a monster. During its sprint, it was like a train running at full speed. It brought an immense sense of pressure. We're done for. At that moment, only these three words filled Wang Zhendong's mind. With pursuers behind and a fierce tiger in front, where could they escape? Is the heavens trying to take my life? A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Wang Zhendong's mouth. Behind them, the group of ability users chasing Wang Zhendong also saw the tiger girl. They were so scared they jumped up on the spot. Run, run, run. Hurry. Damn it. That mutated tiger looks like trouble. If we don't leave now, we might not get away. Aren't we going to kill those few people? Do you think the mutated tiger would give up those few easy prey and instead come after us? That's true, you're really clever. Of course. The ability users chasing Wang Zhendong turned and ran, not looking back. Whether Wang Zhendong lived or died was of no importance to them. After all, they were just following orders from above. But if they didn't run, they could lose their lives, which would be a terrible loss. One ability user curiously looked back, a sinister smile on his face. He wanted to see how Wang Zhendong and his group would be devoured by the mutated tiger. But when he turned to look, he nearly fell to the ground in fright. What's going on? That mutated tiger must be sick. It actually gave up those easy prey to chase us instead? He shouted in disbelief. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look back, and they were all so scared they nearly wet themselves. I get it. There was a segment on this in a science show. You must never expose your back to a tiger. Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? These ability users ran for their lives, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. If they didn't run, they would be done for. Could they not panic? The tiger girl swooped over Wang Zhendong and his group, heading straight for those ability users. Hey, what kind of pose is that? Are you meditating with your eyes closed or waiting for God's judgment? The chaotic path to dominance at Dongcheng University. Yang Chen teleported in front of Wang Zhendong with Dan Tai Mingyue. He teased, I finally found you, Brother Yang. Great, I've finally found you, Brother Yang. It's been tough these days. I've been looking for you until my hair turned white. As he spoke, Wang Zhendong pretended to leap forward to hug Yang Chen. Yang Chen nimbly dodged, disdainfully saying, Get away, I don't like hugging men. Wang Zhendong replied, Then should I cut off my little Gigi? Yang Chen. Dan Tai Mingyue looked at Yang Chen in surprise, as if saying, Who are these people you know? Yang Chen chuckled lightly, sizing up Wang Zhendong. It's been a while, and you've learned to joke. Wang Zhendong and Yang Chen were of similar age. Yang Chen was 23 this year, while Wang Zhendong joined the army at 18 and had served for 4 years, making him only 22 now, so there wasn't much of a generation gap between them. Meanwhile, the tiger girl returned, carrying 2 top-tier crystal core ability users. Their lower halves had been severed, and it was unclear where they had fallen. Their remaining upper bodies were bleeding profusely, and if they didn't receive timely treatment, even as top-tier crystal core ability users, they would bleed to death. Whoa, help me, I don't want to die. Big brother, dad, real dad, save us. We were just following orders. Yang Chen said to Dan Tai Mingyue, Stop the bleeding first. Dan Tai Mingyue nodded gently and used her healing ability to stop the incessant bleeding from the 2 top-tier crystal core ability users, forming blood clots at their severed waists. Seeing these 2, Wang Zhendong angrily kicked them over one by one. Damn it! Weren't you all so arrogant before? Be arrogant again. Damn it, can't we all just get along? You beasts. You say kill and you kill, say enslave and you enslave. Do you even deserve to be called human? You beasts don't deserve to live. You should go to the 18th level of hell when you die. The 2 ability users dared not speak back, only covering their heads to endure Wang Jindong's wrath. The ability users following Wang Jindong quickly stepped forward to restrain the furious Wang Jindong. Brother Dong, calm down. Brother Dong, the Sword Immortal is here. We will definitely be able to save everyone. Yes, Dong good, you need to stay calm. The Sword Immortal kept these two beasts alive to extract useful information. You can't just kill them. Hearing his subordinate's advice, Wang Jindong finally managed to suppress his anger a little. He looked at Yang Chen and smiled apologetically. Sorry, my emotions got a bit out of control. Yang Chen didn't mind. He didn't care about the lives of these two. Have you vented enough? Tell me what happened. Wang Jindong slumped down onto the ground, feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. Since the last Lingtao incident in parting ways with you, our shelter and the one at Lubuan have been peaceful and developing steadily. But just 5 days ago, a group of survivors from East City University began raiding the surrounding shelters. Submit and live, resist and die. Their power is immense, with hundreds of ability users. Even more. We have no intention of competing with others, we just want to live well. But these beasts. At this point, Wang Jindong gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes bloodshot. They attacked our shelter. They killed all the elderly and children. Their methods are brutal and appalling. Young men and women were taken back to be enslaved. In this apocalypse, we all know what those people will face. My dad is dead, many brothers are gone, and I've been hiding with the remaining brothers, yet they still found us. And then you saw the sorry state we're in. Hearing this, Yang Chen understood a bit more. This rising force from East City University was powerful. They had ambitions of domination, territory, human resources. Various supplies were their targets. Where are the most human resources and supplies? Of course, it's the major shelters. These shelters go out like squirrels searching for supplies to hoard. Why suffer searching for supplies when you can just take them from these people? Moreover, the human resources from the shelters were also what they needed. It was a perfect opportunity. This led to East City University's raid on the surrounding shelters. And with so many ability users, Yang Chen predicted that East City University likely had star map level ability users as well. This is getting interesting. Yang Chen was just 2 stars away from completing his star map. Now, crystal core level spiritual energy was no longer useful to him. Only star map level could help him grow stronger. East City University appeared just when he needed it most. What a good thing. At this moment, Wang Jindong looked up, kneeling instead of sitting, and said to Yang Chen with determination in his eyes, Yang Chen, I beg you to help me. I don't ask you to help me take revenge. I only ask you to help me rescue the remaining brothers. I know that based on our friendship, I don't have the right to ask you to take risks with me, but I can't find a stronger ability user than you. If you help me rescue the imprisoned brothers, my life will belong to you. Wherever you go, I will follow, I will never go west. Yang Chen did not respond, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He was deep in thought. From his interactions, Wang Jindong seemed to be a decent person. He wasn't as arrogant or wicked as other shelter leaders. He could be supported. Yang Chen had thoughts of building a base, but he was too lazy. If he could find someone to help manage it, that would be great. Wang Jindong could be considered. Get up first. Yang Chen raised his hand, using telekinesis to help Wang Jindong up. I don't need you to give your life for me, just help me with one thing afterward. Think it over, the deadline for this matter is a lifetime. Without hesitation, Wang Jindong nodded in agreement. Don't say one thing, I'll agree to 100 things. Good. Yang Chen smiled and said, not only will I help you rescue your brothers, but how about I also help you destroy East City University? Really? Wang Jindong was surprised, but then his expression dimmed. But East City University is quite powerful. When they attacked our shelter before, there was a strong ability user who killed my dad with a single strike. Last time, Wang Zhan's ability level should have been around the upper crystal core level. By now, he should have broken through to the peak crystal core level. Just like Wang Jindong, only a star map level user could easily kill someone at the peak crystal core level. Yang Chen said, that must have been a star map level ability user. Wang Jindong asked in confusion, what is a star map level? Yang Chen explained the 2 major realms of ability users to Wang Jindong. After listening, Wang Jindong suddenly understood and was greatly shocked. So the realm above crystal core level is called star map level. Yang Chen turned to the 2 peak crystal core ability users lying on the ground and said, let's not talk about that for now. Let's see if we can get some information out of these 2. Wang Jindong rubbed his fists together, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 2. Let me do it. Today, they will spill everything they know. I'm going to rip their intestines out. Having gone through previous events, Wang Jindong had no mercy for these people, only a surging desire to kill. He directed 2 of his underlings to pin the 2 on a large rock. I ask, you answer. If you hesitate even a little, don't blame me for being rude. 1 second late, 1 finger chopped off. When the fingers are gone, I'll slice the meat. When the meat is gone, I'll break the bones. Don't be afraid, you only have your upper bodies left, which is enough for me to play with for 2.5 hours. Hearing Wang Zhendong's words, the two peak crystal core ability users were terrified, tears streaming down their faces, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind. If they hadn't lost their little brother, they might have wet themselves on the spot. The two were completely scared out of their wits, and at this moment, they dared not say no. The ability user with the left slanted bangs said in fear, "Big brother, you can ask whatever you want. As long as we know, we will definitely tell you everything, not missing a single word." The one with the right slanted bangs followed up, "We will speak without holding back." Wang Zhendong didn't waste time. "How many ability users does East City University have?" The left slanted bangs replied, "This. I don't know the specifics, but it definitely won't be less than 300. The right slanted bangs thought for a moment and answered, "It's probably between 330 and 350. We joined the East City base relatively late, and we only know that the East City base has gathered all the surviving teachers and students together. The number of survivors is definitely no less than 20,000. East City University can be considered a key university. Before the apocalypse, the peak number of students enrolled was around 50,000. Given the apocalypse, having more than 20,000 left is quite reasonable. Moreover, East City University is mostly made up of young people aged 18 to 22. Just this point alone makes it incomparable to other bases. Although people joke online that contemporary college students are weaklings, not all college students are weaklings. It's just that some examples have been posted online. Young people have advantages over the old, weak, women, and children in any aspect. Wang Zhendong continued to ask, "How many ability users like you are there in East City University?" The left slanted bangs had a mournful expression. "Big brother, we don't know the specifics." The right slanted bangs said, "Just from what I know, there are at least 20. The real number is definitely much more than 20. I estimate it to be between 30 and 50. Wang Zhendong, who is the leader of East City University? What is his ability? Are there any other notable figures within East City University?" The left slanted bangs, "Big brother, we're just little Karami, and these things you ask are not for us to know." The one with the right slanted bangs said, "Our leader's name is Luo Shanpao. I heard he was the captain of the security team at East City University before the apocalypse, and he has some kind of family relation with a leader at the university. His ability is a kind of black beam. Being hit by it has a corrosive effect. Besides Luo Shanpao, there are also masters like Han Han and Wang Benshan." The one with the right slanted bangs rattled off a bunch of information. The one with the left slanted bangs looked dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at his companion. "Hey, don't do this. You're making me look like a fool." Wang Zhendong's expression was strange as he scanned the two of them back and forth. Why is he completely clueless while you can say 1, 2, 3? The one with the right slanted bangs replied, "Every time we finish a mission, he's just playing with the female students in the dorm, while I'm a natural chatterbox. I like to chat with people, and over time, I've learned so much." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhendong kicked the one with the left slanted bangs. "Useless. With someone like you, how can you even play? Damn it, you piece of trash." The left slanted bangs let out a scream like a slaughtered pig as Wang Zhendong hit him. The scabbed wounds reopened, and blood began to flow. The pain made the left slanted bangs cry out like a dog. The one with the right slanted bangs pretended to be calm, but his eyelids were twitching, clearly anxious inside. Afterward, Wang Zhendong asked both of them for some key information. "Take care of them." Wang Zhendong's gaze was cold, his tone filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the two with slanted bangs panicked, especially the one with the right slanted bangs, who nearly broke down. Damn! After babbling so much, they still couldn't escape the fate of being silenced. Why did he even say so much? "No, big brother, we're still useful. Just spare our lives, and we're willing to be your guides." Yang Chen communicated with the beast chain to Hunyo. Hunyo let out a low growl and quickly devoured the two noisy guys. They were swallowed whole. With the noisy ones taken care of, the surroundings fell into silence. Wang Zhendong pondered for a moment and suggested to Yang Chen, "How about we find some helpers? Over 300 ability users is too many, and among them, there are even star map level ability users. It's not something we can handle alone." Normally, Wang Zhendong's suggestion would be completely reasonable. The disparity in the number of ability users was not just a matter of 1 or 2 times, but hundreds. Moreover, there were star map level ability users on the other side. How could they fight against them? It would be better to unite with other shelters and form a large army of ability users to settle things with East City University. He believed that they were not the only ones being persecuted by East City University. However, Wang Zhendong did not have a clear understanding of Yang Chen's strength. Did Yang Chen need help? For a mobile war fortress, what he lacked the least was firepower. Yangchen smiled confidently, no need to complicate things. We'll just go straight and flatten East City University. Ha! Wang Zhendong was taken aback. But Yangchen had already mounted Hunyou and, along with Dan Tai Mingyue, headed towards East City University. His calm and confident words reached Wang Zhendong's ears. It doesn't matter, I'll take action. Let's go, Donggu, if we don't hurry, we won't catch up to the Sword Immortal. Yeah, Donggu, have you forgotten the scene when the Sword Immortal wiped out over 100 mutated beasts with a wave of his hand? That's right, just over 300 ability users. To the Sword Immortal, that's nothing. Wang Zhendong's little brother urged him, pulling Wang Zhendong to hurry along. Wang Zhendong was more worried about the Crystal Core level ability users than the Star Map level ones. Sigh, Yangchen is so confident, he must have some reliance. Wang Zhendong thought to himself, shaking off his arms and quickly following along. Dongcheng University. Dongcheng University covers an area of 1,500 acres. It has a vast expanse. Before the apocalypse, it had around 40 to 50,000 teachers and students. The number was enormous. Now, Dongcheng University has been integrated into a new entity, renamed Dongcheng Refuge Base. The trapped Dongcheng Refuge Base's original high-level members mostly spoke the truth about the situation. However, he had joined the Dongcheng Refuge Base relatively late and did not have a thorough understanding of it. What he did not know was that the creator of the Dongcheng Refuge Base was not Luo Shanpao, but someone else entirely. Dongcheng Refuge Base. In the basement of a laboratory building. The basement was dark and damp, with walls covered in moss and mold, and the air was filled with a pungent musty smell. There were no lights in the basement, nor any openings for sunlight to filter in, leaving it shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Drip, drip. Water continuously dripped from the ceiling, making a ticking sound, and the air was thick with a damp and rotten odor, creating a sense of oppression and unease. In the corner, some unknown white worms wriggled, making rustling noises. The basement was eerily quiet. Only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Boom, boom. In the darkness, a faint light source flickered on, illuminating a small area. But within seconds, this weak light extinguished, plunging the basement back into darkness. Principal, save your strength. The Binding Spirit Needle's suppression is too lethal for ability users. What you're doing is just wasting your energy, a weak voice echoed in the dark. When the faint light had briefly illuminated the basement, one could vaguely see a dozen survivors bound hand and foot. Damn it! This Binding Spirit Needle was clearly found by us in the ruins. In the end, it has become a means to suppress us. The ruins are not the kind of mystical places from cultivation novels, but rather remnants of a technological civilization similar to that in Devouring. I absolutely detest the idea of cultivation in the apocalypse. Those who have read my first apocalypse novel know that I never write about apocalypse cultivation. Sigh, the worst part is that the Binding Spirit Needle's suppression isn't complete. It gives me the feeling of needing to urinate but being unable to when my pants are down. Damn Luo Shanpao, don't let me out. Otherwise, I'll beat the crap out of you. I never expected that the principal would treat Luo Shanpao well, and in the end, he would do this to us. These people were the initial leadership of the Dongcheng Refuge Base. Some were mentors and leaders from Dongcheng University. Others were heads of various departments within the university. Even the principal, who had played a key role in establishing the Dongcheng Refuge Base, was imprisoned here. Just 7 days ago, they unexpectedly discovered an entrance to a ruin at Dongcheng University. Principal Li Tongsheng led the ability users under him into the ruins for an expedition, searching for treasures. They faced numerous hardships in the ruins and made some gains. The Binding Spirit Needle. This item can seal an ability user's power, preventing them from mobilizing their energy to use their abilities. At that time, Luo Shanpao was still the captain of their resource search team. The Binding Spirit Needle was entrusted to him for safekeeping. But who would have thought that when exiting the ruins, Luo Shanpao would choose to turn against them? They erupted into a fierce battle at the entrance of the ruins, but due to the Binding Spirit Needle, they gradually fell into a disadvantage, and eventually, the needle sealed their powers. Unable to use their abilities, they could not contend with Luo Shanpao. They managed to cover for one teacher to escape, but in the end, they were exhausted and captured, imprisoned here. Damn it! I'm really fed up. If you're going to kill us, then just do it. If not, why keep us imprisoned? What does Luo Shanpao want? A short-tempered teacher growled in displeasure. A weak, aged voice chuckled grimly. What are you doing? Using us as bait? The ruins are fraught with danger. Those mutated beasts will swallow us along with the binding needles. Luo Shanpao intends to use us to clear a path. The next time the ruins open, it will be our day of demise. Are we just supposed to wait for death? At this moment, Principal Li Tongxing spoke up. We need an opportunity. Clang! Something fell to the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound. Who will use this to dig the binding needles out of me? Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. The binding needles had penetrated deep into the flesh. To remove them, one would either need to use metal manipulation or telekinesis, or else they would have to dig them out along with the flesh. The pain of digging into flesh is not something everyone can endure. Principal, maybe we should wait a bit longer. Teacher Yao Yao is still outside. She will find a way to save us. Someone hesitated to speak, but was decisively interrupted by Li Tongxing. No, there's no time left. Li Tongxing said, the next opening of the ruins is in 3 days. We can't afford to wait any longer. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people in the darkness instantly turned grim. Indeed, time was running out. 3 days. If Teacher Yao Yao doesn't rescue them in these 3 days, it would be better to take a gamble now. The previously short-tempered teacher said, Principal, let me do it. The binding needle in you is located near your heart, and we can't see it. The tools won't work either. If something goes wrong, you might die. The binding needle in me is in my thigh. I'm a bit safer. Li Tongxing replied, all right, you do it. The short-tempered teacher. Although I'm sincere, your immediate agreement without a second thought is really disheartening. Sob sob sob. Li Tongxing urged, stop dawdling. Time waits for no one. In the basement, a group of imprisoned people was preparing their escape plan. At the East City Refuge Base, the staff dormitory. If you were to ask where the best dormitory environment in the university is, it's not the ordinary student dormitories. It's not the international student dormitories either. The best environment and accommodation conditions are found in the staff dormitory. There are one-bedroom apartments and multi-bedroom apartments. It perfectly meets the various needs of professors living alone or sharing with others. At this moment, in a two-bedroom staff dormitory, a dark-skinned young man in his 20s was engaged in physical labor. Brother Pao, a young woman said flirtatiously. She was the belle of the finance department at East City University. With Luo Shanpao in power, she clung to him to improve her own situation, doing everything she could to please him every day. All she wanted was to eat well, avoid beatings, and not have to do the hard, exhausting work that other girls did, which barely paid enough to eat. After all, before the apocalypse, she often relied on her skills to earn extra money. Her sense of shame had long been thrown to the winds. You little slut, let's see how Brother Pao deals with you. Luo Shanpao panted, the kind of breathlessness that even becoming an ability user couldn't save him from. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Luo Shanpao shouted, come in. A young man wearing glasses walked in. Brother Shanpao, I've already contacted that guy through a dream, but he's stubborn and unwilling to talk to us or reveal their current location. 300,000 words already, brothers. Leave some reviews, add to your bookshelf, urge for updates, and support with some free little gifts. Thank you. The escaping teacher and students Luo Shanpao stopped his movements, sat on the bed, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. He smiled and said, everyone has desires. If the benefits you offer can't move him, it just means what you're offering isn't enough. The bespectacled young man humbly asked, then, Brother Pao, what kind of condition should I offer that kid so he will obediently cooperate and become our undercover agent? He was an ability user, a top-tier crystal core level. His ability was dream dialogue. He could pull people into the dreams he wove through marking them. Ignoring distance, he could engage in conversation. Not all the high-ranking officials who followed Principal Li Tongxing had been captured. There was still a female teacher who had been covered and escaped from Dongcheng University. This female teacher, along with some students, had vanished after escaping from Dongcheng University. During one pursuit, the bespectacled young man marked a student. After that, he kept in contact with the student through the mark, hoping he could act as an undercover agent and inform them of the female teacher's whereabouts. However, that kid was resistant to both soft and hard tactics. He even wanted to beat him up. Fortunately, in the dream, he was the absolute master. Otherwise, he might have really been pinned down and beaten. You mentioned that kid from the class of Tao Yao Yao, right? Luo Shanpao asked after thinking for a moment. The bespectacled young man nodded. That's right, I know that guy. I heard he specifically chose the finance major just for Tao Yao Yao, otherwise. Wait, the bespectacled young man thought of something. He thought of a condition that the kid couldn't refuse. It was well known. That kid liked Tao Yao Yao. On the first night of school, during the class meeting, he confessed to Tao Yao Yao while introducing himself. This caused quite a stir back then. Brother Pao, that kid likes Tao Yao Yao, to the point of obsession. Brother Pao, do you think I could promise him that as long as he acts as our undercover agent and reports her specific location, we can give him Tao Yao Yao as a trophy, as his personal possession? Of course, it wouldn't really be a gift. A beauty like Tao Yao Yao is naturally only worthy of you, Brother Pao. We just need to stabilize him first, and once we catch the person, we can kill him directly. After saying this, the bespectacled young man looked nervously at Luo Shanpao, waiting for his response. Luo Shanpao gave the bespectacled young man an appreciative look and laughed. "You're not bad. You speak quite nicely. Let's do it your way." Yes. Under Li Tongxing's governance, the Dongchang refuge base was orderly, but once it fell into Luo Shanpao's hands, he acted like a local emperor, doing as he pleased, constantly exploiting the lower-level survivors, and the ability users who colluded with him were all perpetrators. For the management like Luo Shanpao, the Dongchang refuge base was practically their palace, drunken and dreamlike. But for the lower-level survivors, it was a hellish nightmare. Some even contemplated suicide. This shows just how dark the Dongchang refuge base was under Luo Shanpao's management. The Dongchang refuge base was located at the easternmost part of Jiangcheng, even further east than the Jinqiu city where Yang Chen initially lived. They took less than 10 minutes to reach the Liaofeng district where the Dongchang refuge base was located. Someone familiar with the route pointed the way. Hunia led Yang Chen and the others quickly through the steel jungle. Just as they were about to reach the Dongchang refuge base, a group of ability users appeared in Yang Chen's telepathic perception. One of them even triggered a system alert. Ding! Detected 9-star stunning goddess, Tao Yaoyao. 9 stars. Is she that amazing? So far, Yang Chen had encountered only 2 9-star beauties, Lin Jinyun and Yang Chan. He didn't expect there to be another 9-star beauty near the Dongcheng refuge base. It seems that the team the beautiful woman is part of has run into trouble. Just on the street to their left, a group of survivors is searching for something. The first 10 are all ability users. From the conversations on both sides, Yang Chen deduces that the team with the 9-star beauty must be being hunted. The searching survivors are the ones doing the hunting. Could it be a situation similar to that of Wang Zhendong? Wang Zhendong looked at the stopped tiger girl and asked in confusion, "Why aren't we moving?" Yang Chen smirked slightly and replied, "There's a situation, let's go take a look." Okay. On the other side, about 5 kilometers away from Yang Chen, Tao Yaoyao and her team are hiding on the upper floor of a commercial building by the roadside. Below them, there is a searching group of survivors. They had been chased by people from the East City refuge base before, even being driven out of the Liaofeng district. But Tao Yaoyao planned to use the cover of darkness and return to the Liaofeng district, hiding at a location neither too close nor too far from the East City refuge base. It turned out to be effective. They had been safe for 3 consecutive days. However, today, for some unknown reason, a search team from the East City refuge base appeared. The first 10 are all ability users, led by a top-tier crystal core level ability user. Meanwhile, they only have 6 ability users on their side, making it impossible to fight back. "Tao teacher, what should we do?" a girl said fearfully, her voice trembling. Tao Yaoyao made a gesture for silence. "Don't make a sound." Tao Yaoyao's expression changed. Just after she said not to make a sound, someone gasped in surprise. Was this an attempt to draw the enemy in? Before she could scold them, a boy shouted, "Tao, teacher Tao, look, that East City search team has all been killed." Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. All killed? She hurried over to check. Peering through the window, she saw that the team that had been searching just moments ago had turned into corpses, lying haphazardly on the ground. A group of people stood among the bodies, including a majestic mutated tiger. At that moment, on the road below, a young man with 2 knives at his waist turned back and locked eyes with Tao Yaoyao. "Come down, don't make me come up to get you." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao realized that she and her group had been exposed. She bit her lip, hesitating whether to go down. But this group could easily wipe out the search team. Their strength was definitely far beyond theirs. They had already been discovered. The chances of escape were slim, especially with a mutated tiger on the opposing side. Going out could mean encountering people from the East City refuge base. For a moment, Tao Yaoyao found herself in a dilemma. Should she go out or run? This wasn't just about her. There were 5 students to consider. After hesitating for 2.5 seconds, Tao Yaoyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Go! She could only gamble that this group of people wasn't bad. Tao Yaoyao said, "Let's go. This group is even stronger than the last one. We can't outrun them." The students, lacking initiative, shrank back at her words and dared not run off on their own. At that moment, a boy just over 1.7 meters tall stepped in front of Tao Yaoyao and said seriously, "Teacher Tao, I will protect you. Going for others is a death sentence. Going for them is sending them to their end." Tao Yaoyao looked at this student, feeling a headache coming on, and said, "Dan Ben, just protect yourself and your classmates. The teacher doesn't need your protection." After saying that, Tao Yaoyao took the lead, walking in front and leading the students downstairs. Watching Tao Yaoyao quickly descend, Dan Ben's eyes flashed with disappointment, mixed with a bit of impatience and frustration. He scratched his greasy hair, which hadn't been washed for several days, and helplessly followed her. On the broken road, mutated plant roots burst through the concrete surface from underground, exposed to the elements. Yang Chen and the others stood below, waiting. Soon, Tao Yaoyao came downstairs with her students. "Where are you from? Why are you being hunted by the East City base?" Yang Chen asked straightforwardly. Although their situation might be similar to Wang Zhendong's, it was still his guess, so he needed to ask for confirmation. To Yang Chen's surprise, these people were actually from the East City base. Tao Yaoyao said, We were all people from the East City refuge base before." Yang Chen frowned, catching the key word, before? "What do you mean?" Tao Yaoyao recounted what had happened at the East City refuge base. After listening, Yang Chen asked, "What is the relic you mentioned? What is inside it?" Since this wasn't a secret, as almost all the ability users at the East City refuge base knew about the relic's existence, Tao Yaoyao replied, "We don't know where the relic came from, its entrance just opens out of thin air. There are also mutated beasts inside, and they are generally stronger than those outside. Many ability users died during our exploration of the relic. As for what is inside, we obtained needles that can suppress the abilities of ability users, called binding spirit needles. The principal and the others were defeated by Luo Shanpao using the binding spirit needles in a surprise attack." At the end, Tao Yaoyao clenched her fists in anger. That Luo Shanpao, the principal treats everyone equally and shows no favoritism. Why did he betray us? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. This woman was a bit naive. Betrayal doesn't come with so many reasons. Conflicts of interest, trends of desire, grudges and enmities. Many reasons can turn people into enemies, not to mention the relationship between security and the principal. Even biological brothers or couples in close proximity can turn against each other in the apocalypse, inflicting harm on one another. However, the relic that this woman spoke of piqued Yang Chen's interest. The world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Suddenly, Yang Chen recalled what Ma Baonan had said earlier, that the soft crystal cores grow on branches extending from the void. What is the void behind these branches? Could it possibly be another relic? It seemed he would need to explore it further when he had the time. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao looked at Yang Chen and the others and asked, "Who are you?" Since these people had killed the search team sent by the East City refuge base, the possibility of them being from the East City base was only 1%. 99% of the time, they were ability users from other shelters. Wang Zhendong spoke in a deep voice, "We are all people persecuted by the East City refuge base." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's eyes lit up with excitement. "So we are on the same side? That's great. Let's join forces and go to the East City refuge base together to rescue our family and friends. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." There was no conflict of interest between them, and they shared a common enemy. What else could this be but friendship? Tao Yaoyao knew it was impossible to rely solely on her own strength to rescue the principal and the others. Therefore, she could only unite with others. The people in front of her were a good choice. They were strong. If they could unite with more ability users later, they might be able to rescue their loved ones imprisoned by the East City refuge base. "Finding more people is too troublesome," Yang Chen said. "Time waits for no one. We are about to head to the East City refuge base. If you want to save people, you can come with us." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao quickly stopped Yang Chen and the others, urgently saying, "No." Tao Yaoyao hurriedly explained, "There are many ability users at the East City refuge base. After all this time, Luo Shanpao and his group must have become stronger. With just us, we are not their match. We should look for other ability users persecuted by the East City shelter base, unite everyone's strength, and act together. That would be safer." "No need." Yang Chen bypassed Tao Yaoyao and replied, Why drag out a problem that can be solved today? It's a waste of time." Did Yang Chen need help? He needed a team, sure. He himself was a mobile fortress of unlimited firepower. Just over 300 ability users. It was just a matter of a charge from Wanrun. Moreover, Yang Chen was quite interested in the relics within the East City shelter base. He couldn't wait to go and take a look. Dan Tai Mingyue and Wang Zhendong immediately followed suit. Tao Yaoyao, however, was anxious. What's the difference between going over so openly and sending yourselves to death? Yang Chen waved his hand. If others go, it's sending themselves to death. If I go, it's sending them to the afterlife. Watching the few of them gradually fade into the distance, Tao Yaoyao felt angry. How could these people be like this? She had clearly told them about the strength of the East City shelter base, yet they still went. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, they still headed towards the tiger's den. Brutes. But she didn't want to give up on such a powerful team. Tao Yaoyao lifted her foot, ready to chase after them, but Dan Ben spread his arms to block her. "Teacher, if they want to seek death, let them. Why should we get involved in their affairs?" While no one is around, we should quickly get away from here. The principal and the others probably can't be saved, Teacher Tao. I suggest we leave Jiang City as soon as possible and seek survival elsewhere, and come back to take revenge on the principal when we are stronger. Dan Ben didn't want a clash with the East City shelter base. He knew the gap in strength between the two sides. They simply couldn't win. Since they couldn't win, why go and seek death? Isn't it better to find a place to live well? Especially with his favorite Teacher Tao. But since Teacher Tao insisted on saving people, Dan Ben had no choice but to follow Tao Yaoyao around, looking for a way. Now, unable to hold back, Dan Ben voiced his thoughts. Tao Yaoyao frowned and scolded unhappily. The principal and the others fought to the death to cover our escape. How can we abandon them? If we really do that, how are we any different from ungrateful scum? You and the classmates find a place to hide. I'll go up and persuade them again. After saying that, Tao Yaoyao ignored Dan Ben's increasingly ugly expression and quickly followed after them. Dan Ben clenched his fists, his anger and resentment filling the glasses obscured by his bangs. Tao Yaoyao, my last bit of patience has been exhausted by you. Since you insist on seeking death for them, don't blame me. You could have been a pair of immortal lovers with me in this apocalypse, but you chose to make yourself a dog, a slave, traitor, traitor. On the way to the East City shelter base, Tao Yaoyao was still trying to persuade Yang Chen not to be so impulsive. They were no match for the East City shelter base at all. One must think twice before acting. In fact, Tao Yaoyao was also worried about Yang Chen and the others encountering danger. Plus, there was a gap in information. She only knew the strength of the East City shelter base, while she knew nothing about the strength of Yang Chen's group, so it was normal for her to feel that they were going to their deaths. Luo Shanpao and the others are really powerful. A while ago, I saw his corrosive beam directly corrode a whole building. Luo Shanpao's strength has already surpassed the principal's. He's not someone we can deal with. Really, you have to believe me, trust me, Tao Yaoyao urged, her beautiful face now clouded with worry. They were not far from the East City shelter base. Just another mile and they would see the gate. At that moment, Yang Chen stopped in his tracks. The others also came to a halt upon seeing this. Seeing this scene, Tao Yaoyao was delighted, thinking that her persuasion had taken effect, but before she could speak, Yang Chen's calm voice echoed around, "Since you're here, come out, you sneaky little rats." Tao Yaoyao was taken aback, and soon her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked around. Dozens of ability users emerged from the surrounding buildings, surrounding them. What is going on? She recognized some of them. They were indeed the henchmen of Luo Shanpao. But how could they appear here in such large numbers? It was as if they had anticipated their arrival. Could it be? Tao Yaoyao glanced subtly at Yang Chen beside her. Noticing her suspicious gaze, Yang Chen smiled. Did she think he was the bad guy? Yang Chen said, "Don't look at me. It's your good student who did this." At that moment, several ability users walked up to Yang Chen and the others. One young man with curly yellow hair teased, "Oh, Teacher Tao, after being away for so long, you finally decided to come home?" The ability users around him chimed in, "We missed you so much, Teacher Tao. This time, we won't let you escape easily. Once Brother Pao gets bored, I'll definitely take you away. The most beautiful instructor at Dawn University, Teacher Tao. You were my goddess before the apocalypse, and I didn't expect to have a chance to play with you after it." "Ha, these guys seem unfamiliar. Are they the helpers you found, Teacher Tao? They don't look too impressive, and there aren't many of them." "Yeah, among these people, only this beauty is worth looking at. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about strength, but looks, These ability users were all top-tier crystal core level. The ability users surrounding them were mostly at the lower and mid-levels. With the apocalypse, some people's inherent flaws were exposed. They became reckless, doing whatever they pleased, even using foul language towards their own teacher. The apocalypse was like a magnifying glass, amplifying some people's inner flaws and desires. But there were also good ones, like Wang Zhendong, like Xinzhong, who hadn't let the apocalypse corrupt him. Yang Chen looked around and laughed. There are quite a few people. This is the strongest survivor base I've seen besides the military base. Wang Zhendong curiously asked, "Yang Chen, have you been to the military base?" "Yeah." The two chatted casually, completely disregarding the ability users. A cold laugh rang out, and the encirclement opened a gap. A short, chubby middle-aged man wearing glasses walked up to the 5 top-tier crystal core ability users and smiled at Yang Chen and the others, asking, "Are you all from the military base?" The newcomer was named Luo Nyoma. Before the apocalypse, he was a mid-level leader at Dongcheng University. He was also Luo Shanpao's uncle. Before the apocalypse, Luo Shanpao relied on him at Dongcheng University. He was the one who colluded with Luo Shanpao to deal with Li Tongsheng and others. Most leaders have a common flaw: they want to climb higher. Their desire for power is greater than that of ordinary people. Before the apocalypse, Luo Nyoma couldn't see any opportunities, but after the apocalypse, things changed. After seizing power, Luo Nyoma naturally obtained the authority he desired. The only flaw was that the junior he once helped had climbed above him, which made Luo Nyoma very unhappy. Hearing Luo Nyoma's inquiry, Yang Chen knew what he was worried about, so he waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to be cautious, we're just a bunch of drifters. Oh, the middle-aged man with glasses squinted, sizing up Yang Chen and the others as if observing something. A few seconds later, he shook his head. These people really didn't seem to be from the military base. From their demeanor, only that buzzcut young man resembled some, but he looked more like a foot soldier. Since they weren't from the military base, he had nothing to worry about. At that moment, Tao Yaoyao looked at the bespectacled middle-aged man and said, "Director Luo, how did you know our exact location?" It was obvious that these people had been lying in wait here in advance. If they hadn't known their specific position, they wouldn't have been able to do this at all. From the conversation just now, Tao Yaoyao also realized that Yang Chen and the others were indeed not on the same side as the people opposite them. This left her puzzled. How had their location been exposed? It was me who provided it. A familiar young voice rang out. The encirclement opened up a gap again. Dan Ben walked over, carrying a bag. His gaze towards Tao Yaoyao was filled with greed. Tao Yaoyao was stunned. Dan Ben? Didn't I tell you to hide with the other students? He. Upon hearing Tao Yaoyao's words, Dan Tai Mingyue laughed. Was this woman really a teacher? She looked so foolish. She stepped forward, placing her hands on Tao Yaoyao's shoulders. Don't you understand? Our location was exposed by your good student. He has been following us the whole time. With their telepathic perception, Dan Tai Mingyue and Yang Chen had long discovered Dan Ben. The reason they hadn't revealed it was simply to watch a good show. Next, the show was about to begin. How is that possible? Tao Yaoyao couldn't believe it. Her heart stopped for a moment and then began to race violently, a bad premonition lingering in her mind. Dan Tai Mingyue chuckled lightly. Do you see the bag in his hand? It's filled with the heads of his classmates. Boom! Tao Yaoyao felt her head buzzing. Her mind was a mess. That's right. Dan Ben had no intention of hiding it. He directly threw the bag at Tao Yaoyao's feet. Several familiar heads rolled out, stained with blood. The eyes, wide open in death, were filled with horror and resentment, as if they couldn't believe their companions would betray them. At that moment, Tao Yaoyao believed it. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the heads on the ground, then fixed her gaze on Dan Ben, questioning, "Why did you do this? What have we done to wrong you?" Tao Yaoyao never expected that Dan Ben's betrayal wasn't enough. He had even killed all his classmates. Had they provoked him in any way? He. Dan Ben sneered, his expression gradually becoming deranged. I did this for you. I advised you long ago not to wade into this murky water. We could have left Jiangqing together, but you just wouldn't listen. You chose to die for some damned people. It doesn't matter. I like you, but you keep ignoring me. And that look you give me. I've had enough. You look down on me, right? You think I'm short and ugly, right? Well, fine. Brother Pao has already promised me that as long as I provide the location and capture you, he will make you a slave for me. We could have been as happy as a pair of celestial lovers, but you insisted on making yourself a slave. Mother. Hearing these words, especially the last insult, Tao Yaoyao took several steps back, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't look down on Dan Ben. She was just at a loss about how to deal with this problematic student. But Tao Yaoyao didn't expect that her troubled actions would make Dan Ben misunderstand that she looked down on him. Thus, he betrayed her and killed his classmates. You. Tao Yaoyao was so angry she couldn't speak. She was utterly disappointed in Dan Ben. Such a person was selfish and self-serving. All he thought about was himself. How had she been so blind to have kept him around for so long? Tao Yaoyao felt extreme regret in her heart. Dan Ben calmed his emotions and looked at Tao Yaoyao with deep affection. Teacher Tao, as long as you are willing to come to my side now, willing to be my woman, I will treat you well and will never treat you like a mother to be raised. Tao Yaoyao gritted her teeth, each word punctuated with determination, her eyes filled with hatred and fury as she looked at Dan Ben. Impossible. I would rather die than give you this satisfaction. From Tao Yaoyao's perspective, the disparity in strength between the two sides was immense, and they had already fallen into a situation where death was inevitable. Upon hearing this, the smile on Dan Ben's face froze, then turned into madness as he roared. Why? What is it about me that you can't stand? Just say it. Put. Dan Ben's furious voice was abruptly cut off. The anger in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a dazed, incredulous expression. Then, his head fell to the ground in front of everyone. The headless corpse toppled backward, making a dull thud. Yang Chen withdrew his hand and shook it, looking at Luo Nyoma with a smile. The show is over, it's your turn now. The performance between Tao Yaoyao and the traitor could end here. Yang Chen had a strong dislike for betrayal. He needed to find a way to eliminate it. For words flashed through Yang Chen's mind, curse ability. Indeed, it was a good idea. Luo Nyoma had not expected Yang Chen to be so decisive in killing Dan Ben. However, after learning that Yang Chen and his group were not from the military base, Luo Nyoma no longer felt apprehensive about him. Looking at Dan Ben's corpse, Luo Nyoma sneered coldly, "Although I also dislike this kid, he was still mine. Are you going to give me an explanation for killing him like this?" The surrounding ability users stepped forward, eyeing Yang Chen and his group with hostility. Tao Yaoyao felt tense. Even Wang Zhendong and the others were somewhat anxious. After all, they had been separated from Yang Chen for a long time and had no clear understanding of his current strength. Only Dan Tai Mingyue remained indifferent, as if everyone around her were mere chickens and dogs. Not to mention Yang Chen, even she could easily eliminate these so-called chickens and dogs. Explanation? Yang Chen's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at Luo Nyoma and said, "Then I'll send you down to keep him company. Although you aren't family, I still want you to be together." Upon hearing this, Luo Nyoma's expression darkened, his face as black as a pot bottom, arrogant. He immediately ordered, pointing at Yang Chen and the others, "Disable them." The ability users surrounding them did not hesitate, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Some ability users also unleashed their powers against Yang Chen and his group. Tao Yaoyao's face was filled with despair. She gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce. "Even if I die, I will take a few of you down with me for the principle." However, before she could act, Yang Chen calmly spoke, "Space, confinement." In an instant, the surrounding space solidified as if it were tangible, and all the enemies felt as if they were embedded in concrete, unable to move. Even their unleashed abilities were frozen. Witnessing this scene, both Tao Yaoyao and Luo Nyoma were shocked. Tao Yaoyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening?" Luo Nyoma panicked as he realized he couldn't move. "What the hell? What ability are you using?" Yang Chen remained silent, raising his hand to grasp at the empty air before him. "Lightning strike." Yang Chen's voice was calm, as if he were narrating something very simple, but his entire aura suddenly surged, with black and white lightning coursing over his body, bursting with arcs of electricity. Above the heads of the ability users at the East City Refuge Base, dark, heavy thunderclouds gathered, with black and white lightning flashing within the clouds, producing a deafening roar, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Within the thunderclouds, the black and white lightning intertwined to form a massive net, resembling the judgment light of the heavens, sending chills down one's spine. "Fall." Yang Chen simply uttered a word. The thunderclouds above the heads of the East City Refuge Base ability users instantly responded, and pillars of black and white lightning descended from the sky like divine punishment, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything. The thunderbolts struck these superpowered individuals, instantly turning their bodies to charred remains, the air filled with the nauseating smell of burning flesh. No, I don't want to die." The screams were incessant, mixed with the sounds reaching everyone's ears. These superpowered individuals were utterly powerless against Yang Chen, left to be struck down one by the thunderbolts. The scene was brutal yet extraordinarily spectacular, as if a catastrophe had erupted in this small space. Luo Nyoma was dumbfounded. He never imagined this young man would be so powerful. With just a wave of his hand, all his subordinates were killed without a trace, and they had no chance to fight back. Dozens of superpowered individuals, not even a ripple was stirred. It was simply terrifying. Moreover, he had already entered the second stage of superpowers, yet he was still trapped. This could only mean that the young man's strength was far beyond his own. Luo Nyoma regretted it. He regretted provoking Yang Chen. He thought that since the other party was not from the military base, there was no need to be wary. He never expected that he himself was a powerful superpowered individual. Luo Nyoma looked at Yang Chen, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. "Do you believe me when I say this is all a misunderstanding?" Yang Chen nodded. "I don't believe you." Luo Nyoma, "Can I still live?" "Not a chance, my brother." Luo Nyoma, yikes. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel fell. Luo Nyoma's body was blasted to char. He coughed out black smoke, his eyes rolled back, dead as a doornail. Dan Tai Mingyue was scheming against Tao Yaoyao, using empty hands to catch a white wolf. In Dan Tai Mingyue's mind, the system's continuous questioning echoed. Ding, ding, ding. Host has killed a Windblade superpowered individual. Do you wish to extract the superpower fruit? Upon hearing the last prompt, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at Luo Nyoma's charred, still smoking corpse, somewhat surprised. This guy was actually a Wind-type superpowered individual. Not bad. With this, he only needed one last ice-type superpower to complete the 8 major elements. Earlier, a brother asked about the Earth-type, 3-color gravel and Star-type superpowers. Where did the Lord of Stars go? The protagonist previously chose 10,000 superpower fruits, so he did not awaken these 2 divine-level superpowers. After gathering all 8 major elements, he would awaken them together. Not bad, not bad. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Yang Chen was in a great mood. Extract. In an instant, dozens of different superpower fruits appeared in Yang Chen's infinite space. Grabbing Luo Nyouma's charred head, Yang Chen absorbed his spiritual energy. Luo Nyouma was merely a newly advanced star map-level superpowered individual, and his spiritual energy was still too little for Yang Chen. A portion of spiritual energy didn't even light up 1/10. Damn it! The last 2 stars had increased in intensity. There was no choice but to rely on quantity to pile it up, unless he encountered a soft crystal core again. Yang Chen thought to himself. Kicking the corpse at his feet, Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhendong and the others and said, "Don't waste it, absorb all the spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhendong and the others were overjoyed. A superpowered individual repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, Sword Immortal, thank you, Sword Immortal." Yang Chen waved his hand, helplessly saying, "Don't call me that in such a cringy way, my name is Yang Chen, you can call me by my name or brother, whatever you like." "Hee hee, then we'll call you Brother Yang for now." A seemingly honest superpowered individual scratched his head and laughed. Finally, another superpowered individual said, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Then he turned to Wang Zhendong. "Donggu, you should absorb all this spiritual energy yourself, you're the closest to the star map level. See if you can break through to the star map level by absorbing these dozens of portions of spiritual energy." As soon as this was said, the other 2 reacted and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Donggu, our strengths and weaknesses don't matter. That's right, getting stronger or weaker won't help much in the upcoming battle, but Donggu, you're different. As long as you break through to the star map level, our top combat power will increase by 1. The 3 of them were named Zhang Wei, Li Wei, and Yang Wei. They were all trusted aides of Wang Zhendong. Yang Chen had seen them before in the peach grove in the suburbs. Wang Zhendong looked at his 3 brothers and nodded seriously. "The situation is special, so I won't be polite with you." After saying that, Wang Zhendong began to absorb spiritual energy. Dantai Mingyue looked at the still-dazed Tao Yaoyao and chuckled, shaking her head. She didn't say anything. 2.5 minutes later, Wang Zhendong had absorbed all the spiritual energy and was breaking through. It was only then that Tao Yaoyao, who had been in a long daze, reacted. She looked at the chaos around her, her eyes filled with disbelief. What happened? Tao Yaoyao couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. The scene just now was simply explosive. Dozens of superhumans had been wiped out by the young man in front of her with just a wave of his hand. Was this still human? So powerful, Tao Yaoyao felt that even if the Luoshan cannon came, it wouldn't be a match for the young man before her. No one spoke. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao, having experienced betrayal, had become a lonely outcast. She looked miserable. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes trembling, feeling utterly helpless for a moment. At that moment, Dantai Mingyue squatted in front of Tao Yaoyao, pinching her chin to lift her head. "What a beautiful face, are you still a virgin?" Faced with Dantai Mingyue's straightforward question, especially with so many men around, Tao Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, and she opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. After a while, a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came from Tao Yaoyao's mouth. I don't know, anyway, I've never done that." Dantai Mingyue, you really didn't have to say that. But Dantai Mingyue also got the answer she wanted. Setting aside Tao Yaoyao's lie, her words should be true. Dantai Mingyue pointed to Yang Chen, who was sitting on the back of Hunyou, and smiled. "He can solve all your troubles, including helping you rescue the so-called principal and the others." Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's eyes lit up, looking at Yang Chen with hope. "Really? Dantai Mingyue, absolutely, little sister, but he's a bit realistic. What do you have that you can offer him as a reward?" Those who could be instructors were basically not fools, and combined with Dantai Mingyue's first question, Tao Yaoyao had already guessed the woman's hint. "Why?" She looked at Dantai Mingyue with some confusion. "Isn't he your man? Why are you?" Tao Yaoyao had seen the intimate actions between the two along the way. She guessed they should be a couple. But now, this woman was actually finding a woman for that young man. It was simply unbelievable. Dantai Mingyue chuckled. "Good-looking genes are generally not bad, and he is qualified." Among Yang Chen's group of women, Dan Tai-mingyue and Lin Jinyun were the least concerned about Yang Chen's flirtations. As a rich girl, Dan Tai-mingyue had been accustomed to various betrayals in relationships since childhood. Did she really think some wealthy men would obediently follow the law and only have one wife? Indeed, there was only one on the marriage certificate, but how many had no official status behind the scenes? Dan Tai-mingyue didn't mind this aspect because she believed she hadn't invested emotions, it was just a partnership for living together. But the premise was that her sisters couldn't be too extraordinary. But Tao Yaoyao hesitated. After all, it was using herself as a bargaining chip. But thinking of her many companions still suffering, Tao Yaoyao didn't know what to do. If it weren't for the principal and the others risking their lives to help her escape, her fate would probably not be much better. She had to rescue the principal and the others. If she didn't have the ability, she had to find someone to help. Thinking of this, Tao Yaoyao stiffly nodded her head. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Tao Yaoyao sat alone, contemplating life. Dan Tai-mingyue returned to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen said, playing the empty-handed wolf game. They were originally going to destroy this East City refuge base led by Luoshan Cannon. Regardless of whether Tao Yaoyao was willing, he would go to destroy it. But Dan Tai-mingyue had used something they had to do to set up a beauty. This left Yang Chen somewhat dumbfounded. Didn't they say women were all jealous? How did Dan Tai-mingyue take the initiative? Just say whether you like it or not, Dan Tai-mingyue said with a faint smile, rolling her eyes at Yang Chen. 10 minutes passed. Wang Zhendong successfully advanced to the star map level of ability. He felt his current power and laughed. Is this the feeling of having power? Compared to his previous self, he was not just a little stronger. Wang Zhendong felt that he could now punch down a building. Don't get cocky. At this moment, Yang Chen's voice reached Wang Zhendong's ears. Yang Chen smiled and said, "It's time to get down to business. Later, take a look at where your enemy is and personally kill him to avenge Uncle Wang." Writing to this point, I can't quite remember. I'll make a character table later. Once the table is out, anyone can supplement any omissions, and the author will revise it. Personal show. Speaking of his father, Wang Zhendong clenched his fists, his smile turning serious. I understand, thank you, Brother Yang. After we destroy the East City refuge base to avenge my dad and rescue my brothers, I will be yours. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Previously, Wang Zhendong's goal was just to rescue his brothers. But now, kill, wipe out that bunch of bastards. And all this confidence came from Yang Chen. To express his awe and gratitude for Yang Chen's strength, Wang Zhendong even changed how he addressed him. Yang Chen kicked him playfully. Get lost, I don't want you. You're not a delicate, fragrant, soft girl, but if you have an older sister or younger sister, I might consider helping you take care of them. Ha ha. Wang Zhendong laughed. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, Brother Yang. Let's go. At East City University, at the entrance of Gate 1, there were more than 20 survivors guarding here. Among them were 5 ability users. They were even equipped with firearms, submachine guns, the same model Yang Chen had obtained from the armed department before. It seemed that the East City refuge base had also looted the police station or armed department in their area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten so many firearms. Who goes there? Stand still. Otherwise, we will open fire. Yang Chen and the others swaggered over. They were easily spotted. A dozen survivors raised their submachine guns, aiming at Yang Chen and the others, shouting fiercely. Yang Chen snapped his fingers. The infinite space door opened. 20 alloy straight knives whistled out. Poochie poochie poochie. A series of sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out. All the survivors guarding Gate 1 were killed by Yang Chen in one strike. Blood splattered on the spot. Including those few ability users, none were spared. Bang bang bang. Someone fell to the ground, their finger accidentally pulling the trigger. A series of gunshots shattered the moment's tranquility. The East City refuge base was alerted. Many survivors began to move, hastily grabbing their weapons and rushing toward the source of the gunfire. However, Yang Chen was unbothered. He led his people boldly into the East City refuge base. A group of survivors arrived first. There were about 200 of them. Before they could speak, Yang Chen raised his hand slightly, and another 200 alloy straight knives flew out, giving these people a middle parting. Donzi, make an announcement, Yang Chen said. Wang Zhendong asked, what should I say? Yang Chen, surrender and you won't be killed. Yang Chen couldn't determine which of the survivors were bad people, but to build a base, population resources were essential, indispensable. He couldn't possibly kill all nearly 20,000 survivors at the East City refuge base. Yet he also needed to prevent any fools from wasting time. Yang Chen had Wang Zhendong shout, surrender and you won't be killed. If they obediently surrendered, Yang Chen would see it as a temporary reprieve. If they refused to surrender, then Yang Chen would be ruthless. Once the situation was resolved, he would deal with whether there were any bad people among the surrendering survivors. Wang Zhendong nodded, gathering his strength to shout at the East City survivors rushing over, "Surrender and you won't be killed. Drop your weapons, surrender, and squat down with your hands on your head." At first, not many paid attention. "Who the hell are you? Why should we listen to you? Do you think you three can take down our entire base?" But as Yang Chen killed more and more people, corpses piled up everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, pooling into a bloodbath, emitting a pungent smell. This hellish scene brought a significant visual and psychological shock to the East City survivors. Many of them were terrified. They dropped their weapons. They squatted down with their hands on their heads. But commotion in the base quickly alerted the management. "Not good, not good, Brother Pal." In the staff dormitory, a bespectacled youth rushed in a panic, shouting, "Brother Pal, someone has broken in. We've lost many brothers." "What?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shan quickly asked, "What's going on? How could someone break in out of the blue? Who are they? How many came? Where are they now?" The bespectacled youth stammered in fear, I don't know, they came in through gate 1, and we don't know who they are. There are only 7 of them, but I saw Teacher Tao among them. Wang Zhendong and 3 little brothers, Yang Chen and Dantai Mingyue, and 1 Tao Yaoyao. "What?" Luo Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he lifted the bespectacled youth. "You can't handle just 7 people? Is it really worth bothering me over this little matter? Brother Pal, it's just one person. He has killed several hundred of our brothers. Many of the ability users have died too, and not a single one could withstand even one move from him." Hearing this, Luo Shan pondered, could it be a second stage ability user? It seems like they came from another district, and they don't look like they just entered the second stage. Luo Shan's eyes were fierce, his fists clenched as he coldly said, "Even if you are a second stage ability user, I will kill you. How dare you cause trouble on my turf? Let's go, take me there. Yes, yes, notify the other hall masters and ability users. Today I want this kid to have nowhere to escape. Yes, yes." Luo Shan and the bespectacled youth quickly left the staff dormitory. On the other side, Yang Chen and the others had already reached the vicinity of the teaching building. These survivors were just a group of students before the apocalypse. Once their hearts and minds were shattered, they were nothing but fragile. They were far weaker than those trained warriors. Yang Chen temporarily spared those who surrendered. Those who refused to surrender, or even dared to fight back, Yang Chen shot dead on the spot. Tao Yaoyao and Wang Zhendong's group were stunned. They had walked through this path openly. They hadn't encountered any significant resistance at all. Whether ordinary survivors or ability users, in Yang Chen's eyes, they were like roadside chickens, easily crushed. Stunned. They were completely stunned. How could such a powerful person exist in this world? Even a superhero would probably not be a match. Li Wei, the Sword Immortal's power hasn't diminished at all. Yang Wei, damn it. Brother Yang has already said not to call in that cringy title again. Shout for Yang Dad. Li Wei said, "I suspect you're taking advantage of me, but I have no evidence." Zhang Wei replied, "You two shut up and watch Yang Ji's solo show." As they spoke, they arrived at the wide concrete path on the left side of the teaching building. A group of people approached from ahead. Leading them was Luo Shanpao. There were even 2-star map-level ability users. The strength of this East City refuge base could rival that of the Hope base. No, they could compete in high-end combat power. But in terms of mid to low-end, the Hope base was completely crushed. When Wang Zhendong saw the middle-aged woman walking beside Luo Shanpao, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent erupting in his eyes, his whole body trembled. Today, he was here to do one thing: either he would kill everyone, or everyone would be killed by him. Today, he was here to do one thing: either he would kill everyone, or everyone would be killed by him at the East City refuge base. In a dark, damp basement beneath the experimental building. Hiss, sigh, oh fei. Chen Guoqian, the irritable mentor who had previously suggested digging out the binding spirit needles from his body, gasped in pain, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead. Finally, a piece of flesh with the binding spirit needle was dug out. The moment the binding spirit needle left his body, Chen Guoqian felt the suppressed ability energy could be used again. He quickly activated his ability, Giantization. His body swelled to 2 meters tall. The blood hole the size of a bowl at the root of his thigh was healing at a visible speed. Gradually, the pain of the flesh being cut away disappeared. Chen Guoqian breathed a sigh of relief. It hurt too much. Just now, he had seen his long-deceased great-grandmother. Slap. A hand slapped Chen Guoqian's thigh, urging, "Don't daze off. Hurry up and help us remove all the binding spirit needles." First, remove the binding spirit needles from old Liang. His ability is telekinesis, and he can help us remove the needles painlessly. Chen Guoqiang whispered, so it's just me and old Liang suffering, right? Stop talking nonsense, time is of the essence, let's hurry up before those little brats outside find us. Damn it! How can these bastards respect their teachers like this? Before the apocalypse, we educated them, and after the apocalypse, we helped them survive, but at the critical moment, they turned to Luo Shanpao. Alright, everyone say less. Chen Guoqiang, you hurry up. Okay. Chen Guoqiang stopped hesitating. He helped a middle-aged professor named Old Liang remove the binding spirit needle stuck in his butt. The binding spirit needle left the body. Old Liang's ability energy was also usable. He became much more taciturn. After the binding spirit needle left his body, he immediately used telekinesis to extract the binding spirit needles from the bodies of his colleagues around him. The speed was very fast, much quicker than digging out flesh. 2.5 seconds later, more than a dozen instructors and professors were freed. With their abilities available, the ropes binding them were nothing at all. A female instructor collected all the binding spirit needles, clenching them in her palm, and looked fiercely towards the door, saying, I want to stab all these binding spirit needles into Luo Shanpao's ass. Chen Guoqiang complained, can we still use them after that? After all, binding spirit needles were quite precious. Alright, Li Tongsheng spoke up. A faint light glimmered from his fingertips. Li Tongsheng said solemnly, we've been locked up for so many days, our strength has definitely fallen behind Luo Shanpao and the others. The urgent matter now is not revenge, but escaping from East City University. We need to regroup with Teacher Tao and the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Tongsheng's words made sense. Just as everyone was preparing to act, they heard a commotion outside. What? Someone broke in. Where are they? Quick. Pao Go has gathered all the ability users to arm themselves, ready to deal with those people, just by the know. One teaching building. What about these guys inside? A group of useless beings bound by spiritual needles. Even if we throw the key in front of them, they won't have the strength to pick it up. Alright. Bang! Chen Guoqiang smashed open the door. He walked to the staircase, facing two stunned young ability users. He grabbed one with each hand and threw them into a dim, damp room. Their fate was already sealed. Betrayed, Li Tongsheng and the others would show no mercy. As their teachers, they believed they had done right by these students. It was these students who had wronged them. After killing the two ability users, Li Tongsheng and a dozen others exited the laboratory building. The long-awaited sunlight felt somewhat uncomfortable on their skin. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. Once he adjusted to the current environment, Li Tongsheng looked around. There wasn't a single ability user left. Even survivors were rare. Thinking of the conversation he had just overheard, Li Tongsheng speculated, it's very likely that Teacher Tao found help and brought people in. We should go take a look. Lao Liang spoke softly, by the side of teaching building no. 1, they just mentioned those two little brats. Let's go. Time was of the essence. Li Tongsheng led the group quickly towards teaching building no. 1. But when they arrived at the scene, they were met with a horrifying sight. Their former colleague had been brutally torn apart by a burly man, his head twisted off while still alive. The man crushed the remains, blood and gore splattering on his face, making his already ferocious appearance even more terrifying. The one who had kept them locked up for so long, Luo Shanpao, was now under the foot of a cleanly dressed, sunny young man, wailing in agony. The young man ignored Luo Shanpao's cries, exerting force underfoot, causing Luo Shanpao's ribcage to collapse, his heart and numerous internal organs shattered and dead. Surrounding them were countless bodies lying haphazardly. Blood flowed like a river. The damaged concrete pavement was stained red. The concrete pavement, limited skin. Many survivors around had dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, expressions filled with terror, trembling as they begged for mercy. Chen Guoqiang asked dumbly, What happened? When time rewound 2.5 minutes earlier, Wang Zhendong gritted his teeth upon seeing the middle-aged woman following Luo Shanpao, murderous intent bursting forth without reservation. Brother Yang, it's this woman who killed my dad. Yang Chen looked over. The middle-aged woman was in her 40s, well-preserved, still possessing charm. Go, kill her to avenge your father. Yes, Brother Yang. Wang Zhendong rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Pointing at the middle-aged woman, he shouted, Get out here, you filthy bitch. Today I either kill you or get killed by you. The middle-aged woman frowned, but when she looked at Wang Zhendong, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she mocked, Oh, it's you, the lost dog. I didn't expect you to dare come looking for me. Less talk, die. Wang Zhendong's battle spirit awakened. This ability was weak at first, but as the battle intensified, its enhancement for ability users grew stronger. It could even unleash combat power beyond what that realm should possess, overpowering opponents. But this ability also came with a burden. The greater the enhancement from the battle spirit, the heavier the burden, if too much power for that stage was carried, it could crush a person. Wang Zhendong charged in with dual blades, like a madman. The middle-aged woman showed no fear. In her eyes, Wang Zhendong was merely a lost dog she had chased away. The two fought fiercely. Luo Shanpao's ability users wanted to help, but they were all cut down by the sudden emergence of a metal blade. Yang Chen looked at Luo Shanpao and smiled. Let's not just watch, let's get to it. I feel the same. The only purpose of coming here today is either I kill you all, or you all kill me. Upon hearing this, Luo Shanpao's expression darkened. Facing Yang Chen's provocative words, he didn't waste any time and simply uttered one word, attack. With Luo Shanpao's command, the nearly 200 ability users surrounding Yang Chen immediately charged forward, howling as they rushed ahead. Yang Chen shouted, surrender and you won't be killed. However, this was completely ignored by the nearly 200 ability users. No matter how fiercely you killed before, you only took down some ordinary people. They are noble ability users. How could they be compared to those ordinary folks? With nearly 200 ability users, each one could unleash a skill that would drown you. These ability users disregarded Yang Chen's warning, and Yang Chen didn't say anything further. He unleashed his full power to kill. Just ability users. He was never short of ability users. As long as Yang Chen wanted, he could create an army of thousands of ability users. Yang Chen pointed to the sky, his mouth slightly open, and his calm voice echoed throughout the area, lightning strike. Boom, boom, boom. Centered around Yang Chen, a thick, dark thundercloud covered an area of 1 kilometer. Black and white lightning roared and rolled, the thunder rumbling like divine punishment. Boom! As Yang Chen's finger fell, dense black and white lightning pillars descended from the thundercloud. With precise telekinetic perception, each black and white lightning pillar could accurately hit an ability user. Put, boom, crackling. Under the lightning strike, these ability users were charred black, dead beyond recovery. Crystal core level ability users. No matter how many came, they were just delivering themselves to Yang Chen. During this, some ability users screamed and begged for mercy. Yang Chen ignored them all. The opportunity had been given to you. If you couldn't seize it, who could you blame? You were given a chance, yet you were still useless. The thick, dark thundercloud gradually dissipated. The glaring, warm sunlight once again shone down on everyone. Warm and cozy. Luo Shanpao stared at the charred bodies scattered around, somewhat dazed. The corners of his mouth twitched. His gaze towards Yang Chen was filled with wariness. This destructive power is quite significant. Even he felt a great deal of pressure. At this moment, Luo Shanpao couldn't care about his own feelings anymore. He said, buddy, there might be a misunderstanding between us. You mustn't be used by treacherous people. Tao Yaoyao stepped forward, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Luo Shanpao. Luo Shanpao, are you talking about me as the treacherous person? You ungrateful beast. The principal shouldn't have saved you back then. You should have been crushed to death by the mutated python. Luo Shanpao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his hand, making a gesture for a shockwave aimed at Tao Yaoyao. Dare to slander me? Die! Boom! Suddenly, a pitch-black beam of light, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from Luo Shanpao's palm, shooting towards Tao Yaoyao. Seeing this, Tao Yaoyao gasped. Only she, a peak crystal core level user, was no match for Luo Shanpao. The black beam of light was fast. In the blink of an eye, it was upon her. Tao Yaoyao couldn't dodge. Just as the black beam was about to strike her, a figure stepped in front of her. Yang Chen raised his hand, barehandedly blocking Luo Shanpao's black beam of light. This beam had corrosive properties. When it hit a solid object, it splashed like water. Luo Shanpao was taken aback to see Yang Chen blocking his corrosive beam with his bare hands, then burst into laughter. You really are overestimating yourself. My corrosive beam can even corrode tough mutated beasts, and you dare to take it with your flesh hand. You can forget about that hand. Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao looked worriedly at the figure blocking her. She was well aware of the power of Luo Shanpao's corrosive beam. A building had been corroded away before. However, before Tao Yaoyao could speak, Yang Chen spoke first. Is that it? I thought it would be more powerful. So this is all it is. Yang Chen's palm, blocking the corrosive light, erupted with black and white lightning. A pillar of lightning was pushed out by him. The corrosive light was dissolved by the black and white lightning, making a sizzling sound as it hit the ground. Luo Shanpao's smile abruptly stopped when he saw the black and white lightning pillar rushing towards him. He hurriedly cut off the corrosive light to dodge, narrowly brushing past the lightning pillar. Luo Shanpao was horrified, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. How are you unharmed? Yang Chen flicked his hand. The palm that had resisted the corrosive light was unscathed. Your ability is indeed quite powerful, but it's still not enough to break through my physical defenses. To put it simply, the feeling of the corrosive light hitting Yang Chen's palm was like being bitten by a mosquito. Trash. After all, Yang Chen's body had been enhanced with various physical abilities. He had long surpassed the average physical ability user. Luo Shanpao had just uttered a word when Yang Chen flashed in front of him. He grabbed Luo Shanpao by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Luo Shanpao's face showed terror as his feet dangled in the air, kicking wildly. Let me go. Dream on. Yang Chen exerted force with his palm. There was a crack. Luo Shanpao's neck was twisted. His eyes glazed over, losing focus. Finally, his head tilted. Crack. Absorbing Luo Shanpao's spiritual energy. 1/10 of the 8th star was lit up. Ding. Host has killed the corrosive light ability user. Do you wish to extract the ability? Yes. On the other side, Wang Jindong's battle was also nearing its end. With the enhancement of the battle spirit, Wang Jindong grew braver as he fought. The middle-aged woman was initially able to match Wang Jindong with her abilities, but gradually, she fell into a disadvantage, especially as Wang Jindong's physical skills began to overpower her. The middle-aged woman dared not let Wang Jindong get close. She could only fight from a distance, but stalling for time was useless. After seeing Luo Shanpao's tragic death, the middle-aged woman immediately lost the will to continue fighting. Then, when Wang Jindong seized the opportunity to close in, he directly tore off her arms, then her legs, then her head. Finally, Wang Jindong ripped the middle-aged woman's torso in half, bathed in blood, looking like a killer, instilling fear in others. Discarding Luo Shanpao's corpse, Yang Chen glanced at Li Tongxing and the others, who had just arrived not long ago. Their strength was quite good, at the peak crystal core level, and with enough resources, they could definitely draw a star map. Noticing Yang Chen's gaze, Li Tongxing and the others couldn't help but shiver. That look, as if they were being targeted by some fierce and terrifying creature, making them feel uneasy. Sweat pouring down, Tao Yaoyao followed Yang Chen's gaze and exclaimed in surprise, "Principal, little one, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chen understood. It turned out these dozen or so people were not stragglers. They could be kept alive for now. Li Tongxing and the others reacted, seeing Tao Yaoyao running towards them, and exclaimed in delight, "It really is Teacher Tao who brought help. Ha, this brother is fierce. I still feel that the one who tore people apart is even fiercer." Tao Yaoyao recounted what had happened since meeting Yang Chen. When she mentioned the betrayal by Dan Ben, she gritted her teeth in anger. Of course, Tao Yaoyao did not mention that she had to sell herself to persuade Yang Chen to help. The instructor called Little Wan stepped forward and hugged Tao Yaoyao, comforting her. "It's not your fault. Dan Ben was always a student with questionable motives." Ruins. Li Tongxing walked up to Yang Chen and smiled. "Thank you for being willing to help us. My name is Li Tongxing, and I was the principal of Dongda before the apocalypse." Yang Chen smiled back. "Hello, you can call me Yang Chen." Yang Chen recognized him, the well-known practical principal of Dongda. He handled matters with remarkable speed. For example, there was a time when a girl stole a boy's headphones, and the situation escalated. The girl retaliated with a jade-like condition, and upon learning of this, Li Tongxing quickly investigated the matter from start to finish. He gave the girl the punishment she deserved. Another instance involved 3 chubby girls bullying a relatively weak girl. A boy, unable to stand by, spoke up for the girl and was attacked. After the situation escalated, it was still Li Tongxing who intervened. Once the truth came to light, the 3 chubby girls were expelled, while the brave boy was rewarded and given a scholarship. How did Yang Chen know this? Because he graduated from East City University, which is next door to Jiancheng University. The 2 campuses are not far apart, so he heard about it at the time. Yang Chen also lamented that if the leaders of their school could be as practical and swift as Li Tongxing, it would be great. Yang Chen asked, "I heard there's a relic appearing here?" Upon hearing this, Li Tongxing knew that Yang Chen was already aware of the relic. There was no need to hide it. Not to mention that Yang Chen was their savior, he wouldn't dare lie about the young man's formidable strength. Li Tongxing nodded and smiled. "That's right, there is a relic. The entrance is in the indoor basketball court, but the opening time hasn't arrived yet. If we calculate the time, it will open in 3 days." Yang Chen said, "Take me to see it." He was particularly curious about this relic. What was inside? "Okay." Li Tongxing readily agreed. "I'll take you there." "Wait a minute." Yang Chen stopped Li Tongxing and turned to Wang Jindong, saying, "Wang Jindong, you all go rescue everyone who has been captured, and then gather all the survivors. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, kill them directly." After saying this, Yang Chen focused his mind, and a submachine gun and bullets fell at Wang Jindong's feet. "You don't need me to tell you about this, right?" Wang Jindong grinned and skillfully picked up a submachine gun, removed the magazine, and loaded it. "I'm back, that familiar feeling is back. Haha, you don't need to teach me, I've been handling this for so many years. Yang Chen nodded. Li Tongxing also looked at his people and said, follow this brother and assist them. Chen Guoqiang and the others nodded in agreement. After that, Li Tongxing led Yang Chen and Dantai Mingyue away from the place, heading to the indoor basketball court. Hunyu lazily found a spot to bask in the sun. In the indoor basketball court, Li Tongxing pushed the door open and walked in. It was a mess, filled with food wrappers and trash everywhere. There was even a pile of crumpled paper balls in the corner. Li Tongxing pointed to the empty space in the center of the basketball court and said, the entrance to the relic is right there. It's just that our naked eyes can't see it. As he spoke, Li Tongxing kicked a soda can at his feet. The can merged into that space upon contact, without any sense of obstruction. In Yang Chen's perception, there was indeed a fluctuation of a spatial gate in that area. With his complete spatial abilities, Yang Chen could even see the outline of the spatial gate. Li Tongxing took the lead. The three of them passed through the invisible spatial gate. After crossing the gate, they found themselves in a pitch-black space. The solid ground beneath their feet was surrounded by all sorts of strange plants. In Yang Chen's telekinetic perception, there were also several crystal core level mutated beasts lurking around, eyeing the three of them. With a thought, Yang Chen summoned several alloy daggers that flew out, killing the mutated beasts nearby. Yang Chen curiously surveyed his surroundings. The sky in this pitch-black space was dark, but it wasn't the kind of darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. It was like the universe. Although it appeared black to the naked eye, one could clearly see things. In the vastness of the universe, there are celestial bodies that emit light, and the source of illumination in this pitch-black space is the crystal tower ahead of them. Li Tongxing pointed at the crystal tower and said, that is the relic I mentioned. We explored it before. It's high-tech, something that the humans of Blue Star cannot comprehend. The entrance has a time display, and when the numbers reach 0, we can enter again. A group teleportation surrounded Li Tongxing and Dantai Mingyue, and Yang Chen brought them to the base of the crystal tower in a flash. This crystal tower was enormous and towering, like a giant standing in the center of the relic space. The tower was made of a metal unknown to humanity. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating brilliant starlight, resembling a dazzling beacon in the night sky. Because of this mirror-like unknown alloy, the tower appeared to be made of crystal. The tower had a streamlined silhouette, with smooth and dynamic lines, like a sharp sword pointing towards the heavens. The tallest building in the world seemed insignificant in its presence. The entrance to the tower was a massive alloy door, 20 meters high and 10 meters wide. Above the giant door, a virtual screen displayed numbers that ticked down second by second. What's inside? Yang Chen asked. Li Tongxing replied honestly, it's like a challenge game. There are individual and group challenges, and after passing the levels, you can receive unknown rewards. Last time we entered the relic, we worked together and exhausted all our efforts just to clear the second level. It feels like a game, but it's not a real game. Dying inside means you really die. Li Tongxing shared what he knew. Yang Chen listened with growing curiosity. Rewards? That sounds interesting. Is it opening in 3 days? Yang Chen chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, in 3 days, I want to see what's so magical about this relic. After saying that, Yang Chen turned and left with the two of them. They retraced their steps back to the outside world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zhendong and the others had already rescued all the captured brothers. At this moment, they were herding all the survivors towards the playground. Holding the truth. These weak ordinary survivors dared not resist at all. They could only obediently follow Wang Zhendong's instructions to the playground. Some students were overjoyed to see their familiar teachers and cast pleading glances for help. But these teachers were also helpless. They couldn't fight against these guys. They were also suspicious, wondering what they intended to do by gathering all the survivors together. Were they going to execute them all? That would be too ruthless. There were over 10,000 of them. Taking advantage of the moment when Wang Zhendong and the others were gathering the survivors, Yang Chen found a secluded spot. Dantai Mingyue and Tao Yaoyao sat in front of him. Yang Chen took out the cursed ability fruit he had extracted from killing Fu Quan and handed it to Dantai Mingyue. Cursed ability fruit, eat it. Brothers, please leave more reviews. It's over 300,000 words and only 200 reviews. Please urge for updates a bit. Thank you. Divine level cursed ability, word spirit. Dantai Mingyue had already gotten used to Yang Chen's habit of occasionally feeding them ability fruits. To be precise, they had all gotten used to it. Among them, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were the most accustomed. They were the first to follow Yang Chen and knew that his reserves seemed infinite, never-ending. Dantai Mingyue did not hesitate and ate the cursed ability fruit in front of Yang Chen. The awakening of her ability began. Ding! Investing one cursed ability fruit in Dantai Mingyue, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 cursed ability fruits and divine level cursed ability word spirit. Yang Chen, I choose 1. Yang Chen's infinite space gained an additional 10,000 cursed ability fruits. He tossed one to Tao Yaoyao, eat it. Tao Yaoyao caught the thrown cursed ability fruit in a daze, blinking at Yang Chen, confused, huh? Do I have one too? Yang Chen, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and eat it. Tao Yaoyao shrank her head back, obediently, and fearfully, nodding. Ow ow. She was actually quite afraid of Yang Chen. Especially after witnessing the ruthlessness he displayed, her fear deepened. In the long time since the apocalypse began, Tao Yaoyao had never seen so many dead. What kind of good person would kill over 1,000 people in a single day? Although these guys deserved it, the decisiveness of his methods still frightened Tao Yaoyao, who worried that if she upset this lord, she might end up being cut down herself. Thinking of her promise, Tao Yaoyao suddenly felt a dark future ahead. Damn it! She would be bullied to death by this guy in the future. With her emotions in turmoil, Tao Yaoyao consumed the cursed ability fruit and began to awaken her powers. Ding! The host invested one cursed ability fruit into Tao Yaoyao, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please have the host. Yang Chen, I choose 2. Before the system could finish speaking, Yang Chen interrupted. System. Progress. He even learned to buzz in. Ding! Selection successful. The system fell silent. Yang Chen also entered the state of ability awakening. Time passed quickly. Half an hour went by. Over 10,000 survivors had gathered on the playground, all sitting anxiously on the grass. They looked around nervously. Surrounding them were armed patrols, about 300 people in total. These were all members of Wang Zhendong's Huaxi shelter. After being captured at the East City Refuge Base, they were treated as laborers, doing this and that. Yang Chen and Wang Zhendong's arrival was their salvation. They needed manpower to organize a large number of survivors, right? Wang Zhendong didn't trust the other survivors, so he brought in his own brothers. Of course, before bringing in his brothers for on-site maintenance, Wang Zhendong also had them report on each other. Anyone who showed signs of betrayal would be kicked back into the survivor group. After a round of screening, only these 300 or so remained. Yang Wei walked up to Wang Zhendong and asked, Brother Dong, why hasn't Brother Yang shown up yet? That old guy is back. Do you think Brother Yang got played by him? As he spoke, Yang Wei cast a hostile glance at Li Tongsheng, who was sitting in the audience. Wang Zhendong shot him a look and asked, Do you believe what you just said? Yang Wei shook his head, no. Wang Zhendong shrugged, then that's settled. On the other side, Yang Chen and the others had completed their evolution. Fu Quan's cursed ability was similar to a poisonous tongue. As long as he cursed others maliciously, it worked, whether in his mind or spoken aloud. But there was one problem. If the strength of the cursed and the cursor was not proportional, the cursor could exhaust themselves without being able to do anything to the cursed. In other words, would a god die from being cursed by a weak ant? Obviously not. The gap between the two was too great. Just like when Fu Quan cursed Yang Chen was completely unaffected. In summary, the poisonous tongue cursed ability could only be used on those whose strength was far below one's own. Moreover, the poisonous tongue cursed ability was not invincible. For example, if one said that everyone weaker than them should die, that would be unrealistic. It still depended on the energy of the ability. Just like the blue bar, the energy required to curse someone whose strength was far below one's own was not much. But what if it was 100? What if it was 1,000? The more people cursed, the greater the energy consumption. Yang Chen's god-level cursed ability, Word Spirit, was enhanced from the poisonous tongue. The essence remained unchanged. A useless ability. For Yang Chen and Dantai Mingyue, this ability was too useless. Did they really need to curse ants weaker than themselves? Wasn't that something that could be solved with a wave of the hand? However, Yang Chen did find another use for it. Standing up, Yang Chen looked at Dantai Mingyue and Tao Yaoyao and smiled. The ability awakening is over. Now it's our turn to take the stage. Dantai Mingyue nodded gently. Tao Yaoyao looked at Yang Chen and asked, What do you plan to do next? Yang Chen grinned. What else? Of course, I'm going to take control of the entire East City Refuge Base. The entrance to the ruins is within the East City Refuge Base. Although he still didn't know the origin of the ruins or what was inside, Yang Chen had no intention of letting this place fall into someone else's hands. Previously, he had planned to let Wang Zhendong establish a base while he acted as a hands-off manager. But now he had an idea. The location for the base had not been decided yet. Now it was settled. No more hesitation. The best base location was right beneath their feet, the East City Refuge Base. Yang Chen teleported with the two women to the highest point of the audience area. Upon seeing this, Li Tongsheng immediately walked over. Yang Chen looked down at the survivors and smiled, Oldly, have you thought about what to do next? Li Tongsheng was taken aback, then chuckled. What to do? Of course, it's to stay alive. In times like this, survival is what everyone needs to consider. Yang Chen replied flatly, next, I plan to establish a base, and East City University is a very good location. I have my eyes on it. Are you planning to take your people and leave, or are you going to stay? Li Tongsheng had a pretty good reputation. Of course, what Yang Chen knew was only what Li Tongsheng had shown. Only he knew what kind of person he truly was. Perhaps he really was the responsible and capable good person he appeared to be. Or perhaps all of this was a facade, and his true self was not so upright. Li Tongsheng sat down and looked at the survivors below, saying, what do you plan to do with those survivors down there? More than half of them were his own students. Yang Chen spoke frankly, without hiding anything. Kill the problematic ones, keep the good ones. It's that simple. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop them. I see. Li Tongsheng nodded slightly. He was deep in thought, hesitating over his decision. Yang Chen did not rush or disturb him. 2.5 minutes later, Li Tongsheng pushed himself up from his knees. He looked down, also at the university campus he had been in for many years, and said, anyway, I have nowhere else to go, so I'll stay and see what kind of base you can build. Yang Chen smiled as well. You've made the right decision. The curse of the word spirit. Whether now or in the future, anyone who betrays me shall die. The curse of the word spirit. Whether now or in the future, anyone who betrays me shall die. To be honest, I graduated from Jiangcheng University, which is next door to East City University. I heard about Principal Li's character and management back in school. At that time, I was thinking, if only you could be the principal at our Jiang University, it would be much better than a bunch of useless leaders. Whenever something happens, they always think about covering up and hiding the ugly, rather than solving the problem and providing a satisfactory answer to the public. Hearing this, Li Tongsheng looked at Yang Chen in surprise. I didn't expect you to have your eye on me even before the apocalypse. Yang Chen, what are you talking about? What kind of talk is that? It sounds like I'm coveting you as a person. What do I have to covet about you, a grown man? Back to the point, Yang Chen's gaze was sharp as he looked at the restless group of survivors below. It's time to deal with these guys. Still the same thing, those with problems will be dealt with, and those without problems can stay or leave. Yang Chen's criteria for selecting base members couldn't be considered strict. It could only be said to be within the standards. 1. Loyal and does not betray companions. 2. Decisive in killing but does not indiscriminately kill the innocent. 3. Has a straightforward character and normal values, with the ability to make their own judgments. 4. In summary, I don't want bad people. Whether it was the Qinglong gang they encountered before, the footbath city run by Hong Jie, or the East City refuge base under the jurisdiction of Luoshan Pao, there were many who took pleasure in trampling on those weaker than themselves. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Clearly, this person had not provoked you, and everyone was a victim of oppression and bullying, yet you dared not vent your anger on those who bullied you, instead unleashing your fury and desires on even weaker individuals. Such people deserve to die. Yang Chen had killed many, but he was too lazy to pay attention to those who had not offended him, let alone oppress them. Yang Chen looked down and slowly spoke. Those who follow Luoshan Pao and oppress other survivors, die. The curse of words. Among the group of survivors below, 500 or 600 people rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. Crack! A commotion erupted in the crowd. Many shouted in terror. Li Tongsheng's eyelids twitched. Goodness, words become law. You can do this too? The others were also stunned by Yang Chen's display. Just by moving his lips, he could kill. You're a god. Only Dan Tai Mingyue and Tao Yaoyao, who had awakened the curse of the poisonous tongue, were taken aback. Yang Chen was also using the poisonous tongue curse, but it was simply more powerful than theirs. Yang Chen continued to speak. One after another, people in the crowd lost consciousness and died. In the end, out of more than 10,000 survivors, only 15,000 remained. Fortunately, cursing 2,000 or 3,000 only consumed 1/3 of Yang Chen's ability. There were too many ordinary people. Killing an ordinary person didn't require much ability. Yang Chen could recover by eating a few peaches. Looking at the remaining 15,000 people, Yang Chen shouted, I give you two choices. One is to leave here and seek a living elsewhere. The other is to stay here and join the newly established base. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors on the playground looked at each other, and the whispers grew louder as the number of people increased. It sounded quite noisy. Li Tongsheng had already discussed joining the new base with Chen Guoqiang and others. With Li Tongsheng's involvement, these people all chose to join. They didn't trust Yang Chen, but they trusted Li Tongsheng. After all, since the apocalypse began, they had witnessed Li Tongsheng's actions. He was a good leader. A middle-aged man trembled as he raised his hand, looking at Yang Chen with anxiety and asking, Really can we leave? You won't kill us? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. I only kill those who deserve to die. Some should have noticed that among those who died were people who had bullied you before. Upon hearing this, the crowd thought about it and realized it was true. A girl knelt on the ground, covering her face and crying. The dead. Among the dead are those who previously raped me. They deserve to die. They all deserve to die. We are all people who have been bullied and enslaved. As men, they dare not resist those who bully them but instead vent their anger on me, sob. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This was a common mentality. They only dared to bully those weaker than themselves. Faced with someone stronger, they could only cower. With the first girl standing up, many others who had also been bullied began to speak out about the wrongs committed by these people. Anyone who wants to leave can go, no one will harm you. Hearing Yang Chen repeat this, some people stood up and cautiously walked towards the edge of the playground. They eventually disappeared from view. The survivors who were still hesitating and afraid saw that nothing happened to these people, and their anxious hearts relaxed a little. They also stood up and quickly left. After being enslaved for this time, they no longer trusted others. They only believed in themselves. Among the group of survivors, a few people left sporadically. 10 minutes later, finally, no one else left. The originally more than 15,000 strong group had once again sharply decreased. Only more than 13,000 remained. Most of those who left were survivors captured during this period. Very few students from East City University left. They had followed leaders like Li Tongsheng and knew their character. They all chose to stay because they didn't know where else to go. The outside world had become like that. Some students had homes in the countryside or far away. With their strength, wanting to go home was very difficult. The chance of dying on the way was 99%. Yang Chen used his mental power to scan and clearly knew the exact number of people. Together with leaders like Li Tongsheng, there were a total of 13,250 people. Since you chose to stay, then you must abide by my rules, Yang Chen said loudly, his voice reaching every survivor's ears. For now, let's not mention anything else. Anyone who betrays me, betrays their companions, betrays the base, will be consumed by the flames of retribution and die. May heaven strike them down. Boom! The power of the curse resonated. An invisible shackle bound everyone. They felt it in their hearts. If they truly betrayed, they would indeed die. Li Tongsheng, Tao Yaoyao, Dantai Mingyue, and even Lin Jinyun and others in different places were all included. Yang Chen did not specify who needed to comply. The word anyone encompassed everyone. As long as these people's strength was far inferior to his, they could not escape the curse's binding. Alright, that's it for the specifics. Yang Chen raised his hand, and a large amount of instant noodles and bottled water appeared on the playground. The survivors' eyes lit up at the sight of the suddenly appeared food, their mouths salivating, their stomachs growling and even hurting. They hadn't eaten enough for many days. Seeing this food made them a bit excited and thrilled. But due to Yang Chen's authority, they didn't dare to act rashly. They could only watch Yang Chen and the leaders like Li Tongsheng. Yang Chen looked at Li Tongsheng and said, "These guys have been squeezed dry by the Luoshan cannon. They basically haven't eaten enough. Let them fill their stomachs first. Come with me." Everyone nodded. Wang Zhendong organized his people to distribute food to the survivors. Everyone line up properly. No pushing, no chaos. Anyone who dares to cut in line will be the last to get food. No one is allowed to cause trouble under our watch. Exactly. Yang Wei, Zhang Wei, and Li Wei, along with members of the original Huaxi refuge, began organizing the food distribution. The already impatient survivors were instantly excited upon hearing this, scrambling to line up, each one eagerly looking at the piles of food and water. With the warning from the three ways, although the line was chaotic, there were no cases of cutting in. Who knows what would happen if they angered these people? They had already been scared into submission. Especially the scene of so many dead just moments ago was still fresh in their minds. On the playground, the three ways were organizing the distribution of food and water, while Yang Chen, along with Dantai Mingyue, Li Tongshan, Wang Zhendong, and a dozen others, found a place behind the audience seats to sit on the ground. Yang Chen waved his hand, and a pile of food appeared in front of him, all steaming hot dishes. Li Tongsheng and the others were dumbfounded. Where did you conjure up these delicious-looking dishes from? And just now on the playground, so many boxes of instant noodles and purified water. Did you bring a Walmart warehouse with you? Li Tongsheng and the others had been locked up for so long without eating any food. They had only drunk a little water to survive. Tao Yaoyao was no better off. She had been chased all day, hiding everywhere. Who dared to go out to find food? At this moment, seeing these steaming dishes, Li Tongsheng and the others' stomachs began to growl. Don't be polite, dig in, Yang Chen said with a smile. With Yang Chen's words, Li Tongsheng was the first to start eating. He picked up a large white steamed bun and took a big bite. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and began to wolf down their food. They ate. Yang Chen got down to business, I'm too lazy to manage the space. I plan to leave the small matters and the daily operations of the base to you, old Li. You should be an expert in this area. Upon hearing this, Li Tongxing swallowed his food and nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Yang Chen continued. Although our base is small and we don't have many people, you should manage it as if it were a small society. The small number is only temporary. We will gradually grow stronger. But won't that attract attention from above? Li Tongxing expressed his concern. I hope we don't end up getting a few packages delivered to us. Yang Chen replied, they're crazy if they send us packages. We're not some evil criminals threatening national security. We just want to live well. Besides, I believe the higher-ups won't be unreasonable. Even if they are, we're not afraid. If they can't beat us, they'll run away. We'll deal with it then. Alright then. Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhendong and said, Old Li is in charge of the base's operations and management, and you will be responsible for the base's armed forces. It's only been half a year since you retired. You haven't forgotten your skills, have you? Wang Zhendong joked, if it's another 2.5 years, I'll definitely forget and end up gaining weight, but right now, I'm in great shape. I'm at my peak. Yang Chen chuckled, you little rascal, I'm speechless. Then you can arrange the armed forces. Later, I'll provide you with equipment and ability fruits. Okay. Wang Zhendong nodded, curious as he asked, Brother Yang, are the weapons those alloy straight knives you control? They look well made and sharp, quite suitable as our base's standard weapons. Yang Chen nodded, exactly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. 10,000 alloy straight knives were neatly arranged not far from them, piled up like a small mountain. Yang Chen looked at Tao Yaoyao and said, Tao Yaoyao, here are 10,000 alloy straight knives. I'm giving them all to you, you can use them as you wish. Tao Yaoyao looked a bit confused and bewildered. Isn't it enough to just give them to Minister Wang? Why do you have to pass them through me? Yang Chen replied, that's none of your concern. Tao Yaoyao shrank her head and said softly, alright then. Ding! Investing 10,000 alloy straight knives in Tao Yaoyao, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million, well-made alloy straight knives. In an instant, the area for alloy straight knives in Yang Chen's infinite space was completely filled. Looking at it, Yang Chen helplessly thought, I won't be able to use them all, not at all. Tao Yaoyao said to Wang Zhendong, Minister Wang, these weapons are now in your hands. Okay. Wang Zhendong grinned widely, feeling very happy. It was like trading a bird gun for a cannon. These alloy straight knives were much more useful than steel pipes or baseball bats. If he had such good weapons at the beginning of the apocalypse, he would have gone on a rampage. Thinking about the ability fruits, Wang Zhendong looked at Yang Chen again and asked, so, Brother Yang, how many ability fruits do you have? Most of the original ability users in this base have been killed by us. Yang Chen chuckled, a lot. Wang Zhendong scratched his head, a lot means how much? Yang Chen replied, it can evolve all the people. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Yang Chen in shock, with expressions that seemed to say, don't joke with us. Even Dan Tai Mingyue was the same. She knew Yang Chen had many ability fruits, but could it really be that many? It's important to note that the number of survivors in the East City Refuge base was not just dozens or hundreds, but 13,500 people. What does that mean? If they all became ability users, the number would surpass that of the military base. Yang Chen jokingly shifted the topic. Don't worry about where the ability fruits come from. I have my own supply channels. After a long silence, Wang Zhendong said, Brother Yang, can you recommend your supply channel? I want to see if they sell anything else. Yang Chen replied, no, that's all there is to it. Yang Chen looked at everyone and said, you can promote the other personnel from the armed forces and the base operations management department yourselves. The capable rise, the incompetent fall, don't create nepotism for me. Understood. Got it, Brother Yang. Yang Chen nodded, stood up, and said, alright, let's leave it at that for now. I'll head back first and come over tomorrow. After saying this, Yang Chen instantly teleported away with Dan Tai Mingyue and Tao Yaoyao. Spatial abilities are really convenient, Chen Guoqiang said enviously. Zoom in and out just like that. At that moment, Instructor Xiaoluan exclaimed in surprise, huh? Teacher Yaoyao? How did he take Teacher Yaoyao with him? As soon as this was said, everyone realized that Tao Yaoyao was also missing. Just as everyone was still puzzled, Li Tongxing seemed to think of something inside. I'm afraid. Teacher Yaoyao paid a great price to persuade the leader to come and save us. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. They were all adults. It was easy to imagine what would happen to Tao Yaoyao after being taken away. Tao Yaoyao was now destitute. What could she offer? What could Yang Chen possibly want? Perhaps only herself. Don't worry, everyone, Wang Zhendong said lightly with a smile. Yang Chen is a pretty good guy. Your colleague following him won't suffer. They might even enjoy a good life. System upgrade. New personal panel and goddess panel. System upgrade. New personal panel and goddess panel. By the time he got home, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He had indeed done quite a lot today. In the morning, he dealt with the intruders in the villa area, killed them. From morning to noon, he went to the military base in Zhangcheng, encountered a wave of mutated beasts, killed them. On the way back in the afternoon, he met Wang Jindong. After learning about the situation at Dongcheng University, he went to eliminate Luo Shanpao and others. He also established another base along the way. What he accomplished today was more exciting and substantial than anything he had done before the apocalypse. When he returned home, Lin Jinyun and the others had not yet come back. Yang Chen sat with his eyes closed on the living room sofa, beginning to sort through his recent gains. Dantai Mingyue took Tao Yaoyao to clean her up. After changing into clean clothes, she made sure she was well fed. In the living room, Yang Chen stared at the food supplies in the infinite space, lost in thought. With his current food reserves, it would be more than enough to sustain the over 10,000 survivors in the Dongcheng refuge base. Lasting a year wouldn't be a problem. But he wouldn't do that. At most, he would provide some transitional supplies. After that, they would have to find their own food and water. If they relied on Yang Chen to survive, what would be the point of establishing this base? Yang Chen aimed to cultivate his own power, not to support a bunch of ancestors. Looking again at the weapons area, Yang Chen fell silent once more. Over 100 million alloy weapons, enough to arm all the survivors in Jiangnan province. Not to mention other weapons, like daggers, 8-sided Han swords, and fine steel spears. Yang Chen also had plenty of energy supplies like gasoline, diesel, and gas. If he were really short, he could just find a few beautiful women. Relying on them would yield a massive return. The most important supplies were the ability fruits. These were crucial in the apocalypse. They could create a significant class gap. Yang Chen organized the ability fruits he currently possessed. Metal ability, metal manipulation orb. Metal ability, sharpness orb. Metal-based abilities. Wood-based abilities. Water-based abilities. Earth, fire, lightning, and other elemental abilities all exceed 10,000. Then there are several physical enhancement abilities: berserk, petrification, steelification, copperification, giantization, and so on. Among these, physical enhancement and berserk are the most common, each exceeding 100,000. Yang Chen did not allow Lin Jinyun and the other women to use the petrification, steelification, copperification, and giantization abilities, which are more suitable for men. It's not like they lacked the conditions at home. Why use these ordinary ability fruits when there are better options? Due to not undergoing a 10,000-fold return, the quantity of these physical transformation ability fruits is very small. Telekinesis perception, star shield, curse abilities, and other special abilities exceed 10,000. Every woman has invested in telekinesis perception ability fruits, so their quantity is the highest. Alright, there are also the heads of the tens of thousands of mutated birds killed at the military base before. After 10 minutes, Yang Chen had counted his inventory clean. I didn't realize how wealthy I was until now. All the ability fruits combined actually exceed 1 million. If the military knew, they would be envious. What a pity, the same type of ability fruit cannot be stacked. Yang Chen muttered to himself, surprised by his own unexpected wealth. How many types of abilities do I have now? I have so many abilities that I can't even keep track. If only I could have a character panel to fill in everyone's information, it would be so clear. Just as Yang Chen's thoughts fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has a need, and is checking. Ding! Imperfections detected, system upgrading. Ding! System upgrade successful, adding the following functions. Personal panel and goddess panel. Personal panel displays everything about the host. Goddess panel displays the status data of the goddesses and their loyalty. Looking at the series of flashing information in front of him, Yang Chen was dumbfounded. So you can upgrade. If I hadn't mentioned it, would you have never upgraded? After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen said to himself, the upgrade is so slow, it's so frustrating. If only I could be invincible directly, then I wouldn't have to eat beef anymore. No response. Yang Chen, actually, it doesn't have to be invincible. The remaining 2 stars that haven't lit up are bothering me. If only I could directly enter the next stage. Still no response. Yang Chen touched his nose and chuckled. Looks like I'm just thinking too much. It's impossible to expect the system to make him invincible directly. He should still be down to earth. The 2 panels from the upgrade would be helpful to Yang Chen, especially the loyalty setting. This way, Yang Chen could know who was sincere and who was insincere. He first opened his personal panel. Name, Yang Chen. Age, 23 years. Boundary, star map level, all 7 stars lit. Abilities, 8 elements, Master of Metal, Tree of Life, Red Lotus Karma Fire, Weak Water of the Milky Way, Annihilation Divine Thunder. Special abilities: telekinesis, space, word spirit curse, beast master, healing. Physical enhancement: pure body, ultimate berserk. Status: good. Evaluation: barely out of the category of a rookie, but looking at the starry sky, you are still a rookie. Too many abilities to remember. If there are any omissions, everyone can add them. The author will see and add them. Everything else was fine, but when he saw his evaluation, Yang Chen nearly spat blood. With this hand, I can destroy a skyscraper, and my destructive combat power is barely out of the rookie category? Then what is considered strong? What is true strength? The evaluation is infuriating. Yang Chen's thoughts shifted, and he closed it. He then opened the personal panels of Lin Jinyun and the others one by one. Goddess No. 1. Lin Jinyun appearance, 9 stars age, 33 years loyalty, 95 points realm, star map level, all 4 stars lit. Abilities: metal manipulation, sharpness, star shield, telekinetic perception, physical enhancement, blood burst, beast taming, healing. Evaluation: a mature woman who makes a certain someone unable to resist. Goddess No. 2. Shinjiao age, 26 years appearance, 8 stars loyalty, 92 points realm, star map level, all 3 stars lit. Abilities: blessing of the wood, telekinetic perception, physical enhancement, beast taming, blood burst, healing. Evaluation: a classic rendition, a certain someone's versatile woman. Goddess No. 3. Shinjiai age, 20 years appearance, 8 stars loyalty, 94 points realm, star map level, all 3 stars lit. Abilities: Phoenix Song of the World, God Flame, blood burst, telekinetic perception, beast taming, physical enhancement. Evaluation: exceptional flexibility. Goddess No. 4. Yang Chan age, 27 years appearance, 9 stars loyalty, 90 points realm, star map level, all 3 stars lit. Abilities: telekinetic perception, beast taming, physical enhancement, blood burst, water element control, healing. Evaluation: a charming and sexy little wildcat. Goddess No. 5. Lu Ruyan can't think of a title, just like this. Goddess No. 5. Lu Ruyan age, 28 years appearance, 8 stars loyalty, 91 points realm, star map level, all 3 stars lit. Abilities: thunderstorm, telekinetic perception, physical enhancement, blood burst, beast taming, healing. Evaluation: name does not match personality. Goddess No. 6. Bai Qian age, 28 years appearance, 8 stars loyalty, 86 points realm, star map level, all 1 star lit. Abilities: earth collapse, telekinetic perception, healing, physical enhancement, beast taming, blood burst. Evaluation: a skilled animal caretaker. Goddess No. 7. Dantai Mingyue age, 26 years appearance, 8 stars loyalty, 85 points realm, star map level, all 3 stars lit. Abilities: blue lightning, blood burst, telekinetic perception, healing, physical enhancement, poison tongue curse, beast taming. Evaluation: a rational woman. Goddess No. 8. Tao Yaoyao age, 25 years appearance, 9 stars loyalty, 60 realm, peak crystal core level. Abilities: ice white fox, poison tongue curse. Evaluation: simpleton. All the information panels of the individuals were presented before Yang Chen. It was clear at a glance. The system's loyalty standard is points unfamiliar, neither liked nor disliked. Below 50 points means dislike. The lower the points, the higher the degree of dislike. Points of loyalty indicate slight affection. Points of loyalty indicate strong affection. Points of loyalty indicate a life and death friendship. Points of loyalty indicate unwavering loyalty until death. Points of loyalty indicate that if you ask her to commit suicide, she would think you are saving her. Tao Yaoyao had just met today, so her low loyalty was normal. Except for Tao Yaoyao, the loyalty of the other 7 was all above 80. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this. Not bad, not bad. Time indeed breeds feelings. Putting away the goddess information panels, Yang Chen took out the abilities related to body transformation like iron transformation, copper transformation, and giant transformation. Calling Dantai Mingyue over, Yang Chen placed all these ability fruits in front of him. These are the abilities related to iron transformation, stone transformation, giant transformation, etc. I'm giving them all to you. You can choose to use them yourself or give them to others. Upon hearing this, Dantai Mingyue did not understand what Yang Chen was really up to. Why give herself so many body transformation ability fruits for no reason? Just thinking about eating the giant transformation fruit and becoming a muscular Barbie made Dantai Mingyue shiver. I definitely won't use it on myself. That image is too beautiful, I don't even dare to think about it. Dantai Mingyue collected all the piles of ability fruits on the table. Let's keep them for now. Maybe they'll come in handy later? It's also good for Wang Zhendong and the others. After all, they're big men and won't be afraid of getting ugly. Ding! The host invested 2 giantization ability fruits, 5 petrification ability fruits, 3 copperization ability fruits, and 3 ironization ability fruits into Dantai Mingyue. The 10,000-fold return was triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 giantization ability fruit, 1 petrification ability fruit, 1 copperization ability fruit, and 1 ironization ability fruit. Wow! Another 100,000 ability fruits. For others, ability fruits might be hard to come by, requiring deep exploration into mutated plant clusters to find them, but for Yang Chen, ability fruits were as good as wholesale. Sometimes Yang Chen was curious about where the system got so many ability fruits. What was its operating principle? What energy supported his activities? But then Yang Chen stopped thinking about it. What was the point of pondering over something he couldn't figure out? Dantai Mingyue packed the ability fruits into a bag and placed it under the coffee table. Yang Chen pulled Dantai Mingyue tightly into his arms and asked with a smile, "Were you thinking something inappropriate when you were on Tiger Girl's back earlier?" Thinking back to that moment, Dantai Mingyue blushed shyly but still denied it. "I wasn't. I didn't think anything inappropriate. If you did, you have to accept the punishment." "What if I didn't think anything inappropriate?" "Even if you didn't, you still have to accept the punishment." Dantai Mingyue. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Jinyun and the others returned. They were all stunned when they saw Tao Yaoyao sitting in the living room. Where did this unfamiliar beauty come from? It couldn't be that dog of a man brought her back again, could it? Is he some kind of livestock? With so many of us, is it still not enough? Tao Yaoyao was also confused. Looking at these beautiful women, she felt a bit nervous and dazed. Why are there so many beauties here? So Yang Chen doesn't only have Dantai Mingyue. Dantai Mingyue is just one of them? How can this guy be like this? Scumbag. Poof. Lin Jinyun was the first to react, walking over and skillfully starting a conversation with Tao Yaoyao. Tao Yaoyao felt a bit nervous. Although this sister spoke gently, there was an air of authority about her. During the conversation, Tao Yaoyao gained a basic understanding of Lin Jinyun and the others. In the course of their talk, Lin Jinyun and the others also learned about what Yang Chen had done that afternoon. Lin Jinyun's lips curled slightly, her smile warm. This guy, without saying a word, actually took down a base. Chen Jiayi asked curiously, "Does that mean we have to move again?" Yang Chen looked at Tao Yaoyao, her eyes filled with curiosity and research. She was very interested in relics. Lu Ruyan, Abba Abba. In the end, it was Lin Jinyun who interrupted the group of women. "Alright, sisters, it's getting late. Let's all take a shower together, and then we can prepare today's lunch." "Okay. Hee, I love taking showers, my skin feels so good, and soaking in the bath is the most comfortable. You, girl, are the one who loves to nudge against us while soaking, right?" "I didn't." The group of women ignored Yang Chen and Dantai Mingyue, focusing on their own activities. Tao Yaoyao, who had already cleaned up, was also pulled along by them. By the time the women finished their showers and came down, the large round dining table was already filled with steaming, sumptuous dishes. From the appearance and color, they looked almost identical to what Lin Jinyun would make. Lin Jinyun, curious, asked Yang Chen, "Did you make these? But you don't seem like someone who can cook." Yang Chen smiled without answering, and Lin Jinyun understood, so she didn't ask further. Everyone enjoyed their meal together. The atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious, except for Tao Yaoyao, who still felt a bit awkward and nervous. The others interacted like a family. Tao Yaoyao felt both out of place and shocked by the dinner prepared by Yang Chen and the others. "Do you all eat this well every day? Are we really in the same apocalypse?" Even when the East City Refuge base was still managed by Li Tongsheng, Tao Yaoyao never ate this well. Just being able to have a bowl of steaming instant noodles was already very satisfying. But now, never mind. Let's eat. After dinner, Lin Jinyun suggested, "Let's celebrate Yaoyao's joining tonight. How about we take a night off? It's been a long time since we've watched a movie, let's go to the viewing room together." Power has always been determined by strength, not the other way around. Lin Jinyun's proposal was unanimously approved. They laid out several soft mattresses and cushions on the floor of the viewing room. Filled with snacks and drinks, they comfortably lay down and started watching a film that everyone agreed was good. If they got tired of watching, they could also take out game consoles or phones to play some single-player games. The lights in the viewing room were turned off. Only the screen emitted a faint glow, illuminating the room. Tao Yaoyao felt everything was so dreamlike. It was as if the outside world had no apocalypse, and she was still living in an orderly world. Life here was really good. It made her forget that they were in an apocalypse. Tao Yaoyao looked at the laughing and playing crowd, her eyes dazed. Have they been living like this since the apocalypse began? In this villa, any way of life would be something that 90% of survivors outside wouldn't even dare to imagine. Whether it was delicious food or a comfortable living environment, it was out of reach for survivors. Clearly, this was just normal before the apocalypse. The apocalypse had brought everyone to the same level. But it seemed like nothing had changed. Dantai Mingyue patted Tao Yaoyao's shoulder and smiled. Don't think too much. Now that we're here, we're all one of us. Don't be shy, treat everyone like good friends and sisters. But the premise is that you also treat us as one of you. Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao came back to her senses, looking at Dantai Mingyue with a half-smile, but with a warning in her eyes. She nodded lightly and said, Time passed, and the night went by just like that. Yang Chen didn't do anything to Tao Yaoyao. Mainly because there were too many people last night. Tao Yaoyao felt embarrassed. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Jinyun continued to lead the sisters in leveling up. This had become their daily life. When you give up and stop striving, you will be forgotten by the times and surpassed by others. If they didn't want to be bullied by other survivors, they had to become stronger than them. Even if it meant bullying others, they couldn't let others bully them. Lin Jinyun and the others went to level up. All female, a total of 8 people. No matter where they were a beautiful sight, and they were all Yang Chens. After saying goodbye to Lin Jinyun and the others, Yang Chen first went to the East City Refuge Base. Upon arriving at the East City Refuge Base, Yang Chen, Wang Zhendong, and Li Tongsheng held another meeting. In the office where the school leaders usually held meetings, Li Tongsheng was reporting on the work. So far, the survivors have stabilized. The students are quite willing to trust us. Currently, there are 8,006 boys and 5,244 girls, the vast majority of whom are young people, with the oldest being just under 50. These survivors have been temporarily settled in male and female dormitories. Blah blah blah. Li Tongsheng reported on all the work done since Yang Chen left yesterday. The most important point. In the end, Li Tongsheng's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists and said angrily, most of the supplies we collected before have been wasted by those guys from Luoshan Cannon. The remaining food is only enough for all the survivors to eat for 2 days, and that's under the condition that they won't be full. After Li Tongsheng finished his report, Wang Zhendong also stood up. I plan to organize the survivors to go out and search for supplies, but we currently have too few ability users. The environment now is nothing like at the beginning of the apocalypse. Ordinary people going out is basically a death sentence. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the mutated beasts were neither strong nor numerous. As long as ordinary people had the courage to go out, they could definitely find supplies to ensure they wouldn't starve, and if they were lucky, they might even encounter ability fruits, allowing them to soar and become ability users. But now, both the mutated beasts and mutated plants have increased in number and strength. If an ordinary person goes out now, encountering a mutated rat could mean death. Moreover, the ability users among Wang Zhendong and the others only number around 30 or 40. It's simply incomparable to their peak period. Even if they went out, they wouldn't be able to bring back much food. Furthermore, this area has long been scavenged by Li Tongsheng and the others. These are not problems. Yang Chen dismissed these concerns. He lacked neither supplies nor ability fruits. Sitting in the foremost position, he looked around at everyone present and said, I can provide a week's worth of food to ensure everyone is full, but after that, you'll have to solve the food problem yourselves. Upon hearing this, Li Tongsheng's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his expression immediately lightened. With these transitional supplies, we can gradually adapt to the upcoming pace. Additionally, Yang Chen continued, looking at Wang Zhendong, I'll give you 10,000 ability fruits, and you need to cultivate a team of 2,000 ability users for me. These ability fruits are not something everyone can have. You decide who gets them and how to distribute them. Afterward, I want to see a capable team of ability users. Currently, a team of 2,000 ability users would absolutely crush all survivor groups in Jiangcheng, except for the military base. That would be sufficient. But ability fruits can be given, but they must not be easily obtained. There needs to be a system. Everyone must strive to compete. Otherwise, they might think that obtaining ability fruits is too easy. Even if very few people think this way, a few is still not none. Yang Chen did not want to see a team lacking in combat power. As for whether having too many ability users would affect his absolute position, that's a joke. He could single-handedly destroy a flock of tens of thousands of mutated birds. What threat could a group of 2,000 ability users pose to him? Upon hearing about the 10,000 ability fruits, everyone's breathing in the room quickened. Their minds were shaken. One ability fruit could create one ability user. Wouldn't 10,000 mean 10,000 ability users? They were about to defy the heavens. Wang Zhendong quickly reacted and patted his chest to assure, don't worry, I will organize a training camp for 3 days. On the first day, reward 100 of the most hard-working individuals to become ability users, and inform the rest that there are only 1,900 spots left for becoming ability users. This will motivate others and even create a competitive relationship. 400 on the second day, and 1500 on the third day. Once the 2000 spots are filled, we can tell the remaining people that the next batch of ability fruits is already on the way, and as long as they work hard, they all have a chance to obtain ability fruits. Li Tongxing added, "Here with us. Hard work truly pays off." Yang Chen was not concerned with these matters. He only needed to see the results. If he had to do everything himself, then what was the point of having these people? He only needs to manage people like Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong and his team manage the rest. Strength is the primary factor that determines power. Ridiculously, in the eyes of some, strength must yield to power, even submit to it. A simple example: in ancient times, a general commanding an army of 300,000, a fierce and battle-hardened force stationed at the border, was ordered by the emperor to relinquish his military authority, even facing the threat of extermination of his family, and the general could only say, "What can he do?" The other party is the emperor. It has always been strength that determines power, not power that controls strength. Yang Chen looked at the corners of everyone's mouths curling up and smiled. "You all can decide for yourselves. A new month has begun, and this month, I will continue to deliver 6,000 words every day at the third watch. Brothers, please support me more, write reviews, good or bad, urge updates, add to your bookshelf, and send some free little gifts. Thank you, thank you." Base, Starlight. Just as Yang Chen was about to leave, he was called back by Wang Zhendong. "Wait." Yang Chen looked over and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wang Zhendong smiled. "Well, yesterday I discussed with Brother Li and the others, and we feel that the name East City Refuge Base is no longer suitable for us, so we plan to talk to you today about what to rename our base." Hearing this, Yang Chen, who had already stood up, sat back down. "Then let's brainstorm together, but let's not mention names like Dawn, Hope, or Thunder, as they are too cliché." As soon as he said this, the people in the conference room began to discuss enthusiastically. Some had already thought of names beforehand and directly stated them. "Leader Yang, what do you think of dawn? It symbolizes our perseverance, as we walk the path witnessing the dawn. I think tomorrow is also good, full of hope and anticipation. Rebirth. It signifies establishing a new base on the ruins of this apocalyptic era, a new beginning." More than a dozen people in the conference room were discussing the name of the base. Yang Chen also thought of one. "What do you all think of Starlight? It symbolizes that each of us can shine brilliantly like the stars, glowing and radiating in our respective fields." As soon as the name Starlight was mentioned, the people still discussing in the conference room gradually quieted down. Li Tongxing raised his hand to vote. "I support the leader's proposal. Starlight is very good." Wang Zhendong also said, "Indeed, may each of us shine like the stars." With the three major leaders in agreement, how could these minor leaders oppose? They wouldn't want to go against the leaders. Which leader would like someone like that? Thus, others also raised their hands to vote, expressing their support for Yang Chen's nomination. In this way, the East City Refuge Base was officially renamed Starlight Base. After discussing the matters of the base, Yang Chen teleported away. The ruins were not yet ready to be opened. It no longer made sense for him to stay here. With all the work arranged, as the leader, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Chen planned to visit the Hope Base ruins again. Ma Banan mentioned that the soft crystal core appeared on the hillside behind the chemical factory, on a vine extending from the void. What exactly is behind this vine? Yang Chen couldn't figure it out before, but now he had a guess. It was probably another ruin. Just as Yang Chen was heading to the Hope Base ruins, Jiangqing Military Base, Wu Zhongguo's office. Wu Zhongguo looked at the middle-aged man in a suit before him and spoke in a deep voice. "Have you confirmed that kid's final location?" The middle-aged man in a suit flattered Wu Zhongguo while pouring tea. "Yesterday at 6 o'clock, after the fog descended, that kid stayed in one area without moving. I think that should be his hiding place, but I'm not sure. We need to confirm it again. If his position is still there tonight or even tomorrow night, we can basically confirm that it is indeed his hiding place." Wu Zhongguo nodded in satisfaction, a smile finally appearing on his plump face. You handle this matter. Once we confirm that kid's location, we start acting. We'll have all his family and friends in our grasp. At that time, let's see if he won't comply." "Yes, leader, you can rest assured." Wu Zhongguo cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man in a suit, his voice carrying a warning tone. "Chang Weiyan, if you mess this up, I think it's better to let other star map level ability users handle the formation of your special team." Upon hearing this, Chang Weiyan immediately assured him, "Don't worry, leader, I definitely won't mess it up this time. If I do, I'll come to you with my head." Go on, be a bit cleaner in your methods. It's best to use ability users from the outer city." Chang Weiyan lowered his head obediently and said softly, "Understood." Hope Base ruins. Yang Chen arrived here and headed straight for the back mountain. His mental perception expanded to its limit. The entire back mountain was enveloped in his range. Soon, Yang Chen saw the vines that Ma Baonan had mentioned, extending from the void. He teleported over, arriving next to the vine, examining it closely. It could be understood like this: a large tree appeared horizontally in front of you, but the roots were missing, as if it were rooted in the air. Under the perception of spatial abilities, there were indeed slight fluctuations here, but no spatial gate. Could it be that the time to open hasn't arrived yet? Yang Chen thought. The ruins entrance over at East City. The starry base doesn't have a time limit, so why is it different here? Is there no ruins entrance here? Yang Chen tentatively reached out his hand to touch the air at the root of the vine. Disappeared? His hand vanished without a trace. Yang Chen was certain that his hand existed. It hadn't been severed or anything. This indicated that there was indeed a spatial gate here. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen focused his gaze on the void before him and slowly walked forward. His body touched the invisible door, as if passing through a calm water surface. Beyond the door was a wilderness. To be precise, half was a desolate Gobi desert, yellow sand swirling, devoid of life. The other half was a lush primeval forest, with towering trees, and the flowers and grasses growing wildly, each root taller than Yang Chen, as if he had been shrunk by a shrink ray. Why does this ruins look so primitive? After glancing around, Yang Chen decided to explore the primeval forest. He turned around and reached out. His arm passed through. Peering in, confirming that this spatial gate led to the outside world, Yang Chen left a marking anchor point here, so he could teleport back to this spot no matter where he was. Even if the spatial gate disappeared, he wouldn't be afraid. Here, Yang Chen could actually sense the spatial anchor points of the outside world. This meant he could directly traverse the void back to the outside. He didn't have to worry about the spatial gate disappearing. After confirming this, Yang Chen stepped into the left side of the primeval forest. The forest was shrouded in dense green shade. Sunlight could only filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadow. The air was filled with the scent of moist earth and fresh plants, mixed with faint floral and grassy aromas, creating a unique, intoxicating natural fragrance. It was strange. This space clearly had no sun, yet it was daytime, just slightly darker than the outside world. As he walked in, every tree was thick and massive, towering into the clouds, the rough bark covered in moss and various parasitic plants, with vines hanging from the branches. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and dead branches, soft to the touch. In this unfamiliar place, Yang Chen dared not be careless. He expanded his mental perception, enveloping the surroundings, with every rustle of wind and movement within his sensing range. Now, with all 7 stars lit, Yang Chen's mental perception limit had expanded to 7 kilometers. At this moment, Yang Chen discovered a mutated beast. Star map level. No, it's not just one. There are 5-star map level mutated beasts densely occupying the area within a 7-kilometer radius. Incredible! Outside, apart from the beast tide, Yang Chen had never seen so many star map level mutated beasts gathered together. Perhaps there are no treasures here, but this is definitely a qualified leveling ground. Ruins equals leveling ground, ruins leveling ground, awesome. Yang Chen was delighted. If there are indeed many star map level mutated beasts here, then he could light up his last 2 gray stars in a short time. If this ruin has many mutated beasts, he could completely treat it as a leveling ground. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the possibility was high. He calmed his mind and focused his mental power on locking onto these 5-star map level mutated beasts. Mental suppression. A heavy pressure descended upon these 5-star map level mutated beasts. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground with a dull thud, and 5 spatial gates opened around them, unleashing alloy straight blades imbued with sharpness and the Red Lotus Hellfire Annihilation Divine Thunder. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the brains of these 5-star map level mutated beasts. Boom! Roar, roar, roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The mutated beasts roared and struggled a few times before becoming still. They were completely dead. However, the alloy straight blades responsible for the kills also disintegrated due to the overwhelming force they endured, turning into molten iron that dripped to the ground. Yang Chen didn't care. They were just alloy straight blades. Right now, he lacked nothing but alloy straight blades. Even if he used one and discarded it, he wouldn't feel heartbroken. That alloy straight blade, in the hands of an ordinary person or even a crystal core level ability user, would be a definite artifact. But now it couldn't keep up with Yang Chen's pace. It could only rely on quantity. Another 5 alloy straight blades were produced, severing the heads of these 5-star map-level mutated beasts, and Yang Chen placed his hand on one of the heads. Yang Chen frowned, confusion in his eyes. Why is there no reaction? He continued to touch the remaining 4-star map-level mutated beasts. Still, there was no reaction at all. The familiar warm current did not flow through his body. What's going on? Where's the spiritual energy? Yang Chen was dumbfounded. Surely the mutated beasts in the ruins wouldn't be devoid of spiritual energy? Yang Chen used his mental power to carefully examine the brains of the mutated beasts. In the end, he discovered that each mutated beast's brain contained an oval-shaped crystal. Crystal? But they clearly exude the might of star map level. Yang Chen was puzzled. Even crystal core level mutated beasts would allow one to absorb spiritual energy upon touching their heads after being killed. But why were the mutated beasts in the ruins different from those outside? Yang Chen dug out all 5 crystals. Sensing carefully, the spiritual energy within the crystals was indeed at the star map level. But why were they in crystal form? Yang Chen couldn't figure it out. The current path of evolution relied entirely on humanity's exploration. He understood many things but still knew less than the official experts who specialized in the study of the path of evolution. But it was confirmed that this crystal indeed contains spiritual energy. He also wondered if it would be like the monsters in the fog, with the spiritual energy being toxic. Yang Chen stored these 5-star map-level crystals in his infinite space, thinking, after I get out, I'll find an ability user to test it. If there are no mutations, then it proves that the spiritual energy of the mutated beasts in this ruin can be absorbed. After that, Yang Chen did not deliberately hunt anymore. Until he confirmed whether the crystals were safe, hunting more would be pointless. It wouldn't be too late to hunt again after confirming that there were no mutations when used by an ability user. After all, he was the only one who knew about this place. Moreover, it was very convenient to enter and exit. Yang Chen wandered through the primitive forest. Within the range of his mental perception, numerous mutated beasts appeared densely. The vast majority were at the crystal core level, but there were also star map level mutated beasts present. Almost every 100 has 1 star map level mutated beast. The ratio is far beyond what the outside world can compare. After exploring the area, Yang Chen used teleportation to lock onto the junction between the primitive forest and the desolate desert, where the spatial gate is located, and with a whoosh, he was there. Looking at the invisible spatial gate in front of him, Yang Chen stroked his chin and said, if only I could destroy this spatial gate or move it to another place. If the spiritual energy in the crystal core could really be absorbed and used, then Yang Chen would definitely designate this relic as private territory, using it as a leveling ground in the future. But the entrance is on the side of the Hope Base ruins, and running back and forth is always inconvenient. It would be great if it could be placed right at his doorstep. Wait a minute, the spatial gate is also a space. Could he also open a spatial gate linked to this relic? Thinking of this, Yang Chen began to ponder how to use his spatial abilities to achieve the desired effect. Half an hour later, Yang Chen thought of a method to try. He would mark the location with spatial anchor points and then connect the 2 spatial anchor points like threading a needle, allowing for daily round trips through the spatial anchor points. However, this low-spec version of the teleportation gate could only be controlled by him using his spatial abilities each time. Others wouldn't be able to use it. Achieving this effect made Yang Chen very satisfied. 1 bite at a time, 1 step at a time. Is it possible to become a big fat person in one go? Once he thought of something, Yang Chen was never one to dawdle. He decided to use the spatial anchor point at the junction of the primitive forest and the desolate desert for this relic. Through the spatial gate behind him, Yang Chen left the relic. He used his life tree ability to manipulate the surrounding mutated trees to lean down and block the entrance to the outside world, preventing others from accidentally entering. After doing all this, Yang Chen immediately went home to start constructing the teleportation device for both sides. After 2.5 hours, he finally finished. Yang Chen cleared out a storage room on the top floor. He modified the doorframe. The entire doorframe was set as an anchor point. He injected spatial energy. The doorframe in front of Yang Chen, which had no door, began to shimmer with blue light spots. These light spots increased, and finally, a blue membrane formed in the middle of the doorframe. Yang Chen leaned forward. Wow! Behind it was the relic he had just been in. Passing through the blue membrane would allow him to enter the relic. That was it. Later, he could prepare a few items that stored his spatial energy for Lin Jinyun and the others, so they could open the 2 teleportation points without him. Done! From now on, I can go directly from home to the leveling ground. Yang Chen smiled at his masterpiece. Without a subsequent supply of spatial energy, the blue membrane gradually dissipated. Next, I need to find a supernatural being to test whether the crystal cores of the mutated beasts in this relic can actually be used. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen stepped on his 8 directions Han sword and flew out, quickly heading towards the city. In a small town, Lin Jinyun and others, who were hunting mutated beasts, happened to see Yang Chen flying by. Chen Jiai pointed at the sky and laughed. It's brother Yang Chen. Others also looked over. Whether with the naked eye or through mental perception, the person riding the sword was indeed Yang Chen. Yang Chen also noticed them, but he didn't stop. There were no supernatural beings nearby. 10 minutes later, he landed inside a 6-story-old residential building. He kicked the door open. It was a family of 3, a young couple with a child. Both parents were supernatural beings, but their strength was very weak, just mid-level supernatural beings. Who are you? What do you want? We don't have any extra supplies. Testing the mutated beast crystal core. Please, spare us. Entering the room, before Yang Chen could say a word, the man across from him spoke up, his voice laced with pleading, his eyes filled with fear, beneath which lay a suffocating madness. Yang Chen had no doubt that if he were to exploit and oppress them, the seemingly honest man would completely lose control and descend into madness. It seemed he had been bullied by the nearby ability users quite severely. Yang Chen closed the door and smiled at the man across from him, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm not here to take your food. In fact, I'm here to bring you some." The man remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on Yang Chen as he used his body to shield his wife and daughter, who was also anxiously protecting their child behind her, her face tense as she watched Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled and, with a wave of his hand, a pile of food appeared on the ground between them. Seeing so much food, including hot dishes, the family of 3 was momentarily stunned. As the aroma wafted into their nostrils, their taste buds stirred, and saliva began to pool in their mouths. The little girl hiding behind her mother looked at the food on the ground, licking her lips, cautiously glancing at Yang Chen. The bright, clear gaze typical of a child was replaced by fear and aversion to strangers. Yang Chen said, "Although I don't know what you've been through before I arrived, I'm not with the people who bullied you. I come from East City University." Upon hearing this, the man still did not lower his guard. It seemed he had been bullied quite badly before. He was on high alert, with a 200% level of vigilance against anyone. Yang Chen glanced at the little girl, who was being protected by her parents, and chuckled lightly. "Even if you're not hungry, you can't let the child go hungry, can you? I'm here to ask for your help. This food is my way of repaying you." For survivors like this couple, who had not provoked him, Yang Chen was still willing to communicate. The man and woman exchanged glances, their faces showing concern for their pale, malnourished daughter. At that moment, the man spoke up. "What do you need our help with?" Yang Chen got straight to the point. "This is a star map level mutated beast's crystal core. If you eat it, you might leap from the crystal level to the star map level, or you might mutate into a monster. What do you plan to choose? Don't worry, even if you refuse, it's fine. Consider this food a gift from me." Yang Chen smiled, his expression bright and cheerful, giving off a harmless vibe. Coupled with his earlier words, the woman's wariness towards Yang Chen slightly diminished. The man hesitated as he looked at the crystal core lying quietly in Yang Chen's palm. "You said there's a chance to become stronger?" Yang Chen nodded. "That's right, star map level crushes crystal level." The man asked, "How strong exactly?" Yang Chen replied, "One can easily defeat 100 at the crystal level. If those who bullied you don't have star map levels, you can basically kill them at will." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes instantly lit up, and he gripped the kitchen knife tightly, a desire for power igniting in his gaze. He wanted to gain greater strength so that his wife and daughter would no longer be bullied. "I'm willing to give it a try." Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and directly tossed the crystal core over. The man caught it and, without waiting for his wife to say anything, swallowed it whole. The moment the man swallowed the crystal core, Yang Chen activated his telekinetic perception, indiscriminately observing the changes in the man's body. The crystal core exploded within the man's body. A massive surge of energy swept through him. The man let out a muffled groan and half-kneeled on the ground. The woman and little girl rushed forward, anxious and worried. "Gao Yuan, are you okay? Daddy, don't scare me. You too, step aside." Yang Chen stepped forward and placed a hand on the man's head. "He just can't handle the impact of this power on his body. I'm helping him heal." Under the observation of telepathic perception, Gao Yuan's physical body was battered and bloodied by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, his insides already rotting away. If this continued, Gao Yuan would undoubtedly die. The Tree of Life, the power of life infused, constantly repairing Gao Yuan's injuries. 2 minutes passed like this. The spiritual energy was completely absorbed by Gao Yuan. No signs of abnormality appeared. Gao Yuan began to advance. Seeing that Gao Yuan was fine, Yang Chen withdrew his hand and said, "Alright, he's fine now. When he wakes up, he will definitely surprise you." "Really?" The woman looked at Gao Yuan, whose brows had relaxed, not appearing to be in trouble, and finally sighed in relief. Thank you. The woman gratefully knelt before Yang Chen, bowing her head repeatedly. Yang Chen waved his hand, using telekinesis to lift the woman up. "It's nothing, I asked you for help." The little girl looked at Yang Chen, her eyes no longer filled with fear, but there was a sense of distance towards a stranger. Assessment complete. the little girl would likely become socially anxious in the future. Thank you, uncle. When I grow up, I will definitely repay you. Woo woo. The woman covered the little girl's mouth and gave Yang Chen an apologetic look. I'm sorry, this child has watched too many short videos before, so she talks to us like this. Actually, she means to say she will repay you in the future. MHM. The little girl nodded. Yang Chen didn't mind. Call him brother, and be more careful next time. Gao Yuan had already advanced, but he did not leave immediately. Yang Chen still planned to observe Gao Yuan for a while longer, waiting until he was sure the crystal core posed no danger before leaving. You should eat something first. You said it, your husband helped me experiment with the crystal core, so all this food is yours. Yang Chen said. Thank you, benefactor. The woman gratefully replied, my name is Gao Yuan, and this is our daughter, Gao Xiaohua. MHM. Yang Chen pulled up a chair and sat down not far from Gao Yuan. With Yang Chen's permission, Gao Yuan and her daughter began to eat. If it were just Gao Yuan, she could endure it, but her daughter had been hungry for too long. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan completed his advancement. He felt the immense power within him and began to doubt his own existence. Is this really me? Yang Chen had also experienced the overwhelming sensation brought on by such a sudden surge of power. Thud. Realizing what was happening, Gao Yuan knelt directly before Yang Chen. He bowed deeply. Thank you for your nurturing grace. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word. I, Gao Yuan, will not hesitate. Get up. Yang Chen nodded slightly and asked, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan carefully sensed his body, then shook his head and said, I feel great now. Then, as he spoke a word, Yang Chen paused, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, and said, here comes the cannon fodder, just right for you to practice. Gao Yuan was confused, not understanding what Yang Chen meant, but soon, he would understand. A few seconds later, a voice from outside made him grit his teeth in anger. He, what smells so good? This Gao Yuan won't be hiding food, will he? You two are meant to be a couple. Yang Chen patted Gao Yuan's shoulder and laughed. You know what to do without me telling you, right? Let all the frustrations you felt during this time out. Think of your wife, think of your daughter. After saying this, Yang Chen intended to leave, not really departing but planning to shift from the light to the shadows to observe. Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, Gao Yuan quickly grabbed Yang Chen's arm and urgently asked, Benefactor, how will we find you in the future? Yang Chen replied, if you want to find me, just go to East City University. My name is Yang Chen. After saying this, Yang Chen vanished from sight. He arrived on the rooftop of the building. Telepathic perception swept across. He quietly observed the situation below. In his hand, a star map-level mutated beast crystal core was being tossed and caught. This world is always changing, and all we can do is adapt to it. Below, the Gao family. The door was kicked open from the outside. Seeing the few people entering the room, Gao Xiaohua fearfully hid behind his mother. Ah, brother donkey, there's so much food here, and it's hot dishes. Damn it, I don't even remember the last time I had a warm meal, and it's paired with fragrant northeast rice. These three rascals really know how to enjoy themselves. Old Gao, you're not being honest. Didn't you say there was no food? What the hell is this? I think you just need a good beating. The few survivors who entered were extremely arrogant, completely disregarding Gao Yuan, this ability user. The three leading men were all ability users, roughly at the same level as Gao Yuan before his upgrade, but they were all middle-aged men, and in terms of combat power, they were much stronger than Gao Yuan and his wife, Gao Yuan. This was also the reason why the couple had been bullied for so long. The bald, fat leader glanced at the hot dishes on the dining table and chuckled. Brother Gao, you're not being fair. Didn't you say there was no food at home? What do you call this? Brother Donkey, don't waste time with this guy. Since he's not being honest, let's teach him a lesson. I see his wife is still charming. Brother Donkey, with your improved strength, how can you not have every woman serving you? An ordinary survivor suggested, his smile lewd, his eyes glinting with malice as he looked at Gao Yuan. If looks could strip, Gao Yuan would have been naked long ago. Another ordinary survivor grinned. Yeah, Gao Yuan's daughter isn't bad either. After a few more years, she could be a little wife for you, brother donkey. Ah, Gao Yuan exploded. I want you dead. Before the apocalypse, he was a very honest person. He didn't bother with jokes or insults from others because, to Gao Yuan, those were childish wastes of time. His only reverse scale was his wife and daughter. He and Gao Yuan were childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was very good. After their daughter was born, he became a daughter slave. Anyone who dared to touch his wife or daughter would make Gao Yuan lose control. He had already gone berserk once before, scaring these people into not going too far. Now, this bald fat man thought he had improved his strength and came to trouble Gao Yuan again. But he didn't know that Gao Yuan had undergone a complete transformation. After Gao Yuan shouted, he immediately activated his ability. Yang Chen was surprised and joked, "Werewolf? This ability is interesting. There's no Van Helsing here in Daxia." Suddenly, Gao Yuan's well-proportioned figure grew taller and stronger, his shirt ripped apart by bulging muscles, his skin covered in wolf fur, his hands turning into sharp wolf claws, and his head transforming into a wolf's head, with fangs bared, looking fierce and terrifying. "Oh whoa!" Gao Yuan roared and charged forward. The bald fat man looked down on him. "If it were before, I would have been wary of you, but now..." Put! The bald fat man's words were cut off abruptly as he looked down in confusion, only to see his chest pierced by a wolf claw. Put! Gao Yuan retracted his wolf claw. He crushed the bald fat man's heart. The bald fat man exclaimed, "You ambushed me, no martial ethics." Thud! After saying that, the bald fat man fell straight down. The survivors he brought were dumbfounded. They were stunned, but Gao Yuan was not. At this moment, Gao Yuan was in a state of rage. He wanted to kill all these beasts who coveted his wife and daughter. Oh whoa! Gao Yuan went on a killing spree. With his star map level power, dealing with these guys was like a dimensional strike. The remaining two ability users were torn apart by Gao Yuan in terror. The remaining ordinary survivors could not escape death either. 2.5 minutes later, the already disorganized home became even messier. Corpses were everywhere. Blood stained the floor. Gao Yuan was panting heavily. "Gao Yuan, it's okay. All the bad guys have been defeated by you. Relax, take a deep breath, relax." Gao Yuan stepped forward, her palm glowing with emerging light. She held the wolf's head in her arms. Gao Zhaohua also ran over, hugging Gao Yuan's thigh in admiration. "Dad, you're amazing." Gradually, Gao Yuan's furious emotions calmed down, and his body slowly returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen showed a look of surprise. One who unleashes supernatural powers easily falls into a frenzy, while the other can just as well soothe and alleviate that frenzy. No wonder you two are a couple. It was clear from Gao Yuan's actions that they were already quite skilled at this. After Gao Yuan changed into a new set of clothes and looked at the mess in the house, his gaze firmed. "Wife, we're moving. We're going to East City University." Gao Yuan nodded and softly said, "Okay, let's eat first, and take the portable food for the road." Gao Yuan replied, "Mm." After observing for an hour near Gao Yuan's home, there were no other adverse reactions from him. The preliminary judgment was that the mutated beast crystal cores could be absorbed. Harmless. Watching Gao Yuan's family pack their luggage and prepare to leave, Yang Chen snapped his fingers. 2 alloy straight knives were inserted in front of Gao Yuan and Gao Yuan. He himself left smoothly. On the way, Yang Chen found Lin Jinyun and the others, bringing them back to the villa area together. After returning home, Yang Chen first absorbed the remaining star map-level crystal cores. 4 star map-level crystal cores were devoured, and 2/10 of the 8th star was lit up. For Gao Yuan, the supernatural energy that could tear his flesh apart was like child's play for Yang Chen, with no feeling at all. After absorbing the star map-level crystal cores, Yang Chen stood up and walked to the living room. Lin Jinyun and the others were waiting there. Seeing Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun stood up and asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry to bring us back?" Yang Chen smiled lightly, keeping them in suspense. "Follow me." He led the confused group of women to the door of the storage room on the 3rd floor. Looking at the empty storage room, Lin Jinyun was taken aback. "Where's the door? Where did it go?" Yang Chen placed his hand on the doorframe. "The door is right here. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived." Seeing the comments section, some readers thought that absorbing spiritual energy by holding a mutated beast's head was not very elegant. Since that's the case, let's change it up a bit. First, the mutated beasts in the ruins, after they die, the spiritual energy in their bodies will gather in their heads to form crystal cores. Subsequently, a miracle will also allow the mutated beasts on Blue Star to have this setting. The supernatural powers won't change, as no one would want a tumor growing in their brain. "Can we not call me Emperor Ruyen? Can we not call me Emperor Ruyen?" Spatial supernatural energy is infused within. The blue membrane unfolded again. Lin Jinyun and the others widened their eyes slightly at this scene. "Is this a spatial door, Brother Yang Chen?" Chen Jiayi asked curiously. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right, but it's just a simple spatial door. It needs my spatial supernatural energy to support it to open. Without the support of spatial supernatural energy, this spatial door will disappear over time." Lin Jinyun pointed at the blue membrane and asked, "What's behind this spatial door?" This was also what the other women were curious about. Seeing Lin Jinyun ask, they all looked at Yang Chen, waiting for more. Yang Chen stepped in first. "A good place. You'll know once you come in." Lin Jinyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled gently. "Let's go, sisters. let's see what this guy is up to. After saying that, Lin Jinyun also passed through the blue membrane into the ruins. Soon, the others followed in. When they saw the scene behind the blue membrane, they all gasped in surprise. Chen Jiayi was surprised. Where is this? Why is there no sun? Yang Chan was suspicious. Is this still Blue Star? Lin Jinyun directly asked. Where are we, Xiao Sun? Tao Yaoyao looked around and already had a guess in her heart. As someone who had entered the ruins of Dongcheng University, Dantai Mingyue also thought of this. She asked, Yang Chen, is this also a ruin? Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded. Lin Jinyun and the others curiously looked around. They had been very curious when they heard about the ruins from Dantai Mingyue and Tao Yaoyao yesterday, and they didn't expect to enter today. Lu Ruyan said, but this doesn't look very high-tech like Sister Mingyue said. Instead, it seems a bit desolate, like a primitive world. Chen Jiayao nodded in agreement. That's right, if this were before, I would think I was like De Yi and Bei Yi, in a primitive forest wilderness surviving. Bai Qian said, the two sides are different, it's really strange. The girls were puzzled. Yang Chen spoke up to explain what he had observed earlier. Yang Chen said, according to my preliminary investigation, there are no high-tech products here. Instead, there are many mutated beasts, especially star map-level mutated beasts, 1 out of 100. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun's eyes immediately lit up. There are many mutated beasts, and there are more star map-level mutated beasts than outside. Does that mean we can level up here? Dantai Mingyue nodded in agreement. That's right, the spiritual energy of crystal core level mutated beasts becomes weaker for us as we go further, until finally, it has no effect at all. If there are really so many star map level mutated beasts here, then our strength can be quickly improved, pulling away from other teams. Yang Chen added, yes, and I found that the spiritual energy in the brains of mutated beasts converts into crystal cores after they die, so the spiritual energy won't dissipate over time, making it easier for us to absorb it anytime and anywhere. Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen with concern. Will it be dangerous? You said the monsters in the fog also had spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy was toxic, so what about the mutated beasts in this secret realm? Yang Chen had previously explained the experimental results to the girls to prevent them from accidentally absorbing the spiritual energy of the fog monsters. With this prior experience, it was reasonable for Yang Chen to worry whether the spiritual energy crystal cores of the mutated beasts in the ruins were toxic. Even if she didn't ask, Yang Chen would have explained. Yang Chen smiled, no, I've already tested it with ability users. Besides the spiritual energy being too violent and easily tearing apart weak ability users' bodies, there are no other issues. With our physical strength, we can completely withstand the impact of the spiritual energy. Hearing this, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then it was fine. Lin Jinyun clapped her hands and said with a smile, no time to waste, let's get moving. Dantai Mingyue also smiled. Let's try to light up a star before the ruins at Dongcheng University open. Yang Chen suggested, let's split into 2 groups. Aunt Yun, you and Mingyue take Jiao and Jai, while I take Yang Chan, Ruyan, Bai Qian, and Tai Yaoyao with me. The girls had no objections to Yang Chen's suggestion. This would indeed increase efficiency. Alright, let's do it that way. Lin Jinyun nodded in agreement. Lu Ruyan tugged at Yang Chen's hand. Dissatisfied, can you not call me Ruyan Empress? Yang Chen pretended to be deaf. What did you say, Ruyan Empress? Lu Ruyan. The sound of the women's clear and melodious laughter, like silver bells, echoed from the space door behind them. Some were youthful and lively. Some were mature and charming. Others were enchanting and alluring, truly captivating. We also have a space door behind us that leads to the outside world. If anything happens, just run out through here. Yang Chen drew the original position of the space door. The girls nodded, indicating they understood. The 2 groups separated and began to explore the primitive forest. Although they were exploring separately, Yang Chen still chose not to stray too far. He always kept Lin Jinyun's team within the range of his mental perception. So troublesome, it would be great if there was a way to communicate regardless of distance, he muttered as he casually sliced through the thorns in front of him. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Tao Yaoyao, who had just joined the team yesterday, was eager to make an impression. Perhaps she also wanted to find a sense of belonging. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she thought of something and timidly looked at him, a bit fearful. I think I know of a special ability that can communicate over distance. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen became interested and asked with a smile, our special ability? Ta Yaoyao whispered, Sister Jinyun said you can extract the abilities of deceased ability users, right? Yang Chen nodded. Tao Yaoyao continued, at the East City Refuge Base, there was a student whose ability allowed him to mark others and pull them into his woven dream regardless of distance, so they could communicate in the dream. Yang Chen smiled and said, that's a good ability. If it really was an ability user from the East City Refuge Base, that would be easy. Yesterday, he had killed almost all the ability users from the East City Refuge base. Extracting the ability fruits would also be in bulk. If that dreamweaving ability user was among them, the ability fruit should have been extracted as well. He would look for it when he got back. Yang Chen praised her. Not bad, I'll reward you later. Tao Yaoyao clearly didn't know what the reward was, and upon hearing Yang Chen's compliment, her cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, that's what I should do. With that topic concluded, the group began their hunting journey. They didn't even bother to look at the crystal core level mutated beasts. They were of no use to them. Killing them would just be a waste of time. Yang Chen and the others specifically hunted star map level mutated beasts to obtain their crystal cores. Just like single effect abilities and skills that could be instinctively released without a teacher, Yang Chen's abilities were mostly complete, and how to use them depended on his own exploration. So far, he hadn't figured out how to communicate using mental power, but combining it with the dreamweaving ability would yield results soon. There was no need to rush. Ruins hunting. Amazing harvest. Ruins hunting. Amazing harvest. Yang Chan, there's a star map level mutated snake coiled on a big tree about 2,000 meters to your left. Like Smoke Emperor, there's a star map level 3 sister lying in the weeds 3,400 meters ahead of you. By Qian, Tao Yaoyao, there's a mutated rat underground 1,300 meters behind you. With his mental perception sweeping across the area, Yang Chen could easily spot any star map level mutated beasts. He issued commands to the women. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan nodded and headed towards their respective targets. Bai Qian went with Tao Yaoyao to the back to find the mutated rat. With mental perception at their side, they would naturally discover it as they got closer. After giving the orders, Yang Chen also sought out several star map level mutated beasts. In this primitive forest, star map level mutated beasts were as numerous as the top crystal core level mutated beasts in the outside world, with some even clustered together. Within a vast range of 7,000 meters, Yang Chen could easily find many targets with a sweep of his perception. He teleported to a tree branch of a towering giant tree, where a confused mutated tiger was staring at him, and he threw a punch. His fist was enveloped in blood-red flames. The punch was incredibly fast, producing a series of sonic booms. The star map level mutated tiger didn't even have time to react and was instantly knocked out by Yang Chen's punch. Indeed, after a mutated beast died, a spiritual energy crystal core would automatically condense in its brain. After deducting the star map level spiritual energy crystal core from the mutated tiger, Yang Chen immediately went to find the next target. With Yang Chen's 7 stars fully lit and so many impressive abilities, even an evolved creature with all 9 stars of the star map lit would not intimidate him. He was even confident he could easily defeat it. As for why he didn't use an evolved creature from the next stage of the star map as an example, that's because Yang Chen had not yet stepped into that realm and knew very little about it, making it unsuitable for comparison. In a giant tree's hollow, 2 mutated brown bears at the star map level of 3 stars were sleeping. At that moment, thick black clouds began to gather at the top of the hollow. Within the black clouds, black and white lightning flickered and rolled. The thunder roared, waking the 2 mutated brown bears. Roar, 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 roar. The 2 mutated brown bears got up. Before they could understand the situation, 2 thick black and white lightning pillars suddenly erupted from the heavy clouds, roaring down onto the 2 mutated brown bears. Ziz, crackle, roar, 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 roar. The black and white lightning continued to strike. In the end, the 2 mutated brown bears fell directly to the ground, their hard fur charred, their eyes rolled back, and they were electrocuted to death. Yang Chen arrived and took their star map level energy cores. In a rocky cave, a large and a small mutated ape at the star map level were fighting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several spatial doors quietly opened around the 2 mutated apes. The next second, a metal straight knife, entwined with Red Lotus Hellfire and Annihilation Divine Thunder, whistled out, rushing toward the 2 mutated apes like a tide. The 2 mutated apes were startled by the sudden attack and hurriedly tried to dodge. But the metal knife was too dense, and the rocky cave was too small. The 2 mutated apes had nowhere to escape. In the end, they were reduced to minced meat. The star map level mutated apes perished. Yang Chen leisurely came and took the star map level energy cores from the 2 mutated apes. Continue. The mutated squirrels living in tree hollows, the mutated moles living in burrows, the mutated owls living in nests, and the mutated red foxes, etc. All those discovered by Yang Chen could not escape death. With their strength below 5 stars of the star map, they were no match for Yang Chen. Easily. Wait. Suddenly, Yang Chen's expression froze, becoming strange. A primitive man with a stone axe? Why does this configuration feel so familiar? Yang Chen shook his head and laughed, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. Really, just hunt well. Why think so much? Kill. The primitive man with a stone axe perished. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 in the afternoon. There was no sun in the ruins, and time was not accurate compared to the outside world. Yang Chen and the others confirmed the time with the watches they brought. After working hard for so long, they had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. They headed back home. Tomorrow, they would continue. The entire leveling ground was Yang Chen's property. They could come whenever they wanted. Yang Chen understood the balance of work and rest from his previous live streaming days. In the apocalypse, there was naturally no need for internal competition. Laughing, if there was no internal competition, they couldn't catch up to him. If they did, it wouldn't let others live. Gathering Lin Jinyun and the others, Yang Chen returned to the villa. The first thing they did upon returning was to clean themselves. Not to mention being stained with blood, even the sweat was sticky. It was uncomfortable not to take a shower. The large bath on the 3rd floor was filled with warm water, and everyone comfortably jumped in to soak. A visual feast. A paradise on earth. They would come again next time. After soaking, everyone felt refreshed and incredibly relaxed. Lin Jinyun and a few sisters began preparing dinner for the day. It was ready in less than an hour. During dinner, Yang Chen began to ask about everyone's gains for the day. Today I hunted down 18-star map-level spiritual energy cores, how about you all? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyun and the other women reported their own harvests for the day. Lin Jinyun, half of yours, 10 cores. Chen Jiao, biting her spoon, hummed, I'm about the same as Jinyun, 8 cores. Shen Jai, quiet and demure, looked at Yang Chen with a pure and lovely smile, honestly reporting her harvest for the day. I got 8 cores, just like my sister. Yang Chen, I had a bit of bad luck and encountered 7-star map-level mutated beasts. Lu Ruyan, how could I, the great Ruyan Emperor, have less than you? 5 cores. Yang Chen, TCH. Dantai Mingyue straightforwardly said, 9 cores. Bai Qian followed up, 3 cores. Tao Yaoyao, 3 cores. Tao Yaoyao had just advanced to star map level today, and Yang Chen had given her a poisonous tongue curse ability fruit, so her strength was much weaker compared to Lin Jinyun and the others. Those 3 cores were even ones she killed together with Bai Qian. Yang Chen didn't say much about it. Everyone has their weak moments. Before meeting him, who among them wasn't weak? Only Dantai Mingyue was a bit better, but she was still captured alive. How embarrassing. Being weak is nothing. Weakness can be transformed into strength. If one doesn't even have the belief to become stronger, then that person will never become a strong individual, someone who can stand on their own. Hearing the reports from the women, Yang Chen calculated, a total of 71-star map-level spiritual energy cores. Let's concentrate them all to see if we can light up the last 2 stars. Yang Chen felt that this was enough, but who knows if it's enough until it's tried. Everyone's level increased. The women had no objections to this. In fact, they welcomed it. Cultivating a powerful individual can better and faster help the rest grow. The group chatted and ate, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, feeling quite pleased. In terms of emotional value and quality of life, they would crush any survivor in the world. Even the leaders of major powers couldn't match their carefree joy. After dinner, Yang Chen found a wind-type ability fruit from the infinite space, along with the standard abilities for his women, telekinetic perception, beast taming, blood energy explosion, physical enhancement, and other ability fruits. He tossed them to Tao Yaoyao. Tao Yaoyao received these ability fruits with a face full of shock and surprise. She couldn't even hold them all with both hands. So many. So it turns out ability fruits are really free for you? Thank you. Tao Yaoyao blushed a bit, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't contributed anything to the team yet received so many benefits, which was hard for someone with a thin skin to bear. Just one of these ability fruits could make any survivor outside willingly act like a dog. Yet this man gave them to her without batting an eye. Yang Chen was unaware of Tao Yaoyao's thoughts. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly light up the remaining 2 stars. He entered a bedroom. Yang Chen sat cross-legged on the soft bed. He took out the cores from the infinite space. A total of 71-star map-level spiritual energy cores. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen began to eat them one by one. It was like eating jelly beans. The spiritual energy cores melted instantly upon entering his mouth. They transformed into pure spiritual energy flowing through Yang Chen's limbs, strengthening his body, and finally all merged into the star map in his sea of consciousness. The 8th star began to brighten at a visible speed. 1, 5, 10, 20, 25. A full 25. Yang Chen's 8th gray star was completely lit up. Boom! A strong airflow erupted from Yang Chen, shaking the various furnishings in the bedroom. That familiar feeling returned. The sensation of floating came back. So exhilarating. Yang Chen was in a great mood as he continued to consume the remaining spiritual energy crystals. He had already eaten 25 crystals, leaving 46 behind. According to the ratio of the 8th star, there was a high chance that the remaining crystals could light up the last one. 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. Under the vast and pure expansion of spiritual energy, the 9th star was officially lit. At the moment the 9th star was lit, Yang Chen felt a sense of completeness in his heart. He had reached a perfect state on the path of the star map level. However, he had no idea how to proceed next. In just one day, he had lit up 2 stars. Yang Chen was in high spirits, and he chose to temporarily set aside thoughts about the realm beyond the star map level. He would think about it later. Jumping off the bed, Yang Chen glanced at the time. He had spent an hour advancing. Ding! The host invested in Tao Yaoyao's mental perception, blood energy explosion, physical enhancement, beast taming ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 mental perception beast taming blood energy explosion physical enhancement ability fruits. Ding! The host invested in Tao Yaoyao's wind ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 wind ability fruits and a divine level wind ability. Yang Chen, I choose one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 wind ability fruits. He went downstairs and gave Bai Qian a wind ability fruit. Bai Qian had a quiet personality and didn't like to talk much. In response to Yang Chen's offering, a beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "Thank you." Yang Chen smiled in return. Ding! The host invested in Bai Qian with a wind ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between. I choose 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine level wind ability. Forget it, it doesn't sound like a name. Like space abilities, it can be learned and used in various forms, and the same goes for other elemental abilities. With the addition of the divine level wind ability, he had now collected 7 of the 8 elemental abilities: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and thunder. Only 1 ice ability remained. Yang Chen was quite satisfied with this collection speed. It had only been 26 days since the apocalypse began. He was almost done collecting before even reaching a month. This speed was certainly not slow. Bai Qian was awakening her abilities. Lin Jinyun and the other girls were practicing physical techniques with Dantai Mingyue in the basement. Yang Chen joined them. They practiced until the early hours of the night, and only then did they finish a day of training. They relaxed in the large bath on the 3rd floor, easing the fatigue of the day. Stepping out of the large bath, Yang Chen felt refreshed and full of energy. He felt he could play games for another 2.5 hours before sleeping. In fact, after reaching the star map level, they no longer needed to spend a lot of time sleeping to recover their spirits. A short nap of 2.5 or 3 hours was enough to replenish their energy for the day. Thinking of this, Yang Chen happily took the girls to the movie room to watch a film. When Lin Jinyun and the others came out, their faces were glowing, looking vibrant and rosy, as if they could be squeezed for water. This was normal. The heavy steam in the bathroom made their faces flush. In the movie room, they found a film with an apocalypse theme and began watching it with great interest. They were so absorbed that they forgot about everything else. Being able to watch a movie in the midst of the apocalypse was something many survivors could hardly imagine. They couldn't even secure basic needs, let alone such spiritual nourishment. On this day, Yang Chen and their actions remained unchanged. They continued to hunt star map level mutated beasts in the ruins. By the end of the day, they had obtained a total of 142 star map level spiritual energy crystals. Most of them were energy cores that lit up 1 to 3 stars. Very few lit up 5 stars or more. On the night of the 27th day after the apocalypse broke out, there were a total of 153 energy cores, including the 11 left from yesterday. Yang Chen distributed 10 to each person. Lin Jinyun, star map level, for stars fully lit, currently lighting the 5th star. Chen Jiai, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, and Dantai Mingyue, star map level, 3 stars fully lit, currently lighting the 4th star. Bai Qian, star map level, 2 stars fully lit, currently lighting the 3rd star. Tao Yaoyao, star map level, 1 star lit, currently lighting the 2nd star. Each person consumed 10 star map level energy cores. Tao Yaoyao directly lit up the 2nd star, and even the 3rd was half lit. Bai Qian successfully lit the 3rd star, with a little bit of the 4th lit. Chen Jiai, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, and Dantai Mingyue all lit the 4th star. There was no surplus energy to light the 5th. Lin Jinyun had previously lit about 4/10 of the 5th star. Now, with 10 star map level energy cores consumed, the 5th star was directly lit. Similarly, after lighting the 5th star, the energy from the 10 star map level energy cores was exhausted, unable to light even a bit of the 6th star. At this point, the levels of all the women under Yang Chen had been raised by 1 level. Heading to the starry base, 80-star map level energy cores were used, leaving 73. Yang Chen gave Lin Jinyun 23 more. He gave by 10. Tao Yaoyao received 20. The remaining 20 went to Dantai Mingyue. After consuming the energy cores, their strength surged again. Tao Yaoyao's 20 energy cores lit up her 3rd and 4th stars completely. Bai Qian's 10 cores successfully helped her light the 4th star. Dantai Mingyue's 20 allowed her to light the 5th star. Lin Jinyun's 23 lit her 6th star. At this point, Yang Chen, star map level, 9 stars. Lin Jinyun, star map level, 6 stars. Dantai Mingyue, star map level, 5 stars. Chen Jiao, Chen Jia, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, Bai Qian, Tai Yaoyao, star map level, 4 stars. This was their overall combat power configuration. As for Hunio and Naichuan, Yang Chen did not manage them. Usually, he let them hunt alone in the ruins. He would only bring them out when he needed them. Hunio, as a fierce tiger, had been hunting all along, and now that she entered the ruins, she was like a fish in water, returning to the mountains with ease, frolicking every day, hunting star map level mutated beasts to enhance herself, her strength rapidly increasing. Naichuan, on the other hand, was a bit hard to describe. It was unclear whether this girl had gotten used to a life of ease, but after entering the ruins, she directly found a place to laze around, not hunting at all, just lying there. Sometimes, Bai Qian even had to bring her fresh bamboo and bamboo shoots. When Hunio went to find her, Yang Chen could clearly sense Hunio's speechless emotions through the beast control chain. With the ruins here, I believe we will soon light up all 9 stars, Chen Jiai said, feeling the abundant power within her, smiling happily. The others were also in high spirits, their faces beaming with joy. Especially Tao Yaoyao. She was a bit dazed. Was this really star map level, 4 stars? Just a few days ago, she was still a core level ability user being hunted. In less than a few days, she had jumped directly from core level to star map level, 4 stars. Moreover, she had acquired several abilities. This was simply faster than a rocket, right? Tao Yaoyao summarized all her feelings in 2 words, refreshing. Yang Chen smiled and said, "This is just one ruin. Tomorrow, the ruins at the starry base will open, and we can explore together then." Compared to the ruins we have here, which currently only show mutated beasts, the ruins at the starry base are much more varied. Let's go take a look tomorrow. Calculating the time, tomorrow is indeed the day the ruins at the starry base will open. Yang Chen plans to take the girls there to see what the high-tech towers challenge game is all about. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lin Jinyun and the others became curious. Among them, only Tao Yaoyao had actually entered the ruins at the starry base. She had gone in with a team and only reached the 2nd level. The group delved deeper into this topic. Soon, it was midnight. Yang Chen went to Tao Yaoyao's room. Tao Yaoyao needed to eat. Sigh, the days without being able to drive are truly torturous. The next day, the thick fog lifted right on time at 6 o'clock. By 8, Yang Chen and the others finished breakfast and dressed neatly before arriving at the starry base. Yang Chen did not rush to enter the base to find Wang Zhendong and the others. Instead, he took the girls around the perimeter of the starry base. They looked at the base's fence, which was just a 1-meter concrete wall embedded with iron railings from East City University. After walking around, Yang Chen shook his head. "We need to have old Wang and old Li repair the wall. With a wall like this, how can it stop mutated beasts?" The girls nodded in agreement. Yang Chen had plenty of building materials in his infinite space. After a 10,000-fold return, he could just reinforce the entire base's wall. If possible, building a taller and larger steel wall would also be feasible. After walking around the starry base, Yang Chen led Lin Jinyun and the others inside. The playground had now turned into a training ground. Wang Zhendong was training the survivors. Besides him, many of his brothers who had been with him also took on the role of part-time instructors. They had all been trained by Wang Zhendong for a while, so they could naturally act as instructors for these clueless college students. A sweep of mental perception revealed that the number of ability users had returned to 300. Seeing these survivors training with all their might, Yang Chen estimated that Wang Zhendong's encouragement had taken effect. No one is born wanting to slack off. They saw a further opportunity right in front of them. As long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. So how could they still slack off? Until now, it was not like before. In the previous civilized society, one could survive even by slacking off. But in the current apocalypse, if you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, you will live worse than a dog. Because even dogs could mutate into beasts, while you are still trash. The East City Shelter Base, previously under the jurisdiction of Luoshan, is a good example. With so many factors at play, these survivors desperately craved power. When they saw their former companions awaken their abilities after obtaining the Fruit of Powers, this desire became even stronger. Damn! After looking around, Yang Chen was quite satisfied. Perhaps from this moment on, they could truly be considered members of the starry base. Wang Zhendong also saw Yang Chen. When he noticed the beautiful women following Yang Chen, he was clearly taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. He walked over and asked Yang Chen, "Are these your sisters-in-law?" Yang Chen chuckled lightly, "That's right." Hearing the affirmative answer, Wang Zhendong smiled and said, "Hello, sisters-in-law, hello." Lin Jinyun smiled and greeted on behalf of the sisters, "Hello." Yang Chen asked, "Has the ruin opened?" Speaking of business, Wang Zhendong replied seriously, "Only went to check the ruins this morning, they have already opened." Yang Chen asked, "How long until they close?" Wang Zhendong replied, "In 10 days. Yang Chen nodded, "Let's go take a look." Wang Zhendong said, "Okay." The group departed. The members training on the playground looked over curiously. Their gazes followed. When they saw the glamorous and impeccably clean Lin Jinyun and the other women, all of them gasped, even the girls. "Boy, so envious, is this the treatment that the strong have in the apocalypse?" "Girl, the sisters are so cool, and they all look powerful." Yang Wei shouted, "Did you see that? That person is the true leader of our star base." Both Wang Zhendong and Li Tongxing are working for him. Zhang Wei warned, "Some people's eyes better not wander." Li Wei chuckled, "Everyone work hard, our star base's weapons, food, and even the ability fruits are all provided by this person. You could say he is your benefactor." In the indoor basketball court, who plays games using their real names? Having received the news in advance, Li Tongxing and the others were already waiting here. When they saw Yang Chen and the others arrive, Li Tongxing's reaction was similar to Wang Zhendong's. They were all stunned by the 8 incredibly beautiful women. Considering that these were the women brought by Yang Chen, the implications were obvious. Li Tongxing shook his head and laughed. The future world will probably evolve in this direction. The strong will remain strong, occupying the world's top resources and holding great power, while the weak will remain weak, struggling just to survive. Yang Chen chuckled. "What are you mumbling about?" Li Tongxing replied, "Nothing, just a thought. A month ago, it was really hard to imagine that the world would face such a disaster." Patting Li Tongxing on the shoulder, Yang Chen sighed, "The world's transformation is an irreversible trend, and all we can do is adapt to the changed world." Li Tongxing nodded in agreement and looked at Lin Jinyun and the others, smiling as he asked, "Are these girls all yours?" "That's right," Yang Chen smiled. "Really makes men envious." Yang Chen laughed heartily and looked towards the direction of the spatial gate, saying, "Enough of this, let's explore the ruins." Li Tongxing replied, "Let's get started." A group of people surged into the ruins. After killing the nearby wandering mutated beasts, Yang Chen and the others quickly rushed towards the high-tech crystal tower. 2.5 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the high-tech crystal tower. They saw that the virtual screen above the giant door displayed a new time. 2:30:56:01. There were nearly 231 hours left until the ruins closed. That is, almost 10 days. Yang Chen looked at Li Tongxing and asked, "Is it true that whether opened or closed, the time interval in between is always 10 days? Li Tongxing frowned, recalling the previous situation, and nodded, "It seems so." "No time to waste, let's see what's inside this high-tech crystal tower." Everyone replied, Yang Chen pushed open the giant door of the high-tech crystal tower and walked in. After a flash of white light, they found themselves in a white world. It looked like the character creation interface of a virtual game. Before everyone could react, a large virtual screen appeared in this pale space. "Welcome to the Eternal Tower. Please select a trial mode." The virtual screen displayed this message in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone could understand it. There were 2 types of trial modes. One was a single-player mode. The other was a team mode. Yang Chen looked at the 2 trial modes on the virtual screen, pondered for a moment, and then raised his hand to select the single-player mode. Entering information for the trialist. "Please enter a nickname." Yang Chen typed, "The late Han Dynasty's Chicken Plague." Laughing, he thought, who plays games using their real names? Trialist, "The late Han Dynasty's Chicken Plague. Please begin the single-player trial. Trial rewards will be accumulated and distributed uniformly upon exit. Let me see what this is about. You all choose for yourselves. If you encounter something you can't defeat, retreat in advance. Don't be reckless and lose your life for nothing." This was what Yang Chen said to Lin Jinyun and the other girls, as well as a warning to Li Tongxing and the others. As his voice fell, Yang Chen's figure vanished before everyone. Lin Jinyun looked at the calm Tai Mingyue and Yang Chan beside her and smiled. "Let's team up and choose the team mode." The girls had no objections. In this team, Yang Chen was the nominal team leader, while Lin Jinyun was the actual leader, and Tai Mingyue and Yang Chan were the vice leaders chosen by Lin Jinyun. With Yang Chan's awkward personality, who knows how many people this team might expand to in the future? It was wise to cultivate 2 vice leaders in advance to help alleviate some pressure. Lin Jinyun turned to Li Tongxing and Wang Zhendong and smiled. "Let's familiarize ourselves with the situation in the ruins first. and then decide what to do when Yang Chen comes out. Li Tongsheng replied, okay. Wang Zhendong said, no problem, sisters, be careful. Li Tongsheng, goodness, sisters, really makes one envious. Li Tongsheng and the others had previously entered a ruin. They chose the team mode. It took a group of them half a day to pass the second level. After that, they came out. They had lost a few people to get through the second level. Wasn't the third level even more dangerous? For safety's sake, Li Tongxing decided to wait for Yang Chen to come out before discussing the follow-up plans. Lin Jinyun and the others created their own nicknames. In the end, Lin Jinyun named their team, the Stunning Women's Wild Combat Team. Once completed, they too vanished like Yang Chen. A flash of white light. Yang Chen found himself in a desert. The blazing sun hung high, radiating a scorching heat. Beneath his feet, around him, and as he looked up, all he could see was desert. Is this a real desert or just a constructed virtual scene? Yang Chen thought, extending his mental perception to investigate the situation. There's something underground. The eight-sided Han sword flew out, and Yang Chen stepped on it, soaring into the sky. He distanced himself from the ground. After a few seconds, mutated scorpions, each the size of an adult German shepherd, emerged from the sand, emitting piercing screams, gathering together and chattering at Yang Chen in midair. Yang Chen glanced over and saw nearly 100 mutated sand scorpions. Their strength was all at the low-level crystal core stage. Seeing this, Yang Chen chuckled lightly and murmured, the first level of this trial is really simple. Go! The infinite space gate opened. A metal straight knife flew out, mercilessly slaughtering the mutated sand scorpions. In less than a minute, all 100 mutated sand scorpions were dead. When all 100 mutated sand scorpions had perished, crystal core level energy cores fell to the ground like coins. Yang Chen looked at this with a strange expression, raising his hand to collect the energy cores. Is this really turning into a game? Why do I feel like I'm making money by defeating monsters? To be honest, who wouldn't think that was a game after seeing the earlier scene? The leveling area in the villa still required manual digging for energy cores, but here, it directly provided energy cores, saving you the trouble of digging. Not to mention, it was quite convenient. At that moment, the voice of the high-tech crystal tower sounded. You have passed the first level of the trial. Do you wish to continue? Yang Chen, continue. As soon as he spoke, the scene before Yang Chen changed again. This time, he found himself in his snake den. Surrounding him were densely packed mutated snakes, each as thick as an adult's thigh, all over 20 meters long. The sight of so many mutated snakes writhing together sent a chill down Yang Chen's spine. Lightning strike. Columns of black and white lightning descended. The area was cleared. In this snake den, each mutated beast was at the peak crystal core level of strength. Compared to the first level, the difficulty had sharply increased. But for Yang Chen, it was still a piece of cake. It was just a bit nauseating. If it were a beautiful snake woman, he definitely wouldn't even blink. But, just the scene from a moment ago would scare any person with a phobia of dense crowds into fainting. Only Yang Chen had a good psychological quality. Next level, next level. As expected, the third level was still 100 mutated beasts. Moreover, their strength had all increased to the 1-star level of the star map. If any 1-star ability user at the star map level came here, they would definitely be trampled into a pulp by these mutated bulls. At this moment, Yang Chen found himself in a dry canyon surrounded by rock walls. In his mental perception, 100 1-star mutated bulls were charging towards him not far away. The canyon was a straight line, and soon Yang Chen collided with them. Watching the herd of mutated bulls charging like a high-speed train, Yang Chen raised his hand and lightly waved in front of him. Spatial barrier. Brothers, I'm asking for a wave of data. Click to urge updates. Let's get the reviews to 300. Go for it. The realm above the star map level. A hard spatial barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Chen's expression was calm and relaxed, even humming a little tune while waiting for the 100 mutated bulls to arrive. Selling my cancer, carrying a debt of conscience. Boom, boom. Moo 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 moo. The ground of the canyon trembled violently. The mountains shook, as if an earthquake had occurred. In the distance, the deafening roar of bulls echoed, coming closer. Soon, Yang Chen could see them with the naked eye. The moment these mutated bulls saw Yang Chen, they became even more frenzied. Shaking their heads, their strong and massive bodies charged towards him like a speeding train. Not just one, but a full 100 mutated bulls. The sight of 100 mutated bulls running together was incredibly shocking. It exerted a strong psychological pressure. If an ordinary 1-star ability user at the star map level were to face this herd of mutated bulls head-on, they would definitely be trampled into meat paste, just right for making dumplings. It was once said in the animal world that even fierce beasts like lions would only run for their lives when faced with the charge of bulls in the canyon of the Philippines. If they couldn't escape, the outcome would be one word: meat paste. When he was young, Yang Chen had watched a documentary, one called Simba, whose father died under the trampling of a herd of bulls. For others, this herd of mutated bulls was quite a troublesome problem. But for Yang Chen, it was easy. The first mutated bull in the front row crashed into the spatial barrier. The powerful impact combined with the hard wall directly made the bull's head buzz. But it wasn't over. There were more behind it. The second one, the fifth one, the 10th one. Without exception, these mutated bulls could not break through Yang Chen's spatial barrier. They even knocked themselves dizzy. Some even broke their horns. But don't forget, this time, there were a full 100 mutated bulls. The herd behind poured all their strength onto their good brother. Moo 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 moo. The mutated bulls charging from behind crashed into the first row of mutated bulls. The powerful force and the sharp, hard horns combined, directly thrusting the horns into the flesh of the first row of mutated bulls. It was like a chain collision. The first row was hit by the second row. The second row was then hit by the third row. Just like that, the herd of mutated bulls performed a wave of painful operations on their own teammates for Yang Chen. The first dozen mutated bulls in the front row were basically done for. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell. Yang Chen shook his head and laughed. I wonder if the taste of beef will change after mutation. The spatial door opened. The alloy straight knife flew out. The edge extinguished the divine thunder. Whoosh! The alloy straight knives flew wildly, their speed incredibly fast. Each knife reached a flight speed of 10 Mach. Under Yang Chen's control, the alloy straight knife precisely severed the head of the mutated wild bull. One by one, the mutated wild bulls bled out on the spot, letting out mournful moos before dying instantly. 2.5 minutes later, Yang Chen easily dealt with 100 mutated wild bulls. He stored the bodies in the infinite space. One by one, star map level 1 energy crystal cores fell, which Yang Chen collected. At that moment, the voice of the high-tech crystal tower echoed in this space. You have passed the third trial. Do you wish to continue the trial? Yang Chen nodded. Continue. The current level of difficulty hadn't made him feel any pressure yet. The scene before Yang Chen flickered. He was teleported to another space. Sure enough, the strength of the mutated beasts in each level increased by 1 level from the previous one. This level was star map level 2. Yang Chen passed easily. In the 5th level, the mutated beast group was at star map level 3. Swiftly. In the 6th level, the mutated beast group was at star map level 4. Simple as that. The 7th level. The 11th level, the mutated beast group was at star map level 9. This level finally posed some difficulty for Yang Chen. But Yang Chen was not an ordinary star map level 9. He possessed various extraordinary abilities, powerful elemental attacks, body type abilities that enhanced all aspects of his physical qualities, or special abilities like telekinesis, space manipulation, healing, and others with strong supportive effects. With so many abilities stacked together, Yang Chen's strength had long surpassed star map level 9. It took 5 minutes. He passed the 11th level. You have passed the 11th trial. Do you wish to continue? Warning! The mutated beasts in the 12th trial are all at star body level 1. All at star body level 1. Trialist, Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague is at star map level 9. The levels are unequal. It is not recommended for Trialist, Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague to continue the trial. It is not recommended for Trialist, Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague to continue the trial. This time, the high-tech crystal tower's prompt not only informed him that he had passed the level, do you wish to continue the trial, but also added a warning. Hearing the high-tech crystal tower's words, Yang Chen pondered and murmured, star map level, star body level. Could it be that the realm after star map level is this so-called star body level? Then how does one advance from star map level to star body level? Yang Chen shook his head, looking at the surrounding white snowy landscape. He shouted, High Tower Trial. How does one advance from star map level to star body level? Give me a hint. Yang Chen didn't know if this would be useful. Just trying it out. After all, it didn't cost anything. Who knows, he might gain something. After waiting for a moment, the high-tech crystal tower indeed responded to Yang Chen. There are 6 levels in total for star body level, corresponding to the human torso, limbs, and head. As long as any part is transformed into a star body, one can advance to star body level 1. After that, continuously perfecting the star body, transforming the entire physical body into a star body, one can reach the peak of star body level 6. Head, limbs, torso? Yang Chen was surprised. If the entire body is transformed into the so-called star body, am I still human? This time, Yang Chen waited for 2.5 minutes before the high-tech crystal tower responded. The star body will not change your race. It will only make you more adaptable to the environment of the starry sky, allowing you to absorb the omnipresent star power to become stronger. I see. Yang Chen realized, letting out a sigh of relief. How exactly should I operate this? How do I transform my physical body into a star body? How powerful is star body level 1 specifically? The road ahead was blurry, and Yang Chen couldn't see clearly. Now that he had a rare opportunity to ask an intelligent entity that could answer his doubts, he felt it would be a loss not to seize the chance to clarify everything. There was no shame in asking. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. This time, Yang Chen waited for 5 minutes. High-tech crystal tower. The challenger can use the star power stored in the star map through breathing techniques to transform their physical body. Yang Chen, if I had breathing techniques, would I even ask you? Trash. High-tech crystal tower. The overall combat power of a first-level celestial body is 20 times that of an ordinary star map level 9. Complete the trial, settle the rewards. Complete the trial, settle the rewards. 20 times that of an ordinary star map level 9? Yang Chen calculated for a moment and said, I feel like I can give it a shot. Whoosh! The scene before him shifted again. This time, Yang Chen found himself in an endless white space. Just like when he first entered the high-tech crystal tower's white space, all he could see was a vast expanse of white, with no end in sight. This space had nothing else in it besides Yang Chen. There were no other objects or colors. Just then, a metallic sphere appeared out of thin air. It floated in midair, right across from Yang Chen. Below the metallic sphere was something resembling a projection device, emitting a blue inverted triangle light membrane. A robot made entirely of metal appeared before Yang Chen. Automatically associating with Ultron, it was as if it had been teleported by the metallic sphere. After releasing the metal robot, the metallic sphere retracted the radioactive blue inverted triangle light membrane, shook a bit, and flew away, as if it had never existed. At the moment the metallic sphere disappeared, the metal robot instantly looked up, its extinguished eyes glowing with a crimson sheen. The metal robot took a step forward and was right in front of Yang Chen. It raised its hand and threw a punch straight at Yang Chen's face. This punch was powerful and heavy. Yang Chen felt a fierce gust of wind rushing toward him. Spatial barrier. Yang Chen chose not to teleport away. Instead, he defended against the punch with a spatial barrier. Boom! Bang! The invisible spatial barrier rippled like water waves, clearly visible to the naked eye. Yang Chen felt it. The force was still within his acceptable range. He could fight. It's not that the protagonist's combat power is written weak, rather, in the book, the protagonist has no idea where his limits lie, nor does he know how strong a celestial body level is, so he lacks a correct judgment. The protagonist's combat power will definitely not be weak. He may not surpass a major realm yet, but he can already reach half a major realm, and he will only grow stronger from here. Yang Chen clenched his right hand. Blood-red flames swirled around it. He threw a punch. It directly struck the metal robot's chest. The Red Lotus Karma fire burns with sin as fuel. Since the metal robot is not a living being, it naturally has no sinful power to burn, so this punch only burned a hole the size of a bowl in the metal robot's chest before extinguishing. The metal robot did not dodge and instead grabbed Yang Chen's wrist. Yang Chen teleported away. Ordinary physical restraints could not stop teleportation. He moved freely. Yang Chen appeared behind the metal robot. With a fierce whip kick, he struck. Thunder intertwined in black and white swirled around it. It was quite explosive. The power was immense. Boom! The metal robot reacted quickly, trying to turn around and counterattack. But Yang Chen had a special ability that countered the metal robot. Master of Gold. Wah! The Master of Gold's absolute control over metal was fully manifested at that moment. The metal robot's turning motion froze in place. Yang Chen kicked solidly. The metal robot was sent flying backward. This is a bit underhanded, and it limits the metal robot's combat power explosion. I still don't know where my limits are. Yang Chen looked at the metal robot, which was slowly getting up and twisting its metallic head, and said in a deep voice, "In the future, my enemies can't all be like this iron lump." Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen released the range of the Master of Gold. What he needed to do now was not to kill the metal robots. Instead, he aimed to gauge his current combat power through the metal robots. If he restricted the metal robots, how could he obtain the most accurate data? Even without the Master of Gold, he could still make the metal robots scream. Yang Chen was very confident about this. As long as the metal robots couldn't break through his defenses, he would remain invincible. Come on! His left hand ignited with blood-red Red Lotus flame. In his right hand, black and white intertwined destruction thunder flickered, unpredictable in its annihilation. The metal robot charged at him. Its speed was incredible. At a distance of 100 meters, it was almost like teleportation under his full burst. Yang Chen engaged in battle with it. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen tossed the metal robot's head onto the ground. The first level of the star body is still not as good as me. Continue the trial. Yang Chen's confidence soared, a happy smile spreading across his face. Trialist, the late Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague continues the trial, level 13 start. The metal sphere reappeared. It dropped another metal robot down. The model was similar to the one he had just dismantled. Yang Chen's gaze fell on the scattered parts of the dismantled metal robot on the ground, silently collecting all the components. The metal material used to create this metal robot has a density higher than the steel, iron, copper, and other metals I know. Good stuff. I'll save it to forge a weapon later. Such good materials would naturally not be wasted by Yang Chen. Without being in charge, one wouldn't know the value of firewood in rice. Yang Chen was well aware that his ally Straight Sword was no longer keeping up with the pace. Nowadays, dealing with opponents above the 5-star level of the star body was particularly strenuous. Only by stacking various abilities could he injure opponents above the 5-star level of the star map. It was time for him to update his weapon. He also needed to find a master blacksmith. The battle continued. 20 minutes later. Yang Chen, the second level of the star body is still not as good as me. Level 14. A metal robot comparable to the third level of the star body was once again dismantled by Yang Chen into scattered parts. Yang Chen, it's a bit strenuous now. The fourth level of the star body should be my limit. Level 15. Fourth level of the star body. This time, it took Yang Chen nearly an hour to take down this metal robot with combat power comparable to the fourth level of the star body. I'm done. I can't keep going any higher. Yang Chen sat on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body was already soaked. Yang Chen was very happy, very exhilarated. This was the first time since the outbreak of the apocalypse that he felt completely exhausted. This feeling was quite wonderful. No matter how tired he was from defeating his opponent, the psychological satisfaction was indescribable. Moreover, he was fighting across borders. High-tech Crystal Tower, and the trial. Trialist, the late Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague has passed level 15, applying to end the trial. Application successful. Trialist, the late Eastern Han Dynasty's chicken plague has entered the trial for the first time, cleared 15 levels, calculating rewards. Yang Chen was brought to a special space. It was pitch black all around, but blue grid-like lines spread across the space, making it less dim. In front of Yang Chen was the virtual panel of the high-tech Crystal Tower. It displayed the calculated rewards. Level 1, 100 high-concentration star crystals. Level 2, a set of spirit binding needles. Level 3, 200 high-concentration star crystals. Level 4, Level 12, choose any one mid-level combat soldier. Level 13, choose any one mid-level combat armor. Level 14, choose any 10 top-level star crystals. Level 15, choose any one advanced breathing technique. Eternal High Tower. Eternal High Tower. The most abundant reward was the high-concentration star crystals. In total, there were more than 2,000 of them. Besides that, there were also the equipment. What excited Yang Chen the most was that he was even rewarded with a breathing technique. Awesome! This was exactly what he needed the most right now. After breaking through to the star body level with that breathing technique, his strength would surge once again. At that time, he would truly be ahead of the entire world. Yang Chen couldn't believe that anyone could grow from an ordinary person to a star body level ability user in less than a month like he did. Besides that, the high-tech Crystal Tower also rewarded Yang Chen with the privilege to choose a battle soldier and combat suit. The battle soldier would definitely be much better than the weapons he was currently using. And as for the combat suit, he had no idea what it would be like. Yang Chen said to the high-tech Crystal Tower, "Select reward." Ding! 3 interfaces appeared before Yang Chen on the high-tech Crystal Tower. Breathing technique, battle soldier, and battle armor. Yang Chen first clicked on the breathing technique. This was the key to breaking through to the star body level. Without the assistance of the breathing technique, Yang Chen had no idea how to transform his physical body into a star body. Clicking on the interface, a directory-like screen appeared on the virtual display. Each chapter was a volume of breathing techniques. Yang Chen scrolled slightly but couldn't reach the end. How could the intermediate breathing techniques in this high-tech Crystal Tower be as common as cabbages by the roadside? Yang Chen began to choose carefully. Solar breathing technique, stellar breathing technique, thunder breathing technique, water breathing technique. Yang Chen didn't rush to make a decision. After all, he was selecting a breathing technique, so he naturally wanted to choose the most practical one. After half an hour, Yang Chen chose the stellar breathing technique. This volume of breathing technique was not like others such as the solar or thunder breathing techniques, which had enhancement effects on fire or thunder type evolved beings. The stellar breathing technique was designed for anyone to cultivate. It was the most practical choice among those Yang Chen selected. Yang Chen hadn't forgotten that he had a system. He could just let the system return it 10,000 times later. He clicked confirm. An object resembling an acrylic board appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Chen. He picked it up and played with it. This thing actually lit up like a tablet. It was filled with dense characters from the Dragon Kingdom, as well as acupoints on various parts of the body and images explaining how to cultivate. It was all about learning and mastering. Yang Chen thought this was some high-tech product that could connect to the internet and search for a wealth of information. But after some research, Yang Chen discovered that this thing was just a seemingly advanced electronic book, and it only contained one article. Forget it. He had obtained the breathing technique after all. Yang Chen stored the acrylic board. Well, calling it an acrylic board felt a bit outdated, so let's just call it the breathing technique scroll for now. He placed the breathing technique scroll into the infinite space. No matter where he put it, the sense of security provided by the infinite space was unmatched. Continuing to select the next item, intermediate battle soldier. Another half an hour. This time, Yang Chen chose a blood-colored battle knife. The appearance of this battle knife had a very obvious technological style, with a sharp blade and a distinct curve. The handle was engraved with patterns, and the overall color scheme was primarily red with black as a secondary color. The blade emitted a red glow, about 1 meter long, with the handle around 35 centimeters. This blood-colored battle knife was also a straight knife type, unlike the Tang knife or Miao knife, which had a noticeable bend. To be honest, Yang Chen was deeply enamored with the blood-colored battle knife just based on its looks. It was so cool, and it was very sharp. This blood blade was made from a metal material called elemental fine gold, which had no special effects. Its only function was to effectively integrate the 8 major elements, allowing them to unleash powerful lethality in the form of a knife. Yang Chen was delighted and stored the blood-colored battle knife. Once he went out to invest in the goddess, the system would return it 10,000 times, and he would have even more blood-colored battle knives. It could be said that as long as Yang Chen had a sample, he could obtain more. Finally, it was time for the battle armor. Like the blood-colored battle knife, the high-tech Crystal Tower's intermediate battle armor has a very obvious futuristic style, looking quite cool and seemingly offering good defense. Yang Chen chose a battle armor named Falling Star. This set of armor possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, easily able to withstand star-level techniques, and it also has the ability to absorb power, releasing it through the separation of the armor. This prevents the armor's owner from being killed by distant attacks. After receiving all the rewards, Yang Chen planned to leave. Before departing, he thought of something and asked, "Tower, do you have a name?" This time, the high-tech Crystal Tower responded quickly. "Tester, during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, there was a chicken plague. You can call me the Eternal Tower." "Got it, send me out," Yang Chen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him became blurry, and when it cleared up, he had returned to the initial white space. Li Tongxing and Wang Zhendong were nowhere to be seen. They must have left. After all, they couldn't stay here forever. The newly built starry base was bustling with activity, and they had many things to attend to. In the white space, only a woman named Teacher Xiao Wan, who had a good relationship with Tao Yaoyao, was waiting. Upon seeing Yang Chen, Xiao Wan stood up and exclaimed, "Leader, you're out." Yang Chen looked at Xiao Wan, who seemed timid and hesitant, unsure whether to approach or retreat, and couldn't help but laugh. He joked, "Do I look like a ferocious beast that preys on people?" Xiao Wan instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head as she realized. A flustered expression appeared on her face, almost to the point of tears. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. "Really, why is everyone so afraid of me? I'm not a bad person." Xiao Wan. It wasn't that she was afraid in that sense, it was mainly the first impression. Yang Chen had left a very fierce impression on her, standing amidst a pile of corpses like a Shura. Yang Chen changed the subject and asked, "Haven't Teacher Tao and the others come out yet?" Xiao Wan shook her head cautiously. "No, leader, you are the first to come out." "I see." Yang Chen scratched his head and looked at the virtual screen behind him. "You can go back now." "Okay." Xiao Wan, as if granted a reprieve, quickly ran off. Yang Chen continued to wait in the white space. About 2.5 hours later, Lin Jinyun and the other 8 women also emerged from the trial. Seeing their disheveled and somewhat exhausted appearance, it was clear they had faced quite a few challenges, just like Yang Chen. "Xiao Sun." Upon seeing Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun rushed over. "Your treasure was almost ruined." Lin Jinyun playfully pouted at Yang Chen. To be fair, the charm of a mature woman's playful demeanor is quite unique. Yang Chen replied, "It's not ruined, it's perfectly fine." "Annoying, that's not the treasure I was talking about." Lin Jinyun punched Yang Chen lightly. With a small fist, she playfully hit his chest. Yang Chen wrapped his arms around Lin Jinyun's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Did you choose the team mode?" Now that they were discussing serious matters, Lin Jinyun didn't bother with which treasure was which. She was his treasure, and his treasure was also hers. How simple. "That's right, we sisters teamed up to reach the 11th level, battling 500-star map level 9 mutated beasts. With our sister's tacit cooperation, it took us quite a bit of effort to clear it. After that, the high-tech crystal tower said that the opponent for the 12th level was a first-level star being, and we didn't dare to continue recklessly. Who knows if continuing to the 12th level would throw us 500 so-called first-level star beings as opponents. After listening to Lin Jinyun's account, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. What you did was right. The Eternal Tower is right here and can't run away. You can challenge it any time, but if you risk your lives, it wouldn't be worth it. Eternal Tower? A strange term slipped from Yang Chen's lips, and all the women looked at him curiously. Chen Jiai blinked her bright eyes and asked curiously, Brother Yang Chen, is the Eternal Tower the high-tech crystal tower? Yes. The Emperor of Smoke also asked curiously, how did you know? Yang Chen shrugged, of course, I asked directly. You all know the Eternal Tower can communicate, right? Lin Jinyun, the Emperor of Smoke. The women. No one told us that? Yang Chen spread her hands. No one told us it could communicate. Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. What rewards did you get for clearing up to the 12th level? Speaking of this, the women became excited. Just by looking at the happy smiles on their faces, it was clear that they had gained quite a bit this time. Let me say. Chen Jiao excitedly raised her hand and pointed to herself while looking at her sisters around. Lin Jinyun gently nodded. Let's go back first. We look quite disheveled right now. No one objected. Not to mention them, even Yang Chen was dirty. His clothes were in tatters. If they didn't tidy up a bit, they would really look like beggars. Leaving the ruins, they arrived at the basketball gym. Yang Chen activated group teleportation, bringing everyone back to the villa. The large 3-layered bath was filled with warm water. Everyone jumped in like dumplings. There were inevitably some bumps along the way. Of course, these were all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Just skip over them. 2.5 hours later, everyone emerged refreshed. The women changed into home pajamas. There were silk mesh pajamas that were slightly revealing. There were cheapao pajamas that showed off large areas of snow-white skin. There were pure and seductive checkered skirts, and so on. Previously, Yang Chen had given Lin Jinyun a set of cheapao pajamas. Then the system returned it 10,000 times. He had to choose between 10,000 cheapao pajamas and 1,000 various pajamas. Of course, Yang Chen chose the one with more styles. This led to the current alluring situation. As for Yang Chen, it was much simpler. A pair of big shorts like Patrick Star took care of everything. Chen Jiao excitedly said, let me talk about what we gained this time. Chen Jiai's bright eyes flashed with a mischievous glint, and while her sister was rambling, she directly spoke up, stealing the thunder by revealing the team's rewards from this trip. We obtained a total of 20,000 high-concentration star crystals. The protagonist alone obtained 2,000 high-concentration star crystals, and with Lin Jinyun and the 8 women pooling together, 20,000 isn't too much, right? Also, a set of intermediate battle armor, a scroll of breathing techniques, and the intermediate battle soldier that Sister Jinyun suggested to help you choose, 36 flying knives. Chen Jiaya, what to do when your sister backstabs you? Then just fight. Chen Jiaya angrily pinned Chen Jiaya on the sofa and tickled her underarms. The soft flesh at her waist made Chen Jiaya laugh non-stop, gasping for breath. Sister, stop pinching my ticklish spots, I was wrong. Chen Jiaya pleaded. Her delicate body twisted on the sofa. A glimpse of spring was revealed, but Chen Jiao remained unmoved. Clearly, Chen Jia's few calls of sister did not awaken her sisterly love. The others in the living room laughed at this scene. The joyful and harmonious atmosphere echoed in the villa. After a long while, Chen Jiao finally let Chen Jia go. Specifically, we gained these. What did you get, dear? Yang Chen briefly explained his situation. When the girls learned that Yang Chen could overpower a metal robot at the 4th level of the star body realm with his 9-star strength, they all looked at him in astonishment. Even a fool knows that the star body realm is definitely above the star map realm. Yet Yang Chen could fight across realms, and it wasn't just a small gap. It was. Compared to Yang Chen, they suddenly felt like they were lacking. Wait, if they could team up and match Yang Chen, didn't that mean they were also quite impressive? They were Yang Chen's star body level 4 metal robots. That's right, just like that. By the way, what is this high concentration star crystal? Is it something that can be absorbed like a spiritual energy core? Lin Jinyun asked curiously. What exactly was the function of this star crystal? The others began to ponder upon hearing this. Chen Jiai suggested, why don't we smash one open and take a look? Chen Jiai gave her a light tap on the head. You always come up with bad ideas. Chen Jiai. Yang Chen asked in his heart, system, do you know what the star crystal is used for? System. No response. Yang Chen sighed. Other people's systems could help their hosts with questions. His system was as useless as a rock. It didn't even make a sound. Yang Chen said, let's ask the Eternal Tower later. The star crystal was given to us as a reward, so it must know its purpose. The girls nodded in agreement. They had no choice but to do so. Instead of pondering aimlessly here, it was better to ask someone who knew. Yang Chen took out his gains. A breathing technique scroll. It recorded the star breathing technique. Yang Chen handed the scroll to Lin Jinyun with a smile. This is for you. Lin Jinyun took it, kissed him on the cheek, and smiled gently. You're so nice. Later, and Lin will reward you. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's intermediate breathing technique scroll, star breathing technique, 10,000 times return activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cosmic level star breathing technique. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. In the infinite space, a breathing technique scroll appeared out of nowhere. Cosmic level? Yang Chen murmured, holding Lin Jinyun's soft little hand. This breathing technique isn't for you to cultivate, it's too low level. Ah, Lin Jinyun looked up in confusion. What was going on? Why give it to her if she couldn't cultivate it? Was he just trying to trick Aunt Lin into giving him a reward? Exclusive customization. Lin Jinyun shot Yang Chen a playful glance. Then why did you give me this? Yang Chen pulled Lin Jinyun into his embrace, cherishing her. Don't mind the details. He asked in his heart, system, what level is cosmic level? Is there a higher breathing technique above it? Ding! Very high, enough for the host and the women around him to cultivate to the realm of cosmic sovereigns. Alright then. Yang Chen took out the cosmic level star breathing technique. This is a high-level breathing technique that can absorb wandering star power to enhance oneself. You all should know that after the star map level comes the star body level, which has 6 levels corresponding to the limbs, torso, and head, totaling 6 parts. Transforming one part entirely into a star body means you are a true star body level ability user. After that, each additional transformation of a part increases your level until you reach the 6th level of perfection. And the breathing technique is the key to transforming the physical body into a star body. Waving the breathing technique scroll in his hand, Yang Chen said, this is a very high-level breathing technique called the star breathing technique. I will now transmit the content of the star breathing technique into your minds through neural conduction. Yang Chen did not mention the specific level of the star breathing technique. There was no need. It couldn't be explained. He first transmitted the breathing technique to Lin Jinyun. The breathing technique scroll that returns 10,000 times is much more advanced. It can transmit content into a living being's mind through touch. Yang Chen handed Lin Jinyun a data cable-like object, but with a metallic spherical end, and Lin, hold this. Lin Jinyun, curious, asked, is it enough to just touch it? Yang Chen nodded, yes. Lin Jinyun smiled gently, opened her mouth, and took the data cable along with Yang Chen's finger into her mouth. Yang Chen. The other women, wow, Sister Jinyun is so skilled. Breathing technique transmission. Transmission complete. In an instant, Lin Jinyun felt a new piece of information in her mind. It was the star breathing technique. Yang Chen then repeated the process, passing the star breathing technique to everyone, including himself. Lin Jinyun and the others were still a bit away from reaching the star map level 9. There was no rush to cultivate. Meanwhile, he had already reached star map level 9. It was just right for him to use the breathing technique to transform his physical body into a star. However, there was no hurry. The spoils had not yet been distributed. Yang Chen took out other items. Intermediate battle weapon Blood Shadow battle knife. Intermediate battle armor Falling Star battle armor. Without further ado, Yang Chen gifted them all to Lin Jinyun. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's intermediate battle weapon 1 Blood Shadow battle knife. 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 intermediate Blood Shadow battle knives and 10 top-tier Blood Shadow weapons. Top-tier weapons can be customized according to individual preferences and habits. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's intermediate battle armor, a set of Falling Star battle armor, 10,000 times return triggered. Please choose between 10,000 sets of intermediate Falling Star battle armor and 10 sets of top-tier battle armor. Top-tier armor can be customized based on individual preferences, habits, and aesthetics. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's expression became somewhat strange. Has the system become so user-friendly now? It even has a customization feature. Not bad, not bad. Yang Chen chose one. He received 10,000 intermediate Blood Shadow battle knives and 10,000 sets of intermediate Falling Star battle armor. He then distributed these 2 pieces of equipment to the remaining 7 women. The first 6 still chose one. When it came to the last person, she chose 2. Top-tier armor and top-tier weapons. Moreover, they were all specially customized by the system. Yang Chen suddenly became affluent. In the infinite space, there were now 70,000 sets of intermediate falling star battle armor and 70,000 blood shadow battle knives. With so many armors and knives, Yang Chen could arm the entire starry base. There was even a surplus, allowing for trade with other bases, even official ones. Maximizing benefits. If the armors were left to gather dust in the infinite space, they would generate no profit at all. Besides these intermediate items, Yang Chen also obtained 10 sets of top-tier armor and 10 top-tier weapons. All were specially customized for them. The women, having received their new toys, curiously began to play with them. Whether it was the Blood Shadow battle knife or the Falling Star battle armor, they were all things they had never seen before. Yang Chen stood up and cleared his throat. Ahem. Drawing the attention of the women, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Now you can throw away the junk in your hands." The women? What is this? We just got them, and now we have to throw them away? Before they could speak or ask why, Yang Chen raised his hand. Instantly, 20 items appeared in the empty space next to the living room. They were roughly divided into two categories: weapons and clothing. The weapons included Blood Shadow battle knives, pitch black long spears, the Golden Sheen King sword, silver butterfly knives, composite bows, and so on. Some were entirely modern technological styles, while others had the ancient traditional cold weapon style. For example, the Blood Shadow battle knife resembled the one awarded to him by the Eternal Tower, with a technological design. The Blood Shadow battle knife had very little resemblance to traditional swords. In contrast, the Golden Sheen King sword was more traditional. But whether it's the craftsmanship or the materials, everything is top-notch. The so-called gold is merely a name given by Yang Chen based on what he can see with the naked eye. In reality, the metal used to forge the Qin Wang sword is not gold. It's an unknown metal that looks like a mix of gold and copper. It can easily break through the defenses of enemies above the stellar level. The style of the clothing is customized according to each person's style. For example, for Lin Jinyun, the system customized a short-sleeve knitted cardigan paired with a sky-blue mermaid dress that accentuates her curvy, mature figure. Curvy does not mean fat. For Qin Jiai, who embodies a pure and sweet demeanor, the system customized a long white printed sweatshirt with a pleated skirt. It may seem like the material is similar to cotton and other fabrics on Blue Star, but in reality, it is exponentially superior. It has excellent toughness, high defense, and can resist fire and water, even featuring an automatic cleaning function. As for the battle armor, it is hidden in various parts of these outfits using a form of nanotechnology. Belts, accessories, bracelets, and so on. Normally, these outfits can be worn as regular clothing, but in battle, they can attach the battle armor to the entire body in 0 seconds, and the clothes worn will turn into inner layers. Extremely convenient. There are name tags on them. Just take according to your name, Yang Chen said with a smile. He picked up a black cotton shirt, a black and red leather jacket, and loose-fitting black pants that felt like polyester but were much tougher. Even a metal knife couldn't pierce them. Yang Chen quickly put them on. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun and the others also found their outfits based on their names. Lin Jinyun's was a sky-blue mermaid dress paired with a white knitted cardigan, highlighting her beauty as a mature woman. Yang Chan wore a pristine white shirt with a black leather jacket, the main color of which was black, adorned with purple patterns, and black hot pants with black stockings and leg straps. The black hot pants were thigh-length, and paired with the stockings, they looked sexy rather than revealing. Chun Jiayao's. The author's original designs are all normal outfits, beautiful yet not revealing, and the battle armor is worn during combat, who fights in casual wear. The clothing reflects beauty. A punch, like the Emperor of Smoke in Deep Slumber. A punch, like the Emperor of Smoke in Deep Slumber. Lin Jinyun, a mature woman with a curvy figure and full of charm. Qin Jiayao, a cheerful and confident woman, with a well-proportioned figure and a bright personality. Qin Jiai, pure and sweet, petite and adorable. Yang Chan, a charming and graceful woman, with a lithe figure, alluring and enchanting, a little fairy. The Emperor of Smoke appears to be a confident woman but is actually a bit silly, skipping over. Bai Qian, a beauty with enduring appeal. Dan Tai Mingyue, spirited and heroic, a woman who does not yield to men, also the tallest among all of Yang Chen's women, with long legs that are longer than Yang Chen's life. Tao Yaoyao, a captivating beauty, on the same track as Yang Chan, but the two give Yang Chen different feelings. Yang Chan is the type who dares to show herself once she's determined, not shy, and can get along with Yang Chen. Tao Yaoyao is more shy. She wouldn't move unless Yang Chen prompts her, needing his guidance on how to act. Self-illustrated. How to say that again? Lolas increase the attack speed of the knife. Little sisters increase the critical hit of the knife. Mature women increase the sharpness of the knife. Older sisters increase the toughness of the knife. Mechanized girls increase the intelligence of the knife. Chinibu increases the attributes of the knife. Scheming types increase the length of the knife. Yandere types increase the damage of the knife. Tsundere types increase the range of the knife. Nymphomaniacs increase the thickness of the knife. Healers increase the amplification of the knife. Goths reduce the cooldown of the knife. Sharp-tongue types increase the true damage of the knife. Ghost girls increase the resolution of the knife. Energetic types increase the durability of the knife. Miko types increase the magical damage of the knife. Divine women increase the attractiveness of the knife. The witch enhances the knife's counterattack. The three-no enhances the knife's luck. The uniform changes the knife's shape. The natural airhead increases the knife's resistance. This is just the beginning. Let's talk about it when we've collected more later. At the same time, 2.5 minutes passed. Everyone had changed into their respective outfits. Lin Jinyun tugged at her skirt, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Shoshuan, how are we supposed to fight dressed like this? How about we change back, and when we have some free time, we can wear it for you to see. Yeah, Yang-chan blushed a little. Why did you prepare AD for me? I'm not used to it. Yang-chan, don't quibble. Hu Jibwa was hanging around. The system customizes based on each person's preferences and habits. Since it gave you AD, it must be what you like. Yang-chan smiled and said, you all drop blood on your clothes. After saying that, Yang-chan did just that. He cut his finger with a knife and let a drop fall on the fabric. The blood dripped onto the clothes, slowly merging with them. At that moment, Yang-chan felt a special connection with the outfit he was wearing. He could manipulate it with his mind. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun and the other women followed suit. After their blood merged with the clothes, they felt the same sensation. What's going on? Emperor Ruyan was shocked. This is top-tier battle armor, Yang-chan smiled and said. It has extremely strong defensive power, the ability to absorb and dissipate force, and when not worn, it hides in places you wouldn't expect. When needed. At this point, Yang-chan paused. He demonstrated on the spot. The clothes on his body dissolved, transforming into a black and red bodysuit, and then Yang-chan was completely covered by a set of black and red battle armor. His arms, legs, torso, and even his head were enveloped. A Yang-chan, about 2 meters tall, clad in black and red metallic armor, stood before the women. The armor was a deep black interwoven with a fiery red, as if night and fire were merging, exuding a chilling aura. The lines of the armor were smooth and sharp, fitting his body as if it were a second skin, yet incredibly hard, capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Every joint moved with incredible flexibility, not hindering Yang-chan's actions at all. Most striking were the arm blades embedded on the armor's arms, 2 long and sharp beams of light, flashing with a cold glint, the edges of the blades sharp as mirrors, seemingly able to easily tear through space, refracting a deadly threat in the dim light. The surface of the armor was covered with complex and mysterious patterns, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, flowing like photon streams. That was just Yang-chan's demonstration effect. In reality, donning the armor wouldn't take so long. A second would suffice. The moment the armor covered his body, the clothes would decompose and recombine into a tight-fitting inner layer, without exposure, making it particularly convenient. Frog fun. My dude is awesome. Chen Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Jia also stared wide-eyed, giving Yang-chen a thumbs up. Brother Yang-chen, you look really cool now. Yang-chen teased, wasn't I cool before? Chen Jia blushed, you're all cool, I like it all. The others curiously gathered around Yang-chen, looking here, touching there. Suddenly, Yang-chen bent down sharply. He dodged someone's divine hand. Yang-chen looked at Lin Jinyun. What are you doing? Lin Jinyun licked her lips. Now? Come on. Yang-chen, I was asking what you wanted to do just now? Lin Jinyun retracted her hand, crossing her arms, her ample bosom pressing together like a rabbit, as if it would jump out any second. Is this what they call moving like a rabbit? Touch. Let's talk about it tonight. Lin Jinyun shrugged. Yang-chen looked at the women and continued, you all have your own. Upon hearing this, the women excitedly and eagerly activated their battle armor. In an instant, everyone in the living room was donned in top-tier battle armor. Yang-chen smiled at the women and said, with top-tier battle armor and top-tier battle weapons by your side, you will be able to pass through the 12th, 13th, and even the 14th levels. The top-tier battle armor possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities and incredible force-dissipating functions, allowing Lin Jinyun and the others to withstand attacks from metal robots at the 6th level of Starbody without taking any damage. Additionally, paired with top-tier battle weapons, their damage to the metal robots increased exponentially. They could even deliver critical hits. This was not limited to just metal robots, all enemies were the same, whether they were mutated beasts or ability users. Lin Jinyun's battle armor primarily displayed a blue and white color scheme, fitting her body perfectly without appearing bulky, instead accentuating her perfect figure and waistline. Chen Jiaya. I won't list them all to avoid being accused of padding the word count, the effects of the battle armor are the same, only the appearance is adjusted according to each person's preferences and habits. For specifics, you can refer to the battle armor in the devouring animation. Lu Ruyan walked over to Yang Chan, patted her on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. It's made of iron, Yang Chan. She punched Lu Ruyan on the head. Lu Ruyan swayed and then fell straight down. Sound asleep. Yang Chan retracted her fist and huffed, annoying. Ha. Lu Ruyan has fallen again. Lu Ruyan never remembers her lessons. The women laughed joyfully at this scene. Lu Ruyan shook her head and got up from the ground. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly, ignoring this lively character, and instead walked towards the 10 top-tier battle weapons. Daily request for some data. Urging updates, reviews, adding to the bookshelf. Let's get the reviews going. This month, still no breaks, 3 updates a day. Lin Jinyun's apology. There are a total of 9 of them, but there are 10 top-tier battle weapons. This means Yang Chen can have 2 top-tier battle weapons for himself. First, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade is the first choice. Secondly, Yang Chen picked a pitch-black spear as his second weapon. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun and the others also came over to start selecting their weapons. The final results were Yang Chen, Blood Shadow Battle Blade, pitch-black spear. Lin Jinyun, Ether Alloy Spear. Qin Jiayao, a longbow embedded with arm blades, suitable for both ranged and close combat. Qin Jiai, a battle knife made of blue steel, resembling a Miao knife. Yang Chan, 8-sided Han sword. Lu Ruyan, long whip. Bai Qian, 2 pitch-black daggers. Dantai Mingyue, Qin Wang sword. Tao Yaoyao, Tang broadsword. Oh right. Lin Jinyun remembered something. She put down the ether alloy spear, her battle armor faded away, and her inner clothing transformed back into regular clothes. We also obtained battle weapons, just right for your telekinesis. Lin Jinyun walked to her backpack, unzipped it, and took out a bronze belt, which was embedded with 16 small throwing knives, each about 10 centimeters long, looking extremely sharp. Lin Jinyun handed the belt to Yang Chen. Intermediate telekinesis battle weapon. I'm sorry, we only obtained 1 intermediate telekinesis battle weapon. As she said this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Lin Jinyun's mature face, something that had never been seen before. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Yang Chen had been investing in them, and now, after much effort, they had finally obtained a battle weapon, but in terms of level, it was not as good as what Yang Chen had given them. This made Lin Jinyun feel quite embarrassed, as if it were between a rich second generation and a poor girlfriend. The rich second generation would give out good things right away, like branded bags and cosmetics. But the poor girlfriend's first gift to the rich second generation was a small trinket worth only a few dozen bucks, and this comparison immediately brought up feelings of awkwardness. Except for the heartless and shameless ones. This situation often occurs with boys. Before the apocalypse, many boys felt a sense of awkwardness when dating their girlfriends if the gifts they gave weren't high-end or impressive. The more indifferent the other person was, the heavier this awkwardness became. Lin Jinyun is currently in such a situation. Although she usually appears cheerful, she is actually quite sensitive. Yang Chen looked at Lin Jinyun, took the belt and tossed it aside, pulling her into his embrace. What's there to feel sorry about? Aren't we family? Yang Chen's parents passed away in an accident when he was in high school. Relying on the family's savings, he got through 3 years of high school. After entering university, he started making money by playing games while studying. In fact, he had also lived quite a lonely life over the years. He longed for someone to talk to, someone to keep him company. But unfortunately, he suffered from social anxiety. Before the apocalypse, he had little contact with girls. When the apocalypse began, he initially got involved with Lin Jinyun and other women due to interests or other entanglements, but gradually, as they communicated more, the invisible barriers disappeared, and Yang Chen came to regard Lin Jinyun and the others as true family. There's no need to say sorry among family. Feeling Yang Chen's broad and warm chest, Lin Jinyun comfortably squinted her eyes. We're family. Yang Chen, it seems they treat us like air. Chen Jiao huffed. Of course, in Yang Chen's eyes, Sister Jinyun will always be the most special and important one, none of us can compare. Ruyan the Great, how about we hug too? Shaner, I need your soft chest muscles. Yang Chan looked disgusted. Get lost. A punch. Ruyan the Great fell asleep soundly. Chen Jiai didn't say anything, walked over, and hugged the two from the side. Seeing this, others followed suit. Soon, there was a pile of people. Yang Chen, aren't you all hot? Bai Qian, not really. Dan Tai Mingyue, if we don't hug, it seems we don't fit in. To Yaoyao, Abba. Yang Chan, who pinched me? Ruyan, was it you? Ruyan the Great scratched his head. Not me. Yang Chan, I saw it. Ru Yen the Great, Abba Abba. Just a casual hug will do. Soon everyone dispersed. Yang Chen did the same, returning the intermediate telekinetic warrior 1,000-fold. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's intermediate telekinetic warrior, 1,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-tier telekinetic warrior, 36 Slaying Immortal Flying Daggers. The Slaying Immortal Flying Daggers is just a name. It sounds impressive but has nothing to do with cultivation. They are just sharp, hard, and cool little flying daggers. Slaying Immortal Flying Daggers? That name is quite good. It reminded Yang Chen of a character with the surname Liu. The Slaying Immortal Flying Daggers are also made of metal. Sharp and tough. They can destroy intermediate battle armor like cutting cabbage. Yang Chen took 6 flying daggers and gave them to Lin Jinyun. Her metal manipulation ability could also control the Slaying Immortal Flying Daggers in battle. Although she wasn't as powerful as Yang Chen, it would significantly enhance her combat ability. After doing all this, he looked at the time and saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. They had spent almost half a day in the Eternal Tower. After coming out, it took several more hours to sort through their gains, so it was already afternoon. Ahem, it just took a bit longer to organize his things, but that wasn't important. Today, they had truly reaped a lot. By the way, did you bring back any spiritual energy crystal cores after killing your way to the star map level 9? Yang Chen asked. He had brought his out, so there was no reason Lin Jinyun and the others couldn't. Just he alone had collected 900 spiritual energy crystal cores. If it weren't for the metallic robots of the planetary level opponents, he might have even obtained 4 more planetary level spiritual energy crystal cores. Speaking of this, Lin Jinyun also thought of it. She asked Chen Jiaya to bring over the large mountaineering backpacks they were carrying. Without infinite space, Lin Jinyun and the others could only revert to using backpacks as storage tools after leaving Yang Chen. While rummaging through the backpack, Lin Jinyun said, "Moreover, I feel that getting all of us sisters to the star map level 9 is not a problem at all, and there might even be a surplus." As she spoke, Lin Jinyun pulled out a tightly packed canvas bag. Inside are 1,000 star map level 1 energy crystals. She took out another canvas bag and placed it on the coffee table. This is 1,000 star map level 2 energy crystals. Following that, Lin Jinyun continuously took out 7 more canvas bags. Each canvas bag contained energy crystals of the same level, from star map level 1 to star map level 9. In total, there were about 9,000. Adding the ones on Yang Chen, there were a total of 9,900 star map energy crystals. When Yang Chen arrived at this number, he was stunned. Yang Chen, this is an incredible pace. The follow-up also needs to be given to the military and strengthened a bit, otherwise, it would be impossible to play. Don't worry, the protagonist is still the strongest, always a major realm ahead of the version. Everyone's combat power skyrocketed, advancing to star body level 1. Everyone's combat power skyrocketed, advancing to star body level 1. Come on, stop doing anything. Yang Chen pulled the women to an open area, making them sit in a circle together. All of you eat the energy crystals. Your dinner tonight is energy crystals. Eat more, strive to break through to star map level 9 tonight. As he spoke, Yang Chen poured all the star map energy crystals into the middle area for everyone to reach out and grab. With so many energy crystals, what else is there to think about if they don't seize the time to improve their strength? Lin Jinyun and the others also understood the importance of strength. They all nodded. They began to eat the energy crystals to enhance their power. As for Yang Chen, he found a position that was neither too close nor too far and sat down. He closed his eyes and thought about the content of the star breathing technique in his mind. While Lin Jinyun and the others were fully breaking through to star map level 9, he couldn't be idle. Taking this time to break through to star body level was the most important thing. Thus, the villa fell into a deep silence. Everyone was busy enhancing their strength. Unknowingly, 5 hours passed. The time approached nearly 11 o'clock at night. Outside, the fog was thick. It was hard to see clearly. The room was also dark. The first to complete the advancement, Lin Jinyun, turned on the room's lights. Instantly, it became bright. The other women also gradually awakened. They had all completed their advancement. They had all reached star map level 9. It can be said that the overall combat power of their team had surged once again. Dantai Mingyue looked at the lightning swirling at her fingertips and sighed with a smile. I feel that our high-end combat power has already surpassed the military base in Jiangcheng. As soon as she said this, Lin Jinyun smiled and asked, Mingyue, you and Yang Chen have been to the military base. What is it like there? How powerful are the ability users there? The other women also looked over curiously. They sat together, as if holding a bonfire party. Dantai Mingyue briefly recounted her last visit to the Jiangqing military. ABA. In general, the strength of the star map level ability users at the Jiangqing military base was about the same as mine at that time, but compared to Yang Chen, it was far behind. Yang Chen could single-handedly defeat a group of them. As for how strong they have become now, I don't know. I see. Lin Jinyan nodded in realization, her gentle gaze falling on Yang Chen. I wonder how that guy is doing. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen's right arm suddenly burst forth with brilliant starlight. The starlight intertwined like fine threads, each beam seemingly containing the pure power of the stars, growing ever more radiant, gradually enveloping the entire right arm. Amidst this dazzling light, Yang Chen's right arm began to undergo astonishing changes. The muscles and bones seemed to melt and reorganize, transforming into a substance that sparkled with brilliant starlight, yet its essence remained flesh and bone, a carbon-based life form. As Yang Chen raised his hand, a faint blue micro-nebula floated, dreamlike and ethereal. With a slight wave of this starry arm, the surrounding space rippled as if trembling under his formidable power. Yang Chen looked at his starry right arm in astonishment. Can I, at the star body level, shake the space with my physical body? At the next realm, wouldn't I be able to tear the void apart with my bare hands? The restructured right arm saw a leap in both the density of the bones and the toughness of the flesh. Only mid-level warriors could harm a star body. After 2.5 seconds of flickering starlight on his right arm, it gradually faded. Before the women, Yang Chen's arm appeared as it always had. There was no significant change. Yang Chen curiously asked, Yang Chen, did you break through? Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I am now a first-level ability user at the star body level. Yang Chen continued, what does it feel like after your right arm transformed into a star body? Yang Chen thought for a moment. It can make you fly in a second. Yang Chen blushed. Oh, come on. Yang Chen's expression turned strange as he teased. What are you thinking? I meant I could throw you into the sky in a second. Yang Chan's pretty face flushed as she spat. You're just making excuses. Ha ha. After laughing a few times, Yang Chen composed himself, waving his now star body right arm and said, the capabilities of my right arm are about 20 times what they were before, and other parts have also seen some improvement. Yang Chen shared his feelings about the transformation of his right arm into a star body. The women listened intently, because they were about to transform their own bodies into star bodies as well. All right. Lin Jinyan stepped forward with a gentle smile. Let's put this topic on hold for now. It's getting late. What should we do next? Eat or something else? I'm not very hungry. Chen Jiaya teased. How could you be hungry with your stomach full of goods? Lin Jinyun blushed and glared at Chen Jiaya. You little girl. Let's just grab something quick to eat. With a thought, Yang Chen made a team of high-calorie foods like fries, burgers, and fried chicken appear on the dining table downstairs, and he instantly teleported them all down. The women naturally had no objections. After eating Chinese food for so long, a change of flavor was nice. After dinner, everyone went to rest early. They were exhausted from the day spent in the Eternal Tower. Even Yang Chen felt a deep fatigue after coming out. In the middle of the night, Yang Chen found Yang Chen. She seductively wrapped around him, whispering in his ear, didn't you say you would let me fly? Yang Chen. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Linshan Villa area, in a residential community, nearly 1,000 survivors had gathered. Among them, about 300 were ability users. Leading them was Chang Weiyan, the first lackey under Wu Zhonghua. In recent days, after confirming Yang Chen's residence, Chang Weiyan had quietly been transporting survivors and ability users out daily, and after several days, he finally gathered 1,000 people. Most of these survivors were from the outer city, with a small portion being Wu Zhonghua's people. In addition to these, Chang Weiyan also negotiated cooperation with several nearby bases, bringing in a team of over 1,000 people. The military base in the outer city, combined with several survivor bases outside, totaled over 2,000 people. This was his plan to deal with Yang Chen. Chang Weiyan stood on the balcony. Outside, the fog was thick, making it hard to see clearly. Chang Weiyan's eyes were shadowed, and thinking of the previous events made his expression terrifyingly grim. With a bit of strength, you become arrogant and complacent. You have no idea what true strength is. In front of the official, any individual's bravery is childish. Yang Chen, oh Yang Chen, you could have been one of us, sharing the same ideals, but your arrogance has made you miss this opportunity. Once I capture the people around you, I won't believe you won't obediently submit. Unless you are a cold-blooded, ruthless weapon without emotions. Ha, If I don't beat the shit out of them, I won't consider them clean. The next morning, the fog dissipated. In a community about 10 kilometers away from the Linjiang Villa area, more than 2,000 people moved. They marched aggressively towards the Linshan Villa area. Leading the way were the survivors from the military base outside the city and the urban area, totaling over 2,000 people, among whom 600 to 700 were ability users. This ratio was already quite high. It should be noted that ability fruits are still rare commodities nowadays. Aside from the more than 300 ability users from the military base outside the city, these survivor bases had nearly gathered all the ability users from one or even two districts to assemble this more than 300. These people swaggered through the streets with great momentum. Even some mutated beasts whimpered and ran away with their tails between their legs. Chang, don't forget what you said. After the job is done, we want the heads of star map level mutated beasts or ability fruits, said a middle-aged man in casual clothes. He looked at Chang Wei-yin with a hostile gaze, as if to say, if you dare to deceive us, you're finished. The leaders of the other two survivor bases also said, that's right, and we want tanks and rocket launchers, nothing less. Brother, we've mobilized the entire army to help you. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Hearing the words of these three men, Chang Wei-yin smiled and said, how could I? Three leaders, I, Chang Wei-yin, am insignificant and cannot make decisions. That person, can he not make decisions? Rest assured, that person has already agreed and guaranteed to arrange everything for you. Upon hearing this, the three leaders of the survivor bases laughed heartily. That's good, that's good. Isn't it just a star map level ability user? We have 7 against 1, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he's no match for us. Exactly, just a star map level ability user. We have 7 here. How many lives does that kid Yongchen have to play with us? Heh, that's right, Chang Wei-yin sneered. In fact, he had already mentally set a proper countdown for these people. Is a star map level ability user strong? Yes, very strong. But compared to Yang Chen, they are weak beyond belief. That kid can kill star map level mutated beasts in an instant. Although Chang Wei-yin hated Yang Chen to the bone, he had to admit that Yang Chen was indeed very powerful. These people were just going to their deaths, attracting Yang Chen's attention. Indeed, Chang Wei-yin did not reveal Yang Chen's true combat power to these people, only saying, Yang Chen is a somewhat powerful but not overly so arrogant star map level ability user. Hearing the empty promises he made, and with the mayor's endorsement, these guys got hot-headed and agreed, eagerly following him to deal with Yang Chen. It's laughable, can tanks be given away so casually? Let alone Wu Zhonghua being the mayor. Even if he were the governor, it wouldn't work. No authority. The authority for this lies with the military. As an official, he has no right to meddle. Chang Wei-yin knew in his heart that even if these people died, they couldn't kill Yang Chen. But what he wanted was not to kill, just to delay for a while. By holding Yang Chen back, his people could take the opportunity to capture the people Yang Chen cared about. Thus, they could threaten him. Just behind the team, a fully armed unit of about 50 people was lying in wait. They were all superpowered individuals, with the strongest having the strength of a star map level. These were forces that had been gathered since the apocalypse broke out in Wu Zhonghua. Now, in order to deal with Yang Chen, he had laid all his cards on the table. Chang Wei-yin gazed deeply at the Linshan Villa area, a chilling killing intent in his heart. Bitch, you better not fall into my hands, or I'll make your life worse than death. Just an ordinary vase, that kid Yang Chen will definitely generously give it to me. Chang Wei-yin was already fantasizing about the spoils of victory. At that time, Dan Tai Mingyue had not made a move at the military base, which led Chang Wei-yin to mistakenly believe that she was a useless vase. The main force was quickly approaching the Linshan Villa area. At this moment, Linshan Villa area, Yang Chen, who was neatly dressed and having breakfast, was momentarily stunned. Then a playful expression appeared on his face. After waiting so many days, they finally came? They headed straight for the Linshan Villa area. It seems this guy knows my exact location. I'm quite curious how he found out. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. He laughed because he had sensed Chang Wei-yin's figure within the range of his mental perception, along with the large force he brought. When he officially broke through to the first level of the star body, Yang Chen's mental perception range had skyrocketed from 9 kilometers to 15 kilometers. He just usually didn't expand it fully, only extending a 5-kilometer alert around him. Now, Chang Wei-yin and the large force he brought had entered Yang Chen's mental perception range. Lin Jinyun heard Yang Chen's mumble, smiled gently, and asked, "What happened that made you laugh so lewdly? Did you find another beauty?" Upon hearing this, everyone else looked over. Chen Jiayi wrinkled her delicate nose, pouting unhappily. "Not really." Yang Chen shook his head with a laugh, looking at Dan Tai Mingyue and saying, "Do you remember Wu Zhonghua?" Dan Tai Mingyue nodded, paused for a moment, then reacted, "He sent someone?" Yang Chen nodded, "That's right, it's that stupid idiot who took us to meet Wu Zhongguo last time, along with 7-star map level superpowered individuals, and about 6 or 700 crystal core level superpowered individuals, plus over 1,000 ordinary survivors. Alright, behind this team, there's also a small team of 50 people. They seem to be military soldiers, very discreet, as if they have ulterior motives. As Yang Chen spoke, everyone expanded their mental perception to check. The limit of their mental perception at the 9-star map level was 5 kilometers. Therefore, Chang Weiyan and his group were just within the range of perception. Earlier, when Yang Chen and Dan Tai Mingyue returned, they had mentioned the events that occurred at the military base, so Lin Jinyun and the others were aware of Wu Zhongguo's recruitment. Chen Jai said, "These 50 guys are sneaking around, already lying in wait around Linshan. They must be taking the back roads up the mountain. Their target can't be us weak, pitiful, and helpless beauties, right?" Lin Jinyun nodded slightly. "It's possible. They know they can't beat Xiaoshuan, so they want to play dirty. The most common tactic in dramas is to grasp the soft spot. They wouldn't want to capture us to threaten Xiaoshuan, would they?" Emperor Ru Yan was very angry. "Damn, are they treating us like vases? They look down on people too much. It's one thing to look down on you, but to look down on me, Emperor Ru Yan, is unacceptable." Being called this often, Lu Ru Yan gradually accepted the title. Everyone laughed. Yang Chan suggested, "Then these 50 guys will be left to you, Emperor." Poof. Lu Ru Yan put her hands on her hips and huffed. "Leave them to me. If I don't beat the shit out of them, I'll consider them clean." "Everyone, can we not talk about such disgusting things while eating?" Yang Chan punched her. Emperor Ru Yan fell into a deep sleep. Positioning markability. Positioning markability. Before Chang Weiyan and the others could enter the villa area, Yang Chen and his group were already waiting on their path. They couldn't let them ruin the villa area. Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun, Chen Jai, Bai Qian, Dan Tai Mingyue, and Ta Yaoyao were all present. What? Where did Emperor Ruyan go? Of course, as previously mentioned, he went to find trouble with the other 50 guys. With Emperor Ruyan's star map level of 9 stars, dealing with them was like child's play. It was a piece of cake. What? Where did Yang Chan go? Yang Chan was worried that Emperor Ruyan might do something foolish, so she followed him to keep an eye on him. To prevent this fool from getting tricked, Chang Weiyan, who was at the front, saw a row of people standing on the road ahead. He focused his gaze. Who else could it be but Yang Chen? Besides that stinky woman who had caused him to jump off a building last time, there were actually 5 top-tier beauties. If he secretly hid a few outside, Wu Zhongguo wouldn't even notice. He licked his lips. Greed was evident in Chang Weiyan's eyes. The others were not much better off. With the apocalypse upon them, nearly 80% of people had let themselves go. There were very few normal people left. Hee, Brother Chang, you're not being fair. Why didn't you say earlier that there were beauties? Hee, one for each of us, let's go. What? You like this too? Fine, that kid is yours. Take down that annoying kid, and we can have a party in the villa ahead. Haha, truly unaware of the danger, it seems they know we're back but aren't thinking of escaping. Instead, they're waiting. How confident are they in their own strength? Over 2,000, the advantage is ours, hee. Go! With a command, the 2,000 survivors they brought all charged forward, weapons raised. They didn't care who was on the other side. They didn't care how strong the opposition was. They just charged in with their eyes closed. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen chuckled softly, his eyes filled with mockery. Snap! He snapped his fingers. Space was confined. The space within a kilometer around was frozen. Except for Yang Chen and those specially exempted by him, almost everything else was immobilized. Space confinement was not the same as stopping time, thus, the bodies of those confined could not move, but their thoughts and consciousness were still functioning. Once these people realized they couldn't move, they were all filled with terror. It felt like being stuffed into reinforced concrete and left to dry. They could do nothing but think. No matter how they struggled, it was futile. Fear gripped them. Even Chang Weiyan was no exception. He never expected that with over 2,000 people arriving, they wouldn't even last a second. They were all directly controlled by Yang Chen. Now, what was the difference between them and fish on a chopping board? Die. Yang Chen's gaze was icy, his killing intent surging. These people dared to come looking for trouble. The only outcome for them was death. Only death could quell Yang Chen's fury. He snapped his fingers again. Psychic power activated. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous sound of bones shattering echoed. The necks of these 2,000 people were all crushed by Yang Chen. With a wave of his hand, over 2,000 people perished, including all star map level ability users except for Chang Weiyan. After advancing to the planetary level, Yang Chen was like a god to those at the crystal core level or even ordinary people. With a single thought, he could determine life and death. Yang Chen walked over to the terrified Chang Weiyan, smiling as he looked at this military man. We meet again. You guys are really slow, it took you so long to come find me. At this moment, Chang Wei-yen realized he could speak. He looked at Yang Chen with fear in his eyes and stammered, You knew we would come to deal with you? Yang Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, how surprising. Even a fool knows that. What surprised me is that you all came so slowly. Alright, do you have any last words? I. Chang Wei-yen cried with a mournful face, pleading, please, don't kill me. Everything was forced upon me by that old scoundrel Wu Zhonghua. I was coerced by him. If you spare my life, I will testify against him to the general. No need. Yang Chen cruelly said, using his mental power to snap Chang Wei-yen's neck. If I want to kill, why should I care about others? Wu Zhonghua, he will soon accompany you down there. In his final moments, Chang Wei-yen heard these words. He was horrified. Could it be that this guy intended to storm the base and kill Wu Zhonghua? He didn't know the specifics, because he was already dead. Ding! The host has killed the mark locator ability user. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Yang Chen was taken aback. Mark locator? What kind of ability is this? Extract. Yang Chen felt that this thing should be a functional ability. He returned to the group of women and handed the mark locator ability fruit to Lin Jinyun. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun skillfully took Yang Chen's finger into her mouth and swallowed the mark locator ability fruit. Ding! Investment in Lin Jinyun's mark locator ability fruit has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 mark locator ability fruits. 2 minutes later, ability awakening. Yang Chen curiously asked, what effect does this ability have? Lin Jinyun smiled gently. She stepped forward and kissed Yang Chen on the cheek. I've marked you. This way, as long as we are in the same space, I can find you through the mark locator, no matter how far apart we are. I can know your exact location and then find you. But the premise is that we must be in the same space. If you are in the ruins and I am outside, I won't be able to sense it? Wow, a little map. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. How does the effect of this mark locator ability resemble a little map? Come, everyone take one. After awakening the ability, let's exchange marks. Yang Chen distributed the mark locator ability fruits to the other women. He also ate one himself. Just like that, Yang Chen's infinite space gained several tens of thousands of mark locator ability fruits. After obtaining the mark locator ability, everyone exchanged marks with each other. After doing all this, Yang Chen looked at the already lifeless Chang Wei-yen and smiled. You really delivered a nice ability to me. Although the mark locator ability had no lethality, its function was no less than that of mental perception. Very sweet. He severed Chang Wei-yen's head. Yang Chen and the women teleported away. They found Yang Chan and the Emperor Ru Yen. At this time, the two women had already killed the 50 fully armed ability users who had infiltrated Lin Chan. Yang Chen did the same, severing the heads of these 50 people and tossing them into the infinite space. Then he gave Yang Chan and Lu Ruyen the mark locator ability fruits. They exchanged marks with each other. After doing all this, Yang Chen took the women to the Starry Base. First, he went to the Starry Base to give some instructions, and then he would go to the military base in Jiangqing to send Wu Zhonghua down to reunite with Chang Wei-yen. The logistics department head and the medical team leader arrived at the Starry Base. Wang Zhendong was still training the base members on the playground. After 2 days, the number of ability users at the Starry Base had exceeded 500. By the end of today, when Wang Zhendong distributed all 1,500 ability fruits, the number of ability users at the Starry Base would reach an astonishing 2,000. It would be on par with the military base. Of course, these base members, who had only recently begun formal training, could not possibly match the combat power of the military base's ability users. Before becoming ability users, people were all skilled fighters with practical experience from the military. How can a team made up of mostly college students fight? Should they just charge in headfirst? For now, it's fine to let these guys be a bit comical, but their hard power really isn't on the same level. Of course, this is just their initial stage. Over time, Yang Chen believes they will also become combat ready. With the previous 2 waves of evolutionary fervor as motivation, the base members who have yet to become ability users are as energized as if they've been injected with adrenaline. Their training has become more intense and diligent. They hope to perform well today and get selected. Yang Chen and the others' arrival caught Wang Zhendong's attention. Wang Zhendong let Sanwei continue leading the team in practice while he ran over to Yang Chen and the others, smiling. Brother Yang, sisters, you're here. Yang Chen nodded and asked, how's it going? Can these guys form some initial combat capability? Today is the 3rd day I provided food, right? Wang Zhendong replied, they are all low-level ability users at the crystal core level. Together, they can easily overwhelm mid-level crystal core users with their numbers. They can even hold their own against top-tier ones. But once they face star-level opponents, their casualties will rise sharply. Our base still has too few star-level ability users. Besides you and the sisters, there are only me and old Lee as star-level ability users. Li Tongxing's star-level status was earned from hunting mutated beasts outside during this time. Otherwise, he would be the only star-level ability user in the entire base. As for Yang Chen and the sisters, they don't often stay at the base and aren't under his command. It's fine. Yang Chen smiled. I'll give you a boost. Let's go to the conference room first. Alright. Wang Zhendong nodded. I'll notify Old Li and the others. Yang Chen, have Sanwei come too. Okay. At the star base, in the conference room, Yang Chen sat at the head of the table. Lin Jinyun and the other women temporarily did not participate in the base discussions. They sat behind Yang Chen with their chairs. At the conference table, all members of the armed and management departments of the star base were seated. Yang Chen looked at Mentor Luan. Her real name was Luan Xiaoyu. She could be considered a little beauty, but she didn't reach the level of Lin Jinyun and the others. Yang Chen said, ability users will inevitably get injured in battles against enemies, and if not treated in time, it can easily lead to death. Find some thoughtful, skilled, and kind-hearted girls among the base members. I'll give you 1,000 healing-type ability fruits, and you can train them to become our star base's medics. The medics will be under the jurisdiction of the armed department, and you will be the captain of the medics. As he spoke, Yang Chen raised his hand, and 10 large suitcases appeared in the empty space beside the conference room. Each box contains 100 healing-type ability fruits. I'm handing them all over to you. Upon hearing this, Luan Xiaoyu quickly nodded. I will, Chief. Ding. Investment in female subordinate Luan Xiaoyu. 2,000 healing-type ability fruits, 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 million, healing-type ability fruits. Yang Chen heard the system's prompt in his mind. He was taken aback. Luan Xiaoyu met the system's standards? Yang Chen looked deeply at Luan Xiaoyu. The girl shrank her neck, almost trying to hide under the table. The system is really something. It hasn't given any prompts lately. Yang Chen shook his head and chuckled inwardly. But this is good. Also, Luan Xiaoyu, you are a professional instructor, right? From now on, establish a logistics department, and all materials will fall under the jurisdiction of the logistics department. The logistics department will handle entry and exit statistics and details. Since investing in Luan Xiaoyu could also yield a 10,000-fold return, things would be much easier. Future supplies could be fully invested in Luan Xiaoyu, allowing her to manage the logistics department. Thus, the star base had the logistics department in charge of dispatching supplies, and he could also achieve a 10-fold return through Luan Xiaoyu. How delightful. I understand now. Luan Xiaoyu felt dizzy. Why was she suddenly given 2 additional roles? Was this a promotion or exploitation? Luan Xiaoyu's mind was in a fog. Luan Xiaoyu is not the female lead. She is merely a tool for returning resources to the star base. Everyone can guess who Luan Xiaoyu will end up with. Yang Chen nodded. Wang Zhendong, assist him. Being a medic doesn't mean being a vase. Medics must also have the strength to protect themselves. Remember this, Wang Zhendong, a medic may not be as formidable as a combat-type ability user, but they must never be a powerless vase. Okay. Wang Zhendong stood up and assured, alright, I will personally train the medics. Yang Chen smiled. Later, I will bring in a few external reinforcements for you. External reinforcements? Wang Zhendong scratched his head, not understanding what it meant. Whatever, just focus on doing his own job. The meeting continued. The discussions were mostly about recent matters. Then came the investments. In the early stages of establishing a force, investments tend to be larger. To see returns, one must look to the later stages. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Investments do not yield immediate returns. Besides, he had cast a curse. Anyone who dared to betray him would meet their end. This is a mid-level combat soldier Blood Shadow Battle Blade, and a mid-level battle armor Falling Star Battle Armor. There are a total of 50 people here, and I will take out 50 sets first. Minister Luan, keep the accounts. Oh, okay. Luan Xiaoyu did not dare to be careless and quickly accounted for the 100 items Yang Chen had taken out. Even if the quantity was small, she did not dare to be negligent. Yang Chen continued, the mid-level combat soldiers and battle armor will greatly enhance your combat power. Once equipped, you can form teams to enter the Eternal Tower ruins to grind dungeons. The mutated beasts at the star map level can yield spiritual energy cores, allowing you to grow stronger quickly. Looking at the items Yang Chen had produced, the entire conference room seemed to have been muted. The air felt as if it had stopped. Everyone's gaze fell on the cool, high-tech battle armor and Blood Shadow Battle Blade, their faces uniformly displaying shock. Wang Zhendong's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, yet it couldn't close for a long time. I can't believe it. This is an exoskeleton. No, the military's exoskeleton isn't this advanced. Could this be a reward from the ruins? How? How is this possible? An elderly man trembled as he pointed at the battle armor and soldiers, his voice hoarse and intermittent from extreme shock. He was a professor of physical sciences. The battle armor before him completely overturned his understanding. These items looked as if they had walked out of a future world. Others were not much better off, all equally stunned by the battle armor and soldiers Yang Chen had presented. Li Tongsheng looked at Yang Chen and the others with a complex expression, asking, "Are these all rewards from the tower? Whose side are you really on?" That's right. Everyone knew that the tower offered rewards for clearing challenges. Therefore, there was no need to hide anything. After all, the mid-level battle armor and soldiers were things they had eliminated. Oh no, they hadn't even used them, because they already had something stronger. Yang Chen consistently adhered to the principle, what I give you is what I have eliminated. Once you possess equipment of this level, I will already have something more advanced. This philosophy always placed him 1 or 2 levels above others. Then follow my instructions, try to enhance your strength as much as possible, and then you can lead teams out to search for supplies, Yang Chen said. Li Tongsheng and the others nodded. We understand. Yang Chen nodded, that's all the specifics, you all can handle it yourselves. Old Wang, I'll go help you ask a few colleagues. Wang Jindong, huh? The matters were basically explained. Yang Chen and the others left the Starry Base. Yang Chen currently wouldn't personally manage or develop the Starry Base, because in his view, managing and developing the base was too much of a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to level up with that time? As for situations where subordinates had more power than him, Yang Chen just chuckled. Come on, he wanted to see who had the guts to do that. Did they really think he was just a delicate young man with no strength? Anyone who dared to betray him would find themselves cursed to death. Before leaving the Starry Base, Yang Chen left behind a considerable amount of building materials and tools for the logistics department, instructing them to reinforce the walls around the Starry Base. It would be best to build a solid reinforced concrete city wall. After doing all this, Yang Chen and the others headed to the military base in Jiangcheng. The control of the Jiangcheng military base was currently in the hands of Leng Jingjun. Under his management, the Jiangcheng military base was still operating normally, and there wasn't much chaos on the surface, but underground transactions were rampant. The most common was women exchanging their bodies for food, or homeless people unwilling to work robbing others of their food. In the case of the former, if both parties were willing, the military couldn't be bothered to intervene. After all, such things had been rampant even before the apocalypse. But for the latter, if caught, they would be confined, and if they didn't reform, they would be expelled from the Jiangcheng military base. Leng Zhengjun was not a pedantic person. He didn't protect all kinds of trash. He only protected the people worth protecting. Yang Chen directly brought Lin Jinyun and others into the military base. Inside the military base city, seeing the 9 people suddenly appear on the main road, the soldiers on guard immediately became alert, raising their assault rifles and aiming at Yang Chen and the others, shouting, "Who are you? Don't move! Hands on your head, and if you dare to move, don't blame us for shooting." Another guard pressed the alarm button. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with a piercing alarm sound. A large number of guard soldiers rushed over. The team of ability users was also mobilized. Yang Chen ignored the surrounding guard soldiers. His telekinetic perception spread out. Soon, he had a complete view of everything in the Jiangcheng military base. Since his last departure, the Jiangcheng military base had undergone significant changes. First, the high walls had been improved by more than half. Secondly, the number of survivors had increased by over 10,000. It seemed that the Jiangcheng military base had been actively rescuing survivors during this time. Or perhaps survivors had come to the Jiangcheng military base seeking refuge. Lastly, there was the number of ability users. Last time, there were only about 2,000 regular military ability users. Now, there were actually 500 to 600 more. In just a few days, had they really seized a large number of ability fruit trees? The number of star map level ability users had even increased to 100. This speed was simply terrifying. Of course, none of this was important. Yang Chen's purpose for this trip was solely to kill those who deserved to die. Found you, old Bai Deng. Yang Chen chuckled, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and grabbed. A spatial door appeared before him. On the other side of the spatial door was Wu Zhenghua, who was in a meeting. Wu Zhenghua didn't even realize what was happening before he was pulled over by Yang Chen. He fell heavily to the ground. Wu Zhenghua was dazed from the fall, cursing as he searched for his glasses. Who is it? how dare you treat me like this? Yang Chen's eyes were playful, his expression teasing. Mayor Wu really is a person of importance who forgets things easily. You've forgotten this nameless nobody so quickly. Hearing Yang Chen's voice, Wu Zhongguo's plump body suddenly stiffened. He focused his gaze, but he couldn't clearly see Yang Chen's blurred face. Yang Chen put glasses on him. With a raised hand, he delivered a powerful slap, causing Wu Zhongguo to spin around 2.5 times. Ouch! You are Yang Chen. You're wondering how I'm still alive, right? Yang Chen scoffed coldly. It's simple, the people you sent are all useless, and I've already killed them all. As he spoke, Yang Chen snapped his fingers. 51 bloody heads appeared beside Wu Zhongguo. The smell of blood instantly filled the air, rushing into Wu Zhongguo's nostrils. This scene was just in time for the arriving Ling Qingqiu and her 8 companions to witness. As the earliest to break through the star map level in the military base, they were still the top players there, far ahead of other star map level ability users. Of course, the oldest among them was Ling Zhengjun. This guy had a restrained aura, at least a 6-star map level. This old 6 was really good at hiding. Yang Chen, how did you get here? What happened? Han Niu, still confused, turned around and said, Old Wu, why are there so many heads around you? Did you kill them all? Impressive, Old Wu, you've made it. Wu Zhongguo roared, it's not me, it's this guy who killed them. He killed our people, you all hurry up and kill him. Avenge Chang Weiyan and the others. Hearing a familiar name, the 8 of them looked over and indeed found Chang Weiyan's head among the pile. What's going on? No way? Yang Chen killed our people? That shouldn't be. Yang Chen helped us through the beast tide last time. I don't believe he's that kind of person. It must be that Chang Weiyan and the others did something to anger Yang Chen. Old Wang also said that Yang Chen is someone who responds to kindness but not to force. Didn't that Chang Yuan get killed for provoking Yang Chen? Exactly. Ling Qingqiu and her group brought over 200 ability users. At this moment, the main road was already crowded with people. Hearing the conversation, Wu Zhongguo was nearly furious enough to explode. Damn, who is really on your side? In the empty conference room, only 2 people remained. One was Major General Ling Zhengjun. The other was Xin Zhong. Xin Zhong looked at Ling Zhengjun with admiration and said, General, just as you predicted, Yang Chen really came. He. Ling Zhengjun stood by the window, gazing towards the inner city gate, and smiled. From your and Wang Ba's descriptions, this Yang Chen is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, but he is also someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever provokes him, regardless of their background, he will kill. And here he is. Go, pass this list to Yang Chen, and ask him to kill everyone on the list, not leaving a single one. At this time, the base cannot allow any pests to appear. By the end, Ling Zhengjun's voice was cold, and a fierce killing intent burst from his eyes. In fact, he had long noticed Wu Zhongguo's little schemes in secret. Not just Wu Zhongguo, but many other dishonest creatures were trying to pull small tricks, seeking more power, even using their authority for personal gain. Ling Zhengjun had zero tolerance for such people. His attitude was one word: kill. Originally, Ling Zhengjun planned to wait until more people gathered to deal with them together, to intimidate the small fry, to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. But what Ling Zhengjun didn't expect was that Yang Chen would pop up in the middle of this. When he learned that Wu Zhongguo had sent someone to deal with Yang Chen, he guessed that Yang Chen would come back to trouble Wu Zhongguo. Because from the reports, this was a person who responded to kindness but not to force. Wu Zhongguo's actions were undoubtedly seeking death. The facts proved he was right. Yang Chen really came. Perfect. Ling Zhengjun could use Yang Chen's hands to deal with the troublemakers in the military base. Looking at the documents handed over by Ling Zhengjun, Xin Zhong's expression was complex as he took them in his hands and said, General, what can Yang Chen do? We are using him here. Ling Zhengjun smiled and replied, it's fine, just make it clear to him. Tell him I want to ask for his help, and there will be a reward once the task is completed. I wonder if the young people nowadays are willing to give me this face. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhong nodded and said seriously, I will convey it properly. After saying that, Xin Zhong turned and left with the document bag. Inside were the lists of personnel collected by Ling Zhengjun's men. It was also a death list. Ling Zhengjun clenched his fists as he watched the scene at the base entrance, silently vowing, whoever dares to create division, I will kill them. At the inner city gate, on the main road, Yang Chen looked at Wu Zhongguo, who was still lying on the ground, and smiled cruelly. As you expected, I'm here to kill you today. Hearing this, Wu Zhongguo's face showed terror, and he tried to crawl away with all his limbs, but would Yang Chen give him that chance? Put. 5 ally daggers flew out. In an instant, they pierced through Wu Zhongguo's 5 limbs, pinning him to the ground. The excruciating pain made Wu Zhenghua scream. The sound echoed, reaching even the survivors near the outer city. Yang Chen stepped on Wu Zhenghua's head. With just a little force, Wu Zhenghua's head could burst like a watermelon. Bang! Juice splattered everywhere. Wu Zhenghua's eyes were filled with terror, the fear of death enveloping his heart. He still tried to make a final struggle. Yang Chen, do you know where this is? I don't believe you dare to kill me in front of so many people. If you dare to kill me, you are going against the authorities. You are a traitor. Yang Chen scoffed. Don't think too highly of yourself. The authorities won't miss you if you're gone, and they won't gain anything by keeping you. Moreover, anyone who offends me, no matter who stands behind them or what forces they rely on, must die. Anyone who blocks me must die. After saying this, under Wu Zhenghua's terrified gaze, Yang Chen exerted force with his foot and directly crushed Wu Zhenghua's head. Red juice splattered everywhere. The surroundings fell into silence. Lang Qingqiu and the others were silent. Yang Chen killed a person from the military base in front of them. Should they step in or not? Would not stepping in have bad consequences? Would stepping in lead to them being unable to win, and so on? Just then, Xinzhong quickly walked over. He bypassed everyone and came to Yang Chen, handing him the document bag given by Lang Jingjun. This is what the general asked me to give you. He entrusted you to handle it according to the list, and he asked if you were willing to give him this face. Yang Chen looked at the hunting list. Anyone on it could be associated with Lang Jingjun. He also knew that this matter was indicated by him. Lang Jingjun had no intention of hiding this. He needed to make it clear to everyone that this is the consequence of playing dirty. This was also his attitude towards dishonest and unclean people. If this cleanup wasn't thorough, then he would do it again, until it was clean. Yang Chen took the document bag and opened it. There was only one list inside. It had the names and photos of more than 50 people. Yang Chen didn't recognize them. He chuckled and looked towards the administrative building. Across several miles, he exchanged glances with Lang Jingjun. Lang Jingjun smiled. Yang Chen smiled back. Since it's General Long's request, I naturally won't refuse. It's just killing a few troublemakers, right? Simple. Yang Chen snapped his fingers. His mental power enveloped the entire military base. The people on the list were all within his mental perception. With a thought, they were dead. These people would find it difficult to survive even a second in Yang Chen's hands. Done. Ha, ha. Xinzhong was taken aback, not reacting. Is it done just like that? What else did you expect? Yang Chen shrugged. You're really quick. You dare to scold me again. Xinzhong looked deeply at Yang Chen, his tone carrying admiration. Can you tell me how strong you are now? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Just a simple star map level 9 star. Xinzhong gave a thumbs up. Impressive. What he didn't know was that Yang Chen was lying. His actual realm and combat power had already surpassed star map level 9 star. Still, the saying goes, when you know what my strength is now, I have already become stronger. What you know is only what I want you to know. It's that simple. Xinzhong said, let's go. The general is waiting for you. Yang Chen nodded. Okay. Xinzhong glanced at the 8 beautiful women behind Yang Chen with a strange expression. Are they all yours? That's right. You didn't use any underhanded means to force them, did you? What are you talking about? Why can't it be that I conquered them with my personal charm? TCH. Xinzhong clicked his tongue, not believing it. Yang Chen said, each of them could easily beat you. Xinzhong widened his eyes in surprise. Are you joking? Yang Chen replied, is star map level 9 star enough to take you on? Xinzhong asked, are you saying, they are all star map level 9 star? Yang Chen confirmed, that's right. Xinzhong, I'm really speechless, family. Let's go. Xinzhong no longer wanted to chat with Yang Chen. It was too demoralizing. Xinzhong led Yang Chen and the 8 women to the conference room. The conference room was empty. There were no other people. Only Lang Jingjun was present. After bringing them in, Xinzhong left. With so many people dead, if it wasn't handled properly, it could easily cause unrest. Actually, it was fine. Any normal person would know that Yang Chen had the general's backing. In the conference room, Lang Jingjun smiled at Yang Chen. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. The latest order from the Beijing Longzhou military district, newborn plan. I also didn't expect to come back to the military base so quickly. Yang Chen smiled as well. Lang Jingjun was quite a decent person. Yang Chen didn't dislike him. His impression of him was the same as Xinzhong's. Ha ha. Lang Jingjun chuckled. He stood up and poured the already brewed tea into cups, placing them in front of Yang Chen and the others. The general personally poured the tea. The respect was ample. One must know that the general is always among the top tier of people in the country. He is a powerful figure. Yet, such a big shot was personally pouring tea for Yang Chen and the others. Lang Jingjun said, I really want to thank you for giving me this face. Yang Chen replied, it's nothing. Even without me, you would have killed them, right? Lang Zhengjun said seriously, that's right. Anyone who dares to form cliques or engage in small tricks, I will never let them go. For such people, being dismissed is simply too lenient, only death can cleanse their sins. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Lang Zhengjun smiled and said, let's not talk about that anymore. I have the latest intelligence from Beijing. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it? Yang Chen looked at Lang Zhengjun with a strange expression, half smiling. A confidential report from Beijing, is this something a commoner like me can read? Ha ha. Lang Zhengjun laughed heartily, unconcerned. What confidential report? Once it's implemented, you'll know just the same. And, when he said and, Lang Zhengjun paused for a moment, looking at Yang Chen with appreciation in his eyes. With your strength and skills, as long as you want to, you can quickly climb to a suitable position. By then, with my guarantee, you will definitely break the record for becoming a major in Long Country the fastest. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. He still hadn't given up on trying to win me over. But Yang Chen really had no intention of joining the military at the moment. Let's see in the future. Alright then. Lang Zhengjun returned to the main topic. The Longzhou war zone in the capital has formulated a plan called Rebirth. The content of the plan is lengthy and quite unpleasant, but in essence, it aims to gather all available forces across the country to eliminate the mutated beasts in key cities, clear out all the mutated beasts that have taken over several major cities, and then establish super-large bases capable of sheltering millions of people. Using the bases as a stronghold, we will continuously clear the surrounding mutated beasts until all mutated beasts within the national territory are eradicated and the homeland is fully reclaimed. Our Jiangnan war zone has been assigned 5 key cities. First is Yingtianfu, second is Modu, third is Pengcheng, fourth is Luzhou, and fifth is Yingzhou. Our Jiangcheng is close to Yingzhou, so the task assigned to us by the Jiangnan war zone is to go to Yingzhou and merge with the Yingzhou military district to fully conquer Yingzhou. Lang Zhengjun explained the general situation. We will soon send the entire army to Yingzhou. Yang Chen, I sincerely invite you to join us. You are very strong, especially in group battles, and we need you. Lang Zhengjun looked at Yang Chen seriously, making his final invitation. If the other party still refused, there was nothing he could do. But to Lang Zhengjun's surprise, Yang Chen said something unexpected. If the Jiangcheng military goes to Yingzhou, then what about Jiangcheng, Zhucheng? You don't want Jiangcheng, so I'll take it. Lang Zhengjun was taken aback and, after realizing it, asked, what do you mean? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. What I mean is, I will also participate in your rebirth plan, but your target is the key cities, while my target is just Jiangcheng beneath my feet. I will later bring people to eliminate the mutated beasts in Jiangcheng, and then Jiangcheng will also be the base for establishing my own base. I wonder if the capital will agree to my request. Lang Zhengjun was speechless for a long time. He just stared at Yang Chen. Are you sure you're not joking? What would I joke about? Lang Zhengjun laughed. If you can establish a super large base in Jiangcheng to protect the people, I believe the higher-ups would be very willing to see that. Right now, our Long Kingdom has limited power, and we can only take down the key cities first to establish super large bases before we can think about what comes next. Then it's settled. Yang Chen smiled, not expecting to gain such useful information from this trip to the Jiangcheng military. Lang Zhengjun said, what about the survivors here? Should we take them with us? After all, there's quite a distance from Jiangcheng to Yingzhou, and taking so many survivors together, there might be unexpected incidents on the way. That's fine, but I only want useful people. Don't blame me for being ruthless with some bad seeds. Lang Zhengjun fell silent. Logically, he should pull out his gun and shoot someone like this who kills indiscriminately. But Yang Chen's words were not without reason. What was there to sympathize with bad seeds? If you sympathize with them, who will sympathize with those bullied by bad seeds? I don't know anything, I just want the safety of the survivors. After that, I will leave some people to assist you. Lang Zhengjun said. The two exchanged smiles. He only wanted the safety of the survivors. But he didn't specify a number. 100 is safe. 1 is also safe. Alright. Yang Chen looked at Lang Zhengjun and said, afterwards, establishing city defenses, heavy firepower equipment is essential. Major General Lang, what do you think about some support? Lang Zhengjun was both amused and exasperated. This kid wanted to fleece him before they even started. But Yang Chen's next words made him unable to smile. I can exchange for ability fruits or other equipment. Lang Zhengjun looked at Yang Chen. For example? Yang Chen smiled confidently. For example, a well-crafted alloy straight knife. For example, an epic-making battle armor. And for example, a battle knife that can cut through iron like mud. Some things are destined to be possessed by the military, not by Yang Chen. Anyway, he wouldn't run out of his supplies, so it would be better to exchange resources. If he could get missiles or nuclear missiles, that would be great. Holding a truth in his hand, his back straightened. But unfortunately, such things the military would definitely not let civilian superpowered individuals possess. Battle armor? Battle blades? When Lang Jingjun heard these familiar terms, his gaze towards Yang Chen turned suspicious. Did you find the ruins? Yang Chen, did you find them too? Lang Jingjun shook his head. We didn't find them, but other military districts did. Hearing this, Yang Chen finally felt it was normal. That's more like it. How could a city like Jiangcheng gather 3 ruins? Didn't find them. Lang Jingjun also knew Yang Chen didn't want to talk, so he didn't elaborate on the topic. How many superpower fruits do you have? Yang Chen, 8,000? 10,000? Lang Jingjun, what did he just hear? 8,000, 10,000. This must be a ruin where superpower fruits are found everywhere, right? Exchange. We must exchange. Lang Jingjun slammed the table and stood up. Let's go. I'll take you to the armory right now. Just tell me what you want. Who are we to each other? Blood rain. 2.5 hours later, Yang Chen left the Jiangcheng military base feeling very satisfied. In his infinite space, 5 tanks, 10 military transport vehicles, 10 military jeeps, 3 armed helicopters, as well as several heavy machine guns and rocket launchers lay quietly. All of these were exchanged for superpower fruits. Simply put, he got all this for 5,000 superpower fruits. Perhaps he lost a bit, but this was also a way for Yang Chen to express his intentions to the military. Kindness. Basically, it meant that he wouldn't cause trouble, but they shouldn't think about causing trouble either. Yang Chen believed Lang Jingjun would understand his meaning. In addition to the 5,000 physical enhancement superpower fruits, Yang Chen also exchanged 10 sets of intermediate Starfall battle armor and 10 intermediate Blood Shadow battle blades for Xinjiang, a total of 15 people. Xinjiang, Wang Ba, Lang Qianqiu, Lang Feng, Han Niu, Si Tsong, Zhao Jian, Aodebia. These were the 8-star map-level superpowered individuals from the initial Jiangcheng military base. He had brought them all back. In fact, Yang Chen hadn't intended to exchange for Lang Qianqiu and Lang Feng. Just from their surnames, one could tell their relationship with Lang Jingjun. But unfortunately, Lang Jingjun insisted on giving them to him. What could he do? It was just short of Lang Jingjun saying it was free. This trip, Yang Chen could be said to have returned with a full load. Besides the people and equipment he obtained, the biggest gain was the new life plan that the Longjing Longzhou Battle District was going to implement. The Longhua military intended to establish large base cities in various places. When the time comes, they would gather all the survivors in the base cities, allowing them to wholeheartedly fight against the mutated beasts. Of course, when they were clearing the cities, they would also eliminate social instability factors. In cities filled with mutated beasts, there might be no laws and order, but in the base cities, there would definitely be laws and order. By then, some people would have to be held accountable. The process of building base cities would not be quick. It might even be a protracted battle, perhaps 2.5 years, or maybe 5 years. In any case, who knows what the future holds? After bringing Xinjiang and the others back to the Starry base, Yang Chen handed them all over to Wang Zhendong. The minister of the armed forces was still Wang Zhendong, but 2 deputy minister positions were set up below, held by Xinjiang and Wang Ba. Lang Qianqiu and the others were instructed to form their own superpowered army. After finishing these tasks, Yang Chen sat cross-legged on the rooftop of the tallest building in the Starry base. He practiced the star breathing technique, beginning to absorb the wandering star power from the heavens and the earth. During the day, the star power of the blue star was the most abundant. At night, it would drop sharply. 2.5 hours later, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Taking a gentle breath, Yang Chen looked down at his hands and said calmly, "It's still too slow. It's nowhere near as fast as devouring the crystal core. I wonder if there are star-level mutated beasts in the hunting ground ruins." There was no need to look at the Eternal Tower. All of her star-level beings were just iron lumps. Not a single crystal core in sight. Days of tranquility passed in succession. The Starry base had entered a mode of normal operation. After a week, the number of combat-type ability users at the Starry base exceeded 2,000. There were also around 500 healing-type ability users. When Xinjiang and the others saw so many ability users, they were stunned. In this base, ability users seemed as if they were free. The number of ability users was comparable to that of military bases, and there were even 500 healing-type ability users among them. This was what truly shocked them. Healing-type abilities did not require profound medical knowledge or experience. As long as one had ability energy, they could heal their teammates' injuries, making them invaluable allies on the battlefield. Healing-type ability users were quite rare. Even combined, military bases had only about 30. But 30, in comparison, made the military bases look utterly defeated. After some inquiries, they learned that everything at the starry base was provided by Yang Chen. They had only supplied personnel and facilities. It was only upon arriving here that they realized this man could wholesale ability fruits. It was simply terrifying. From then on, Xinzhong and the others began to take the starry base seriously. Over the past few days, 2,500 ability users had been divided into 10 large teams. Today, 5 teams were specifically sent to search for and transport supplies, while the other 5 teams were dedicated to hunting mutated beasts to quickly increase their strength. The next day, they would switch roles. With the addition of professional trainers like Xinzhong, the ability user teams at the starry base were rapidly forming combat capabilities. Moreover, the number of ability users was still increasing. Xinzhong and the others were left dumbfounded. Why did it feel like the starry base was the real tycoon in this new world? Their military base, aside from overwhelming superiority in firearms, was being outclassed in every other aspect. They couldn't compete with the ability fruits. They couldn't compete with the standard cold weapons. It was tough. On the night of the 31st day after the apocalypse broke out, the outside was still shrouded in thick fog. Everything outside was unclear. Just then, a thunderous roar shook the heavens, like a sword piercing through the darkness. Almost everyone could hear it. Yang Chen and the others were awakened. Crash, crash, crash. Outside, the thunder rolled like the drums of ancient warfare. Accompanying the thunder was the unmistakable sound of rain. Is it raining? Lin Jinyun asked, somewhat surprised. She hadn't noticed it was raining. This seemed to be the first rain of the apocalypse. Yang Chen nodded beside her. Yes, it's raining, and it's blood rain. I wonder what changes this blood rain will bring to the world. Through his telepathic perception, Yang Chen saw the torrential downpour outside. This rain was not the transparent color of normal rainwater. It was as bloody as fresh blood. Blood fell to the earth, washing the land. Under Yang Chen's observation, many mutated plants experienced a second growth spurt after being drenched in the blood rain. Their strength doubled. It wasn't just the mutated plants, mutated animals were the same. It was as if the whole world was welcoming another wave of evolutionary fervor, and humanity was forgotten in this process. Yang Chen scoffed, his eyes devoid of despair, instead ignited with a strong fighting spirit. Well, the stronger the mutated beasts and plants become, the stronger I will become. After all, mutated beasts are merely the nourishment for my growth. As the mutated beasts grew stronger, ability users could also quickly become stronger by hunting them. Yang Chen had experimented with this over the past few days. The crystal cores of star-level mutated beasts can indeed be absorbed. Moreover, the efficiency of becoming stronger is much more intense than simply absorbing star power. However, there aren't many star-level mutated beasts in the leveling field ruins. Over the past few days, he has only encountered 3, all of which are at the first level of star level. Hopefully, after this blood rain, more star-level mutated beasts will appear. Otherwise, there really aren't enough to kill in the leveling field ruins. Oh right, there's also the star crystal. This thing is not a crystal core and cannot be consumed by ability users or mutated beasts to enhance their strength. Mist Monster 2, Cyclops. Mist Monster 2, Cyclops. The star crystal is called a star crystal not because it stores star power inside. The energy stored in the star crystal is special. It is a resource-type energy. It is simply an energy resource from the cosmic starry sky. It's equivalent to gasoline or coal on blue star. In any case, it cannot be absorbed and refined by the human body like the spirit stones and celestial crystals in cultivation novels, thus becoming stronger. From the information obtained from the Eternal Tower, it is known that the star crystal is also the universal currency of the cosmic starry sky. From this, it can be concluded that the vast and boundless cosmic starry sky is not just a single life planet like Blue Star. This also negates the possibility that humanity on Blue Star is the only fish in the fishbowl. Unless there are many fish in such a large fishbowl. All of this is temporarily unknown to Yang Chen. He has no way of knowing. To get back to the point, evolved beings can take 2 paths. One is to absorb spirit energy crystal cores. The other is to absorb star power. The former shows results quickly. The latter shows results slowly but has a continuous supply. In any case, Yang Chen has spirit energy crystal cores to absorb. If there are no spirit energy crystal cores, he will absorb star power to strengthen himself. Let's go. Who knows how long this rain will last? Yang Chen wrapped his arm around Lin Jinyun's waist and turned away from the floor-to-ceiling window. The others also returned to their rooms to sleep. To avoid unexpected situations, everyone basically paired up. This way, aside from accidents, there is someone to look out for each other. Chen Jiayi with Chen Jiaya, Yang Chan with Emperor Royan, Bai Qian with Ta Yao Yao, Lin Jinyun with Dan Tai Mingyue. Yang Chen was random. Just as everyone was preparing to lie down and rest, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The the shaking quickly intensified. It felt as if some large creature was moving. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. Mental perception spread out. They looked around warily. Yang Chan frowned and whispered, "What's going on?" Lu Ruyan was puzzled and speculated, "Could it be an earthquake?" Dantai Mingyue shook her head. "It's very possible, but the probability is low. We haven't had many earthquakes here. It should be some kind of large mutated beast, or a group of mutated beasts migrating." Tao Yaoyao said, "It's very likely. This blood rain has driven both mutated plants and beasts crazy." Chen Jiayao sighed, "I wonder how many people will die tonight." At this moment, Yang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes gazing out into the fog, and said solemnly, "Ladies, it seems we have trouble." The women exclaimed. Yang Chan's mental perception extended farther than theirs. At the edge of Yang Chan's mental perception, one by one, cyclopes about 70 to 80 meters tall approached. These cyclopes were completely naked, bony, and their forms were very similar to humans, but they had no reproductive organs? At this moment, the leading cyclops seemed to sense that someone was observing them. Sharply, he instinctively looked towards the direction of the Linshan Villa area, which was Yang Chen's position. He roared. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. In the next second, the leading cyclops moved its limbs, rushing towards the Linshan Villa area using both hands and feet. The other 8 cyclopes followed suit. Seeing this, Yang Chen donned his top-tier battle armor in an instant. He gripped the blood shadow battle knife. "Girls, it seems we are in trouble," Dao said. Upon hearing this and seeing Yang Chen fully armed, Lin Jinyun and the others did not hesitate for a moment. In an instant, they donned their top-tier battle armor, standing behind Yang Chen, ready for action. Boom! The group teleportation activated. Yang Chen led them to appear outside Linshan, blocking the path of the 9-headed one-eyed giant. The mid-tier battle armor had built-in flight capabilities, let alone the top-tier armor. Each set of top-tier armor could fly at speeds around 30 Mach, surpassing all modern aircraft. The 9 of them stood on the void, confronting the 9-headed one-eyed giant. Roar, roar, roar. The leading one-eyed giant bellowed, and the other 8 giants responded in kind. In an instant, the roar echoed, deafening. But with the protection of their armor, the noise posed no harm to Yang Chen and his team. Chen Jiayao complained, "Are these guys trying to outshout us?" Chen Jiayi replied, "Then we're definitely going to lose. Ha ha." Yang Chen locked eyes with the leading one-eyed giant, whose gaze was filled with ferocity and brutality. Yang Chen also exuded a murderous aura. "Be careful, we don't know the exact strength of these guys. Let's test the waters first," Yang Chen reminded them. Over the past few days, Lin Jinyun and the other women had successfully transformed a part of their bodies into star bodies. It could be said that now, everyone in Yang Chen's team was at the star body level. Quite impressive. Hearing Yang Chen's warning, the women nodded in understanding. Lin Jinyun said, "Got it." Chen Jiayao asked, "Are these guys mutated beasts?" Yang Chan replied, "Do they look like it? I feel like there aren't even such ugly things in the ruins." Dantai Mingyue suddenly thought of something. Wait, the ruins, the thick fog. Could it be that the monsters Yang Chen mentioned, which only exist in the thick fog, came out from one or more ruins? And the thick fog is the key to opening the ruins. When the fog rises, the gates of the ruins open. When the fog closes, the gates close. This speculation was something no one had considered before. Now that Dantai Mingyue mentioned it, even Yang Chen was stunned. Let's put that aside for now, let's deal with these ugly things first. I can sense that they all have crystal cores in their brains. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen's figure trembled and transformed into a black-red streak of light, crashing towards the leading one-eyed giant. Seeing this, the leading one-eyed giant roared in anger, swinging its massive bone club towards Yang Chen. In response, Yang Chen wielded the blood shadow battle blade, slashing out 108 strikes in a second. The giant bone club of the leading one-eyed giant was directly sliced into dozens or even hundreds of large fragments. Not very strong, Yang Chen thought as he continued his momentum, delivering a kick to the leading one-eyed giant's face. Put! Yang Chen was stunned. He had actually leaped from one side of the leading one-eyed giant to the other, passing right through its mouth. Damn! Was this thing so fragile? No, it wasn't that the leading one-eyed giant was too fragile. It was that his strength was too great. With the protection of the top-tier armor, it seemed reasonable to pierce through the leading one-eyed giant. This meant that the strength of the leading one-eyed giant should be at the star body level. The other one-eyed giants were the same, not very strong, but capable of fighting. While Yang Chen was analyzing the strength of the one-eyed giants, he was unaware that he had already been judged. Chen Jiayi said, "Sister, can we still use this?" After 2 seconds of silence, Chen Jiayao replied, "It should still be usable after a good wash." Yang Chan added, "Sister Jin Yun has the best relationship with him. My suggestion is to let Sister Jin Yun use it for a few more days. If it smells good, we can use it later." Dantai Mingyue was speechless. This guy really? Why did he have to pass through the mouth of this thing? Not being able to think of a better way, a clumsy method is still a good decision. Lin Jin-yoon. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. You guys really are something. How can you think of something so lewd during a battle? Yang Chen shouted. What are you all standing around for? These cyclopes are basically at the star level. Each person should take one down. Hearing Yang Chen's call, the girls finally stopped their inappropriate laughter and play. They each chose an opponent. They charged in. With the protection of top-tier battle armor and the damage from elite soldiers, these cyclopes couldn't harm Lin Jinyun and the others. On the contrary, the damage from the elite soldiers to them was immense. One poke, one hole. One poke, one hole. It was quite satisfying. Just as Yang Chen expected, these cyclopes were mostly at the star level. Except for the leading cyclops, the other 8 were all at the first level of the star level. They posed no threat to the armed-to-the-teeth Lin Jinyun and her companions. With the support of top-tier battle armor and elite soldiers, they weren't even afraid of the 6th level of the star level, not to mention these slow-moving, strong but foolish giants. The 8 cyclopes were quickly killed by Lin Jinyun and her team. Their massive bodies fell to the ground with a strong tremor. By the time Lin Jinyun and the others dug out the cores of these 8 cyclopes, Yang Chen had also finished his battle. The leading cyclops had been dismembered by Yang Chen. 6 body parts crashed heavily to the ground. Blood flowed incessantly, emitting a foul smell. Yet Yang Chen returned with the core of the leading cyclops. Last time it was the one-eyed spear monster. Their psychic energy was toxic. I wonder if this cyclops' core is also toxic. He spoke as he walked, and upon finishing, Yang Chen noticed that the distance between him and the girls hadn't changed. Yang Chen? He took a step forward, and Lin Jinyun and the others stepped back. Yang Chen's face darkened. What do you all mean by this? Lin Jinyun stifled a laugh. Xiaosun, why don't you clean yourself up before you speak? Yang Chen's battle armor was still sticky with the secretion from the leading cyclops' mouth. Thanks to the filtering function of the armor, Yang Chen didn't smell anything strange. But the appearance was truly unflattering. Women are naturally more cleanliness-oriented. At the very least, women prefer themselves or their loved ones to be clean. Therefore, when Lin Jinyun and the others saw the slime on Yang Chen's armor, they instinctively felt disgusted. They didn't want to have too much contact with him. Yang Chen. He was quite speechless. Forget it. The armor's automatic cleaning function activated. Soon, Yang Chen was clean. Back at the villa, he took off his armor. Everyone sat on the sofa in the living room wearing pajamas. All the other lights were off. Only the living room area was illuminated by warm, non-dazzling orange lights. But, the way everyone was gathered together, the atmosphere felt a bit like they were about to tell ghost stories. Everyone looked silently at the 5 fist-sized cores placed on the coffee table. After a long while, Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen and asked, "Can this thing be absorbed or not? Just looking at the star-level cores that can't be used is really frustrating." Yang Chen shook his head. "I don't know. Last time I caught a monster in the fog, I had a psychic experiment done, and the psychic energy could indeed be absorbed. But after absorbing it, one could either go mad or undergo mutations." Dantai Mingyue asked, "Are the fog monsters from last time the same as this time?" "No." Lin Jinyun frowned and thought. Previously, Mingyue said that when the fog descends, it might open the entrance to a relic, and these fog monsters came out from the relic. So is there a possibility that this time's Cyclops and last time's one-eyed spear monster are not from the same relic? They belong to different ruins. They are not the same species. The last one was toxic. Perhaps this one won't be. Dantai Mingyue nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Of course, the arrival of the thick fog, the opening of the ruins, and the escape of monsters are all my guesses and not accurate. The current information is too scarce for Dantai Mingyue to analyze anything. Yang Chen said, "Let's stick to the old method, find someone to experiment on. Tomorrow, I'll catch a few ability users to test. If it's toxic, then so be it. If not, we'll consider it again. There must be many star-level monsters in the thick fog." The others generally agreed with this method. Since they couldn't come up with a better plan, a simple approach was still a good decision. After such a night, no one had the heart to sleep. Some played games, some watched TV dramas, others fought. Lin Jinyun said, "Yang Chan, keep your fighting down, your noise is interrupting my TV show." Yang Chan replied, "Oh." Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Ow." In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The thick fog dispersed. The scene of the outside world appeared before people's eyes. Blood rain was still falling, but it was much lighter compared to the torrential downpour of last night. The mutated plants were growing again. Once prosperous city streets were now overtaken by wildly growing mutated plants, with thick vines winding like giant pythons between the dilapidated buildings. From the gaps of the ruins, green branches and leaves emerged, intertwining with each other, and the city corners had long lost their orderly appearance. Trees grew wildly, towering into the clouds, their branches and leaves interlacing to form a green canopy. Abandoned cars were covered in moss and creeping vines, resembling sleeping giant beasts draped in a green blanket. In the cracks of the street's bricks, wild grass stood resiliently, swaying gently in the breeze. I am the abandoned city in Heroes, roughly like that, even harsher. The number of mutated beasts was visibly increasing. Mutated beasts could be seen running amok throughout the city. In some places, groups of mutated beasts had even formed. Many unfortunate souls were discovered, their lives taken by the mutated beasts. Standing at the highest point of Jiangcheng, Yang Chen looked down at the world below in silence. Lin Jinyun turned to Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, we can't delay any longer. If we let the mutated plants and beasts occupy the city, when we try to clear them out later, we'll only end up with a ruined city. It will take a lot of time and effort to restore it. While the city's destruction isn't too severe yet, we should clear them out now." Dantai Mingyuan nodded in agreement. "That's right, I also agree with Sister Jinyun's view." The other girls nodded in agreement as well. They had all been present during the last conversation between Yang Chen and Leng Zhengjun. They heard every word, just chose not to speak. They knew Yang Chen was going to take down Jiangcheng, planning to establish a base city here. Alright, today is August 1st, 2027. Our plan has two parts. Yang Chen's eyes were resolute, his voice serious. Get stronger, and clear the city of mutated beasts.